The Path of the Black Emperor. The Old Ones howl in the starry sky, heralding the impending apocalypse, a scenario where the uncontrollable risks can be minimized. The authority of order has become the coveted prize for the Old Ones. Yet, they remain oblivious to the essence that symbolizes both order and distortion. The country of disorder, governed by the youth Hubert, who has recently traversed here with a complex background, has joined the Tarot Society and begun to construct the order of the human realm, gradually seizing the power of order. Chapter 1. The Country of Disorder. Hubert Jeffrey is acutely aware that he has once again entered a dream. Not far off stands a dilapidated castle, askew and nearly consumed by vegetation, alongside a picturesque yet abandoned ancient town. Strangely, the distant ground is adorned with the sun, clouds, and stars. Above, a vast forest sprawls across the sky, with enormous trees resembling stalactites hanging from the heavens. In the space between the sky and the earth, there are towering mountains and a colossal clock tower, as if someone has suspended these scenes upon an immense wall. All that unfolds before him seems as though this world resides within a box. For the past month, Hubert has frequently found himself in this dream, which is remarkably vivid, allowing him to remember everything within it with clarity upon awakening. There is not a soul in sight, or rather, it cannot be said that there is no one. Hubert glances back and indeed sees a shadowy figure not far behind him. Each time Hubert dreams, he encounters this shadowy figure. Its indistinctness renders its features unrecognizable, yet he can discern that it is mouthing words, seemingly shouting something. At times, he can hear its cries in the dream, while at other times he cannot. When silence prevails, he is truly grateful, for its screams seem to boil his very brain as a surge of madness threatens to erupt from within. In such moments, Hubert awakens from the dream, striving to combat the madness within him. He has speculated whether this shadow might be a resident of this place, and has attempted to communicate effectively, yet all such endeavors have invariably ended in failure. Thus, upon seeing the shadow, Hubert can only choose to flee. The figure glides faster than Hubert can run, swiftly catching up, leaving him with a wry smile as its screams pierce his eardrums. The torment in his brain surges once more. Just as Hubert grits his teeth, preparing for the moment of awakening, he unexpectedly comprehends the figure's cries. The country of disorder. The country of disorder. The figure has been incessantly shouting, the country of disorder. Memories long sealed within Hubert's mind awaken, revealing that the country of disorder is one of the essences. Hubert gazes in astonishment at his surroundings. Is this truly the country of disorder? Should it not be located in the Western continent? With a start, Hubert awakens from the dream, abruptly sitting up in bed. Outside, a crimson moon hangs in the night sky, accompanied by the sounds of chirping insects and the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze, presenting a scene of serene tranquility. Gasping for breath, Hubert realizes he is drenched in cold sweat, and soon he discovers that he seems to have lost a crucial memory. It feels as though he comprehended the nature of the dream's world, yet he cannot recall why. This is not the first time such a sensation has afflicted him. Hubert traversed to this world a month prior. Before his journey, he was an ordinary worker in Huaxia, often indulging in novels during his spare time. Thus, upon his arrival, he quickly recognized that he had entered the world of Lord of the Mysteries. He resides in the Kingdom of Ruin, within the capital city of Beekland, ruled by King George III. More importantly, Hubert discovered that upon his arrival, he had acquired certain extraordinary traits. For instance, his eloquence had markedly improved, and his family and friends were more susceptible to persuasion. Curiously, Hubert inherited nearly all of the original owner's memories. Yet the original owner had neither consumed any magical potions nor encountered objects with overtly extraordinary characteristics. Since Hubert's arrival, he has dreamt of that bizarre scene every 2 or 3 days, and now it has escalated to almost daily occurrences. This predicament has long troubled Hubert, as he cannot fathom the origin of the extraordinary traits that have suddenly manifested within him. This is the first peculiar incident following his transition, while the second concerns his amnesia. He has perused Lord of the Mysteries several times, being thoroughly familiar with the plots of the earlier volumes, yet the latter volumes remain shrouded in vague concepts. Hubert surmises that these memory gaps serve as a form of self-protection, and he vaguely recalls that certain esoteric knowledge, once known, could lead to contamination. However, he cannot comprehend why he has lost these memories. These thoughts swirl through Hubert's mind in an instant, only to be followed by an intense headache, as if someone were stirring a knife within his brain. Simultaneously, Hubert feels a frenzied beast within him, poised to tear through his body. This surge of madness is more severe than any he has previously experienced. He collapses to the ground, trembling, yearning to scream wildly, to shatter everything within the room, to eliminate every soul within this house. The remnants of sanity curbed Hubert's descent into madness as he valiantly suppressed the pain and insanity, articulating in the hermetic language he had learned from the grammar school, endeavoring to pronounce clearly, "Oh, fool who does not belong to this era. You are the enigmatic sovereign of the mist. You are the king adorned in yellow and black who wields fortune. I beseech your assistance. I implore your favor. I entreat you to help me quell this ceaseless insanity." This was the sole solution Hubert could conceive to address his predicament. Although he speculated that his adoptive father was an extraordinary being, the latter had never exhibited any signs of such abilities nor disclosed any knowledge of the arcane. Thus Hubert refrained from revealing his own condition. In comparison to his adoptive father, Hubert found himself more inclined to trust Klein, a fellow time traveler, for he was aware that this fool possessed compassion and a kind heart. The current date was early July of the year 1349, and Hubert vaguely recalled that Klein had likely already traversed to this realm by now, having commenced the tarot meeting in. He could not quite remember the location, but it was a wondrous expanse of mist. This was not the first occasion he had recited the revered name of the fool. Previously, he had received no response. Theoretically, Klein should have already scrutinized him. He hoped this time would capture Klein's attention, for he felt that if this continued, he would surely descend into true madness. Hubert chanted the name of the fool 7 or 8 times, his sanity gradually faltering against the rising tide of insanity. Just as the madness threatened to spiral out of control, he suddenly sensed a force drawing him through a veil of grayish-white mist, leading him into a grand hall. The sensation of madness vanished as swiftly as it had appeared, and Hubert exhaled deeply in relief. At that moment, he found himself seated at an ancient, weathered bronze long table, at the far end of which sat a mysterious and formidable figure, ensconced in an aura of perplexity. Hubert thought to himself, "Klein, you have finally made your move." Chapter 2. The Emperor Card. Within the confines of the Source Fortress, Hubert once again unearthed memories pertaining to the realm of disorder. He now felt assured that his amnesia had served as a protective measure. Only within the essence of the Source could one shield themselves from the contamination stemming from the apex of the sequence or from outer deities, thereby recovering those lost memories. Subsequently, Hubert came to the realization that he shared a connection with the realm of disorder akin to that between Klein and the Source Fortress. However, one cannot compare without incurring injury. Look at Klein's Source Fortress, for which he could promptly convene the Tarot Club upon his arrival. In stark contrast, the realm of disorder bound to him felt like a pitfall. Hubert chuckled bitterly to himself before rising and addressing, "Great and enigmatic fool, I am deeply grateful for your assistance. Were it not for your timely intervention, I fear I might have succumbed to madness, even if fortune favored me. It would have been a harrowing ordeal for several hours." He recalled that his foster mother, sister, and brother were all lost in slumber, while his foster father had been away on business for half a month, leaving him almost entirely unrestrained from the potential ramifications of his madness. The very thought of the consequences of spiraling into insanity was too dreadful to contemplate. Klein, however, brushed aside Hubert's gratitude, as if it were an inconsequential matter. With a voice imbued with mystery and gravity, he inquired, "How did you come to know my name?" At that moment, Klein felt somewhat bewildered. He had only devised his tripartite honorific a week prior. After revealing it to Justice and the Hanged Man from the mists, he found himself incessantly pestered by this young man. The most perplexing aspect was that each time the young man recited the fool's title, it was during the late hours of the night, rousing Klein from his slumber. What truly confounded Klein was the source from which this individual had learned the name of the fool, sending a chill down his spine with an acute sense of danger. Had it not been for the signs of potential instability displayed by this young man, Klein would not have deemed it prudent to introduce such an uncertain variable into the mists. Regarding this conundrum, Hubert had long since formulated a response. "Esteemed fool, I began experiencing signs of madness a month ago. I beseeched the divine for aid, yet received no response. In my moment of utmost despair, a haze enveloped my mind, and I heard your name." This explanation was hardly scientific, but this was the realm of the mysterious, where the unscientific was the norm. Klein's bewilderment deepened. He even began to suspect that the mishear had taken the liberty of disclosing his name. Hubert deftly sidestepped the topic. "I am uncertain how I might express my gratitude for your assistance." "No need for thanks," Klein replied, having accumulated considerable knowledge of the arcane. He was neither entirely convinced nor dismissive of Hubert's explanation. Hubert continued, "Esteemed fool, how might I extricate myself from this fate of madness?" Once he uttered the question, he felt a twinge of regret. The current knowledge of the arcane held by Mr. Fool was likely inferior to his own, and such an inquiry might induce discomfort. Thus, Hubert swiftly added, "What manner of sacrifice must I offer to escape this fate of insanity? I am the fool who favors equitable exchanges. No sacrifice is required from you." Klein readily responded, It seems you have not ingested any potions of madness. Did your descent into madness arise from contact with some extraordinary object? Within the mists, Klein could discern through spiritual sight whether an individual had consumed any potions. The aura of this young man appeared darker than that of an ordinary individual. Yet it was evident that he was not an extraordinary being. For an ordinary person to lose control, there were only two possibilities. Either they were born as a half-sequence 9, or they had inadvertently encountered an extraordinary event or object, resulting in contamination from sealed item. Had he been born a half-sequence 9, then this young man would either have succumbed to madness long ago, or would be less affected by extraordinary traits. Much like the creature, Atomizer, whom he encountered at the black market with old Neil, who had a spiritual essence so high that he could not control the half-sequence 9 traits within him. Thus, the answer was singular. This young man must have encountered a sealed object or extraordinary item to exhibit such symptoms. That is precisely what confounds me, Hubert replied. I have neither ingested potions nor, to the best of my knowledge, come into contact with any extraordinary objects. As for the onset of madness following my arrival in this realm, I cannot yet divulge that decline. The fool fell silent for a few moments. There are two individuals similar to you whom I have brought here for different reasons. They wish for me to convene regular gatherings for the exchange of formulas, materials, information, and task assignments, to which I have consented. You, being knowledgeable in the arcane, may engage in equitable exchanges of knowledge with me or others. Your questions shall find answers here, and your problems shall be resolved. Hubert responded, "It is my honor." The fool continued, "Every Monday at 3 in the afternoon, free from distractions." He added, "They have chosen names based on tarot cards as their respective aliases. You may also select one for yourself." Before Hubert lay a set of tarot cards, and his emotions became quite complex. He had not anticipated joining the tarot club in such a manner, nor entering the extraordinary realm in this way. Yet it was inevitable, for he had been bound to the realm of disorder since his arrival in this world. Why had the realm of disorder manifested on the northern continent? Was the seal of the celestial sovereign weakened to such an extent? Or was this part of some deity's grand design? To uncover these truths, he must delve into the extraordinary realm. Thus, joining it was inevitable. Let fate determine my alias. Hubert casually shuffled the cards and drew one. The Emperor. Such a grand title. The symbol on the chair behind Hubert awakened, revealing an abstract throne adorned with a symbol denoting chaos and distortion. The fool proclaimed, "Your alias is the Emperor. Pay heed to the time of the gatherings. You may return now." After returning Hubert to the Crimson Star, Klein did not depart immediately, but instead performed a divination to ascertain that the Emperor posed no danger. However, it was rather unusual that the Emperor, an ordinary individual, possessed extensive knowledge about the extraordinary. "Let us observe for now," Klein contemplated, "for no one can harm me amidst these mists." He then exited the mists as Mr. Fool had worked the next day and needed to catch up on sleep. On the other hand, upon Hubert's return to his body, he discovered himself lying on the ground in a contorted position. His night clothes were drenched in sweat, his hair soaked, as though he had bathed in perspiration. Hubert once again felt relief, thankful for his awareness of the fool's existence. The dawn had arrived, and Hubert was entirely devoid of sleepiness. Today was Monday, the day he would attend the tarot club for the first time. Chapter 3. The New Member. In the early morning hours, Hubert emerged from his room and made his way to the dining room on the first floor, where his sister and brother were already enjoying breakfast. His foster father, Kristen Jeffrey, held the rank of brigadier general, yet seemed to lack significant influence. Nevertheless, even without prominence, a brigadier general was still a senior officer, part of the upper echelons of Bakeland society, residing in a spacious 2-story villa in the Queen's District alongside a modest garden. Additionally, Hubert's foster siblings, his sister Donna, who was a year younger, and his brother Terrence, who was 3 years younger, were both enrolled in Bakeland's top public elementary and middle schools, easily qualifying for the renowned Bakeland University, reputed as the finest institution in Ruin. However, compared to the residences and privileges of the nobility, they were still far from equal. Hubert surmised that his foster father Kristen was not highly regarded due to their household's relatively modest financial situation. He recalled that General Emilius appeared to be quite affluent. Recently, Hubert had managed to save a mere £15, likely less than the pocket money of Miss Justice. However, in comparison to Mr. Klein, Hubert's commencement appears considerably more favorable. He recalls that Mr. Klein's initial capital was merely around £1, a sum that also encompassed the sustenance for the 3 siblings. Donna, with her naturally curled golden locks, guarded her milk and sweet rolls, remarking, "Hubert, you seem somewhat out of sorts." Hubert, seated at the dining table, casually replied, "I suffered from insomnia last night." The maid served Hubert a sumptuous breakfast, complete with salad and fried eggs. Glancing at the black tea, he requested, "I would prefer a glass of milk, please." After having traversed this world for quite some time, he found himself still unaccustomed to consuming tea or coffee in the early hours. Yet, he quickly acclimated to being served breakfast. As the trio neared the conclusion of their meal, Hubert's foster mother, Melissa, appeared from the upper floor. "Hubert, do return home early this afternoon. Your father is coming back today and has expressed the desire to discuss something important with you." Rising, Hubert acknowledged, "Certainly, mother." "Donna." Her spirits lifted, exclaimed, "Father is returning today? I wonder what gift he will bring me." "Oh dear, you still hold hopes for gifts from your father?" Melissa sighed, placing a hand to her forehead. "Believe me, after all these years of marriage, I have yet to receive a truly satisfactory gift." Donna laughed. "That is because father lacks a capable personal attendant." In light-hearted conversation, the three siblings finished their breakfast, then returned to change into their attire and gather their study materials. Before embarking in the family carriage towards their respective schools, Hubert enrolled in the law department at Beckman University, and in the afternoon, he discreetly skipped class, seeking out a secluded equipment room to prepare for the upcoming tarot meeting. As the clock struck 3, Hubert felt as though he had suddenly plunged into an impenetrable, grayish-white fog, only to have a grand hall and a bronze long table materialize before him. Miss Justice, Audrey, performed a courteous bow. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Alas, if only there were fine wine here, we could toast to your success." She and the hanged man had recently attempted to invoke the Fool's 3-part title in their supplications, resulting in a response from him that had deepened their understanding of his formidable powers. Unbeknownst to them, a new member had frequently employed the 3-part title, disrupting the Fool's slumber. The pause from Justice was prompted by her observation of the new member, a young man exuding vitality and seeming to possess a calm demeanor, displaying none of the nervousness or astonishment typical of a first-time attendee at the tarot gathering. His attire, while somewhat indistinct, suggested careful craftsmanship, with a novel style indicative of the ruined kingdom. Justice concluded that he likely hailed from the upper echelons of ruined society, probably residing in Beckland, and despite his youth, he appeared remarkably composed. Justice's living conditions surpassed Hubert's by an entire tier. She and her 2 brothers had private tutors at home, never needing to attend grammar school or university. Only the illegitimate offspring of Earl Hall or those family members who had not inherited titles would receive an education akin to Hubert's. Thus, she could not immediately deduce that Hubert was a university student. Across the long table, the hanged man, Algie, also lauded the Fool. "Your power exceeds our wildest imaginations." He too noticed the new member, which caused him to furrow his brow. While the Fool was indeed powerful, there ought to have been prior notification regarding the induction of new members to both him and Justice. Had he not recently witnessed the Fool's might, he would have certainly protested. The Fool remarked, "Excellent. This indicates we are on a fruitful path. Should you find yourselves unable to attend on Monday afternoons, please conduct the ceremony in advance and inform me." He continued, "As you can see, the Tarot Assembly has welcomed a new member." The Fool then introduced, "This is Miss Justice, this is Mr. Hangman, and our new member is Mr. Emperor." "Good afternoon, Mr. Emperor." Justice greeted him with a smile. The Emperor, likely a member of Ruin's high society, elicited a sense of familiarity in Justice. "Good afternoon," Hubert responded. "It is an honor to partake in your gathering." The hangman, however, merely observed Hubert for a while without offering any greeting. The meeting commenced, and Justice first presented the Fool with a page from the diary of Emperor Roselle, kindly advising Hubert the special symbols recorded in the notes left by Emperor Roselle are indeed his diary. Mr. Fool is quite interested in these entries. You might collect them for a trade with him. Hubert politely replied, "Thank you for the reminder." Internally, he mused, "I am already aware of that. It's written in simplified Chinese." Nevertheless, it was true that Justice was remarkably benevolent. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Hubert sensed an unusual atmosphere in the hall. Justice, the hangman, and even the Fool were intently regarding him as if he were some sort of curiosity. Oh no, Hubert belatedly realized, upon hearing of Roselle's diary. He had not exhibited sufficient surprise. Even a hint of astonishment would have sufficed. What should he do now? Should he hastily provide an explanation, or feign an air of formidable backing? Soon, he recognized that whether he explained or remained silent, the outcome would likely render his identity shrouded in mystery. So, he chose not to explain, allowing them to speculate. Chapter 4. Misfortune is the norm in an extraordinary world. Fool Klein pondered. What manner of creature have I invited into our midst? He knows of Roselle's diary? Could he possibly be? Borrowing a phrase from Emperor Roselle, I am the child of fortune in this era. No, no, I must not entertain any delusions. I must test him to ascertain whether he has traversed worlds. On the other hand, if he is indeed a fellow traveler, he might be more trustworthy. Justice Audrey reflected. He actually knows that it is a diary. Could he possibly comprehend those special symbols? Are there truly so many in this world who understand such symbols? Or does he possess knowledge of related mysticism? He must originate from an extraordinary family or organization. Hangman Algie thought, I should have anticipated this. Any new member deemed worthy by the Fool must possess remarkable qualities. Just moments ago, I questioned the Fool. Thankfully, my doubts remained unvoiced. A few seconds later, their second scrutiny of Hubert concluded, but they no longer regarded him with the same condescension as at the outset of the gathering. Next came the time for the Fool to read the diary, and Hubert was eager to steal a glance, as there were numerous entries from Roselle, and he had lost track of the specific content of the diary presented at this assembly. Once the Fool finished, Justice inquired, Mr. Fool, might we enlighten the new member on the roles and assimilation of this knowledge? The Fool cast a glance at Hubert, noting his lack of curiosity. I have already received your compensation. You may disseminate this knowledge or engage in equivalent trades. However, the new member ought to be made aware of this knowledge. At this juncture, Klein and Audrey harbored similar suspicions, believing the Emperor to be a member of an extraordinary family or organization. Yet even so, it was highly unusual for an individual who was not extraordinary to possess such extensive knowledge. One must wonder who would permit a non-extraordinary family member or organization affiliate to study the lore of the extraordinary. Justice also came to this realization. Mr. Emperor, are you familiar with the concepts of role-playing and assimilation? Hubert, with a wry smile, replied, I am aware of this knowledge, as Mr. Fool has stated. However, I currently have no use for it, as I have yet to consume any potions. Justice had yet to grasp the situation, while the hangman found himself once more engulfed in astonishment. He had previously harbored a belief in his extensive knowledge and envisioned a grand destiny within the extraordinary realm. Particularly, the ignorance of Justice had perpetuated his sense of self-satisfaction. However, today, Hubert doused him with a cold splash of reality, echoing the sentiments of the Fool. It was indeed peculiar for an ordinary individual to possess such profound knowledge of extraordinary beings. Hubert continued, I am grateful to Mr. Fool for permitting me to join this gathering. I hope to uncover the reasons behind my gradual descent into madness here. He recounted his experiences over the past month. If anyone can assist me in identifying the source of my affliction, I am prepared to offer an exchange of extraordinary knowledge that you are surely unaware of. However, I must forewarn you, I am not inherently a half-sequence 9. I have reflected countless times, and a month ago, I had no exposure to any extraordinary objects that could taint me. Of course, it is conceivable that I may have been contaminated unknowingly, but in such a case, I would likely have encountered the same extraordinary object more than once, and I should have been able to sense it. Initially seeking to regain his confidence, the hanged man fell silent, as the possibilities he could conceive had already been encompassed in Hubert's description. Justice timidly inquired, Mr. Emperor, may I ask, what does it mean to be a half-sequence 9? What compensation is required for this information? Hubert smiled. I can provide an answer to that question free of charge. Consider it a gift for our first meeting and a reward for your benevolence. Justice responded with delight. I appreciate your generosity. Hubert explained, a half-sequence 9 refers to individuals who are born with extraordinary traits. Such occurrences are often due to both parents being powerful extraordinary beings, or at least one of them. During the process of procreation, there exists a probability that the parent's extraordinary traits will be inherited by the newborn. The more traits from a particular sequence the parents possess, the higher the likelihood of inheritance. However, this is rarely a stroke of fortune, as the child is confined to the extraordinary path bequeathed by their parents from birth. Furthermore, during infancy, it is fortunate if the parents can help control the extraordinary traits. Otherwise, how could an infant possess the ability to manage such traits? It is highly probable that they would descend into madness from a young age. Justice nodded. Thank you for your response. I had no idea such misfortunes could occur in the extraordinary world. Hubert reflected. Misfortune is the norm in the realm of the extraordinary. Just like me, enjoying hot pot while singing, only to suddenly be on the brink of madness. At that moment, the Fool rapped his finger against the bronze table and proclaimed in an authoritative tone, what you are experiencing is a curse. This conclusion was derived from his earlier discussion with old Neil. Hubert's mind suddenly raced. Indeed, a curse is a possibility. Yet the question arises, who would curse an orphan who has never known his biological parents? If it were the political enemies of his adoptive father, they would likely curse Donna or Tyron instead. Hubert pondered, perhaps this calamity was indeed invoked by my biological parents, whose untimely demise was itself unusual. Could it be a curse inflicted upon their child by their enemies? He resolved to have a serious conversation with his adoptive father that afternoon. seizing the opportunity to inquire about information regarding his biological parents. Hubert addressed the fool. "This has given my investigation a new direction. How may I express my gratitude for your insight?" "The diary of Roselle," replied the fool, "or any information regarding the Antigonus family, even that which I am aware of." Hubert responded, "I can now provide you with the compensation you seek." The Antigonus family first emerged during the era of the Solomon Empire, establishing their kingdom in the Hinachus Mountains, thus marking their entry onto the historical stage. In the Fourth Era, Antigonus maintained a close relationship with two significant figures, although I cannot disclose their identities here for the time being. I trust Mr. Fool is aware of who these two figures are. Within this sanctuary, I can discuss them without consequence, but outside, merely mentioning them could bring calamity. Therefore, for the safety of Miss Justice and Mr. Hangman, we shall discuss them further once you both are sufficiently powerful. Chapter 5. The Curse Within the Bloodline. The Fool. Klein chuckled wryly. "I truly do not know, but perhaps ignorance is bliss. After all, this is a mystifying world where merely speaking of certain individuals or matters can invite disaster. The Emperor possesses a wealth of hidden knowledge. Bringing him into the fold seems fortuitous." Justice Audrey remarked, "How terrifying. Is this truly the nature of the extraordinary world, to invoke calamity merely by discussing certain individuals?" The Hangman, Alger, mused, "The extraordinary knowledge the Emperor wields seems remarkably advanced. Fortunately, I have not previously shown him any disdain." Hubert continued, "Subsequently, the Antigonus family rose to prominence during the era of the four emperors due to their support of the Blood Emperor's reign. However, following the fall of the Blood Emperor, Antigonus was pursued by the gods, and, for reasons unknown, went out of control, leading to the destruction of the kingdom he had established. There are also rumors that Antigonus still slumbers within the palace of Hinachus, though no one can verify this. Afterward, no further news of the Antigonus family emerged. Even if their descendants escaped the wrath of the gods, they are likely mere collateral relatives, incapable of reclaiming their former glory. The other three fell into varying degrees of silence. The notion of being hunted by the gods left them astounded, while they believed in the existence of the gods. Hearing tales of their deeds compelled them to cover their ears. Klein noted that Hubert spoke of Antigonus being pursued by the gods, rather than the Antigonus family as a whole. Did the founder of the Antigonus family and the one being hunted by the gods refer to the same person? As for the possibility that Antigonus still slumbered within the palace of Hinachus, this information was invaluable to Klein, potentially elucidating the whispers he heard upon becoming extraordinary. Seeing the group silent, Hubert felt a touch of helplessness. He had been quite cautious with his words, refraining from explicitly mentioning the two angelic kings, Adam and Ammon, and also omitting the fact that Antigonus was a descendant of the old gods, the younger brother of the night goddess. He had not anticipated that even his carefully curated information would leave them so astounded. The Hangman even began to suspect, could the Emperor, like Mr. Fool, be a slumbering dark deity? How else could he possess such esoteric knowledge? Thus, with a hint of trepidation, he inquired, "Mr. Emperor, aside from the Storm Church, where else might one procure the potion formula for the Storm Blessed? What sort of compensation would be required for this information?" He had yet to determine the specifics of the compensation, intending to owe it for the time being, to be claimed when necessary. Hubert had no intention of offering the Hangman a gift. As for the value of my information, Mr. Fool can serve as a witness. The Hanged Man was taken aback. He had not expected the Emperor to actually know other means of obtaining the potion for the Sailor's Path. "That works." Hubert asked, "Have you heard of the Elven race?" "I have heard of them," the Hanged Man replied, "but they have long since perished. Indeed, the Elven race no longer exists." Hubert affirmed, "Yet do not underestimate the ancient mythical beings. Perhaps some of their powerful remnants can still wield certain extraordinary objects to preserve their consciousness. However, I do not advise you to seek such extraordinary objects, as it is perilous. You should be aware that the extraordinary paths mastered by the Elven race are akin to your own. Additionally, to my knowledge, there are many Elven ruins scattered across the seas. I believe you may find what you seek there." The Hanged Man fell into silence, compelled to acknowledge that Hubert had presented him with an entirely new, feasible avenue of thought. The fool found himself lost in contemplation, realizing that during the distant Second and Third eras, numerous extraordinary events had transpired, leaving an indelible mark on the current age. Justice, unable to contain her burgeoning curiosity, yearned to uncover information about ancient mythical creatures. However, having just received a token of goodwill from Hubert, she felt reluctant to press further. After a brief pause, the inverted man expressed his gratitude, stating, "Thank you for your answer. I shall compensate you equivalently in the future. The gathering soon shifted to the exchange of information, where Hubert sat in silence until the fool declared the meeting concluded. Back in reality, Hubert reflected on the recent assembly, realizing that Mr. Ko had provided him with an excellent avenue of thought. Suddenly, it struck him that mingling closely with the protagonist would undoubtedly yield benefits, for after all, they were imbued with an aura of distinction. Typically, after afternoon classes, Hubert would engage in a game of cricket or partake in fencing practice with his classmates. And during warm weather, he often swam. Hubert had often lamented that in an era devoid of the internet, university students manage their leisure time in a significantly healthier manner. However, today, prompted by his mother's admonitions, Hubert took a cab home after school. Initially, upon his arrival in this world, he adhered to a frugal principle, opting for public carriages, which cost merely 6 pence, as opposed to the 2 to 3 shillings demanded by a taxi. Yet, upon discovering this, his adoptive mother chastised him sternly, for she feared that his actions might lead neighbors or classmates to speculate that the Jeffrey family was on the brink of bankruptcy, or that they treated their adopted son with undue severity. Hubert resigned himself to conforming to the values of this world, burying the notion of frugality deep within his heart. As he stepped through the gate, the butler took his satchel and announced, "Master Hubert, the master requests your presence in the study." "Very well," Hubert replied, following the butler to the study door. The butler knocked and made the necessary introductions. Upon receiving permission from his adoptive father, Christian, Hubert opened the door to find him seated behind the desk. Christian appeared to be in his 30s, clean-shaven, and despite his smile, he emanated a formidable air of authority. Before Hubert's arrival in this world, there had always been a certain distance between him and his adoptive parents, which had only widened since his arrival. He had always called them father and mother, rather than the more intimate dad and mom like Donna and Tyron did. Christian gestured toward the chair opposite his desk. "Please, have a seat." Hubert felt an inclination to obey his adoptive father's command, attributing this to his belief in Christian's extraordinary nature. Christian inquired, "I've heard that you've been somewhat distracted lately and have experienced insomnia, even revealing moments of madness unintentionally?" Hubert was taken aback. "I have endeavored to conceal the madness within me. Some things cannot be hidden simply by wishing them away." Christian sighed. "It has been a while since we discussed your biological father, hasn't it?" "Indeed," Hubert replied, not anticipating that his adoptive father would broach the subject of his biological parents, thus saving him the trouble of initiating the conversation. Christian continued, "There exists a curse within your family's bloodline." Chapter 6. The Path of the Lawyer. Hubert furrowed his brow, astonished that he would validate Mr. His suspicions so swiftly. "You appear unfazed," Christian remarked with a smile. "Indeed," Hubert confessed, "I developed an interest in the occult during my secondary school years. About a month ago, I suddenly felt an indescribable madness brewing within me, intensifying with each passing day, reminiscent of the curses described in mystical texts." Pausing, he added, "Hearing you say that surprises me. Could it be that certain esoteric knowledge is not mere legend or figment, but a tangible reality?" Christian affirmed gravely, "Indeed, beneath the surface of our world exists an extraordinary realm." He continued, "We need to have an open-hearted discussion. Where shall we begin? Let's start with your biological father. I should have informed you earlier that your biological father was my closest friend, an exceptional man who reached heights unattainable by many. He was also the one most likely to end the curse plaguing your family's bloodline." Christian's tone turned somber. Alas, he ultimately failed. Family? Hubert seized upon this pivotal revelation. He had never associated himself with any family, having never encountered any blood relatives. Was he truly the last remnant of his lineage? Moreover, was his family perhaps a lineage of the extraordinary? Christian continued, "I fought alongside your father, Rex, and Sibyllin. During that time, we shared everything. He confided in me about the curse in your family's bloodline, expressing his desire not to pass it on. However, fate intervened when he met your mother. Their love was profound, and perhaps due to destiny, you were born. Typically, the curse awakens on the 12th birthday of your family's heirs. But your mother placed a seal upon you, granting you an extra 10 years. She wished for you to have a carefree childhood, to relish the beauty of life, and to experience love and kisses with girls your age, unlike your father, who always wore a stern expression. Thus, she made me vow to reveal part of the truth to you once the curse was awakened." A wave of joy and sorrow washed over Hubert. Though he knew this woman was not his mother, and the original owner's memories bore no trace of her, he was nonetheless profoundly touched by the essence of maternal love. "Time indeed flies," Christian mused. "That was already 20 years ago." He continued, "When you were born, Rex's condition was already dire. In his final moments, he worried about how you would combat the curse within your bloodline. He wished for you to choose your path. One is an ordinary person, living in a state of half-madness, yet he left you ample wealth. I shall see to it that you are taken to a country estate and provided with loyal servants. Rex struck a deal with the School of Life, ensuring that after you turned 45, fortune would favor you, allowing you to awaken from your half-mad state and enjoy life as an ordinary man. The other path leads to becoming extraordinary upon attaining the rank of Sequence 9. Your madness would significantly diminish. However, Rex instructed me to caution you. First, you may only choose the potions of the path of the lawyer, as the awakening of your family's curse will position you as a half-Sequence 9 of that path. Second, after you become extraordinary or promote after 6 months, the feelings of madness will gradually intensify again. At that point, the potions will act like opium, compelling you to ascend regardless of whether you have fully digested previous potions. Alternatively, you may choose not to ascend and combat the endless madness, but this will render your emotions unstable. Most of your family perished in such uncontrolled states. Christian remarked, "You may take your time to consider. There is no rush for an answer. Oh, and I must remind you, I only possess the potion formulas for Sequence 9 and Sequence 8 of the Path of the Lawyer." Hubert was taken aback. Did my father not leave behind formulas for higher sequences? None. This is a test from Rex. Perhaps he hoped you would choose to remain an ordinary person. Hubert couldn't help but twitch his lips. While others may face paternal challenges, the original owner's father had truly specialized in testing his son. He then recalled that his code name at the Tarot Society was the Emperor, while the true deity associated with the lawyer's path seemed to be the Black Emperor. Was this mere coincidence? This is an extraordinary world. How could such coincidences exist? After a brief contemplation, Hubert remarked, "In truth, there is no need for such considerations. I cannot squander my most splendid years in a state of madness." Of course, this was also due to the fact that dear Mr. Fool would soon, in half a year's time, acquire the Black Emperor card representing blasphemy. By trading with the Fool, he could obtain the subsequent potion formula. Kristen advised, "I still urge you to reconsider. There are countless individuals in this world who have failed to seize their finest years, yet they continue to live rather well." Hubert shook his head, stating, "I prefer to grasp my fate in my own hands rather than entrust it to sheer fortune. Father, please provide me with the Sequence 9 potion. I shall carry on the family legacy, and on the day I become sufficiently powerful, I will eradicate the curse within our bloodline." Kristen laughed heartily. Rex would surely be pleased to witness this. He added, "I respect your choice." As he spoke, he retrieved a piece of parchment from a drawer and rose to the square cabinet by the bookshelf. Opening the cabinet door, he revealed a set of flasks and numerous extraordinary materials contained in small vials or jars. Kristen placed the parchment on the cabinet and began to prepare the potion. He did not ask Hubert to look away, and Hubert stepped forward to glance at the contents of the parchment, which confirmed his suspicions. It was indeed the potion formula for the lawyer. Primary ingredients: the eye of a fearworm and a fruit of the shimmering tree. Auxiliary materials: a black iris flower, 6 leaves of a monkey orchid, 8 grams of black-hearted grass juice, and 120 grams of white wine. After reviewing the formula, Hubert was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the potion would require wine. His thoughts wandered as he mused. It seems that those allergic to alcohol cannot become lawyers. At this moment, he felt a mix of excitement and trepidation, which he channeled into his musings. Kristen first added the auxiliary materials into the flask, then using tweezers, placed a lifeless black eyeball, evoking involuntary fear, into the flask, followed by a fruit resembling a peeled walnut. Once all the ingredients were combined in the flask, there was no need to stir. All the extraordinary materials dissolved instantly, and after a wisp of black, hallucinogenic mist rose from the flask, the potion of deep black liquid was complete. Kristen nudged it toward Hubert. "This is the Sequence 9 potion for lawyers." Chapter 7. The Throne of the Disordered Realm. Kristen, observing the deep black potion, cautioned, "You still have one final opportunity to reconsider. Once you drink this, you will become extraordinary, forever bidding farewell to the life of an ordinary person." Hubert grasped the flask. "While I still possess the courage to forge ahead." He downed the potion in one gulp, and as the deep black liquid entered his stomach, he began to tremble uncontrollably. For a fleeting moment, the world around him seemed to warp. Simultaneously, faint whispers echoed in his ears, indistinct and unintelligible. Soon, clarity dawned upon him. In a previous era, only Solomon had successfully ascended to become the Black Emperor, only to fall during the War of the Four Emperors. Subsequently, Roselle had become the new Black Emperor, completely severing the possibility of rebirth. Therefore, Solomon had little impact on lower-tier extraordinary beings of the same sequence, and Roselle was currently in a poor state. Specifically how was unclear to Hubert, as if knowing the Emperor's condition would lead to contamination. In any case, the Emperor could not affect lower-tier extraordinary beings of the same sequence at this time. As there were no existing true deities or high-sequence individuals in the lawyer's path, extraordinary beings on this path would not hear distinct whispers upon their ascension. Hubert then noticed that a plank on the bookshelf bore 2 small cracks, and a bookcase cover had a small dent. From these observations, Hubert deduced that the bookshelf would begin to deteriorate from that plank, and the book would suffer damage from that small dent. This was a flaw in both the bookshelf and the book. However, this peculiar vision quickly faded, along with the uncontrollable, trembling sensation. Seeing that Hubert had stabilized, Kristen poured a glass of the white wine they had just used for both of them. Though mastering the Sequence 9 potion is not overly difficult, congratulations are still in order. Thank you, Hubert replied as he clinked glasses with Kristen, both consuming their drinks in one go. Kristen tucked away the potion formula, and the two resumed their seats at the desk. Kristen began explaining the primary abilities of a lawyer. I have heard your father mention that a lawyer can discern the weaknesses of present circumstances or opponents from the information they see and hear. However, exercise caution during combat, for adversaries are often aware of their own weaknesses and may have means to protect them. Furthermore, your eloquence will improve, allowing you to distort others' simple thoughts, albeit best employed when your opponent is unguarded. He spread his hands. That's all I know. The rest of the abilities and precautions, you must explore on your own. Kristen then started teaching Hubert how to activate and deactivate his spiritual sight. Although a lawyer's spiritual sight could not perceive a person's ethereal and spiritual forms, but only the evident flaws in their surroundings or individuals. Yet, when Hubert used his spiritual sight to scrutinize Kristen, he found no weaknesses upon him. Kristen smiled. Bear in mind, when you see no flaws in a person, it often signifies that they are currently insurmountable. Hubert was momentarily taken aback. Such self-praise was refreshingly unconventional. He soon realized that Kristen was likely a formidable figure of mid-sequence. Kristen continued to share knowledge about roles and other extraordinary information, concluding, I will arrange for you to be an assistant at a law firm the day after tomorrow or Thursday. I hope you find the elements of being a lawyer there. It was only towards the end of their conversation that Hubert seized the opportunity to ask, who cursed my family, or rather, the Heller family? Hubert's biological father's full name was Rex Heller, and after being adopted by Kristen, Hubert took on his adoptive father's surname. Kristen seemed to recall a distant memory. Taking over half a minute to respond, I promised Rex that I would tell you the entire truth only after you fully mastered the Sequence 8 potion. Oh, the truth as I know it. At that time, you will face another choice. Until then, the less you know, the better. Hubert nodded. Very well. Since the other party was unwilling to divulge, he planned to familiarize himself with the lawyer's abilities before utilizing information from his biological father to conduct his own investigation. Their conversation concluded, and as Hubert closed the study door behind him, he noticed Kristen seated behind the desk, seemingly lost in reminiscence. After leaving the study, Hubert pondered a question. How did Kristen know that he showed signs of losing control? He had been away on business for over half a month, and before his departure, the sense of madness within him had not been so pronounced that anyone could detect anything amiss. It must have been after Kristen's departure that someone noticed Hubert's abnormality and informed him. He quickly considered 2 possibilities, his adoptive mother, Melissa, or the steward, Walk. However, Hubert decided to leave his speculations there. Further conjecture seemed pointless, and there was no necessity to verify anything. It sufficed to know in his heart. At dinner time, Kristen resumed his usual demeanor, engaging in light-hearted banter with the family and occasionally teasing his daughter. The atmosphere of the household was quite pleasant, though Hubert felt somewhat estranged, rarely speaking at the dinner table. After dinner, Hubert indulged in a book for a while, soon succumbing to a drowsiness that rendered his eyelids heavy. The previous night had been fraught with poor sleep, and today's participation in the tarot gathering, coupled with the consumption of potions, left him utterly fatigued. Unbeknownst to him, he drifted into the realm of chaos once more in his dreams. This time, however, he found himself not at the foot of the mountains, as was customary, but atop their summit. There stood a chair, reminiscent of both stone and jade, nestled among the grass, adorned with patches of moss, as if it were an extension of the mountain itself. Before the chair lay a vast pool of water, its inky depths deceptively clear, revealing the rocky bottom. Within the obsidian water danced countless luminous orbs, reminiscent of stars, gliding gracefully as if imbued with life. Hubert, contemplatively seated upon the stone chair, felt an extraordinary connection to the realm of chaos. At that moment, he observed the indistinct figure that had previously pursued him with cries now drifting towards him. The silhouette appeared to sharpen, revealing it to be male. Hubert waved his hand towards the dark pool, and the figure was thrust into its depths. The form struggled desperately, yet could not escape. In that instant, Hubert comprehended that he had ascended to a state of power, gaining a measure of control over the realm of chaos. Chapter 8. An exploration of chaos. Undoubtedly, the stone chair was a throne. By merely sitting upon it, a portion of the realm would yield to Hubert. He watched the figure floundering in the pool, thinking, unless permitted by me, you shall never emerge from these depths. Sitting upon the stone throne, he pondered the origins of the figure, contemplating that it might be the physical manifestation of the curse entwined within the Heller lineage. The evidence lay in the madness that enveloped him following each shriek of the figure. Previously, the realm of chaos had offered him some semblance of protection. Hence he did not hear the figure's cries every time. However, due to the lack of the profound connection he now shared with the realm, its protective measures had been rather limited. With this realization, Hubert exhaled in relief. If his conjecture were accurate, then this time leaving the realm would not lead to the torment of madness. Perhaps if he could keep that figure confined within the pool, the curse afflicting him might dissipate. Now that sounds promising. Hubert mused aloud. Even if the realm of chaos cannot create a network sales platform like the Source Fortress, if it can mitigate my family's curse, it would still uphold its dignity. He yearned to exit the realm of chaos immediately to verify his hypothesis. Yet he decided it prudent to explore further since he had arrived. First, he focused on the stone throne, feeling a strong connection to it. Though it seemed his influence extended only in its immediate vicinity, barely reaching the pool's edge. Hubert glanced up at the clock tower, suspended in the sky, sensing that it, or rather the massive bell within, was similarly unique like the throne. Yet, at present, he had no means to ascend to the tower. He speculated that he might need to attain a higher rank before being able to exert control over it. Next, Hubert considered the stone throne too mundane, devoid of any grandeur. He endeavored to alter its appearance, and as he had surmised, it transformed according to his imagination. After a brief contemplation, the stone throne morphed into an elegant armchair. Hubert pondered whether to reshape it into the imperial dragon throne from ancient dramas. But the style clashed with the essence of this world. Thus, he envisioned a chair of high fantasy. He then conjured the Iron Throne, a symbol of a king's supreme authority from a song of ice and fire. With a mere thought, the throne beneath him transformed into a towering seat forged from dozens of iron swords, with steps crafted from blades leading up to it, leaving Hubert ensconced amidst a thicket of thorny steel. Satisfied, he nodded, feeling that this truly resembled a throne worthy of its name. His gaze shifted back to the pool, where two star-like orbs radiated white light. Hubert approached them, and indeed, they floated towards his throne. The majority of the remaining stars, however, remained indifferent to his will. Hubert surmised that he would need to elevate his status to manipulate more of these celestial bodies. Choosing one of the luminous orbs, he directed his mental energy towards it. To his surprise, he found himself observing a middle-aged man in bed. Hubert felt an urge to shield his face, hastily withdrawing his attention, astonished that his inaugural use of the realm's power presented such an exhilarating scene. By instinct, Hubert realized he could not draw the star soul of an individual into the realm of chaos as he had done during the tarot gathering. But it seemed possible to converse with him. However, he had no intention of disturbing the preoccupied middle-aged man, who, even with the slightest cough, might instill a lasting psychological scar. After some deliberation, Hubert focused on another orb emitting white light, pouring his attention into it. Soon, he beheld a young man hiding in the underbrush of a dark forest, while a brown-skinned middle-aged man cautiously approached. At the opportune moment, the young man leapt from the thicket, ambushing the older man with a knife to his lower back. The middle-aged man emitted a chilling scream, his eyes flashing with a frenzied light, exuding an imposing aura. Yet, the young man remained undeterred, continuing his assault without pause. Hubert deduced this to be a low-tier extraordinary battle, as both individuals possessed powers far beyond those of ordinary folk, toppling trees in their wake. Before long, the middle-aged man's injuries began to impair his combat effectiveness, revealing signs of losing control. The young man seized the chance, inflicting numerous new wounds, ultimately slashing the older man's throat. The middle-aged man succumbed to chaos, but before he could transform into a beast, the young man skillfully severed his head. After witnessing this gripping spectacle, Hubert concluded that attempting to communicate with the young man at that moment could easily instill fear in him, deciding to postpone that for later. Soon, the extraordinary trait of the middle-aged man diluted into a gray orb resembling a miniature brain, its crevices visible. Hubert felt a flicker of recognition regarding the form of this extraordinary trait, yet he could not immediately recall its origin. As he observed the young man collecting his spoils, Hubert began to synthesize his findings. Utilizing the two luminous orbs, he could project a true vision from the realm of chaos into the outside world. Yet, he lacked the ability to pull individuals into the realm, highlighting the significant differences between its functions and those of the Source Fortress. The reason these two radiant orbs served as his coordinates remained unclear, leaving him with a need for further observation and analysis. After these endeavors, Hubert felt profoundly fatigued and exited the realm of chaos, awakening from his dream. As he had anticipated, there was no onset of madness. However, Hubert did not believe that the familial curse had vanished. Even within the realm of chaos, he could only confine that indistinct figure without obliterating it entirely, merely managing to suppress the curse. Hubert refrained from further contemplation, fatigue overwhelming him as he turned over and succumbed to a deep slumber. Chapter 9. The Legal Assistant. The following day, Hubert arrived at Beckland University, invigorated yet distracted, his thoughts consumed with the desire to delve into the realm of disorder once more. It was akin to a child receiving a cherished toy, incessantly yearning to play with it. Particularly, he had conceived several methods to actively venture into the realm of disorder rather than passively entering it through dreams, which heightened his restlessness. Finally, the afternoon arrived, and Hubert's two close acquaintances, Bisharp and Yulia, invited him for afternoon tea. Without a moment's hesitation, Hubert declined, stating, "I apologize, I must visit the equipment room." In the upper echelons of the ruined kingdom, the tradition of afternoon tea was prevalent, available for purchase at Beckland's dining hall. Hubert had accompanied Bisharp there before. The most economical afternoon tea set cost no less than 2 thalers and 3 pennies. To him, it was merely a cup of tea paired with 2 plates of pastries. Even in a modest restaurant off campus, that price could procure steak. The crux of the matter was that the school's least expensive package was scarcely desired. For someone from Hubert's socioeconomic background, indulging in afternoon tea would still cost between 3 to 4 thalers, and opting for the cheapest selection would invite ridicule from his peers. Hence, Hubert preferred to abstain, having no inclination towards afternoon tea, and questioned the wisdom of spending frivolously. At that moment, he recalled that his adoptive father, Christian, had mentioned a substantial inheritance left by his biological father, yet there had been no intention for Hubert to inherit it. Yulia smiled and remarked, "Hubert, you've been quite peculiar of late. You used to revel in the praise of the goddess and regarded it as a testament to a gentleman's grace and taste." Hubert harshly chastised himself in silence for his past mindset, yet he recognized the importance of maintaining connections with university peers. Thus, he confessed, "Allow me to share a secret with you both. My father is a close friend of the esteemed barrister Barton at the Oslambatten law firm. He is arranging for me to serve as Barton's assistant this week. I refrained from informing you earlier, as this was not yet confirmed, but now that it is, I find myself anxious and overwhelmed, hence my disinterest in afternoon tea." Bisharp chuckled, "Hubert, this is a splendid opportunity. Barrister Barton is among the finest in Beckland. If you perform well as his assistant, I believe you shall be eligible to appear in court within 3 to 5 years. The ruined kingdom possesses 2 types of courts, the magistrate court and the formal court, also known as the criminal court or noble court. Legal assistants are only permitted to attend the magistrate court, while only barristers and senior barristers can attend the formal court. However, the formal court is predominantly where senior barristers engage, while ordinary lawyers typically remain within the magistrate court. Bisharp referred to the formal court. With ample connections and resources, coupled with Hubert's diligence, he could swiftly ascend to the status of a formally recognized lawyer. Hubert smiled, "I hope fortune favors me." Yulia added, "Yet Hubert, you remain somewhat odd. You used to extol the goddess frequently, but today, I have yet to hear a single compliment." The Christian family were devotees of the goddess of night, and so was Hubert. However, he was still unaccustomed to extolling her virtues at every opportunity. Moreover, over the past month, he had fervently beseeched the goddess to alleviate the madness within him, yet his celestial compatriot appeared to be too preoccupied to heed his pleas. Thus, he had grown weary of praising her. Hubert smiled. Steadfast faith often dwells quietly within the heart. Yulia nodded. Emperor Rosel's words hold considerable wisdom. Hubert felt an impulse to bury his face in his hands, realizing that the emperor offered little opportunity for posterity to boast. Very well. I shall not intrude further upon your afternoon tea. Once I receive my first remuneration, I shall treat you both to a meal at a restaurant. Agreed. Bisharp responded with a grin. Agreed. Hubert echoed as he watched his two friends depart before making his way to the secluded equipment room. He began to chant "Open Sesame" repeatedly, yet to no avail. Subsequently, he employed the meditation technique imparted by Christian, striving to attain a state of clarity, but still failed to establish a connection with the realm of disorder. Thus, he adopted a third approach, reciting as he walked, "Blessed be the celestial emperor. Blessed be the heavenly monarch. Blessed be the supreme deity. Blessed be the divine sovereign." Upon completing these incantations, Hubert's vision was engulfed by a tide of darkness, and before he could struggle, he beheld the iron throne he had designed. Glancing back, he recognized he had entered from the obsidian pool, where the indistinct figure he had previously confined remained in its original place. Success. The realm of disorder is connected to the source fortress by a cipher. Hubert then realized that the realm of disorder had been sealed by the celestial sovereign, thus allowing entry through the source fortress to circumvent the sovereign seal. Klein had formed a subtle connection with the source fortress upon his arrival in this world, and Hubert, upon his entrance, had established a similar connection with the realm of disorder. This was a binding, a tether from fate to astral essence, or in other words, to the soul. This was also the key to accessing the source material. Having grasped this, and equipped with a means to actively enter the realm of disorder, Hubert departed from that realm. Mindful that he was still at school and could not guarantee that the secluded equipment room would remain undisturbed by classmates or teachers. Later that afternoon, as classes concluded, the steward, Vark, arrived to assist Hubert with his leave of absence paperwork. Hubert informed several of his tutors about his new developments and expressed his desire to correspond with them should he encounter difficulties in the future. Naturally, faced with such a promising student, the tutors readily agreed to maintain correspondence with Hubert. After bidding farewell to Bisharp and Yulia once more, Vark escorted Hubert to the Oslambatten law firm, where he met the illustrious barrister, Barton Stanley. This law firm was a partnership between Aslan and Barton, both renowned barristers in Beckland, having resolved numerous disputes for nobles and affluent individuals. Barton, appearing to be in his 40s, with light blonde hair and deep blue eyes that resembled the piercing gaze of an eagle, addressed Hubert. "I was once a comrade of your father in arms. I understand the true intent behind your father's decision to send you here." With that, Barton retrieved a file from his desk. "This is a straightforward case. Tomorrow, you shall serve as the plaintiff's lawyer in the magistrate court." He then added with a knowing look, "Reflect deeply on how to become a proficient lawyer." While Hubert expressed his gratitude, he mused to himself, is the art of impersonation so widespread? Christian had achieved the rank of brigadier general in his 30s. Undoubtedly familiar with the craft of impersonation, yet he had not anticipated that Barton would also possess this knowledge. Clearly, this esteemed barrister was a remarkable individual. Suddenly, Hubert chuckled softly, realizing it was likely Christian who had informed Barton of the art of impersonation. He then contemplated, the wheels of fate turn inexorably. In the blink of an eye, I have become a legal assistant. Chapter 10, The Frigid World. As Hubert rode home in a carriage, he eagerly opened the file to peruse its contents. Just as Barton had indicated, the case was indeed simple. The defendant, Mr. Robin, had borrowed $200 in cash from his friend, Mr. Henry, for investment purposes, but Mr. Robin's investment had failed, leaving him bereft of all funds. Meanwhile, Mr. Henry, in urgent need of money, had no choice but to take his former friend, Mr. Robin, to court after unsuccessful attempts to reclaim his debt. Mr. Henry possessed a promissory note, a witness, and ample evidence, making it nearly certain that the case would reach a resolution as soon as the court convened. Though merely a formality, Hubert nonetheless placed great significance on his inaugural court appearance. In his mind, he rehearsed an intense debate with Mr. Robin, culminating in his own plea to the judge for enforcement, resulting in Mr. Robin's eventual defeat. During dinner, Christine instructed the maid to pour Hubert a glass of wine, remarking, "Tomorrow marks the commencement of your professional journey. Let us toast to this momentous step." Hubert did not decline, sipping the wine and gradually becoming more loquacious. "Donna, even in my absence from school, you must refrain from romantic entanglements. Those boys are still far too immature." Donna pouted, retorting, "I don't need your supervision. Besides, there are many boys who are mature, composed, or even quite charming and witty." Hubert took another sip and replied, No, you underestimate the male psyche. I possess a deeper understanding of their thoughts. Despite a certain estrangement from this household, both the original Hubert and the current incarnation endeavored to fulfill the responsibilities of an elder brother, especially since Hubert was a year ahead of Donna in school. A natural instinct to protect her arose. Christine chuckled. "Let us heed Hubert's counsel." Donna uncouthly stuck out her tongue, seemingly absorbing Hubert's words. Yet whether she would heed them remained another matter entirely. After dinner, Hubert returned to his room, poring over the documents multiple times, contemplating various possibilities and unforeseen circumstances, neglecting to continue his exploration of the land of disorder. However, the events that transpired the following day in the magistrate's court far exceeded Hubert's expectations. He continued to travel to work in the family's carriage, first dropping Donna and Tyrone at school before heading straight to the magistrate's court. In Bakerland, there were numerous magistrate courts, and the case at hand was under the jurisdiction of the Woodrow District Court. Although the court boasted 2 large windows, the illumination remained inadequate, offering little more than the judge's bench, the plaintiff's stand, and the defendant's seat, with the only spectator area comprising 2 rows of rudimentary wooden benches. Today's defendant, Mr. Robin, bore no resemblance to the deadbeat Hubert had envisioned. He donned a tattered coat and a patched hat. To convey respect for the court, Mr. Robin removed his hat, holding it in his hands, and pleaded earnestly, "Your Honor, esteemed lawyers, I beseech you for a month's grace. I assure you, I shall repay by then. Alternatively, I would accept installments of 2 a week, or even 3. Please, do not seize my home. I cannot bear to lose my family or be forced to relocate to the East End or the Bridge District." This was entirely unforeseen for Hubert. While reviewing the materials, he unconsciously aligned himself with the plaintiff, having envisioned the defendant as a villain. Yet Mr. Robin evidently had no intention of defaulting and possessed his own burdens. Hubert glanced again at the documents, noting that Mr. Robin's only asset was his modest home. He endeavored to suppress his sympathy. "Mr. Robin, I empathize with your plight, but if your home is auctioned to settle your debts, my client's family will face ruin. Should we force them into the East End or the Bridge District?" Mr. Robin fell silent, casting a shamefaced glance at his former friend. Mr. Henry, too, appeared reluctant to proceed, yet he remained silent. As Hubert had articulated, should he show leniency, his entire family would suffer the consequences. Hubert continued, "Mr. Robin, I see that you have a stable job earning approximately 3 a week, along with your inherited home where you need not pay rent. That income should suffice for your family to live a near middle-class existence. Why then, did you choose to take such risks with investments? As an adult, you must take responsibility for your choices. I suggest you rent a property in the East End. Work diligently, and perhaps in a few years, you may even be able to repurchase your house." He concluded, "Your Honor, I hereby request enforcement." The judge, already growing impatient, promptly acquiesced to Hubert's request. Once the defendant's assets were auctioned, the court would acquire a fee of no less than 10, a primary source of income for the magistrate court. In civil and economic cases within the magistrate courts of the Kingdom of Rouen, enforcement judgments constituted a significant proportion, resulting in the bankruptcy of many middle-class families. After the conclusion of Mr. Henry and Mr. Robin's case, Hubert felt distressed. Lingering in the spectator area for several minutes before taking the public carriage back to the Yaslambaden law firm, he first reported the case's outcome to Barton. Sitting in a leather chair, Barton regarded Hubert. "You appear quite fatigued." Hubert offered a wry smile. "I have only just realized how cold the world truly is." Until now, he had existed within the insulated bubble of Bakerland's upper society, having forgotten that this was Rouen. This was Bakerland, a time marked by the primitive accumulation of capital by the bourgeoisie. "What do you think we are?" Barton sipped his coffee. "We are a pack of wolves in Bakerland, ready to take a bite out of sheep." Hubert was taken aback. "Is this what being a lawyer means?" Barton smiled. "If you believe lawyers are champions of justice, you are sorely mistaken. However, if your heart lacks a sense of justice, then you will never be a good lawyer." He added, "For today, return home and rest. Tomorrow morning, come in early. We have an economic dispute entrusted by the Earl of Hobert to handle." Hubert nodded, understood. During the carriage ride home, Hubert gradually began to grasp certain truths. He should not hastily define the characters of the plaintiff and defendant. His clients could not be entirely on the side of justice, and some might even stand opposed to it. Yet, as a lawyer, he still had to strive to advocate for and protect his client's interests. That was the essence of the court. Outside of it, however, he could do his utmost to assist those who truly deserved help. At dinner, Hubert requested a glass of wine from the maid and expressed to his adoptive parents, "Father, Mother, I am grateful for your past protection. Today, I have come to understand the nature of a world devoid of your safeguarding." Christine, with a look of satisfaction, patted Hubert's shoulder. "Time truly flies. In the blink of an eye, you have grown up." Mona Lisa, moved by Hubert's unexpected gratitude, was nearly brought to tears. Chapter 11. The Beauty of Audrey. On Thursday morning, Hubert accompanied Barton in the law firm's carriage to the residence of the Earl of Hobert. During the ride, Barton elaborated, The Earl of Hobert is a noble with far-reaching vision and a keen intellect. While most lords squander their inheritance on land and estates, the Earl has actively invested in banking and emerging industries. Hubert nodded, recalling that he was indeed the father of justice. Barton reflected. The reforms in the Kingdom of Rune over the past years have acted as a sieve. A select group of nobles have seized this opportunity to amass greater wealth and political clout, while the majority have descended into decline. Nevertheless, nobles place great importance on their dignity. Even amidst disputes, they often prefer to resolve matters privately. Should they find themselves in court, it signifies a complete rupture, willing to forsake their noble facade for the sake of wealth and assets. Barton enjoys the Earl's unwavering trust. Typically, when an Earl has significant transactions or collaborations, he seeks Barton's assistance in reviewing contracts and welcomes his counsel in economic disputes. Hubert had previously glimpsed the Earl's estate from a distance, finding it unremarkable. However, upon entering, he was struck by the estate's vastness, exceeding his expectations. The entrance opened into a magnificent garden adorned with sculptures, fountains, expansive lawns, and meticulously pruned ornamental trees. The lawn stands as a hallmark of nobility in this era, a luxury seldom indulged by the common folk, who see no profit in its cultivation and labor. It is only the aristocrats, detached from the necessity of subsisting on such land, who opt to grow grass. Gradually, the lawn has evolved into a symbol of wealth and aristocracy. Hubert and Barton arrived by carriage at an imposing 3-story European edifice, where the Earl of Hall's butler awaited them at the entrance. The butler exchanged polite pleasantries with Barton and took a moment to commend Hubert's striking appearance. Subsequently, under the butler's guidance, Barton and Hubert entered the grand foyer, which boasted an array of artistic works adorning the walls, alongside priceless antiques on display. The Earl of Hall stood at the threshold of a parlor, waiting. Although time had etched visible lines upon the Earl's visage, he remained undeniably handsome. One could imagine him as a dashing nobleman, captivating many a young lady in his youth. "Mr. Barton, you always appear so well," the Earl remarked with a smile. "Is this your new assistant?" "Indeed, my lord. He is a distinguished graduate of Beckland University. A fine young man," Barton replied. The Earl scrutinized Hubert. He had dark hair, deep-set eyes, and striking features, particularly a sunny, cheerful smile that made him resemble a friendly neighbor. "Seeing such remarkable youth makes me acutely aware of my own advancing age." The Earl mused. "Please come in, father." A melodious voice interrupted the trio, causing them to turn. Hubert beheld a breathtaking young lady gliding gracefully towards him. With golden locks and azure eyes, her long hair shimmered like gold, and her demeanor exuded purity and elegance, her emerald irises reminiscent of the most exquisite gemstones. Hubert was momentarily entranced, recognizing her as the most beautiful maiden he had ever encountered in his 2 lifetimes. Barton, employing a clear tone, gently reminded Hubert of his surroundings, prompting him to regain his composure. "My apologies, my lord, and to this lovely lady. Your beauty has left me utterly astonished." "There is no need for apologies. The pursuit of beauty is a gentleman's refinement," the Earl replied, observing that Hubert's gaze held no trace of infatuation or impropriety, merely a sincere appreciation for beauty, a composure rare among youth. His courteous apology only deepened the Earl's admiration for the young man. The stunning maiden was none other than Miss Audrey, the embodiment of grace. Hubert reflected on why Mr. Clay had found himself somewhat flustered upon first meeting Audrey, even questioning if she were a sorceress. Indeed, her beauty was almost otherworldly. As the Earl approached Audrey, he inquired, "My beautiful daughter, what brings you to me?" "Good day, Mr. Barton," Audrey greeted warmly, demonstrating her fine upbringing as she first acknowledged Barton before offering Hubert a radiant smile. "Father, may I have a moment alone with Mr. Barton after your business is concluded? I have a few questions I wish to ask him." "Of course," the Earl replied, his expression one of indulgence. "It will be my honor, lovely miss," Barton responded. "Allow me to introduce my assistant, Hubert, a student of law at Beckland University. Should your inquiries pertain to legal matters, Hubert would be pleased to assist you." The Earl smiled, noting, "It seems you hold this young man in high esteem." Barton nodded. Indeed, Hubert, taken aback by their conversation, began to understand that Barton was recommending him to the Earl's offspring. In the legal circles of Rune, it was customary for esteemed lawyers to recommend promising students or assistants to their principal clients or their heirs, akin to selecting a successor. Yet, Hubert pondered why Barton would cultivate him, considering his intention to leave the firm upon mastering the potion. However, now was not the time for such reflections. Hubert inclined slightly, saying, "I would be at your service." Audrey, seemingly skeptical of Hubert, relented only due to Mr. Barton's presence, stating, "Very well, Mr. Hubert, please follow me." As the two young individuals departed, the Earl mused, "I too should consider finding a young assistant." He sighed, "Youth is indeed a blessing, brimming with vitality. I feel invigorated just by their presence." "Then let us commence our work," Barton replied, and the two entered the parlor, deep in conversation. Meanwhile, Audrey led Hubert to the garden, where even the most exquisite blossoms paled in comparison to her beauty. As she walked ahead, she inquired, "Mr. Hubert, have you handled criminal cases?" Hubert hesitated, realizing he could not admit to having dealt with only one case thus far. "I have reviewed numerous related cases and can provide analysis and suggestions. If court representation is required, Mr. Barton can advocate on your behalf." Audrey furrowed her brow slightly before continuing, "I have a friend who, in a conflict, inadvertently caused serious harm to her opponent." Hubert thought to himself, "Miss Justice. Could your friend be Hudircha?" Chapter 12. Hudircha. Hubert recalled that a member of the Tarot Society, Furs Wall, had indeed sought Audrey's assistance for Hudircha. Audrey continued, "From what I understand, my friend is eager to help the weak seek justice, and the individual she injured is a scoundrel from the East District. Therefore, I wish to aid her in avoiding conviction. Mr. Hubert, I trust you will stand on the side of justice and provide me with the most reasonable advice." After a moment's contemplation, Hubert replied, "Miss Hall, what I am about to say may be uncomfortable for you, yet represents my understanding of justice." He unconsciously emphasized the word justice. He gestured toward the distant gardener. "Miss Audrey, I believe your expectations of gardener would encompass the ability to cultivate various flowers and know how to nourish them." Then he pointed to the maid trailing behind them. "I assume you expect your servant to be astute, discreet, and capable of assisting you in daily life." Audrey, puzzled by Hubert's ultimate intent, nodded in agreement. Hubert continued, "However, your expectations of their actions do not encompass justice, nor should they always align with it." Audrey paused, realizing the validity of Hubert's assertion. For a gardener and a servant, only the most fundamental moral standards were required. No one would demand a gardener's character to be just during recruitment. Thus, you need not insist on my unwavering commitment to justice. For being a lawyer is akin to the roles of a gardener or a servant, regardless of whether your demands are just. "I shall provide you with advice and assistance to the best of my ability," Hubert explained. "For in this world, absolute justice may not exist. What you perceive as just might appear as malevolent or bothersome to another. Though I have not been in this legal profession for long, I have relinquished any hope of absolute justice. Should you ever hear of me offering pro bono defense, it would stem from a sense of conscience, rather than a matter of justice." These reflections were Hubert's musings from the previous night. While they might not contribute to a codification of legal ethics, they seemed beneficial for his growth as an attorney. Perhaps out of trust in the members of the Tarot Society and a desire to shine, Hubert shared his understanding of justice with Miss Justice. Audrey was taken aback by his words. "You are indeed a discerning gentleman." At that moment, they arrived at a secluded spot in the garden, where a round table and 2 chairs had been set, accompanied by refreshments and snacks. Audrey invited Hubert to take a seat, and her maid inquired, "Would you prefer coffee or black tea?" "Black tea, thank you," Hubert replied. He then commenced analyzing the case for Audrey, stating that there were 2 potential methods to exonerate her friend, one being to procure a certificate of mental incapacity for her friend, and the other to persuade the victim to withdraw the complaint. Although the first method seemed straightforward, he favored the latter, as obtaining a mental incapacity certificate would undoubtedly complicate her friend's future life. Throughout this discourse, Hubert felt an unsettling sensation that someone was watching him. Once he finished speaking, he glanced over his shoulder, only to find no one there, save for a golden retriever. Wait, could that be Susie? Hubert activated his clairvoyance and discerned that the dog's vulnerability lay in its eyes. His certainty regarding Susie intensified. For the most critical aspect an observer is indeed their sight. Deprived of vision, they would lose a significant portion of their abilities. Audrey, evidently noticing Hubert's peculiar behavior, promptly asked, "What exactly should we do?" Hubert feigned a return to focus and replied, "I need to meet your friend in person, and then I will converse with the individual she harmed. Ideally, I might need to offer him some financial incentive to withdraw the complaint." He continued, "Miss Audrey, you may entrust this matter to me. I will speak with him tomorrow, and if fortune smiles upon us, we could resolve this issue within a day or 2. Through their previous dialogue, Audrey had established a preliminary trust in Hubert. "I would be more than willing to have you handle this. Thank you for your trust. May I inquire how much you are willing to spend to resolve this matter?" £600, no more, as the injured party is indeed a rogue, Audrey replied. Hubert smiled and said, "No problem. You may send someone you trust to assist me in this endeavor. The term assist essentially meant that Hubert would provide a detailed account of the entire resolution process to Audrey. Audrey nodded in agreement. Very well. After discussing the case, they engaged in light conversation. Hubert shared amusing anecdotes from university life, igniting a sense of yearning in Audrey, who had been educated at home. Their pleasant exchange continued until nearly noon when the discussions between Barton and Earl Hall concluded. During their return carriage ride, Barton inquired about the general content of Hubert's conversation with Audrey, ultimately commenting, "Your handling of the situation was commendable. This presents a significant opportunity for you. You must understand that Earl Hall dotes on his daughter, and she is likely to inherit no less than £300,000. When this beautiful young lady marries in the future, it will undoubtedly constitute a substantial dowry. Once you gain her trust, business opportunities will flow to you abundantly." £300,000. Hubert contemplated his meager £15 of pocket money, instantly feeling a wave of discouragement wash over him. He wondered if the Earl would consider taking on a son-in-law. Shaking his head, he concluded that the nobility valued social standing and propriety highly, and he likely lacked the competitive edge even if he were to pursue such a path. Better to abandon that notion altogether. The following morning, Audrey dispatched a steward's assistant to aid Hubert in resolving the issue concerning Hugh. Typically, a steward's assistant within a noble household holds promising prospects. For instance, within Earl Hall's residence, several steward assistants cater to the needs of his 3 children while also assisting them in managing their respective affairs or enterprises. Upon the eventual passing of Earl Hall, or when his children marry, these assistants would likely become the official stewards for Audrey and her 2 brothers. Thus, the individual Audrey sent was a lady named Lisa, in her 30s, who was appropriately attired and rather serious in demeanor. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Hubert invited Lisa to join him in a 2-wheeled carriage to the office, and they set off towards Minsk Prison. Beckland is home to 3 prisons, 2 situated on the outskirts of the city and 1 within, known colloquially as Minsk Prison due to its location on Minsk Street. Hubert understood Minsk Prison to resemble more of a detention center, primarily housing individuals awaiting interrogation or trial. Having prepared the necessary documents the previous day, Hubert presented them to the prison guard and swiftly gained access to visit Hugh. After a brief wait in the visitation area, the door opened once more, and the guard ushered in a petite girl with a somewhat cherubic face. Her features were delicate and gentle, yet her eyes bore a youthful naivety. Given her height of under 5 feet, Hubert was certain this was Hugh Diurcha. Chapter 13. The East District of Beckland. Hubert suppressed the urge to pat her head. Her stature and appearance were undeniably endearing. "Miss Hugh, your friend Miss Hall has sent me to assist you in extricating yourself from your current predicament. Last night, Furs had utilized his apprentice abilities to inform her within the prison, seeking assistance from the daughter of Earl Hall and the young Viscount Greeland." Hugh graciously responded, "Please convey my gratitude to Miss Hall. How may I assist you?" The young lady was quite cooperative. Hubert smiled. "I need to know the entire sequence of events surrounding the conflict." "Of course," Hugh began. "Mr. Bennett is a straightforward worker from the East District. He was quite wealthy over a decade ago, but a business failure led to his family's bankruptcy. Yet, even during his most challenging times, he diligently safeguarded the pocket watch inherited from his father. Just half a month ago, while leaving work, Mr. Bennett discovered his pocket watch had been stolen. Fortunately, the thief had not strayed far, and Mr. Bennett recognized the thief's face, knowing it belonged to one of Vale's henchmen. Are you aware of the relationship between the thieves and the bullies in the East District? Hubert inquired. I have a general understanding. Some rogues coerce or incite the children of the East District to steal, Hugh acknowledged with a nod. Exactly. Therefore, my arbitration was that the young thief, age 7 or 8, bore no fault. Vale must return the pocket watch and compensate Mr. Bennett for 3 solars in lost wages. However, Vale refused to comply with my arbitration, leaving me no choice but to resort to physical persuasion. Physical persuasion, Hubert mused, inwardly exclaiming. Wasn't he that merely beating the other party into submission? I swear, Hugh continued, I only intended to break one of his legs. It was he who accidentally collided with a table, reportedly fracturing his vertebrae. She shrugged her shoulders. That is the entirety of the incident. Hubert nodded, absorbing the information. The previously silent Lisa now timidly queried, is that rogue named Vale truly so fragile? Or does he suffer from some ailment? How could such a petite girl possibly overpower an adult man? Hugh opened her mouth, momentarily unsure of how to respond. Ms. Lisa, allow me to introduce you to the attire Miss Hugh is wearing. It is a knight's training outfit. Hubert winked at Hugh. To my knowledge, she has undergone rigorous knight training. Not only would one rogue be no match for her, but but even 2 or 3 adult men likely would not stand chance. Hugh eagerly nodded. Exactly. I suspect Hubert must also be extraordinary or at least aware of their existence. Which is why Miss Hall sought his assistance and disclosed her own status as an extraordinary individual. Lisa appeared taken aback, contemplating whether she should have her own daughter undergo night training. Hubert then inquired, "Where can I find Mr. Vale?" "I do not know where he resides, but his subordinates will undoubtedly be found at the Blue Knight Tavern," Hugh replied. Hubert stood up. "Very well. Miss Hugh, please remain calm. I will resolve this issue as swiftly as possible." "Thank you." Hugh graciously shook Hubert's hand. Hubert felt as though he were shaking hands with a middle school student and added, "I apologize. It is not my intention to look down upon you. But only in this manner can I meet your gaze." Leaving Minsk prison, the carriage headed directly towards the East District. During the ride, Hubert asked Ms. Lisa, "Have you ever been to the East District?" "A few times," she replied. Lisa reverted to her usual stoic demeanor, signaling for the maid to approach. Hubert remarked, "I have heard countless tales of the East District from others, yet this is my inaugural visit." He inquired, "What are your thoughts on the East District?" "It feels as though its inhabitants reside in an entirely different world from ours." A profound silence enveloped the carriage, and after a few moments, Hubert conceded, "You are absolutely correct." At this juncture, the carriage had reached the East District. It was Friday, a working day, yet one could still observe the vacant expressions of the homeless populating streets. Scrawny children, their heads disproportionately large for their frail bodies, darted along the avenues, casting furtive glances at Hubert and his companions in the carriage. Hubert, watching these children, lamented they ought to be in school, enjoying lives free from want, rather than mingling in the seedy taverns, engaging in petty thievery. He then seemed to either be explaining to Lisa or merely conversing with himself. "I am aware that I cannot assist them at present. I simply feel that their lives should not be this way." Huh, how ridiculous my words sound. Lisa, though not entirely grasping Hubert's sentiments, sensed that something was amiss with the young man beside her. Indeed, something was amiss. When Hubert had previously read about the East District in books, he had felt little concern. Born and raised in a peaceful country, and having lived in an affluent family since his arrival here, it was difficult for him to empathize with the denizens of the East District. Only upon arriving did he truly comprehend what it meant to be numb, to be as thin as a matchstick. After a moment of reflection, Hubert swiftly adjusted his emotions. As he had stated, any display of sympathy now would be meaningless and could jeopardize his plans. Upon entering the Blue Knight Tavern, he was met with an entirely different atmosphere, one bustling with life, yet reeking of sweat and the stench of unwashed feet. Many sought to numb themselves with alcohol, attempting to escape their wretched existence. Of course, this establishment also functioned as a minor black market, where thieves would dispose of stolen goods and rogues would engage in illicit dealings. Positioned at the bar, Hubert produced a £1 note, proclaiming, "Whoever can take me to see Veer shall claim this pound." The raucous tavern fell into an abrupt silence. For the majority of workers in the East District earned a weekly wage of merely 15 or even 10 solars. Thus, £1 represented a considerable sum here. A young man stepped forward with a grin. "I can tell you where Veer is." Hubert retorted coolly, "You shall lead me to him." "Very well. Just hand me the money, young sir," the young man responded, and upon receiving the cash, he chuckled. "Now, allow me to inform you, Veer is dead. Am I to lead you to hell?" "Ha ha." Laughter erupted among the patrons of the tavern. Unfazed, Hubert leisurely unbuttoned his coat, revealing the revolver at his waist. "It seems my firearm is displeased with your answer." Anticipating a visit to the East District today, he had procured the revolver. Though his marksmanship was, shall we say, less than stellar, the weapon's true potency lay in its mere presence. The tavern quieted once more. The young man no longer amused. All right, young sir, I will take you there." With the revolver's intimidation, the young man dared not attempt any deceit. Leading Hubert down winding alleys until they arrived at a dilapidated door, he knocked, calling, "Boss Veer, are you still alive?" From within came a gruff voice. "Which scoundrel dares to intrude upon my domain?" Ever since he had been confined to his bed, no one regarded him as the boss any longer. Chapter 14. The Vampire Doctor. Upon entering Veer's abode, a foul stench assaulted them, prompting Lisa to hastily cover her nose with a handkerchief. One could only imagine the grim state of a paralyzed man left without care. Hubert waved a hand before his nose as he stepped inside. The room contained little of value, evidently all pilfered away. A disheveled man in his 40s lay on the bed, his face obscured by a scruffy beard. This was the injured Veer. Moldy food and empty bottles littered the floor, while Veer clutched a bottle of liquor. Glaring at Hubert with bloodshot eyes, "Who are you?" What do you want? Who I am is of little consequence, Hubert replied while opening a window for ventilation. Where are your parents? Veer scoffed. Long dead. And your wife? That wretched woman ran off, taking with her all my savings from these past years. Hubert ventured. Allow me to boldly speculate that in your current condition, you are unlikely to survive beyond half a month. Veer fixed his gaze upon Hubert. What do you intend to do? I do not recall wronging you. Perhaps I could offer you a sum to hire a maid to care for you until you adjust to your new life of paralysis, Hubert suggested persuasively. Veer first appeared incredulous, but then seemed to grasp the implications. What is it you require of me? Hubert was straightforward. Withdraw the charges against you. Veer retorted vehemently. That is impossible. She is the reason I lost my legs. Let her rot in prison. You did not die on the spot, Hubert countered. Thus, this can only be classified as intentional harm. With my defense, she would be out in 3 to 4 years at most. Oh, divine goddess. Behold the state of this world. Veer shouted drunkenly. The fiend who rendered me paralyzed faces no retribution. Hubert waved his hand dismissively. The mere fact that you still draw breath is the greatest mercy from the goddess. Let us discuss serious matters. I will offer you 300 pounds if you drop your accusations. Otherwise, I shall return in half a month to collect your remains. Hubert had been attempting to utilize his somewhat clumsy ability to distort thoughts, hoping to sway Veer's mindset. Yet Veer, panting heavily and fixated on Hubert, eventually declared, I want 3,000 pounds. Hubert felt a pang of disappointment. Clearly, his power had not yielded the desired effect. The young man who had escorted Hubert had been lingering outside, and upon hearing Veer's demand, nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment. I will accept your terms, Hubert smiled. And then, once you retract your complaint, I shall spend 100 pounds to have you killed. Seeing Hubert's cheerful demeanor, Veer looked somewhat alarmed. My friend, your demands are exorbitant. Then 2,000 pounds. It cannot be any lower, Veer insisted, yet Hubert shook his head. Veer sneered. I'm already a man with nothing to lose. Young lawyer, do come back in half a month to collect my remains, but do ensure that the vile arbitrator is prepared for imprisonment. Hubert pondered briefly. Let us propose an alternative condition. I will find you a doctor to help you regain your ability to stand, and in return, you will drop the charges. Veer initially displayed excitement, but then despondently shook his head. I have seen many doctors. They all say I will never stand again. Hubert continued to exert his distorting influence over Veer's thoughts, coldly stating, Pray tell, what reputable doctor could you possibly engage? Veer paused, as if struck by a revelation. Indeed, what good doctor would a thug from the East District be able to find? The last time I was carried to the hospital in the Juwood District, the doctor I encountered there was the best I had ever seen. Thus, hope rekindled within him. If you can cure me, I shall give you 300 pounds. Hubert interrupted. You must choose between money and treatment. My patience is finite. Should you continue to be obstinate, you will receive nothing. He felt a surge of excitement, for his influence was beginning to take effect. Very well, I choose treatment, Veer declared, but only after I see significant improvement will I withdraw my complaint. Hubert nodded and turned to the young man peering from outside. What is your name? Peter, sir. My name is Peter. Hubert produced a 1-pound note and inquired, Well, Peter, would you be willing to run an errand for me today? If so, you'll earn another pound. Peter immediately stepped inside, extending his hand to seize the banknote. Of course, he exclaimed. However, Hubert retracted the money, stating, You shall receive it upon the completion of your task. For now, I need you to locate 4 vagrants and inform them that I am employing them for the day at a wage of 6 shillings each. With a nod of willingness, Peter promptly departed. He swiftly returned with 4 vagrants, and Hubert then instructed Peter to hire a cart. The vagrants were tasked with carrying Will to a nearby bathhouse for a cleansing, while arrangements were made for him to have a shave and a haircut. When they emerged from the bathhouse, Will appeared at least a decade younger. By this time, it was noon, and Hubert sought out a nearby cafe for lunch, inviting the 4 vagrants to join him. They expressed their profound gratitude, with 2 of them shedding tears, for it had been quite some time since they had enjoyed a proper meal. Hubert continually urged them to eat slowly to avoid choking on their food. The fare was rather greasy, yet Hubert consumed every morsel, feeling that any waste of food was a disgrace. Lisa, however, seemed to lack an appetite, barely touching the lunch she had ordered. After securing her consent, Hubert divided her meal among the 4 vagrants. Once lunch was concluded, Hubert instructed the driver, Take us to River Bay Avenue in the South District. The driver asked, Sir, which number specifically? Hubert replied, I have forgotten. When we arrive at River Bay Avenue, I shall disembark and inquire for directions. This was indeed the truth, for the address of the White family had only come to his attention a few times, and he felt fortunate to remember it was on River Bay Avenue. As the cart began its journey, Lisa, seated in the front, voiced her concerns, Mr. Hubert. While I'm not a doctor, I can plainly see that Will is gravely injured. Do you truly believe you can heal him? Hubert smiled. Whether I can or cannot is not for me to say. It is the doctor who decides. However, I am acquainted with a very special physician of remarkable skill. If he declares that Will cannot be saved, then indeed there is no hope. Lisa chose not to pursue the subject further, and the carriage fell into a contemplative silence. Upon reaching River Bay Avenue, the majority of the residents appeared to belong to the middle class, and walking along these streets afforded a sense of returning to civilization. Hubert disembarked to inquire with a passerby, and soon obtained the address of Dr. White, known for his expertise in bloodletting, 48 River Bay Avenue. Upon knocking on the door of number 48, a young man answered, "Whom do you seek?" Hubert inquired, "We have come to consult Dr. White. Might you be he?" The young man replied, "No, I am his son, Emlyn White." Chapter 15. Emlyn's Elixir. The young man before them had raven hair and crimson eyes. His hair, stylishly swept back, exuding a blend of seriousness and nonchalance. He appeared to be in his late 20s, strikingly handsome with a somewhat effeminate allure, his features betraying an unmasked arrogance. He was, in fact, the vampire Emlyn White, who would later join the Tarot Society. Emlyn said, "I apologize, but my father is currently out. Please return another day." Hubert smiled. "I have heard that Dr. White's son possesses remarkable medical skills as well. We have traveled quite a distance. I implore you to assist my friend." After a moment's hesitation, Emlyn replied, "Come inside." The four vagrants carefully laid Will upon a bed in the clinic, and as Emlyn examined him, he casually inquired, "You don't appear to be locals." In Hubert's memory, Emlyn had seemed somewhat carefree. However, it was clear that this vampire exhibited a degree of caution, taking the time to inquire about the origins of his unfamiliar patient. "Indeed, I was referred by Mr. Moriarty," Hubert boldly stated. Mr. Moriarty once suffered from a grave liver ailment, and the doctors had nearly condemned him to death. Through a friend on River Bay Avenue, he found Dr. White, and after merely 3 doses of his medicine, Mr. Moriarty's condition miraculously improved. Upon hearing that they were referred by his father's client, Emlyn assessed, "His lumbar vertebrae are fractured. I have just the elixir that can facilitate bone regeneration, though it will be quite painful." He elaborated, "Both my father and I specialize in treating internal maladies, and your friend is fortunate. I recently came across a formula for bone regrowth in a book." Hubert pondered whether this was mere coincidence or the young vampire's ruse. "That is splendid. Please commence treatment at once." Emlyn clarified, "The elixir costs 30 pounds. He explained, "There is a particularly rare ingredient, thus its steep price." Realizing that some lesser extraordinary materials had likely been utilized, Hubert did not hesitate to count out the banknotes. "Please proceed." Thankfully, he had borrowed 50 pounds in cash from the office that morning, or he would have been short for the day's expenses. Lisa, who had entered with them, seemed hesitant, clearly wishing to caution the young man about the exorbitant price of the elixir. Even Will, lying on the bed, thought it excessive, yet he refrained from voicing his concerns. Knowing it was not his money being spent, Emlyn commenced the bloodletting procedure, making a shallow incision on Will's arm. As he collected the blood, he remarked, "The body's fluids are finite. Unless some blood is released beforehand, the elixir I concocted will struggle to be absorbed." His explanation sounded plausible, and were it not for the barely perceptible way he licked his lips upon seeing the blood, Hubert might have almost believed the nonsense he was spouting. Though, indeed, it was absurd. After collecting approximately 200 milliliters of blood, Emlyn retreated to the apothecary to prepare the elixir, which he instructed Will to drink in 1 gulp. Then, as if realigning bones, Emlyn set about restoring Will's vertebrae. The process elicited anguished cries from Will, and once Emlyn concluded his adjustments, Will's screams intensified. "Is this poison you have made me drink? You intend to murder me, don't you?" Emlyn replied. "The bones are beginning to regenerate. I warned you that this process would be quite painful." Hubert, unperturbed by Will's wails, engaged in leisurely conversation with Emlyn about the curiosities of the South District. After what felt like an eternity of despairing cries, Will sensed the pain gradually diminishing, only to discover, to his astonishment, that he could sit up. Peter and Lisa, witnessing this miraculous turn of events, could hardly believe their eyes, and they began to extol the virtues of the young physician, heralding it as a miracle. Emlyn's pride was unmistakable. In a maximum of 1 or 2 hours, he shall be nearly restored. Hubert could not help but exclaim, "Your medical prowess is truly extraordinary. That 30 pounds was well spent." As Emlyn basked in his triumph, Hubert instructed the vagrants to lift Will back into the cart, and they all returned to the East District. On their journey back, Lisa remarked, "Oh my, it is simply incredible, Mr. Hubert. Who would have thought there was such a remarkable doctor in Beckland?" Hubert smiled knowingly. In Beckland, even the most astonishing of events can transpire. Lisa pondered aloud. But if that young doctor and his father possess such exceptional skills, why do they lack any notoriety? Hubert mused to himself, because they prefer to remain unobtrusive. Were it not for my urging Mr. Moriarty to engage them and inform Emlyn of the referral, he likely would not have treated Will. Though he thought this, Hubert merely replied, as far as I know, their family is not fond of being disturbed by too many people, so I kindly ask Miss Lisa that you refrain from spreading tales of today's happenings. Lisa lamented, what a shame. Upon returning to the East End, Hubert first compensated the homeless individuals with 6 souls each. The vagrants, overwhelmed with gratitude, expressed their heartfelt thanks. With this sum, they could afford 2 hearty meals and subsequently seek refuge in an inexpensive lodging, thus affording them the opportunity to pursue employment. Once employed, they could secure a sleeping space for a mere 10 pence or 1 soul per week. Bidding farewell to their life of destitution, Peter approached and inquired, Sir, what about my payment? You shall receive it shortly, Hubert replied, lest you chase after those 4 vagrants to extort them. Peter chuckled awkwardly, for he indeed harbored such an intention. Hubert turned to Will, stating, It is only 2:30. We still have time to withdraw the case. Will, who was feeling considerably better, respectfully replied, Very well, sir. As Will stood anew, he felt a sense of rejuvenation, and his admiration for Hubert transformed into an involuntary respect. By 4 o'clock, Hubert and his companions had successfully completed the withdrawal of the case, thus resolving the matter splendidly. Upon returning to the Earl of Hobert's estate, Lisa found the day's event utterly astonishing. After the Earl's family had dined, Audrey finally had the opportunity to hear Lisa's report. The Earl and Countess, having nothing pressing to attend to post-dinner, settled beside her to listen. Audrey asked, So, Lisa, did you encounter my friend as well as the injured party? Oh, beautiful miss. The developments have far exceeded our expectations. Lisa responded, Miss Hurst will be released tomorrow. Audrey was taken aback. Was it not Miss Hurst who injured the individual? Indeed, it was. Lisa continued. It is difficult to fathom how such a petite girl could inflict harm upon an adult male. It was our lawyer, who exhibited remarkable efficiency and an extensive, invaluable network. Chapter 16, A Substantial Income. Before the Earl and Countess, Lisa began recounting Hubert's exemplary decisiveness and the miraculous remedy he had procured. Upon hearing about this extraordinary physician, Audrey speculated whether he might be an exceptional individual himself. Regrettably, her knowledge of the extraordinary was too scant to arrive at a definitive conclusion. However, with the tarot gathering just 3 days away, she could consult the Emperor there. This gentleman possessed a wealth of knowledge and was notably amiable. After Lisa's account, the Earl smiled and remarked, He is a reliable young gentleman, adept at seizing opportunities. He turned to Audrey, saying, My dear, should you encounter any legal dilemmas in the future, do seek his counsel. Father, that is precisely my thought, Audrey smiled. Yet before that, I must ensure a satisfactory remuneration for Aslan Batten. Is there a way to grant Mr. Hubert a bit more in gratuity? I believe he deserves it. The Earl replied with a smile, Aside from the fee paid to the firm, you may designate a sum to cover the expenses incurred in this case. Typically, after deducting expenses, the remaining funds are given to the lawyer responsible for the case. Under normal circumstances, the steward manages these affairs. The Earl would merely issue a directive to bestow a tip upon a specific lawyer. Today, in order for my daughter to comprehend the underlying rules of Beckland society, I am addressing this modest expenditure of several £100s. On Saturday morning, Hubert accompanied Lisa to finalize Miss Hurst's release paperwork. As Hurst exited the prison, she appeared incredulous. Mr. Hubert, it is truly hard to believe that you resolved this matter in just 1 day. Hubert smiled. It was merely a stroke of luck. I happen to know a distinguished doctor who cured Will's paralysis. He glanced around the prison entrance. Is there no one here to greet you? Hurst chuckled resignedly. She may not have received the news yet. Hubert offered, Then allow me to escort you back to your residence. Hurst promptly declined. Thank you for your kindness, but I would prefer to walk in the sunlight. Her youthful visage belied her years of struggle in Beckland. She did not yet trust Hubert enough to disclose her address. Very well, Hubert thought. It seems I shall not encounter the magician today. Hurst requested Hubert's contact information, should I face any legal troubles in the future. I hope to seek your assistance. Hubert nodded. I look forward to your patronage. Watching Miss Hurst depart with her diminutive strides, Hubert and Lisa then returned to the law firm by carriage. Lisa headed directly to Barton's office, and Hubert surmised they were settling the case's remuneration. As noon approached, Lisa emerged, and Barton beckoned Hubert into his office. Miss Audrey is a generous lady. She has compensated the firm with £200. Hubert quickly calculated. As a legal assistant, he was entitled to 10%, amounting to £20. This was a considerable income, as, previously, He had only received £3 for handling the cases of Mr. Henry and Mr. Robin at the magistrate's court, leaving him with a mere £2.12 after taxes. Typically, legal assistants earned between £6 to £9 per week. However, upon joining the firm, Barton had advised him to opt for commission rather than a weekly salary, and Hubert had heeded the senior lawyer's counsel. Legal assistants received 10% of the total fees, while senior assistants or lawyers could earn 20%. Once one became a barrister, they either joined as a new partner in the firm or established their own practice. Choosing commission as a newly minted legal assistant was not particularly advantageous, as it was not guaranteed that every case would be easily resolved. Sometimes it took weeks to earn a mere £3 or £4. Nevertheless, with Barton's support, income ceased to be a concern, as his recommendation garnered Hubert a £20 payout. Seeing Hubert's delighted expression, Barton, with a hint of amusement, continued. The generous Miss Audrey has also provided the firm with £80 to cover all expenses related to this case, in accordance with our customary practice. After deducting your expenses of £34, 6 sols and 3 pence, the remaining £45, 13 sols and 9 pence will be your gratuity. Hubert's mouth fell open in astonishment. This is a substantial income. Barton's reaction elicited hearty laughter, such as Beckland. It possesses its share of ugliness, yet also its beauty. Congratulations, young man, for your exceptional performance has yielded you over £60. You must realize that many middle-class individuals do not enjoy the wealth you currently possess. As Hubert exited Barton's office, he felt a wave of exhilaration. Is this truly Beckland? A place where one can go from destitution to riches overnight. As he pondered this, Hubert gradually regained his composure, suddenly realizing the terrifying nature of such a society. With the proliferation of overnight fortunes, individuals would inevitably be tempted to seek shortcuts, to gamble everything on a single investment. He recalled Mr. Robin from the courtroom, who had once led a comfortable life, yet had plunged into debt through investments, ultimately leading to the ruin of his once happy family. The initial thrill of acquiring a significant sum of money began to fade, and Hubert's mind grew clearer. Although money held utility, one must not become lost within the realm of wealth. He had many tasks ahead: to summarize the code of conduct for lawyers, to further explore the disordered realm, to find a way to lift the family curse entirely, and to uncover the reasons behind his own transmigration, as well as the profound connections he shared with the disordered realm. In this extraordinary world, strength is the ultimate truth. Hubert lamented how he had nearly been blinded by wealth, and began to reflect on the lessons he had gleaned during this period. The lawyer's code remained an elusive shadow. It had gained further insight into the capabilities of a lawyer. In Hubert's perspective, a lawyer's prowess consists primarily of two components: uncovering weaknesses and distorting thoughts. The ability to identify vulnerabilities proved to be an exceptionally useful skill, particularly for those of sequence 9 and below, as it was relatively easy to discern the adversary's frailties. However, the art of distorting thoughts was not as effective as he had anticipated. Based on Hubert's experiences over the past few days, the principal means of altering another's mindset relied heavily on eloquence, and it was impossible to overtly contradict the other's beliefs. Chapter 17. Hubert's Triadic Honorifics. A prime example of Hubert employing his abilities occurred during his exchanges with Vale. It was necessary to align with Vale's thought processes to have any chance of influencing his perspective, and the extent of distortion was rather limited. Of course, it was also possible that the potion had yet to be fully digested. Hubert speculated that, if the lawyer's potion were completely assimilated, perhaps his capacity to manipulate language and alter others' thoughts would be enhanced. Yet, Hubert realized that he remained considerably weak. He possessed the ability to discover his enemy's weaknesses, but lacked methods to exploit them. This was the reality of Sequence 9, merely possessing a modicum of extraordinary ability, while his offensive and defensive capabilities were only slightly superior to those of an ordinary person. Hubert resolved to purchase a cane after work today. Previously, he had looked down upon those who, despite having no physical ailment, leaned on a cane. In retrospect, a cane served as a preparedness tool for unforeseen dangers, thereby rendering it a weapon, rather than a mere symbol of civility. Next, he considered acquiring a revolver. Hubert vividly recalled the firearm's potency at the Blue Knight Tavern. However, his marksmanship was lacking. The immediate priority was to find a place to practice shooting. Equipped with a gun and a cane, Hubert would be better prepared to confront certain dangers, even standing against other Sequence 9 extraordinary individuals, thus gaining a fighting chance. Then he thought that Christine might know of a place to practice shooting, given his status as a high-ranking officer, and he planned to ask him during dinner. Shortly after 3 o'clock, Barton summoned Hubert to his office and assigned him 3 cases, which would constitute Hubert's primary work for the following week. After outlining the tasks, Barton inquired with curiosity, "How do you intend to spend your recently acquired earnings?" Hubert smiled and replied, "I wish to buy Donna a dress, a fine pen for Tyran, and then obtain a firearm permit for myself." "A firearm permit?" Hubert's answer clearly exceeded Barton's expectations. "Indeed, I foresee myself frequently traversing the East District, where carrying a gun holds considerable deterrent power and would spare me much trouble," Hubert stated, half in jest. Barton nodded. "On Monday, have Bogiel assist you in obtaining the firearm permit. He is quite adept at such matters." As their conversation concluded, Barton smiled. "Congratulations, young man. You have withstood the test of wealth. Young men with such determination are rare." Hubert returned the smile, though inwardly he mused. "What is 60 or 70 pounds in terms of a trial? If you offered me 600,000 pounds, I would surely succumb in an instant." After work, Hubert first visited a department store, spending 10 sol on a black wooden cane, and an additional 2 pounds and 1 sol on a pocket watch engraved with the symbol of the goddess of night, along with a simple chain. This purchase was not due to a sudden awakening of conscience or a newfound faith in the goddess of night. Rather, it was that the inexpensive pocket watches were limited to a few common styles, whereas those adorned with the symbols of the goddess of night, the god of storms, and the god of steam appeared far more exquisite. As someone who had traversed from modern society, being unable to keep track of time would leave Hubert in a state of unease, hence his reluctant acquisition of the pocket watch. Furthermore, Hubert fulfilled his earlier intentions, purchasing a dress for his sister, a pen for his brother, a silk scarf for his foster mother, Melissa, and a pair of leather gloves for Christine. These expenses totaled 5 pounds and 2 sol, causing Hubert to feel as though his heart was bleeding. His family received Hubert's gifts with great delight. Donna beamed. "Hubert, now that you have money, can we expect to dine out more frequently?" Melissa, however, replied sternly, "Do not expect to solicit pocket money from Hubert." She then addressed Hubert. "We appreciate your thoughtfulness, but do exercise prudence with your earnings and maintain your savings." Hubert nodded. "I understand, mother." He then remarked to Donna, "If you wish to visit the museum or a bookstore, I will be delighted to cover the expenses. As for dining out, the food pales in comparison to what we have at home." Since starting his job, Hubert had been dining out for lunch, spending approximately 1 sol and 3 pence per meal, the quality of which was far from commendable. Donna appeared somewhat disappointed. The dishes at the Intis restaurant are quite commendable and possess an exotic flair. Hubert suddenly recalled that the Intis restaurant in Beckland was owned by the daughter of Emperor Russell. He contemplated visiting it, though not at present. As dinner drew to a close, Hubert inquired of Christine where he might practice shooting. Christine pondered before responding. "Tomorrow morning, I shall take you to join the mercenary club. They have a free shooting range, and you may gain valuable information or opportunities there." Hubert had long been aware of the mercenary club. It was a semi-official organization comprised of numerous mercenary teams and veterans. To Hubert's knowledge, tasks unsuitable for military personnel, such as reconnaissance, espionage, and assassination, were often posted as missions to be executed by mercenaries. Additionally, archaeological and commercial activities that lacked military protection and posed certain risks would also solicit mercenaries for safeguarding expeditions or caravans. From Christine's comments, it seemed the mercenary club also facilitated information exchange. After finishing dinner, Hubert returned to his room, securely locking the door, ready to explore the land of disorder once more. The dark tide of the Black Emperor reappeared before him, and Hubert entered the land of disorder using a reverse walking technique. Through his explorations over the past few days, he discovered that merely sitting upon the Iron Throne granted him a measure of control over both order and disorder. For instance, he could transform a nearby chaotic area into a state of order, converting the original chaos into defined forms such as land and rock. Conversely, the power of disorder could invert ordered regions into chaos, merging land, rock, flowers, and trees into a disordered state. However, Hubert remained uncertain about the extent of order and disorder's influence beyond the land of disorder. Thus, he intended to learn from Klein today, crafting his own triadic honorifics, and then beseeching his powers to ascertain whether he could channel the strength of the land of order into the outside world. As this thought crossed his mind, Hubert could not help but chuckle. Klein had traversed the river with Emperor Russell, and here he was, navigating the waters with Klein. Seated upon the Iron Throne, Hubert first contemplated his position as the master of the land of disorder. Recognizing that this primal essence was essential to the Black Emperor and the Arbiter's path to becoming an ancient entity. Upon arriving in this world, he had no choice but to pursue the path of the lawyer. This must be the design of fate, or perhaps the orchestration of a deity wielding dominion over destiny. Given this, his ambition was undoubtedly to become the Black Emperor, who placed immense value on the establishment of earthly order. Thus, his inaugural directive honorific emerged, the architect of earthly order. Chapter 18, A Family Bound by Fate. Though Hubert currently occupies only Sequence 9, he is already preoccupied with aspirations of ascending to Sequence 0, the architect of earthly order, thus revealing his ambition to become the Black Emperor. Were the seven gods to scrutinize Hubert's thoughts at this juncture, they would undoubtedly conclude that this young man possesses far too much knowledge, and would promptly crush him as one would an ant. Alas, the seven gods might not even be aware of Hubert's existence. Hubert continues to devise his esteemed title, the second phrase necessitating greater specificity. He caresses the armrest of the Iron Throne, a new idea stirring within him. You are the sovereign of the realm of disorder. This directly alludes to the master of the land of chaos, and is sufficiently precise. As for the third phrase, Hubert's gaze falls upon the clock tower in the sky, prompting thoughts of the renowned order clock of Beckland. You are the master of the order clock. Although Hubert remains unaware of the internal workings of the clock tower, he is confident that with the enhancement of his powers, he will eventually gain entry to explore its depths. Thus, his triadic title culminates in, O Architect of Earthly Order. You are the sovereign of the realm of disorder. You are the master of the order clock. Next, he proceeds to conduct his routine observations of the two luminous stars. Through his recent observations, Hubert discerns that the middle-aged man within the first star resides in Beckland, while the young man in the second star appears to inhabit the southern continent, though the specifics remain elusive. The middle-aged man of the first star continues to revel in decadence. Today, fortune favors Hubert as he uncovers the man's name, laugh pound, through sign bill. Exiting the perspective of the star, Hubert finds the name oddly familiar, yet cannot recall from where he has encountered it. However, now that he knows the individual's name, he resolves to inquire about him in Beckland when the opportunity arises. Turning his attention to the second star, Hubert observes the young man pacing frantically in his chamber, his face contorted in agony, as if countless venomous serpents were burrowing into his exposed skin. The sight is indeed alarming. This is a clear sign of losing control. Hubert sensed something amiss yesterday, yet he did not foresee such a breakdown. Sitting upon the Iron Throne, Hubert ponders. And although the young man was initially engaged in acts of violence, through his observations, Hubert discerns that he is not a remorseless killer, but rather someone worth saving. After a brief moment of contemplation, he resolves to employ the power of order to stabilize the young man's condition. Thus, Hubert channels the power of order through the Iron Throne and directs it into the second star. In the southern continent, in the upper reaches of the Hothiz River, Elliot is besieged by frenzied howls echoing in his ears. His blood surges within him, and he feels as though he might burst like an overinflated balloon. Rationality slipping further from his grasp. Elliot is uncertain how much longer he can endure. Despair begins to creep in. The maddening howls have tormented him for years, and perhaps it is time to concede defeat. Just as he prepares to warn his companions to prevent himself from transforming into a monster and causing unnecessary devastation in the village, a majestic throne appears above him. A throne forged from iron swords, exuding strength and majesty, with a nebulous black figure seated amidst the thorns of the blades, gazes down upon all, embodying an indescribable solemnity. In an instant, Elliot feels the sensation of losing control dissipate, every inch of his skin and every drop of blood becoming a paragon of order. Stunned for a few seconds, Elliot finally regains his composure and bows deeply, uttering, I express my gratitude to the mysterious and great presence that has restored order to my body. What sacrifice must I offer to repay you? He dares not lift his gaze, only sensing the immense pressure emanating from the entity, pondering the identity of this enigmatic being. Should he be able to send this presence away through sacrifice, it would be most fortuitous, yet he fears it may harbor ulterior motives that would render his existence unbearable. The regal voice responds, I have not observed the mortal realm in quite some time. Tell me of your surroundings and the cause of your loss of control, and consider it your offering. Not observed the mortal realm in a long time? Is this a powerful entity from the spiritual realm? Or perhaps a being that has slumbered for ages? As Elliot contemplates, he respectfully replies, As commanded, I am situated in the territory of General Anthony of West Bylon, in the southern expanse of the Starry Plateau, near the western flanks of the Pamic mountain range. My loss of control stems from a family curse. Every member of my lineage hears the madden howls when they turn 12, which stirs our blood and elevates us to sequence 9 of the half-lawyer path. The solemn voice interjects, You may only alleviate the symptoms of the howls by consuming the potions of the lawyers, correct? Elliot pauses momentarily, then exclaims with excitement, You know of this curse? Hubert, seated upon the Iron Throne, muses, "Of course I know. Why do you ask?" "Because the mysterious and great presence within me bears this curse as well." "Could this be a member of the Heller family?" Hubert inquires calmly. "What is the name of your family?" "The Balky family." Elliot hastens to respond. "Great and mysterious being, do you possess a means to lift the curse from us? We shall offer any sacrifice you desire." "Not the Heller family? Or perhaps they have changed their name to conceal their identity." Hubert chuckles inwardly. "If I had a way to remove the curse, I would first apply it to myself." Hubert continues, "I have no interest in the sacrifices of mortals." Elliot hastily responds, "Our family also has demigod beings among us. If you could lift the curse upon our lineage, we would pledge our eternal loyalty to you." A demigod family. To have such a curse and still produce demigod strongholds is indeed remarkable. Hubert suddenly recalls that Christine and his biological father once clashed in West Bylon, prompting him to ask, "Have you heard of a man named Rex Heller?" Elliot lowers his head even further. All-knowing and mysterious being, Rex is a benefactor to our kin. The Heller family, like ours, suffers from the same curse. The difference lies in the fact that Rex is an unprecedented powerhouse, possessing the greatest chance of ending this curse. Though it is said he too has faltered. However, in his lifetime, Mr. Rex generously imparted much knowledge on combating the curse, including 3 methods to alleviate its effects. Through our experiments, we have found them quite effective. He also taught us how to utilize extraordinary traits to resist the curse, which is how our family produced demigod strongholds. Chapter 19. The First Follower. Elliot's words provide Hubert with a more tangible understanding of his long-lost father. Furthermore, Rex's might surpasses Hubert's prior expectations. He had initially believed Rex to be merely a mid-sequence extraordinary being, but after hearing Elliot's account, Hubert realizes Rex is at least a demigod. Elliot continues, "According to some family records, my ancestors suspected that the curse originated from a prisoner path extraordinary being skilled in curses and foul language. Thus, for decades, we have hunted extraordinary beings of the prisoner path in search of the curse's source, yet we have failed to acquire the desired information." Hubert is taken aback. Before encountering Rex, you had no demigod protection, yet you did not suffer retribution from the prisoner path extraordinary beings? Elliot replies, "We possess a high-sequence sealing artifact that can create a chaotic barrier, safeguarding a territory the size of a small town from detection by any entities." At this moment, Elliot harbored no secrets from the formidable being above him, revealing the clandestine truths of his family. To him, it seemed inconsequential whether he spoke or remained silent, for the entity had already transcended the chaotic barrier and descended into the heart of the town, manifesting a power far superior to that of the high-sequence artifact. After a brief contemplation, Hubert discerned that since a chaotic barrier could be formed, it must be an artifact of the legal pathway, transforming the ordered state within a defined area into a distorted one. The Nation of Disorder was a superlative artifact of the legal pathway. What artifact could possibly surpass it in rank? Thus, within the Nation of Disorder, Hubert completely disregarded the protective artifact of the Balk family. Having comprehended this, Hubert continued, "Although I possess a certain curiosity regarding your family's curse, a mere sequence 4 loyalty is insufficient for me to lift it. I shall continue to observe you, but do not dare to disclose my existence without my permission." Elliot felt a tinge of disappointment, yet responded with utmost reverence, "I shall heed your will." Hubert added, "Should you exhibit signs of losing control again, you may invoke my name. However, next time I assist you, a genuine sacrifice will be required." Elliot felt a surge of excitement. Halting the process of losing control equated to a temporary suppression of the family's curse, which would be a boon for them. He nearly fell to his knees, exclaiming, "I shall heed your revered name." Hubert solemnly intoned, "O creator of earthly order, you are the sovereign of the Nation of Disorder. You are the master of the Bell of Order." He then withdrew his power, and the image of the Iron Throne vanished from Elliot's head. Yet, Elliot hesitated to lift his gaze, uncertain whether he was overwhelmed by excitement or fear. Ultimately, he knelt, trembling. The titles of Creator, Sovereign, and Master bore the weight of divine status. Moreover, his role as a creator, coupled with the abilities he exhibited, indicated that he was a high-sequence entity of the legal pathway. The elders of the family had once proclaimed that only a high-sequence entity of the legal pathway harbored the hope of lifting the curse. Thus, it seemed he truly possessed the capability to unravel the family's affliction. Regrettably, there were no offerings of interest for this formidable being within the family. How he longed to share this revelation with everyone. Yet, he was forbidden from revealing his existence. Elliot sighed, resigning himself to the task of pleasing him in the future, hoping to garner more of his attention for his kin. Within the nation of disorder, Hubert felt his spiritual essence waning, prompting him to hastily exit the realm. Upon returning to reality, a splitting headache assailed him, accompanied by a cacophony of disjointed murmurs. He lamented, "My spiritual essence remains too feeble. My current limit is merely half an hour in the nation of disorder, after which I must rest for 5 to 6 hours to recuperate. Perhaps once I thoroughly digest the lawyer's potion, I will be able to remain for a full hour." After a brief respite, the throbbing pain and the vexing murmurs gradually dissipated, allowing Hubert to calm his mind and reflect. It was evident that not only one family had fallen victim to the curse of maddening howls, but this curse was also birthed from a sequence 9 of the legal pathway. This was no coincidence. Hubert further pondered that the Balk family possessed a high-sequence artifact of the legal pathway, indicating that they must have once spawned a powerful entity of the legal pathway. The family was likely a lineage of extraordinary individuals who wielded the legal pathway. Yet the Balk family? He had never heard of it. He then recalled the 2 celestial bodies emanating white light, both afflicted by the torment of the maddening howls. However, within the first celestial body, the middle-aged man known as Raf Pond did not appear to suffer from the curse. As these thoughts swirled, Hubert gradually succumbed to sleep, remaining in slumber until dawn broke. The following morning, Hubert, invigorated, accompanied Christine aboard a 2-wheeled carriage, making their way to the Mercenary Club on Queens Avenue. The club boasted a spacious courtyard. While seemingly unremarkable on Queens Avenue, such facilities were undeniably luxurious for a club. Upon reaching the entrance, Colonel Bruno's carriage awaited them. Christine greeted the colonel through the window, and both carriages proceeded through the gates together. A group of 7 or 8 security personnel clad in black meticulously examined Christine's badge before conducting a routine inquiry of Hubert, who bore no badge, before granting them entry. The Mercenary Club required introductions from 2 formal members for admission. Christine had invited Colonel Bruno to facilitate Hubert's introduction. Astonishingly, the club's membership fee amounted to £80. While this was a considerable sum for Hubert, it was undoubtedly a bargain for professional mercenaries or military officials. However, Hubert's total savings scarcely reached £80. Fortunately, Christine graciously covered the membership fee and introduced him to the front desk staff. "This is my eldest son, Hubert. He wishes to find a place to practice shooting. Please provide him with an overview of the club and familiarize him with the shooting range and the process for handling firearms." The receptionist responded with a bright smile. "Rest assured, Mr. Christine, we shall ensure Mr. Hubert is well taken care of." Christine then advised Hubert, "Be mindful not to return too late, lest your mother grows worried. Colonel Bruno and I have matters to attend to, so I shall not accompany you to practice." Hubert nodded. "Very well, father. Et appréciate Colonel Bruno's recommandation." Colonel Bruno smiled and shook Hubert's hand before departing with Christine. The receptionist then gestured, "Mr. Hubert, this way, please." Chapter 20. The Mercenary Club. The front desk housed 3 receptionists, one of whom guided Hubert through the club while remaining attentive to the front desk's duties. This particular receptionist, a young woman in her 20s, was dressed smartly and exuded a conversational demeanor. She introduced herself. "You may call me Honest. Mr. Hubert, do you wish to practice with a handgun or a rifle?" Hubert replied, "Greetings, Honest. I wish to practice with a revolver." "Very well, sir. The handgun range is located in the backyard." Honest explained, "You may first select a firearm from the armory and collect ammunition. Each member is entitled to a free quota of 500 rounds of ammunition per month. If you possess a firearm qualification certificate, you may also take these bullets outside. But without such a certificate, they must be used solely within the shooting range. Additionally, the club provides firearms for practice, which may only be used on site. If you wish to purchase a firearm, you will need a qualification certificate. Our selection is more comprehensive and prices more competitive than any weapon shop." As she spoke, Honest led Hubert to the armory, where an array of firearms, including various handguns, hunting rifles, and even high-pressure steam rifles, awaited. Honest elaborated here. "Aside from the high-pressure steam rifles and the new submachine guns, you may choose from any other type of firearm." Under Honest's guidance, Hubert finally spotted the submachine guns. In his recollection, he had never encountered this model before, characterized by a hefty body and a circular magazine. The only familiar aspect for Hubert was the magazine inserted atop the firearm. Hubert inquired, "Am I permitted to purchase a machine gun as well?" Carrying such a contraption in a battle would render anyone below sequence 7 powerless. "I apologize, sir, but you lack the purchasing qualifications." Honest smiled and clarified. "Only mercenary squads that have been members of the club for over 3 years or retired officers are eligible to make such purchases. Furthermore, once acquired, possession and use within the city is strictly prohibited, and every 3 months, the firearms must be submitted to the club for maintenance." along with a report detailing their usage over the past 3 months. Even if rendered obsolete or severely damaged, the principal components must be salvaged. Hubert came to the realization: prevent any potential leaks. Indeed, Honest smiled and remarked that the high-pressure steam rifles and submachine guns produced by the Kingdom of Ruin are the most advanced firearms in the world, yet they have yet to be widely adopted even within the military. Hubert mused, this club wields significant influence. He then proceeded to select a revolver, noting several varieties on display. One revolver with an elongated barrel appeared particularly formidable. However, its weight made it cumbersome for carrying. Conversely, the smaller options lacked any intimidating presence. Ultimately, Hubert chose a handgun with a barrel roughly the length of an adult's palm, its design exuding an industrial elegance. After selecting his weapon, he acquired 50 rounds of ammunition and departed the armory. Honest then acquainted Hubert with the locations of the dining hall and restrooms, informing him of the lunch schedule before guiding him to the shooting range. En route, Hubert inquired, I heard there are gatherings or discussions for exchanging information here. Indeed, Honest replied. On the second room, to the left on the 3rd floor, there exists an information wall where free announcements can be posted. Entry is permitted to anyone bearing the club's insignia. Valuable information can include a brief description or a few keywords, along with contact details left with the staff. And if there are buyers, we will promptly connect with the sellers. Additionally, gatherings occur weekly in the first room to the left on the 3rd floor, commencing at 2:30 on Sunday afternoons, accessible to those with the club's badge. Hubert nodded, realizing he could attend today. Upon stepping outside, the shooting range came into view. It appeared that the backyard once served as a garden, surrounded by various ornamental trees and flowers, albeit somewhat neglected and lacking proper care. Hubert casually remarked, this club's premises seem to have been a residence in the past. Indeed, Honest replied, leading the way. This was formerly one of the properties of Lord Pound. Hubert paused, surprised. Is it the same Pound as Lafayette Pound? He asked nonchalantly. Pound? I don't recall much about this lord. Honest casually responded. It is said that this nobleman became infatuated with gambling and debauchery, resulting in his demotion to Baron over a decade ago. Hubert further inquired, how many members of the Pound family remain? I believe there's only one member left. Honest shook her head. I'm not entirely sure. Hubert acknowledged this information with a sound of understanding, refraining from pressing further. Upon arriving at the individual shooting range, Hubert did not immediately practice shooting after Honest departed, but instead contemplated the Pound family. Based on Hubert's observations from the previous week, Lafayette's demeanor resembled that of a fallen noble, leading him to conclude that Lafayette Pound was indeed a member of the Pound lineage. Yet the question lingered. Why was Lafayette visible amidst the stars before the Iron Throne? If Elliot Barkstar appeared, not due to a curse, but rather because he belonged to an extraordinary lineage through the legal profession, could the Pound family also be an extraordinary family of lawyers? Shaking his head at this thought, Hubert recognized that the information available was scant, and it would be unwise to investigate hastily. He would need to observe further. Perhaps he could enlist the help of Miss Justice, another noble, to investigate the plight of the fallen nobility in Beckland. Once he acquired sufficient information, he could leverage his status from the realm of chaos to intimidate Lafayette, potentially unearthing more insights. Resolute in his decision, Hubert intended to set this matter aside for the time being, while having a follower in Beckland would undoubtedly prove advantageous. He could not afford to take unnecessary risks. He began to focus on his shooting practice, firing several rounds while reflecting. Even with the revolver, the recoil was quite pronounced, likely due to the greater power of the weapon he had selected compared to standard handguns. He then endeavored to shoot while in a state of heightened perception, knowing that in future confrontations, he would need to engage while maintaining this vision. After emptying 6 rounds, Hubert noted that his accuracy had significantly improved while in this heightened state. This was likely a consequence of his extraordinary capabilities, enhancing not only his ability to discern his opponent's weaknesses, but also increasing the precision of his attacks against those vulnerabilities. The only drawback was that his current physique was not yet fully acclimated to employing a handgun, leaving his accuracy improved but still far from perfect. After firing over 20 rounds, Hubert's arm began to feel numb from the recoil. He took a brief respite of several minutes before finishing off the remaining ammunition. Next, Hubert intended to visit the information wall. Chapter 21. The Information Wall. Hubert presented his badge to the guard at the entrance before being granted access to the information wall room. The room was spacious, akin to a living room, with one wall adorned with windows and the other 3 walls covered in blackboards. On these blackboards were neatly inscribed messages in chalk. As several club members perused the information with their hands clasped behind their backs or arms crossed, the elegant script suggested that the staff seated in the center of the room had written them uniformly. In the middle of the room, several tables and chairs were arranged, alongside refreshments such as coffee and tea, likely provided for weary club members to rest. At one table sat a staff member, with a box of chalk and writing materials before them. Hubert surmised that to post any information, one would first write it down with a pen and submit it to the staff, who would then transcribe it onto the blackboard. As he pondered this, Hubert suddenly realized that since consuming the potion, he had become particularly attuned to regulatory matters, easily discerning the rules governing specific areas or scenarios. Was this the nature of a lawyer, skilled in summarizing regulations? Hubert chuckled and shook his head, beginning to browse the information on the wall. After a lengthy examination, he began to discern patterns. The wall to the right upon entry primarily featured postings for tasks or requests for teammates. The central wall mostly contained information regarding buying or selling certain items, while the left wall displayed communication exchanges. The tasks listed varied from official to unofficial, encompassing missions in both the northern and southern continents. For instance, an official task called for the destruction and assault of the colonies of the western Byland Farsac Empire, avenging the prior losses inflicted on the ruined fleet at sea. Others sought allies for an expedition to a vault in the southern continent, rumored to contain plundered gold from the Intis Republic. The majority of postings pertained to buying and selling, and Hubert discovered several listings for extraordinary items and materials, even requests for commonly known sequence 9 potion formulas. However, these postings did not explicitly mention potion formulas. Instead, they replaced the term extraordinary with magical, as the information was open to all members. Yet those in the know would understand. Additionally, there were ongoing sales of deep sleep flowers, dragon's blood herbs, golden mint, and other commonplace extraordinary materials. This piqued Hubert's interest, although lawyers are not typically adept with soul-related extraordinary abilities, as a sequence 9 extraordinary individual. His spiritual and astral bodies were sufficient to support him in performing rituals for summoning. For other extraordinary beings, the primary challenge in summoning lay in their ignorance of how to conduct the ritual, as such knowledge is largely monopolized by churches and ancient secret organizations. Hubert's advantage lies in the insightful explanations provided by the venerable old Neil, along with the demonstrations from the cult leader, Mr. Fool. What may appear as esoteric knowledge, shrouded in mystery for the ordinary extraordinary individuals, is, for Hubert, merely accessible information. Additionally, a few extraordinary items have successfully piqued Hubert's interest. However, their prices, ranging from 300 to 3,000, render them daunting for him in his current circumstances. As for the various pieces of information circulating, they are as diverse as they are intriguing. Reports of a cult organization emerging in South Wales of the Rune Kingdom, bizarre murder cases surfacing in the military camps of East Bylang, and even scandalous revelations involving a certain politician from the Indus Commonwealth. Among the numerous snippets, 2 particularly captivated Hubert's attention. One report detailed a recent ambush by the fleet of the Farsac Empire on Rune's vessels along the tumultuous sea route, resulting in the sinking of 1 Rune warship and damage to 3 others. The second piece of information pertained to General Anthony. Despite his outward portrayal as a warlord from West Bylang, seemingly enjoys the covert support of the Farsac Empire. Hubert's interest in the former report stems from his astonishment at the emergence of a minor military conflict between the 2 nations. Perhaps this serves as a precursor to the grand conflict involving figures like Adam and George III. His interest in the latter report is fueled by the recollection of his first disciple, Elliot Bark, residing within General Anthony's domain. Most of the remaining information predominantly concerns clandestine matters concerning the southern continent or foreign lands, such as the infiltration of various nations in East Bylang or the covert rivalries in West Bylang. While such intelligence may hold substantial value for some, it proves of little utility to Hubert at this juncture. After compiling potentially useful information, Hubert instructed the staff to leave a message. He wishes to acquire the notes of the illustrious Emperor Roselle, offering 5 per page, with the stipulation that he already possesses many of these notes and is only interested in those not included in his collection. Given the presence of extraordinary materials for sale, it is evident that the mercenary club comprises extraordinary individuals, making the acquisition of esoteric items entirely reasonable. As for the note, it reflects Hubert's reluctance to part with his money. Once he obtains the notes, he intends to skim through them, and if they contain no significant information, he will assert that he already possesses that particular item. Of course, purchasing the diary of Emperor Roselle is a lucrative endeavor. Hubert can first glean knowledge from its contents, enriching his intellectual repository. This constitutes his primary profit. Subsequently, he can barter with his dear Mr. Fool, capitalizing on the latter's resources. This represents his secondary profit. Finally, he can strategically utilize the knowledge gleaned from the diary to engage in transactions with justice and the hangman, marking his third profit. A smile crept onto Hubert's face as he considered the soundness of this transaction. Ultimately, Hubert requested the staff to contact the club members selling extraordinary materials such as Dreamflower and Dragon's Bloodgrass, expressing his intent to purchase. He hoped to complete the transaction either tomorrow afternoon or the day after at the club. He planned to procure common extraordinary materials to experiment with the rituals stored in his memory. After providing his correspondence address, the bountiful Hubert leisurely made his way to the dining hall for lunch. In the dining hall, Hubert did not encounter Christine or Bruno, likely having departed the club. The lunch was a lavish buffet featuring beef, lamb chops, and seafood, all of commendable flavor, though it seemed few patrons were dining there. After satiating his hunger, Hubert checked his pocket watch. It was not yet 1 o'clock. He chose to settle onto a sofa in the hall, perusing a newspaper while awaiting the commencement of the gathering. After a brief reading, Hubert observed numerous individuals either leisurely or briskly entering the basement. And after a mere 10 minutes, none returned. He distinctly heard some of them discussing the gathering, prompting him to ponder whether the venue had shifted to the basement. Chapter 22. The Gathering of the Extraordinary. In this era where the dissemination of information is sluggish, gatherings organized by clubs serve as crucial channels for industries or social strata to acquire intelligence. Although Hubert has never served in the military and harbors no intentions of enlisting in Rune, he remains eager to glean first-hand information about the northern and southern continents. Furthermore, based on the notices displayed on the information wall, it is apparent that this gathering will involve the trading of extraordinary materials and items. Given the mercenary club's military background, it is likely to feature many extraordinary items suited for combat, representing a vital avenue for Hubert to integrate into the extraordinary realm. Thus, he places great importance on this gathering, yet he is perplexed as to why so many are congregating in the basement rather than the third floor. He glanced at his watch. It was just past 1:20, with over an hour remaining until the gathering time announced by Honest. After a moment of contemplation, Hubert's intuition sharpened, and he set aside the newspaper, making his way to the basement entrance, only to be halted by a doorman. This doorman, tall and imposing, bore a countenance more akin to a bodyguard than a mere attendant. "Apologies, sir, but this area is accessible only to select members," the doorman stated. Hubert's suspicions were confirmed. Another gathering was indeed occurring in the basement, specifically for extraordinary individuals, while the third floor hosted a gathering for ordinary mercenaries. This distinction made sense. Otherwise, the presence of numerous ordinary individuals at the gathering would render extraordinary transactions akin to illicit dealings, necessitating secrecy. "What must I do to gain entry?" Hubert inquired. "Prove yourself," the doorman replied. "How do I prove myself?" The doorman shrugged, offering no further elucidation. Understanding dawned upon Hubert as he activated his clairvoyance, scrutinizing the doorman before him. He discerned that the left shoulder of the doorman sat slightly lower than the right and noted the intentional protection of his left armpit. Hubert concluded, "If I were to strike your left armpit, I would likely find it easier to incapacitate you." The doorman raised an eyebrow. "Indeed, my left armpit sustained an injury on the battlefield. You have demonstrated your capability. Please proceed." Hubert smiled and nodded, descending the staircase step by step. The basement exceeded his expectations in size, resembling a small theater, with a stage on one side and rows of seats on the other. Considering the building's history, it may have once served as an actual theater. Many individuals were already seated, and unlike other gatherings of extraordinary beings, the attendees here appear to be familiar with one another, eliminating the need for masks or hooded cloaks. They sat in small groups, engaging in conversation while awaiting the gathering's commencement. Finding a corner to sit, Hubert resolved to be a mere observer at his first gathering, given that he possessed nothing to sell and insufficient funds to make purchases. At 1:30, an elderly man adorned in formal attire, draped in a grand cloak and donning a golden mask, emerged from the stage's rear door. Hubert noted that the tips of the man's shoes were elongated, and his clothing seemed anachronistic, as if he had stepped out of a classical oil painting. However, the aura of authority he exuded compelled one to avert their gaze, even prompting involuntary bows in his presence. Hubert immediately surmised that this was a formidable figure on the path of the judge. The appearance of the elder silenced the murmurs of the crowd. "Let's begin," he proclaimed as he settled into the chair at the center of the stage. As if issuing a command, the gathering officially commenced, and a middle-aged man with a mustache rose first from the front row, declaring, "My mercenary squad has just undertaken a mission to retaliate against the Farsak Empire. We are currently in need of a teammate skilled in spirit communication, with a requirement of rank 8 or above and experience in combat. through either the warrior or hunter paths. Someone inquired, "Where do you plan to exact vengeance upon that wretched lot?" The middle-aged man, whose identity I must keep confidential, replied, "I can only disclose that it shall occur on the southern continent, not at sea." He was not answered. It became evident to all that the Kingdom of Ruin had no intentions of retaliating against the Farsak Empire upon the waters. Immediately, a multitude expressed their willingness to enlist, and a middle-aged man requested all volunteers to convene for discussions on the second floor after the gathering concluded. Subsequently, a young man rose and stated, approximately 2 weeks prior, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred on the western bank of the Taysok River in northern Beekland, where a small grove inexplicably vanished and reappeared. I trust this news remains fresh in your minds. Last week, I led a team on a site investigation and confirmed that it is a relic of the Quaternary period belonging to the Trensos family. We surmise that the relic may contain remarkable artifacts or extraordinary properties, which, for reasons unknown, have recently become active. We now seek to recruit a team member with the path of the corpse collector to address the potential malevolent spirits within. Additionally, we require a team member with the path of a lawyer to manage the side effects of any extraordinary artifacts and to delineate their usage protocols. Hubert felt a stirring of interest. The Trensos family was an extraordinary lineage adept in the path of the Black Emperor. Whether the relic contained extraordinary artifacts or properties, it was highly likely to be associated with the path of the Black Emperor. Thus, the call for a lawyer was made. One who could navigate the complexities of the Black Emperor's path, facilitating the understanding of the artifact side effects and usage rules. Hubert longed to partake in this venture, yet his current abilities rendered such involvement perilous, prompting him to forego this opportunity. Others formed teams to investigate cult organizations in South Waleshire or to embark on expeditions to the southern continent. However, Hubert found no interest in these endeavors and did not pursue them further. After the recruitment process concluded, the assembly transitioned into a trading phase, where attendees took turns to articulate their offerings or requests. As anticipated by Hubert, most transactions involved extraordinary artifacts useful in combat, priced beyond his current means. There were also individuals selling extraordinary properties, predominantly pertaining to the warrior, corpse collector, prisoner, and hunter paths, which represented the primary extraordinary adversaries in the Kingdom of Ruin. The warrior and hunter paths were largely composed of foes from the rival Farsak Empire, while the corpse collector and prisoner paths were predominantly formed by local extraordinary individuals from the southern continent. The gathering did not conclude until after 3 in the afternoon. Although the elders seated upon the stage uttered merely a phrase of commencement and a farewell, his presence instilled confidence in the transactions, fostering a basic trust among the mercenaries who teamed up. As the crowd dispersed from the basement, Hubert silently resolved to strive for greater financial means. Upon returning home, he once again delved into the 3 cases entrusted to him by Barton, for it was only as a lawyer that he could attain income. Chapter 23. The Con Artist. During dinner, Christine had yet to return. He occasionally engaged in social outings, and the others had grown accustomed to this. Following the meal, Hubert proceeded to observe Laft, as usual. True to form, he reappeared at the gaming table, sweating and wagering his funds. Tomorrow, he would enlist the assistance of Miss Justice to investigate. Once he confirmed Laft's status as a gambler, he could proceed with the next steps. After exiting the land of disorder, Hubert contemplated Laft's situation, the 3 cases at hand, and the upcoming tarot meeting, gradually succumbing to slumber. In the southern continent, upstream of the Hodes River, lay the town of non-existent. To those beyond its borders, this town was deemed non-existent, hence its name. Low-tier, extraordinary beings congregated as per tradition, monitored by their mid-tier kin. Within this cursed lineage, most extraordinary individuals succumbed to madness and self-destruction, with few perishing at the hands of adversaries. Thus, a weekly examination of their states was instituted. As a majority had perished within the town, the extraordinary traits of this family had remained largely intact over centuries. Rather, they had accumulated a plethora of extraordinary traits from other paths through battle. Were it not for the curse, they could have established a path of the corpse collector from sequence 9 to sequence 6, alongside a path of the prisoner from sequence 9 to sequence 5. Sequence 8 Elliot was also among the lower tier ranks, and was a subject of particular scrutiny, having exhibited signs of losing control during the routine check a week prior, resulting in his prohibition from leaving the town. Calvin, the mid-tier examiner, was Elliot's uncle, and he could hardly believe his eyes. "Elliot, your signs of losing control have vanished?" His entire demeanor was orderly, a stark contrast to his previous disarray. The onlookers turned their attention to this anomaly. Generally, in the town of non-existent, signs of losing control were irreversible. Once they appeared, vigilance was imperative, as complete loss of control was merely a matter of time. Elliot silently praised the mysterious presence upon the Iron Throne. He had already devised an excuse, thanks to the Lexus principle. The method imparted by the Bulk family to counter curses. I never anticipated those methods would prove crucial in a pivotal moment. Nods of acknowledgement and puzzled expressions circulated. Yet the routine inspection continued, and attention shifted away from Elliot. Calvin, however, shook his head. The Lexus principle could have an effect, but not to such an extent. Had he not perceived the lingering curse upon Elliot, he would have promptly reported to the elders. Uncle Calvin, may I now venture outside the town to undertake missions? Elliot inquired. Calvin snapped back to reality. Yes, you pose no issues now. You are free to enter and exit the town. Regardless, the disappearance of Elliot's signs of losing control was indeed a positive development. As the carriage arrived on the street of the law firm, Hubert spotted Mr. Robin standing at the entrance. He was a defendant in Hubert's first case, whose house had been auctioned off by the court the previous week to settle debts. The street where the law firm was located, Bright Milan Street, was home to various offices and service companies, where small enterprises adorned their signs and carriages in vibrant displays, aiming to attract potential clients and showcase their financial prowess and capabilities. Those seeking services here were typically well-dressed individuals from the upper echelons of B-clan society, along with middle-class citizens who valued appearances. Amidst the opulent carriages and bustling pedestrians, Mr. Robin stood out, clad in a tattered coat and a patched hat, appearing decidedly out of place. Hubert alighted from the carriage. Mr. Robin, feeling somewhat awkward, removed his hat. Mr. Hubert, I hope to seek your assistance. Please follow me. Hubert led Mr. Robin into the firm, eager to learn of his difficulties. Sharing an office with 5 other legal assistants, Hubert arrived first, and, as no one else was present, he invited Mr. Robin to sit at his desk and offered him a glass of water. What legal difficulties have you encountered? Mr. Robin clutched his hat tightly. I am uncertain if this qualifies as a legal difficulty, sir. Please, let me explain. My investment cannot truly be deemed a failure. I was deceived, Mr. Robin recounted. Half a year ago, my cousin approached me, claiming that Mr. Zachary, who runs an insurance company, was facing financial troubles. Mr. Zachary was willing to sell a portion of his shares to weather the storm and was searching for investors. My cousin secured the share authorization document for 2008. However, he requires a sum of $1,600, which he cannot procure alone. Thus, he sought my partnership in the purchase, proposing that we each contribute $800, sharing the ensuing profits equally. Sir, this presents a splendid investment opportunity for us. Upon the successful completion of the transaction, I would receive approximately $200 annually in dividends, nearly equivalent to my salary. I inquired extensively about Mr. Zachary's insurance company and received feedback indicating its robust performance. Consequently, my cousin and I pooled together $600 and finalized the equity transaction. At this juncture, Mr. Robin's expression turned bitter. It was not until over a month later that we discovered that the insurance company had never sold shares, and moreover, there was no Zachary associated with the company at all. Hubert inquired, did you not report this to the authorities? Is the share authorization document still in your possession? It was precisely after we reported it that we learned Zachary was the leader of a gang in the East End, and he had vanished a fortnight prior to our report. Mr. Robin explained that it was through the police that we uncovered many others have been similarly deceived. The share authorization document remains, but it has since been proven to be a forgery. As he spoke, he produced a copy of the authorization document. Hubert's initial reaction was, is the fraudster playing a role? After a moment of contemplation, he resignedly responded, I apologize, Mr. Robin. I am not a police officer and cannot assist you in locating a fugitive. No, Mr. Robin replied. I'm not asking you to help find him. My cousin and I have been searching for and investigating Zachary, and we inadvertently discovered that he was working for a man named Hyman. We are uncertain how to gather evidence to accuse Hyman. Thus, we seek your assistance. He continued, if you can help us recover our funds, we are willing to offer you 20% as your legal fee. Under Mr. Robin's eager gaze, Hubert stated, I cannot commit immediately. I need to conduct an investigation first. Please leave me an address, and if I make progress in my inquiries, I will write to you. He added, please elaborate on your investigative process. Thank you for your assistance. Mr. Robin's eyes reddened as he shared that they had consulted numerous attorneys, yet none were willing to help them. Hubert was the only one interested in learning the details. Chapter 24, The Second Tarot Assembly. Hubert inquired about the residence of Mr. Hyman. Mr. Robin replied, we are only aware of this gentleman's name, but possess no further information about him. Hubert, feeling somewhat helpless, decided to investigate on his own. He retained the share authorization document, and just as he had seen Mr. Robin off, Barton called after him. Are you preparing to assist? Yes, Hubert replied. At the very least, I will conduct an inquiry. Barton shook his head. We are lawyers, not police officers or detectives. We require our clients to provide sufficient evidence. Our role is solely to represent clients in court, not to seek evidence. Hubert forced a smile. I understand you are right. Yet I still wish to lend him a hand. Even if my investigation reveals my inability to assist, my conscience would feel somewhat eased. Barton raised his hands in surrender. Very well, but the firm will not reimburse any expenses incurred during this case. Of course, should there be any profits, you need not remit them to the firm. Consider it a private commission you have accepted. Hubert nodded, understood. Throughout the morning, Hubert was occupied with processing firearm permits. After returning from the government office, he organized documents and reviewed files. He planned to visit clients in the afternoon, subsequently seeking a hotel room by the hour to attend the tarot assembly. Fortunately, he refrained from venturing out. Just before noon, he received a letter from the mercenary club, stating that someone selling dragon's blood and other extraordinary materials would meet him at the club for a transaction at 4 o'clock. Additionally, another individual sought to sell the notes of Emperor Russell, also scheduling a meeting around 4 o'clock. It appeared that visiting clients on Monday would be unfeasible. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Hubert departed the firm, walking across 2 streets to a hotel where he rented a room for an hour at the cost of 1 soul. At precisely 3 o'clock, Hubert, well prepared, was drawn into the misty gathering. After the members exchanged greetings, Hubert sincerely expressed his gratitude. I appreciate the insights provided by Mr. Fool during our last meeting. Upon my verification, my family indeed bears a maddening curse, and I am currently investigating its origins. Should anyone hear of a similar curse, please do inform me, and I shall offer extraordinary knowledge in exchange for such information. The hanged man acknowledged him, while Justice appeared somewhat restless. Esteemed Mr. Fool, always supportive, and the erudite Mr. Emperor, I have a query to pose. What assistance can a pet endowed with extraordinary powers provide its master? As soon as she finished speaking, she noticed Mr. Fool, the hanged man, and Mr. Emperor had all fallen silent. Audrey interjected. Hey, speak up. Don't look at me like that. Truly, I am asking for a friend. A light chuckle from Hubert shattered the silence. If that pet possesses extraordinary abilities akin to an observer, it can substitute for you in certain situations, observing and eavesdropping. People are cautious of their peers, yet are unlikely to suspect a pet of eavesdropping. Audrey replied, That makes sense. Often, when my father discusses important matters with others, he avoids my presence, yet they never dismiss Susie. Wait a moment, Mr. Emperor, why did you use the observer as an example? She quickly shifted to a new topic to alleviate her embarrassment. Mr. Fool, I have found another page from Emperor Russell's diary. After several minutes, Mr. Fool had finished reading the diary. You may now converse. Audrey sighed with relief. I would like to know if there's a potion named Arbiter, and what type of extraordinary individual can pass through wooden doors directly. There are indeed some. Hubert casually remarked. Extraordinary individuals of the Arbiter path are quite common within the armies of the Kingdom of Rune and the Kingdom of Phenopod, as both royal families. The Augustan and the Castilian have become extraordinary families of the Arbiter path due to their allegiance to the Solomon Empire and the Trencist Empire. Furthermore, due to wars and other reasons, the kings of these 2 kingdoms have granted some soldiers Arbiter path potions as rewards, leading to the emergence of non-royal Arbiter extraordinary families. Generally speaking, Arbiters are widely present within the nobility, military, and political spheres of these 2 kingdoms. The Vuzak Empire likely possesses some Arbiter traits as well. Given its historical rivalry with the Kingdom of Rune, Audrey was somewhat astonished, realizing that the royal family was indeed an extraordinary family. However, upon reflection, it made sense. In a world where extraordinary beings exist, the endurance of the Augustan family over a millennium indicates much about their status. Hubert continued. As for extraordinary individuals capable of passing through wooden doors, they belong to the apprentice path. There are numerous extraordinary individuals of this path within the cognizant society. Moreover, the Abraham family possesses a relatively complete potion formula for this path. However, much like my family, the Abraham family is also deeply affected by a curse. And it is said that currently, there are no strong individuals of this path remaining. Alger and Klein were both slightly taken aback. They were aware of the apprentice path and the cognizant society, yet had not previously heard of the Abraham family, which left them once again marveling at Mr. Emperor's vast knowledge. They then expressed curiosity regarding the history and current status of the Abraham family. Mr. Emperor, Audrey inquired, why have I not heard of the Abraham family? Klein silently thought, Miss Justice, your question is simply splendid. Alger also perked up, earnestly absorbing these hidden truths of the extraordinary world. Hubert smiled and remarked, That is because this family began its decline during the Quaternary period. However, now, apart from the extraordinary individuals of the CRS path, nearly all practitioners of the apprentice paths are intricately connected to this family. Audrey nodded in acknowledgement. Your Excellency, your explanation is remarkably thorough. How shall I compensate you for your insights? Hubert had already devised a plan. He intended for Audrey to investigate the fallen nobility of Beckland, which would naturally include the Pound family. Yet, as the words lingered on his lips, Hubert suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu. He racked his brain and eventually recalled that, months later at the tarot gathering, Mr. World would commission Audrey to conduct the same investigation. Simultaneously, memories of the Pounding family surged within Hubert's mind. The Pound family, descendants of the Blood Emperor Tudor, had changed their name and pledged loyalty to the Rune royal family. However, their true aim was to settle in Beckland and attempt to excavate the remnants of the Tudor Empire. Tragically, many powerful members of the family were slain by malevolent spirits within the ruins, leading to the Pound family's subsequent downfall. Chapter 25, The Creditor. Although the Blood Emperor was a true god of the Red Priest path, he had transitioned from Sequence, one of the Black Emperor path, to the non-adjacent Red Priest path, thus remaining in a state of semi-madness. After the fall of the Blood Emperor, his descendants must have yearned to restore their former glory, which led to their plans for excavating the remnants of the Tudor Empire. As for the malevolent spirits within the ruins, they were entwined with a conspiracy involving Adam and the Blood Emperor from the Quaternary period. Hubert took a deep breath. Everything began to make sense. Far across the southern continent, the Balky family belonged to the Black Emperor path. As descendants of the Blood Emperor, the Pound family must have inherited the potion formulas of the Black Emperor path from the Tudor family. For the Blood Emperor had once been a loyal servant of the Solomon Empire's Black Emperor extraordinary family prior to becoming a Red Priest. The Land of Disorder served as the source of the Black Emperor and the Arbiter paths, allowing Hubert to perceive and influence two extraordinary families of the Black Emperor path within its realm. Your Excellency? Audrey inquired, puzzled by the Emperor's sudden silence. Hubert snapped back to reality, thinking to himself, Miss Justice, you may not believe me, but you have just forfeited an opportunity for repayment. He replied, I apologize. I was pondering other matters. I have not yet decided what form of compensation I desire, but I will let you know once I have. Audrey nodded very well. She then asked, I have another question. Why did the two royal families become extraordinary families of the Arbiter path due to their allegiance to the Solomon Empire and the Trencist Empire? This pertains to the issue of adjacent paths, Hubert explained. You are not yet ready for such knowledge. I recommend that you first acquire a deeper understanding of extraordinary individuals before delving into the complexities of adjacent paths. Audrey appeared somewhat disappointed. All right then. Klein and Alger also felt a tinge of disappointment, particularly the illustrious fool, who longed to assert that he was well-versed in extraordinary knowledge and capable of understanding the issue of adjacent paths. However, reason held Klein back from speaking, as it would tarnish the fool's image. As the first transaction concluded, the hangman Alger initiated the second. He addressed Justice. I hope you can assist me in clarifying a matter. You may set the compensation according to the difficulty of the inquiry. Audrey, intrigued yet puzzled, inquired what matter. Alger responded. I wish to ascertain whether the Kingdom of Rune intends to retaliate against the Farsak Empire by launching a new war along the Barrendon coast this year or by June of next year. Hubert was taken aback. At the Mercenary Club yesterday, retaliation against the Farsak Empire had been a prevalent topic. He stated, Mr. Hangman, I can answer that question for you right now. Are you certain? Alger asked, surprised. He had sought Justice's insight because it was evident that she was a noble of the Kingdom of Rune. With a bit of attention, she should be able to access such topics and glean the answer indirectly. But how did the Emperor know? The astonishment was mutual, as Klein also pondered why the Emperor possessed knowledge of this matter. Could he, like Miss Justice, be a noble of the Kingdom of Rune, fortunate enough to have these connections? Audrey, however, had grown accustomed to the idea that there were no questions the Emperor could not answer. Hubert smiled. As fate would have it, I too learned the answer to your question quite by chance yesterday. You are inquiring whether the prior ambush of the Rune fleet by the Farsak Empire will provoke the Kingdom of Rune in a maritime retaliation? Alger leaned back in his chair, appearing somewhat fatigued, yes. The Emperor recounted the sequence of events, and Alger found himself convinced that the Emperor indeed knew the answer. Hubert pondered for a moment. For the compensation regarding today's question, along with what you owe me from the last gathering, I believe it is reasonable to request an extraordinary item of Sequence 8 with minimal side effects, don't you think? Alger sighed in relief. That is a fair trade. It was not a difficult task for him. First, he knew a wild craftsman who could procure extraordinary items relatively easily. Additionally, once ashore, he would receive the 1,000 pounds in cash that Miss Justice had previously paid him. Generally speaking, an extraordinary quality of Sequence 8 would be valued around 600 to 700 pounds, while items of this caliber could be worth 800 to 900 pounds, and though there would be a premium, 1,000 pounds should suffice. Seated at the end of the long table, the fool Klein suddenly realized that, unbeknownst to him, the Emperor had become the largest creditor at the gathering, eclipsing even him. The instigator. Of course, there was also the matter of maintaining the fool's image, which made initiating lower-tier transactions inconvenient. At that moment, Klein desperately wished he had a pseudonym. Hubert continued, "To my knowledge, the Kingdom of Rune does not intend to retaliate against its old adversary, the Farsak Empire, at sea, but rather plans to respond on the southern continent. However, I'm unaware of the specific locations or methods of retaliation." "Your answer exceeded my expectations," Alger admitted candidly. Hubert smiled. "I'm glad to hear that." As the trading phase concluded, they transitioned into the exchange of information. Hubert contemplated and ultimately decided to advise Audrey. Low-sequence, extraordinary individuals of the audience path are ill-suited for direct combat, as your weaknesses are all too apparent. If I knew my opponent was an audience, I would immediately seek a way to deprive them of their sight, thereby stripping them of a significant portion of their extraordinary abilities. Audrey fell into silence, suddenly realizing that the extraordinary world was indeed quite ruthless. Her once proud extraordinary abilities could very well become the focal point of her opponent's attacks. If she were not an extraordinary individual, others might refrain from targeting her, but once she embraced that identity, she could not afford to be complacent. She must always be prepared to face the challenges posed by other extraordinary beings. She sincerely replied, "Thank you for your guidance, Your Excellency. I will conduct myself as a proper audience and strive to avoid conflicts with other extraordinary individuals." Hubert smiled. "I wish you a swift ascent to the mid-sequence ranks. I recall that the abilities of those of the audience path are quite peculiar and formidable." Audrey smiled back in truth. "My entry into the extraordinary realm was driven by curiosity. I did not intend to become a powerful figure in that world." Hubert shook his head. "The moment you step into the extraordinary realm, your destiny becomes entangled. It is not solely up to your desires." His sentiments were shaped by a family curse that had imparted a unique perspective on the extraordinary world. However, his words rendered both Klein and Alger silent. Klein was reminded of Professor Ask's warning that his fate was misaligned, and the recent coincidences could very well be anything but coincidental. Alger reflected upon his rather unpleasant childhood and the trials he faced after becoming an extraordinary individual. Chapter 26. The Diary of Emperor Roselle. Upon returning to her chamber, Audrey gazed silently at the vanity before her, the Emperor's reminders and reflections seeming to linger in her ears. This caused Audrey, who usually maintained an optimistic outlook on the extraordinary realm, to suddenly feel a sense of worry and frustration. "You appear to have some realizations about certain matters," spoke Susie. Audrey could not help but rub her temples. She still found it difficult to accept a talking Susie. Nevertheless, at that moment, Susie was the most fitting confidant. She gently patted Susie's head and mused, perhaps our choices were not the right ones. Yet, soon her gaze was reclaimed by determination and optimism. "But since we have made our choice, we must not dwell too much on complaints." Meanwhile, Hubert, having departed from the midst of Beakland, returned to his hotel room and quietly observed the flow of carriages and the throngs of people outside the window. Hubert suddenly found himself nostalgic for his previous life, even though it had consisted mainly of work and watching videos, which felt rather tedious. In retrospect, the monotony of a mundane existence seemed a form of happiness, unlike the current burden of family curses, the role of a lawyer, and the relentless pursuit of wealth. As if someone were wielding a whip behind him, compelling him to hasten forward without respite. Hubert smiled wryly, gathering his thoughts to check out. Having embarked on the life of an extraordinary individual, he resolved to refrain from lamenting the hardships the world imposed upon him, especially since he had also gained extraordinary abilities. Upon reaching the street, Hubert hailed a cab, directing it to the Mercenary Club. When he exited the law firm that afternoon, he carried all his savings with him, a total of 71, 5 shillings, and 8 pence, which he had counted several times. However, the transactions of that afternoon would likely deplete a significant portion of his savings. Hubert patted the pocket containing his wallet, already feeling a twinge of regret before spending the money. Utilizing the club's emblem, Hubert gained access without hindrance. He glanced at his pocket watch, noting he had arrived a good 10 minutes early. The club member selling dragon bloodgrass and other materials was also early. He was a man in his 30s, carrying a large briefcase. He introduced himself. "You may call me Gal, specializing in items required for the mystical arts." My shop is located at 51 Henry Street. Hubert smiled. Hubert, an enthusiast of the mystical arts. The two exchanged knowing smiles, each sensing an air of concealment in the other. This was only natural, as they had yet to establish a foundation of trust. Under the arrangement of a servant, the two proceeded to a small meeting room for their transaction. Gal placed the briefcase on the table, opening it to reveal an array of bottles and jars containing various common extraordinary materials. He began. This is an essential oil extracted from the deep sleep flower, along with chamomile petals. I noticed the emblem of the goddess on your pocket watch, so I highly recommend this Amanda hydrosol, as well as the holy night powder. Trust me, it will surely please the goddess. Hubert paused, taken aback by the ambiguity of Gal's words. Had the term please been misappropriated? Why did it conjure unsavory images in his mind? He shook his head, dispelling such irreverent thoughts. Hubert sought the extraordinary materials needed for a ritual to invoke the night goddess, hoping for her assistance in the future. Certainly, Hubert could attempt to beseech her for power directly, but the realm of disorder symbolized both order and chaos. Even if she could aid him, it might manifest in a distorted manner. Who could say what kind of mess would ensue? After a friendly negotiation, Hubert ultimately purchased a silver dagger, a small bottle of Amanda hydrosol, a small jar of holy night powder, deep sleep flower essence, moonflower and chamomile petals, along with 3 candles infused with a blend of night-scented herbs and mint, for a total of 3 and 18 shillings. The silver dagger and Amanda hydrosol were the most expensive, costing 1 and 6 shillings and 1 and 3 shillings, respectively. As they parted ways, Gal alluded, if you seek higher quality and more wondrous materials, feel free to visit my shop. Of course, if you prefer, you may also conduct transactions at the club. Hubert nodded with a smile. Very well. It seems Gal has even more advanced, extraordinary materials. Next, Hubert initiated another transaction with a military man in his 40s, clad in crisp uniform. These are spoils from a battle. As he retrieved a stack of Emperor Rosel's diaries from his satchel, he added, some pages still bear the blood of the enemy, but it does not hinder reading. The stack contained at least a dozen pages, and Hubert was resolute. He could not acquire them all, lest he face bankruptcy. Clearing his throat, he said, I trust you noticed my message on the information board. I must briefly peruse the contents to ascertain if I possess similar items. You should be aware that there are numerous copies of Emperor Rosel's notes, and I do not require duplicates. In truth, the price he offered was slightly below market value. Generally, a page of Rosel's notes traded for between 6 and 7. However, the seller did not haggle. Very well, but I am curious why you wish to purchase Emperor Rosel's notes. The seller was unconcerned about Hubert's request for a quick glance, knowing that no one could decipher the notes' contents. Even a cursory review posed no risk of revealing their secrets. Moreover, the lack of negotiation stemmed from the limited market for Rosel's notes. Collectors eager to acquire them meant swift transactions were paramount. Hubert smiled. I am attempting to decode the symbols within Emperor Rosel's notes. The seller displayed an expression of understanding, remarking, a splendid idea. I wish you success. Yet, his demeanor subtly conveyed the notion that such a fool existed in the world. Hubert chuckled and shook his head, refraining from further elaboration. He accepted the diaries, skimming through them, selectively extracting portions of Rosel's romantic escapades, while discarding those he deemed less significant. He also set aside some extraordinary knowledge he had already acquired. Since becoming an extraordinary being, his reading and comprehension abilities had improved, allowing him to grasp the essence of most entries with a mere glance, provided he recognized the characters. In the end, Hubert found himself left with only a single page of the diary, creating an awkward moment, even with his enhanced eloquence. He struggled to conjure a suitable explanation for the seller. The seller spoke first. I didn't expect your collection to be so rich. Hubert exhaled, relieved that his brief reviews of each diary page had been swift and the seller had not detected any discrepancies. Had he lingered over a page for too long, apologizing, I'm sorry, sir, but I already possess all of your notes. The secret of his ability to decipher those mystical symbols might have been exposed. Hubert produced a 6-note, with one serving to soothe his conscience. Once this transaction was complete, he requested the servant to ensure he was not disturbed, and he settled into the small meeting room to meticulously read the esteemed diary of Emperor Rosel, March 12th. I heard the minister in charge of intelligence speak of a most intriguing matter. Most of the quaternary ruins surrounding Beekland are traps. Chapter 27. The night goddess harbors a grudge against me. Hubert's mind immediately wandered back to the gathering at the club, where a team had been formed to explore the ruins in northern Beekland. Could it be that those ruins were indeed traps? Hubert continued to read. I inquired of the minister why such intelligence had surfaced, yet he merely smiled at me enigmatically, providing no answers to my perplexities. Oomph. Should I ascend to the throne in the future, I would undoubtedly bind this minister and tease his soles with feathers until he bursts into laughter. Hubert discerned that the notes on this page were penned during the time when the great emperor had yet to overthrow the Intis royal family, at which point the emperor appeared to be merely a low-ranking, extraordinary being. He pressed on to examine the subsequent content. On March 16th, the trap concerning Beckland had piqued my curiosity, leading me to discuss the matter with Bishop Michel. The bishop asserted that it was highly probable the Rune royal family had discovered and excavated quaternary relics, subsequently using them as a trap to lure more extraordinary beings of the same sequence into their grasp. Bishop Michel spoke with such conviction, as if his conjecture was the very essence of the truth. When I questioned him on his certainty, he claimed it was a secret concealed within the sequence. I began to entertain a dreadful suspicion, though I could not ascertain its validity. This page of the diary was evidently transcribed by a later individual, containing only these brief 2 entries. At the time of writing, the great emperor was evidently unaware that even in the absence of enmity, extraordinary beings of the same or adjacent sequences are inherently adversaries in the struggle for extraordinary attributes. Hubert's mind first turned to him on, in his quest to consume the extraordinary attributes of those on the same path, devised numerous schemes to lure extraordinary families into his clutches, leaving a doppelganger amidst the treasures to await the arrival of would-be thieves. The trap devised by the Rune royal family bore resemblance to Amon's tactics. Most quaternary relics were associated with the paths of lawyers and arbitrators. During the quaternary, 3 emperors emerged in the northern continent: the Black Emperor, the Blood Emperor, and the Night Emperor. Among these, the Black Emperor Solomon represented the true god of the lawyer path. The Blood Emperor Tudor and the Night Emperor Trensos were originally of the lawyer sequence. They betrayed Solomon and aided the 6 gods in his demise, thus acquiring the sequence one extraordinary attribute of the lawyer path. Presently, the Rune and Finiport royal families, both extraordinary families of the arbitrator path, once pledged allegiance to different emperors during the quaternary. After the fall of the 4 emperors, they ascended to power with the support of the 6 gods. Whether of the lawyer path or the arbitrator path, extraordinary beings were notably active during the quaternary, with both the Black Emperor and the Arbiter reigning as true god-level rulers. Tudor and Trensos united the Empire and the Trensos Empire, with their capital situated in modern-day Beckland. Thus, anyone possessing a modicum of historical knowledge would recognize the likelihood of discovering relics from the Tudor and Trensos families in proximity to Beckland. This was precisely why Hubert valued this page of the diary. He envisioned, upon gaining greater strength, embarking on a quest to unearth ancient relics surrounding Beckland, where he would likely encounter items related to the lawyer path. It seemed evident that the Rune royal family capitalized on this, setting traps within the relics, likely as a method of reclaiming extraordinary attributes. Contemplating this, Hubert offered a moment of silence for the mercenary team he had previously assembled for exploration. Simultaneously, he expressed gratitude for the emperor's guidance. The expenditure of £6 had proven quite worthwhile. Such is the extraordinary world. Even the most virtuous may find themselves condemned due to their extraordinary attributes. What do they call that? Ah, yes, the innocent suffer for possessing treasure. Hubert meticulously recalled the contents of several other pages of the diary. While the details eluded him, he was able to piece together 7 or 8 pages of coherent entries. He prepared to utilize them to negotiate with his dear fool. Hubert did not depart the club immediately. Instead, he procured 50 rounds of ammunition to practice shooting at the range. After returning the firearm, he did not forget to visit the information wall on the 3rd floor to remove the notice regarding the acquisition of the great emperor's notes. He wished not to attract undue attention. If too many individuals sought him out to sell diaries while he had little to offer in return, he would find himself in a comfortable position, yet the diary sellers would be quite displeased. Past life experiences had taught Hubert the importance of moderation. Moreover, today's expenses were lower than anticipated, which delighted him. He had £61, 7 sulas, and 8 pennies remaining, having counted them several times to ensure accuracy. After enjoying dinner at home, Hubert eagerly returned to his bedroom, following his recollection of old Neil's teachings and the practical advice from Mr. K. He first drew the symbol representing the goddess of night on the table and lit 3 candles infused with night herb. 2 of the candles symbolized the goddess of night, while 1 represented himself. Subsequently, Hubert infused his silver dagger with spiritual essence, sanctifying the pure silver blade, and circled the table to erect a wall of spirituality. He then took out deep sleep flower essential oil, dripping it onto the candles, while burning moonflower petals. Finally, he recited the most crucial incantation. As a graduate of a first-rate public school, Hermes language was a mandatory course. He solemnly intoned in Hermes, "I beseech the power of the night. I beseech the power of crimson. I implore the favor of the goddess of night. Your devoted follower entreats the goddess to grant me a restful slumber. Night, herb, belonging to the moon, please convey your power to my incantation. Moonflower, belonging to the crimson moon, please convey your power to my incantation." Hubert nervously watched the candles on the table. According to Mr. K's analysis, such entreaties for a good night's sleep, pleasant dreams, or assistance with mundane matters like settling debts or alleviating constipation were typically handled by the goddess's automatic response system, provided one harbored no ill intentions. Generally, the success rate for such low-level rituals was quite high. That being said, in the extraordinary world, many beings of higher sequences than the lawyer path remained oblivious to the proper conduct of rituals. Hubert's advantage lay in his knowledge of the ritual process. After a second or two, the makeshift altar finally responded. While the candles continued to burn, the room suddenly darkened and fell silent. Hubert immediately felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, and soon his eyelids grew heavy. Wait, I haven't tidied the altar or laid down in bed yet. Regardless of his inner struggles, Hubert found himself utterly drained. Thud! The pain from collapsing onto the floor did not awaken him. At that moment, he simply succumbed to slumber. He slept soundly until dawn, and had it not been for Donna knocking on the door to rouse him, he might have continued to sleep. After spending the night sprawled on the floor, he felt sore all over, and most notably, the 3 candles he had just purchased had burned completely, each costing 3 sulas. The thought of having spent 9 sulas the previous night caused his heart to ache. He could not help but wonder if the goddess of night harbored a grudge against him. Chapter 28. Farewell, Miss Hugh. Hubert arrived at the law firm by carriage, and once seated in his office chair, he felt a lingering soreness in his shoulders. After adjusting himself, he wrote down the tasks he needed to accomplish for the week on a piece of paper, subsequently organizing them in order of priority. He intended to investigate Mr. Robin's mention of Zachary first, as this case was relatively complex and warranted immediate attention for gathering clues and evidence. In comparison, the other 3 cases assigned by Barton were considerably simpler and could be postponed slightly. In contemplating how to investigate Zachary, Hubert conceived a potential lead, the East District's gang leader, Vale. Since Zachary was also a gang leader in the East District, Vale, as a fellow adversary, should possess some knowledge of him. Around 9 in the morning, Hubert summoned a cab and made his way to the Mercenary Club. Thanks to the esteemed reputation of Attorney Barton, Hubert obtained his firearm license this morning and purchased a revolver at the club. He believed that the revolver would prove useful in the investigation concerning Zachary. By around 10:30, Hubert arrived at the Blue Knight pub in the East District. The atmosphere remained unchanged. Despite the early hour, raucous laughter could be heard from afar. Upon opening the door, he was immediately enveloped by a strong aroma and the cacophony within. Hubert first spotted a short individual approaching him, and as they drew nearer, he recognized it was Hugh, adorned with a gentleman's hat. "Mr. Hubert, we meet again," Hugh smiled. As soon as these words escaped his lips, the pub fell silent. Hubert replied, "Indeed, Miss Hugh. It pleases me to see you and Vale on amicable terms." He then observed the drunken patrons, wondering what had stirred their peculiar behavior. After a brief pause of 1 or 2 seconds, a drunken man suddenly exclaimed, "Mr. Hubert, my arm was dislocated in my youth, and since then, I am unable to perform heavy labor. Do you think it can be saved?" He revealed his bony arm, imploring Hubert for a diagnosis. Hubert was momentarily taken aback. Did he truly appear to resemble a doctor? Another intoxicated patron chimed in, "Mr. Hubert, my leg was injured last year, and during the rainy season, it pains terribly. What do you think?" Hugh interjected loudly, "I've stated many times, he is not a doctor." Despite her diminutive stature, her voice and presence were commanding, rendering the drunken men hesitant to meet her gaze. Hubert reflected that, in such situations, the extraordinary abilities of an arbitrator were far more effective than those of an attorney. A lawyer would need to persuade each individual one by one. At that moment, Vale jogged over, "Sir, what brings you here?" displaying an attitude of considerable deference. Hubert then realized that it was he who had asked Emlyn to heal Vale's injuries, and naturally, Vale had concealed this fact, which led everyone to mistakenly regard him as a miraculous healer. Having understood this, Hubert smiled at the crowd. "I must disappoint you. I am an attorney, capable of bankrupting the culprits responsible for your injuries, but I cannot cure your ailments." Upon hearing the word bankrupt, the patrons instinctively recoiled, deterred from seeking Hubert's diagnosis any further. Hubert then turned to Vale. "I am here to inquire about a gang leader named Zachary." Vale paused. Refraining from answering Hubert's question, instead directing his gaze towards Miss Hugh. As she reached the doorway, she hesitated for a moment, then slowly walked back. Hubert immediately comprehended. Miss Hugh is also here to inquire about Zachary? Vale glanced between Hugh and Hubert before responding with a smile. Indeed, sir. I have only encountered Zachary a few times. His territory lies near the Cuckoo Pub. You may inquire there. Hubert looked at Hugh. Are you planning to visit the Cuckoo Pub? Indeed, she did not conceal her intent. I believe we could go together. As they conversed and made their way outside, Vale sighed with relief. These two individuals were beyond his reckoning. Upon reaching the threshold, Hubert suddenly turned to Vale and said, engage less in morally bankrupt activities. Next time, you may not find yourself so fortunate. Vale was momentarily taken aback. It was a warning and a reminder. He quickly replied, yes. However, Hubert did not heed Vale's response, as the only sounds left were the creaking of the doors and the retreating figures. Hubert and Hugh walked briskly down the dilapidated streets of the East District, rife with vagrants. Hubert smiled. Allow me to take a wild guess. Miss Hugh, have you received a commission concerning insurance fraud? Hugh coolly responded, indeed. The gentleman's hat atop her head suited her current demeanor perfectly. We share a common goal. Hubert gently coaxed, employing his extraordinary abilities. Perhaps we could exchange clues or engage in deeper collaboration. When Hugh returned to the pub, the idea of exchanging information with Hubert began to take shape in her mind. However, she felt little enthusiasm for the notion of collaboration. Yet inexplicably, she found herself eager to accept Hubert's invitation. Very well, but with one condition. Speak, he replied. Could you refrain from walking so swiftly? Hubert glanced at Hugh's short legs. My apologies. I had not considered the feelings of a lady. Shall we find a proper place to converse? After all, I have just rescued you from prison. This time, Hubert's extraordinary abilities did not yield the desired effect. Hugh smiled and said, I shall thank Miss Audrey. I suspect that noble lady will not shortchange you. Hubert countered, I must respectfully disagree with your assessment. I resolved your predicament in a single day. Is that not sufficient grounds for your gratitude? Hugh pointed toward a nearby cafe. I will not argue the point with you. Since you insist on my gratitude, allow me to treat you to a cup of coffee as a token of appreciation. Argue? What argument? Hubert suddenly realized why he had been engaging in such trivial disputes with Hugh. Then he pondered, could this be a side effect of the lawyer's potion? While Hubert was lost in thought, Hugh had already entered the cafe ahead of him, prompting him to hasten his pace. They each ordered a cup of cheap coffee, and Hugh began recounting the commission she had received, which aligned closely with Hubert's speculations. Hubert concluded, Zachary's victims are all from the middle class. This demographic possesses savings but lacks influence. Even if they are defrauded of their life vest savings, unless there are clear leads, the police will not exert themselves to investigate. Conversely, if the same situation befell the nobility, a slight pressure would compel the police to act with utmost diligence. I share a similar hypothesis, Hugh remarked, sipping her coffee. Thus, this is undoubtedly a premeditated and calculated fraud. Chapter 29. The Art of Persuasion. Hubert surveyed the surroundings. The cafe was sparsely populated at this hour, and the two waiters were engaged in idle chatter at the bar. He quietly inquired of Hugh, have you heard of an extraordinary individual known as a con artist? Hugh blinked in surprise. This was tantamount to revealing their extraordinary identities. However, she quickly realized there was nothing to conceal. Hubert must have learned of her extraordinary status from Miss Audrey. Likewise, Hubert, a man acquainted with extraordinary doctors, was undoubtedly an extraordinary being himself. After contemplating Hubert's question, he replied, I have heard that some extraordinary individuals take pleasure in defrauding others. Hubert nodded. That is most likely the con artist, a member of the thief pathway. Sequence 8. Fortunately, con artists are not adept in combat. Barring any deception on our part, I believe the two of us should be able to subdue him. Hugh frowned, taken aback that what appeared to be an ordinary commission could involve extraordinary beings. Are you suggesting that Zachary is a con artist? It is possible, Hubert replied. The gang leader and the manager of the insurance company are identities he has meticulously crafted for himself. However, it is also possible that he is merely a pawn, controlled by someone else. He drained his cheap coffee and added, I wish to caution you, Miss Hugh. Our investigation may require us to prepare for an encounter with extraordinary individuals, which is why I sought your collaboration. Hugh nodded. Thank you for the warning. However, while we are partners in this endeavor, it is understood that upon completion of the commission, we shall not split the reward. Rather, you will seek your payment from your client, and I will claim mine from mine. Hubert smiled. That is only right. He then inquired, are you familiar with the Cuckoo Pub? I am. Ah, it is truly delightful to have a partner well acquainted with the East District. In response to Hubert's praise, Hugh exhibited neither joy nor annoyance. She silently settled the bill for their coffee and led Hubert to the Cuckoo Bar. The Cuckoo Bar, much like the Blue Night Bar, bore the hallmarks of a typical establishment in the East End. As Hubert entered, he felt as if he had merely encountered a different sign hanging above the same old tavern. The air was thick with raucous laughter and strong aromas, and many patrons regarded the newcomers with bleary, intoxicated gazes. Scattered about were individuals with furtive expressions, whispering conspiratorially in the corners. Hugh, evidently accustomed to such places, effortlessly hopped onto a bar stool and ordered a light meal. Hubert, pulling out his pocket watch, realized that it was indeed lunchtime. The modest fare consisted of mashed potatoes, pies, and somewhat stale salads, all priced lower than the cafe as offerings. He did not rush to inquire about Zachary's whereabouts and also ordered a light meal, devouring it ravenously. Having endured a week of instant noodles, Hubert had developed a remarkable tolerance for food. Were Audrey's housekeeper, Lisa, to see the meals served here, she would likely refuse to eat a single bite. Once he finished, Hubert struck up a conversation with the bartender. Let us discuss the latest happenings at the Cuckoo Bar. Just as the bartender reached for a tip, he suddenly found Hubert's suggestion quite reasonable. A mere chat hardly warranted a gratuity. Very well, sir. I've heard that the head of the Blue Night Bar, Vale, has returned. It seems the rumors of his paralysis were exaggerated. Hugh, who had been anticipating Hubert's mishap, was momentarily taken aback, but then considered that this might be Hubert's extraordinary ability. She marveled at how conveniently persuasive this skill was, effortlessly convincing others without even realizing it. Meanwhile, Hubert, who was becoming increasingly adept at the lawyer's art of persuasion, thought to himself, I've already paid for the meal. There's no need to provide you with a tip. After sharing a couple of trivial anecdotes, the bartender added, I've heard that Zachary swindled a large sum of money. Some say he has fled to the Dissy Bay to enjoy life, while others claim he has escaped to the wild sea. Hubert inquired, when did he leave the Cuckoo Bar? About a month ago. Hubert nodded, aligning this time frame with Mr. Robin's description, and further asked, do you know or have you heard of Mr. Hyman? The bartender shook his head. I have not heard of him. Hubert expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your response. Just as he was about to discuss their next course of action with Hugh, a middle-aged man with a kindly, round face approached them, adorned with a congenial smile. Gentlemen, oh, pardon me, sir and miss, you seem eager to learn about Zachary's whereabouts? Hubert retorted, and you are? The man politely removed his hat. Sir, my name is Stockholm, the new head of the Cuckoo Bar. As you know, some dirty work must be done by someone. He continued, Zachary was a respected leader. Unfortunately, he has long since departed for Beckland. However, I have taken over all of Zachary's business. I can take you to the treasure room, and should you find anything to your liking, I can assure you a discount. As he spoke, he cast sidelong glances at Hubert. Hubert was taken aback, thinking, does he consider us potential buyers of stolen goods? A treasure room? Why not call it treasure chamber? Before he could ponder Stockholm's insinuations further, Stockholm, still casting furtive glances, began to pull Hubert outside. Rest assured, there is certainly something you will desire. Hubert resolved to observe the situation unfurl, following Stockholm out of the bar, with Hugh leaping down from her stool to follow closely behind. Once outside, in a secluded corner, Stockholm wore an expression of someone who had narrowly escaped danger. Gentlemen, I just saved your lives. You have no idea. The bar is swarming with Zachary's loyal subordinates, and inquiring about Zachary's whereabouts is tantamount to courting death. Hubert felt as though he had encountered a charlatan. The old ploy of claiming to have saved their lives was rather simplistic. Thus, neither Hubert nor Hugh expressed gratitude, as if they were merely spectators awaiting Stockholm's next performance. Undeterred by the lack of audience engagement, Stockholm continued with a sense of camaraderie. I saved you out of genuine goodwill and respect for the goddess. Her oracle teaches us to assist others within our means. He sighed, you cannot fathom my predicament. Zachary merely regards me as a pawn, a mere host for guests at the bar, yet I wield no authority over the establishment. However, I possess genuine information about Zachary. He has not left Beckland, merely found a place to hide. I sincerely wish to assist you both, so if the price is right, I can lead you to him. Hubert saw through his intentions. You wish to manipulate us against Zachary. You seek an opportunity to become the true head of the Cuckoo Bar, do you not? Stockholm smiled amiably, though a glint of cunning shone in his eyes. You have seen through me. Chapter 30, An Unexpected Role. Kind-hearted individuals are often easy targets in the East End, and it is even less likely to find benevolent souls among the gang members there. Thus, when Hubert and Hugh encountered Stockholm's benevolent smile, they recognized it as a facade. Hubert addressed Stockholm. If you can lead us to Zachary, I can assure you that he will no longer influence your position as the head of the Cuckoo Bar. I believe that is the best offer. Stockholm, however, shook his head, cheerfully engaging in a bit of haggling. "Esteemed sir, I am a loyal man to Zachary. Only tangible benefits could entice me to betray him." Hubert twitched his lips. "Must I pay more?" "Very well, how about £2? £10? Hubert chuckled. "Zachary's life is not worth that much. £3. "Esteemed sir, as a gentleman, you should not quibble over such trifles with someone as lowly as I. £8, not a penny less. Any lower, and my conscience would ache." "Who told you I am a gentleman?" "You are the gentleman. Your whole family is composed of gentlemen." £5, not a penny more. This time, the money was out of his own pocket. Hubert was far less carefree than when he was spending the firm's funds. Hugh observed Hubert bargaining with Stockholm without a shred of decorum, wondering, wasn't it said that lawyers were affluent? Why does this particular lawyer appear so impoverished? She then reflected that she, too, was saving money to purchase the recipe for the Series 8 Sheriff S potion. It seemed that poverty was a common affliction among wild, extraordinary individuals. As Hugh pondered these thoughts, Hubert and Stockholm reached a friendly agreement regarding Zachary's hiding place, ultimately settling on a price of £5 and 10 shillings, with Hubert prepared to pay upon meeting Zachary in person. A sheen of nervous sweat appeared on Stockholm's brow. "I have never encountered a gentleman so adept at bargaining. Sir, I have a small request. You need not pay me the commission immediately, but please allow me to see your wallet as proof of your ability to pay." Hubert, somewhat impatient, produced a £5 note and a £1 note. "Let us be quick. If we dawdle, night will fall." "As you wish," Stockholm said, his genial smile returning as he beheld the money. "Please follow me." He led the way, introducing Hubert and Hugh to the streets and peculiarities of the East End, adopting a somewhat humble demeanor as he walked ahead. After a few minutes, Stockholm brought them to a small, circular courtyard. Several households inhabited the courtyard, and upon seeing Stockholm, the residents hastily discarded their laundry or half-finished matchboxes, scurrying back indoors and shutting their doors and windows. Stockholm's demeanor shifted abruptly as he coldly commanded, "Everyone, come inside." A dozen ruffians appeared outside the courtyard, blocking the entrance with a formidable presence. The courtyard possesses a unique character, its towering walls and solitary exit seemingly crafted to provide a haven for these ruffians to engage in extortion. They either survey Hubert with malevolent grins or glare at him fiercely, as if attempting to intimidate him with their mere gaze. With a smile, Stockholm addressed Hubert, saying, "My apologies, sir. I desire a more substantial commission and have no wish to resort to violence against you or this young lady. Kindly surrender all your money and valuables, and do leave behind that respectable overcoat, the finely tailored shirt, and your leather wallet. To preserve your dignity, we shall permit you to keep a pair of trousers." In that moment, Hubert comprehended that Stockholm likely had no knowledge of Zachary's whereabouts. His previous act of feigning betrayal was merely to ascertain whether Hubert had any cash worth stealing. His earlier bargaining led Stockholm to suspect Hubert might be impoverished, hence his scrutiny of Hubert's wallet. While most individuals would have found themselves in dire straits, both Hubert and Hugh remained unperturbed. Hubert handed his cane to Hugh, saying, "Miss Arbitrator, I believe you require a suitable weapon." "And what of you?" Hugh inquired. Hubert retrieved a revolver from his holster, stating, "Though my marksmanship may not be exemplary, at this proximity, 6 bullets should suffice to eliminate 2 or 3 adversaries. Please grant me the time to exchange ammunition." At the sight of Hubert brandishing the handgun, Stockholm's subordinates visibly panicked. As gangsters, they too possessed firearms, yet they had not brought them along, lacking the necessary permits. Carrying guns openly in broad daylight would be tantamount to inviting the police's attention. Crucially, Stockholm had never anticipated that Hubert would be armed. This was Beckland, where the wealthier congregated and security was notably stringent. Furthermore, obtaining a gun permit was no simple task. In the middle-class enclaves of Druid and St. George, few wielded firearms. While the affluent of Queens and the West generally did possess permits, it was inconceivable for nobles or wealthy individuals to venture into the East. For Stockholm and his cohorts, encountering prey armed with a gun was nothing short of a black swan event. "He's carrying a gun." Stockholm quickly regained his composure. "He has cash worth dozens of pounds, far more valuable than your lives. Rush him and seize the weapon." Bang! Hubert fired a warning shot, the bullet whizzing past the ruffian's hair and embedding itself in the wall. "This shot serves as a warning. The next will be aimed at your heads." A cold sweat formed in Hubert's palm. It was his first time firing at a living being, and a flicker of anxiety lingered. Thankfully, the ruffian's resolve was shattered by the gunshot, and they scrambled toward the exit, cursing their parents for not having given them 2 additional legs. Stockholm joined the fray, but Hugh swiftly advanced, wielding the cane to strike him down. As an arbitrator, Hugh possessed remarkable combat prowess at rank 9, while Stockholm, being a lawyer, had only honed his verbal skills. Hubert approached quickly, aiming his handgun at Darkholme, when a thought struck him. Mr. Darkholme, everything that transpired is evidence of your extortion. I hereby file a lawsuit against you with Miss Arbitrator Hugh. Under the relevant statutes of criminal law, you face a prison sentence of 2 to 5 years. Should you have any objections, feel free to consult a lawyer. Darkholme, seated on the ground with his hands raised, appeared bewildered. Ah? Hugh regarded Hubert with curiosity, perplexed by his unexpected actions. Hubert continued, given the numerous procedural complications regarding Darkholme's punishment, I propose a simplified approach. Break one of his legs. Miss Arbitrator, I defer to your final judgment. Hugh, believing this to be Hubert's method of coercion, replied, my ruling is as follows. Your proposed punishment is precise, and it shall be executed immediately. Hubert inhaled deeply, reveling in the first signs of the potion's loosening effects. In Chapter 31, The Devious Swindler, Hubert felt a once tense nerve within him suddenly relax, bringing a sense of ease to his spirit. Simultaneously, he recognized that this was not the complete digestion of the potion, but merely a sign of loosening, a prelude to the true process. The role he had just played was a spur-of-the-moment decision, yielding unexpected results after receiving feedback from Arbitrator Hugh. In an instant, Hubert grasped the synergy between the lawyer and the arbitrator, realizing it was the ideal partnership for digesting the potion. Although Hugh was unaware of the performance method, her extensive experience as an arbitrator meant she had already digested her potion long ago, and thus she remained oblivious to the process, lacking the insights Hubert experienced. On the ground, Darkholme immediately began to plead. Sir and Miss, it was they, the ones who fled earlier, who forced me into this. Please forgive my rashness. I am willing to relinquish all my possessions to atone for my actions. Hubert, regaining his composure, coldly responded, you do not know Zachary's whereabouts. You are of no further use to us. Miss Hugh, I suggest we break his left leg. His right appears to be injured, and this would create symmetry. Zachary is my dearest friend. He confided many secrets to me. Darkholme babbled in desperation. Before he left, he said that upon completing this job, he would receive divine grace and gain unparalleled power. Both Hubert and Hugh halted their actions. Darkholme hurriedly continued. Indeed, he said that his body would undergo a transformation, and when we next meet, he would be an unfathomable powerhouse. Hubert and Hugh exchanged glances. This sounded akin to a description of becoming extraordinary. Could it be that after completing that swindle, Zachary had a chance to ascend to such heights? This implied he was backed by an organization. Was Heyman a member of that organization? Perhaps he was even Zachary's superior? Hubert fixed his gaze upon Darkholme's eyes. You know Heyman, do you not? And no, I do not know him. Although Hubert's extraordinary abilities did not yield the desired result, failing to extract information about Heyman from Darkholme, he sensed the internal struggle within Darkholme, concluding that he was indeed lying. Hubert refrained from confronting him directly. Regrettably, the information you have provided does not satisfy us. You must pay the price for your earlier actions. Miss Hugh enthusiastically remarked. When it comes to breaking someone's legs, I believe no one is more skilled than I. Hubert was momentarily taken aback, recalling how he had also suggested breaking Vale's leg during arbitration. He was puzzled by Hugh's enthusiasm for such actions. Was it because she could not tolerate others having longer legs than her own? Darkholme continued to plead, shouting out what he deemed valuable information. Yet nothing captured Hubert and Hugh's interest. With a swift strike of her cane, Hugh shattered Darkholme's left tibia, causing him to writhe in agony on the ground. Numerous residents of the courtyard cautiously opened their windows or doors a crack, eager to witness the heroes who had managed to break the legs of the local bully, Darkholme. It was hard to fathom how such a petite lady possessed such strength, while the tall gentleman appeared merely to be an onlooker. Darkholme's cries of despair not only astonished the residents, but also provided a sense of catharsis, as if releasing a pent-up frustration. After ensuring that the villain received his just deserts, Hubert and Hugh hastily departed the courtyard. Hugh expressed her disappointment. The leads have dried up. Yet Hubert smiled, assuring her, not yet. He glanced around to ensure no one was observing them. I believe if we keep a close watch on Darkholme from here on, we shall reap the rewards. Hugh paused momentarily, but in this moment of perceived dead ends, she was willing to trust Hubert's words. She glanced around and then pointed to a nearby building, saying, we can ascend to the rooftop for surveillance. A splendid idea, her companion replied. Upon reaching the top floor, Hubert witnessed the remarkable agility of the arbiter as Hugh leapt effortlessly from the edge, propelling himself onto the rooftop with ease. In stark contrast, Hubert felt embarrassed as he required the assistance of the diminutive Hugh to clamber up to the rooftop. From their elevated vantage point, they could discern Darkholme in the courtyard, who had ceased his wailing long ago. At some point, he had managed to regain his footing and was now bouncing outside the courtyard, vocally reprimanding his subordinates. It appeared that Darkholme was not as feeble as his exterior suggested. After chastising his followers, Darkholme accepted a piece of paper and a quill from one of them, scribbling down a few lines with fervor before sealing it in an envelope. He then selected a young boy from his entourage, seemingly imparting instructions, to which the boy nodded vigorously before departing with the letter. Hubert, clumsily making his way down from the rooftop, remarked that letter must be crucial. Hugh also grasped the situation, surmising that Hubert had made a discovery earlier and had pretended to depart to allow Darkholme to reveal the mastermind behind him. Fortunately, the boy was not moving quickly, and Hubert and Hugh managed to catch up after a few minutes of pursuit. They followed patiently from a distance, and after a considerable half-hour, the boy finally deposited the letter into an abandoned mailbox. They had now left the Eastern District and entered an industrial suburb, where the air was tainted with a pungent odor reminiscent of sulfur being roasted. The factory housing the mailbox appeared derelict for unknown reasons, with only a few dilapidated mailboxes remaining at its entrance. Once the boy had departed, Hubert and Hugh found a concealed spot to keep watch over the mailbox. Now, by observing this letter, they could track down the individual behind Darkholme. Hubert speculated that this person was likely Hyman. Even knowing Hyman's address would serve as a significant lead. As they awaited developments, time crawled by until the sun dipped lower in the sky. A figure clad in a dark trench coat and hat cautiously surveyed the surroundings before approaching the mailbox to retrieve the letter. The collar of the coat was turned up, and the brim of the hat obscured his face, rendering it unrecognizable. After acquiring the letter, he sauntered away at a leisurely pace. Hubert and Hugh hastily followed, acutely aware that the individual might possess extraordinary abilities, thus they dared not trail too closely. After a couple of blocks, the figure ambled into a narrow alleyway, scarcely wide enough for 2 or 3 people to walk side by side. As Hubert and Hugh reached the entrance of the alley, they realized the figure had broken into a run. "Oh no, we've been spotted." The timing of his escape was impeccable. He likely began running the moment he entered the constricted passage. A distance now separated them, and the figure turned yet again, vanishing from Hubert and Hugh's sight. Fortunately, the streets of the industrial area were lengthy, and as they reached a new intersection, the figure was still visible. A few workers occupied the street. One middle-aged laborer, clad in a filthy work uniform, approached with a curious gaze fixed upon the ensuing chase. Hubert sensed something amiss, but at that moment, he dismissed it as they exerted considerable effort to finally catch up to their quarry. Hugh delivered a swift kick from behind, sending the figure sprawling to the ground. However, to their astonishment, they were met with a face of sheer terror, and beneath the pristine trench coat and hat lay a tattered work uniform. Hubert's instincts kicked in. "Why did you run?" The laborer stammered. "Someone offered me a pound in cash to wear his clothes and run for my life." Hubert's mind raced back to the middle-aged worker they had just encountered. He had been deceived. Chapter 32. Zachary's Letter. A sudden realization struck Hubert. The middle-aged worker had appeared dirty all over, yet his hair was clean and bore clear signs of having been pressed by a hat. He smacked his thigh in frustration, lamenting why he had only now noticed such telling details. This was the hallmark of a con artist's ability. They could manipulate perception, which explained why Hubert had sensed something was off, but had overlooked the discrepancies under the influence of the con artist's powers. Hubert, now somewhat exasperated, resolved that in future encounters with con artists, he must remain bold and astute, for they could easily slip through his fingers. Hugh, feeling similarly disheartened, asked, "What should we do now?" Hubert replied to the prostrate worker, "The hat belongs to you, but the trench coat is mine." "Yes, yes." The laborer hurriedly removed the coat and handed it to Hubert, struggling to rise and limping away, clearly affected by Hugh's kick. Hubert rummaged through the trench coat and discovered 2 letters, a pocket watch, and a pipe. The pipe seemed to be a favored item of the individual, and if one possessed the extraordinary ability of divination, it could potentially lead them to the person. However, divination was not within the realm of expertise for either Hubert or Hugh. Upon examining the letters, it was unsurprising to find one addressed from Darkholme to the esteemed Mr. Hyman. The very individual who had just evaded them was Hyman. Darkholme reported that someone had been inquiring about Zachary's whereabouts, even mentioning Mr. Hyman by name, and described the general appearance of Hubert and Hugh in the letter. The second letter, also addressed to the esteemed Mr. Hyman, revealed Hubert's anticipation as he leaped to the conclusion at the letter's conclusion. It was signed, "Yours faithfully, Zachary." Zachary was still in Beckland. Hubert then scrutinized the letter further. "Dear Mr. Hyman, it has been 8 days since I ingested the potion. Yet why do the whispers in my ears show no sign of abating? It feels as though a solemn voice is articulating a grand declaration. Though I cannot comprehend its meaning, the content stirs my very soul, igniting an uncontrollable excitement within me. Might that sacred voice be the voice of the Lord? Aside from the whispers, others converse quietly before me, yet I cannot see them. My hiding place is an abandoned factory. Why does it become so lively at night? Those voices are terrifying, robbing me of sleep throughout the night. If this continues, I shall be overwhelmed by these maddening sounds. I trust you possess some means to alleviate these symptoms. I implore you to assist me in resolving these matters, for I might, at any moment, throw open the window and leap into the Tarsak River. Perhaps that would be a form of release. Furthermore, as per your instructions, I have attempted the rituals you suggested, and it seems to have succeeded, for in a fleeting moment, I beheld the kingdom of the Lord. I feel my strength surging, akin to the refreshing sensation of consuming a cool glass of ice water on a sweltering summer day. I yearn for greater power and await your further guidance. The latter half of the letter exuded a sense of madness, leaving both Hubert and Hugh feeling unsettled after reading it. It was evident from the correspondence that Zachary had become an extraordinary being, though the nature of his extraordinary abilities remained uncertain. However, his condition appeared somewhat troubling. Hubert pointed to the letter, stating, "Now we possess 2 leads. One is the abandoned factory, and the other is along the banks of the Tarsak River. The scope is quite manageable." Hugh inquired, "And what of Hyman, who just escaped?" Hubert pondered for a moment. Hyman's retention of Zachary's letter serves as a form of protection for himself. The information contained within the letter facilitates our search for Zachary, thereby considerably diminishing the likelihood of pursuing Hyman. Moreover, our understanding of Hyman is woefully insufficient. We may need to return for a cordial exchange with Mr. Darkholme to glean more information. However, such a delay might grant Zachary a warning, and at that point, we would be unable to locate either of them. For reasons both practical and emotional, we must prioritize our search for Zachary. Hugh shrugged. Is this what it means to be a con artist? We are fully aware of his scheme, yet we must still adhere to his plan? Hubert smiled faintly. Indeed, this is the con artist. However, he may not realize that as long as I can locate Zachary, regardless of his willingness to speak, I possess the means to uncover more clues regarding Hyman. He added, "We can no longer afford to waste time. Let us search while we converse." Fortuitously, there's a cab over there. Hubert approached the cab driver and exchanged a few words, swiftly learning of 3 abandoned factories along the banks of the Tarsak River. Hugh, who rarely dealt with such extraordinary matters, found himself slightly outpaced by Hubert's thoughts. Nevertheless, Hubert's display of reliability today left Hugh with little hesitation as he fell in a step beside him. Once aboard the cab, their speed significantly increased, and they soon arrived at the first abandoned factory. A mere glance was sufficient for Hubert to discern that this was not the place. It was inhabited by numerous vagrants, and any individual with a modicum of sense would not attempt ritual magic in such a location. The cab continued onward to the second destination. Inside the carriage, Hubert began to piece together the events. Let us clarify the situation. A month ago, Zachary orchestrated a scam involving thousands of pounds. The mastermind behind this deception was Hyman, who lured Zachary into his service with potions. After successfully executing the scam, Zachary obtained the elixir he had long coveted. Eager to consult Hyman on the mysteries of the arcane, Zachary did not seek refuge elsewhere. Instead, he found a secluded spot to harness the power of the potion. Frequently corresponding with Hyman, Hubert stroked his chin and glanced at Hugh. "Do you have any additional insights?" The letters they exchanged were exceptionally well written. Hugh remarked as he adjusted his hat. "What do you mean?" Hubert inquired. "Most members of the East End gangs are illiterate. Even those who can read only manage a few common words. I have never encountered a gang leader capable of penning a neatly composed letter like Zachary and Darkholme." Hubert pondered for a moment. Perhaps when time permits, we should pay Mr. Darkholme a visit. After all, his injuries are a result of our actions. Hugh's laughter was reminiscent of a carefree youth as she replied, "You are quite right." At that moment, the horse pulling the cab suddenly neighed, refusing to move forward despite the driver's attempts to urge it on. Hubert opened the window to peer outside. The factory ahead exuded an unsettling aura, with dozens of crows circling above, adding a touch of the uncanny to the desolate structure. Adjusting his coat, he declared, "This is the place we seek." Chapter 33. The Multifaceted Hubert. Hubert settled the fare, and after the cab had departed, he and Hugh scaled the wall to enter the abandoned factory. This location lay on the southern fringes of Beckland, secluded and well-suited for clandestine dealings. The sun had set, and after a brief survey revealing no immediate dangers, they swiftly approached the factory's entrance. At that moment, a crow fell at their feet. Hubert glanced at it and noticed it bore no visible injuries, as if it had simply succumbed to exhaustion from flying. Looking up, the crows continued to circle overhead, reminiscent of vultures preparing for a feast. An ominous premonition settled in both their minds, and Hubert leaned against the factory wall. I sense an insidious force. The ritual Zachary mentioned is unlikely to be a plea to the 7 just gods. After a brief pause, he responded, I am skilled in combat. Yet I am not adept at confronting malevolent powers. Hubert replied, since we perceive no immediate threat, it indicates that while Zachary's ritual may be wicked, it is not overly dangerous. However, for our safety, should we sense any ominous signs, we shall flee and report to the Just God Church. While the instincts of arbitrators and lawyers may not be as acute as those of diviners or seers, they still possess a fundamental sense of danger. Moreover, reporting is a common tactic employed by the Tarot Society, and Hubert felt no psychological burden in this regard. Hugh nodded in agreement, and without further ado, they commenced their actions. The factory's interior was cavernous, littered only with dust-covered debris at the base of the walls, evidently stripped of any valuables before its abandonment. Hubert drew his firearm and disengaged the safety, while Hugh unsheathed a hidden dagger from her trousers. They made their way toward the staircase, and before ascending, they heard faint sounds emanating from above. Their muscles tensed, and with no signs of danger throughout their approach, they charged up the stairs, Hugh leading the way with Hubert following closely behind. Regardless of the potion Zachary had consumed, both of them, being Sequence 9, were confident in their ability to subdue him. Concerned that Zachary might be armed, Hugh leapt forward upon reaching the second floor, rolling to divert attention. Hubert followed closely, weapon drawn, prepared to fire at the source of the commotion. However, they encountered none of the fierce retaliation they had anticipated, and Hubert swallowed the command that had nearly escaped his lips. In an abandoned office, a figure was indeed present, disheveled hair, a face resembling that of a desiccated corpse, and his body riddled with sores. He paced frantically before a makeshift altar. Hugh retrieved a portrait of Zachary from her pocket and recognized him as the man before them. His condition is alarming, Hubert remarked. He seems to be teetering on the brink of madness. At that moment, Zachary finally noticed Hubert and Hugh, his left eye vacant and devoid of life, while his right glimmered with a strange light. Feeling an unsettling chill as Zachary's gaze fell upon them, Hubert cautioned, do not meet his eyes. He quickly turned his head to avoid contamination. Ha ha! Zachary's parched voice erupted in an evil laugh as he solemnly declared, I have seen it. I have beheld the kingdom of the gods. Upon the golden earth, I hold a torch and gaze upon the realm of the divine. The ancient deities wander the earth, towering and majestic, casting shadows that obscure the sun, emanating a foul, agonizing essence. The colossal crows circled above, clutching human skulls in their beaks, feasting upon the souls of the deceased. His words resonated like a curse, causing Hubert and Hugh excruciating headaches. Hubert, with trembling hands, fired a shot, the deafening crack of the gun rousing them from their nightmarish state. Clearly influenced by a formidable malevolent presence, Zachary evaded the first bullet, but Hubert fired twice more, finally striking Zachary in the abdomen. He collapsed, unable to continue uttering his vile incantations. Yet, he immediately crawled toward the altar, muttering, Lord of all creation, Sovereign of the shadows, the fallen nature of all living beings, I beseech the power of corruption. Subtle changes began to manifest on the altar, as if a wave of malevolent decay were descending. Hubert rushed forward, delivering a decisive shot that pierced Zachary's skull, exclaiming, This fool seeks the power of the true Creator. Is he courting death? With Zachary's incantation interrupted, the corrupting force began to dissipate. The crows in the air suddenly shrieked in unison, ceasing their circling, and settled onto nearby trees to rest. Hugh exhaled a deep sigh. Although not well-versed in ritual magic, she instinctively understood that Hubert's swift actions had thwarted the emergence of that evil force, allowing them both to narrowly escape calamity. Hubert, still feeling apprehensive, holstered his pistol and dismantled the makeshift altar constructed from discarded tables. He cast another glance at the twitching corpse, surmising that Zachary had likely ingested the potion of a secretive practitioner. The practitioners of Sequence 9 are notoriously prone to losing control, primarily due to the profound influence of the true Creator on lower-tier extraordinary beings, akin to the ravings described in Zachary's writings. Furthermore, their heightened sensitivity often enables them to hear sounds they should not and see sights beyond their ken, leading them easily to a state of disarray. This heightened sensitivity also allows practitioners to master certain ritualistic magics. However, Conducting rituals concerning malevolent entities often results in either unwitting contamination or a drastic alteration in temperament. Suppressing his nausea, Hugh performed a cursory examination of corpse, confirming that Zachary was indeed dead. She glanced at Hubert, signaling that their leads had once again come to an abrupt halt. Not necessarily. Hubert leaned against the wall for a moment's respite before retrieving 3 candles from the ground, lighting them in accordance with the ritual's requirements. The tension of his first kill, coupled with the exhilaration of having danced on the precipice of death, caused his muscles to tremble. Yet, time was of the essence for the seance. As he inscribed the symbol of the goddess of night between the candles, he inquired of Hugh, "Miss Arbiter, are you familiar with the practice of necromancy?" Hugh's mouth fell open in astonishment. "You can perform necromancy? For wild, extraordinary beings. Necromancy is a highly advanced form of ritual magic." Hubert smiled. "If Zachary were still alive, even with my current spiritual prowess, I would hesitate to attempt necromancy. However, now that he is deceased, it becomes a more manageable task." Chapter 34. Necromancy. Hubert, being a lawyer, was not particularly adept at necromantic operations and thus had to beseech the divine for assistance. If the ritual was executed correctly, with the proper materials ignited and incantations recited accurately, any extraordinary being's spirit could forge a path to the divine realm, provided the supplicant harbored no malice. Despite the unreliable response from the goddess of night during the previous experiment, necromancy was a crucial ability for a mortuary practitioner and a primary service of the goddess. So he once again implored her for strength. After all, whom else could he turn to? The artificial Grim Reaper seemed to have gained a rudimentary consciousness. Yet Hubert was unaware of its name, and there was no guarantee it would heed his call. Perhaps he could seek the Lord of Storms, Leodro? This fellow specialized in summoning lightning, which would be more fitting for obliterating evidence than aiding in a seance. The god of steam and machinery was equally unsuitable. He might whimsically toss a bicycle onto the altar upon being asked for assistance with necromancy. A bicycle? What bicycle? What do you have we for a bicycle? Both the true creator and the hidden sage could facilitate necromancy, but who would dare solicit their help? After completing the symbol representing the goddess of night, Hubert constructed a wall of spiritual essence with holy night powder. He then produced Amanda's pure dew, dripping it onto the candles, and ignited petals of moonflower and night-scented flowers. He solemnly recited in the tongue of Hermes, "I beseech the power of the night. I implore the strength of crimson. I seek the favor of the goddess of night. Your devoted follower entreats the divine power, enabling me to engage in spiritual communion with this individual who has been tainted by a malevolent god." Once the incantation was concluded, Hugh felt the atmosphere of the room grow eerily still, her initial surprise and excitement giving way to a profound tranquility. Hubert exhaled in relief. The goddess seemed reliable this time. His eyes turned completely black, devoid of sclera, as he perceived the dissipating essence of Zachary. Without the need for instruction, Hubert seemed to have undergone countless seances, adeptly intertwining his own essence with Zachary's. In his mind, Hubert intoned, "The fraud scheme of Hyman Insurance. The fraud scheme of Hyman Insurance." His vision shifted to a hazy gray, as if he had plunged into an impenetrable fog. After repeating the phrase 7 times, the scene before him began to morph. First, he beheld a middle-aged man with a sincere smile. The very same man who had approached Hubert and Hugh during the afternoon's pursuit. It was indeed Hyman. The vision of the seance did not appear distorted, indicating that Zachary's essence had not suffered severe corruption, thus allowing for a safe communion. With a face full of genuine smiles, Hyman proclaimed, "Only through the creation of depravity and resentment can we please the Master. Let's endeavor to bring ruin to a few blissful families, shall we? The Master would surely relish the taste of lives gradually corrupted by the trials of existence. Observe our land of hope. Some are ravenously consuming benefits, while others, despite their utmost efforts, cannot safeguard their fortunes. I believe you would not wish to be among those who are manipulated at will. We target those middle-class families. They possess savings and dream of living the life of the wealthy, making them easy prey. Shall we set the amount swindled at approximately 6,000? Any higher, and we risk drawing the attention of official extraordinary beings, leading to numerous complications. First, you must transform into a respectable insurance company manager. This is not difficult. Simply hold your head high, exude an air of superiority, and when conversing with others, respond with the most shameless lies and the most effusive flattery, and you will have succeeded halfway. The scene shifted, revealing Zachary, impeccably dressed and comporting himself with decorum, engaged in meetings with various clients, including Mr. Robin, Hubert's own client. Following the conclusion of these images, Hubert found himself once again enveloped in impenetrable gray fog. As he had surmised, Hyman was the architect, and Zachary, the executor. Hubert repeated in his mind, the destination of the embezzled funds. The destination of the embezzled funds. After 7 repetitions, the gray fog morphed once more, revealing Hyman's face yet again, adorned with his most genuine smile. Why do I set each amount at 600? To facilitate the division of spoils, of course. Yes, division of spoils. Nothing to be ashamed of. What? You seek 600? No, no, no. You receive only 100, and I receive only 100. The remainder must be handed over to the Master S representative. Indeed, it is Mr. Hillman, whom you met that day. He is the Master S priest, the Bishop of the Faithful. Hubert witnessed Zachary, with evident reluctance, surrender the majority of the funds to Hyman. The fog reappeared, plunging Hubert into brief contemplation. Given Zachary's behavior in life, it was clear that the Master Hyman referred to must be the true creator. If the individual named Hillman was a bishop among the followers of the true creator, it was highly probable that Hyman and Zachary were entangled with the Aurora Society. Hubert drew a mental line for himself, deciding that this matter would trace back only to Hyman. Even if there were clearer leads, he would not pursue them further. Otherwise, if the Aurora Society were implicated, he and Hugh would find themselves facing a demise tenfold. Thus, Hubert continued the seance. Hyman's South Hiding Place. Hyman's South Hiding Place. After 7 repetitions, the gray fog stirred, revealing a row house with the address, 109, Vask Street. The scene shifted again. Now before a dilapidated building marked with the address, 56, Gaspin Street. The vision advanced to the 3rd floor of the building, halting before room 303. The relentless seance drained Hubert's essence, leaving him fatigued, yet he persevered, silently repeating, the formula for the potion. The formula for the potion. Once more, Hyman's smiling visage emerged from the gray fog. This is a gift from a master, and we must also extend gratitude to Mr. Hillman for his generosity. Hyman handed over a slip of paper, inscribed with, Potion of the Practitioner. Main ingredients, 70 grams of black crystal, half the brain of a red-billed crow. Supplementary materials, 80 milliliters of pure water, 10 milliliters of non-rod fish blood, 5 drops of poisonous mushroom juice, and 9 grams of black sparrow flower powder. Hubert had merely glanced over the potion recipe when the characters on the parchment suddenly warped, the black ink coalescing into the shape of a cross. Upon this cross, there appeared to be an inverted figure bound by iron chains, and the cross rapidly expanded. Before he could discern the figure upon it, Hubert abruptly withdrew from the seance. Panting, he broke into a cold sweat, narrowly escaping the gaze of the true creator. A single glance from such a being could be exceedingly unsettling, even if one managed to maintain composure. He reflected inwardly. During the lower sequence stages, it is advisable to avoid engaging with extraordinary information during a seance, lest one attract malevolent scrutiny, which is exceedingly perilous. Resting beside Hubert, Hugh inquired with concern, How do you feel? Hubert, who had been comfortably conducting the seance, suddenly felt as though he had awakened from a nightmare, gasping for breath and drenched in sweat. He waved his hand dismissively, leaning against the wall as he struggled to regain his composure, drawing a red moon and stars upon his chest. Praised the goddess. Having concluded the ritual, he retrieved the forged equity contract created by Zachary. Defendant Zachary, I now represent Mr. Robin in suing you. Chapter 35. Spoils. Upon entering his lawyerly demeanor, Hubert immediately sensed a revitalization of his spirit. Shaking the forged contract in his hand, he proclaimed, This is the evidence of your deceit. Although the police have failed to apprehend you and legal repercussions seem unlikely, I shall still prosecute you. You must comprehend the gravity of your crimes. As Hugh commenced her search, she cast Hubert a curious glance, sensing she might grasp his intentions. After all, she greatly enjoyed the role of an arbitrator. Perhaps Hubert relished being a lawyer? Yet, her understanding was not entirely complete. Hubert continued his litigation. It is your shameless fraud that has led to my client's bankruptcy, forcing him to reside in the slums. To atone for your transgressions, the arbitrator and I shall seize all your assets and extraordinary traits. Should we fail to recover the funds you swindled, aside from necessary fees, all your properties, including extraordinary traits, shall be compensated to my client and the arbitrator. Just then, Zachary's right eye suddenly opened, the malevolent orb rolling out of its socket. Although Zachary was deceased, it seemed he could still feel the glare of that eye. Clearly, most of the corruption was concentrated in this eyeball, rendering it a mutated artifact, understood as a seal with rather mild functions and side effects. Since this external force had contaminated Zachary's eye, it did not affect the integrity of his extraordinary traits. "In your eyeball," Hubert declared, "it too shall be confiscated. It will be used to compensate my client and the arbitrator. If we manage to recover the funds you defrauded, all your properties shall recompense the energy and resources expended by Hugh and myself in this pursuit, along with the risks we undertook in this case. Though the mastermind, Hyman, has yet to receive his due punishment, I shall one day achieve justice for my client, Mr. Robin." Hugh regarded Hubert with an odd expression. She had never encountered such litigation before, even demanding the defendant's eyeball. Having completed his lawsuit, Hubert sensed a distinct digestion of the lawyerly potion within him. An epiphany struck him. A lawyer's role is not solely to seek justice for clients in court. When a defendant pays for their transgressions due to one's lawsuit, the true value of a lawyer is manifested. From the moment a client and lawyer establish a relationship, a certain spiritual agreement is forged. Thus, exceeding expectations in fulfilling the mandate yields spiritual rewards. Hubert had indeed exceeded expectations. Zachary was dead, and all his assets would be confiscated, a punishment arguably disproportionate to his crimes. Therefore, the first tenet of legal ethics is strive to exceed expectations in fulfilling mandates, employing any necessary means. Meanwhile, Hugh had completed her search, discovering only £20 in cash. Hubert nodded. The money Zachary swindled was likely spent on potion materials. Generally, the extraction rate of extraordinary traits at Sequence 9 is slow. However, whether due to Hubert's lawsuit and seance, Zachary's extraordinary traits were manifesting more rapidly than anticipated. The extraordinary traits of the secretive sorcerer resembled a mass of black sludge. Approaching it or gazing upon it seemed to invite a chorus of whispers in one's ears. For the sake of the ritual, Zachary had procured some herbs from the realm of the arcane. Hubert poured the contents of the 2 iron boxes. One contained extraordinary substances, while the other held Zachary's mutated eyeball. After conferring with Hugh briefly, he ignited a fire, thoroughly obliterating all evidence. Upon departing the abandoned factory, Hugh remarked with a sense of exhilaration, "This is undoubtedly the most thrilling endeavor I have undertaken as an arbitrator." Having gone through such a harrowing experience, the trust between them had significantly deepened. To avoid attracting the attention of the cab driver, they walked a considerable distance before hiring a carriage. Both were quite fatigued, yet rest was not yet an option. Instructing the driver to head to 109 Vask Avenue, Hubert quietly shared with Hugh all he had gleaned about Hyman during the seance. However, he refrained from mentioning the potion recipe. He had no intention of selling it, merely keeping it in mind. For instance, if he heard of someone purchasing the materials listed in the recipe, he would recognize that individual as a sorcerer, likely connected to the Aurora Society. Since he did not intend to exchange the recipe for monetary gain, Hubert chose not to disclose it to Hugh. Upon learning that this case might involve the Aurora Society, Hugh expressed her concern. "I have heard that these individuals are extremists. What if they seek revenge against us for killing their member?" Hubert smiled reassuringly. "Miss Hugh, this is Beckland. All 3 major churches have high-sequence extraordinary beings stationed here. Trust me, the Aurora Society fears exposure more than we do. Moreover, Zachary was evidently a peripheral member of theirs. If I'm not mistaken, Hyman's ritual was fundamentally flawed. Though detestable, Zachary was, in truth, a tragic figure, manipulated by Hyman at every turn. As long as we refrain from delving into the secrets of the Aurora Society, they are unlikely to risk retaliation against us for such a minor character." Hugh exhaled in relief, agreeing with Hubert's reasoned perspective. Hubert continued, "We have spent 2 to 3 hours searching for and resolving Zachary's matters, making it improbable to capture Hyman now. However, his hasty retreat may have left behind sufficient valuables at his residences to compensate for our client's losses." He then produced the 2 iron boxes. "I know of a reliable gathering of extraordinary individuals where I can sell these. The proceeds will be divided between us. Before that, I shall appraise their value. Typically, extraordinary traits of Sequence 9 are worth about £300, but few are willing to consume potions from secretive sorcerers. Hence these traits might fetch only between £270 to £280. Hugh's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had not anticipated such a substantial value for the sludge. Wild extraordinary beings are aware of the existence of seals, and many know about extraordinary traits, yet few grasp the law of the indestructibility of extraordinary traits, thus lacking a clear understanding of seals and extraordinary traits. Clearing her throat, she suggested, "Well, I also know of a reliable gathering of extraordinary individuals. Shall we go together?" "Was it Mr. A who initiated the gathering?" Hubert observed Hugh nodding in acknowledgement, and with a chuckle, he remarked, "Miss Hugh, if you wish to avoid an untimely demise in your own home, You ought to abandon such thoughts. Chapter 36. Exceeding Expectations. Hiyu paused momentarily, her suspicions taking root. Are you insinuating that Mr. A is affiliated with the Aurora Society? She whispered again, her voice barely above a murmur. Hubert nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I have heard that the core members of the Aurora Society adopt letters as their code names. With a wry smile, Hiyu confessed. I had planned to accompany Miss Audrey to the gathering initiated by Mr. A tomorrow. In that case, you may attend with peace of mind, Hubert replied. Such fixed gatherings serve as their means of amassing wealth and clandestine preaching. They not only refrain from chaos, but also maintain order at these meetings. Hiyu sighed with relief. That is reassuring. Hubert then produced the mutated eye. This item possesses a multitude of uses, yet few have employed it. Its market value is uncertain. I estimate it may fetch between 50 and 100 pounds. I happen to know a merchant dealing in extraordinary materials, and I believe you would find this item quite intriguing. Allow me 4 to 5 days to sell it, and we shall divide the proceeds thereafter. Hiyu nodded in agreement. Very well. As they conversed, she retrieved the 23 shillings and 6 pence in cash that she had found earlier, dividing it into 2 equal shares, one for Hubert and one for herself. By the time they arrived at 109 Vask Avenue, night had enveloped the surroundings, a crimson moon hanging ominously in the sky, as if observing Hubert and Hiyu's undertakings. Once the carriage had distanced itself, and no one was in sight, the duo boldly entered through the door, one armed with a pistol while the other wielded a trident, conducting a cursory search of the premises. The house comprised 2 levels. The first floor featured a parlor and kitchen, while the second housed 2 bedrooms and a study. Naturally, they found no trace of Heyman here. Given that Zachary was aware of this location, it was improbable that Heyman would conceal himself within. In the study on the second floor, they stumbled upon a safe. Hubert promptly descended to the basement to fetch tools, prying the safe open. To their astonishment, the safe contained a considerable amount of cash and jewelry, along with gold and other valuables. Hubert assessed the contents briefly. Altogether, these possessions should suffice to compensate our client for their losses. In light of Heyman's fraudulent crimes, I propose we enforce this without notifying him, dividing the assets equally, and seeking arbitration from Miss Arbiter. My arbitration is, proceed with your suggestion. Hiyu found herself uncertain whether Hubert was jesting or genuinely soliciting her opinion. She felt akin to a bewildered judge, merely echoing the lawyer's recommendations without any discernible judgment of her own. During the subsequent division of the spoils, Hiyu found herself increasingly exasperated, while counting money posed no challenge. Discerning the value of the jewelry nearly drove her to madness. Fortunately, Hubert had no intention of deceiving her, ensuring a fair division. To unearth such a wealth of possessions was indeed an extraordinary accomplishment. Both were now utterly fatigued, agreeing to reconvene the following day to investigate the second address provided by Zachary. However, Hubert speculated that their yield there would likely be minimal, explaining, "This is the South Bridge district, known for its relatively good security. It is precisely why Heyman would stash some valuables here. Gaston Street lies in the East District. If Heyman possesses any sense, he would not store anything of value in a den of thieves." Hiyu concurred, adding, "Moreover, I can visit Dockham tomorrow." Each had procured a small box to contain their divided treasures, and Hubert remarked, "Miss Hiyu, we are now allies in this venture. I must know your contact address." Hiyu, without hesitation, provided her communication details to Hubert, for their burgeoning trust warranted such openness. They each summoned a cab and departed Vask Avenue in opposite directions. Upon returning home, Hubert was utterly exhausted, his stomach growling in protest, for dinner had long concluded. Fortunately, his foster mother, Melissa, had set aside a meal for him. After devouring the meal hastily, Hubert retired to his room, collapsing into slumber. Hiyu arrived back at the rental abode with Forth. "I am so famished I could devour a whole cow." Forth sat languidly in an armchair, perusing a magazine. Hiyu recalled that upon her departure that morning, Forth had occupied the same chair, engrossed in reading, maintaining a similar posture. However, the dinner laid out on the table indicated that the pangs of hunger had compelled the indolent Forth to rise from her chair, at least to venture into the kitchen and restroom. Setting her magazine aside, Forth observed Hiyu as she voraciously consumed bread. "Why are you home so late? It's nearly 10 o'clock. Any ordinary girl would have raised alarm bells by now." Yet even with Hiyu's nimbleness, Forth harbored concerns about potential rogues who might cross paths with her. While Hiyu continued to devour her meal, she mumbled indistinctly, "I'll show you something splendid shortly." A few minutes later, after finishing the bread and drinking the soup from the table, she let out a contented belch and opened a small box she had brought. Fourth's eyes widened at the sight of the jewels and gold within the box. By the gods of steam and machinery. Hugh, did you rob a bank today? She quickly glanced toward the window, relieved to find the curtains drawn. Hugh beamed with pride, declaring, I followed the clues provided by our client, Mr. Esk, and meticulously traced the mastermind behind the fraud, acquiring these valuables in the process. Alas, I was on the verge of bringing the fraudster to justice. Fourth regarded Hugh with a peculiar expression. Did someone assist you in this investigation? Hugh hesitated. How did you know? Because with your muscle-bound reasoning, you could scarcely handle such a complex case on your own. Hugh offered an embarrassed smile. All right, I did indeed collaborate with someone today. She then recounted her experiences, and Fourth felt as if she were listening to a captivating tale. Are you implying that a lawyer possesses psychic abilities and knows extraordinary knowledge that is utterly beyond your comprehension? Precisely. I am convinced he is an extraordinary individual, Hugh affirmed. Moreover, he must belong to some organization or a family of extraordinary beings. Otherwise, he could not possibly possess such an extensive understanding of the arcane. Fourth nodded in agreement with this hypothesis. Yet soon her expression shifted to concern. You witnessed him committing murder. To prevent you from reporting him, might he not send someone to eliminate you? Surely not, Hugh replied. I was involved in the scuffle as well. Fourth cautioned, you must remain vigilant. After all, you have claimed a substantial sum, even for the sake of these valuables. There may be motives for murder. Hugh could not dismiss this notion, prompting both to hastily change their residence that very night. Chapter 37. The Haggard Miss Magician. The crimson moon was obscured by clouds, plunging the outskirts of Beckland into profound darkness. A shadow paused before a typical countryside yard, glancing around to ensure no one was in sight before nimbly scaling the garden wall. As soon as the shadow's feet touched the ground, a raspy voice inquired from within the house. Who goes there? Lord Hillman, it is I. Oh, Haman. The cloud shifted, revealing the red moon once more. In the moonlight, a middle-aged man stood in the yard, a sincere smile gracing his face. It was none other than the swindler Haman, who had eluded Hubert and Hugh. My lord, I have come to inquire about two individuals, a tall young man who seems to possess a certain resistance to mental manipulation, and a short woman, agile in her movements and seemingly quite formidable. Hyman remarked, this afternoon, they have been covertly watching me. Fortunately, I discovered their presence and successfully evaded them. The individuals in the room fell silent for a few moments before one inquired, do you suspect that I sent them? Hyman replied with genuine mirth. I harbor no suspicions against anyone. Only you, sir, are privy to some of my secrets. Hillman let out a cold chuckle. If I intended to deal with you, you would already be dead. Perhaps you should reflect on whether you have offended any significant figures during your fraudulent endeavors. If it is not you, it is likely the official extraordinary beings. Hyman shrugged. They have undermined your plans, and I suspect Zachary has already fallen under their control. After contemplating all night, I can see only one possibility. It was your ritual involving Zachary that attracted the attention of the official extraordinary beings, who then traced their way to me through him. Hyman had never considered that Mr. Robin, whom he had previously deceived, might have provided clues about him to others. In his view, both Mr. Robin and his cousin were mere trifles in Beckerland. At most, they could locate Zachary, but they would never think to hold him accountable. Huh, Hillman sneered ominously. I comprehend now. Your earlier aggression was merely a facade to mask the failure of your plans. He spoke coldly, although Mr. has stated that we share a cooperative relationship and that I should afford you due respect. One must face consequences for botching matters. Before Hyman could argue, a solemn whisper echoed in his ears, and his mind felt as though it were being stirred with a knife, causing him excruciating pain as he bashed his head against the wall. He deeply regretted having associated with this mad lot 3 years prior for the sake of acquiring the art of disguise. Yet now it was too late. Enduring the intense discomfort in his head, he shouted, I will cultivate another secret practitioner, one who will willingly partake in Lord Hillman's experiments. The solemn whisper began to wane, and Hyman collapsed against the wall, gasping for breath, feeling as if he had narrowly escaped death. Hillman in the room advised, find a place to hide. If anyone is still pursuing you, you should know what to do. Rest assured, when the time is right, we shall avenge you. If no one continues to pursue, then cultivate a new secret practitioner. Go now. I shall not report your blunder to Mr. Hyman steadied himself against the wall, rising. Thank you. Thank you for your assistance in concealing this. I assure you, such mistakes shall not occur again. The earlier whisper had left him feeling as though he had endured a grave illness, robbing him of the strength to scale the wall. He could only lean against it as he exited through the courtyard gate. Upon stepping out, A hand emerged from the shadows of the courtyard wall, shutting the gate behind him. In the southern continent, there are no small towns. The morning dew glistened, slowly sliding down the blades of grass before finally dropping to the ground. Suddenly, a young woman with tousled hair and somewhat disheveled clothing was frolicking through the grass, humming an off-key nursery rhyme, oblivious to the dew that splattered onto her pant legs, lost in her joy. Elliot, smiling, caught up to her, gently removing a blade of grass from her hair. "I must step out for a while. We must heed our teacher's words." She was Elliot's sister, Moira, and due to the limited extraordinary qualities in their family, typically only one child could consume the lawyer's potion at the age of 12. When Moira turned 12, she selflessly relinquished the opportunity to her brother. Thus, under the torment of maddening screams, she, like the other family members who refrained from taking the potion, descended into madness. Once transformed into a madwoman, the cacophony of screams seemed to vanish, yet the symptoms of insanity would resurface at the slightest hint of recovery. Therefore, the madmen of the Balky family would remain eternally mad. After settling in the non-existent town, the Balky family acquired numerous slaves to care for their lunatics. Individuals like Elliot, who maintained their sanity, were compelled to leave the town to engage in extraordinary battles, thus providing an income for the family to ensure its longevity. Sometimes they were hired to fight by warlords, and at other times by various churches throughout the southern continent for unsavory tasks. As an extraordinary being of the lawyer path, possessing considerable combat prowess post-sequence 8, they never had to worry about a lack of commissions. They refused any assignments from the Rose School, which likewise would never seek them out, for although the Balky family and the Rose School were not adjacent paths, they were sworn enemies who would fight to the death upon encountering one another. Elliot looked at his sister. "I believe I may have discovered a means to save our family. Even if it requires my sacrifice, I will strive to break the family curse. You will recover. We all shall recover." At that moment, a voice called from afar, "Elliot, it is time to depart." Elliot held his sister's hand, now dirty and tangled with grass, giving it a reassuring squeeze before turning away without looking back. Moira watched her brother's figure recede into the distance, a silly grin on her face, as tears unexpectedly streamed down her cheeks. At 8:10 in the morning, on Gaspin Street in the eastern district of Beckerland, Hubert, clad in a light trench coat and wielding a cane, glanced at his pocket watch for the second time. Miss Arbiter was already 10 minutes late. Another cab approached. The door swung open, and Hubert finally spotted Hugh. Hugh leaped from the carriage. "Apologies for my tardiness." Hubert smiled. "No, I simply arrived too early." Noticing the dark circles under Hugh's eyes, he inquired, "Did you not get enough rest last night?" Hugh cautiously scanned the surroundings. "Indeed, I can never sleep well when changing pillows." Unlike Folst, who had numerous extraordinary beings control him the moment he alighted from the carriage, Hubert, of course, had no inkling that Hugh and Folst had switched lodgings overnight, exhausting themselves until the late hours, taking turns to rest. As Hugh and Hubert walked side by side, Hubert abruptly turned around, observing that the street behind them was empty save for hurried workers heading to their jobs and a homeless man slumped against the wall. With a composed demeanor, Hubert whispered to Hugh, "We are being watched." Hugh blinked in surprise. Indeed, they were being followed, albeit from a distance, by someone with dark circles even worse than hers, looking as though they had not slept for 3 days. Folst. Chapter 38. The Gang of the Eastern District. Hugh forced a smile. "Perhaps it is merely the eyes of the gang. You may not be aware, but their informants always keep an eye on unfamiliar faces in the Eastern District." Hubert cautioned, "It is better to be cautious. Let us turn into the upcoming alley and find a place to hide. We shall capture the pursuer and interrogate them about whose subordinate they are." "There is no need for that." Hugh chuckled. "Rest assured, the gangs of the Eastern District know me well. No one dares to harm us." Hubert, however, reminded him, "But we were just extorted yesterday." Hugh, nearly breaking into a sweat, replied, "That was only because Darkholme recently assumed leadership and has yet to deal with me." Hubert observed Hugh's slightly unnatural demeanor and nodded in understanding. Last night, while dividing the spoils with Hugh, Hubert had placed considerable trust in him, largely due to his knowledge of Hugh's character from the original text. Yet, he overlooked one critical aspect. Hugh might not necessarily trust him. To ensure his safety, Hugh felt the need to guard against the possibility of Hubert engaging in illegal and immoral actions for the sake of 600. Hubert offered no explanation, believing that in a few days, Hugh would come to recognize his credibility, and through this incident, they could forge sufficient trust. They soon arrived at number 56 Gaspin Street, an unremarkable residential building in the Eastern District, appearing dilapidated and filthy, with peeling paint in numerous places. The two approached room 303 at this hour. Everyone had gone to work, allowing Hubert and Hugh to force the door open once more. As Hubert had anticipated last night, only a few soiled work uniforms remained, indicating that no one had resided here for quite some time. This might have been a small outpost for Hyman, a place to change clothes and conduct some operations in the East District without haste. After confirming the lack of fruitful discoveries, the two made their way to the cuckoo bar. Though Darkholme was absent, his subordinates immediately recognized Hubert and Hugh. In an instant, the 7 or 8 ruffians scattered like mice whose nest had been discovered, employing every means to escape through the bar's various exits. Hugh dispatched one fleeing thug with a swift kick, and upon threatening him with a few words, the thug readily agreed to lead them to his boss. Darkholme's residence was notably superior to Vale's. It was at least clean, tidy, and devoid of any unpleasant odors. Upon seeing Hubert and Hugh, Darkholme attempted to flee. Leaning on his cane, Hugh coldly remarked, "Do you want me to break your other leg as well?" Darkholme immediately halted. A congenial smile plastered across his face. "How may I assist you, two gentlemen?" Observing Darkholme's perceptiveness, Hubert unabashedly gestured towards the door. Disregarding his gentlemanly demeanor, "Aren't you going to invite us in for a cup of tea?" Darkholme replied, "It would be my honor." He led the way while instructing his subordinates to boil water and brew tea. Clearly, Darkholme was a man who enjoyed the finer things in life. His abode featured a living room and a bedroom, tastefully decorated, setting it apart from the East District. Hubert plopped down on the sofa and tossed a letter at Darkholme. "Take a look." Darkholme immediately sensed foreboding as he eagerly snatched the letter from the table. After glancing at it, his expression shifted dramatically. This is a letter from Boss Zachary." Hubert replied nonchalantly, "Apologies, I mistook it for this one." He tossed Darkholme's letter addressed to Hyman onto the table, and upon a mere glance at the envelope, Darkholme sank onto the sofa. The smile vanished from his face, replaced by a mournful expression as he inquired, "Has Mr. Hyman been captured by you?" Hubert ambiguously responded, "I believe you shall be the true boss of the cuckoo bar from now on." Instead of elation, Darkholme appeared troubled. "What about Zachary?" Hubert asserted confidently, "You shall never see him again." Leaning back on the sofa, Darkholme hesitated before asking, "What do you wish to obtain from me?" "I hope you will tell me how you became acquainted with Hyman and why you obey his orders." "Sir, I have no other choice," Darkholme replied with a wry smile. "To my knowledge, all the bars in the East District are backed by some mysterious benefactors. They include ambassadors from various nations, noble lords, Highlanders, and even landlords from the southern continent. The Highlanders he referred to were the hardy warriors from the arid plateau at the foothills of the Henachus Mountains, who had long posed a significant challenge for the Kingdom of Ruin. It was only in the past century or two, with the advancement of gunpowder weaponry, that these Highlanders were thoroughly subdued. Some of them entered Beakland, and due to their fearlessness in battle, they quickly became distinctive figures in the East District's underworld." Darkholme shrugged. "Too many in the East District have lost hope in life. They make ideal spies or assassins. Who could refuse such cheap, fearless warriors?" He continued, "No one knows who established the cuckoo bar, but Zachary has been its boss for a long time. Before his departure, he introduced me to Mr. Hyman, and I learned that Mr. Hyman is the true mastermind behind the bar. I essentially work for Mr. Hyman, gathering intelligence, managing the bar's black market, and handing over most of the bar's profits to him. I once attempted to falsify accounts and keep a portion of the profits for myself, but Mr. Hyman caught on immediately and nearly broke my right leg. Of course he would see through it. Hyman is a master of deception." Hubert nodded, realizing why he had noticed Darkholme's injured right leg yesterday. "I also wish to know more of Hyman's hideouts." He remarked half seriously, "We have dismantled several, yet found nothing of our interest." Darkholme promptly replied, 56 Gaspin Street. "I visit there weekly to submit the bar's accounts and income." Hubert shook his head. "We've just come from there." Hugh, who had been yawning since entering, perked up at the tone of Hubert's voice, finally relishing her favorite part, the interrogation. Darkholme grew anxious. "I only know that place." Hubert calmly retrieved some materials from his pocket, including Christmas powder and Amanda's Pure Dew. "I possess a concoction that can muddle your thoughts into a pulp. At that point, when I pose my questions, you will answer truthfully. However, regrettably, your mind will remain in disarray thereafter, rendering you a madman." Hugh took note of Hubert's words. It must be said that Hubert's method of intimidation was quite innovative, significantly enhancing the aesthetic of violence that Hugh appreciated in dealing with criminals. Chapter 39. Foresight Speculation. Hubert's threats were perfectly suited for dealing with a scoundrel like Darkholme. Ordinary intimidation would not faze Darkholme. Upon seeing Zachary and his letter, his psychological defenses had already crumbled significantly. Moreover, through the intelligence he had gathered, he vaguely understood the existence of an extraordinary world. Hearing Hubert's words and observing the vials of concoctions he brought forth, although unaware of their specific contents. His intuition, as an ordinary man, sensed that these small bottles contained something extraordinary. Thus, the remnants of Darkholm's psychological defenses crumbled. I only know this much. I also know that Mr. Hyman seems to possess many extraordinary abilities. He casually mentioned having dealings with a farmer named Hillman in the southern suburbs. He also spoke of a treasure clue found at 37 Minsk Street. That's all, truly, that's all. Hubert nodded in satisfaction. Now that is more like it. He stowed away the potions and powders. If anyone claiming to be Hyman's associate contacts you, simply say we have interrogated you multiple times. Your leg injury serves as evidence. You need not send us messages. Just inform us when we arrive at the cuckoo bar that the goods you order have arrived, and we will understand. Hubert and Hugh stood up together, prompting Darkholm to hurriedly inquire. And then what? As for that, I haven't quite decided. Hubert replied, though he added, that is not for you to question. It seemed he suddenly remembered something. By the way, where did you learn to read and write? I attended a grammar school as a child. Darkholm replied with a wry smile. Later, my father's business failed, and we had no choice but to move to the East District. Sir, I must confess, I dream of returning to the South Bridge District, my former home. However, when I visited, I found others living there. It is no longer the home I remember. Another failed businessman. In these times, small merchants easily fell into bankruptcy. Hubert glanced at the decor of the house, noting why Darkholm's residence seemed so out of place in the East District. He then lamented Hyman's meticulous planning. Individuals like Darkholm, once part of the middle class, yearn more intensely than those in the East District to return to a middle-class existence. Only a strong desire could be more effectively manipulated and utilized by Hyman. Hubert took a deep breath as he walked out, recalling something he had once told Vale: refrain from engaging in morally reprehensible actions, and you might live a few more years. Thank you for your advice, sir. Darkholm expressed his gratitude as Hubert and Hugh stepped onto the street. Hugh whispered to Hobart, I recall you mentioned yesterday that during the seance with Zachary, Hyman referred to Bishop Hillman. Could it be? Hobart replied quietly. It is unlikely that Hyman would inadvertently disclose such significant information. He must have had his reasons. We must not allow ourselves to be manipulated. Furthermore, Hillman is likely connected to the Aurora Society. For the sake of our safety, we should cease our investigation here. Hugh shared this sentiment, exhaling deeply. This has been the most convoluted and perilous assignment I have ever encountered. Had it not been for our collaboration, I might still be wandering aimlessly in Darkholm, unable to track down Hyman or find Zachary. Hobart smiled. Yet the reward is quite substantial. While commissions from the extraordinary realm can be lucrative, they are fraught with danger. It is prudent to handle fewer such tasks for now. Hobart then inquired, are you attending Mr. A's gathering today? Yes, Hugh replied. I deliberated extensively yesterday. Although Mr. A is hazardous, this gathering should be safe. Thus, they resolved to attend the event. Hobart continued, could I accompany you? Hugh hesitated slightly. Don't you have a reliable gathering to attend? Hobart smiled. The more gatherings I can attend, the better. Hugh nodded. Very well. After we have lunch, we shall meet up with my friends. She was acutely aware that Hobart's contributions to their partnership far surpassed her own. Dividing the spoils equally would be unjust to him. Inviting Hobart to Mr. A's gathering would serve as a means of repaying this favor. With the tension from the previous day dissipated, Hobart and Hugh engaged in casual conversation, though they were discreetly cautious not to divulge specific details. The two conversed amiably, while Phyllis, trailing behind, felt a compulsion to bite her nails. She needed to remain alert, always wary of Hobart's potential treachery. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario she had envisioned did not unfold. Hobart appeared to harbor no ill intentions. Yet this raised questions. Why was he devoid of malice? As she observed the two conversing, Phyllis had an epiphany. Could it be that this lad has taken a liking to Hugh? Though not particularly tall, Hugh possessed an enchanting beauty and a rare youthful innocence that would appeal to certain eccentric aristocrats. No, this simply would not do. She must remind Hugh to remain cautious. For young men like Hobart often delight in deceiving naive maidens. Seizing an opportunity while Hobart was distracted, Hugh discreetly sent a message to her friend, indicating that Hobart would also be attending the afternoon gathering. Phyllis held her head in her hands, despairing, believing Hugh may have already succumbed to his charm. Nonetheless, she adhered to their prior arrangement and brought her small case to the residence of Viscount Grelint to meet Hugh. £1,600. This was the largest sum of wealth they had ever encountered, and it must not escape her sight. Two cabs arrived almost simultaneously at the Viscount's doorstep. The diminutive Hugh introduced, this is my good friend Phyllis. Phyllis, meet Hobart, whom I mentioned. Phyllis replied coldly, Mr. Hobart, a pleasure to meet you. Hobart was taken aback. Miss Phyllis, your demeanor suggests that my presence is not a source of joy for you. Is this the famed magician? She stood a little over 5 feet tall, clad in a high-collared gown, her chestnut curls somewhat disheveled on her shoulders, and her pale blue eyes betrayed signs of fatigue. Hobart remarked pointedly, "Miss Phyllis, you appear to be in less than optimal condition." Phyllis, somewhat impatient, replied, "That is because..." She inhaled deeply before coldly stating, "Apologies, but I must speak with Hugh privately." Without waiting for Hobart's response, she took Hugh aside. Hobart found himself increasingly perplexed as he watched the two ladies whispering not far away, occasionally casting glances in his direction. "They must be speaking ill of me," he muttered under his breath. Just then, Hugh exclaimed loudly, "Oh, Phyllis, has a curly-haired baboon taken residence in your mind?" Chapter 40, Mr. A's Gathering. Hobart was unaware of what Hugh and Phyllis discussed, but after their reunion, he sensed a significant reduction in the magician's hostility towards him. The three of them, guided by a servant, were introduced to Viscount Grelint. The Viscount regarded Hobart. "Haven't we met somewhere before?" "Indeed, my lord," Hobart replied with a smile. "I had the pleasure of witnessing your grace on the dance floor at a soiree. Christine, being a brigadier general, attended or hosted several events, and Hobart had encountered Viscount Grelint at a few of them. However, as one was a noble and the other a general's offspring, their interactions had been minimal, merely a sense of familiarity." Viscount Grelint chuckled. "At the next soiree, I shall be sure to note your presence." He then inquired, "You too?" Hobart smiled. "Indeed. I am also an enthusiast of the arcane." The Viscount responded with an understanding smile. At that moment, the butler announced at the door, "Sir, Miss Audrey has arrived." Grelint personally went to greet her. "Dear Audrey, every time I see you, you possess a new kind of beauty." Audrey, clad in a hood and leather boots, entered Grelint. "Your style of complimenting others is increasingly reminiscent of the way our elders do." "Oh, Mr. Hobart, I didn't expect you to be here," she added. Hobart stepped forward to greet her. "Hello, Miss Audrey." He explained, "I recently completed an assignment in collaboration with Hugh and thought it fortuitous to join the gathering." Viscount Grelint suddenly exclaimed, "I remember now. You are the lawyer who secured Miss Hugh's release in just a day." Audrey laughed and shook her head. "My lord, your memory is becoming quite akin to those of our elders." Laughter ensued among them. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the 5 young individuals proceeded to attend Mr. A's gathering. This event was far from the safe confines of the mercenary club, compelling Hobart to borrow a hood from Grelint and don it as they entered the venue. Audrey and Grelint were there to procure potion recipes, unfortunately to no avail, as there were no vendors selling such wares among the audience and apothecaries. Hobart, however, was primarily interested in assessing the quality of the extraordinary materials being traded. Comparatively, the materials exchanged at mercenary club gatherings were of a higher caliber, even including materials of sequence 5, whereas those here were predominantly of sequence 8 and 9. Naturally, in a gathering characterized by a lack of trust, any valuable items would generally be traded discreetly. At that moment, a servant loudly announced a trading proposition that caught Hobart's attention. "A gentleman seeks a way to conquer his past self." One participant chuckled. "Perhaps strangling oneself is the best method to overcome oneself." This elicited laughter from many. However, when Mr. A cast a cold glance at them, the laughter froze, leaving the room in silence. As order was restored, the servant continued to announce other trading offers. Hobart stroked his chin. "Conquering one's past self. This indeed piques my interest." He raised his hand to summon the servant. "I wish to engage in trade with the gentleman seeking to overcome himself." Hugh and Audrey exchanged startled glances, having also heard the announcement and felt the allure of the extraordinary realm's mysteries. Could there truly be a method to conquer one's past self? However, Hubert's reaction left them slightly astonished. Could it be that this esteemed lawyer possessed the means to conquer his past self? Hugh quickly reminded Hubert, "The transactions here are no mere game. If one deceives the other participants, they will incur the wrath of Mr. A." Hubert smiled wryly. "Do you truly find me so untrustworthy?" As he spoke, he cast a pointed glance towards Forsyth. Hugh was momentarily taken aback. Hubert had already demonstrated his reliability the previous day. Yes, Forsyth had always cautioned me against trusting him, and I have inexplicably begun to lose faith in him, despite his extraordinary prowess in ritual magic. Suddenly, Audrey interjected, "I wish to observe this transaction." Hubert had left a profound impression on her regarding Hugh's case, and she was particularly curious about the methods to overcome oneself. "My goodness, it pertains to one's past self. How does one conquer that?" Hubert addressed the attendant. "Please convey my companion's desire." The attendant nodded and proceeded towards a door that was firmly shut. Shortly thereafter, he returned. "The gentleman has acquiesced to your request. Please follow me." Hubert led the way, with Audrey closely trailing behind, and Hugh and Graylint following suit, all equally intrigued by the means of overcoming one's past self. Forsyth muttered under her breath, "You seem to know so much." As she spoke, she also joined them. The gathering was adorned with numerous secluded chambers, designed to facilitate one-on-one transactions among participants. The individual within the room appeared taken aback by the unexpected influx of observers. His first instinct was to flee. However, upon realizing that the attendant and the group bore no ill intent, he sheepishly remarked, "This reminds me of an exceptional surgical procedure I once witnessed, where a single patient lay upon the operating table, yet many stood as spectators." Hubert smiled. "My apologies, the query you posed is rather intricate. We may need to engage in some necessary discussions." The cloaked figure, revealing only his chin, seemed youthful by voice. "Indeed, this issue is not easily resolved. I have attended several gatherings, yet have not found the answers I seek. I hope you do not disappoint me." Hubert nodded. "Could you elaborate further? Why must one conquer oneself? In which aspect of oneself?" He gestured. "We all understand that a person cannot return to the past to vanquish their former self. Such an endeavor would be futile. Nevertheless, in the realm of mysticism, the concept of overcoming one's past self can be interpreted in myriad ways. For instance, conquering a psychological shadow from one's past is also a form of triumph over oneself." Hugh and Graylint did not fully comprehend Hubert's meaning. Yet Audrey and Forsyth seemed to grasp something, their expressions revealing contemplative thoughts beneath their hoods. The figure straightened his posture. "You appear remarkably knowledgeable, which heightens my anticipation for your response." He continued, "There exists a gentleman who, in his youth, committed numerous transgressions, but one fateful day, divine guidance ignited a spark of conscience within him. From that moment on, he forsook his life of violence and became a priest, continually spreading the light of the divine and aiding many through their tribulations. Yet, the specter of his younger self relentlessly tormented him, preventing him from attaining true redemption. Thus, he yearns to vanquish his past self." Hubert's immediate reaction was, "The giant bishop of the Earth Mother Church?" The individual he described bore a striking resemblance to that bishop known by some name ending in ski. Hubert speculated it must be him. For Beckland could scarcely harbor so many who renounce their violent ways to achieve enlightenment. Hubert decided to probe further. "I gather that the individual you speak of seeks to conquer the malevolent and bloodthirsty aspects of his former persona. Is that correct?" The figure shifted in his seat, visibly excited. "Your description is exceedingly precise. Might I inquire as to the methods to resolve this dilemma? Before we proceed, let's first discuss compensation," Hubert suggested. The figure replied, "How does 120 in cash sound?" Hugh's eyes widened. Could one earn over 100 pounds so swiftly? Moments ago, he had seen someone offering a recipe for the constable's potion for 450. Although collaborating with Hubert could yield substantial gains, it still fell short of that amount. Yet, how could this lawyer earn money so swiftly? Hubert, however, countered, "Rather than cash, I would prefer to acquire the potion recipe from you." Aside from Hubert, everyone in the room was momentarily stunned. Hugh and the others immediately glanced at Graylint, then back at the cloaked traitor. The hooded figure stood up again, seemingly preparing to flee. "How do you know this?" Audrey deciphered from his body language that he exuded a profound sense of insecurity. He resembled a fugitive, as if he feared capture at any moment. Hubert had gleaned the information he sought, and the figure's reaction confirmed his suspicion. It was indeed the giant bishop. He also understood the source of the figure's anxiety. After all, the Kingdom of Rune was not a primary area of worship for the Earth Mother, and her priests and followers would naturally harbor distrust towards the local pagans. Hubert quickly sought to reassure him. "A friend of mine is a devotee of the Earth Mother. I have heard of that bishop's plight from him. I've forgotten the bishop's name, but I recall it bears a certain style reminiscent of the Vuzak Empire. Something akin to ski." The figure exhaled in relief and resumed his seat. "It is Bishop Utrosky." He then inquired, "May I ask your friend's name?" While there are many shallow devotees of the Earth Mother in Beckland, he was familiar with a few truly devout. Hubert blurted, "Emlyn." The figure appeared taken aback. "I do not recall such a devotee." Had Hubert not spoken so spontaneously, he might have assumed it was a fabricated name. Hubert waved dismissively. "This does not affect our transaction, nor does it impede our establishment of mutual trust." The figure nodded, pausing for a second or two before stating, "Your offer is too high. My bottom line is 150, and the potion recipe is worth at least 230. Perhaps we could engage in a three-way transaction." Graylint suddenly proposed. "I will pay Mr. Hubert 150 in cash, and then pay you 100 in cash, and in return, you will provide me with a potion recipe. This arrangement effectively means I have spent 250 on the recipe, while one of you receives 150 in compensation and the other 100 in cash. Following that, you can conclude your transaction, and we will owe nothing to each other. Yet the figure shook his head. Apologies, we are here to spread the light of the Mother Goddess, not to sell potion recipes. He turned to Graylent. Bishop Otrowski has indeed been granted permission to exchange the potion recipe for a chance at self-redemption. However, we cannot sell the recipe. We can only engage in mystical transactions. Of course, should you earnestly embrace the light of the Earth Mother and contribute to the faith, there may be an opportunity to acquire the recipe. As a servant accompanying Bishop Otrowski to Beckland, he was privy to all the details. Graylent expressed disappointment. I do not wish to convert for this reason. Hubert interjected. In that case, let us proceed this way. You may defer your payment for today, and later, when I provide assistance to Bishop Otrowski, he may recompense you with the potion recipe. For instance, bringing Mr. Moriarty, who can wholly resolve the issue, to the giant bishop would be a trivial matter for me, though it will have to wait until dear Mr. Fool reaches sequence 7. Meanwhile, Audrey suddenly felt a sense of familiarity with Hubert's phrase about deferring payment. Yet upon reflection, she could not remember owing him anything. The figure pondered for a moment. Agreed. Allow me to share with you the method for overcoming one's past self. Hubert remarked that it necessitates the assistance of an extraordinary individual from the audience pathway, or the use of extraordinary items of equivalent caliber, and also requires the participation of a combat-savvy extraordinary being. Specifically, the approach involves requesting an extraordinary individual from the audience pathway to isolate the malevolent and bloodthirsty persona of Bishop Otrowski, followed by hypnotizing this isolated persona alongside the adept combatant, or collectively drawing them into the realm of dreams. Within this dreamscape, the combat proficient extraordinary being merely needs to eliminate the isolated persona, granting Bishop Otrowski true redemption. After Hubert articulated this method, an unusual silence enveloped the room. Audrey's eyes sparkled with enlightenment. She had not anticipated that her ascension to an extraordinary being would endow her with such enigmatic capabilities. Hux and Forth felt as if they were experiencing the extraordinary world for the first time, astonished that one could conquer oneself in such a manner. Graylent observed with a contemplative gaze, his perception of Hubert subtly shifting. After a brief silence, he inquired, "This method sounds feasible. But where shall we seek an extraordinary individual from the audience pathway? Surely the giant bishop has not yet acquired the nightmare candle?" Hubert realized that if the giant bishop had indeed obtained the nightmare candle, there would be no need to scour the world for a method to vanquish oneself. Contemplating this, he raised his hands in a gesture of resignation. If I assist in locating the individual, the remuneration shall not merely be a potion from the apothecary. The other party nodded in agreement. You are correct. He continued, your insight is indeed worth 150 pounds. Hubert smiled and introduced himself. I am Hubert, a lawyer. When I approach Bishop Otrowski to offer him new assistance and collect debts, I shall state my name and profession. The other individual rose and proclaimed, You are a generous and trustworthy gentleman. With the transaction concluded, Hubert and the other four departed the gathering and made their way to the carriage of the Viscount Graylent. Hux could no longer contain himself and cautioned Hubert, Are you not concerned that Bishop Otrowski may refuse to honor the debt? Hubert smiled and replied, The bishop may flee, but the church remains. Should he refuse to acknowledge the debt, I shall liquidate the assets within his church to settle it. His seemingly nonchalant handling of the remuneration issue stemmed from his understanding that Bishop Otrowski was earnestly engaged in self-redemption and would not easily deceive others in such matters. Thus, he felt reassured in allowing the debt to accrue. Hubert added with a grin, Furthermore, this is the only way I can acquire the apothecary's potion formula. Chapter 42, A Small Mutual Aid Society. Graylent smiled at Hubert and said, If you manage to procure the apothecary's potion formula, I will be willing to purchase it for 270 pounds. The additional 20 pounds is a request for you to divulge the entire process of this transaction. I have a premonition. Indeed, in the realm of mysticism, intuition holds great significance. I sense this transaction will encompass a plethora of intriguing esoteric knowledge, which is precisely the information I seek. Audrey chimed in. I too wish to listen in. I trust that the generous Viscount Graylent would not mind an additional audience. Graylent smiled in affirmation. Of course. Both turned their eyes towards Hubert. At your service, Hubert replied with a smile. Additionally, I hope that the five of us, aligned in our aspirations, can form a small mutual aid alliance. Naturally, I recognize that the esteemed Miss Audrey and Viscount Graylent entered the realm of extraordinary beings out of curiosity. However, you may find yourselves in need of extraordinary materials in the future, or require our assistance in investigations that may not be suitable for your public appearances. Grellant nodded in agreement. You speak wisely. I may indeed need to engage with the extraordinary world in the future, and having a few trustworthy partners would be immensely beneficial. He grinned. Moreover, I can offer you potions that can be used with complete confidence. Audrey added, and I can provide psychological analysis. Internally, she felt a surge of excitement. This would be an extraordinary circle beyond the Tarot Society, and one she would help to establish. If it flourished, it might evolve into a new mysterious organization. What she remained unaware of, however, was that this organization already included 2 members of the Tarot Society, alongside 2 future members, essentially a branch of the Tarot Society in Beckland. Hubert smiled and said, I can offer reliable legal assistance in ordinary matters or those involving extraordinary events. Hux felt inspired. I excel in arbitration and investigation, as well as interrogation. Finally, all eyes turned to Forth, who hesitated before replying, I am skilled at procuring items that are inconvenient to acquire directly. Hubert clapped his hands together. Shall we bestow a name upon our organization? Audrey suggested, how about calling it the League of Justice? My dear, you must have a profound affection for the term justice. Hubert mused, reminiscent of the Avengers. That name is quite fitting. Thus, the League of Justice is officially established. We gather here on the principle of mutual aid, aspiring for greater advancement within the extraordinary realm. The 5 young individuals felt a surge of exhilaration. For from this moment forth, the League of Justice would become their sanctuary. As the excitement gradually subsided, Audrey suddenly inquired, why does the Mother Earth Church possess the apothecary's potion formula? Hubert explained, this pertains to a principle that the Church has deliberately concealed. We all know that the Mother Earth Church possesses a complete potion formula for cultivators, yet they also intentionally absorb extraordinary beings from the apothecary pathway. Much like the Night Goddess Church, which not only has a complete potion formula for the sleepless, but also nurtures extraordinary beings from the Undertaker pathway. Audrey nodded thoughtfully, feeling as if Hubert had not quite addressed the crux of the matter. However, since it was a deliberate concealment, she refrained from pressing further. After all, in the extraordinary realm, esoteric knowledge equates to power and wealth. The 5 individuals parted ways at the entrance of Viscount Grellant's estate. Hux and Forth watched as the carriages of the other 3 departed, exchanging glances and recognizing that Hubert had imparted a valuable lesson to them today. Although they had previously encountered Audrey and Grellant a few times, they had yet to establish solid connections. Yet, Hubert, with his inaugural participation in their venture, had already forged a strong bond among them. Indeed, as an observant bystander, Forth clearly understood that the backbone of the League of Justice was not the beautiful Miss Audrey, nor the esteemed Viscount Grellant, but rather Hubert himself. Hux suddenly remarked, it is evident that Hubert possesses a wealth of knowledge regarding mysticism. Should we inquire about the Moonlight Murmurs? Forth shook her head. Perhaps we should wait a while longer. I still harbor doubts about him. That was her vulnerability, one she was reluctant to disclose to others. Hubert glanced at his pocket watch. It was only 3:30 p.m. He first made his way to 51 Henry Street in the West End, after instructing the driver to wait for a moment. He looked at the sign of the establishment, Jal's Herbal Shop. The lower right corner of the sign bore a small inscription, offering various mystical materials. The display window showcased an array of common yet visually appealing herbs, and the shop's dark decor successfully created an aura of mystery. This was indeed the place. Hubert entered the shop, and his eyes were immediately greeted by a plethora of herbs and mystical materials filling the room, including neatly arranged display cases above the counter. The products were impeccably organized, and the glass bottles containing the potions gleamed with cleanliness, imparting a sense of professionalism and abundance. Behind the counter, Jal sat smoking a pipe. Upon seeing Hubert, he immediately set the pipe aside and smiled. Mr. Hubert, I did not expect to see you again so soon. What can I assist you with this time? I wish to sell you some special materials. Hubert remarked, however, I must conduct a transaction at the Mercenary Club. The carriage awaits outside. Gal smiled. May I have a glance? No, the trade must occur within the club. If Gal were indeed the person mentioned in the original text, Hubert would naturally know whether to trust him. However, he could not recall having seen Gal's name, so he approached the interaction with utmost caution. Very well. Gal summoned a busy attendant from behind the counter to oversee the shop, donned his hat, grasped his cane, and took up a small briefcase, following Hubert into the carriage. They proceeded smoothly into the Mercenary Club, where, under the guidance of a server, they entered a modest conference room. At this juncture, Hubert produced and opened an iron box containing a mutated eye. Gal cast a fleeting glance at the eye and promptly closed the box, exclaiming, by the divine, where did you procure such a nefarious item? Hubert replied with a smile, If I were to disclose its origins, the price would double. Very well. I shall refrain from inquiring further. Gal placed his hand upon the iron box, as if to inspect the goods, and after a moment he asked, "What is your asking price?" 100 pounds. Gal shook his head. Though rare, its utility is limited, making it difficult to sell. Moreover, should the church discover it, it would pose a significant problem. Hubert smiled. To my knowledge, its applications are quite extensive, such as in certain curses and rituals that attract the attention of malevolent entities. And it can also be crafted into extraordinary poisons. In the event that the mutated eye fell into the hands of official extraordinary individuals, it could be utilized as a component in various poisons or outright destroyed. Hubert, having never been an official extraordinary, did not consider matters from their perspective. In his view, in this metropolis of 5 million, the presence of one additional mutated eye would not amplify the malevolence, nor would its absence render the world any more benevolent. Converting such items into cash to bolster his own power and ensure greater safety in this world sufficed for him, given his current strength. He saw no need for excessive contemplation. Recognizing Hubert as a connoisseur, Gal refrained from pressing too hard on the price, and after amicable negotiation, they settled on a final price of 85 pounds. Hubert placed 5 pounds into his wallet as a commission for the illicit transaction, wrapping the remaining 80 pounds in paper to await the sale of the extraordinary traits of the seer before sharing the proceeds with Hugh. Hubert had no intention of selling the seer's extraordinary traits to Gal. He preferred to unveil them at the gathering. Firstly, for the protection offered by the individual in the golden mask, and secondly, as a means of integrating into that social circle. Most attendees of the gathering were military personnel, inherently fostering mutual trust, and few like Hubert had not served. To fully immerse himself in their ranks, he needed to engage in a few transactions at the gathering to prove his reliability. After concluding the transaction with Gal, Hubert ascended to the 3rd floor to the information wall, requesting the server to leave a message. "I currently possess a collection of jewelry and gold for sale, valued at approximately 1,500 pounds. Hubert intended to liquidate these assets and subsequently hand the cash to Mr. Robin and his cousin, as allowing them to handle the sale themselves would easily attract unwanted attention. The Mercenary Club, with its formidable backing, was a place where ordinary individuals would not dare disrupt the rules of commerce. Having left his message, Hubert, noting that there was still ample time, settled into a sofa in the lobby and ordered a cup of tea to rest. He had been in constant motion over the past few days and found himself yearning for the days spent on the campus of Backlund University, when he had promised 2 classmates a meal, a promise he had yet to fulfill. He recalled that one of those classmates was the child of a judge and the other a wealthy merchant. Their connections would undoubtedly prove useful in the future, and he needed to find time to maintain those relationships. Holding a newspaper, he found himself unable to absorb a single word, his thoughts consumed by various concerns. After a while, Hubert became acutely aware that he had adapted to the lifestyle of this era, seizing opportunities to cultivate his own network. Life on Earth, no. Life in the era of the Common Era was gradually fading into the distance. Just as he was lost in contemplation, he overheard 2 soldiers nearby discussing. The battle on the southern continent must have commenced, right? How could it be so swift? They departed last Sunday night. It's only Wednesday afternoon now. Huh. You're unaware, aren't you? They traveled by military airship to the southern continent. What? A military airship? I imagine those wretched Fusakians will be as astonished when our forces ambush them. The military certainly spares no expense. The determination of the military is indisputable. The rewards for this operation must be exceedingly generous. Hubert stared intently at the newspaper, his mind racing with thoughts. This was a continuation of the vendetta against the Fusakians. Although the military had not directly intervened, they had provided considerable facilitation to the mercenaries. Around 5 o'clock, Hubert finished his last sip of tea, visited the restroom, and hailed a cab to return home. Dinner was as warm and joyous as ever, and after the meal, the family enjoyed tea and conversation for a while before each retreated to their own quarters. That evening, Hubert planned to conduct 2 experiments. He locked his door and first constructed a wall of spirituality, lighting candles on the table according to a binary method, and then sketched a simple throne pattern on the table, marked by a circular symbol representing distortion. The rudimentary design and symbol coalesced to signify the Black Emperor's mark. Hubert had noticed this very symbol on the back of the chair behind him during the tarot meeting. Due to the unique nature of the Source Fortress, this symbol theoretically represented his own mark, hence his design for this experiment. Finally, Hubert placed the extraordinary traits of the seer at the center of the makeshift altar. Once all was prepared, he recited in the language of Hermes, "O creator of the order of mortals, you are the sovereign of the realm of disorder. You are the master of the clock of order. Your faithful servant beseeches your gaze. I implore you to accept his offering. I beseech you to open the gates of your kingdom. Within the wall of spirituality, an uncanny whirlwind suddenly arose. In a darkness that seemed capable of devouring all manifested upon the ceiling. Hubert had not anticipated such a commotion. He hastily entered the realm of disorder by walking backward. Seated upon the iron throne, Hubert beheld two bronze doors materializing in the air at the far end of a pool, and he faintly heard his own voice of supplication. This indicated that his three-part name indeed pointed to himself upon the Iron Throne, a notion he had long wished to experiment with but had never found the time. Subsequently, Hubert noticed a star radiating white light emerging from the pool before the Iron Throne. His spiritual essence expanded towards the star, and indeed, he caught sight of himself before the makeshift altar in his bedroom. Leveraging the true vision of the realm of disorder, Hubert scrutinized himself carefully. The medium he had communicated with yesterday, Zachary, was already showing signs of losing control and was markedly tainted. Hubert's astral and spiritual forms were assisted by the realm of disorder in filtering out the contamination, so he need not worry about being tainted by Zachary. However, he feared that the pollution could use his spirituality as a conduit to taint his mental and etheric bodies, as Zachary had evidently been contaminated at those levels. Under the true vision, the various hues of his physical form appeared entirely normal, though he looked somewhat fatigued. It seemed that his extensive use of spirituality yesterday had led to this physical weariness. Hubert on the Iron Throne retracted his spirituality, marking the first experiment as successful. His design name was effective, prompting him to commence the second experiment. His spirituality enveloped the bronze doors, which opened a small crack, through which he could vaguely discern the situation at the altar. As he reached out with a swift motion, the extraordinary traits of the secret supplicant were drawn into the realm of disorder, cascading before the Iron Throne. Success! He massaged his forehead, aware that his spiritual energy had been somewhat depleted. Henceforth, should he acquire any extraordinary materials or traits, they could be stored within the realm of disorder, ensuring they remained undiscovered and unclaimed by others. The success of his experiment elevated Hubert's spirits, prompting him to return to his chamber for a brief respite to replenish his spiritual energy before proceeding with the forthcoming bestowal ceremony, during which he would unveil the extraordinary traits of the secret supplicant. No sooner had he settled back into his body than he heard a knock at the door, accompanied by Christine's concerned inquiry. "Hubert, are you all right? I sense an unusual force emanating from your room." Chapter 44, on the importance of eye insertion. "Oh dear." Hubert hurriedly tidied his desk, exclaiming, "I'm fine," before anxiously rushing to open the door. Outside stood Christine, her face etched with worry. Hubert's family members were notoriously prone to losing control. After scrutinizing Hubert with a serious gaze, Christine finally exhaled in relief. With the corridor empty, she whispered, "Just now, I distinctly felt a surge of power." Hubert responded somewhat disingenuously, "I was merely experimenting with my abilities." Noticing Christine's skepticism, he deftly shifted the topic. Could it possibly be related to my experiences yesterday? Recognizing the hallway was not the ideal setting for discussion, Christine led Hubert to the study, where he briefly recounted his encounter from the previous day. Upon hearing it was connected to the Aurora Society, Christine immediately took it seriously, conducting a thorough examination of Hubert. After concluding there were no issues, she cautioned him to remain vigilant regarding his state, advising him to seek her out at the first sign of irregularity. If the malevolent deity cast its gaze upon him, it might not manifest immediately, but could gradually lead to corruption, culminating in an eventual outburst. Furthermore, Christine and Hubert reached a mutual conclusion. The Aurora Society would not retaliate against Hubert merely for the actions of an outsider, and as a brigadier general of the kingdom, Christine was unperturbed by the prospect of such retaliation. After spending over an hour in the study, Hubert was finally granted his freedom. Upon returning to his chamber, Hubert realized that having a mid-tier powerhouse in his household indeed provided a sense of security. Just as he had safely stored the riches he acquired yesterday, he could rest assured they remained protected at home, unlike Furs, who felt compelled to keep his possessions on his person at all times. However, this also raised the concern that his secrets could be exposed. Previously, he had performed a relatively simple ritual to beseech the night goddess for power, one that had not caused much commotion, and the goddess, wielding the authority of secrecy, had gone unnoticed by Christine. Yet the recent experiment was markedly different. Hubert could not precisely control the power projected from the realm of disorder, allowing this overwhelming force to spill beyond the walls of his spiritual domain, prompting Christine's awareness. Hubert calculated the value of his possessions and reasoned that he could allocate a portion of his funds to rent a place outside, thus providing a secure environment to attend the tarot gatherings and conduct his experiments. After waiting for another half-hour without further interruptions, Hubert decided to once again traverse into the realm of disorder using his reverse walking technique. The extraordinary traits of the secret supplicant still lingered in place. He deemed it unwise to conduct the bestowal ceremony at home. Thus, Hubert entered into his routine observation period. As the observation commenced later than usual, he found that Laffit had already begun his performance of minor mischief. With no time to linger, he shifted his focus to Elliot. It was not that Hubert harbored voyeuristic tendencies. He sought to ascertain whether Elliot and Laffit were trustworthy. Once he reached a conclusion, he did not intend to observe them so frequently. Elliot was dining with two companions at a restaurant, the feast before them abundant and distinctly reflective of southern continent culinary traditions. The trio silently savored their meal, unlike the raucous conversations at surrounding tables. Hubert cast a glance around the southern continent's establishment, noting the decor steeped in local flavor, adorned with exquisite feathered embellishments, and the architecture clearly diverging from that of the northern continent, displaying wooden columns and beams. In that fleeting moment of observation, he recognized a familiar figure dining alone in the corner of the restaurant. Upon reflection, Hubert recalled that this man had been present at the mercenary club gathering, recruiting teammates adept in spiritual communication. Their mercenary group had received a mission to retaliate against the Fursac Empire on the southern continent. Hubert then recalled that General Anthony was a warlord covertly supported by the Fursac Empire, indicating that they had chosen to launch their retaliatory action within Anthony's territory. As his thoughts swirled, the middle-aged man rose to settle his bill. Hubert hesitated for a moment before resolutely committing the man's visage to the constellation representing Elliot, intoning with an exalted voice, "Follow him." Provided he refrained from projecting power into the constellation, only Elliot would be privy to these words. In the restaurant of Cancel City on the southern continent, Elliot was suddenly inundated with the imposing figure seated upon a throne forged of iron swords, followed by the image of the inadequately dressed middle-aged man, accompanied by the resounding voice, "Follow him." Elliot nearly leapt from his seat, taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart. The enigmatic, formidable presence had been shadowing him all along. At that moment, he also observed the middle-aged man finishing his payment. Elliot fought to mask his inner trepidation and exhilaration, conjuring images of his sister playing amidst the grasses and his dear friend's angelic daughter, who was nearing her 12th birthday. Ultimately, he resolved to heed the mysterious being's directive. Elliot's companions sensed his unusual demeanor. One inquired, "Is something stuck in your throat?" "No," Elliot replied with a strained smile. "I just remembered something and will be returning later to rest." Paying no mind to his companion's reactions, he rose and discreetly exited through a side door of the restaurant. He carefully shadowed the middle-aged man, cautious not to attract his attention. Cancel City, the second largest city within General Anthony's domain, was more a commercial area consisting of a few intersecting streets than a true city, encircled by a rudimentary wall. In the small cities of the southern continent, walls were essential, for one could never predict when they might be subjected to the trials of war. Tracking the man within the city was manageable, but once he scaled the wall and departed the city, the pursuit grew more challenging. Reluctant to follow too closely, Elliot relied on the details left in the grass and foliage to discern the direction of his quarry. Tracking had been a fundamental lesson in their childhood, and amidst such dense woods, he felt confident in evading detection by higher-tier extraordinary beings. After trailing for a considerable distance, Elliot noticed that the middle-aged man had gathered a group of individuals in the woods, all moving in unison toward the common destination. After cautiously following for over an hour, Elliot found himself at the roadside leading from Cancel City to the outside world. At that moment, a caravan approached from the distance, its size indicated by the sound of hooves striking the ground. Elliot surmised that the middle-aged man's aim was this caravan. Just as he found a place to conceal himself, he witnessed two figures emanating an ominous black light burst forth from the underbrush, directly toppling the carriage. The air was filled with a cacophony of cries for imprisonment, exile, distortion, and weakening. Chapter 45, A Fortuitous Find. On the thoroughfare, some horses fell victim to the aftermath of the battle, while others were startled by the sudden outbreak of conflict, colliding chaotically with their carriages, rendering the occupants within increasingly vulnerable. Elliot lay prostrate on the ground, paralyzed by fear, witnessing the most intense and extraordinary battle he had ever encountered. He estimated at least 4 Sequence 5 combatants were engaged, in addition to more than 10 from Sequence 6, along with an indeterminate number from Sequences 7 and 8. The mysterious entity seated upon the Iron Throne was trailing a middle-aged man who belonged to the ambushing faction. Many among them were extraordinary individuals of the legal pathway, possessing formidable control abilities, relentlessly suppressing those extraordinary beings confined within the carriage using powers of weakening, confusion, and corrosion. Their companions predominantly hailed from the arbitrator pathway, excelling in close combat, primarily employing incarceration to ensnare their foes before overwhelming them en masse. The battlefield quickly revealed a lopsided dynamic, until a red flame spear erupted from one of the carriages, momentarily stalling the enemy's advance, granting the assaulted party a fleeting opportunity to breathe. However, it was not long before the carriage that had launched the crimson spear began to emit a radiant glow reminiscent of dawn, accompanied by a solemn proclamation of retribution. Two Sequence 5 individuals emanating a black, holy light, alongside another Sequence 5 whose presence induced a sense of visual chaos, commenced their assault on the wielder of the fiery spear. Seizing this moment, the other extraordinary beings within the carriage hastily disembarked, fleeing toward the jungle in the opposite direction of the battlefield. Yet, after covering a short distance, they were met with a cacophony of distorted sounds of confinement, indicating that the ambushers had laid traps in that direction as well. Ultimately, the beleaguered extraordinary beings had no choice but to regroup and break through along the thoroughfare. Elliot buried his head lower, as the chaos of battle crept closer to his position. He had no desire to perish here in a state of bewilderment. It was only then that he realized the enigmatic figure on the Iron Throne was not fixated on him, but rather on the unfolding extraordinary war. In a time devoid of large-scale conflicts, such a battle at this level could substantially influence the stability and dominion of a warlord's territory in the southern continent. This was surely the matter that warranted the attention of such a mysterious being. Meanwhile, the entity on the Iron Throne was savoring the spectacle from a vantage point of true sight. As Elliot trailed the middle-aged man, the being had already taken a respite from the realm of disorder, allowing it to observe the battle with ease. Hubert, on this day, learned that the combination of the arbitrator's confinement and the lawyer's weakening abilities could be employed in tandem, first imprisoning an opponent, then deploying several weakening effects rendered the adversary nearly devoid of combat efficacy. Moreover, when organized and premeditated, the assault of over 100 extraordinary beings wielded immense power, likely capable of overpowering an entire regiment-sized force. The clashes among extraordinary beings were swift and fleeting, and soon the extraordinary individuals of the Fursak Empire vanished around a bend, pursued by the extraordinary mercenaries of Rune, leaving the battlefield increasingly distant. On the thoroughfare, only the sound of neighing horses remained, accompanied by several Sequence 7 and Sequence 8 individuals, tasked with finishing off the wounded and patrolling the battleground. Elliot finally dared to raise his head slightly, noticing that he had not drawn attention. Just as he was about to depart, something akin to a cherry, glowing with a black luminescence, caught his eye. It was the extraordinary trait of a barbarian, and its owner had perished in a gruesome manner, nearly devoid of human form, which likely contributed to the rapid dissipation of the extraordinary characteristic. The extraordinary trait was not far from Elliot, and his eyes began to shimmer with fervor as he glanced at the attackers in the distance, then back at the extraordinary trait. This was precisely what the bulky family desperately needed. The proliferation of the population without sufficient extraordinary traits had led to the madness observed in the town. At this moment, the main battlefield had receded far beyond reach, and amid sequence extraordinary beings were embroiled in combat for the foreseeable future. This was an opportunity. Elliot resolved to adjust his stance and dash forward to seize the cherry-like extraordinary trait. Just as he intended to turn and leave the thoroughfare, he suddenly spotted a necklace evidently imbued with extraordinary power. Without hesitation, he grasped the necklace, but then his gaze fell upon an eerie, extraordinary mask. Just as he reached for the mask, an image of the towering throne and the mysterious figure flashed in his mind. Go. Elliot suddenly realized that he had unwittingly succumbed to the influence of an extraordinary item on the battlefield, becoming consumed by greed. Fortunately, the voice of the enigmatic entity on the Iron Throne restored clarity to his mind. However, he was soon discovered as one of the Sequence 8 individuals, engaged in finishing off the fallen, shouted, "Who goes there? Halt!" and pursued him alongside a Sequence 7 and another Sequence 8. Elliot fled desperately, yet he could not shake off his pursuers. In his frantic state, a grand and imposing throne materialized above him in midair, despite the nighttime. The sacred black light surrounding the throne was still visible. A vague figure sat upon the throne, exuding an overwhelming presence. The three pursuers recoiled in shock, hastily scattering to seek refuge. However, They quickly realized that the formidable entity upon the throne did not intend to attack them. Instead, it plunged the space before them into a state of chaos. Once the chaos dissipated and order was restored, the thief of extraordinary traits had vanished without a trace, and all leads had been severed. After Hubert had aided Elliot in evading his pursuers, he departed the realm of disorder. The evening's observation had proven invaluable, as he gained profound insights into the abilities of Sequence 8, Sequence 7, Sequence 6, and even Sequence 5 within the lawyer pathway. He also witnessed how other extraordinary beings of the same pathway employed their extraordinary abilities. Within the lawyer pathway, Sequence 7 represented a qualitative leap. Prior to this, neither barbarians nor lawyers possessed particularly potent extraordinary abilities, but upon reaching Sequence 7, one could wield a diverse array of bribery techniques. Only then did extraordinary abilities directly applicable to combat emerge. As Hubert pondered his reflections, indistinct echoes resonated in his mind. Was someone chanting his name? Or perhaps it was Elliot invoking his name, for thus far, only he and Elliot were privy to it. Hubert sighed. He was indeed somewhat weary after the day's events, yet the great being on the Iron Throne was compelled to continue its endeavors. He retraced his steps into the realm of disorder, resuming his place upon the Iron Throne, where Elliot's star continued to pulsate vigorously. Hubert extended his consciousness, realizing that Oriolette intended to offer him the extraordinary necklace she had procured. Chapter 46, A New Power. Elliot humbly prostrated himself, proclaiming, mysterious and great existence. I am grateful for your guidance that led me to acquire the extraordinary trait of the barbarian. I thank you for your reminder, which kept me from succumbing to greed. I am indebted for your aid, which allowed me to evade my pursuers. As your loyal servant, I wish to present this necklace as a sacrificial offering to express my heartfelt gratitude. After repeating his words thrice, the figure of the great being appeared in his mind. The being spoke with a solemn voice. I am not interested in your offering. It requires too much of my essence. Should I fail to transport the offering to the realm of disorder, it would be a disaster. Elliot's voice became increasingly deferential. Great being, I understand that this offering may seem crude in your eyes, yet is the most valuable possession I have. I truly do not know what kind of offering could adequately convey my gratitude. After a brief pause of 1 or 2 seconds, the solemn voice proclaimed, Very well. Prepare a simple altar for tomorrow night. Inscribe this symbol at its center, ignite 3 candles in a binary format, and burn spiritually potent herbs. The incantation is... Elliot exhaled in relief. The great entity was finally demanding his offering. The grave voice continued. From this moment forth, you may refer to me as the Creator. Furthermore, in the extraordinary realm, always remember to exercise restraint. As the voice faded, the majestic throne receded from his mind. Elliot could hardly contain his excitement. It seemed that his heartfelt gratitude had touched this magnificent being, prompting it to reveal its true name, referring to the name of the true deity. Regardless of whether the great Creator could hear him, Elliot respectfully declared, I shall abide by your will. He understood clearly that the Creator's final admonition was a lesson, a reminder, and a blessing. What Elliot did not realize was that the great Creator simply wished for him to remain vigilant, lest he inadvertently transform into an extraordinary being in the southern continent. Hubert, after departing the chaotic realm for the 4th time that evening, was utterly fatigued and fell asleep almost instantly. In the southern continent, on the road to Castle City, the Rune mercenaries were clearing the battlefield. The mercenary captain, Castor Augustus, furrowed his brow as he inquired of his 3 subordinates. Are you saying that the enemy suddenly appeared in midair and did not attack you? This battle had ended in a resounding victory, and the entire mercenary team was engulfed in a wave of exhilaration. However, during the latter half of the conflict, a minor incident occurred. Someone had seized 2 trivial spoils from them. While it was neither a significant nor an insignificant matter, clarity was imperative. One of the pursuers who had chased Elliot remarked, Captain, had they intended to attack us, we would have been utterly defenseless. Castor's frown deepened further, and at that moment, his aide, Conrad, approached briskly. I have ascertained that the extraordinary trait taken was that of Bog Calvin's. The nephew of Viscount Calvin? Castor queried. Indeed, Conrad replied. As for the extraordinary item that was taken, it is challenging to ascertain. While we possess intelligence on most of our adversaries, we remain unaware of the specific extraordinary items or seals they command. However, from the descriptions provided by several of our injured subordinates, it appears to be an item of either Sequence 7 or Sequence 6. After a moment of silence, Castor suddenly laughed. Clearly, They were aware of our maneuvers to achieve their objectives amidst our fierce battle. Yet a high-sequence, extraordinary being, utilizing such critical intelligence, risks their servants or subordinates merely to acquire an item of mid-sequence and an extraordinary trait of sequence 8. This must surely be the most amusing jest I have heard this year. Conrad analyzed. Perhaps that extraordinary item holds significant meaning? He added, by the way, the divination revealed that the individual who stole the extraordinary trait is affiliated with a local extraordinary force. However, without exception, divinations concerning the individual on the throne have failed. It seems a new power has emerged in the southern continent, and the forces in Anthony's territory are poised for a reshuffle. Castor declared, since the losses are minimal, let us avoid conflict with the local extraordinary organization. Quickly gather the spoils. We must retreat post-haste. Fortunately, this powerful entity bore them no ill will, given its demonstrated prowess. Should the other party so desire, most of the mercenary team could attain extraordinary traits in the southern continent. The following morning, Hubert felt a notable restoration of his spirit and mental faculties. After spending a brief time at the law firm, he ventured out to visit clients. He intended to rent a house on a nearby street that very morning, as his wealth had returned to over 70 pounds, not including the dividends from 2 pieces of loot and the remuneration promised by Mr. Robin. He had already envisioned the type of house he desired, a 2-story townhouse, offering ample space for rituals without raising the suspicions of neighbors. Ideally, it would be in proximity to the law firm, allowing him to rest nearby during late hours of work. After strolling around White Ming Lon Street and the adjacent thoroughfare, he quickly discovered 2 appealing rental properties. Following the information on the rental notice, he easily located the landlords in the vicinity. After comparing the 2 properties, Hubert chose the townhouse at 192 Blanca Street. The structure resembled the contemporary 2-story townhouses, featuring a living room, kitchen, dining area, and a small storage room on the ground floor. The upper level comprised 3 bedrooms and a washroom equipped with a bathtub. The area was quite spacious, akin to what Hubert remembered of a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room residence. The annual rent was £52, and Hubert rented it for half a year, paying £26, which left him with a remaining balance of £48, 1 shilling and 6 pence. The newly rented house was conveniently close to the law firm, just a 10-minute walk away. After having lunch at the office, Hubert, having not received any correspondence from the mercenary club, truly set out to visit clients in the afternoon. One of the clients he intended to visit was Mr. Barron, a farmer in the suburbs, who had written requesting legal assistance from the firm. The repeal of the corn laws had driven many small landowners and self-sufficient farmers to bankruptcy. However, this was merely the plight of a portion of the populace. Numerous farms still thrived in the outskirts of Bakerland, including that of Mr. Barron. Chapter 47. The True Sacrifice. Mr. Barron owned several hundred acres of land, employing a dozen farmers to work for him. Additionally, he had constructed an imposing villa on his property, indicating his sound financial standing. At the farm stable, Hubert encountered Mr. Barron, who was grooming his cherished horse. He appeared to be in his 30s, tall and robust, sporting the common mustache style of the Kingdom of Ruin. Mr. Barron warmly welcomed Hubert, setting aside his task to invite him to the parlor for tea. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Mr. Barron disclosed his need for legal assistance. He wished to divorce his wife, but did not want to share the assets with her, thus seeking the expertise of a professional like Hubert. Under Rune's marriage law, if a wife petitions for divorce, she is entitled to no assets, often receiving only half of her dowry, whereas if the husband initiates the divorce, the wife is entitled to half of the marital assets. The only exception arises when one party has betrayed the marriage, granting the other a more favorable position in asset division upon filing for divorce. Hubert silently cursed the man while maintaining a warm smile. I see. You wish for your wife to initiate the divorce? Alas, this was part of his duty, as Mr. Barron was his client. A reality he had mentally prepared for upon returning from the magistrate's court. In your eyes, I must appear to be an irredeemable scoundrel? Mr. Barron rubbed his forehead and said, I love my wife dearly, yet she does not return my affections. I sense that her heart belongs to another. Perhaps this is why she is unwilling to bear my child. Mr. Barron then recounted the story of his relationship with his wife, Penny, who had come to the farm as a worker 8 years prior. Penny, then just a teenager, had been vivacious and spirited, leaving a lasting impression on Mr. Barron. At that time, Mr. Barron still enjoyed a harmonious family life. However, 6 summers ago, his wife succumbed to an illness, leaving him in profound sorrow for an extended period. It took him a year or 2 to emerge from the depths of his grief. The once cheerful and vivacious Penny gradually rekindled Mr. Barron's appreciation for the beauty of life, leading him to propose to her 3 years prior. At that moment, Penny appeared somewhat reluctant, yet Mr. Barron paid little heed to her hesitance and directly summoned her parents to discuss the marriage. This delighted Penny's parents, as Mr. Barron was a prominent figure in the vicinity. Following their union, Mr. Barron yearned for a child, but despite 3 years of effort, their endeavors bore no fruit. Throughout this time, Penny grew increasingly taciturn, losing her former vivacity and cheerfulness. Mr. Barron, in turn, began to lose patience with his wife, and now they find themselves unable to coexist amicably, prompting Mr. Barron to write to a law firm for assistance. Upon hearing this tale, Hubert was at a loss as to whether to commend Mr. Barron's courage, for in contemporary society, it is common for masters to coerce maids or female workers into servitude, merely compensating them with a sum of money to send them on their way. The marriage between a master and a servant necessitates immense bravery from both parties. From this perspective, it is evident that Mr. Barron harbors genuine affection for Penny. However, throughout this marriage, no one has inquired about Penny's desires. Hubert pondered briefly before suggesting, "Mr. Barron, my recommendation is that since you still cherish your wife, it might be prudent to provide her with some means of sustenance or a financial settlement upon divorce. This approach would not only enhance her reputation, but also help avert numerous post-marital complications." "I have considered this," Mr. Barron replied. "I intend to bequeath the wool processing workshop to Penny, as its profits would suffice for her to lead a comfortable life." Hubert understood. A modest provision could be made, but the marital assets should not be halved. He said, "If you are inclined to hire me to facilitate this matter, I shall speak with your wife." Mr. Barron hesitated for a few seconds before responding, "Very well, Mr. Hubert. One must take this step. I am willing to engage you as my attorney to handle this situation. Regarding the fee, I have already discussed it with Mr. Barton in my letter." Hubert nodded. Mr. Barron agreed to provide a commission of £10 for this matter. While this fee may seem modest, it is attributed to Hubert's promising start in his legal career, as most commissions typically range from £10 to £20. Assignments like Mr. Barron's are generally only charged a percentage of the estate when court intervention becomes necessary. Naturally, the esteemed attorney Barton would not personally manage such trivial matters. It was his assistant who corresponded with Mr. Barron. Hubert arrived prepared with a standard contract, and after both parties signed, he inquired, "Where might I find Miss Penny at present?" The jovial smile that Mr. Barron had worn in the stable faded, replaced by a strained grin. "She has returned to her parents' home today. Every so often, she spends a few days there before returning." Hubert replied, "I shall visit her parents' residence to discuss matters with her. Meeting her separately is the wisest course of action." However, upon glancing at his pocket watch, Hubert noted that it was rather late to call upon Miss Penny this evening. "Please provide me with her parents' address. I shall pay them a visit tomorrow morning." Once he received the address, Hubert took his leave. As he had anticipated, he walked quite a distance before locating a hired carriage, spending over 2 hours traveling that afternoon. Fortunately, as this was a task commissioned by the firm, the transportation costs would be reimbursed. Contemplating reimbursement, Hubert suddenly remembered old Neil, who seemed to be showing signs of deterioration. At next week's gathering, he would need to find a way to alert Mr. Koo to see if there was still hope for old Neil. In the southern continent, as night quietly descended, Elliot ventured into the depths of the forest, lantern in hand, arriving at a clearing. He first constructed a spiritual wall, then, following the Creator's instructions, drew symbols, lit candles, and burned herbs. Once all was prepared, he began to chant, "O Creator of earthly order, you are the sovereign of the realm of chaos. You are the master of the bell of order. Your faithful servant beseeches your gaze, imploring you to accept his offering, beseeching you to open the gates of your kingdom." Upon finishing the incantation, a tempest erupted within the spiritual wall, and a black vortex suddenly manifested above the makeshift altar. The vortex expanded, seemingly poised to engulf everything around it, and when it towered higher than the surrounding trees, 2 bronze doors appeared within the whirlpool. Elliot was utterly astonished. This was indeed the gateway to the divine realm. Chapter 48, The Revelation of Truth. The gates of the divine realm were far more magnificent than he had envisioned, surpassing even the descriptions found in tomes. Elliot stood entranced. The 2 bronze doors opened slightly, and a tremendous suction drew the necklace from the altar. Subsequently, the doors closed, the vortex vanished, and tranquility returned. After a moment, Elliot hastily bowed his head, exclaiming, "Praise be to the Creator." At that moment, he felt he had gained new insights into the Creator. The family curse might truly be within reach of resolution. He then internally repented for having once doubted the Creator's abilities. Regrettably, he could not disclose the Creator's existence to the family elders, for perhaps within their possessions lay something capable of pleasing the Creator. In the realm of chaos, Hubert toyed with the necklace in his hand. This necklace was silver-hued, its centerpiece an inverted triangle, with a crystal resembling a sapphire at its core, seemingly harboring a swirling force. Utilizing the status of the realm of chaos, he had discerned the necklace's abilities and adverse effects. The first ability allowed for communication with spirits, even enabling contact with living beings. The second endowed the wearer with heightened spiritual sensitivity, permitting them to perceive all spectral entities and effortlessly identify their weaknesses, as well as facilitating effective communication with nature spirits. The negative effect was that prolonged wear would gradually transform the holder into an emotionless, thoughtless, and lifeless husk, necessitating the necklace be removed for 3 hours after every 12 hours of wear. Hubert placed the necklace upon the armrest of the Iron Throne, finding its adverse effects relatively manageable, an exceptionally practical, extraordinary item. In the future, he would no longer need to beseech the goddess of the night for assistance in spirit communication. However, given his spiritual rank of 9, he surmised he might only manage to communicate once with the necklace. Suddenly, Hubert conceived of a plan. He could place the necklace within the realm of chaos, then invoke his own powers, returning to the Iron Throne to channel the realm's spiritual essence through the necklace, thereby transmitting the ability to communicate with spirits into reality. In theory, this was feasible, and he needed to seek an opportunity to test it. Next came the task of naming this extraordinary item. Hubert speculated that the extraordinary traits of the item derived from Series 7 spirit medium, yet the necklace retained only the primary abilities of the medium, lacking the rituals and knowledge pertaining to spirits that the potion had once imbued. Hubert mused, since it originates from a medium, it shall simply be called the Spirit Communication Necklace. Having completed these tasks, he felt his spiritual energy waning, having expended too much while securing the offerings. With one last glance at the Spirit Communication Necklace, Hubert departed from the realm of chaos. That evening, Hubert felt utterly exhausted once more. He mused to himself that ever since he had gained the freedom to traverse the disorderly lands, his quality of sleep had significantly improved. Not long after reclining on his bed, he succumbed to a deep slumber. The following day, to avoid the potential difficulty of finding a hired carriage in the countryside, Hubert decided to request a 2-wheeled carriage from the office. After an hour and a half of travel, he arrived at the village where Penny resided. Gazing at the picturesque scenery along the road, Hubert jested internally. Who would have thought I would become a country lawyer? After disembarking, he inquired for directions twice before successfully locating Penny's home. It was a rather ordinary farmhouse, appearing low and cramped. Only Penny's father was present, his hair and beard gray, looking quite aged. Upon learning that Hubert was a lawyer come to see his daughter, the old man promptly called out Penny's name several times. He then awkwardly explained to Hubert that Penny had gone to the riverside and would likely return shortly. Hubert nodded, reassuring, "It's quite all right, I can wait." Indeed, a few minutes later, a woman in her 20s, possessing a certain charm, returned, cradling a delightful little boy. Upon seeing the child, Penny's father nearly leaped up, exclaiming, "Why did you bring him back?" It was evident that this lady was Penny. She disregarded her father's concern and turned her gaze towards Hubert, asking, "May I inquire who you are?" Hubert stepped forward and replied, "Good day, madam. I am the lawyer summoned by Mr. Barron." Penny offered a bittersweet smile, acknowledging, "He indeed knows." The elderly man nearly collapsed in shock. "I always said you should abandon that child. He will ruin your life." The child, engrossed with the garland in his hands, paid no heed to the adult's conversation. Penny looked at her son with eyes full of tenderness. "But he is my son. Who could bear to abandon such an angel?" Hubert seemed to envision a patch of green grass sprouting atop Mr. Barron's head. Such circumstances would indeed facilitate matters. Just as he was about to speak, he sensed something amiss. "How old is this child?" Penny replied, "Just over 4. Hubert pondered, "So, this child is not the offspring of your marriage with Mr. Barron?" "Indeed, Penny was born before Mr. Barron and I wed." Hubert considered this, concluding that it would be difficult to conceal a pregnancy lasting 9 months from one's partner. Yet, a new question arose. Why had Penny not conceived a child with Mr. Barron in the past 3 years? Hubert, deep in thought, retrieved some document from his bag, discovering that Mr. Barron had been married to his first wife for 5 years without any children. He inquired of Penny, "Would you mind sharing the origins of this child?" Penny fell silent for a few moments before responding, "Very well, some truths must eventually be revealed." She recounted her tale. 5 years prior, a young man had come to the farm, hired by Mr. Barron to prune the fruit trees. This young man, handsome and bright, quickly won Penny's heart, and on a dark and stormy night, they succumbed to temptation. Not long after, Penny found herself with child. The young man, upon hearing the news, vowed to marry her, only to vanish without a trace by the following day. Penny searched tirelessly for him, but to no avail. As her belly grew, she returned home to bear the child. Initially, she thought she could manage raising her son while working, finding joy in her life. However, Mr. Barron insisted on marrying her, fearing that Mr. Barron would lash out upon discovering her secret, potentially harming her child. Penny dared not reveal the truth to him. Her parents, eager to facilitate their marriage, further concealed this matter. This enduring secrecy left Penny feeling indebted to Mr. Barron, resulting in a diminishing smile on her face. Hubert chuckled lightly. This alleviates my sense of guilt considerably. Chapter 49. The Country Lawyer. Hubert addressed Penny. Madam Penny, for the sake of your future with Mr. Barron, I must ascertain whether you have any intentions of seeking a divorce. Please answer sincerely. Penny contemplated for a few seconds before responding, I am grateful to Mr. Barron and feel a deep sense of guilt towards him. I can only say that I do not harbor any dislike for him. She offered a wry smile. Though that family is not what I desire, and Mr. Barron has been prone to anger over the past year, I can sense his respect for me. Who would wish to end such a marriage? I understand, Hubert replied. Madam, allow me to speak candidly. Your initial concealment has sown the seeds for the current turmoil in this marriage. Additionally, I believe it is imperative for Mr. Barron to learn the truth. Furthermore, please consider ending this marriage that brings misfortune to both of you. Prolonging it serves no purpose. I understand, Penny said, her gaze filled with concern for her child. But, she realized that, as a woman from a humble farming background, she lacked the means to protect her child. Thus, she feared that once Mr. Barron learned the truth, the situation could spiral out of her control. Hubert reassured her. Trust me, madam. We are all adults here, and no one will harm the child, not even Mr. Barron. He continued, while it is essential for Mr. Barron to know the truth, the manner in which it is conveyed matters greatly. It would be best if I were to inform Mr. Barron of the truth, rather than you presenting the child to him. Though it was Penny's first encounter with a young lawyer, and, theoretically, trust was lacking, she found his words compelling and, indeed, the most prudent course of action. If she were to confront Mr. Barron with the child in her arms, it could easily provoke his ire. You are right, Penny agreed, but you must ensure Benny's safety. Hubert replied earnestly, I assure you, this is a matter between the two adults and will not affect the child. He suggested, I believe we should resolve this swiftly. There is a lawyer's carriage at the village entrance. Shall we take Benny and depart immediately? Penny hesitated momentarily, but soon steeled her resolve. Very well. Wait. Penny's father suddenly interjected, his face drawn with worry. Child, what if Mr. Barron becomes enraged? What if he... Father, Penny smiled, perhaps this is my fate. Since it cannot be altered, why not embrace it? The old man shook his head vehemently. No, I cannot allow my little Penny to be harmed. I must accompany you. With that, he secured an axe at his waist. As Penny attempted to dissuade him, Hubert smiled and said, That is acceptable. But please be careful with that axe. Do not damage the carriage seat. Penny expressed her concern, Mr. Lawyer. Hubert smiled. You must understand a father's worry, just as you worry for Benny. In truth, he was reminded of his own father from centuries past. If he had found himself in an insurmountable predicament, he imagined his father would have acted similarly to this old man. Once back on the road, the carriage became somewhat cramped, as it was merely a two-wheeled vehicle accommodating 3 adults and 1 child. Benny appeared to be experiencing this mode of transport for the first time, sitting on Penny's lap and inquisitively asking questions. Upon learning that Hubert was a lawyer, Benny's eyes widened, and he asked, Are you as formidable as the argumentative Mr. Upton? Not quite. Penny interjected. This uncle is a true lawyer. She smiled at Hubert and explained. Upton is a young man from the village who delights in debating with anyone he encounters. Strangely enough, he possesses exceptional eloquence and has never lost a debate or quarrel. Some jest that it is a pity he does not pursue law, and gradually, the lawyer became his nickname. However, it appears that he is rather displeased with this nickname. On one occasion, I witnessed others referring to him as the lawyer, and his face turned ashen with anger. The more Hubert listened, the more he felt something was amiss. This young man named Upton must have possessed such eloquence from a tender age. Upton's demeanor closely resembled that of a lawyer. After imbibing the lawyer's potion, Hubert would unknowingly find himself engaging in debates with others. Once an unintentional remark from Hugh brought this to his attention. He endeavored to refrain from arguing with others, lest he inadvertently reveal his extraordinary abilities and remarkable means. It seems that Upton's discomfort with the moniker of lawyer stemmed not from a mere aversion, but rather because it was the name of the potion he consumed. His pallor was not a mere reaction to the nickname, but rather a consequence of his secret being unveiled by a group of ordinary villagers, inciting fear within him. I am uncertain, Penny remarked. Upton and his mother relocated here 5 years ago, and they appear to be quite affluent, having purchased considerable land. Look, that house is their abode. Hubert beheld a charming two-story residence, undoubtedly a mansion in the countryside. He speculated that Upton might very well be a wild lawyer, and thus engaged Penny in conversation about Upton's family. He learned that Upton's father had passed away a decade ago, and his mother's health had always been frail. She too had succumbed just the previous year. Now, the grand estate was home to Upton and a male servant. With this newfound knowledge, Hubert was already contemplating a timely visit to investigate further. He harbored no intentions of harming Upton. His curiosity solely revolved around the origins of Upton's potion. After a carriage ride of nearly half an hour, they arrived at Mr. Barron's farm. Once again in the stable, Hubert encountered Mr. Barron, who was bathing a magnificent white horse. Chapter 50, A Fortunate Conclusion. Hubert spoke. It turns out your wife had a child prior to your marriage, and fearing you might harm the child, she concealed the truth from you. Hubert recounted the child's lineage, and Mr. Barron offered a rueful smile. I wrongly accused Penny. The absence of children was, in fact, due to my own shortcomings. He had harbored similar thoughts for quite some time, but only today had he confirmed the truth of his own culpability. Hubert continued, Mr. Barron, I have discussed divorce with your wife. Her stance is that as long as you do not harm her child, she is amenable to negotiating the terms of separation. Ultimately, Penny's actions do not constitute betrayal of your marriage, as the child was conceived prior to your union. However, it was her secrecy that rendered this marriage a source of unhappiness. Mr. Barron chuckled. Hubert, I am not a brutish villager. How could I possibly take my ire out on a child? He declared, my previous conditions remain unchanged. Let us conclude this matter amicably. Meanwhile, seated in the carriage, Penny was consumed with anxiety. She feared for Benny's safety and dreaded the sight of Mr. Barron's wrathful gaze. At that moment, she regretted placing her trust in the young lawyer so readily. Penny's father was even more agitated, awkwardly clutching an axe, feeling that bringing it along had been a foolish decision. Yet, upon witnessing his daughter's lost and helpless expression, he found renewed strength in his grip on the axe. It seemed as though they had waited an eternity when finally they saw Mr. Barron hastening down the main path of the farm, Benny cradled in his arms. At that moment, both father and daughter felt a sense of relief. The inevitable had finally arrived. Upon seeing Hubert wave them over, they disembarked from the carriage with a sense of trepidation. Penny, Mr. Barron exclaimed, you should have told me sooner. I'm sorry, Mr. Barron, Penny murmured. Her head bowed. I very well. Let us part amicably, Mr. Barron stated. While we still harbor no animosity towards one another, let us conclude this matter here. Hubert assumed the role of the villain. The stipulation is that you must initiate the divorce. Otherwise, I shall pursue you for your deceit towards Mr. Barron. Penny covered her mouth, tears cascading down her cheeks. I am so sorry. I apologize for concealing the truth for so long. In truth, she now regretted her long-standing secrecy, realizing she should have anticipated that Mr. Barron would not be angered by a child. Perhaps Mr. Barron would have chosen not to marry her, sparing her the anxiety she had endured for the past 3 years. Mr. Barron smiled. I will provide you with a wool processing workshop, ensuring you and your child have a stable source of income. With the matter finally resolved, Mr. Barron found his spirits lifted, feeling less burdened than before. His promise left Penny and her father momentarily speechless. Mr. Barron waved his hand, uttering no further words, and made his way back to the farm step by step. Hubert remarked, Madam, I do not know if you recall Benny's biological father, but I advise you to forget that man who disavows his responsibilities. He produced the divorce agreement he had prepared. Now, do you believe it? No one shall harm your child, Mr. Barron has even ensured a future source of income for you both. Come, sign here, and you shall personally conclude this marriage. Penny wiped her tears. You are a trustworthy gentleman and a responsible lawyer. Embracing Benny, she inscribed her signature upon the divorce agreement. Penny's father finally felt a sense of relief, believing this to be the most favorable outcome. After receiving Penny's signature, Hubert escorted the three of them back. Upon returning to the village, the elder requested Hubert to wait outside for a moment. After 2 or 3 minutes, Hubert saw the elder emerge with a crumpled bill of 2 solars. Mr. Hubert, I am profoundly grateful to you today. Hubert interjected with a smile. Elder, if you truly wish to express your gratitude, please gift me 2 pumpkins. While he had merely facilitated communication, his efforts had been the most effective, safeguarding the rights of his client and providing Penny and her child with a viable exit strategy. The yard was filled with numerous pumpkins, and without waiting for the elder's response, Hubert took 2 pumpkins and boarded the carriage. Farewell, elder. The elder stood at the gate, flustered, and after a long moment, he resignedly replied, Farewell. At that moment, the carriage had already departed. Upon returning to the law firm, Barton summoned Hubert to his office. "Mr. Barron's steward has just visited," he stated. "Mr. Barron is immensely grateful for your diligence, Mr. Hubert, and has settled the £10 fee. Thus you will receive £1 as remuneration." He chuckled. "How does it feel? Is there a sense of letdown? Most of the cases we encounter at the firm are trivial matters of little significance." Hubert smiled. "The good news is that this fee is tax-free. Furthermore, the commission amounts to £10 plus 2 pumpkins. The pumpkins are a token of gratuity, and you shall take one home as well." "Oh, we can enjoy pumpkin pie tonight," Barton grinned. Hubert chose to accept rather than complain. And this composure once again pleased Barton, who sometimes found himself questioning whether Hubert was truly just a university student yet to graduate. The spirit within Hubert was certainly not that of a novice in the workplace. His previous job had been far more demanding. Often, he had to work overtime, even on Sundays. As the afternoon drew to a close, Hubert finally received correspondence from the Mercenary Club, indicating that a buyer wished to meet him the following midday to negotiate the jewels and gold in his possession. Hubert calculated the time and promptly wrote to Mr. Robin, inviting them to discuss the case the following afternoon. That evening, the Christens enjoyed pumpkin porridge while listening to Hubert recount the pumpkin's origins. After hearing Hubert's narration, his foster mother, Melissa, reflected, "Hubert, your handling of this matter, while not maximizing your client's benefits, has nonetheless taken into account the vulnerable position of that mother and child." Kristen smiled as well. "Matters of life are often the most challenging to navigate. Your kindness and wisdom shone brightly in the resolution of the situation." Hubert smiled and remarked, "I merely believe that this world ought to be infused with more beauty." Christine raised her glass, proclaiming a toast to this magnificent ideal. In the southern continent, there were no small towns. Elder Calvin, taking the black cherry handed to him by Elliot, was momentarily lost in thought. It had been nearly a decade since the Balky family on the southern road had acquired a new extraordinary trait. Calvin gazed at the extraordinary trait in his hand for a few seconds before addressing Elliot. "Your merits are sufficient to elevate you to the sequence 7 left behind by your father." "Uncle Calvin, what is the potion of sequence 7 called?" "The Briber." Chapter 51, The Affluent Hubert. The pulsating black cherry in Calvin's hand symbolized the hope of the Balky family. With it, the family could potentially avoid another lunatic in the future. Within the family, there existed a sealing artifact that separated extraordinary traits, which was crucial for the family's continuity. Once the extraordinary traits were reclaimed, they could be re-separated and utilized by future generations. Generally speaking, extraordinary traits were prioritized for direct descendants. For instance, the extraordinary trait that Elliot possessed stemmed from his father, who had passed away when Elliot was 7. Since Elliot's father had been at sequence 7 at the time of his death, Elliot could only receive potions from sequence 9 to sequence 7 without charge. Any further advancement would require his own ingenuity. Alternatively, he could wait for extraordinary traits to be unclaimed by heirs, though Elliot held little hope for such an opportunity. As it was exceedingly rare, Elliot had long since completed his role as a barbarian in the digestion of the potion. With Calvin's assistance, he promptly consumed the potion of the Briber. Previously, Hubert's orderly influence over Elliot had yielded commendable results. After consuming the potion, Elliot did not experience any severe adverse reactions. He silently praised the Creator. For the ensuing 6 months, he would no longer need to fret over maddened ramblings and loss of control. After consulting Calvin about other methods of embodying the Briber, Elliot took his leave. Watching Elliot depart, Calvin appeared somewhat distracted, sensing that Elliot had been unusually fortunate of late. In Calvin's moment of distraction, it was Harvey Hayden, who returned from completing a mission alongside Elliot, to report on the task's proceedings. However, upon seeing Elliot's figure fade from view, he promptly reported, "Elder Calvin, I have significant news to share." On the night Elliot acquired the barbarian's extraordinary trait, his behavior was somewhat peculiar. Calvin immediately took heed. Elaborate. On Saturday morning, Hubert arrived at the club with jewels and gold recovered from Hyman's hideout for trade. After verifying the goods, the counterpart offered a price of $1,300 and insisted on persuading Hubert to accept it. However, they had chosen the wrong opponent. After a friendly negotiation, the deal was ultimately struck at $1,380. Hubert's quoted price of $1,500 did contain an element of exaggeration. The ideal price lay between $1,350 and $1,400. Had the counterpart not argued like a belligerent rooster, Hubert might have settled for $1,350. Besides this batch of jewels and gold, over $600 in cash was also recovered, with Hubert and Hugh each receiving $316. Alongside the recent transactions, Hubert's total ill-gotten gains amounted to $1,696. Hubert initially contemplated keeping the extra $96 as his commission, intending to give the remaining sum entirely to Mr. Robin and his cousin. However, past experiences had taught him that such actions were inappropriate, rendering his labor and contributions undervalued. While it might earn Mr. Robin temporary gratitude, it would not command the respect of others. Thus, Hubert first placed the 96 in his wallet, then divided the 600 in cash in half, intending to count out his commission in Mr. Robin's presence, thereby imparting a lesson to him. That afternoon, Mr. Robin and his cousin arrived as promised. Hubert welcomed them in a small reception room, stating, "After thorough investigation and employing some special means, I ultimately located Mr. Zachary and Mr. Hyman." Initially, Mr. Robin and his cousin had little hope. Upon hearing such substantial news at the start of their conversation, they both rose in excitement. Through friendly negotiations with them, I managed to retrieve the money that was deceitfully taken from you. Hubert placed a small suitcase on the table. However, you must understand, this money was recovered through special means, so please do not disclose this to others. Mr. Robin nodded fervently at the suitcase Hubert held, and finally, Hubert opened it, revealing stacks of 5 and 10 notes. The sound of excited counting ensued as they counted several times, transitioning from disbelief to exhilaration, culminating in tears of joy. After a moment, Mr. Robin steadied his emotions, saying, "Lawyer, your professional abilities exceed our expectations." Hubert smiled. "I appreciate your compliments. Now it is time to fulfill your promise." Though Mr. Robin hesitated, he eventually counted out 160 and handed it to Hubert. His cousin muttered, "Don't typical lawyers charge 15? Nonetheless, he too reluctantly counted out 160. Hubert accepted the money, saying, "I hope you remember this lesson. This city resembles a dark forest, riddled with traps set by hunters. Do not always aspire to become wealthy overnight. Such thoughts are the easiest path to falling into traps." He then returned 80 to Mr. Robin and his cousin, stating, "This time I shall only charge a 10 commission. Should there be a next time, I will charge a full 20, and do not complain about the high fee, for that will be of your own making." Mr. Robin and his cousin were overjoyed, even feeling as though they had gained 80. Hubert reflected on how the culture of Rune was still lacking in depth. Such tactics were commonplace in the age of the Common Era, with few falling for them. Yet they proved unexpectedly effective in Rune. Regardless, Mr. Robin's case had finally reached a satisfactory conclusion. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, Hubert arranged for the law firm's coachman to drive Mr. Robin and his cousin to the bank, offering a 5 allowance for the extra service, as this was beyond the coachman's usual duties. He then returned to his rented accommodation, gathering all his cash. The commission from Mr. Robin's case amounted to 160, alongside the additional 96 in ill-gotten gains, and with his previous holdings of 47, 13 shillings, and 8 pence, he now possessed a total of 303, 13 shillings, and 8 pence. With the extraordinary trades from the seer and the profits from the mutated eyeball, Hubert estimated he would still receive around 180, bringing his savings close to 500, a sum that most middle-class households could scarcely accumulate. Having acquired such a considerable amount, it would be disingenuous to feign displeasure. He ordered several distinctive dishes of DC, roasted meats from a restaurant, and purchased a fruitcake and some pastries from a bakery. Upon returning home, Hubert informed his family of the commission he had earned that day, thus sharing the delightful feast with them. Donna remarked, "Since Hubert began working, dinner has become much more enjoyable." Tyrone, devouring the desserts, added, "And it seems Hubert has become much more cheerful." Hubert smiled. "That is because I have found my worth. Naturally, I would change from who I once was." This served as an explanation for why he increasingly resembled someone other than Hubert. When he first traversed into this realm, he had to tread cautiously in embodying Hubert. On Sunday, Hubert finally indulged in a leisurely morning, not venturing out until after 10 o'clock, preparing to sell the extraordinary traits of the seer. Chapter 52, The Division of Spoils. Hubert first visited 192 Blanca Street, employing the bestowed ritual to extract the extraordinary properties of the seer from the realm of disorder. Subsequently, he proceeded to the Mercenary Club, where, as he had done the previous week, he practiced shooting for a while before enjoying lunch in the club's dining area. Conversations in the restaurant revolved around the recent ambush on the southern continent, though the patron seemed only aware of the victory, lacking details on the actual outcomes. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Hubert attended the gathering of extraordinary individuals at the Underground Theater as planned. Unlike his previous visit, he chose a seat closer to the front, and when the elder with the golden mask arrived, he refrained from rushing into transactions, instead waiting for those seeking companions to speak first. This time, Hubert found himself much nearer to the elder, feeling the weight of his presence, reminiscent of the aura exuded by extraordinary beings of the Arbiter pathway. It was highly probable that this elder was a member of the Ruin royal family or a prominent noble, as the ruined monarchy maintained stringent control over its extraordinary properties, making the emergence of a rogue high-sequence arbiter implausible. Should such an individual appear, it would be akin to placing a feast within reach. And Hubert believed the elder was likely being pursued, leaving him no leisure to preside over the gathering. As the assembly commenced, Hubert was taken aback to see the individual who had sought companions for the excavation of ruins the previous week. We are facing new challenges. The site is proving far more difficult to unearth than we anticipated. We have lost 2 teammates, yet leads remain elusive. Therefore, we request the involvement of higher-tier, extraordinary individuals. As for the distribution of the treasures within the ruins, we could discuss that further. Additionally, does anyone know Rex Hyler? Hubert was momentarily stunned. Why was the inquiry directed towards the biological father of the original owner? At that moment, a middle-aged retired officer remarked, General Rex was a legendary figure of the Southern Continent Corps over 20 years ago, yet he has been deceased for 21 years. Why the sudden inquiry? The seeker of higher-tier companions expressed surprise. We found a message from Rex at the ruins. We initially thought he was a figure from the Quaternary. The retired officer continued. I suggest you seek out Brigadier General Christine for collaboration. He was the best friend of General Rex, and I believe he would be interested in that ruin. The Brigadier General's eldest son is also attending this gathering. This gentleman here. The officer gestured towards Hubert, causing many to turn their gazes upon him. Hubert politely rose and addressed the officer. I apologize, but I am not acquainted with you. How do you know I am the eldest son of my father? Because there is a family portrait on the Brigadier General's desk. I recognize you from that photograph, came the reply. The seeker of companions immediately asked Hubert, Sir, would you like to participate in the excavation? I assure you of your safety. Hubert understood the implication and responded straightforwardly. I am afraid I cannot make decisions on behalf of my father, but I can relay your request to him. Here's my address. The individual hurriedly took out pen and paper to jot down the address and handed it to Hubert. If the general is interested in collaborating, please inform me, and I will visit promptly. Hubert glanced at the address, noting the name Jacob Otto beneath it. He folded the note and replied, No problem. As the gathering continued, after most had voiced their trade requests, Hubert stood and proclaimed loudly, I possess a substance obtained near the corpse of an extraordinary being. According to my associate's assessment, it originates from a seer. Is there anyone interested? He intentionally refrained from using the term extraordinary properties and feigned ignorance regarding the law of the indestructibility of extraordinary properties. In accordance with the rules of the gathering, Hubert reiterated his statement in a resonant voice and then stood waiting. If no one approached him for a transaction within half a minute, he would promptly sit down, allowing others to initiate new trades. Hubert waited only a few seconds when a 30-something officer rose, saying, Name your price. 320 pounds, Hubert promptly replied. The officer shook his head, My friend, or rather, the Brigadier General's son. What you hold is called an extraordinary property. Typically, a Sequence 9 extraordinary property is indeed worth this price. Some sought-after extraordinary properties can even fetch over 400 pounds. However, I doubt anyone here wishes to become a seer. My intention in purchasing it is to commission someone to craft it into an extraordinary item, as this extraordinary property will bestow the holder with heightened inspiration, significantly increasing the success rate of ritual magic. I offer 280 pounds. It is a fair price. Hubert countered, How about 290 pounds? This price is not unfavorable for you. Consider it a gesture of friendship. Very well, the officer conceded. He promptly counted out 290 pounds in cash, and upon Hubert confirming the exchange, the transaction was completed. With such a sum in hand, Hubert contemplated opening a bank account to secure his funds. After the gathering concluded, Hubert penned a letter to Hiu in the lounge area, inviting her to meet him at the law firm to divide the spoils the following noon. Upon returning home, Hubert set aside 10 pounds from the 290 pounds as a commission for the sale of the extraordinary properties, neatly packaging the remaining 280 pounds. After dinner, Hubert shared the request for teammates from the gathering with Christine, who merely acknowledged with a disinterested IC and offered no further comments. As a new week commenced, Hiu arrived at Hubert's law firm at the agreed time, though Forsyth still harbored some unease and accompanied her. Hubert found a meeting room and first presented 80 pounds in cash. This is the earnings from the mutated eyeball. He then produced the 280 pounds. This is the profit from selling the extraordinary properties. Given the risks I undertook in both transactions, I have allocated 5 pounds and 10 pounds as rewards for the division of spoils. I trust Miss Hiu has no objections? Hiu gazed at the 2 stacks of cash, unable to conceal her delight. None at all. So I can receive 180 pounds. Hubert divided the stacks evenly. I hope for further opportunities to collaborate. There will be, Hiu replied. Progress was made towards the constable's potion formula. Forsyth mused inwardly. He actually shared the proceeds with Hugh. It seems he is indeed a reliable friend. In the pursuit of Zachary and Hyman, Hugh's contributions were indeed less than Hubert's. After Hugh secured the money, she glanced at her good friend and hesitated. Hubert, if I wish to consult you on some matters of mysticism, what would your fees be? Hubert paused, then smiled. As members of the Justice League, we ought to assist one another. I am about to venture into the countryside to gather some intelligence, and having a trustworthy companion would be most beneficial. If you wish to acquire knowledge in mysticism, as long as it falls within my expertise, I will gladly provide detailed answers, with the only compensation being that Miss Hugh accompanies me in gathering intelligence. Hugh immediately replied, "No problem. We will discuss what questions we wish to ask you when we return." Chapter 53. The Forged Diary. After bidding farewell to Hugh and Forsyth, Hubert devoted his time in the office to studying materials, preparing to address Mr. Barton's second commission the following day, with the client located in the suburbs, specifically in the western outskirts. After lunch, Hubert set out again to meet clients, visiting his rental property to research a spirit communication necklace within the realm of disorder. At around 2:50 p.m., he prepared to attend the tarot meeting. As the clock struck 3, an endless gray mist enveloped his vision, and in an instant, he found himself within the grand hall. Justice Audrey, as customary, greeted everyone with fervent enthusiasm. Subsequently, she handed over the 3 pages of diary she had acquired at Mr. A's gathering to the fool, Klein, as a means of repaying an earlier debt. After Klein perused the 3 pages, Hubert remarked, "Mr. Fool, I have also gathered 2 pages from the diary of Emperor Roselle, hoping to repay you for your reminders regarding the curse upon my family." During the first gathering, Klein's counsel provided Hubert with a crucial lead, which soon proved to be astute. At this moment, Klein felt a sense of satisfaction. With the increasing number of members, more diaries could be obtained. These were indeed invaluable reservoirs of knowledge and wealth. Moreover, the emperor demonstrated his awareness by expressing gratitude for the prior reminder in a solemn tone. Indeed, Hubert seized the pen that had suddenly appeared before him and articulated the essence of the 2 pages from Emperor Roselle's diary. The content mirrored a diary he had previously encountered, yet he had emulated the style of Emperor Roselle while fabricating an entry of his own. On June 12th, I uncovered a monumental secret, one known solely to me. I have discovered an effective method to remedy the onset of loss of control. While it may not sound particularly mystical, the essence of mysticism lies in the realm of possibilities. This method entails invoking the name of the Creator. He shall employ the overwhelming power of order to restore an individual teetering on the brink of chaos to their former state. I have discreetly inquired, and no one knows the identity of the Creator. He remains a genuine, elusive presence. Furthermore, I have tested this method on a few subjects, and there were no adverse effects. The Creator seems rather inclined to assist those on the verge of losing control. Could it be a form of role-playing? His name is the Creator of Order among men. You are the sovereign of the realm of disorder. You are the master of the bell of order. Ha ha ha, henceforth, I shall no longer worry about the risk of losing control. Hubert's intention in this was to convey his name to Klein through the medium of Roselle's diary, and the endorsement from the emperor lent it greater credibility. Soon, Hubert would also remind Klein that old Neil was in the early stages of losing control. Once Klein assessed old Neil's condition and invoked the name of the Creator, Hubert would be more than willing to assist. As for 008, it could only pin tales that transpired within a single city. Currently situated in Tingen, it could not extend its influence to Hubert in Beekland. Even if Klein invoked the name of the Creator and caught the attention of 008, it could at most trace the chaos to the realm of disorder, but could never locate Hubert, who concealed himself behind the veil of that realm. After all, that was the essence. What entity could possess a higher status than the essence itself? To render the diary more convincing, Hubert meticulously placed this entry within a diary evidently penned by Roselle in his earlier years, further enhancing the Creator's credibility. Since Roselle had invoked the Creator's name in his youth and lived unscathed, this indicated the Creator's trustworthiness, at least not malevolent in nature. As for whom Roselle had conducted experiments with, that was a matter from over a century ago, stemming from the Republic of Intis. Given Klein's present resources, it would be impossible to ascertain. Even if the investigation yielded no results, it mattered little, as the diary emphasized confidentiality multiple times. Moreover, Hubert was aware that Klein's understanding of mysticism was not particularly profound at this moment, rendering him oblivious to the existence of outer gods, which increased the likelihood of Klein invoking the Creator's name. Hubert surmised that, due to Klein's cautious nature, he would refrain from invoking the creator's name unless absolutely necessary. Yet, given Hubert's current capabilities, this was the extent of his contribution, at least allowing him to reconcile with his conscience regarding old Neil. Upon reading the diary, Klein pondered for 2 or 3 seconds. He had not anticipated the existence of such a powerful entity willing to aid extraordinary individuals in overcoming loss of control. Was the creator merely playing a role? Despite Roselle's experimentation, it was prudent to avoid such trials. After all, no one could guarantee that the creator would consistently remain benevolent. Nonetheless, he etched the name in his memory, for if a teammate exhibited signs of impending loss of control, no, if they displayed clear symptoms of chaos, and no alternatives were available, it could be worth a try. After completing the reading, he declared, "You may commence." Hubert turned to Alger and inquired, "Mr. Hangman, have you made any progress regarding my reward? You have 3 choices." Alger finally had the opportunity to showcase his connections, smiling as he continued. The first option is a rather flamboyant pocket watch. Once donned, it will endow you with a remarkable sense of balance, and your movements will become exceedingly agile, allowing you to sharpen paper to a razor's edge. You may even possess the ability, through intuition, to anticipate dangers that may arise within a second or two. The negative effect, however, is that if worn for more than 2 hours cumulatively, you will occasionally uncontrollably burst into exaggerated laughter. It will cease only after 5 or more individuals witness your mirth. Should you fail to gather 5 spectators, the laughter will persist until it proves fatal. Hubert endeavored to avert his gaze from the fool, who at this moment might still remain unaware that this was, in fact, a jester's ability. He then furrowed his brow. This negative effect was rather troublesome, nearly akin to the drawbacks of a ceiling item. If one were to venture alone into the wilderness, desert, or set sail, it would be tantamount to awaiting one's demise through laughter. Even in Beakland, such an adverse effect would be quite vexing. Would he have to rouse Christine and the others in the middle of the night to witness his laughter? That would be rather insufferable. Prior to the gathering, Hubert had already contemplated the type of extraordinary item he desired. His previous pursuits of Hyman and Zachary had exposed his shortcomings in combat prowess and agility. Hence, he required an extraordinary item capable of enhancing his combat abilities. The capabilities of the pocket watch were indeed appealing, yet the negative effect gave him pause. Perceiving Hubert's lack of interest in the pocket watch, Alger continued, "The second option is a white cane. By wielding it, you will gain strength and speed that surpass your own, and with each attack, you will accumulate power, culminating in a strike that unleashes 3 times your normal strength. Additionally, it will grant proficiency in swimming and diving to those who cannot swim." Alger elaborated, "The negative effect of the white cane is that it induces a propensity for rage, prompting the wielder to make irrational choices driven by anger. However, with conscious restraint, one can largely circumvent this adverse effect." Hubert speculated that the cane's extraordinary properties likely stemmed from the seafarer's path, sequence 8, the rage of the people. While the cane's abilities were indeed desirable, the negative effect still left him dissatisfied. It must be noted that, in many instances, an irrational choice could prove fatal. Noticing Hubert's continued dissatisfaction, Alger ventured to present a third option. The third choice is a silver ring. Upon wearing it, you will become an expert in combat. The negative effect, however, is that the wearer will become excessively cautious, perhaps even paranoid. This adverse effect can be mitigated by disregarding the cautious thoughts the ring provokes. But it necessitates time to discern which thoughts are genuinely prudent and which are instigated by the ring. Hubert rubbed his temples. For him, the negative effects of these 3 extraordinary items were rather substantial, indicating that the wild craftsmen collaborating with the hangman were of mediocre caliber. Having witnessed the adverse effects of the spirit communication necklace, Hubert held this opinion. For other extraordinary individuals, these negative effects might be tolerable. After all, acquiring a new ability often demands a price. After much deliberation, Hubert finally declared, "I choose the ring. Caution is preferable to rage." Alger nodded in agreement, inquiring, "How shall I deliver it to you?" At this moment, Mr. Klein had yet to activate the Fool as courier, but Hubert had long devised a plan. The package could be sent to 388 Queen Avenue, Beakland, addressed to private. This particular address belonged to the Mercenary Club, where he would entrust a servant to receive the parcel, subsequently retrieving it himself. From the gathering yesterday, Hubert speculated that the Mercenary Club was likely backed by the ruined royal family. Even if others at the Tarot Society were to discover this address, the unique nature of the club would make it difficult for them to ascertain their true identities. Moreover, even if some investigation into the club was conducted, they would presume that the emperor was affiliated with the military, given that the core members of the club comprised a team of retired officers. Audrey straightened up. She was quite familiar with Queen Avenue, The entire avenue was lined with properties owned by the nobility of the Kingdom of Ruin. Could it be that the emperor was a noble scion? She wondered if she had encountered him at some banquet. Yet, why did she have no recollection of the owner of 388? Upon hearing such a specific address, Algi also prepared to enlist the help of friends in B-Clan to investigate the identity of the emperor, although he felt the emperor would not easily expose himself. Not a problem, Algi remarked. Fortunately, I've heard that a military airship is resupplying on my island today, and if all goes well, it should reach your hands within 2 to 3 days. Once the transactional phase concluded, they transitioned into the exchange of information. Hubert initiated the conversation. I have recently made the acquaintance of a merchant selling extraordinary materials. If anyone requires such materials, I can act as an intermediary and charge only a nominal fee. Additionally, during my dealings with the merchant, I learned that there is an elderly official extraordinary in Tinjin City who has been purchasing materials related to life transmutation. The merchant implied that he might be a seeker, preparing for some nefarious ritual, and his condition appeared rather unsettling. If anyone here finds themselves in Tinjin City, exercise caution, and if you have any relevant channels, do alert the local official extraordinary. While Hubert spoke, he made an effort to disregard the fool's reactions. The fog obscured the state of the fool. Yet Hubert was certain that Mr. Klein was listening intently. Finally, Hubert lamented, loss of control is the norm for extraordinary beings, and even official extraordinary cannot avoid it. Algi turned to the emperor, saying, this is also something I find perplexing. Logically, the upper echelons of the church cannot all be foolish. After all, they have millennia of accumulated experience. The 7 true God churches should be well aware of the need for masquerade. So why do they not disclose it within the church? This would effectively prevent internal chaos. Hubert smiled, replying, Mr. Hangman, there is no need for you to test me. Indeed, as you surmise, it is the law of the indestructibility of extraordinary traits. Algi immediately glanced at the fool, seemingly seeking confirmation. However, the great fool could only smile wryly. This, too, is a conundrum for me. Nevertheless, the law of the indestructibility of extraordinary traits that you speak of has sparked some inspiration for me in finding answers. Seeing that the fool did not correct the emperor's statement, Algi said with a smile, Your Majesty, I did not intend to test you. I merely sought validation for my conjectures. Audrey felt that since the emperor's arrival, the information exchange at the Tarot Society had elevated significantly. However, this also revealed her ignorance of the arcane. She yearned to join the discourse. Your Majesty, what exactly is the law of the indestructibility of extraordinary traits? Hubert smiled, saying, Miss Justice, it seems you still owe me some remuneration from our last gathering. Indeed, Audrey replied. The previous payment, combined with this inquiry, how does 600 sound? Hubert nearly choked on his own saliva, exclaiming, My dear girl, do you possess an abundance of wealth with nowhere to spend it? You proposed 600 without hesitation. Have you forgotten? At Mr. A.'s gathering, I had to argue tirelessly with the subordinate of the giant bishop just to earn 150, not to mention my grueling efforts with Hugh, which brought my wealth to around 500. Yet, due to Miss Justice's curiosity, my assets have effectively doubled. However, Hubert also considered that the law of the indestructibility of extraordinary traits was common knowledge to him, yet was indeed quite valuable to a noble lady like Audrey, who had little access to official extraordinary circles. Mastering one's past self could still be deemed a clever use of extraordinary ability. But the law of the indestructibility of extraordinary traits represented a higher echelon of extraordinary knowledge. Noticing the emperor lost in thought, Audrey quickly added, If you find the price too low, we can negotiate further. That price is just right, Hubert began to elucidate. This knowledge has long been monopolized by the church and mystical organizations, yet it is a vital law in the extraordinary realm. In essence, it is rather simple. Extraordinary traits do not perish, nor do they diminish. They merely transfer from one vessel to another. For instance, the ring that Mr. Hangman sent me possesses extraordinary abilities because it harbors the traits of a fighter or a combat scholar. Upon wearing it, I can utilize the corresponding extraordinary capabilities. Audrey seemed to suddenly grasp certain concepts. So, extraordinary beings are also vessels? Chapter 55, Audrey's Investigation. Hubert smiled, saying, Miss Justice is quite astute. If one day you triumph over an extraordinary opponent, should there be no danger, do not be hasty in departing. For the extraordinary traits that emanate from their body will be your spoils. In other words, can extraordinary traits also serve as primary materials for potions? At this point, Audrey abruptly covered her mouth, taking some time to regain her composure. Hubert continued, It is precisely due to the existence of the law of the indestructibility of extraordinary traits that readily obtainable extraordinary materials have already become extraordinary traits, residing within the bodies of the church as higher-ups. If the masquerade were to be publicly revealed, the rapid digestion of potions would undoubtedly incite fierce competition within the church, particularly between the upper and lower echelons, potentially turning them into enemies. Of course, this also involved knowledge of two other laws. Miss Justice, while those pieces of knowledge are indeed crucial in the extraordinary realm, you need not concern yourself with them for now. We shall trade when the time comes. Audrey responded with an "oh," feeling that the law of the indestructibility of extraordinary traits seemed rather advanced, far superior to the intelligence Mr. Hangman had previously shared. She couldn't believe she had so readily paid him 1,000. In contrast, the Emperor was exceedingly generous. Yet little did she know that the 1,000 Mr. Hangman would use to purchase a silver ring from the Emperor, ultimately flowing back into the Emperor's coffers. After hearing the Emperor's words, Audrey paused for a moment before asking, "Are you suggesting that there are 3 laws governing extraordinary traits?" Audrey secretly rejoiced, realizing that such significant knowledge was only known to him in part. Indeed, Hubert smiled, inquiring, "Mr. Hangman, would you like to initiate a new transaction?" Klein nearly buried his face in his hands. How much extraordinary knowledge does the Emperor possess? How is it that every gathering unveils new knowledge for sale? Audrey hesitated for a few seconds before somewhat dejectedly saying, "Never mind, we'll discuss another time." He currently lacked the funds to serve as compensation for the Emperor. Audrey asked, "Your Majesty, how should I deliver the payment to you?" Hubert pondered for a moment before replying, "Send it to 388 Queen Avenue as well. Clearly marked for private." "Understood," she affirmed. Hubert continued to share valuable information. B-Clan has many members of the Aurora Society. If any of you find yourselves in B-Clan, please be cautious when joining extraordinary gatherings, for there may very well be lunatics from the Aurora Society among them. Behind the fog, Klein displayed an expression of focus. Having just shot a member of the Aurora Society, he immediately began to listen intently upon hearing their name. Audrey placed great importance on the matter, especially considering her proximity to Beckland and the fact that she had recently attended a gathering of extraordinary individuals. However, Hubert refrained from elaborating further, aware that mentioning either Hyman or Hillman could inadvertently reveal his identity, particularly since Audrey was acquainted with Hugh. Once the exchange concluded, the gathering officially came to an end. Upon returning to reality, Hubert stared at the ceiling in a daze before finally rising from his bed. He took a cab to the Mercenary Club, first instructing the attendant to assist the private in collecting a package, and then proceeded to acquire ammunition for target practice. Meanwhile, Audrey arrived at Queens Avenue by carriage, requesting the driver to slow down as they passed by number 388. Inside the carriage, she carefully observed the premises. The lawn was meticulously maintained, indicating that the owner of the estate was in a stable financial situation. Wait, why were there so many individuals in military uniforms coming and going? No wonder the Emperor was aware that Ruin would not retaliate against the Forsac Empire. It appeared he hailed from a military family. As long as she grasped the general background, it would suffice. Audrey commanded, "Take me to the residence of Viscount Learson." The Learson family had long been in service to the military and maintained a cordial relationship with the Hall family. Audrey had a good rapport with the Viscount's youngest son, Cons, and could inquire about the situation at number 388. Cons happened to be at home and greeted Audrey warmly. However, upon learning the purpose of her visit, he smiled with a hint of resignation. "Audrey, the place you mentioned is the Mercenary Club. It would be wise for you not to delve too deeply, as it may lead to some complications." Audrey pressed on, "What kind of individuals primarily frequent this club?" "Retired officers, scions of families with military backgrounds, and nobles with military experience. Of course, in order to facilitate the handling of spoils, some merchants are also admitted." Audrey recalled the Emperor's attire, swiftly dismissing retired officers and merchants. He must belong to the category of those with military backgrounds or nobles with military service. A robust and cheerful image formed in her mind. "As far as I know," Khan seemed to hesitate before continuing, "the club also hosts numerous members of the royal family. The military utilizes the club to issue tasks that are unsuitable for official action, as well as some secret missions. So it would be prudent for you not to inquire about the club's affairs." "I want to pry," Audrey replied. "So this club is quite exclusive." "Indeed, it is one of the finest clubs in the country." Audrey remarked, "The Emperor is more formidable than I imagined." She abandoned the notion of further inquiries, recognizing, as Cons had indicated, that it was likely to invite trouble. "Cons, I have a package to deliver to the Mercenary Club. Could you arrange for a servant to assist me?" Audrey believed her plan was quite clever, Even if the Emperor tracked the servant delivering the package, it would only lead back to the Learson residence. And since the Viscount had only 2 sons and no daughters, it would surely astonish the Emperor. Above the fog, after the gathering concluded, Klein did not leave immediately. He retrieved the yellow crystal pendant from his wrist and silently recited, "Old Neil is in a troubling state. Old Neil is in a troubling state." After muttering it 7 times, the pendant began to rotate clockwise, albeit only slightly. There was indeed an issue. However, it seemed not to be too severe. At that moment, he suddenly recalled that when he first opened his spiritual sight after taking the potion, he had seen a strange eye behind Old Neil. After a brief contemplation, Klein devised a plan to inform the experienced captain, who would undoubtedly have a solution. He once again intoned in his mind, "The Creator is malevolent. The Creator is malevolent." After 7 repetitions, the crystal pendant remained still. There was insufficient information for divination. Or perhaps the Creator's level was too high for effective divination even in the fog. Klein surmised that both reasons could be valid. So he attempted to reformulate his divination phrase. "I am in danger when I recite the Creator's name in the real world. I am in danger when I recite the Creator's name in the real world." After muttering it 7 times, the pendant began to rotate counterclockwise, indicating that there was no danger. Klein smiled to himself, saying, just as Roselle stated, "This is an astonishing secret. If any colleagues exhibit signs of losing control in the future and no solution presents itself, it may be worth attempting to recite the Creator's name." Subsequently, Klein departed from the fog and promptly took a carriage to 36 Zauterland Street. As usual, he exchanged a few pleasantries with Roshan and learned that Old Neil was currently on duty at the armory. Upon arriving at the captain's office, he encountered Dunn Smith, with his prominent nose, gray eyes, and slightly receding hairline, who inquired, "What is it now?" Klein twitched his lips at the captain's choice of words. Wondering why, he added again. After carefully closing the door, he conveyed, "Captain, Old Neil's condition seems off." In Chapter 56, the story is once again rewritten. Klein falsely claimed that he had recently noticed Old Neil's mental disorientation. This afternoon, he suddenly recalled the vision he had experienced during his first opening of spiritual sight, leading him to perform a divination that confirmed Old Neil's state was indeed somewhat problematic, though seemingly not grave. Dunn remained silent for a moment before responding. "Old Neil is on duty at the armory. I will bring him into the dream state shortly to assess his condition. If it is not urgent, we will immediately wire for an expert from the sanctuary to assist. If it is indeed urgent, I will restrain Old Neil, and you will perform the ritual magic to beseech the goddess for strength to resolve the issue." Klein felt a surge of anxiety. "Captain, I have never conducted such a complex ritual magic before. It is akin to spirit summoning. The ritual to beseech strength merely requires a slight alteration of the respective incantations." Dunn smiled reassuringly. "You are now a member of the Night Watch team, and your comrades require your strength to overcome adversity." Klein offered a wry smile. "Captain, your words only heighten my pressure." Yet, Dunn's warm smile provided Klein with immense encouragement. "I will do my utmost to complete the ritual." Dunn nodded. "Go prepare." Klein, feeling somewhat apprehensive, had just reached the door when the captain added, "Wait a moment. I almost forgot. Conducting such a ritual requires burning materials rich in spirituality. Ordinary deep sleep flowers and night fragrance grass lack sufficient spiritual essence. Write a request form to collect the summer leaf grass and unyielding flower powder from behind the Charney's gate." "Of course," Klein replied, instantly feeling less tense. Dunn continued, "Oh, one more thing. Summon Leonard from the lounge to join us in this operation." Klein nodded. "Captain, I will also have Roshan and Mrs. Oleana leave work early, and ensure that Fry from the lounge closes early and waits in the hall, so there is no unanswered knock when the police arrive. Is that correct, Captain?" Dunn appeared momentarily stunned before affirming, "Yes, exactly what I meant to say." Upon leaving the office, Klein first dismissed the clerks, then informed Leonard and Fry before writing the request form. After obtaining Dunn's signature, he asked the duty officer at Charney's Gate, Loya, to procure the materials. Having completed all these tasks, Klein anxiously clutched the spiritual materials in the underground passage. After waiting for 7 or 8 minutes, the captain and Leonard finally descended together. The 3 men silently approached the armory, where Dunn signaled to his 2 teammates and opened the armory door. Inside, Old Neil rested his chin in his hands, seemingly dozing. Upon hearing the door open, he abruptly awoke. "Is there an operation today? Are you all here to collect weapons?" As he spoke, Old Neil yawned, his eyelids growing heavy, and he quickly sensed something was amiss. Dunn knew. Before he could finish his sentence, Old Neil slumped back in his chair, falling asleep. Glancing back at Dunn, he found the captain leaning against the door, eyes tightly shut with his head bowed. Leonard calmly addressed Klein. I believe it would be prudent for you to commence the preparations for the ritual, just in case. Klein finally grasped the reason behind the captain's summons of Leonard. It was to prevent him from missing the opportune moment for the ceremony, due to his inexperience. The captain remained as dependable as ever. With Leonard's assistance, Klein lifted a table before old Neil and began to sketch symbols and light candles. The symbols he inscribed undoubtedly represented the emblem of the goddess of night. Although the creator had the endorsement of Roselle, Klein would refrain from beseeching power from an unfamiliar entity unless absolutely necessary. As he ignited the candles, just as he was about to light the second one, the captain suddenly urged, "Hurry, prepare the ritual. Old Neil's condition has become quite dire." Klein momentarily faltered, the scene before him shattering like a broken mirror. He was still lighting the first candle, yet had not begun the second. He quickly comprehended that he had been drawn into a dream by the captain. Hastily, he proceeded to light the remaining candles, taken aback by the extent of old Neil's uncontrollable state. At that moment, the slumbering old Neil abruptly lifted his head. His eyes remained tightly closed, yet a single, emotionless eye slowly opened on his forehead, devoid of feeling. This sight sent a shiver down Klein's spine, prompting him to avert his gaze, unwilling to meet its stare. Despite Dunn's control, old Neil rose stiffly as if in a somnambulistic trance, his aim directed toward the makeshift altar on the table. Evidently aware of the danger and intent on dismantling the altar, Leonard intoned, "In the past, if my memory serves me well, my life was once a grand feast, where all souls were laid bare, and all fine wines overflowed." Klein felt an immediate wave of exhaustion wash over him, devoid of the will to continue with the next action. He shook his head to dispel the tranquility and lethargy within, swiftly igniting the powdered essence of summer leaves and sleepless flowers. With Leonard's support, Dunn regained control, and old Neil gradually sank back into his chair, the eye upon his forehead slowly closing once more. However, almost immediately, another emotionless eye appeared upon old Neil's cheek, slowly beginning to open. Seizing the moment before this eye fully unfurled, Klein solemnly recited the incantation in Hermetic. "I beseech the powers of the night. I implore the might of crimson. I call upon the favor of the goddess of night. I entreat you to eliminate the elements of instability within the vigilante's altar, restoring his extraordinary power to a state of equilibrium." The eye upon old Neil's cheek eventually opened, its cold gaze surveying the surroundings, as if the actions of the three vigilantes held no significance to it whatsoever. Upon completing the incantation, Klein felt an overwhelming, terrifying, and clandestine force descend upon him from within the spiritual wall. Suddenly, an exceptionally fierce wind surged around the altar, yet paradoxically, an unprecedented sense of tranquility enveloped the entire armory. The previously expressionless eye on old Neil's face suddenly reflected a look of terror, as an immense, invisible force compelled it out of old Neil's body. Before it could retreat into the shadows, the surging power struck again, ensnaring it and crushing it. Both Klein and Leonard seemed to hear a piercing wail infused with a sense of defiance. The violent winds subsided, and the armory returned to a profound calm. "Cough, cough, cough." Old Neil awoke. "Are you planning to dismantle this old carcass of mine?" Klein gazed at old Neil through his spiritual sight. He appeared quite frail, yet the eye that had lurked behind him was no longer present. He let out a sigh of relief, praising the goddess and silently thanking the emperor. Having completed this, Klein turned his attention to the captain, recalling there was something important he needed to remind him of, but at that moment, a sharp pain throbbed in his head. The recent ritual had drained too much of his spiritual energy, and he now required rest. In the suburbs of Tianjin, within a dwelling characterized by a dark red chimney and verdant lawn, a pale hand gripped a quill pen, inscribing words in a mundane notebook. Klein had indeed sensed that old Neil was on the brink of losing control, and the story was being rewritten once more. Chapter 57. The Great Dog Case. The quill pen scratched vigorously against the page. Dunn Smith had been tainted by the secretive pollution of the Antigonus family's notes, and subsequently, by entering the dream of Heinaz Vincent, he encountered a vivid image of the true creator, causing the pollution he suffered to gradually spread. Night. The pale hand swiftly lifted the pen. It had nearly inscribed the goddess of night, which would undoubtedly attract her attention. The quill was merely a sealing artifact, and including the goddess of night within a narrative would surely lead to dire consequences for Inzigwell in Tianjin City. The pale hand crossed out the word night and continued to write. Klein's ritual was successful, but due to his spiritual exhaustion, he failed to inform Dunn Smith of the ongoing ritual that old Neil was undertaking. In the following period, Klein frequently forgot to relay various matters to his colleagues. He perceived them as unimportant, and by the time he had the opportunity to explain, it was already too late. The ritual that old Neil was conducting would once again herald signs of his impending loss of control. Perhaps in 3 weeks, or 4, he would return to the brink of instability. Old Neil's loss of control was inevitable, for his ritual had drawn certain attentions. As long as his ceremony continued, he would remain susceptible to pollution and the risk of losing control anew. His instability would impact Dunn Smith's psyche, exacerbating the secretive pollution he had previously endured, thus compelling him to act in accordance with Inzigwell's expectations. What remained perplexing was why Klein was attuned to old Neil's precarious state. His fate was undergoing a wondrous transformation. Was it because he had received? The pale hand hastily lifted the pen again, sensing that allowing the quill to continue writing would render matters uncontrollable. Quickly, the diary was closed. This unexpected tale would conclude for the time being. Inzigwell gazed at the lawn outside with a singular eye and sighed, pondering why the stories of Tingen City were perpetually subject to uncontrollable disruptions, particularly by Klein, who seemed to incessantly muddle the narratives he had meticulously crafted. On Tuesday morning, Hubert, armed with relevant documents, boarded the law firm's carriage en route to the western suburbs to visit his client, Mr. Polly. Mr. Polly was a man in his 50s, with thinning hair, a visage etched with wrinkles, and a demeanor that seemed perpetually serious as he puffed on his pipe. "I intend to sue the Ailery family into bankruptcy. I swear I shall make them pay dearly," Mr. Polly declared, pipe clenched firmly in his mouth. "Last night, yes, it was indeed last night, the great dog I keep in my basement escaped again, wreaking havoc in my flower beds. Yet that scoundrel Ailery insists he is no dog, let alone one of such immense size." After enduring Mr. Polly's lengthy tirade, Hubert began to discern the situation. Mr. Polly and the Ailery family were neighbors, yet their relationship was far from amicable. The discord stemmed primarily from their differing beliefs. Mr. Polly's family worshipped the goddess of night, while the Ailery family revered the Lord of Storms. They had been neighbors for over a decade, embroiled in disputes all the while. Recently, however, Mr. Ailery had taken to keeping a great dog in his basement, which occasionally broke free, destroying Mr. Polly's flower beds and even slaughtering several chickens. Yet Mr. Ailery refused to acknowledge having kept any dog, leading Mr. Polly to seek the assistance of Hubert's law firm in desperation. Hubert inquired, "Have any neighbors witnessed this great dog? Are they willing to testify on your behalf?" "They have seen it. The Wells family in front and the Allens family to the left have both witnessed the events and are willing to testify on my behalf," Polly remarked. "Let us proceed to judge him, Mr. Hobart, and show the Ailerys the extent of my prowess." Hobart chuckled. "Mr. Polly, I am but a lawyer, not a judge." He continued, "Before we approach the magistrate's court, I shall first converse with Mr. Ailery. If he is amenable to compensating you for your losses, it would spare us all considerable trouble. Should he wish to resolve the matter in court, we shall stand firm." Mr. Polly replied, "Very well, lawyer. I shall defer to your judgment." In truth, he was not particularly keen on facing the magistrate. The prospect was rather cumbersome. Hobart inquired, "What amount do you intend to seek from Mr. Ailery?" £100. "Lawyer, I demand he compensates me with £100. That sum is excessively high. The judge would never accept it," Hobart cautioned. "I propose a compensation of £10, along with £10 for legal fees. £20 would be a palatable amount for a tenant farmer. Should the compensation reach £100, the Ailerys would undoubtedly be driven to bankruptcy." Mr. Polly's pipe trembled in his hand. "Good heavens! You actually seek £10 in fees? Did none of your acquaintances inform you of our fee structure?" Hobart smiled. "That is indeed the minimum rate." Very well, very well. After all, it will be Ailery who bears the cost." Once the details were settled, both parties signed a contract, and Hobart requested Mr. Polly to accompany him to visit the Wells and Allens families. As Mr. Polly had indicated, they were all willing to testify on his behalf, having witnessed the formidable beast and been thoroughly frightened. Eventually, Hobart made a solitary visit to Mr. Ailery, who was fortuitously at home. Upon learning of Hobart's purpose, Ailery bellowed from the doorway, "How many times must I say it? That old fool Polly is simply mistaking shadows for reality. We have never owned a dog. Very well. If he wishes to pursue legal action, I shall engage fully." His voice resonated, and Mr. Polly, standing on the other side of the fence, heard every word. "Old fool. Though we have quarreled in the past, I once regarded you as a man. Now, however, your attempts to evade responsibility render you a mere jester." Their altercation incited a cacophony of barking, indicating the size of the dog was not insignificant. Mr. Polly's words ignited a flush of embarrassment on Ailery's face, and as tensions escalated, Hobart interjected, "Mr. Ailery, May I inspect your basement? The neighbors assert the monstrous hound emerged from there. Very well, Aylry acquiesced. I trust you, lawyer. However, I must caution you that agreeing to represent Mr. Polly will undoubtedly mar your career. As Aylry spoke, he led Hobart to the entrance of the basement, the barking seemingly growing ever closer. Yet, upon opening the basement door, Hobart found only tools and debris, no sign of any creature. Wait, Hobart experienced a familia. Disordered sensation reminiscent of the power wielded through the legal path in the realm of chaos. Chapter 58. The Law of Extraordinary Attributes Convergence. Hobart's thoughts turned to the Law of Extraordinary Attributes Convergence, if he was not mistaken. This seemingly mundane case concealed some marvelous artifact or extraordinary being related to the legal path. During his previous dealings with Mr. Barron's case, Penny had unequivocally confirmed that the rural lawyer was indeed an extraordinary entity of the legal path. Hobart chuckled ruefully to himself. I should have anticipated this. The realm of chaos serves as a nexus for the elements of the legal and arbitrator paths, akin to a colossal magnet drawing forth the extraordinary attributes of these paths toward me. He then engaged in self-reflection. Over the past month, I have yet to complete the cognitive transition from the age of commonality to the extraordinary world. My prior experiences are indeed valuable. Yet this is a realm where the rules hold greater significance. Observing Hobart's moment of distraction, Aylry smirked. Well, lawyer, what do you say? I've maintained all along that we have never harbored a dog. Hobart queried. Then from whence did the barking emanate? The Henrys, who dwell behind us, own a dog. Aylry replied. I suspect their dog ventured into my yard before making its way to that old fool Polly's. As for their insistence that the dog bolted from my basement, it seems Polly's failing eyesight has betrayed him, and rather than confront the Henrys, he has insidiously shifted the blame onto me. Exiting the basement, Aylry gestured toward the predominantly black house behind him. That is the Henry residence. The house exuded an aura of lifelessness, with tightly drawn curtains and doors, as if it had long been uninhabited. Aylry elaborated. It appears the Henry child suffers from a rare ailment, pallid in complexion and fearful of sunlight, which explains their perpetual seclusion. Henry, a fabric merchant, bore a stern demeanor, presenting as rather unapproachable. The neighbors tended to avoid interactions with him. Incidentally, it seems they have not ventured outside for several days. Upon exiting the Aylry backyard and arriving at the Henry home, Hobart indeed discerned that the barking originated from the basement. He knocked on the yard gate, but received no response. So he pushed it open and proceeded to knock on the front door. After waiting for nearly half a minute, he heard footsteps approaching, the sound of shuffling indicating difficulty in movement, before a hoarse voice inquired, Who is it? Hobart briefly introduced himself and articulated his purpose. May I inspect the dog you have in your basement? The raspy voice replied, Our family is afflicted with a severe flu. If you wish to avoid contagion, I suggest you return in a few days. After pondering for a moment, Hobart responded, Very well, I shall return later this week. And I hope your illness resolves swiftly. Upon returning to Mr. Polly's residence, he learned that Aylry's household had no dog, while the Henry's basement was indeed the source of the barking. Mr. Polly shook his head repeatedly. Sir, though I am advanced in years, I am not so blind as to misinterpret reality. Not only I, but all present clearly saw that the giant hound emerged from Aylry's basement. Hobart gazed out the window, noting that the Aylry and Henry basements were separated by but a narrow country lane. Perhaps another possibility exists. He smiled. Let us discuss Mr. Henry. Oh, Henry is not one to provoke lightly, Polly remarked, filling his pipe. Last year, a thief broke into their home, only to be rendered a babbling fool by Henry's wrath. They moved here when I was young, and I even attended the funeral of old Henry, now Mr. Henry's father, and young Henry's grandfather. Initially, they were quite hospitable, but ever since young Henry fell ill 3 years ago, the family has become rather peculiar. After listening to Mr. Polly's lengthy monologue, Hobart gleaned little of utility. Nevertheless, he was certain the Henry family was no ordinary fabric merchant. He resolved to investigate further once he received Mr. Hangman's remuneration. After informing Mr. Polly that he would return in the coming days, Hobart took his leave. Upon returning to the law office, Hobart received correspondence from the Mercenary Club, indicating that from the previous evening to the present morning, 2 packages had been delivered for private. Hobart was taken aback by the prompt arrival of the hangman's parcels, but after a moment's contemplation, he understood that they had likely been returned alongside the mercenaries from the south, thus delivered to the club by the soldiers. After Hubert finished his lunch, he ventured out once more to visit clients. He did not hasten to retrieve his package. Instead, he took a moment to relax in the lounge area, sipping the red tea provided by the club. From the conversations of the surrounding members, He learned that the mercenaries who had ambushed the extraordinary beings of the Farsak Empire on the southern continent had indeed returned by airship. Many were already aware of the specific outcomes. They had eliminated 2 foes of Sequence 5, 6 of Sequence 6, 17 of Sequence 7, along with several of Sequence 8 and Sequence 9. Moreover, it was said that this haul included not only extraordinary traits, but also numerous magical artifacts and 2 sealed items. One could easily imagine that the upcoming gathering of extraordinary beings this weekend would see many participants selling their spoils. Calculating his current wealth, which was nearing 100, Hubert resolved that he would certainly make a purchase if any suitable magical items were available. After indulging in 2 cups of red tea, he proceeded to the front desk to collect the soldier's package. Hubert did not leave immediately. Instead, he requested the attendant to find him a small conference room. Once the door was closed, he unwrapped the first package, revealing 600 in cash. In a delightful mood, he counted the money, but upon retrieving his wallet, he realized it was already too full. He had no choice but to stuff the notes into the pocket of his lining. At that moment, Hubert felt a twinge of nostalgia for a life with digital payments, when the money in his mobile phone would never become a target for thieves or criminals. Another package contained a dark ring box. Holding the ring in the palm of his hand, he felt no discomfort and thus slipped it onto his index finger. The instant it adorned his hand, a multitude of techniques for wielding a cane against adversaries flooded his mind, along with strategies for coordinating his movements with offensive and defensive actions in combat. Hubert smiled faintly. This was precisely the ability he required. He glanced at the package's exterior, realizing it needed to be destroyed to prevent others from uncovering his identity. Tearing it into shreds seemed impractical. What if someone pieced it back together? But how could he dispose of it? Fire? What if it sparked a conflagration? Perhaps he should wait. Hubert belatedly recognized that his worries were a manifestation of the ring's negative effects. In the following chapter, I am inquiring on behalf of a friend. Hubert first procured a military telescope from the mercenary club, then penned a letter to Miss Hiu, inquiring whether she wished to seek his counsel regarding extraordinary knowledge. Regardless of her decision, she was requested to meet him at the law firm the next morning. After asking the attendant to send the letter, Hubert prepared to return home early to avoid being late for dinner 3 hours hence. As he approached the club's entrance, he contemplated whether it was safer to descend the steps leading with his left or right leg. When selecting a mode of transportation, he fretted over the possibility of the hired carriage overturning or the driver being a deranged killer. Negative review, Hubert thought to himself as he settled into the carriage. I must leave a poor review for the hangman. Is this caution? This is bordering on excessive prudence. However, Hubert did not remove the ring. He aimed to adapt swiftly to the negative effects it brought, ideally distinguishing genuine caution from the ring's influence as soon as the latter surfaced. At dinner, Hubert found himself hesitating over whether to grasp the sharp knife, pondering which leg to step with first on the staircase, and looking back multiple times to ensure he had not snagged his clothing while closing the door. Back in his room, utterly fatigued, Hubert lamented. Indeed, acquiring new abilities invariably demands a price. The next day, to avoid missing his meeting with Hiu and disrupting his plans for the coming days, Hubert arrived at the law firm 2 hours early, at 7 o'clock. This was an hour earlier than usual, yet the office doors remained shut, faced with the closed entrance. And having skipped breakfast, Hubert smirked wryly, feeling an impulse to return his purchase. However, as he sat on the steps contemplating, he suddenly realized the impulsive urge to engage in debate had vanished. After all, arguing with others could lead to conflict, and prudence dictated silence. Reflecting on this, he acknowledged that the ring's negative effects were not entirely without merit. Very well, I'll keep it, he decided, transitioning to the naming phase. Hubert suspected that the extraordinary trait imparted by the ring likely stemmed from a martial pathfighter or a scholar of the occult. The latter seemed more probable, as the ring's negative effects were likely a reflection of its extraordinary trait provider. Typically, martial path extraordinary beings would not exhibit such excessive caution. An image suddenly sprang to Hubert's mind. A warrior hesitating to pull the trigger on the battlefield, fretting over the potential for misfire, injuring enemies, or damaging the flora. While he hesitated in the trench, the enemy had already seized the position. The absurdity of that scene struck him. Conversely, those versed in the occult, possessing profound knowledge of ritual magic, often approached the extraordinary world with reverence, leading to a tendency for excessive caution. Thus, it seemed more likely that the ring's extraordinary trait originated from a combat scholar. Since the ring could transform him into a combat expert, Hubert decided to name it the combat ring. He then contemplated whether he could utilize his extraordinary abilities to counteract the ring's negative effects. More specifically, He aimed to distort the cautious thoughts instigated by the ring, as this would allow him to combat the negative effects, regardless of whether the distortion succeeded. He would be able to discern true caution from that which stemmed from the ring's influence. This proved to be an excellent strategy. And soon Hubert discovered that this method was effective, enabling him to distinguish negative effects more easily, thereby alleviating trivial hesitations, such as which leg to step with first. However, when faced with more complex scenarios requiring caution, the distorting effect remained limited, and Hubert's hesitations were still evident. Yet, he could now clearly identify the negative effects of the combat ring, which provided him with a concrete target in his struggle against his own cautious nature. Around 9 o'clock, Hugh and Forth arrived at the law firm, and Hubert welcomed them into the small conference room. He discreetly moved his chair further away from Forth, always feeling that she might reach out and open a door upon him. For prudence's sake, he preferred to maintain some distance. No, that's the negative effect of the combat ring, he reminded himself, and in the midst of Hugh's and Forth's puzzled gazes, he awkwardly maneuvered his chair back to its original position. Hugh looked on with concern and asked, "Hubert, is your foot cramping?" "Not at all," Hubert replied with a wry smile. "I merely find the ground a bit uneven." He quickly shifted the topic. "Have you decided what extraordinary knowledge you wish to acquire from me?" "Well," Hugh began, glancing at her friend Forth. "We have come to a decision. I have a friend," Forth cleared her throat. "Yes, I am inquiring on behalf of a friend." "Well," she hears maddening whispers during a blood moon. "What is the reason for this?" Hubert, fully aware of the background, bluntly exposed the truth. "Your friend is an extraordinary being of the apprentice path, isn't she?" Forth paused, surprised. Yes. Hubert feigned ignorance. "Does her last name happen to be Abraham?" "No." During the Quaternary period, the Abraham family had already possessed a relatively complete formula for the apprentice path's potions. Hubert recounted, "Ever since the War of the Four Emperors, when their ancestor Berthellia Abraham vanished, the extraordinary members of this family seem to have been cursed. On nights of the blood moon, maddening whispers can be heard. I surmise that your friend, in an unprocessed state, consumed the extraordinary traits left behind by the members of the Abraham family. Thus, even though she is not a member of the Abraham lineage, she has fallen victim to their curse." Hugh quickly interjected, "Indeed, your description resonates with what I have heard from our mutual friend who shared her experiences with Forsyth. Is there a remedy?" "There are two potential remedies," Hubert replied. Hugh felt a surge of excitement, astonished that Hubert had devised two solutions for a problem that had perplexed them. However, Hubert continued, "Both remedies are quite arduous. The first method involves locating a specific magical artifact to extract your friend's extraordinary traits, which must then be processed and reconsumed. To my knowledge, the Abraham family has previously trained many apprentices from outside their lineage to become extraordinary individuals. If the traits are processed correctly, those who are non-members of the Abraham family will not suffer from a curse." Chapter 60, The Family of Extraordinary Beings. The method Hubert proposed left Hugh and Forsyth bewildered, as they lacked the requisite knowledge of the extraordinary realm to grasp the feasibility of Hubert's suggestions. Hubert continued, "Be advised, this method can be excruciatingly painful and prone to loss of control. Hence, it should only be undertaken if absolutely necessary or with complete certainty." His initial presentation of this remedy seemed to highlight his expertise, almost as if he were attempting to mislead them. He added, "The second method is to wait and observe your friend's fortune." "Fortune?" Forsyth inquired. "What do you mean?" Hubert smiled. "Once one becomes an extraordinary being, their fate undergoes a profound transformation, and all their troubles will find resolution through the machinations of destiny. Do not mistake me for a charlatan. The realm of mysticism is inherently replete with ambiguities." Forsyth frowned slightly, clearly unsatisfied with this response. Hugh boldly asked, "Could you elaborate further?" "The curse is a cry for help." Hubert clarified, "As I understand it, a mysterious entity has recently shown interest in this plea. This presents an opportunity for your friend. Do not attempt to grasp at fate, but rather allow it to unfold naturally." The narrative proceeded in accordance with the original text, favoring Hubert, as it allowed him to maintain his omniscient perspective. Hubert's words indeed left Hugh and Forsyth in awe, prompting them to reflect silently on the implications of his statements. After several seconds, Forsyth finally asked, "So, the best course of action now is to do nothing?" Hubert smiled. "Precisely. By keenly observing your surroundings, you may uncover hints of fate. For instance, the Fool's Respect found within the library of the Viscount of Glyndŵr, and, the Fool's Respect within the same library." Hubert added, "Perhaps the moment when circumstances become most uncontrollable is when fate is on the verge of a turning point." Hugh scratched his head. "Hubert, is fate truly so extraordinary?" Hubert shrugged. "The destinies of extraordinary beings are indeed remarkable. Now, I hope you both do not dwell too heavily on the arrangements of fate, for we lower-tier extraordinary beings can only accept what destiny has in store. The more one fixates on it, the more tumultuous the fluctuations of fate become, leading only to unnecessary distress. At that moment, Hugh and Forsyth belatedly realized that Hubert was imparting a form of esoteric knowledge they had never encountered or contemplated. Yet it sounded profoundly sophisticated. However, they sensed that Hubert had only painted a partial picture of this arcane wisdom. They had yet to grasp its entirety. Hubert inquired, "Are you both satisfied with my response?" "Indeed," Forsyth replied promptly. "This has provided our friend with significant insight. At the very least, she now understands the source of the curse and will no longer feel so lost and bewildered." Hubert nodded. "Now, let me discuss the next steps. Last week, while handling a case, I encountered a villager who appeared to be an extraordinary being. I am intrigued to discover the origin of his potion formula and wish to investigate further." Noticing the puzzled expressions on Hugh and Forsyth's faces, Hubert smiled and explained, "Allow me to impart a piece of knowledge free of charge. The extraordinary traits within the three of us can be traced back to the Quaternary period. By following the threads of history, it becomes evident that potion formulas related to your path, Hugh, are primarily held by the Rune and Phenobot royal families. As for you, Miss Forsyth, the potion formulas connected to your path are largely controlled by the Enlightenment Society and the Abraham family, or by extraordinary beings associated with either of these entities. I believe that after the disappearance of the Abraham family's ancestors in the Quaternary period, they likely faced attacks from other factions due to the absence of strong protectors, suffering considerable losses. The extraordinary traits and potion formulas of the apprentices formed within the Enlightenment Society at the beginning of the Fifth Period should derive from the spoils of their assault on the Abraham family. The extraordinary traits associated with my path should theoretically be held by 3 or 4 families of extraordinary beings, but since the War of the Four Emperors, the connections have become somewhat obscured. Do you understand what I am conveying?" Hugh nodded repeatedly, though her expression suggested she did not fully comprehend. After a moment of contemplation, Forsyth remarked, "So, if we can ascertain which factions most of the extraordinary beings along our path belong to, we could use that information as a clue to obtain subsequent potion formulas." Her eyes lit up. "Mr. Hubert, the information you have shared is invaluable to us. Is it truly free?" Having long struggled to find the potion formula of the illusionist at the gatherings of extraordinary beings, she had nearly given up hope. But Hubert's words had provided her with newfound direction. Hubert smiled. "Of course it is free. Did you think I jested when I established the Justice League by saying we should support one another? Wake up, my dear. Free things are often the most precious. Now that you have a lead on potion formulas, would you like to know about the intelligence of the Enlightenment Society? Should we take action? Can you and Hugh obtain the formula on your own? If not, will you seek assistance?" Hubert realized with amusement that he was quite the marketing genius. At that moment, Hugh finally grasped the implications, exclaiming an understanding. Hubert added, "The villager who appears to be an extraordinary being seems to belong to the same tier as I do, which piques my curiosity regarding the origin of his potion formula." Hugh asked, "When shall we commence our endeavors?" Hubert checked his pocket watch. "It is not yet 9:30. Let us each prepare and meet at Bayclan Bridge at 1 in the afternoon. Shall we?" "Very well," she replied. After bidding farewell to Hugh and Forsyth, Hubert returned to his rented room. Using the bestowed method, he summoned the spirit-link necklace from the realm of disorder. This time, the initiative of the operation lay in Hubert's hands, unlike the previous investigation where clues were fleeting and left little time for preparation. With ample time to prepare, he intended to bring his strongest equipment along, anticipating potential needs for communion with the spirits. Upon donning the necklace, Hubert opened his spiritual sight, and the world transformed before him. Everything appeared shrouded in a gray haze, with only the living entities on the street radiating color. He envied the heightened sensitivity of this spiritual sight, as it allowed one to discern a person's health and approximate emotional state with mere observation. Closing his spiritual sight, Hubert pressed the button for an early departure, driven by the prudent thought of not wanting to miss their agreed-upon time. After having lunch at the law firm, he took a carriage to Bayclan Bridge. As expected, Forsyth had also escaped the embrace of his armchair to accompany his friend on this venture. Thus, the 3 young men boarded a hired carriage, heading towards the outskirts of Bayclan. Chapter 61. The Gateway to the Spirit World. To conceal their movements, Hugh, and Forsyth alighted from the carriage early and deviated from the main road, making their way through the fields to the vicinity of the Apton country villa. Hugh found a suitable vantage point, and the 3 of them concealed themselves around the observation location, with Hubert using a telescope to gaze towards the villa. In the yard, a man in his 40s was chopping wood. He was likely the Apton family servant. From the window, a figure seemed to flicker in the second-floor room. It must be Apton. However, after a prolonged wait, Apton did not emerge. Hubert checked his pocket watch. It was only around 4 in the afternoon. He murmured, "We shall act after nightfall." Forsyth took the telescope from Hubert and replaced him in observing the distant farmstead. Life here appears so tranquil. I dream of such a life. If only, he mused. If only there weren't the murmurs of the full moon, I would surely save enough to purchase such a quaint little estate and spend every summer in its serene embrace. Hubert smiled in response. Dreams hold value only when they remain dreams. Forsyth sighed, though the words of Emperor Russell possess a certain wisdom. It is easy for him to speak so, having achieved all his dreams. I have yet to experience what it feels like when dreams come to fruition. Hubert smirked. Very well, very well. Such maxims indeed flow from the lips of Emperor Russell. As the trio engaged in light-hearted banter, the sun gradually descended, and night enveloped the land. By 7 o'clock, after a modest meal in the wilderness, Hubert distributed the mass he had prepared for Hugh and Forsyth. Do not reveal your voices or habitual movements, lest Apton be in contact with some extraordinary secret organization. Once they were ready, the three approached Apton's farmstead, shielded by the cloak of night. Although still within Beekland, this area was far removed from the vibrancy of city life. The nearby village was devoid of light, save for a solitary lamp illuminating the second floor of the Apton villa. Upon reaching the wall of the farm, Forsyth stood watch outside while Hubert and Hugh nimbly leapt into the yard. During their earlier wait, Hubert had disclosed that he possessed an extraordinary item that would enhance his agility. As partners, it was imperative to communicate such information to ensure synchronized action. However, Hubert refrained from revealing the matter of the spirit communication necklace to Hugh. While he trusted him, it was prudent to retain some secrets. The two swiftly climbed to the window of the brightly lit second floor. The dim light barely illuminated half the room, revealing Apton's figure lying on the bed, seemingly having forgotten to extinguish the oil lamp while sleeping. Hubert exchanged a glance with Hugh, and together they pushed the window open and jumped inside. Based on the intelligence Hubert had gathered, Apton was likely a lawyer, or at most, a brute. Even if they were unable to subdue him, Hubert believed they could easily extricate themselves from any confrontation, prompting him to suppress his cautious instincts and opt for the most direct approach to acquire the information he sought. Upon entering the room, Hubert was struck by an unusual chill. Although it was late summer in Beekland, the night typically held only a slight coolness. Not the bone-chilling cold he now felt. Hugh also sensed something amiss and refrained from rushing forward, instead taking position by the window, effectively guarding their retreat. While the girl could sometimes lack sharpness, she proved to be remarkably dependable in action. Suddenly, Hubert's intuition was stirred, prompting him to activate his spiritual sight. He beheld a gaunt figure with disheveled hair standing not far from them. Taking a step back, he quickly deduced that the entity before him was a spirit, though lacking aggression. It appeared quite fearsome. The spirit communication necklace endowed him with the ability to discern the weaknesses of spirits, combined with his lawyerly acumen for detecting vulnerabilities. Hubert swiftly realized that this spirit was averse to fire, which explained its position in the far corner of the room, away from the oil lamp. Advancing a step, Hubert seized the oil lamp and hurled it toward the spirit. With a crash, the lamp shattered, flames licking the oil and igniting on the floor. With a howl, the spirit swiftly fled the room. At that very moment, a figure burst forth from the shadows, illuminated by the flickering flames below. It was a young man, his face marked by palpable tension. He swung a fist toward Hubert's head, but Hubert deftly evaded the strike. After activating his spiritual sight, Hubert had cast a glance at the bed and noticed no living presence. Rather, a human aura lingered in the room's darkness. He surmised that Apton must be hiding there, and thus, he was already prepared for Apton's ambush. However, Hubert found it curious. Why was Apton on guard? When Apton's punch missed its mark, he launched a series of consecutive attacks, each strike imbued with a force that seemed to surpass the ordinary. Yet Hubert, wielding his cane, held his ground against Apton, as if he possessed an innate understanding of how to counter his opponent's moves, instinctively knowing how to evade his blows. In that moment, he seemed like a born fighter. Simultaneously, Hubert had the capacity to reflect. Apton had consumed a barbarian potion, granting him tremendous strength, and several times, Hubert barely managed to retain his cane. However, it soon became evident that while Apton's strikes were powerful, his speed was somewhat lacking. At this juncture, Hugh seized the opportunity to intervene, leaving Apton defenseless. Yet, he stubbornly retorted, "Is this all the Tamara family has sent to eliminate me? You are woefully naive." Suddenly, Apton's complexion drained of color as Hubert caught sight of the door swinging open. However, What lay beyond was an indescribable realm, a chaotic expanse devoid of orientation, brimming with rich information, revealing every detail of that world without obstruction. Upon witnessing this, both Hubert and Hugh experienced varying degrees of dizziness. The spirit realm. Hubert realized it was the spirit realm. While low-tier extraordinary beings could sense its existence, many possessing heightened spiritual awareness could directly receive insights from it. However, at this stage, one could not sustain prolonged contact with the spirit realm, let alone enter it. As the gateway to the spirit realm manifested, a grotesque humanoid creature with elongated arms and tongue emerged, void of eyes and ears. Both Hubert and Hugh's spiritual senses immediately perceived the impending danger. Chapter 62, a desperate sealing artifact. The spirit, with its elongated limbs and tongue, moved with alarming swiftness, and Hubert realized he had no time to escape. Nevertheless, the spirit communication necklace and his legal prowess quickly revealed that this spirit's weakness lay in water. Water. There was water on the table, yet time was of the essence. The creature had already raised its long arm, which transformed into a scythe, as if death itself had come to harvest lives. In a moment of desperation, Hubert spat at the creature. Then, under Hubert's spiritual sight, a comically absurd scene unfolded. The fearsome spirit carefully sidestepped the puddle of saliva on the ground, as though it were a landmine to be avoided at all costs. Although Hugh and Afton could not clearly see the unfolding events through their spiritual perception, they sensed an imminent danger that seemed to have abruptly halted. Afton, with an incredulous expression, exclaimed, "By the gods, this is the first time I've encountered such holy water." At that moment, the spirit had circled around Hubert's spittle, prompting Hubert to hastily spit again. The spirit continued to evade, and Hubert repeated the action. Thus, the earlier struggle transformed into a spectacle for Hugh and Afton, who observed Hubert incessantly spitting onto the ground. Before long, Hubert found himself parched, and he shouted to Hugh, "Quickly spit towards the 2 o'clock direction." Hugh, with keen intuition, realized that saliva might repel the unseen threat. However, despite her typically carefree demeanor, she retained a semblance of modesty, being a girl at heart. Consequently, Hubert gathered his remaining saliva with great effort and directed it towards the long-armed spirit, momentarily halting its advance. "Hurry, I'm truly out," he urged. Seizing the opportunity, Hugh quickly followed suit and spat in the 2 o'clock direction. Allowing Hubert to take a few steps forward, seize a cup of water from the table, and splash its contents towards the long-armed spirit. With a piercing wail, the spirit vanished without a trace. Afton began to muster the last remnants of his spiritual energy. This isn't over yet. Having distanced himself from the fray, Hubert finally had the chance to aim his gun at Afton, hoarsely declaring, "We are not the damned Tamara family. If you use any sealing artifacts or magical items again, I will shoot you dead." Afton, visibly pale from the immense drain on his spirit, gasped for breath before asking, "Then who are you?" Hubert commanded, "Raise your hands." Afton, evidently unwilling to meet his end, complied without hesitation. Hugh deftly searched him and discovered a strand of hair shimmering with starlight on Afton's arm. Recognizing it as a sealing artifact, Hubert handed Hugh a pair of gloves he had prepared in advance, instructing, "Do not touch the hair directly." Nodding in understanding, Hugh donned the gloves, removed the starlit hair, and placed it on the table. Hubert resumed his previous tactics, aiming his gun at Afton with one hand while retrieving his vials from his pocket with the other. "Have you heard of spiritual communication?" he inquired. "Yes, I've heard of it," Afton responded, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. "I apologize," Hubert said sincerely. "Interrogating you is rather cumbersome, as I must discern the truth of your answers. Therefore, I shall resort to spiritual communication to obtain the answers I desire. However, as you're a living being, this process will completely disrupt your thoughts and logic. Once I receive my answers, you will regress to the cognitive level of a mere toddler. For this, I'm deeply sorry." Afton's face drained of color. Wait. You haven't even asked yet. How do you know I won't tell the truth?" Judging by Afton's reaction, it appeared he was not a particularly knowledgeable, extraordinary being. For had he been familiar with spiritual communication, or had someone explained its intricacies to him, he would have understood that Hubert's words were half-truths. Given Hubert's current spiritual and mental capacity, he dared not engage in spiritual communication with a living person, as the vast information contained within the other spirit would severely impact his own mental state. The likely outcome would be the emergence of two lunatics in this world. "All right then," Hubert said, "I will ask the first question. Where do your potion recipes and primary ingredients originate? As you witnessed earlier, I can communicate with the spirit realm to defeat the spirit you summoned. Likewise, I can conduct divination. If you lie, I will immediately switch to spiritual communication for my inquiries. Afton hastily replied, my potion recipes and primary ingredients come from the Tamara family. I promise I will speak the truth. Although Hubert had never attempted divination using a spiritual communication necklace, theoretically, since it could enhance the holder's intuition, it should also facilitate divination-like operations. Of course, Hubert could not perform complex divinations akin to those of a true diviner, but he could ascertain simple truths. He closed his eyes and silently chanted, Afton is lying. Afton is lying. After repeating this 7 times, he stood his staff upright and gently released it. If the staff tilted forward, it would indicate Afton's deceit. If it leaned back, it would signify his honesty. Observing that the staff inclined backward, Hubert smiled and said, excellent. I hope you continue to speak the truth. Now, for the second question, what powers does the sealing artifact you use possess? What are its negative effects? Where did it originate? Afton, taken aback by Hubert's divination, promptly abandoned any thoughts of deceit. This sealing artifact is called the hair of the astrologer. My father said it came from an out-of-control astrologer. It has 2 abilities. One allows a vague premonition of dangers occurring within 6 hours, and the other opens a doorway to the spirit realm. Behind that door, there may be nothing, but it is highly probable that a spirit of unknown purpose and ability will emerge, attacking indiscriminately. The negative effects are that the wearer easily attracts the attention of certain entities from the spirit realm. After wearing it for more than an hour, the wearer will merge with the spirit realm and will never return to the real world. Hubert pondered to himself. No wonder he was aware of our impending attack. It was due to the abilities of this sealing artifact. Yet, both its capabilities and negative effects sounded alarmingly like a self-destructive sealing artifact. Spirits attacking indiscriminately. Attention from entities of the spirit realm, never returning to the real world. Both the abilities and consequences were formidable. Afton continued, this sealing artifact was brought out by my father from the Tamara family. Hubert paused. What connection does your family have with the Tamara family? It seems you are both adversaries, yet capable of obtaining sealing artifact from them. Afton offered a wry smile. I am a member of the Tamara family, but my father has long sought to extricate himself from it since my childhood. Why seek to leave? Hubert inquired. My father said that the high-ranking extraordinary members of the family were quite off, seemingly tainted by some secret corruption. Chapter 63, Afton's Request. Hubert suddenly recalled that the Tamara family was one of the 5 families that supported the establishment of the Tudor nation and had a long-standing history. They seemed to possess potion recipes through legal and arbitration channels, having once intermarried with the Abraham family, which granted them access to certain apprentice-level potion recipes and extraordinary traits. However, following the fall of the Tudor Empire, members of this family appeared to have vanished from public sight. Even Hubert, who was well-versed in the original texts, could only vaguely remember the general circumstances surrounding this family, failing to recall specific details. This indicated that the family's appearances in society were indeed exceedingly rare. In Hubert's memory, the extraordinary traits linked to legal channels, if traced back to the 4th era, were primarily held by 3 families: the Solomon family, the Tudor family, and the Trencist family. The Tamara family had not produced the Black Emperor or the Judge, indicating that they possessed at most extraordinary traits of Sequence 2 during the 4th era. However, after the fall of the Blood Emperor and the Night Emperor, it was hard to say, as most extraordinary families gained Sequence 1 traits through the demise of their former masters. For instance, the Blood Emperor Tudor and the Night Emperor Trencist acquired Sequence 1 extraordinary traits of the Black Emperor pathway by assisting the 7 gods in vanquishing Solomon, thus ushering in the dual governance era. For Hubert, the Tamara family loomed like a shadowy figure enshrouded in mist, their strength and allegiance shrouded in uncertainty. Moreover, high-ranking extraordinary members were tainted by some hidden corruption. Hubert inquired, what kind of corruption? Afton replied, I do not know. My father did not disclose that information. Perhaps he himself is unaware. In summary, my father has consistently asserted that the Tamara family has become unrecognizable, urging me to prefer death over returning to that lineage. Hubert's spiritual insight suddenly provided a certain warning, indicating that this matter could no longer be probed or discussed. He hastily shifted the topic. You seem to be in a rather poor state. This was evident from the aura exuding from his companion. Afton managed a bitter smile. Indeed. Ever since I consumed the barbarian's potion last year, my condition has been far from favorable. My mother informed me that this is due to the aftereffects of forcibly ascending without having mastered the extraordinary abilities bestowed upon me as a lawyer. With a touch of sorrow, he continued, my mother perished due to her own failed attempt at a forced ascension as an astrologer. Clearly, their family was oblivious to the concepts of performance and digestion. Hubert, perplexed, inquired, Have you all truly severed ties with the Tamara family? Why then would you take such great risks to force an ascension? Apton sighed. My father's departure from the family was discovered prematurely, but fortunately, his foresight allowed us to evade the family's pursuit. However, Father stated that his preparations could only conceal our whereabouts for 10 years. For the blood of the Tamara family flows through our veins, and after a decade, the diviners among the family will surely locate us. To escape the family's wrath. My father once sought refuge with other factions, yet those factions were more interested in the sealing artifacts and intelligence about the Tamara family that father possessed, leading to even greater calamity. The powerful sealing artifact in my father's possession was lost, and he sustained grave injuries. After managing to escape with my mother and me, he passed away shortly thereafter. My mother and I dared not reach out to other factions, resorting instead to enhancing our strength through ascension. Yet it was too late. Father died, and mother followed suit. I could barely control the barbarian's potion, and if I attempted to ascend further, I would lose control immediately. As Apton spoke, his eyes reddened. 10 years have swiftly passed. Perhaps next week or next month, the family members will surely come for us. Having lost a father at a young age, Hiu felt a pang of sympathy for Apton. Do not entertain thoughts of ascension any longer. Flee. Hubert echoed. My companion speaks the truth. Remaining here leads only to death. Apton's eyes sparkled with defiance. We merely wish to live freely for a few days. I have yearned to be a merchant since childhood, to trade while exploring the beauty of the world. Why? Why must I endure such a wretched existence akin to that of a fugitive? Hubert holstered his weapon. In this world, how many can truly master their fate? He gestured to Hiu, and the two retreated toward the window, preparing to depart. Apton suddenly called out to them, Wait, can you assist me in evading the family's pursuit? Hubert chuckled. There are only two of us. Do you truly expect us to confront the entire Tamara family? No, no, Apton replied. My father once mentioned that, according to the family's modus operandi, the pursuers would consist of 1 Sequence 6, 2 Sequence 7, and possibly 2 Sequence 8 members, along with a sealing artifact. If we can defeat them, I can use the methods my father taught me to hide our tracks for another 10 years. Hubert smirked. Do we appear capable of overcoming a Sequence 6? Apton insisted. Both of you should be Sequence 9 or 8, yet you possess sealing artifacts or magical items. I suspect you belong to some organization, and I wish to enlist your organization's help. I can offer you the hair of an astrologer. Hubert shook his head. You might as well keep that for yourself. I wish to live a few more years. Having learned of Apton's potion formulations and the current state of the Tamara family, Hubert felt his objectives had been achieved. As for the hair of the astrologer, possessing such a perilous sealing artifact would be tantamount to courting death. I can also provide you with the potion formulas for lawyers, barbarians, and bribe-takers. Apton quickly added. Additionally, for apprentices, tricksters, and astrologers. His father's past experiences made him acutely aware. However, I have concealed these formulas using special methods. So even if you commune with me, you will only obtain the lawyers and barbarians' formulas. Upon hearing about the trickster, Hiu's eyes gleamed. This was precisely the potion formula her friend had been seeking. Meanwhile, Hubert marveled at the profound wealth of the extraordinary family. Even a fallen member still possessed a sealing artifact and a plethora of potion formulas. He calculated that if he could enlist Christine's assistance, it should be relatively easy to deal with a Sequence 6, thus acquiring the bribe-taker's potion formula, and likely obtaining the extraordinary traits of the bribe-taker as well. With this thought in mind, Hubert stated, Should my elder be willing to assist you, I shall return to pay you a visit. With that, Hubert and Hiu leaped from the window. Apton sat weakly in a chair, repeatedly mulling over a single word. Elder. Elder? Chapter 64. Utilizing the rules. Hubert's parting words were deliberately directed at Apton, meant to intimidate him, as well as to send a warning to any potential Tamara family members who might come to assassinate Apton and commune with him. Of course, it was also a means of conveying a message to Apton. You guessed correctly. I have an organization backing me that can resolve your predicament. Hubert and Hiu reunited with Forsyth, who was waiting outside, and the three returned to the fields, ensuring they were not being followed. Once they were certain of their safety, Hiu whispered excitedly, Forsyth, we have obtained clues regarding the trickster's potion formula. They found a secluded spot to rest, where Hiu recounted their recent encounter. In the darkness, Forsyth cast a glance at Hubert, who was far more formidable, mysterious, and uncanny than she had imagined. Is this what you refer to as a turning point in fate? Hubert chuckled wryly. Perhaps it is. My dear, this is a clue not found in the original text. I cannot predict how it will unfold. After a brief silence, he added to Hiu, After all, This will entail opposing an extraordinary family, and I cannot make unilateral decisions. However, should I choose to assist Apton, I will certainly inform you." Hugh nodded in understanding. "I know." The three rested for a few more minutes, walking several kilometers before finally locating a hired carriage. Upon entering the southern district of Beekland, the streets became brightly illuminated, showcasing the vibrant nightlife of the metropolis. About a kilometer away from the rental house, Hugh and Forsyth alighted from the carriage, while Hubert continued home, arriving well past 10 o'clock at night. Earlier in the day, he had left a note indicating he might return late, so aside from the butler awaiting his return, the rest of the household was asleep. Hubert drank 3 cups of water upon returning to his room. He first removed the spirit-communing necklace and the combat ring, as both magical items had significantly drained his spiritual energy. Once lying in bed, Hubert did not immediately succumb to sleep. Instead, he began to reflect on the day's actions. Upon witnessing the entrance to the spirit realm and that long-armed spirit, Hubert realized his actions had been somewhat reckless. The primary reason was that he had underestimated the situation. After learning that Apton was alone in the farmhouse, he deduced he must be an extraordinary individual with unique experiences. If he were a member of an extraordinary family, the risk of residing alone in such a place would be considerable. Once the family was reduced to a single member, it was highly likely they would seek refuge with relatives or have relatives come to stay with them. This would effectively prevent loss of control and mitigate threats from rival families or enemies. Although no one had anticipated Apton's family situation to be so peculiar, Hubert still deemed his actions somewhat imprudent and resolved to conduct thorough investigations before acting in similar circumstances in the future. He then recalled the Henry family, whom he had encountered just the day before through the door, and surmised they were likely intertwined with the legal channels. This realization seemed inevitable, as the law of extraordinary traits suggests that individuals or entities associated with legal pathways tend to gravitate towards Hubert, the representative of the realm of disorder. Fortunately, Hubert currently occupies only Sequence 9, which means the power he can project externally from the realm of disorder is extremely limited, attracting mostly low-sequence individuals or entities. Of course, there remains a possibility of encountering mid-sequence or high-sequence extraordinary beings or sealed objects, but such formidable entities typically regard a Sequence 9 with indifference. After all, Hubert has his own backing. The eldest son of the Brigadier General provides him considerable protection. Moreover, thus far, the powerful have not sensed the essence of the realm of disorder emanating from Hubert. Contemplating this, Hubert realized that he should not always consider the law of extraordinary traits from a negative perspective, as it has also bestowed upon him many positive outcomes. Take Wolf, for instance. She had searched for years without success for the formula of the trickster's potion, whereas Hubert, upon taking on his third case, discovered clues to the formula of the bribery potion. This made the challenges set by his biological father considerably more manageable, provided, of course, that Christine was willing to assist him. From this angle, it was indeed a fortuitous turn of events, granting Hubert greater opportunities to obtain potion formulas and corresponding extraordinary traits. While this does imply certain risks, with careful navigation, most dangers can be circumvented. Furthermore, the extraordinary world is inherently fraught with peril. Some threats cannot be avoided, even if one wishes to escape them. Equipped with the combat ring and the spirit communication necklace, Hubert believed he had acquired the capability to contend with certain Sequence 8 adversaries, as well as the means to flee from foes of Sequence 7. As for confronting higher sequence extraordinary beings, there was no shame in conceding defeat or leveraging familial connections when necessary. Ultimately, Hubert concluded within himself, one must not allow laws and regulations to become burdensome. Rather, one should actively harness these rules and principles to further one's own objectives. Suddenly, that exhilarating sensation surged within him once more, as he noticed that nearly a third of his potion had been consumed. Is this what it means to be a lawyer? To coexist with rules while also understanding how to exploit them to one's advantage. This should be considered a fundamental tenet of legal practice. Hubert reflected on the previous instance of potion consumption, which was a collision of spirits within a contractual agreement. Adherence to the spirit of the contract is merely a basic expectation of any lawyer. The essence of a lawyer lies in navigating the law, indeed the rules. The rapid assimilation of the potion kept Hubert elated for the remainder of the day, and it was not until the late hours of the night that he managed to temper his excitement and gradually drift into slumber. In the southern continent, there exists no such thing as a small town. Nestled within this region is a picturesque hill, upon which the Bart family's council chamber and the patriarch's residence are situated halfway up the slope. As the first rays of sunlight bathe the hill, 8 elders of the family arrive at the council chamber in succession. Today, they are to deliberate on a matter of considerable significance concerning the future trajectory of the Balkan family. As local power brokers under General Anthony, they have learned of the ambush faced by extraordinary beings of the Farsak Empire at the hands of mercenaries. This has created a power vacuum within General Anthony's territory. And should the Balkan family choose to support the Farsak Empire's dominion here, they may have the opportunity to fill a portion of that void. The 8 elders take their seats amidst pleasantries, although there are 9 seats in the council chamber. The patriarch seat has remained vacant for the past year. This absence is not due to a lack of a patriarch, but rather because the patriarch's condition is dire, constantly battling madness and curses, leaving the everyday affairs to the 8 elders. Chapter 65. Opportunity and risk coexist. Generally, warlords like General Anthony are supported by their backers, or colonizers, who dispatch a demigod and 5 or 6 sequence 5 protectors to safeguard their interests in the colonies. The presence of a demigod serves more as a deterrent. It is the sequence 5 and sequence 6 individuals who handle the actual affairs of the colonies. The ambush resulted in the Farsak Empire losing 2 sequence 5 and several sequence 6 individuals, leading to chaos within the colonial management system. Each nation's sequence 5 typically holds positions of substantial power, and for the time being, the Farsak Empire and the War God Church can only send 1 sequence 5 to the southern continent. As local power holders, the Bark family has already been made aware of this development. This presents an opportunity. If they can dispatch a sequence 5 from their family to assist the Farsak Empire in stabilizing the situation, they could exchange that support for some colonial benefits. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement, as no one wishes to perpetually profit from the mercenary industry. However, the risks are considerable. While the Farsak Empire may welcome the Bark family's involvement now, once the Empire's manpower is replenished, they may seek to reclaim any lost benefits. During the council meeting, 5 elders opposed the idea of sharing interests with the Farsak Empire, arguing that the extraordinary traits within the family are far too precious to risk any losses. Leaving the non-existent town would entail facing significant dangers and the potential loss of extraordinary traits. Thus, the current operational model adhered to by the family appears to be the more prudent course. Calvin, one of the elders, stated before the final vote, "Before we arrive at a conclusive decision, I have something to share with everyone. There's a young man named Elliot." He recounted Elliot's recent experiences succinctly. The elder Bowen, who was in his 30s, remarked, "Such abnormal luck must indicate some underlying issue. We should detain Elliot immediately and interrogate him thoroughly." The elder Chester, a demigod in his 40s, countered, "Such an approach may reveal that he is entirely unproblematic." "I concur," Calvin replied. "It would be best for us to observe Elliot discreetly. If the opportunity arises, we might test him, but we must never interrogate without certainty." Calvin then shifted the focus of his discourse. "The reason I mentioned Elliot is to remind everyone that the Bark family may be facing a new trial, akin to the extraordinary traits of the barbarians that Elliot has suddenly brought back. Could this be a test for us? We cannot apply our previous modes of thought to resolve present dilemmas. Moreover, our utilization of Rex to combat curses has significantly enhanced our strength over the past 2 decades. We have evolved from 5 sequence 5 individuals to 3 saints, with the patriarch still being a sequence 3 alongside 17 sequence 5 individuals. Such power is more than sufficient to control 2 warlords in the southern continent. It is time for us to showcase our strength. As long as the Farsak royal family is aware that we are a demigod family, they could never dare to turn against us casually. Allow me to quote Russell, "Opportunity invariably coexists with risk. It is time to abandon some of our conservative strategies." Upon hearing these words, the elders fell into deep contemplation. In the rented quarters of Hux and Wolf in Beckland, early in the morning, Wolf lounged in her armchair. "Are you certain? Did Hubert mention his elder?" Hux, enjoying his breakfast, replied, "I'm positive. You've asked me 3 times already." "This is significant," Wolf insisted earnestly. "Didn't your investigation indicate that he is the son of a brigadier general? His father being an extraordinary being is hardly surprising. Yet he spoke of an elder, not a father. This implies his lineage must contain more than one extraordinary being." "We were correct. He hails from a family of extraordinary beings." Hux nodded. "Otherwise, he wouldn't possess such extensive knowledge of the extraordinary." "Hux, you're completely missing the point." Wolf's eyes suddenly brightened with insight as she lit a cigarette. "He banished the spirit from the spirit realm. Such actions necessitate an immense wellspring of inspiration, accompanied by extraordinary capabilities. If I am not mistaken, he must possess another remarkable item that he has yet to disclose to us." She lamented, "To hail from a family of the extraordinary is indeed a blessing. For us, Those magical artifacts seem unattainable. Yet he possesses two. After finishing breakfast, Rux suddenly remarked, perhaps he acquired those magical items through his own means. Why do you say that? I simply believe he is not one to rely on others. Suit yourself. Through her interactions with Hubert, Forsyth discerned that Rux and Hubert shared a camaraderie akin to that of comrades in arms. She had come to trust Hubert, no longer fearing that he might toy with the affections of young ladies. She stated, regardless of the circumstances, having such a friend indeed opens numerous opportunities for us. For instance, after searching for so many years without success for the potion formula of the master illusionist, I obtained a clue the very first time I accompanied Hubert in action. In the morning, Hubert once again took a hired carriage to the outskirts, planning to visit the Henry family anew. He understood that this visit was fraught with certain risks. However, upon reflection, it became evident that these risks were manageable. The Henry family had resided in the small town for many years and would certainly avoid exposing themselves unless absolutely necessary. Thus, Hubert believed that as long as he did not madly attempt to seize their sealed artifact, he would encounter no danger. More importantly, Hubert had resolved the previous night that since the Henry family was drawn by the law of extraordinary traits aggregation, there must be a reason for his appearance. Engaging with them proactively would transform risk into opportunity, a true exploitation of the rules, and a performance in its own right. To neglect the situation out of fear of potential risks could very well lead to an even greater peril erupting due to the law of extraordinary traits aggregation at an unexpected moment. Since evasion was not an option, it was far better to embrace the challenge. Opportunity and risk often coexist. With this thought in mind, Hubert suddenly felt curious about whether Emperor Russell had ever uttered similar sentiments. He first visited Mr. Polly's home, engaged in a brief conversation, and then exited through Mr. Polly's backyard to visit Mr. Henry once more. Both Polly and Ailey were in their backyard, watching as this audacious young man entered the Henry family's yard. Hubert's intrusion immediately provoked a cacophony of barking. Even Polly began to doubt whether he had indeed misidentified the intruder as a dog from the Henry household. He then shook his head, for many had witnessed that the massive hound had emerged from Ailey's basement. Just as Hubert was about to knock on the door, he was suddenly engulfed by an aura of death and decay. Activating his spiritual sight, he discerned that the entire house was devoid of life. Had the Henry family succumbed to a plague? Should he alert the authorities? Or should he investigate further? Soon enough, Hubert made a decisive choice. He forcefully kicked the door open and found two highly decomposed corpses in the living room. A chill ran down his spine as he observed the state of the bodies, which appeared to have been lifeless for over a week. This raised a troubling question. Who had spoken to him through the door just the day before? Chapter 66. The contaminated hound. Both Polly and Ailey were taken aback by Hubert's actions. How could he kick open the Henry family's door without even knocking? Hubert struggled to suppress his rising fear as he noted the candles beside the corpses, along with the inverted triangular mystical symbol, esoteric materials, and books. Gradually piecing together the circumstances, the Henry couple must have conducted a mystical ritual a few days prior. Such an endeavor would necessitate a spiritual barrier. However, it was unclear whether a mishap had occurred during the ritual or if the ritual itself had been flawed. Regardless, the Henry couple had perished during the ceremony. Due to the presence of the spiritual barrier, their spirits had not immediately dissipated, allowing them to respond when Hubert had knocked. It was also possible that the ritual had rendered their condition peculiar, such that they remained unaware of their own demise. Their decaying bodies could still act within the spiritual barrier, using the pretext of an influenza outbreak to repel any intruders that might disrupt the ritual. However, as the spiritual barrier gradually faded, so too did the essence of the Henry couple, resulting in the grim scene before him. Strangely, there were no extraordinary traits present around the two corpses, indicating that the Henry couple were not extraordinary beings. Hubert had initially intended to enter the house for a brief examination, but the situation appeared to be more complex than anticipated. Thus, impulsive action was ill-advised. By contrast, reporting the incident seemed the more prudent choice, a specialty of the Tarot Society. He called to Polly and Ailey, who were still in their own backyard. Quickly, go alert the authorities, stating that the Henry family has met with an unusual demise. It is imperative to emphasize that it is an unusual death. The two farmers exchanged astonished glances before Polly quickly responded. All right, I'll go. Wait, Hubert interjected, retrieving paper and pen from his briefcase. Please also send a telegram for me. He penned, the neighboring family of Polly has met with an unusual death. I may be subject to some special inquiries. On the reverse, he wrote, 112, White Mimosa Street, Attorney Barton. This reverse side contained the address and recipient for the telegram. Hubert produced a 2-solar note, earnestly instructing, please send the telegram first, then go report to the authorities. The telegram would reach Attorney Barton within 2 to 3 hours, while a letter, despite being in the same city, would not arrive until the following day. The reason he chose to notify Barton rather than directly informing Christine was that messages sent by civilian telegrams might not reach Christine reliably. It was more prudent to have Barton relay the information. Polly nodded repeatedly. Understood. A telegram, certainly 1T, cost 2 solars. Given this note, I will prioritize sending it. The hound in the basement seemed to have sensed an intrusion into its master's territory, its barking growing louder, accompanied by the sound of claws scratching at the basement door, as if it were ready to burst forth at any moment. Fortunately, the door to the Henry's basement was sturdy enough that it appeared unlikely to yield easily. Hubert noticed the children from nearby farms peering curiously in their direction and instructed Ailey, "Mr. Ailey, please guard the gate. Do not allow anyone to enter. Trust me, if the children witness the scene inside, they will surely be frightened." It was not yet the busy farming season, so the children had no pressing need to assist in the fields, leaving many gathered to play in the town. Very well. Ailey was just about to emerge from his backyard when, suddenly, the basement door of the Henry residence fell silent. The world seemed to still, and then Hubert's spirit sensed a surge of distorted power. Crash! A tremendous force suddenly smashed open the basement door of Ailey's home. There were no animals housed in that basement, and it had not been reinforced, so the door gave way easily. A colossal hound, nearly the size of a donkey, erupted from the basement. Its fur was covered in numerous tumors, some of which had burst, oozing brownish pus. The presence of these growths had contorted its face, rendering it grotesque and fearsome, yet it appeared to be in agony. Hubert's abrupt entrance had evidently infuriated the creature. Its murky eyes had lost all semblance of reason as it charged towards the nearest target, Ailey. "Get down!" Hubert shouted, rushing towards Ailey with his gun drawn. Ailey, upon seeing the monstrous hound, found himself momentarily paralyzed. Hubert's warning, coupled with the gun in his hands, compelled Ailey to instinctively drop to the ground. Bang! 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 Hubert finally dared to pull the trigger, the first shot missing the colossal hound, the second grazing its shoulder, and the third striking its head. After 3 shots, the beast collapsed to the ground, and both Hubert and Ailey breathed a sigh of relief. The hound did not perish immediately. Its gaze, once clouded, seemed to regain some semblance of clarity in its dying moments, as it howled mournfully towards the direction of the Henry residence. Hubert addressed it, saying, "Your master awaits you ahead. You may finally find your release." The hound appeared to comprehend Hubert's words, ceasing its lament and passing away peacefully. Its formidable size and the symptoms it exhibited indicated that it had been contaminated by extraordinary properties or a cursed object. Such contamination was irreversible. Hubert did not deceive it. Death was indeed a liberation for the creature. The presence of the hound in Ailey's basement likely stemmed from the ability of the cursed object belonging to the Henry family, which could warp space within a certain radius, connecting 2 nearby basements. After the demise of the Henry couple, no one continued to seal the cursed object, resulting in the contamination of the Henry's dog and its occasional display of abilities. Given that it was a distorting force, it was likely a cursed object of the lawyer's pathway, though it could also belong to the apprentice's pathway. However, according to the law of extraordinary properties aggregation, the former was more probable. Hubert assisted Ailey, who was still on the ground, and Ailey, glancing at the hound's corpse, expressed his lingering fear. "The storm is upon us. What manner of creature is this? How could it be in my basement?" Hubert instructed him to keep watch over the gate of the Henry residence. He had no intention of explaining further. That burden would be left to the official extraordinary agents. Hubert then inquired of Ailey, "What is the belief of the Henry family?" "The goddess of night," Ailey replied, supported by Hubert as they approached the entrance of the Henry estate. Hubert nodded, indicating that it would be the night watchers who would handle this case. Ailey, leaning against the doorframe, shouted at the children who had gathered to gawk, "Get back." With Ailey guarding the entrance, Hubert confidently made his way to the outer door of the basement, kicking it open. A wave of the stench of dog feces and urine assaulted him. The interior was shrouded in darkness, as if the sunlight outside could not penetrate. All signs indicated that the cursed object was still in operation. Returning to the doorway, Hubert noticed that the books near the corpse appeared to be a mix of notes and texts, with the effects and sealing methods of the cursed object likely recorded within. Thus, Hubert stepped inside, first examining the bodies of the Henry couple to confirm their demise before he crouched down to sift through the notes. Suddenly, a thudding sound echoed from the second floor, akin to someone banging on a door. Chapter 67, The Solomon Family. Thud thud. Hubert withdrew his gun, alertly scanning the upper floor. The banging ceased after a few moments. Hubert certainly would not act like a protagonist in a horror film. rushing upstairs to investigate. He hastily picked up a notebook and retreated to the yard to examine it. Opening the notebook, he found an abstract illustration of a scepter and sword on the front page, reminiscent of a family crest. Though he did not initially recognize which family it belonged to, he soon discovered from the notes that it was the emblem of the Solomon family, revealing that the Henrys were indeed descendants of the Solomons. Hubert smiled knowingly. It was evident that they belonged to a family of extraordinary legal practitioners. After the fall of the ancient sun god, Solomon, supported by the true creator and the redeeming rose, became the ruler of the northern continent, marking the era of the Solomon Empire. Eventually, the six gods united to eliminate the true creator, forcing him to retreat to the forsaken lands with a portion of his followers. The Black Emperor Solomon became a victim of this conflict, and from that point onward, the Solomon family faced relentless persecution from all righteous deities. Such a prominent family as the Solomons surely had survivors, and they had resurrected once, establishing the Second Solomon Empire, thus revitalizing this extraordinary family. During the War of the Four Emperors, Solomon fell once more, and the six gods supported families like Augustus and Castilla to govern, ushering in an era devoid of true divine rulership, marking the beginning of the Fifth Age. The Solomon family once again concealed themselves, awaiting Solomon's resurrection, but in recent centuries, there had been no news regarding the descendants of the Solomon family, leading one to believe that their power had significantly waned over the long years. Over a century ago, the Emperor Russell forcibly transitioned to a non-adjacent sequence, becoming the new Black Emperor, which must have dealt another heavy blow to the Solomon family. The contents of the notebook corroborated Hubert's knowledge. In the early Fifth Age, to evade the persecution of the righteous deity churches, the surviving members of the Solomon family scattered across the northern continent, each family unit establishing their own existence. The Henry family was one such descendant of those who had dispersed, and according to the notes, the last communication with other family members had occurred over 200 years prior. At that time, a young member of the family sought to reunite everyone and establish a secret, extraordinary organization with the aim of restoring their ancestors' glory. However, prolonged separation had rendered this extraordinary family fragmented. While it was unclear how other families had chosen to proceed, the Henrys opted to decline. Thus, this family lived carefree for over 2 centuries, until modern times, where only the 3 Henrys remained. In addition to chronicling the family's history, the notebook contained a wealth of extraordinary knowledge, invaluable to a wild, extraordinary practitioner, reflecting the depth of the family's heritage. Moreover, the notes mentioned that they possessed a cursed object of the Solomon family, though regrettably, the notebook did not detail the sealing methods. Hubert also noted that some blank sections regarding rituals of the realm of death bore fresh handwriting. Coupled with the esoteric symbols used in the ritual conducted by the Henry couple, characterized by an inverted triangle, one could almost deduce that the cause of their demise was indeed a ritual from the realm of death. Such audacity, Hubert lamented, considering the reckless undertaking of a death-related ritual without proper responses or sufficient esoteric knowledge. At that moment, 2 police officers, accompanied by Mr. Polly, arrived at the Henry residence. Upon seeing the state of the house, the middle-aged officer immediately instructed the young officer, "Quickly send a telegram, stating that we are faced with an insurmountable case and request special support from headquarters." It seemed the middle-aged officer was familiar with the procedures for handling such extraordinary cases. He then refrained from entering further, opting instead to interrogate Hubert and Ailey for more details about the incident. Hubert articulated his account with clarity and logical precision, prompting the middle-aged officer to smile and remark, "If every reporter were as clear as you, our workload would be halved." He then introduced himself. "You may call me Officer Daniel, Mr. Hubert. Before the police support arrives, I need you to assist me in securing the scene." Hubert, being the true reporter of the incident, could not simply be dismissed. Aware of this, Hubert responded, "At your service." Upon seeing the corpse of the colossal hound in Ailey's backyard, Polly began to complain to Officer Daniel. "Look, officer, it was that dog." Daniel raised his hand. "I have no time for such trivial matters right now." Having heard Hubert's account, he was already cognizant that this was a case involving extraordinary elements and would refrain from frivolous discourse until special support arrived. Polly shrank back, falling silent. Daniel approached the entrance of the Henry residence, producing a handkerchief to cover his nose as he asked Hubert, "Has anyone gone inside?" Hubert raised the notebook in his hand. "Only I have ventured inside and taken a look at this tome." Thud, thud, thud. Just as he spoke, the sound of a door being struck echoed from upstairs once more. Curiosity swelled within Hubert. He understood that this noise could herald danger. Yet his inquisitiveness was difficult to quell. Daniel, initially taken aback, stepped back in surprise. then recalled, "Isn't there a gravely ill child in the Henry household? He should still be upstairs. If I allow little Henry to cry out in despair while I fail to extend my aid, it would be a grave disgrace for me." Moreover, his superior and members of the special department would soon arrive. Neglecting the situation would be hard to justify. "I will accompany you," Hubert declared, seemingly grasping the source of his curiosity. It might be the sealed object drawing him in. With the official extraordinary beings yet to arrive, it would be prudent to witness the capabilities of the sealed item firsthand. Contemplating the allure of the sealed object, Hubert deduced it was likely related to a legal or arbitration pathway, which typically pertained to laws or regulations, areas in which he excelled, thus posing minimal risk. "Was spirited young man," Daniel remarked. The two checked their weapons and ascended the stairs together. Chapter 68. The Official Extraordinary Beings. Curiously, as they climbed the staircase, Hubert brandished a firearm, while Daniel was armed only with a baton. Thud, thud, thud. Little Henry seemed to sense their ascent, and the frequency of the door strikes increased. Daniel had intended to call out little Henry's name as a means of comfort, yet found himself unable to speak in such a foreboding atmosphere. Thud, thud, thud. The sound resonated like a death knell, and Daniel regretted their decision to ascend, yet they had reached the door from whence the noise emanated. Utilizing the clairvoyant necklace-s vision, Hubert confirmed that no living souls remained within the room. He raised his cane in one hand and gripped his firearm in the other, delivering a forceful kick to the bedroom door. This marked the third door he had breached that day, and he felt increasingly adept at the action. The door swung open, revealing a child of 7 or 8 years, pallid and with murky eyes, sporting elongated canine teeth. This must be little Henry. Upon seeing the two living beings at the threshold, he emitted a sound reminiscent of both weeping and the call of a night owl, immediately lunging towards Daniel. Realizing this was merely an ordinary living corpse, Hubert felt a wave of relief wash over him. He merely wishes for a hug. He smiled at Daniel. Yet, Daniel quickly discerned something was amiss and hastily sidestepped. The little corpse, however, was intercepted by Hubert, who struck it with his cane, sending it crashing against the wall. The impact was significant. The little corpse crumpled against the surface like mud splattered upon it, motionless. Daniel's jaw dropped. You've killed him." At that moment, the little corpse stirred, detaching itself from the wall and charging at Hubert. "Look, he has revived," Hubert remarked as he fired twice, shattering the little corpse's head. Yet no blood flowed. Only a brownish liquid pooled upon the ground. The corpse finally collapsed, silenced. Daniel swallowed hard. Even he recognized that little Henry's condition was far from normal. Hubert ejected the spent cartridge and reloaded. "Officer, I believe it is best that you do not disclose what transpired upstairs to Polly and the others." Daniel nodded vigorously. Indeed. Hubert surveyed the room where the corpse had lingered. It was devoid of furnishings, the window barricaded with wooden planks reinforced by iron bars, and the walls bore numerous scratch marks. Recalling the scene from outside, he noted that the second floor's windows were shrouded with curtains, further concealed by an additional layer of drapery. This must have been a simple room prepared for little Henry, rather than a storage space for sealed objects. After a cursory glance, Hubert turned to descend the stairs, with Daniel hastily following. As they made their way down, Hubert pieced together the events. Little Henry had likely perished 2 or 3 years prior when the neighbors learned of his debilitating fear of sunlight. The Henrys, desperate to revive their beloved child, resorted to a necromantic ritual. However, through a tragic twist of fate, they inadvertently transformed little Henry into a living corpse, a result the Henrys, lacking sufficient esoteric knowledge, likely regarded as a success, for their child seemed to have regained a semblance of life. It was easy to imagine that once the curtains in the Henry household were drawn completely, the couple had been fervently employing mystical rites in hopes of restoring little Henry to normalcy. The thief who had previously infiltrated the Henry home was not rendered unconscious by Henry. Rather, he was likely petrified by little Henry's state. Ultimately, during a ritual a week or even more than half a month prior, the Henrys met their demise, and the sealed objects within their home lacked new seals, thus contaminating the dog confined in the basement. As the sealed object gained its freedom, the dog began to occasionally wander into the basement of the Eiley household, trampling Mr. Polly's garden and killing a few of his chickens in its quest for sustenance. Returning to the yard, Polly and Eiley, startled by the gunfire, had retreated to the gate. Upon seeing Hubert and Daniel emerge, they hurried forward with inquiries. Hubert explained, "Little Henry has also perished. The earlier banging was merely a bird that flew into the room, which I shot down." Daniel, having lost his earlier bravado, chimed in, Indeed. After over half an hour, several more officers arrived, and soon a multitude of carriages filled the street in front of the Henry residence. The officers dispersed the onlookers, leaving only those potentially connected to the case: Hubert, Polly, and Eiley. At midday, a carriage emblazoned with the emblem of the Dark Sanctum rolled into the town, and Hubert steeled himself. The main characters had arrived. The carriage halted before the gate, and as the door opened, a cold, indifferent gentleman with a scarred visage emerged, his hawk-like yellow-brown eyes keenly scrutinizing. Following him was a woman with striking green eyes, adorned with blue eyeshadow and blush, exuding an alluring beauty. Hubert blinked in astonishment. Could this be Lady Dolly? The lady seemed to sense Hubert's gaze, smiling as she addressed him. "Do not look at me with such eyes. I have no interest in young boys." Hubert smirked, acknowledging it was indeed Dolly. He chuckled inwardly. "Madam, I have encountered Audrey. I possess enough composure to regard you appropriately." Lady Dolly and her companion began inquiring about the case, with Daniel providing a report. During the debriefing, the two official extraordinary beings frequently glanced at Hubert, clearly having deduced from his earlier reactions that he was one of their kind. Subsequently, the officials instructed all officers to wait outside, permitting only Hubert to enter the house with them. The scarred gentleman closed the damaged door and fixed his piercing gaze upon Hubert. Before he could utter a word, Hubert interjected, "I am the eldest son of General Kristen. I am not a rogue, extraordinary being. I am obliged to assist you, but nothing beyond that. If you intend to apprehend me, I must refuse. Even with your legal immunity, I will bring you to court to reveal how the church deals with those in the military." The scarred gentleman coldly retorted, "Refusal to be apprehended? Do you possess the capability to do so?" Hubert placed a hand on his firearm. "You may certainly find out. Generally speaking, official extraordinary beings harbor considerable animosity toward rogue extraordinary beings." Hubert's statement was not a threat, but a caution against hasty actions. "I will aid you, but should you overstep, do not blame me for escalating matters." "All right, gentlemen, let us clarify the matter at hand," said Dolly, casting a meaningful glance at Hubert. "Given your intelligence, perhaps you could elucidate this situation?" Hubert commenced his account from the moment he received Mr. Polly's commission, detailing his speculations regarding the state of the giant hound, as well as the rituals conducted by the Henry couple, elements conspicuously absent from Daniel's report. These conjectures, once articulated, earned him newfound respect even from the scarred man, for such insights demanded a wealth of esoteric knowledge and formidable logical prowess. So, there exists an unsealed artifact in the basement. Since no artifacts were discovered on the first or second floors, it must reside below. Chapter 69, The Resurrection. Dolly inquired, "From your description, it seems the artifact possesses the ability to warp space within a certain range?" "Indeed," Hubert replied, assisting in the analysis. "Theoretically, this distortion bears resemblance to the extraordinary capabilities of the lawyer path, yet the distortions associated with that path typically pertain to twisting thoughts and rules. However, artifacts defy conventional reasoning." He refrained from elaborating further, feigning a modest grasp of knowledge. Dolly nodded slightly, adding, "Closely related to space is the extraordinary ability of the apprentice path, though their powers predominantly involve traversing space rather than distorting it." She indicated her intention to consult the nearby spirits. The scarred man stepped forward, positioning himself between Dolly and Hubert. Suddenly, Dolly lifted her head, her eyes turning entirely black. She had now become a necromancer, effortlessly communicating with the natural spirits. In that moment, Hubert felt as though countless eyes were fixated upon him. The corpses of the Henry couple lying nearby, casting an eerie atmosphere over the room. After several tense seconds, Dolly, seemingly roused from slumber, shuddered, her pupils gradually distinguishing themselves from the whites of her eyes. The surrounding spirits convey that the couple frequently descended into the basement, clutching burning sunflowers. Dolly remarked, "Yet, they remain unaware of the specific conditions in the basement." At that moment, all three of them abruptly perceived a surge of overwhelming and terrifying power approaching the altar. Hubert and the scarred man swiftly drew their revolvers, the latter's weapon significantly larger than the norm, reminiscent of the oversized revolvers Hubert had encountered at the mercenary club. The trio moved forward almost in unison, preparing to dismantle the altar, when the corpses of the Henry couple suddenly sat upright. In their haste, one of the corpses even lost an eye. As they attempted to rise, it appeared their legs were beyond their control, their upper bodies strained to stand. Yet no posture could achieve that goal. Hubert sensed a shift and turned to observe Lady Dolly, only to discover her intently focused on the two corpses, battling for control over them against that terrifying force. The scarred man fired a shot, shattering the symbols on the altar, then kicked the altar away. Yet when he turned back to the corpses, they remained unaffected, continuing their struggle to rise. Hubert activated his spiritual sight, revealing dark, tubular tendrils descending from the ceiling. Connecting to the two corpses, this was their weakness. However, the location of those tendrils appeared to correspond with that of young Henry's corpse. To the second floor, Hubert shouted, just as he was about to ascend the stairs. The corpses broke free from Dolly's grasp, seizing a nearby chair and hurling it at Hubert and the scarred man. All three evaded with agility, but Hubert soon felt his strength and reflexes waning. This is dire. It's a debilitating effect. The chair that had just flown through the air had facilitated the corpse's bribery process. Thus, it seemed the Henry couple were no ordinary beings. Their ritual had rendered their corpses in a peculiar state, preventing the emergence of extraordinary traits. In that fleeting moment, Hubert contemplated that Dolly's invocation of the Reaper Path's abilities had likely awakened the horrific entity summoned through the Henry couple's ritual. La la, la 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 la, la 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 la. At that instant, a sweet, innocent child's voice chimed from upstairs, as if humming a nursery rhyme. Upon hearing this melody, both Hubert and the scarred man felt their bodies stiffen to varying degrees. A chill coursed through Hubert. In their current states of debilitation and rigidity, they were no match for the two corpses. Fortunately, as the corpses approached, they suddenly began to dance in sync with the child's tune. Looking back at Dolly, her eyes appeared even deeper, radiating a terrifying aura. Though the song induced negative effects on Hubert and the scarred man, it seemed to amplify Dolly's powers, allowing her to regain some control over the two corpses. Seizing the moment, Hubert took a few rigid steps toward the staircase. The breakthrough must lie within young Henry's corpse. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of footsteps descended the stairs. Young Henry's corpse was coming down. Its complexion was pale and ashen, with deep, dark eyes. The bullet hole Hubert had previously inflicted had vanished, leaving the figure resembling an unnaturally pale boy. Dolly dared not look at young Henry, declaring, I am no match for him. At that moment, they recognized that the Night Watcher squad had severely underestimated this mysterious incident, believing it merely a bizarre death, only to be confronted by such a terrifying force that even Dolly of Sequence 6 found herself at a loss. Hubert altered his course, lead them to the basement. Both Dolly and the scarred man's eyes lit up, hastening to follow Hubert's lead. At the entrance of the basement, they encountered a multitude of sunflowers piled high. Each took one. Dolly ignited hers by channeling her spirit. The scarred man fired a shot toward young Henry, diverting the entity's attention. Though the force that had descended upon young Henry appeared frightful, it seemed bereft of considerable intellect, drawn forward step by the gunfire. Dolly opened the basement door, while Hubert swept the sunflowers into the basement with his staff. Dolly brandished the sunflower to illuminate their path, while the scarred man remained vigilant of their surroundings. At this juncture, Dolly had expended her energy controlling the corpses of the Henry couple. Their dance abruptly ceased, and they charged towards the basement door in a frenzy. They quickly outpaced young Henry, while the scarred man and Hubert fired continuously to impede their advance. As they descended several steps, Hubert felt the stiffness in his body gradually dissipate. However, this was not a favorable sign. It indicated they had entered the artifact's range within the basement. Chapter 70. The Artifact of the Lawyer Path. The light emitted by the burning sunflowers pierced the darkness of the basement. Hubert recalled that when he had opened the exterior door to the basement, the sunlight had rendered the interior invisible. Clearly, the sunflowers, emblematic of the domain of the sun, dispelled the darkness conjured by the artifact. Subsequently, the effects of the artifact manifested. Dolly, initially at the forefront, suddenly found herself amidst the group. Simultaneously, Hubert abruptly appeared at the bottom of the basement, experiencing a sensation akin to riding an elevator. He raised the sunflower to survey the basement, which was quite spacious, measuring at least 7 to 8 meters in length and width. At the center, Hubert observed a stone platform supporting a palm-sized statue. The statue appeared ancient, resembling a half-figure, yet lacking discernible facial features. One could only vaguely discern that it was a representation of a half-human form. Upon gazing at the statue, one cannot help but feel an overwhelming surge of distorted power, as Hubert suddenly realized its aura was quite familiar. Turning his attention to other areas, he noted the presence of canine excrement and feathers scattered about. However, these remnants lay a mere half a meter away from the stone platform, leaving the surrounding area impeccably clean. This peculiarity unsettled Hubert, prompting him to step aside, refraining from leading the charge. Shortly thereafter, Dolly and the scarred man descended, also sensing the abnormality, yet they were left relying on this enigmatic artifact to confront the impending threats of the undead and little Henry. At that moment, the undead had already surged into the basement. Gritting his teeth, the scarred man advanced towards the stone platform. Yet, when he was but half a meter away, he inexplicably found himself on the opposite side of the platform. The three were momentarily taken aback, and upon turning once more towards the platform, the scarred man again appeared on its left side. Dally attempted the same, only to find herself equally thwarted, unable to breach the half-meter boundary surrounding the stone. Concurrently, they were compelled to navigate the unpredictable shifts in position. For the time being, these random displacements worked to their advantage, causing the undead to lose their target and momentarily freeze in place. Otherwise, the cramped confines of the basement would have rendered them utterly helpless against little Henry and the living dead. Having observed this unfolding scenario, Hubert increasingly felt a sense of familiarity with the artifact. Moreover, Dally and the scarred man appeared oblivious to the fact that upon entering the basement, Hubert had been moved to the bottom of the stairs by the artifact as power, and since then, his position had not undergone any further random alterations. Thus, as Dally contended with little Henry for control over two undead beings, and the scarred man fired his pistol at little Henry, Hubert steadily approached the stone platform. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter, half a meter. Taking a final step, Hubert stood before the statue. A glance exchanged between Dally and the scarred man revealed mutual astonishment etched upon their faces. As Hubert reached out to touch the statue, he was suddenly engulfed by visions of a cerulean sky and billowing clouds, an ancient town nestled at the foot of a mountain, a towering clock tower, and a stone throne atop the summit. It was the realm of disorder. Yet, it appeared to be an entirely orderly version of the realm of disorder. With blue skies and white clouds above, night and day in harmonious succession, and forests along with the clock tower firmly anchored to the earth. Thus it dawned on Hubert. No wonder this stone felt so familiar. It originated from the realm of disorder. But how had it traversed from there? What had it endured to acquire such an uncanny ability? Hubert's unique connection to the realm of disorder resonated with the statue in some profound manner, allowing it to accept him without resistance. The moment Hubert grasped the statue, he was instantly attuned to the capabilities of this artifact. First, it could conjure a darkness within a 7-meter radius, depriving adversaries of sight and intuition. Second, the possessor could manipulate the space within a 10-meter radius at will, even instigating certain distortions, such as redirecting an enemy's forward momentum to backward, or transforming a fleeing foe into a charging threat. Third, a spatial distortion would manifest within a half-meter radius around the holder, preventing enemies from approaching. However, the negative repercussions were severe. For every 20 minutes of use, the holder's soul and body would be irrevocably distorted once, with a maximum of 2 distortions. Should the holder's thoughts become thoroughly chaotic, 3 distortions would lead to complete physical collapse. Furthermore, if the artifact were to be wielded by anyone other than an extraordinary individual associated with a legal path or an arbiter, it bore a chance of betraying its possessor. The sealing process required the wielder to employ the distortion ability of a legal path to warp the artifact's scantwill. This had to be done every 3 days, or entry into the artifact's half-meter vicinity would become impossible. Should 3 days pass without such a distortion, one would need to utilize a middle-tier weakening or distortion to reclaim the artifact. Hubert reflected inwardly. This was clearly an artifact tailored for the legal path. No wonder the Henry family had dwindled to just 3 members, yet still wielded such a formidable artifact. Hubert, the scarred man's shout jolted Hubert back to the present. At that moment, little Henry had approached step by step into the basement, the aura of death emanating from him colliding with the artifact's twisted energy. The 2 undead, having been shot to pieces by the scarred man, continued their relentless charge. As little Henry drew nearer, Dally's complexion turned pale, her ability to halt the undead's advance waning. With both hands cradling the artifact, Hubert swiftly ensnared the 2 undead, burying them within the earthen floor, leaving only their heads protruding. They thrashed about, attempting to escape, yet were futile in their efforts. Hubert then turned his gaze to little Henry, intending to entrap him within the ground as well. Yet, he seemed to encounter an overwhelming resistance. Little Henry's gaze deepened, radiating an even more terrifying aura. Dally, of the same tier, felt an instinctual urge to prostrate herself before him. Ultimately, the artifact prevailed. Little Henry's initial aggressive intent shifted to one of defense, and his desire to summon greater power transformed into a compulsion to diminish it. The less intelligent little Henry, after Hubert's repeated distortions of his thoughts and abilities, gradually succumbed, collapsing to the ground in a motionless heap. Employing the artifact, Hubert maneuvered the fallen little Henry within his half-meter radius, confirming that the ominous energy emanating from him had been entirely extinguished. "I am curious," he remarked. "Why did little Henry appear to be an ordinary undead when I first encountered him? Dally examined little Henry's lifeless form before responding. The terrifying power we just witnessed did not originally reside within him. It manifested after I conducted a seance, causing his corpse to undergo certain changes, attracting some form of attention. She shook her head. This was likely a result of the continuous rituals performed by little Henry's parents, enabling certain mysterious entities to willingly bestow power upon him. In other words, through the efforts of Henry and his wife, they had transformed little Henry's corpse into an artifact capable of drawing the gaze and power of formidable beings from the path of death. Chapter 71. Officially Unofficial Personnel. Dally waved her hand in front of her nose. The stench here is unbearable. We should return to the first floor to continue our discussion. The scarred man instantly grasped Dally's intention and moved to exit. Wait, Hubert interjected with a sudden smile. There are matters I wish to discuss with you both while the moment permits. Now, possessing a powerful artifact, he had gained the upper hand, hence Dally's desire to depart. If Hubert could relinquish the artifact and accompany them, it would be even better. Hubert, of course, would not be easily deceived. Dally smiled. What a clever young man you are. Feel free to state your demands. Hubert replied, Let me reiterate. I am the son of a brigadier general. You need not treat me as you would a wild, extraordinary individual. I am willing to cooperate with your investigation, but only within the confines of the church's chambers. Do not think to take me underground. Dally nodded. You saved us earlier. We will, of course, treat you with the utmost courtesy. Hubert continued. My second condition is the sharing of the spoils from this operation. The statue shall belong to me. Dally raised her hands in a gesture of surrender. I cannot make that decision, but I will submit a request to my superior. I have already established a unique connection with this artifact. Hubert smiled. This has enlightened me about the statue's sealing method. Dally was momentarily taken aback. I will include this in my report. Hubert concluded, Very well. I believe it is time we tidied up this place. He had weighed his options. Unless he could escape with the statue, he would undoubtedly need to negotiate with the official extraordinary individuals. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that after merely a few minutes, Hubert would inevitably relinquish his hold on the statue. Should he opt to flee at that juncture, Dally and her companions would undoubtedly pursue him, rendering his position exceedingly precarious. Consequently, he made the decision to negotiate with the official extraordinary individuals. Utilizing the sealing artifact, Hubert extracted the remains of the Henry couple from the earth. Devoid of the terrifying necromantic energy, the corpses had lost their vitality and had become mere lifeless shells. He then proceeded to transport all the bodies to the entrance of the basement. Hubert soon discovered that the spatial control afforded by the sealing artifact had its limitations, extending only 3 to 4 meters, just enough to reach the basement door. Evidently, this basement had been designed specifically for the sealing artifact. Returning to the ground floor, the scarred man fetched 3 body bags from the carriage to secure the remains. Taking a moment to offer a few explanations to the police outside and imparting some final instructions. Only then did Hubert and the other 2 accompany the 2 corpses and the 2 sealing artifacts back. Given that the statue required a change of bearer every 20 minutes, and that the new bearer must maintain a distance of over 10 meters from the previous one, Dally requisitioned a police carriage. The individual holding the statue traveled separately in the police carriage following closely behind. As the 20-minute mark approached, both carriages came to a halt simultaneously, and a person from the front carriage moved to the rear to replace the bearer. Hubert initially rode alongside the scarred man in the carriage of the night church, who glanced at Hubert and introduced himself. I am Borges. Hubert smiled and replied, Greetings, Borges. I trust an introduction is unnecessary? Borges remarked, Your response was quite remarkable. Thank you. Hubert understood that Borges was complimenting his adept handling of the extraordinary incident earlier. The 2 fell into a silence, awaiting the moment when Borges would facilitate Dely's replacement. Dely smiled and remarked, It's hard to believe you are merely a sequence 9. When I first entered the extraordinary world, I certainly lacked your level of adaptability. Hubert courteously replied, It's merely luck. Luck, indeed, plays a critical role in the extraordinary realm. Dely broached the main topic. I pondered that if you possess a military background as an extraordinary individual, my superior might be reluctant to permit you to utilize that statue. However, if you are willing to become our informant, that would alter the situation. I believe the captain would be inclined to grant your request, given the goodwill you have shown us. She added alluringly, You may wish to contemplate this before we return to the church. Hubert fell into deep thought. Establishing a collaboration with the official extraordinary individuals was an excellent proposition. Previously, he had boasted a military background, yet in a true crisis, the military would scarcely come to his aid. Only Christine could genuinely assist him. As the saying goes, it is pleasant to bask in the shade of a great tree. Having the endorsement of the official extraordinary individuals would certainly alleviate many troubles. Additionally, leveraging their support for his own convenience and aid also represented a strategic use of the rules. After several moments of contemplation, Hubert stated, "I am amenable to this arrangement, but I have 3 conditions." Deli gestured for him to proceed. "First, our relationship shall remain one of cooperation. I shall provide you with information you may require. And in turn, I expect assistance when necessary." Hubert continued, "Moreover, to the best of my abilities, I will endeavor to fulfill the tasks you assign me. But I retain the right to decline your requests. Second, should my participation in combat be required, I shall retain the right to a share of the spoils. Lastly, I require an official document from the extraordinary individuals, so that when encountering other extraordinary beings, I may receive treatment akin to that of ordinary Night Watch members." Deli replied, "Aside from the 3rd condition, which lacks precedent, the others are reasonable demands. I shall convey them. Thank you." After Hubert took control of the sealing artifact and Deli was once again replaced, they finally returned to the church. True to her word, Deli confined Hubert to a separate room at the back of the church, leaving Borges to guard the entrance. At this point, Hubert felt entirely at ease, confident that Barton had received the telegram and informed Christine of his predicament. With Christine's involvement, he believed he would no longer be in peril. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, twilight descended, and Hubert's stomach growled in hunger. He queried Borges outside, "Your superior certainly lacks efficiency." Just then, Deli entered with a middle-aged gentleman in formal attire, his short hair and calm demeanor reminiscent of a tranquil lake, instilling an unprecedented sense of serenity. "It is because your requests are rather numerous. I must report to the bishop," the gentleman smiled. Borges called out, "Captain." Upon entering, Deli introduced, "This is our captain." The gentleman extended his hand. "You may call me Captain Thomas." Stepping forward, Hubert shook his hand. "Greetings, Captain Thomas." Once the 3 were seated around a table in the room, Thomas addressed Hubert, "You may freely utilize the sealing artifacts obtained from the Henry residence today. However, they must remain under our custody, and you need only submit an application to me prior to usage. Of course, this is contingent upon your status as our extramural personnel." "Yes, extramural personnel, a term thanks to the ingenuity of Emperor Rossell, which has rendered our system more flexible." Hubert involuntarily grimaced, suddenly reminded of a certain group that often bore the brunt of blame. In Chapter 72, The Origins of the Statue, Thomas counseled Hubert, "In truth, I would advise you to forego the use of the sealing artifacts, as this would allow you to acquire the extraordinary traits of a barbarian or a bridebearer." Hubert subtly nodded. It seems the Night Watch has indeed found a way to extract the extraordinary attributes from the Henry couple, aside from the 2 sealing artifacts. 2 additional extraordinary traits have emerged. This case has borne considerable fruit. He lamented that his own powers were still too feeble, compelling him to make the most cautious choice at the time. Otherwise, these rewards would have been solely his. Furthermore, dealing with official extraordinary individuals was inherently fraught with risks. During this operation, despite Hubert's significant contributions, the official extraordinary individuals had taken the lead when it came to dividing the spoils. After a brief hesitation, Hubert reached a decision. "I shall opt for the sealing artifact. Once you understand its sealing method, you will comprehend my insistence. However," he added, "if possible, I would appreciate it if you could retain those 2 extraordinary traits, as I hope to acquire them in the future through purchase or by accumulating merits." This choice bore both advantages and disadvantages. While the official extraordinary individual's involvement would preclude spontaneous usage of the sealing artifacts, it would also spare Hubert the hassle of routinely sealing the statue. Otherwise, he might have had to rent a house with a yard to provide the necessary 10-meter space for the sealing artifacts. "You appear quite knowledgeable regarding our system, even understanding the concept of merit accumulation," Thomas smiled. "No extramural personnel enjoys the privileges of regular members. However, I have decided to exercise some flexibility in handling your situation. This is due to your significant role in today's events, helping 2 Night Watch members escape danger. And thus, I shall strive to accommodate your requests as a gesture of our gratitude. First, we will provide you with a certificate affirming your status as our informant. To prevent attacks from other official extraordinary individuals, you will need to contribute to the Night Watch to become our extramural personnel. As you make further contributions, I will issue you formal membership credentials. At that point, you shall be the only member of our squad capable of acting independently, provided you contribute sufficiently to silence any dissent amongst the other members." Hubert began to negotiate. "Could you not directly grant me the status of extramural personnel?" Thomas shook his head, stating, "Let me be clear. We must conduct a thorough assessment of you and observe your behavior for a while. Only after we are certain you pose no threat will we grant you the credentials of an external member. Hubert understood. This meant that as long as he could withstand their scrutiny, he could easily become an external member. Yet attaining full membership would prove to be a far more arduous task. Thomas smiled, remarking, "Daly is right. You are quite astute." Hubert then inquired, "May I designate MS? Daly is my point of contact?" "Certainly," came the reply. "Very well," Hubert said. "Please provide me with your agent's documentation." Engaging with official extraordinary individuals offered little room for maneuver. Most issues they encountered were already addressed by established precedents or regulations. As Thomas noted, unless Hubert's performance was compelling enough to persuade everyone to amend the rules for him, his path would be fraught with challenges. After receiving the documentation, Hubert arranged the means and address for contacting Daly before he documented the negative effects and sealing method of the statue. Thomas remarked, "This sealing artifact was designed for legal purposes. No wonder you were so insistent." Hubert requested Thomas to hold on for a moment, during which he filled out an application form for the statue, citing research as his reason. Upon receiving the application, Thomas replied, "I cannot provide it today. Please return tomorrow morning." Hubert glanced outside. Night had silently descended, making it ill-advised to enter the Chinese gate. He rose, saying, "All right, I shall return in the morning. Am I free to leave?" "Of course," Thomas affirmed. Outside the church, Hubert spotted the family carriage, with the butler waiting by the door. "Young master," he greeted. Hubert smiled. "Thank you for your efforts." It seemed Christine had already conferred with the night watch team. Otherwise, Captain Thomas would not have been so amicable. After returning home and having dinner, Hubert followed Christine to the study, where he recounted the day's events in detail. An adventure with no peril, Christine assessed. "Your choice was indeed prudent. Collaborating with the night watch team is far more advantageous than clashing with them over the sealing artifact." Hubert then shared the details of his actions with Hux and Forth from the previous day, along with the information he had gathered. Finally, Hubert asked, "Father, can you assist me in defeating the pursuers from the Tamara family and acquire the formula for the potion of Sequence 7 and its extraordinary properties?" Christine smiled. "You're just like Rex, always inviting trouble. As per Rex's stipulation, you must face this trial alone. However, should you find it insurmountable, I shall lend my aid." Hubert had not anticipated such a strategy from his father. "Very well, I shall contemplate this further." The following morning, Hubert first visited the law firm to express his gratitude to Barton for relaying information, before embarking on another round of client visits. He took a hired carriage to the headquarters of the Becklin Night Watch team in the North District. Yesterday, Hubert had exited through the back door of the church. But today, he noted the sign indicating the Night Watch team was operating under the guise of the Blackthorn Security Company. Hubert speculated whether the Night Watch team used this name as a facade. Upon entering, he encountered a somewhat antiquated reception area and lounge. Daly was already waiting in the lounge, gesturing to a black box beside her. "This stone box can effectively seal 2,355, the statue from yesterday. It requires a change of holder every 20 minutes when extracting 2,355. However, if it remains within the box, there is no need to worry about that limitation." 2,355? So, the statue is perceived as a second-tier sealing artifact by official extraordinary individuals? Hubert nodded, understood. He mused to himself. The methods of the official extraordinary individuals were indeed plentiful. After agreeing on the time to return 2355, Hubert carried the stone box back to his rented accommodation. Once assured that no one was following or spying, Hubert retrieved 2355 and, through sacrificial means, transported it to the realm of disorder. Upon grasping 2355 within the realm of disorder, the artifact resonated immediately with its surroundings. The statue's material was indeed sourced from the realm of disorder. As Hubert held it, he sensed that the realm was abundant with such stones. Yet, his current control over the realm was insufficient to utilize those materials. Soon after, Hubert's vision shifted to the moment he first grasped 2,355, replaying the orderly scenes of the realm of disorder in his mind. Suddenly, a massive figure appeared beyond the sky of the realm of disorder. Hubert instantly comprehended that this was a portion of the information recorded by 2355, previously visible only from the outside. Chapter 73. Conclusion. Within the realm of disorder, 2355 no longer held back, revealing all its memories to Hubert. The image portrayed a colossal figure, hazy yet intimidating, which Hubert dared not gaze upon directly within the realm. Beyond the transparent sky of the realm, a vast city emerged, seemingly engulfed in raging fires, torrential floods, unrelenting plagues, and violent earthquakes, an atmosphere of dread and chaos. Hubert felt the resonance of the realm of disorder, his spirit awakening to the realization. It was another source essence. It was the City of Calamity. The City of Calamity surged toward the realm of disorder, causing a cataclysmic clash, a shattering of heaven and earth, plunging everything into darkness. The sky and land of the realm of disorder, day and night, ancient towns and clock towers, were all thrown into disarray. Thus the current state emerged, with the sky and land intertwined, daylight and darkness coexisting. Although Hubert did not dare to confront the giant above, he began to speculate about its identity. A celestial being? A deity? The primordial? Only these three figures could, under unclear circumstances, direct one source essence to collide with another. At that moment, the scene before Hubert shifted once more. It was the violent collision of the two source essences that caused 2355 to fall to the material world in the form of a stone. After an indeterminate amount of time, the stone was discovered by an apprentice pathway extraordinary individual, as it originated from the realm of disorder and was a naturally wondrous artifact. The subsequent images revealed numerous figures, their faces obscured. During a confrontation between extraordinary individuals, the one wielding the stone was slain by a figure emanating black holy light. Due to the blood of the apprentice pathway extraordinary individual spilling onto the stone, it transformed into an artifact capable of distorting space. Alongside the blood, the lingering resentment of that extraordinary individual imbued the stone with a faint sense of awareness. Hubert speculated that the figure radiating black holy light must be Solomon or a member of the Solomon family. Then, through his own intuition, Hubert sensed that if he infused the power of the realm of disorder into 2355, the abilities of this sealing artifact would be significantly enhanced. However, Hubert refrained from doing so, recognizing that the artifact did not yet fully belong to him. It would be prudent to wait until it was entirely his before attempting any enhancements. Having unraveled the origins of 2355, Hubert returned it from the realm of disorder through the act of bestowal. After resting for a while to allow his spirit to recover, he made his way to the Obsidian Bar to return 2355 to Daly. The Obsidian Bar would become the future rendezvous point for Hubert and Daly, as Hubert was neither part of a nefarious organization nor merely an ordinary informant. He resembled more a well-meaning collaborator with the Night Watch team. Thus, their meetings were less clandestine and more straightforward. As Daly sipped her beer, she inquired, "Have you yielded any result from your research?" The Obsidian Bar was elegantly adorned and located in the North District, primarily frequented by the middle class, standing in stark contrast to the establishments of the East District. The bar exuded a delicate fragrance of flowers, rather than the unpleasant odors of feet and sweat. The morning patrons were sparse, rendering the establishment rather empty. Hubert, seated beside Dolly, gestured toward a stone box and lowered his voice. It was once possessed by an extraordinary being who was an apprentice. Its ability to distort space was acquired only upon the being's demise. Dolly was momentarily taken aback, pleasantly surprised by this revelation. "Could you share the method you employed in your research?" The night watchman had employed various divination techniques yesterday, yet none could ascertain the origins of 2355. Hubert smiled. "Of course, but you must promptly issue me an external personnel certificate." Dolly responded with a half-serious smile. "That is not entirely out of the question." "Very well. I shall await your certificate." Hubert smiled as he rose to leave. He sought out a restaurant, spending 2 sols and 7 pence on a rather delightful lunch, before taking a carriage to the police station in the western suburbs, requesting a portion of the Henry family's assets as compensation for his client. Generally, such demands would not be taken seriously by the police and could take 1 or 2 months for approval. However, due to the peculiar nature of this case, and more importantly, the fact that Hubert was attended to by Daniel, things were expedited. Though Daniel was oblivious to the extraordinary world, he had comprehended after the incident on the 2nd floor of the Henry residence that Hubert undoubtedly belonged to that mysterious realm. At that time, Hubert had resolved the issue with just 2 shots, yet when a special department arrived, he and his companions had fired at least 20 to 30 shots inside the house. After over 20 minutes, a scarred gentleman emerged from the house, looking somewhat disheveled, which indicated they had dealt with far more sinister matters. Daniel's cooperation significantly facilitated the process, and within just over 2 hours, Hubert secured 20 of the Henry family's assets. After expressing his gratitude to Daniel, Hubert again boarded a hired carriage to visit the Polly residence. Upon entering, he glanced at the Henry house, where caution tape had already been strung across the doorframe, with 2 officers stationed in the yard. Through his conversation with Mr. Polly, Hubert learned that members of the Night Watch team had returned earlier that morning. Of course, Mr. Polly was unaware of the watchman's identity. He merely stated that a carriage bearing the emblem of the Knight's Holy Order had made an appearance. It seemed they were there to ensure there were no oversights regarding the Henry household. Hubert explained that it was the Henry family's dog that had dug a tunnel between the Henry and Airlie residences, which occasionally allowed the Henry dog to escape to the Airlie house. Thus, it is the Henry family that owes you compensation, not the Airlie family. Initially puzzled, Mr. Polly wondered if the Airlies had not noticed this fact. Just then, he witnessed Hubert produce 20 in cash, and his remaining doubts were swiftly dispelled. Hubert stated, "This is part of the assets I just retrieved from the police, 10 for your losses, and 10 as my commission." He jokingly added, "I risked my life for that 10 commission yesterday." Mr. Polly had not held much hope for compensation, but upon receiving the 10, he felt a moment of joy, only to feel a pang of regret when he saw Hubert pocket the other 10. On his return journey, Hubert felt the familiar loosening of the magical potion, confirming that each time he completed a commission, his spirit became more vibrant. On Saturday morning, upon arriving at the law office, Hubert spotted Mr. Robin and his cousin waiting at the entrance before even disembarking from the carriage. Chapter 74, Favoritism. Mr. Robin had finally acquired a new hat, and his demeanor seemed notably improved, although he still appeared somewhat awkward on the bustling street. As Hubert stepped down, Robin and his cousin David immediately approached, greeting him. "Good morning, Attorney Hubert." "Good morning to you both," Hubert replied with a smile. "It seems your circumstances have improved. My counsel appears to have had some effect." "Your advice has helped us see the truth," Mr. Robin affirmed. Hubert nodded slightly, pleased that he could assist two individuals who had strayed from the right path in recognizing the deceptions of their era. He led Robin and David to his desk, inquiring, "What difficulties have you encountered now?" Robin glanced at David, who towered over him and sported a pair of small mustaches, appearing rather unapproachable. Yet, in Hubert's presence, David exhibited the same awkwardness as Robin. "It's not us, sir," he stammered, seemingly organizing his thoughts before continuing. "It's a co-worker of mine. During work, a machine severed his leg and one of his hands. He hopes to receive 300 in compensation, but the factory owner is only willing to offer 100. David explained that his friend had sought several lawyers, but they all deemed the requested compensation too high and refused to take on the case. Hubert might be his last hope. Recalling the regulations surrounding workplace injury compensation, Hubert realized he had trouble recalling specifics due to his previous experience. He asked, "Your co-worker has lost his ability to work, correct?" "Yes," David confirmed. "Moreover, he has lost his family and is now forced to beg for survival. He wishes to receive 300 to purchase land in the suburbs. He claims to have grown up in the fields and believes he could still farm even with one hand." Hubert nodded thoughtfully. In his view, the 300 request was not excessive. However, he remembered a colleague mentioning that there was an unwritten rule regarding workplace injury cases, 100 for permanent disability and 150 for death. Although Hubert sympathized with David's co-worker, he refrained from making any hasty commitments, stating, "I need to speak with your co-worker in person." David eagerly nodded, "Yes, I will bring him by this afternoon." After parting ways with Robin and David, Hubert perused the civil compensation statutes on his bookshelf, discovering that there is only a single regulation regarding workplace injuries. If a worker is injured while on the job, the employer is obliged to cover medical expenses and provide appropriate compensation. Hubert then realized that it was not that he had forgotten the relevant statutes due to his transition, but rather that the statutes themselves were so vaguely articulated. There were no guidelines for compensation based on injury, disability, or death, and the employer's obligation was merely to cover medical expenses. Generally, in cases with such ambiguous legal language, a judge's decision would rely on their own judgment, prior case precedents, or some customary rules. Ironically, the statutes regarding how workers should compensate employers for damages were explicitly detailed, outlining how to compensate for losses up to 10, from 10 to 20, from 20 to 50, and all the way up to 800 to 1,000. Hubert scoffed. It's almost as if the law was written to protect the interests of capitalists and aristocrats. Upon returning to his desk, Hubert realized that David's co-worker's case would be difficult to win, even if the claimant's demand was justifiable and rather humble. Moreover, taking on such a case could easily set him against established conventions. Yet Hubert pondered, he was now an extraordinary being with a background in high society. Why should he live so cautiously as he had in his previous life? He would take the case, since he had the chance to live again. He certainly ought to experience a different life. Resolute in his decision, Hubert began making preparations. As thoughts of a viable strategy emerged, he realized it was already past 10 in the morning. Hubert visited Barton S. office to report on the proceedings of Mr. Polly's case, although he only provided a cursory description of the circumstances surrounding the Henry family. The case of Mr. Polly has officially concluded. Barton remarked that had he been aware of the significant dangers involved, he he would never have entrusted such a case to Hubert. Hubert smiled and replied that certain dangers are inescapable. Fortunately, he managed the situation adeptly, and the aftermath yielded some gains. Establishing a stable connection with the official extraordinary beings was his most notable achievement, one that far surpassed the mere utility of the 2,355 authorization. You ought to consider obtaining a law degree. Barton transitioned to a new topic. Due to your outstanding performance, I shall write you a letter of recommendation and enlist the assistance of friends to facilitate your examination process. At present, Hubert was operating under a paralegal certificate, and only upon acquiring a law degree would he be eligible to handle intricate criminal cases and advocate for clients in formal court. After expressing his gratitude to Mr. Barton, Hubert returned to his seat to engage in his customary reflections. In handling Mr. Polly's case, he felt he had not made any glaring errors. However, certain lessons must be etched into memory. When dealing with official extraordinary beings, one must always consider the possibility of maintaining the initiative, particularly regarding the division of spoils. The encounter with the official extraordinary beings had been somewhat hasty, leaving him little time for contemplation, should future collaborations arise. It is imperative to negotiate terms for the distribution of spoils in advance. As for the third case Barton had proposed, it must be addressed despite the inherent risks. With Hubert's strength and resources expanding, he felt increasingly confident in his ability to navigate potential challenges. Of course, the crux of the matter lay in proactively engaging with the third case, effectively leveraging the law of extraordinary properties aggregation. Following the resolution of Mr. Polly's case, Hubert sensed the signs of potion digestion once more. Should he actively utilize the rules, his potion would continue to be digested. Moreover, it appeared that employing the law of extraordinary properties aggregation accelerated the digestion process, as Hubert felt his lawyer's potion had already been significantly assimilated. He believed that through relentless application of the rules and continual reflection, the pace of digestion might indeed quicken. Chapter 75. The Vigilance of Ancient Families. Around 2 in the afternoon, David arrived with a colleague named Bob, whose attire was tattered and soiled, and whose hair was disheveled. He leaned on a makeshift cane fashioned from a tree branch. Hubert inquired in detail about the incident, which was quite straightforward. Bob had suffered a disability when a machine ensnared his leg and arm during work. After listening to the account, Hubert firmly stated that while Mr. Bob bore some responsibility for the incident, this would not hinder their pursuit of compensation. He then cautioned Bob that the case would still be arduous and urged him to prepare himself mentally. Bob, despondent, waved his remaining half arm and replied, "Sir, I have nothing left to lose. It cannot possibly get any worse than this." Hubert nodded, adding, "Furthermore, if we wish to prevail, you must adhere to my directives." "Understood," Bob replied. "I'm already grateful that you are willing to accept my case. If there are no further issues, please sign the contract." Hubert produced the pre-prepared document, stating, "Given the complexity of this case, I will charge an 18 fee from the compensation amount. Naturally, should we win, this sum will be covered by the opposing party. In the southern continent, there exists no small town." Elliot received notification that he was to accompany Elder Calvin to negotiate with the Fisak Empire in Crowlier City. He found it perplexing that other family members accompanying him were recognized elites, while he had only recently ascended to rank 7, seemingly unworthy of participating in such a significant endeavor. Doubting whether his recent performance had raised concerns among the elders, he took the opportunity before departure to pray to the Creator, reporting his movements and speculations. After lunch, Elliot and others departed the town in 5 carriages under Calvin's leadership. Shortly after leaving, a majestic throne and a formidable figure came into view. "I am aware." Elliot breathed a sigh of relief, feeling reassured about the journey ahead. Beckland, 192, Blanca Street. Hubert concurred with Elliot's assessment. A family burdened by curses would undoubtedly possess a heightened sense of vigilance. He began to contemplate whether to reveal his existence to more members of the Balky family. During the previous incident involving the Rune mercenary raid, Elliot had played a pivotal role, and his sacrificial spirit-linked necklace proved remarkably effective. Hubert reflected on his future roles as a baron and count. While gaining a title in Beckland would be challenging, the southern continent presented opportunities for genuine power as a baron or count. Diligently nurturing the Balky family connection would undoubtedly be advantageous for future endeavors. Hubert planned to strategically support Elliot, empowering him to become a formidable figure within the Balky family, while also serving as Hubert's representative therein. This would necessitate showcasing his own strength. With the existence of the disordered kingdom, Hubert could project formidable power, albeit within the realms of order and distortion, thus addressing many practical issues. Should problems arise that could not be resolved, It would merely indicate that the great presence on the Iron Throne held no interest in their supplications, leaving him with the final say. With this resolution, Hubert awaited Elder Calvin's probing. If all went as anticipated, he would surely seek to test Eliot's mettle. While this matter held minimal urgency, Hubert's primary concern was whether there would be any magical items of interest to the weekend gathering. He pondered whether his finances would suffice. Currently, for Hubert, the spirit-linked necklace addressed his issue of low inspiration, while the combat ring compensated for his lack of physical prowess. He found himself lacking a strong desire for additional magical items. However, one could never predict the wonders that might arise in the extraordinary world. With a sense of anticipation, Hubert arrived early on Sunday at the Mercenary Club with all his possessions, practicing his shooting before taking a seat in the lounge area to await the gathering's commencement. As noon approached, the lounge filled with more attendees, including an officer who had collected extraordinary properties from the last gathering. The two exchanged handshakes and engaged in brief conversation, discovering that the officer also planned to acquire several items at today's event. At 1:30, the gathering commenced in the Underground Theater. As expected, following two team applications, individuals began to offer extraordinary properties from the Hunter and Warrior paths, as well as several magical items for sale. Among them were several familiar faces from the recent raid in the southern continent. However, the majority of items for sale today were extraordinary properties and combat-related magical items. Hubert found no interest in the extraordinary properties, and the combat-related magical items overlapped with the capabilities of his combat ring. Thus, he refrained from making any purchases throughout the trading segment. Hubert was not in a rush, estimating that over the coming weeks, more mercenaries would be selling their spoils. And from his earlier discussions in the lounge, it seemed that the best items often emerged later in the event. As the discussion segment commenced, Castor Augustus, the mercenary captain who had ventured to the southern continent, rose and declared, in the wake of this battle, a significant power vacuum has emerged within General Anthony's domain. Should the Empire of Versac fail to address this void within a month, we may very well witness a minor conflict over the colonies. Hubert, crossing his arms, replied, "To my knowledge, there are already individuals keen on filling this vacuum." He possessed insider information garnered from Eliot, which he prudently chose not to disclose at this gathering. Castor then produced a sketch. Has anyone here encountered or heard of this formidable individual? The attendees scrutinized the drawing, which depicted a mysterious figure seated upon a throne forged of gleaming swords, exuding an air of solemnity and sanctity. Hubert blinked in astonishment, exclaiming, This resembles me." Castor responded, "We encountered this powerful being during our mission, yet they bore us no ill will. If anyone has seen this esteemed individual, or who can provide credible leads, I shall offer a handsome reward." Notably, Castor's use of the term esteemed indicated that the individual in question commanded a level of respect that prompted even him to tread carefully. Hubert mused to himself, "You could scarcely imagine that the esteemed one is seated here, watching your astonishment and confusion unfold." Naturally, he had no intention of offering any leads, having recently acquired wealth. He saw no need to invite such complications for the sake of a so-called generous reward. Observing the silence that followed, Castor felt a twinge of disappointment, sensing that this figure would undoubtedly stir extraordinary forces within General Anthony's territory. If only he could forge an alliance with them at this nascent stage, it would undoubtedly deliver a heavy blow to the colonies of the Empire of Versac. Chapter 76. At last, a case of normalcy. On a Monday morning, Hubert opted not to attend work. Instead, he took a carriage to the Ministry of Justice in the West District, armed with a recommendation letter from Barrister Barton. At that time, there was no standardized civil servant examination system, nor did lawyers across the nation adhere to a uniform examination schedule. One required a recommendation from a distinguished barrister like Barton or a law professor to qualify for the bar examination. The Ministry of Justice had designated staff and areas for the examination of legal qualifications, conducting assessments on an individual basis. The written portion was relatively straightforward, requiring candidates to transcribe various legal statutes. However, the interview segment posed a greater challenge, as candidates had to promptly ascertain which legal statutes applied to specific cases presented by the examiners. Fortunately, with Barton's endorsement, Hubert's examination experience proceeded smoothly, devoid of intentional hindrances. Upon exiting the Ministry of Justice, Hubert reflected, "Indeed, the Kingdom of Rune is a society that places immense value on connections and relationships. It's no wonder that the regulations surrounding workers' compensation are so nebulous, as workers lack avenues to establish laws that safeguard their interests." By the time he returned to the law firm, it was around 11 o'clock. Upon entering, he was informed that Miss Rue had been waiting for him all morning. Upon reaching his office, he indeed found Rue, with her somewhat unruly hair, alongside an unfamiliar gentleman in his 40s, who appeared somewhat anxious. Rue stood as soon as she spotted Hubert. "Hubert, at last. I found you. I am here to seek your assistance." Hubert quickly grasped that Rue was introducing him to a potential client. "Please, let us proceed to the conference room." He escorted Rue and the stranger to the meeting room, then first visited Barton's office to briefly recount his examination experience and express his gratitude. Afterward, he poured 2 cups of coffee and joined them in the conference room. Through their conversation, Hubert learned that the gentleman Rue had brought along was named Sean, a merchant of general goods. Approximately 3 years prior, Sean had lent a friend $300 in cash, documented by an IOU. However, when Sean approached his friend for repayment last year, the latter refused, citing the absence of a repayment date on the note. After nearly a year of disputes, the matter had finally escalated to court. Sean had believed that possessing the IOU would guarantee his victory, but only yesterday, during a casual conversation with a friend knowledgeable in legal matters, he realized that the lack of a repayment date cast doubt on his chances of winning the case. With the trial set for tomorrow, Tuesday, Sean was now contemplating hiring an attorney, yet he lacked the necessary connections and networks, which led him to seek Rue's assistance, a well-respected arbitrator in the vicinity. Rue, aware of her limitations, recognized that while she could mediate, representing Sean in court would leave her appearing as inept as a disheveled baboon. Thus, she turned to Hubert for help. Hubert examined Sean's IOU. "Your friend has overlooked a crucial detail. I suspect that if the other party engages a lawyer, they will undoubtedly seek to render this IOU void. The method is quite simple. Legally speaking, the IOU has a 3-year validity period. Had a repayment date been specified, the clock would start from that date. As it stands, this note lacks such a date and has already exceeded 3 years. Should the judge deem it void, we would find ourselves in a predicament." Sean opened his mouth to respond. What should I do?" Rue, adjusting her tousled hair, felt akin to a disheveled baboon, for she, like Sean, had only partially understood Hubert's implications, recognizing the unfavorable outlook. "Clearly, we must dismantle the opposing party's argument." Hubert smiled. "I have devised a promising strategy. If you would like to retain my services as your attorney, please sign this retainer agreement, and I shall represent you in court tomorrow." Sean instinctively inquired, "Will we win?" Hubert shrugged. "Regrettably, I cannot guarantee you a victory. I can only assert that if you do not hire an attorney, you will find yourself at a considerable disadvantage tomorrow." After contemplating for several seconds, Sean ultimately decided to sign the retainer agreement. Given the complexity of the case, Hubert requested a fee of 12, noting, "Typically, such cases command a 15 retainer, but in light of Miss Rue's goodwill, I shall only require 12. In truth, there is no established norm. However, his statement delighted both Rue and Sean, with Rue feeling respected by Hubert and Sean believing he had secured a bargain. After bidding farewell to Rue and Sean, Hubert mused, "At last, I have accepted a case of relative normalcy." From the outset of his legal career, he had been inundated with irregularities. Not a single case had been resolved conclusively in court, leaving him, as a legal assistant, somewhat unfamiliar with the operations of the criminal court. Following lunch, Hubert contemplated how to best advocate for Mr. Sean, and it was only around 2 o'clock that he departed to visit his client. Hubert arrived at 192 Blanca Street, and as the clock struck 3, he was engulfed in a shroud of gray mist, heralding the commencement of the tarot meeting. This time, Hubert and the other 2 attendees did not receive Emperor Russell's diary, prompting them to proceed directly to the transaction phase. The hanged man, Algie, addressed Hubert. "I require more information regarding the elven race. What compensation do you seek in return?" Hubert paused. "You have discovered the ruins of the elven race." Justice Audrey quickly recalled the Emperor's initial dealings with the hanged man during the first gathering, wherein the Emperor had mentioned that the elven ruins might contain the recipe for a potion leading to sailor pathways. Algie stated, "I am not yet certain if those are indeed elven ruins. Thus, I seek more detailed information from you." Hubert pondered for a moment before responding, "Mr. Hangman, you must understand that the elven race belongs to the second epoch. Any detailed information regarding the second epoch is invaluable in contemporary times." Algie's expression darkened slightly as he nodded. "I understand. Do not take it too heavily. I merely wish to remind you that this information is invaluable, and you must not let it slip out. Otherwise, you shall find yourself in peril." Hubert's tone shifted. "Rest assured, I shall provide you with a remuneration that you will find acceptable." He had no intention of trading vital information about the elven race with the hangman for otherwise. The hangman would surely be incapable of affording such a transaction. Alger exhaled in relief. "Thank you. I know what I must do." Audrey was filled with excitement. for she had not anticipated hearing tales from the distant history of the Second Era. The fool Klein also listened intently. Hubert organized his thoughts. The elves enjoy consuming the blood of animals transformed into a texture akin to something resembling cheese and yet jelly-like. Their utensils differ greatly from ours. They employ two slender sticks to convey food from their dishes to their mouths. I recall that Emperor Roselle once endeavored to promote such implements. Chapter 77. The Cultural Characteristics of the Elven Race. Hubert surmised that the grand and enigmatic fool behind the gray mist was now making connections. He continued, the elves bear a resemblance to humans, yet their ears are pointed, and their tempers are notoriously volatile, likely attributed to the extraordinary traits within them. The Elven King was once an ally to the Giant King, but they later became bitter enemies, waging war against one another for many years. Hubert chuckled. I can assure you that unless you ascend to a high rank within a certain church, you will never gain access to such knowledge. He added that Elven culture differs significantly from contemporary culture, and he could not provide a detailed description. However, he could assist in identifying whether the ruins you encounter belong to the Elven race, provided he could examine the murals or decorative patterns present in those ruins. Hubert shared only a modicum of information that was not overly confidential, even trivial details. As for the elves' homeland, the Elven King's connection to the Queen of Calamity, and other more sensitive matters, he had no intention of divulging to the hangman at this moment. Yet, this was sufficient to astonish the other three individuals. Alger appeared somewhat dazed. He had not anticipated that the Emperor possessed such intricate knowledge about the elves, and he was acutely aware of the value of this information. As the Emperor had mentioned, only a regional archbishop or cardinal of the church could possibly access such details, yet it was precisely impossible for the Emperor to be either. Audrey grew increasingly curious about that distant race from ages past, while Klein's mind was filled with thoughts of chopsticks and spicy hot pot. After a few moments, Alger regained his composure. I can depict the patterns from the ruins. Mr. Fool, please assist me in this. Klein slowly nodded, manifesting paper and a pen before Alger. As Alger took up the pen, patterns emerged on the paper that bore striking differences from the cultures of the various nations and peoples of the present North and South continents. Hubert took a look and observed that there were two types of patterns, one resembling the Chinese character for return, appearing like clusters of clouds, and another akin to an inverted letters, but with an additional curve above and below, resembling layers of waves perpetually rolling forward. This is the thunder pattern, Hubert exclaimed. Though it differed markedly from his recollection of the thunder pattern, the essence of Eastern culture, which could be termed the Western continent's culture, remained in its abstract yet realistic charm. Hubert stated, these motifs undeniably bear the distinctive characteristics of Elven culture. The ruins you encountered must belong to the Elven race. Alger inquired further. This ruin must have been discovered by numerous individuals before, yet upon entering it, I still sense a resonance with my spirituality. Why is this so? Congratulations. Hubert smiled. If you delve deeper into the ruins, you are bound to uncover extraordinary traits or materials that resonate with your path. Alger's eyes brightened. How can I find them? Hubert suggested. I recommend employing your extraordinary abilities within the ruins. It may evoke a more profound resonance, guiding you toward greater clues. He paused before adding, now, we should discuss how you'll compensate me. Alger asked, what do you wish to receive from me? The first form of remuneration is your findings from the exploration, Hubert replied. I am equally intrigued by the Elven ruins. Thus one of my rewards is to be informed of your discoveries. Alger nodded. No problem. Hubert continued. The other form of compensation is 1,000 pounds in cash, or items, materials, or information of equivalent value. Of course, I do not have an urgent need at the moment. You may defer it. Alger breathed a sigh of relief, finding the offer within acceptable bounds. Very well. With the transaction concluded, the gathering transitioned into a discussion segment. Audrey took the initiative. Recently, I encountered an extraordinary individual with numerous connections. He seems to possess only Sequence 9 capabilities, yet he can perform seemingly difficult transactions through his channels. For instance, he explained how to cleverly utilize extraordinary abilities to triumph over one's past self. Upon hearing this, Hubert realized she was referring to him. Audrey continued, I did not observe many characteristics of an extraordinary person in him, but I remember he solemnly claimed to be a lawyer. Are there potions associated with the lawyer sequence? Hubert scratched his head. Such is the terrifying nature of the audience. Despite my efforts to conceal my extraordinary abilities, Audrey still gleaned numerous clues. Indeed, Alger succinctly responded. Audrey nodded, refraining from further inquiries about the lawyer's extraordinary abilities. as such questions would surely prompt the hangman to demand compensation, and she was no novice at these gatherings, unwilling to expend rewards on matters of lesser importance. Hubert shifted the topic. To my knowledge, a mercenary group from Rune ambushed extraordinary individuals from the Farsak Empire in the southern continent, resulting in the elimination of 2 Sequence 5 members from the Empire. Alger smiled. Another mercenary group? It seems Rune has no desire for war lately, not even willing to instigate a small naval skirmish involving a dozen ships. Subsequently, Audrey posed questions about performance and absorption, and the fool elucidated the sensations experienced during the absorption of potions. As this topic drew to a close, the gathering approached its conclusion. Departing from the gray mist, Hubert returned to his rented room, stretching as he prepared to resume his studies on Mr. Sean's case and Bob's case. Lying in bed, Hubert reflected on how encountering more straightforward cases had rendered him busier than ever. In the eastern waters of the Wild Sea, on an unnamed island, Alger concocted an excuse to separate himself from the ghost ship's crew, venturing alone into the ruins at the center of the island. These ruins were now reduced to a few precariously leaning stone pillars, which had previously been obscured by vines until one of the sailors on board discovered them while searching for fresh water, prompting the removal of the vines. In the midst of the pillars lay a crystal-clear pond, unfathomably deep. Alger instructed the sailors to dive down and search, yet they found nothing. It was likely that those who had discovered the ruins prior had also explored the depths, for if the secrets of the ruins were easily unveiled, the treasures within would have long been claimed. Alger circled the pond and, following the Emperor's advice, employed his extraordinary abilities to create a whirlpool in its depths. Suddenly, he noticed a white halo emerging from the bottom of the pond, as if a light had been ignited within. It truly works. Chapter 78. Alger's Exploration. Alger marveled once more at the Emperor's insights into mysticism, considering that those who had previously discovered the ruins were likely pirates, lacking the Emperor's extensive knowledge of the arcane. If they merely dove down and found nothing, they would not continue their exploration. As he awaited the whirlpool to dissipate, Alger shed his outer garments, preparing to descend and investigate. However, once the vortex vanished, the luminous halo below it dissipated as well. Alger realized something immediately. He summoned his abilities once more to create a vortex in the pond, and then leaped into the water, plunging down into the raging currents. Underwater, ethereal scales began to shimmer on Alger's body, granting him an agility surpassing that of fish, enabling him to remain submerged for extended periods. Descending over 10 meters, the pond's surface appeared distant, and the surroundings gradually darkened. At last, Alge discerned the source of the underwater glow, 2 crystalline stones, with a singular passageway meant for one person nestled between them. The pond was riddled with such openings, and even the most skilled divers dared not venture into these labyrinthine caverns. In ordinary circumstances, those luminous crystals resembled mere stones, which is why the previously exploring sailors failed to detect anything amiss. Within the cave, additional glowing crystals seemed to illuminate the path, guiding the way. Cautiously, Alge swam into the passage, relieved to find no immediate danger, and continued onward. The water level rose steadily until he finally breached the surface, emerging into a dark cavern. Clambering onto a rocky ledge, he retrieved a waterproof torch and ignited it, casting light throughout the cavern. Before him, not far away, lay a skeleton, accompanied by various trinkets. Aside from the scepter clutched in its bony grasp, the skeleton bore no remarkable features. Yet, its other hand pointed toward the opposite side of the cave. Following the skeletal finger, Alge's gaze fell upon a grand mural. The mural was remarkably preserved, still vibrant with color. As he approached, Alge noted that the figures depicted had pointed ears, evoking an air of divinity. He surmised the mural illustrated the lineage of the skeleton, a descendant of a hybrid between elves and humans. This skeletal being had maintained the lifestyle of its elven ancestry, while also safeguarding a secret pertaining to the elves. The skeleton had not ascended to greatness. It was the last of its kin, and in life, it had chronicled the elven secret through this mural. This so-called secret pertained to the locations where the last 3 high elves had fallen. Thus, it was highly probable that extraordinary traits left by the high elves could be discovered at these sites. Alge cast a glance at the skeleton seated on the ground, pondering why such a significant secret would be immortalized in a mural. Shouldn't such knowledge be taken to the grave, buried forever and never revealed to others? Suddenly, Alge recalled the Emperor's words regarding the 3 laws governing extraordinary traits, of which he was aware of only one. He vaguely sensed that the skeleton's decision to leave behind the mural was somehow related to these laws of extraordinary traits. The thought of seeking further extraordinary knowledge from the emperor filled him with trepidation. He already owed the emperor 1,000 pounds. Could he bear the weight of an even heavier debt? At that moment, his gaze fell upon the scepter held by the skeleton. It appeared to be crafted from crystal, topped with a blue gemstone. Upon grasping the scepter, the sound of crashing waves filled his ears, and he soon realized he possessed the abilities to summon storms, create tidal waves, and communicate with sea spirits. This revelation incited a joyous laughter from Alge. As a mariner, he had only been able to cast water-related spells, such as creating vortices or making minor alterations to ocean currents, nothing more. It was only through the blessing of the Lord of Storms that mariners and wind-blessed individuals could wield more potent spells. Otherwise, one would need to reach the 5th or even 4th rank to access abilities like tidal waves. The scepter in his hand granted Alge the powers akin to a favorite of the Lord of Storms, bestowing upon him practical and formidable abilities at sea. This did not imply that Alge had gained 5th rank capabilities. Rather, the scepter symbolized the sea's endorsement, akin to a credential, allowing him to pursue a particular profession. In other words, it would only be effective in the hands of mariners and wind-blessed individuals, while those of other extraordinary paths would be unable to utilize tidal wave abilities. The emperor was indeed correct. Alge mused. Seeking the remnants of the elven race could truly yield valuable artifacts for mariners. Just this scepter alone, in the tumultuous seas, would fetch no less than 3,000 pounds, certainly commanding a premium. Of course, Alge swore he would never part with the scepter until he had attained 5th rank. Considering this, that 1,000 pounds spent seemed truly worthwhile. On Tuesday morning, Hubert arrived early at the magistrate's court, donned his lawyer's robe, and assumed his wig, sitting alongside Sean in preparation for the hearing. Several spectators attended the court this time, including Sean's family, as well as Hugh and Forth. At 8:30, the judge took his seat, and the proceedings commenced. Hubert, acting as the plaintiff's attorney, presented the loan agreement, detailing the defendant's borrowing of 300 pounds in cash from Sean. As Hubert had anticipated, the defendant's lawyer argued, based on relevant laws and regulations, that the loan agreement had surpassed 3 years and should thus be deemed legally void. Hubert had been waiting for this very argument. Your Honor, we waive our right to prevail on this loan agreement. In certain circumstances, the plaintiff could indeed retain the right to victory. For instance, if the judge determined the loan agreement held legal weight, Sean would automatically win the case. However, the current dilemma lay in the judge's difficulty in making a clear judgment regarding the legal effect of the loan agreement based on the relevant laws. At this juncture, the outcome would depend on the persuasiveness of each lawyer's arguments regarding the applicable laws. The judge would lean toward the side that presented a more compelling interpretation. This exemplified the value of attorneys. Thus, Hubert chose not to engage in trivial disputes with the opposing side, instead exploiting a legal loophole to find a new breakthrough. His decision to waive the right to victory surprised both the judge and the defendant's attorney, as it was customary for a plaintiff's lawyer to vigorously defend their right to prevail. Hubert continued, Indeed, you heard correctly. We relinquish our right to prevail on this loan agreement, and we shall no longer accuse the opposing party of failing to repay the borrowed funds, but rather accuse them of failing to repay the loan. Defendant, do you acknowledge borrowing 300 pounds in cash from Mr. Sean? The defendant's attorney instantly grasped Hubert's intentions, leaning back in his chair, devoid of any further defense strategies. For now, regardless of whether the defendant admitted to it or not, the 300 pounds must be repaid. When Hubert posed his question, the defendant nearly reflexively exclaimed, I did not borrow that money. This is Sean's false accusation. Hubert nodded. Since you say so, it implies that I can apply for enforcement. Although I have waived the right to prevail on the loan agreement, the evidence provided by Mr. Sean is sufficient to demonstrate that you indeed engaged in the act of borrowing money. Thus, the contractual nature of this loan agreement remains intact, and you must repay the funds. Upon hearing the term enforcement, the defendant's demeanor shifted uneasily. I did borrow the money. That is correct. I borrowed it. Hubert nodded. Very well. Please repay the money within 3 weeks. Otherwise, it will be considered a refusal to repay, and we will apply for enforcement. Chapter 79. Exploiting Loopholes. Hubert's defense was nothing short of brilliant, effectively sidestepping his opponent's attacks while delivering an unexpected blow that cut off all avenues of retreat for the opposing side. However, Hubert was also aware that the victory in this case was largely due to the opponent's cooperation. He had contemplated this issue the previous day. Had Barton been defending the defendant, he would certainly not have adamantly claimed that the loan agreement lacked legal effect. Such an approach would either lead to an endless dispute with the plaintiff's attorney or allow the plaintiff's lawyer, like Hubert, to exploit the loopholes in the relevant laws. This was not the scenario the defendant's attorney would wish to witness. Of course, this is merely a hypothesis. Patton would never deign to concern himself with such trivial matters. Soon, the judge rendered his verdict, mandating the defendant to repay the debt within 3 weeks. At that moment, Hobert experienced once again the exhilarating sensation brought on by the digestive potion. He immediately pondered, was this euphoria a result of fulfilling the commission? No. Completing the commission merely invigorated his spirit. Could it be that I leveraged the intricacies of the legal system? No. Suddenly, Hobert had an epiphany. It was the loophole. I exploited the gaps within the regulations. In comparison to his previous experiences with the potion, Hobert realized that this time, the magic he absorbed from winning by exploiting a loophole was akin to that derived from actions taken in accordance with the rules to his advantage. Mastery in navigating regulations and discerning their vulnerabilities is the essence of a lawyer. A knowing smile spread across Hobert's face. Adhering to this principle would accelerate his absorption of the potion beyond his initial plans. Perhaps with just 2 or 3 more cases, he could entirely assimilate the potion. After leaving the courtroom, Sean enthusiastically shook Hobert's hand, exclaiming, "This is the most brilliant debate I have ever witnessed." Yesterday, when he signed the commission with Hobert, he had been filled with trepidation, doubting whether Hobert, being so young and merely a legal assistant, could stand as a worthy opponent against the opposing counsel. Today, witnessing the defendant's discomfiture, Sean felt that the attorney's fee was indeed well invested. Approaching the spectator's bench, Ford smiled and remarked, "I originally thought I would see 2 lawyers squabbling over some soporific legal jargon, word by word. I never anticipated such a clean and decisive victory from you. Indeed, this has inspired me greatly. I must attend your defenses more often. Perhaps I could pen a novel featuring a lawyer as the protagonist." Hobert replied with a smile, "I shall be defending the plaintiff here tomorrow. If you wish to return, you are welcome to observe, though that defense will likely prove quite challenging." Tomorrow, he would be advocating for Bob. After a brief chat, they parted ways, the defendant having already agreed to repay within the week. Mr. Sean would only remit Hobert's fee once the money was returned. Hobert did not return to the law firm, but instead took a cab to the Department of Justice to collect his attorney's license. From this day forth, he would be a bona fide lawyer, granting him the right to defend in official court. Of course, this was contingent upon being retained for representation. Typically, cases in formal courts involve criminal matters or disputes among the aristocracy. Those affluent enough would invariably seek the assistance of prominent barristers for their legal battles. The bulk of a formal lawyer's work primarily involved preparing defense materials for senior barristers, with few opportunities to actually appear in court. Those unable to afford legal fees often chose to forego hiring a lawyer, as ordinary attorneys could seldom match the prowess of senior barristers, resulting in wasted expenses and inevitable loss. It was often wiser to accept one's fate without contesting. Such notions and the prevailing circumstances curtailed the chances for ordinary lawyers like Hobert to appear in court. Nevertheless, Hobert believed that his attorney's license might be crucial in Bob's case, and as he contemplated tomorrow's defense, he felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain if his plans would succeed. During dinner, Donna discerned that Hobert was preoccupied. "Hobert, you seem somewhat distracted." "I am contemplating my defense strategy for tomorrow." Hobert replied with a smile. "This will be a tremendous test for me." "Ha ha, pressure is a good thing." Christine chimed in. "It signifies your growth." He reflected. "This reminds me of my experiences on the southern continent when I was but a lad, much like you." Thus began the dinner table's traditional recounting of the general's tales from the southern continent. But as soon as Christine began his story, Donna unceremoniously interrupted. "You all blew up the enemy's stronghold, didn't you?" "Father, you've already told that story. So, you 2 captured 9 enemies, is that right?" "Father, you've recounted that one as well." Observing Christine, lost in thought, whether concocting a new tale or striving to recall his glorious deeds, Hobert couldn't help but smile, his spirits lifting considerably. The next day, Hobert arrived early at the police court, only to be pleasantly surprised by Bob's earlier arrival. He still leaned on that makeshift cane crafted from a tree branch, his clothing tattered with several conspicuous holes, yet they appeared to have been washed, looking considerably cleaner than when they last met. His hair had also been tidied, lending him a more spirited appearance. They exchanged smiles and entered the court, one taking a seat at the plaintiff's table, the other at the plaintiff's lawyer's bench. At this moment, Hobert leaned in and quietly informed Bob. "As I mentioned before, this case poses significant challenges. This is not mere bravado, for we may easily become adversaries to many, including the judge who may stand against us." Bob nodded. "Mr. Lawyer, I understand how rare it is to have you by my side." Hobert chuckled. "I do not intend to boast. I only seek your complete trust." Once court commences, regardless of my approach, you must lend your support. I trust you, Mr. Lawyer, Bob affirmed. David has informed me of your acceptance of their commission and your efforts to recover their losses. Hobert nodded. That is reassuring. Following this, they awaited the court's proceedings. As spectators gradually filled the gallery, including David and Robin, several of Bob's colleagues, and Forth seated in a corner. At precisely 9 o'clock, the judge took his seat, officially commencing the session. As the plaintiff's attorney, Hobert first articulated the facts surrounding Bob's debilitating injury at the defendant's factory, which resulted in his loss of ability to work. We shall not default on our obligations. The defendant's attorney smiled, stating, Mr. Arnold is a benevolent magnate. He has already paid Mr. Bob's medical expenses in accordance with the relevant regulations and will compensate him with a one-time payment of £100. Hobert interjected. That is precisely where I must interject. The sum of £100 is wholly insufficient to sustain Mr. Bob's future livelihood. So what do we require? A minimum compensation of £1,000. This declaration elicited gasps from the audience. The defendant's attorney shook his head. Plaintiff's counsel, this is a courtroom, not a circus. You are no clown reciting feeble jokes upon a stage. Chapter 80. The Unconventional Lawyer Hobert. The judge, his face etched with wrinkles, shook his head in disapproval of Hobert's ludicrous demand. In the gallery, Bob's colleagues felt a surge of anxiety for him, knowing that Mr. Arnold would certainly refuse the compensation of £1,000. They suspected this might merely be Hobert's bargaining tactic. Forth, however, regarded Hobert's impassive demeanor with contemplation, feeling as though she was only now truly meeting him. Yet, Hobert remained unfazed by the defendant attorney's ridicule, asserting solemnly, Defendant's counsel, you fundamentally misunderstand the essence of a clown. Every comedy harbors the kernel of tragedy. The opposing counsel appeared momentarily taken aback, while seated at the defendant's table. Arnold's secretary coldly admonished Hobert, do not be excessively greedy. Should your demands exceed the relevant regulations, you will not receive a single penny. Hobert retorted, our demands are not excessive in the slightest. It is merely that in this world, reasonable requests are deemed outrageous. The defendant's attorney chuckled. We have no time to engage in philosophical discussions. Your Honor, please render your verdict. The judge inquired of Hobert, plaintiff's counsel, do you maintain your current demand? Unwavering. The judge, resigned, cleared his throat and was about to deliver his ruling when Hobert interjected. Your Honor, please hold on. The judge smiled. It seems you have changed your mind? No, we withdraw this claim. This proclamation once again drew gasps of astonishment from the audience. The judge and the defendant's attorney were left utterly perplexed by Hobert's unexpected maneuver. Hobert continued, we shall bring charges against Arnold for his negligence that has resulted in the incapacitation of my client. Yes, you heard me correctly. We are filing a lawsuit against Arnold for intentional harm. A wave of astonishment swept through the room as the defendant's lawyer, pale-faced, retorted, your allegations are baseless. Mr. Arnold did not directly inflict harm upon your client. My client was disabled while working for Arnold, establishing a causal link. Arnold bears undeniable responsibility. Hobert countered, indeed, he was injured while performing his duties, yet it was not Mr. Arnold who caused his disability. The causal relationship is non-existent. Being fully aware of the dangers posed by the machinery in the workshop, Arnold, as the factory's overseer, failed to provide adequate warnings, resulting in my client's injury. This negligence on Arnold's part has led to dire consequences for which he cannot shirk responsibility. The defendant's lawyer leaned back in his chair, his expression darkening as he evidently sought to marshal his thoughts for a counterattack. At that moment, applause erupted from the spectators, although they did not fully grasp Hobert's strategy. They recognized that he had triumphed in this round of verbal sparring. Forsyth joined in the applause, eager to document this riveting debate in her upcoming book. It was then that the judge, belatedly aware of the ruckus, struck his gavel, declaring, Gentlemen, your arguments have ventured into the realm of criminal defense, which this court does not entertain. Hobert replied, Your Honor, I shall prepare the necessary documentation to escalate this case to a formal court. The judge nodded, Very well. Good luck to you, young man. Your reasoning is rather brilliant. Court is adjourned. Hobert sensed the rapid digestion of the potion coursing through him, more swiftly than anticipated. He surmised that even without other clients, upon concluding Bob's case, his supply of magic elixir would be entirely depleted. After the judge departed, Bob's fellow workers approached, engaging him in jovial banter. Bob sincerely expressed his gratitude to Hobert, saying, Thank you, Mr. Hobert. Hobert smiled in return. This is merely the first step. The true challenges of this case lie ahead. No, Mr. Hobert, Bob said with a grin, seeing Baker, Arnold's dog, turned pale with rage and utterly helpless in the defendant's seat today made this case worthwhile. His companions erupted into raucous laughter, proclaiming that their visit had not been in vain. As they reached the courthouse's entrance, Bob's friends bid him farewell and returned to their work. Hobert observed their retreating figures, remarking, "In Bakerland, such camaraderie among workers is a rarity, because we are all devotees of the god of steam and machinery." Bob replied with a smile, "We frequently attend church together to discuss the glory of the god of steam and machinery." Hobert nodded, acknowledging the power of faith. "Where do you reside?" "I will inform you of the court date via letter, though it is likely to be next week or the week after." Bob sighed, "I have no fixed abode. However, I can wait for you at the law office every day after work." Hobert pondered for a moment. "I will arrange for you to stay at the poorhouse." Bob chuckled ruefully. "The poorhouse does not accept the disabled." "Then what do they do for the poor?" Hobert scoffed. "I have a plan. But if anyone inquires about your faith, you must answer, the goddess of night." Bob opened his mouth to protest. "I'm sorry, sir, but I do not wish to change my faith. I'm not asking you to relinquish your beliefs. This is merely a pragmatic approach to survival, requiring no abandonment of your convictions," Hobert asserted. "You may continue to worship the god of steam and machinery in your heart, despite their indifference to the fates of their followers." Bob appeared anxious. "Aye, sir." Hobert waved his hand dismissively. "Enough of that. It is settled. Otherwise, if the case remains unresolved and my client succumbs to starvation, it would be a disgrace for me." Just as he was about to hail a nearby cab, a simple four-wheeled carriage came to a stop before them. The vehicle's door opened, revealing the defendant's lawyer, who sat high above, declaring, "Mr. Hobert, I believe we should revisit the matters discussed today." However, Hobert continued walking along the roadside, asserting, "I see no necessity for that." The defendant's lawyer was left with no choice but to instruct the driver to follow at a leisurely pace, insisting, "It is quite necessary. Please, stop just for a moment." Hobert ignored him, persisting in his stride. "Is it your idea of politeness to demand assistance while looking down your nose at others?" The defendant's lawyer, feeling somewhat flustered, alighted from the carriage. "Please, get in. There is room for negotiation." "Very well," Hobert said, assisting Bob into the carriage. I think you can just come up yourself," the lawyer suggested. Hobert shook his head. "I will not engage in any negotiations with you in the absence of my client." The defendant's lawyer conceded. "Then, fine. Bob, leave your stick behind. It might damage the carriage's carpet." Inside the carriage, Baker frowned as he watched Bob board, shifting to the opposite side in an attempt to distance himself. The defendant's lawyer produced a checkbook. "How does 150 sound?" "This is nearly the extent of Mr. Arnold's generosity." Hobert shook his head. "To me, Arnold's generosity is laughable. You both must realize that a hunting dog is worth 50. Do you not consider such meager compensation an affront to one's dignity?" Chapter 81, Quaternary Relics. "Not so grave." The defendant's lawyer smiled. "This is merely an ordinary workplace injury case. Let's not complicate matters further. Indeed, you have grown accustomed to regarding people as less than human." Hobert retorted. "The saddest aspect is that you believe this workplace injury case should be handled in such a manner." The defendant's lawyer waved his hand dismissively. "Let us speak of practical matters. Even if you were to sue Mr. Arnold for intentional harm, your chances of winning are slim. Why not settle for this? How about 200? This far exceeds Mr. Arnold's obligations." Hobert shook his head. "I demand 1,000. The defendant's lawyer turned ashen. "Your request will render further negotiations impossible." "Very well. Good day to you," Hobert declared, opening the carriage door and assisting Bob down. Baker, who had remained silent until now, ominously remarked, "Mr. Arnold will use all his connections to ensure your defeat. Do not expect to receive a single penny." Hobert chuckled. "Why do I sense fear in your words? Why does your tone seem so devoid of conviction?" Baker snorted disdainfully, saying nothing as he closed the carriage door. The driver flicked the reins, and the carriage slowly departed. Bob, retrieving his cane, suddenly said, "Mr. Hobert, had you agreed to their demands just now, I would not have held it against you." Hobert smiled, waving for a cab. One must always have aspirations. Upon arriving at the Obsidian pub in the North District, Hobert instructed Bob to wait outside while he entered, ordered a beer, tipped the bartender, and requested that Miss Daly join him. Being in close proximity to the Blackthorn Security Company, Miss Daly arrived within 10 minutes. "Our encounters have become rather frequent. Is this your way of intentionally drawing closer to me?" Hobert chuckled. "Madam, I currently have no intentions of pursuing romance. A young man who fails to appreciate what he has." Miss Daly smiled. "Now, tell me what brings you here this time." Hobert got straight to the point. "I wish to request your assistance in placing my client in the night church's poorhouse." Miss Daly frowned. "That falls outside my scope of responsibilities." "Is aiding the devotees of the goddess not your duty? Hobert countered. Well, I cannot believe I am attempting to argue with a lawyer. Miss Daly remarked. What makes him special? Madam, Bakerland is filled with ordinary people. Then what is your reason for sympathy towards him? It is not as you might imagine, Hobert replied. I wish to send him to the poorhouse merely to ensure his survival. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. I have my own motives. Oh, Miss Daly tilted her head, regarding Hobert with curiosity. Is that so? As the two engaged in casual conversation, they arrived at the entrance of the bar, where Hubert entrusted Bob to Daisy. Once Hubert boarded the carriage and departed, Daisy inquired of Bob, Please share your experiences with me. Very well, ma'am, he replied. Back at the law firm, Hubert began preparing documents to submit to the formal court, followed by a period of waiting for the court's acceptance and the announcement of the hearing date. After completing these tasks, Hubert stretched lazily, finally enjoying a moment of leisure. He gazed out at the scenery, contemplating what delectable treats to indulge in after work as a reward for himself. Time spent idly always seemed to fly by, and after work, Hubert bought some pumpkin bread and desserts to commend his performance at the municipal court that day. After a pleasant dinner, Christine summoned Hubert to the study. I have arranged for Dofes to make contact with Jacob. Prior to this, Dofes conducted an investigation, and indeed, what Jacob and his team discovered is a quaternary relic. Hubert paused, recalling that Jacob was the one who claimed to have found the quaternary relic and had formed teams twice at the Mercenaries Club gatherings. On the second occasion, Hubert had even relayed Jacob's desire for assistance from Brigadier General Christine. Dofes, known for his incompetence, was Christine's personal servant, yet she had retained him by her side. Hubert had long suspected that he might be an extraordinary individual. After all, Christine would not have sent him to conduct preliminary investigations and engage with Jacob if he were not a loyal and exceptional servant. Christine continued, Tomorrow, Dofes will officially join Jacob's team, and you are to accompany him. Make regular appearances. By the end, you will be entitled to a share of the relic's findings. Such a fortunate turn of events. Hubert nodded. He was well aware that this was not an act of benevolence on Jacob's part, but rather a benefit afforded by the standing of a brigadier general. Christine took a deep breath and added, Since Rex returned from the southern continent, he has indeed explored several ancient relics, but I have only accompanied him to 2 sites, neither of which includes the one Jacob's team has discovered. Perhaps we might find some of his belongings within the relic. Hubert felt little sentiment regarding this, as he was quite unfamiliar with his biological father. After their brief conversation concluded, Hubert left the study to inquire about the departure time with Dofes for the following day, and ultimately wrote a leave request for Barton, instructing the coachman to take him to the law firm the next day. On the following morning, Hubert traveled by carriage with Dofes to the northern suburbs of Beckland. Dofes, of a similar age to Christine, bore distinct southern continent features, exuding a cold demeanor and silence, resembling a bodyguard more than a personal servant. Hubert attempted to initiate several topics of conversation, yet received no response from Dofes, leading him to forego further attempts and instead daydream while gazing out the carriage window. After departing the urban area of Beckland, they traveled for over an hour before arriving at the excavation site. Here, the characteristic fog and haze of Beckland were absent. The sun shone brightly, and the air was devoid of any noxious odors. Jacob's team had established their camp at the foot of a mountain, and contrary to Hubert's expectations of covert grave robbing, they were openly excavating the relic, with dozens of tents set up. It was evident that Jacob had employed a considerable number of commoners, who were engaged in earth-moving and the cleaning of antiques. Jacob, having received word of their arrival, welcomed Dofes and Hubert at the entrance of the camp. Mr. Hubert, I appreciate your facilitation of our collaboration with General Christine, Jacob stated politely while shaking Hubert's hand. Hubert smiled and replied, It was your sincerity that moved my father. He then inquired, Will the local government obstruct your endeavors? We possess legitimate archaeological excavation permits. Jacob assured him. A few years ago, my team protected an archaeological group, and we forged a profound friendship with them. Jacob then gave Hubert and Dofes a brief tour of the camp before leading them to the excavation site behind the camp. The quaternary relic lay buried underground, and the workers had cleared a rather spacious entrance. The group entered a seemingly grand building, where inscriptions adorned the inner walls. Do not make eye contact with rabbits. In times of danger, closing your eyes is more crucial than fleeing. The inscription was signed, Rex Heller. Chapter 82, A New Commission. The interior of the relic's entrance resembled an underground street, flanked by what appeared to be residences and shops. For reasons unknown, this complex had not been covered by earth and remained remarkably well preserved, as if a massive bubble had formed underground. Looking up, one could clearly see the soil and stones above, with some tree roots descending. Such well-preserved relics typically yield numerous valuable antiques. Even if no extraordinary items were found within, Jacob's team could still profit immensely from selling antiquities. This was also a primary reason Jacob was eager for Christine to join. Ventures with low costs and high returns often incited envy among some. Christine's involvement provided them with ample protection, and even if she never visited the excavation site, Jacob would ensure that the general received a satisfactory share of the profits. The building bearing Rex's message was the largest within the complex, likely serving as a noble's residence. Hubert pointed to the inscription on the wall and asked, "Why should one not make eye contact with rabbits?" "We are unsure," Jacob replied with a wry smile. "However, many rabbit holes have indeed been found within the relic, yet so far, no peculiarities about the rabbits have been discovered." Hubert further questioned, "I recall you mentioning that 2 team members have perished, correct?" "Indeed," Jacob affirmed. "They met their end while exploring the underground section of this building. Initially, we believe their deaths were caused by extraordinary creatures," Jacob explained. "Some extraordinary beings are known to inhabit such ancient relics. However, during our attempts at spirit communication, we discovered that their essence seemed incomplete, rendering effective communication impossible. At that moment, I realized the situation might exceed our control." Hubert nodded in understanding as he followed Jacob into the underground section. To his surprise, the underground area was vast, seemingly larger than the above-ground portion. The walls displayed emblematic designs resembling a badge, depicting a black crown. Hubert speculated, "This appears to be the emblem of the Trencist family?" "You are indeed a learned gentleman," Jacob complimented him. "I consulted experts on this matter, and this is indeed the Trencist insignia." He shook his head with a smile. Yet the professors are puzzled as to why the Trencist family's relics would appear in northern Beckland. This family's tombs and relics are predominantly found in the Kingdom of Phenobot and the Republic of Intis. The prevailing modern theory suggests that this family of the Night Emperor originated from the western part of the northern continent. Beckland is not a primary area of activity for the Trencist family. Even if this relic truly belongs to them, it is unlikely that it would yield any highly advanced magical artifacts. Hubert paused, suddenly reminded that these once prominent families of extraordinary individuals had long been buried in the annals of history, with few aware that Trencist and Tude had once jointly served the Black Emperor Solomon, and that they had experienced a brief period of co-governance. Later, under pressure from Solomon's return, Trencist had sought assistance from the 6 gods, successfully ascending to the rank of Sequence 0 Judge, leading to a division of the United Government. Before the establishment of the Trencist Empire, most members of the Night Emperor's family should have resided in Beckland. After walking for several minutes, the group halted before a fork in the path. Jacob remarked, "Continuing forward leads us into unknown peril. Henceforth, I implore Mr. Dofes to guide our exploration." Dofes nodded in agreement. Hubert gazed into the shadowy corridor, flickering under the torchlight, as if some monstrous creature lurked just beyond the veil of darkness, observing their every move. He cautioned Dofes, "Perhaps the ties between the Tudo family and the Trensos family are more intricate than we surmise. It's conceivable that during the Quaternary period, the Trensos family wielded influence in Beckland that surpassed our expectations." Unfazed by whether Hubert comprehended his words, Dofes replied coldly, "They are both distinguished families of extraordinary individuals within the legal realm. Might their alliance stem from some external pressure?" Hubert interjected, "I recall that the Kingdom of Rune and the Kingdom of Phenobot were allies for a time. Were they not?" Dofes cast a penetrating glance at Hubert, surprised by his comprehension of the preceding dialogue. Moreover, Hubert reminded him that for families of extraordinary individuals such as lawyers, arbitrators, and hunters, political considerations often accompany their adversarial relationships beyond mere opposition in the extraordinary hierarchy. Conflicts between secular governance and divine authority, as well as rivalries among divine entities, could compel these ruling families to engage in actions that seem contrary to reason. Dofes acknowledged Hubert's insight with a curt, Jacob, observing their covert exchange, felt utterly bewildered. Despite his erudition, he sensed that their discourse bore a weight of advanced knowledge, yet he remained oblivious to its precise meaning. Upon returning to the camp, they found it was lunchtime. Hubert intended to return to Beckland by carriage after their meal. The camp's lunch was modest, featuring wild greens and rabbit meat, which offered unique flavor. As Hubert savored the surrounding picturesque landscape post-meal, Jacob approached with a man in his 30s. "Mr. Hubert," Jacob began, "I have heard you are an undefeated lawyer. Might you be interested in taking on a criminal case?" Hubert mused inwardly. "Had this been last week, I would have declined. But this week, I am intrigued, for I have just obtained my legal qualifications." As for Jacob's compliment regarding his undefeated record, it was indeed true, for thus far, Hubert had only engaged in 3 cases. One was a guaranteed victory orchestrated by Barton, Another involved exploiting a legal loophole in Sean's case, with only Bob's case presenting a significant challenge. He wondered how Jacob would react upon learning of his modest track record. Hubert politely responded, "You flatter me. Allow me to hear the details of the case first." Jacob introduced the man behind him. "This is Dallin, a foreman among workers. He has encountered legal troubles and seeks your assistance." Hubert gestured for Dallin to take a seat opposite him. Through a brief inquiry, Hubert learned that Dallin was seeking legal aid for a friend. Over 2 weeks prior, Dallin's friend Bill had been piloting a small boat on the Taysok River when he collided with another vessel. As Bill had been drinking, the owner of the other boat had brought charges against him for boating under the influence. Hubert felt a surge of excitement, not out of glee for Bill's misfortune, but rather for the golden opportunity to fully absorb the potion's effects. Chapter 83. Hubert's Connections. Suppressing his emotions, Hubert expressed, "I regret your friend's predicament. However, I must inform you that he requires a lawyer for his defense. Otherwise, he risks not only financial restitution, but also imprisonment." "Oh, the storm above!" Dallin exclaimed, visibly agitated. Bill's driving skills after drinking are unparalleled. It was that despicable tobacco merchant who knows nothing of the navigational laws of the river. That wretched scoundrel. No one was harmed. Yet he insists on sending Bill to prison. Hubert patiently allowed Dallin to vent his frustrations before saying, "If you wish for me to defend your friend Bill, please have his family bring the lawsuit documents and related materials to my office tomorrow or Saturday." Dallin then asked the almost obligatory question posed by every client. "Do you believe we can win this case?" "I will need to review the plaintiff's lawsuit before I can provide a definitive answer," Hubert replied, simultaneously retrieving paper and pen from his briefcase to jot down the address of his law office. Dallin accepted the address, expressed his gratitude to Hubert and Jacob, and hurriedly departed. Hubert bid farewell to Jacob, promising to return in a few days. By the time Hubert returned to the law office by carriage, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. He extracted the third case that Barton had assigned him and began to delve into its details once more. This case was not urgent, so Hubert set it aside for last. In truth, he had already reviewed the materials several times, but he simply wished to sit quietly until the end of the workday, appearing industrious. "Hubert," just as he was idling, a colleague approached him. "A client has specifically requested you to represent them." Hubert was taken aback. "Me? When did I become so renowned?" "Indeed," his colleague affirmed. "I overheard part of the discussion earlier. It seems to be a case of pleading not guilty, and it appears quite complex. If you lack confidence, it may be wise to decline." "Thank you." Hubert rose and entered the reception room. Upon entering, he spotted a woman in her 40s or 50s seated in a chair. She was elegantly dressed and adorned with jewelry, yet her demeanor conveyed a hint of anxiety. Behind her stood a somewhat familiar middle-aged gentleman and an unfamiliar young man, presumably the butler and a servant. Upon noticing Hubert, the butler smiled. "Lawyer Hubert, we meet again." Hubert suddenly recalled that this was Mr. Barron's butler. "Indeed, Mr. Butler. It is a pleasure to see you again. How is Mr. Barron faring?" Now he understood why this lady had sought him out. She had been referred by Barron. "Quite well," the butler replied. "Just the other day, the master acquired a new horse, and his hearty laughter can often be heard." Hubert nodded with a smile. The seated lady appeared somewhat apprehensive and queried, "Is this the esteemed lawyer Hubert? He seems much younger than I had anticipated. Is it truly wise to engage him?" "Indeed." "Madam," the butler introduced, "this is Lady Kent, Mr. Barron's aunt. She has encountered some legal issues and seeks your assistance." Hubert took a seat opposite Lady Kent and began to ascertain the details of the case. Lady Kent had a sole son, Bruce Kent, who had divorced the previous year. He harbored resentment towards his former in-laws, believing they had undermined his marriage due to their disdain for poverty. Not long ago, Bruce procured some explosives from the black market and fashioned them into a makeshift bomb, which he threw into his in-laws' yard. They were quite alarmed and, after reporting the incident, the prosecution charged Bruce with the crimes of explosion and attempted murder. Coincidentally, Lady Kent, who had recently lost her husband, had been traveling with friends and only upon her return learned that Bruce's trial was scheduled for this Saturday, just 2 days hence. In a hurry, she sought help from relatives and friends, and Mr. Barron had recommended the diligent and responsible lawyer Hubert. After grasping the general situation, Hubert inquired of Lady Kent, "Are you certain that Mr. Bruce did not ignite the fuse when he threw the homemade bomb?" "I am certain," Lady Kent replied. "I visited poor Bruce in jail. He claimed it was merely a prank, and the fuse was affixed to the bomb's exterior. Even if it had been ignited, it would not have detonated the explosives." Hubert nodded thoughtfully. "Do you have a copy of the plaintiff's lawsuit?" "I do," she affirmed. As Hubert perused the lawsuit, Lady Kent expressed her exasperation and ire, exclaiming, "The Wainwright family, the former in-laws of Bruce, are a band of rogues. I had cautioned young Bruce when he was courting Wainwright's daughter that the Wainwrights, being financially destitute, held a disdainful attitude towards others. Such a union warranted careful consideration, and as it turned out, I was indeed correct. Oh, divine heavens! The detestable Wainwright has not only obliterated my son's family, but now seeks to imprison him as well. How can such a scoundrel exist? There is no need for your anger, madam. It is precisely our duty as attorneys to seek justice for our clients, Hubert replied with a smile. I have just reviewed the plaintiff's complaint and feel quite confident about this defense. May I inquire if you wish to retain my services for your son's defense? Indeed, Attorney Hubert. The moment I laid eyes on you, I sensed that only a promising young lawyer, such as yourself, could save my poor little Bruce, Lady Kent declared earnestly. Hubert mused to himself. Madam, you appeared quite distrustful of me merely moments ago. It seems your perception shifted only after witnessing my displayed confidence. Now, if you would kindly sign the retainer agreement. Hubert continued, I must retain the plaintiff's complaint for further examination. Once Lady Kent and her entourage departed, Hubert realized that his meticulous approach to each case was beginning to yield dividends. This week, apart from the case involving Dallin, all the matters he received were referred by acquaintances. This indicated that his prior engagements had allowed him to cultivate a network, enabling him to establish a foothold within the legal profession. If he continued to uphold his diligent approach to each case, his connections would only expand. Regarding his first case of a not guilty defense, Hubert placed great importance on it. In addition to reviewing pertinent materials, he visited Minsk prison the following morning, Friday, to gather details about the bomb from Bruce. After thorough preparation, Hubert arrived early at the Bakeland court on Saturday, one of the 3 official courts in Bakeland that primarily handles criminal cases involving ordinary citizens. The official courtroom was considerably more spacious than the police court, with the judge's bench elevated, imparting a sense of authority. Additionally, court officers were present to maintain order, creating an intangible pressure. The gallery was also sizable, capable of accommodating 200 to 300 individuals. In attendance were not only Lady Kent and Mr. Barron, but also Bruce's friends, approximately 20 to 30 in total. Furthermore, members and friends of the plaintiff, the Wainwright family, occupied a separate area, occasionally exchanging fierce glares with the other side. Forsyth arrived punctually, this time bringing a notebook to record the details of Hubert's defense. Chapter 84. The Ascendant Hubert. Around 9 in the morning, the trial for the charge of intentional homicide officially commenced as a young judge, approximately 27 or 28 years of age, took his place on the bench. Hubert sensed the weight of authority emanating from the judge and questioned whether this individual was indeed a legitimate magistrate or merely performing a role. The prosecutor commenced with a statement outlining the charges against Bruce. The defendant allegedly hurled approximately 8 pounds of explosives into Mr. Wainwright's yard. Prior to the trial, I consulted with experts, and 8 pounds of explosives is sufficient to demolish Mr. Wainwright's house, potentially subjecting his family to catastrophic peril in their slumber. Moreover, the immense explosion could also endanger Mr. Wainwright's neighbors, inflicting varying degrees of harm and possibly igniting a fire, resulting in further casualties. Your Honor, we assert that the defendant's actions have severely jeopardized the personal and property safety of dozens of citizens, constituting both the crime of explosion and intentional homicide. The judge then addressed Hubert. It is now the defendant's attorney's turn to speak. Dressed in a black attorney's robe and adorned with a wig, Hubert rose and declared, Esteemed Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen of the gallery, I find it utterly astounding that the prosecutor would present such a preposterous assertion. At this declaration, the relatives of the Wainwright family in the gallery became agitated, some even murmuring curses under their breath. The judge admonished Hubert, counsel for the defendant, please mind your language. Your Honor, I speak only the truth, Hubert retorted. The evidence presented by the prosecution lies before you on the table. I trust the prosecution has verified it. That fuse is merely rolled paper, and even if ignited, it would be exceedingly difficult to reach the explosives. Furthermore, the fuse is not connected to the explosives. It is simply affixed to the exterior with glue. Pray tell, can such a bomb be detonated? Even if the explosives were potent, this bomb would not explode. The crux of the matter is that Mr. Bruce did not ignite the fuse. Thus, he harbored no intent of committing a crime, nor did he treat the explosives as a bomb. I must remind the prosecution that the crime of explosion is classified as a specific danger crime, and unless the plaintiff provides evidence to prove that this bomb would certainly detonate, or that Mr. Bruce engaged in any subjective act of ignition, the prosecution's charges lack specificity and cannot stand. Since the charge of explosion is invalid, the charge of intentional homicide is also unfounded. Therefore, I contend that the prosecutor's assertions are utterly ludicrous. Instantly, the gallery erupted in a cacophony of curses from the Wainwright family and friends, juxtaposed with cheers and applause from Bruce's supporters. The judge's gavel struck down. Silence. Counsel for the defendant. Do you have anything further to add? Once the audience quieted, Hubert replied, Your Honor, we conclude our statement. The prosecutor then resumed speaking, continuing to delineate the dangers and instability of the explosives, maintaining that they posed a threat to the personal safety and property of the Wainwright family. When it was Hubert's turn to speak again, he smiled and suggested, Your Honor. Prosecutor, shall we conduct a demonstration? Perhaps you could toss this piece of evidence at me and see if I will be blown to smithereens? Hubert seized upon a loophole regarding the classification of the explosion crime, compelling the prosecutor to alter their strategy. Your Honor, it is likely that the defendant acted in a fit of passion, thus failing to properly manage the bomb's fuse. However, the moment the defendant hurled the bomb into Mr. Wainwright's yard, he had already committed the crime of intentional harm. This represented a shift from pursuing the explosion charge to steadfastly defending against the charge of intentional homicide. Let us entertain this hypothetical, Hubert proposed. If I were to shout at you that I intended to kill you, and then threw a gun at you that was devoid of bullets, would you not also consider this to be an act of intentional homicide? Mr. Bruce may harbor grievances against the Wainwright family, yet he did not take effective action. Ladies and gentlemen, must one face over 20 years of imprisonment merely for harboring animosity toward another? If the charge of intentional homicide were upheld, Bruce would face at least 20 years to life imprisonment. Hubert challenged the prosecutor. May I inquire if you wish to strip individuals of their capacity for emotion? Even demons and malevolent deities do not possess such cruelty. By what right do you pursue this? Hubert's brilliant thought experiment and defense elicited applause and cheers from the gallery. The prosecutor gradually found himself struggling against Hubert's onslaught. Counsel for the defendant. Please refrain from evading the issue. The defendant harbored resentment toward the Wainwright family and threw a bomb at them. The causal relationship is indisputable. Is it not true that if someone were to throw a bomb at your home, it would be a crime? Hubert retorted, Of course it is a crime, was the prosecutor's response, met with surprise and gasps from the audience. Yet Hubert continued, Mr. Bruce's offense is the purchase and possession of dangerous materials, which, according to relevant statutes, should incur a fine of 10 to 30 in detention for no less than 15 days and no more than 3 months. As for the allegation of throwing a bomb at the Wainwright family, that is a baseless accusation. It cannot even be classified as a bomb, Mr. Bruce had no intention of taking a life, and thus, the charge of intentional homicide cannot be sustained. At this juncture in the trial, Hubert's defense of not guilty was effectively secured, and in the ensuing arguments, the prosecution found it increasingly challenging to mount a viable offensive. In the spectators' area, the faces of Bruce's relatives and friends gradually brightened with smiles, while the family and friends of Wainwright grew increasingly solemn. During the final statements, Hubert remarked, Your Honor, this case may seem like a mere dispute over a model-like bomb, yet it symbolizes the dwindling tolerance of the citizens of Beckland. If my client were indeed imprisoned for a prank, the spirit of openness and inclusivity in the Kingdom of Ruin would suffer a grave blow. The judge was visibly moved by these words, leading to the moment of judgment. The prosecution failed to present sufficient evidence to substantiate the defendant's intent to kill, and no concrete conclusion regarding dangerous criminal behavior was established. Therefore, this court rules that the prosecution's charges of explosive offenses and intentional homicide are unfounded. However, due to the defendant's purchase and possession of dangerous materials, coupled with the severity of the circumstances and a propensity to harm others, a fine of 30 and a 3-month detention are imposed. Bruce's family and friends exhaled in relief. A 30 fine was negligible for them, and 3 months was not an extended period. This verdict was far preferable to a conviction for intentional homicide. Yet, Wainwright in the plaintiff's seat was dissatisfied with the outcome, vocally announcing his intent to appeal. The judge paid no heed to Wainwright, gathering his documents and leaving the bench at a measured pace. At that moment, Hubert found himself in a rather extraordinary state, as the judge's ruling seemed to resonate with Hubert's adept manipulation of legal provisions and the exploitation of the plaintiff's claims vulnerabilities. As the judgment was completed, Hubert suddenly perceived an illusory, shattering sound echoing in his ears, and in that instant, he felt both his corporeal and spiritual essence undergo a profound elevation. The lawyer's potion had been entirely assimilated. Chapter 85, Moral Judgment. The assimilation of the potion transpired more smoothly than Hubert had anticipated, owing to his conscientious handling of each case and the resultant network of connections he had cultivated. If he continued to handle the cases assigned by Mr. Button, It would take at least another 2 to 3 weeks for the potion to be fully digested. The cases introduced by Mr. Bob, a cousin of Robin, Mr. Sean, introduced by Miss Hugh, and Mr. Bruce, introduced by Mr. Barron, collectively facilitated Hubert's digestion of the remaining potion within him. And the fact that these 3 cases were the fruits of his own networking efforts was what brought Hubert the greatest satisfaction. Thank you, Attorney Hubert. Bruce's sincere words of gratitude brought Hubert back to reality. He smiled and replied, "Your future happiness will be the greatest mockery of your past hardships. You come from a good family, and you are still young. I believe achieving this will not be difficult for you. Do not engage in foolishness any longer. Your counsel is my wish." After exchanging a few more words with his mother, Bruce followed the bailiff to serve his sentence. Although they had won the case, Mrs. Kent was still in tears, for Bruce would be confined in a cold prison for 3 months. Hubert exchanged a few words with Mr. Barron before they all departed in succession. Outside the courthouse, as Hubert was about to board a cab, Forsyth approached him, saying, "We're headed in the same direction. Shall we ride together? Carpool? No problem." Although he was already quite affluent, Hubert, ever the pragmatist, would not decline. Inside the carriage, Forsyth suddenly remarked, "Hubert, do you not think the punishment for Bruce is somewhat excessive?" I mean, no offense," Forsyth continued. "I too believe Bruce's actions should not be classified as intentional homicide or willful injury, yet he undeniably exhibits a tendency to harm others." "I understand your point," Hubert replied with a smile. "This is a common pitfall for those outside the legal profession. They often allow moral judgments to dictate the criteria for punishment." Forsyth paused, realizing the validity of this observation. "Miss Forsyth, you must understand that moral standards among people have never been entirely unified, making it exceedingly difficult to achieve consensus through moral evaluations." Hubert elaborated, "Take Bruce's case as an example. The Wainwright family believes he should be imprisoned for 20 years, which is evidently unreasonable. Conversely, Bruce's mother contends that her son should be released immediately, which is also unjustifiable. Have you noticed? More often than not, the law serves as a compromise. Its credibility and the forceful means of enforcement allow most individuals to abandon their moral judgments in favor of legal determinations. This is the intrinsic value of the judicial system." Forsyth smiled, acknowledging, "It seems my perspective has been rather naive." "No, this is my expertise," Hubert replied. "Just as I know nothing of writing books or practicing medicine, everyone has their own area of proficiency." Forsyth nodded, feeling enlightened by Hubert's explanation of the law, the image of the protagonist in her mind becoming increasingly vivid. Upon returning to the law firm, Hubert's thoughts were no longer on work. Since the potion had been thoroughly digested, it was time to advance. He had known for some time that the potion of sequenceate was called Barbarian and had previously battled the Barbarian Upton. Nevertheless, he was eager to discover the new abilities that the Barbarian would bestow. Hubert longed to slack off, yet Saturday afternoons were particularly busy. First, Mr. Sean, who had recently received a repayment, came to pay Hubert $36 in fees, expressing his gratitude before departing. Next, Mrs. Kent arrived to pay Hubert $38 in fees, similarly thanking him profusely before leaving. Since these 2 commissions were not assigned by the firm, according to its regulations, Hubert was only required to pay a reception fee of $2 for each case, as he had utilized the firm's premises to meet with the clients. Had Hubert opted for a fixed salary from the law firm at the outset, he would have been obliged to surrender these commission fees, which would then be distributed according to the relevant regulations. In total, these 2 cases netted Hubert $70 in earnings, resulting in an actual income of $61.7 after taxes. Commission fees fall under service charges, which are taxed at a lower rate than commercial taxes in the Kingdom of Ruin. However, since both incomes exceeded 20, the taxation threshold also surpassed 10. This led Hubert to reflect on how the Ruin government was indeed quite adept at generating revenue. He pondered whether he could exploit the auxiliary personnel credentials issued by the night watchers to evade taxes. He envied Mr. Kirk, whose income was tax-exempt. Furthermore, he envied how many of Mr. Kirk's mystical materials could be reimbursed, while he himself had to purchase even a spoonful of nightshade powder out of pocket. Ultimately, Hubert reminded himself that his current income surpassed Mr. Kirk's, which was perhaps his only consolation. While he was lost in thought, Dallin, whom he had encountered at the excavation site the previous day, arrived with Bill's wife, seeking to commission Hubert for Bill's defense. Hubert had initially intended to utilize Bill's case to digest the potion, but Mrs. Kent had beaten him to it. However, Hubert would not refuse Bill's case. Even after consuming the new potion, he intended to continue his practice as a lawyer for the foreseeable future. After reviewing the plaintiff's indictment, Hubert felt sufficiently confident about the defense and requested Bill's wife to sign the commission agreement. However, Bill's family was not particularly affluent. And considering they also had to compensate the plaintiff for economic damages, they could only offer 10 for legal fees. Hubert deemed this price reasonable, given that Bill's case was considerably simpler. Having wrapped up these matters, it was already past 5 in the afternoon when Hubert returned home by carriage, just in time for dinner. After dining, Hubert followed Christine to the study, closing the door behind him, and eagerly declared, "Father, I have completely digested the lawyer's potion." Christine was taken aback. "So soon?" "Yes, recent cases have illuminated the essence of legal practice for me." Hubert remarked that he swiftly digested the potion after his transformation. Christine nodded, suddenly fixing her gaze upon Hubert. He immediately felt an immense mental pressure, compelling him to muster all his strength to resist it. This pressure lingered for several seconds before dissipating entirely. Christine nodded again, confirming, "Indeed, you have fully digested it." He continued, "You surpassed the speed at which Rex and I digested potions in our time." He then inquired, "Do you wish to ascend to sequence 8 immediately?" Hubert nodded affirmatively. "Yes." "I must caution you," Christine said solemnly, "as you ascend through the ranks, the difficulty of obtaining potion formulas and extraordinary materials increases. Do not forget the curse that resides within you." Chapter 86. The Barbarian Potion. Hubert had nearly forgotten about the curse afflicting him. According to the information left by his biological father, Rex, the maddening whispers would return 6 months after each ascension, driving the Heller family members closer to madness and chaos. Thus, the optimal choice would be to wait a while longer, consuming the Sequence 8 potion closer to the 6-month mark, allowing Hubert more time to seek the formula and primary materials for Sequence 7. However, after becoming a lawyer, Hubert had confined those maddening whispers to the pool before the Iron Throne, and after 6 months, they might not affect him at all. This prompted his desire for immediate ascension, to enhance his power, and to slow down the progression once he had acquired several practical extraordinary abilities at Sequence 7. "My current strength is too feeble," Hubert stated, "rendering me incapable of investigating the family curse. Therefore, I must expedite my ascension." Christine sighed deeply. "I respect your decision. However, once you have digested the Sequence 8 potion, do not rush into ascension. I will share with you some secrets of the Heller family, and at that time, you will face new choices." Hubert nodded. "I will heed your advice." Christine chose not to say more. He opened a drawer and retrieved the key to the safe. He first took out a roll of parchment, followed by 2 extraordinary materials. Unrolling the parchment on the table, Christine then retrieved various tools, such as a beaker, measuring cylinder, and balance scale from the cabinet, along with several auxiliary materials. Hubert leaned in to glance at the parchment. It was the formula for the Barbarian Potion. Main materials: 1 stalk of frenzied grass, a solid horn crystal from the earth rhinoceros. Auxiliary materials: 1 deep-woven walnut, 1 stalk of lemon balm, 10 milliliters of pure dew extracted from poplar bark, and 100 milliliters of strong liquor. Another use of alcohol? Hubert mused upon seeing the potion's formula, wondering if every potion formula source from the Black Emperor included a requirement for alcohol. Christine began to concoct the potion according to the formula, starting with the black vein walnut and the fragrant lemon balm, followed by the pure dew and strong liquor. The 4 auxiliary materials, when added to the container, did not react at all. However, upon introducing a handful of frenzied grass, a sizzling reaction commenced, causing both the deep-woven walnut and lemon balm to melt to varying degrees. That handful of grass represented an entire stalk of frenzied grass. Despite not knowing when it had been harvested, it still retained vitality and appeared to writhe before being placed into the container. Lastly, the solid horn crystal from the earth rhinoceros resembled a small black crystal, sparkling like a cat's eye gem under the light. Upon placing the horn crystal into the container, a small plume of black smoke erupted, and all solid materials were instantaneously dissolved, bubbling without any external heat applied. After a few seconds, the bubbles subsided, and the potion transformed into a deep red liquid, occasionally shimmering with red starlight. Pouring the liquid into a pre-prepared cup left no residue in the container. Hubert took the cup, gazing at the liquid with a smile. "I didn't expect it to look so unappetizing. Had I known, I would have skipped dinner." With a dismissive comment about the potion, Hubert tilted his head back and consumed it in one swift motion. Before he could savor its flavor, the warm liquid cascaded down his throat into his stomach. The moment he set the cup down, his entire body stiffened, followed by waves of excruciating pain, as if every muscle and bone in his body was being reforged by an invisible hammer. Unlike the potion for lawyers, which had not elicited much discomfort, the Barbarian Potion was fundamentally different. It felt as though it was completely reconstructing Hubert's physique. After the intense pain, a sensation akin to a heart bursting forth from his chest followed. The relentless discomfort compelled Hubert to collapse into a chair, his head bowed in silent endurance. After a minute or two, the palpitations and unease gradually subsided, allowing Hubert to exhale deeply. Christine, standing nearby, inquired, "How do you feel? Have you begun to sense the pain of ascension?" Hubert took a deep breath before asking, "Is the discomfort of sequence 7 and sequence 6 even more severe?" "The potions of the middle sequences primarily impact the mind rather than the body," Christine explained. "Hence, once you fully digest the sequence 8 potion, you will need to prepare for a while before attempting ascension." Hubert nodded. "I understand." Pouring himself a glass of strong liquor, Christine suggested, "Experience your newfound abilities." Hubert extended his awareness, gaining insights into the powers of the barbarian. Firstly, his mental strength had significantly increased. When confronting an ordinary person, he could easily distort their thoughts. And even against lower sequence, extraordinary beings, he could impose a notable deviation from their intended thoughts. Furthermore, he could resist most low-sequence mental attacks and had a degree of resistance to middle-sequence assaults as well. Additionally, his capacity to discern patterns and identify weaknesses had markedly improved. Beyond these changes typical to a lawyer, the barbarian potion bestowed upon Hubert a new ability, the frenzied state. Remarkably, this state allowed him to retain all his rationality. Currently, Hubert could maintain this state for over 10 minutes, and, as he digested the potion further, the duration of this state would extend. In the frenzied state, Hubert could unleash astonishing strength. His physical form also enhanced correspondingly. He felt capable of lifting objects 3 times his own weight, akin to an ant. Such incredible power in combat was more ferocious than that of a warrior. Unfortunately, during his battle with Afton, Hubert discovered a shortcoming of the barbarian, a slight deficiency in speed. However, the combat ring he possessed effectively mitigated this limitation. Once the frenzied state concluded, Hubert experienced no discomfort or reduction in strength. He merely needed to wait for his mental energy to recuperate before entering the frenzied state again. The barbarian potion primarily bolstered his physical prowess, endowing Hubert with combat capabilities far surpassing the norm. As for extraordinary abilities, they chiefly manifested in the distortion of language. Upon comprehending his own condition, a new dilemma emerged before Hubert: how to embody the barbarian. Would he need to reside among the local tribesmen in the jungles of the southern continent for a period? The leap from a well-dressed lawyer to a wild man felt rather substantial. Moreover, what commonalities existed between a lawyer and a barbarian? Chapter 87, Unlocking New Abilities. Christine responded, "This is something you must experience for yourself. Remember, embodying your role is an essential aspect for extraordinary beings. Others' opinions should only serve as a reference. It is crucial to cultivate your own understanding of the potion and your extraordinary abilities." Burdened with thoughts, Hubert departed the study and returned to his bedroom. He first contemplated Christine's earlier words before eagerly entering the realm of disorder. As Hubert stepped into the realm of disorder, he immediately sensed a palpable difference. His spiritual essence seemed robust enough to sustain him here for a couple of hours. He could also utilize the sacrificial gate to seize items lacking substantial spiritual properties and manage 2 to 3 sacrifices in a single endeavor. However, such circumstances were unlikely, given that he currently had only one follower. And with himself, that amounted to 2. Hubert then noticed that the indistinct figure he had ensnared in the pond had become increasingly discernible, revealing itself to be a young man. This revelation took Hubert by surprise. Confining the nebulous silhouette within the waters had not resolved the curse. Following Hubert's ascension, the apparition seemed to have gained a more corporeal form and enhanced strength. Hubert harbored a fear that one day this figure might ascend from the pond and claim the Iron Throne, thus usurping the realm of disorder. Fortunately, after his advancement, Hubert's grip over the realm had intensified, and thus far, the blurry figure showed no signs of breaking free from his control. It was imperative to investigate the family curse post-haste. Hubert mused, for this curse was akin to a ticking time bomb. Calming his thoughts, Hubert expanded his spiritual essence and discovered that the entire mountain housing the Iron Throne was under his dominion. At the mountainside lay a modest grove of trees, which had appeared unremarkable before falling within Hubert's purview. However, now, Hubert's spiritual senses detected something unusual about these trees. Rising to his feet, he took a step closer, finding that these trees seemed impervious to the passage of time. Upon extending his hand, a branch materialized within his grasp. His spiritual essence immediately discerned its capabilities, astonishingly. It was a one-time use magical artifact. First, a spell needed to be set in advance for activation. At the moment of use, The wielder would infuse it with spiritual energy and utter the incantation, plunging the branch into the ground, whereupon it would instantly burgeon into a grand tree. The holder would gain the ability to manipulate the order beneath the tree's canopy, rendering the area advantageous to themselves while disadvantaging their adversaries. Additionally, the holder could distort the targets of their opponent's attacks and extraordinary abilities. The magnificent tree would persist for 10 minutes, after which it would swiftly wither, ultimately reverting to a mere branch. With Hubert's advancement, the duration and range of the tree's existence would gradually increase. Upon withering, another branch would sprout from one of the trees in the realm of disorder, the essence of order remaining unchanged. Once Hubert achieved complete control over the realm of disorder, these branches would become reusable magical artifacts. However, until then, utilizing a branch externally would result in only a slim chance of it regenerating within the grove. Yet, this was still a boon, providing Hubert with an additional trump card. Contemplating how to discreetly carry this branch outside, Hubert thought it impractical to lug it about in plain sight. Would he really need to bear it to court? The mere image of such an occurrence struck him as absurd, and in combat, an opponent would undoubtedly notice the branch, taking precautions against it. After some reflection and experimentation, Hubert discovered that the branch's form could indeed be altered. Ultimately, he transformed it into a piece of processed ebony wood, intending to affix the metallic tip of his staff to the altered branch once he exited the realm of disorder. Resuming his seat upon the iron throne, Hubert named the branch Wood of Order, with the activation incantation being Order. Shortly thereafter, he planned to employ the Wood of Order to assist him in his ventures outside. Gazing at the disordered sky of the realm of disorder, Hubert was suddenly struck by the idea of constructing a grand hall here. After all, it seemed rather undignified for a creator to conduct affairs in the wild. Thus, a magnificent hall rose majestically, with the iron throne positioned atop an elevated dais within, rendering Hubert appear quite imposing. The pond before the iron throne resembled an ancient royal pool, enhancing Hubert's aura of mystery and distance. As the grand hall neared completion over the pond, it abruptly halted. Hubert sighed, given his current capabilities regarding the realm of disorder. This was as far as he could build. Thus, the creator's palace was left unfinished, awaiting further construction after his ascension to Sequence 7. Fortunately, no one else was present, so Hubert felt no embarrassment. In the end, Hubert discovered that his true vision, projected through the stars, had increased severalfold. Previously, he could only see the surroundings of Elliot and Raft, but now his perception extended 7 or 8 meters. With a clearer understanding of the changes within the realm of disorder, Hubert utilized the Wood of Order through a bestowal method, feeling his spiritual essence waning, prompting him to enter a meditative state to recuperate. Having recently consumed a potion, depleting his spiritual essence was a perilous predicament. On Sunday, Hubert indulged in a leisurely morning, feeling invigorated in both strength and spirit. He ventured to the tool shed to gather some carpentry tools, meticulously disassembling the metallic tip of his staff to affix it to the Wood of Order. After sanding it down to eliminate any traces of alteration, Hubert raised the staff, admiring his craftsmanship, as the modifications were nearly imperceptible. After enjoying lunch, Hubert made his way to the mercenary club in his family's carriage to participate in the gathering of extraordinary individuals. As he had anticipated, this week's assembly featured numerous mercenaries vending magical items, showcasing considerable finds over the past few weeks, making them the stars of the event. While lost in thought, a mercenary stood up, declaring, "I have a magical item for sale." As he spoke, he produced a small segment of a candle, seemingly wrapped in human skin, with a wick measuring a finger's length, entirely black with intricate, scale-like patterns. Hubert immediately straightened in his seat. The seller continued, "This candle can assist you in entering the mindscape of your opponent, making it ideal for coercive interrogations. However, it is advisable not to use it for extended periods, as the wielder may easily become lost within a mindscape." Hubert's gaze remained fixed on the small candle. It was indeed a nightmare candle. Chapter 88, The Giant Bishop. The mercenary clearly had not thoroughly researched the capabilities of a nightmare candle. Entering an opponent's mindscape was merely one of its abilities. Its more significant power lay in dragging the opponent into the deepest layer of dreams and fracturing their personality. The mercenary quoted a price of 900 pounds. This was an extraordinary opportunity to seize. Hubert immediately stood and declared, "I'll take it." He was confident that among the many attendees at the gathering, only he comprehended the candle's full capabilities and potential drawbacks. At first glance, the nightmare candle appeared unremarkable, a magical item capable of entering an enemy's mindscape, likely valued around 1,000 pounds. However, if it possessed only that singular ability, selling it for 900 to 950 pounds would be entirely reasonable, considering its negative effects. If the candle's complete range of abilities were known, its value could easily multiply by 4 or 5 times, a conservative estimate, as such items, almost comparable to Sequence 6, would undoubtedly command a premium. This was the advantage of having a godlike perspective. Many participants at the gathering sensed that the candle offered more than mere access to an opponent's mindscape. Yet they were unwilling to gamble on whether it truly possessed greater powers. Numerous magical items have been traded over the past few weeks, and they preferred to invest their funds in more assured acquisitions. Only Hubert grasped the true nature of a nightmare candle. He could not let this opportunity slip away. Moreover, the extraordinary gathering at the Mercenary Club had clear regulations stipulating that should one desire authentication and notarization, a fee must be paid for the service. It was proposed that notarization requires a fee equivalent to approximately 10 of the transaction amount, which generally deters individuals from pursuing such formalities. Nevertheless, even in the absence of notarization, malicious fraudsters will inevitably face repercussions. Hubert's acquisition can merely be regarded as a fortunate opportunity, devoid of any breach of regulations. However, another officer took a keen interest in the candle, rising to declare, "I bid 950. Hubert promptly countered, 960, 1000, 1010. The officer shrugged, conceding, "Very well. It is yours." This officer possessed a remarkable artifact and recognized the candle's extraordinary nature. Yet 1000 was his limit, as he was aware that numerous more enticing magical items awaited discovery that day. Hubert, undeterred, immediately raised his bid to 1010, leaving his savings diminished to a mere semblance of what could fill his wallet. However, he intended to resell it, and soon his wallet would overflow again. Of course, he had no intention of selling. A grander scheme was formulating in his mind. The gathering extended unusually long, culminating in a multitude of transactions and concluding around 4 in the afternoon. Upon departing the underground theater, Hubert first penned a letter to Delhi, arranging to meet her the following day. Then, without delay, he returned home to secure the nightmare candle, finding solace only once it was safely stored. Without a moment's respite, he took his 2-wheeled carriage to the Harvest Church on Rose Street in the southern district of the Grand Bridge. This resplendent golden church boasted a striking steeple and the emblem of life, inscribed upon its exterior, depicting a simple infant encircled by symbols of wheat, flowers, and springs. By now, dusk had descended, and the church was dimly lit, seemingly devoid of congregants. Hubert stepped into the church, observing rows of neatly arranged pews, flanked by flickering candles. In the front row sat a tall man in a brown clerical robe, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s. His brows were sparse and faint, with prominent wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, cheeks, and mouth. He bowed his head, seemingly engaged in the most devout of confessions. Hubert approached him step by step. "Greeting, good day, Bishop Ostrowski. You know me?" The bishop lifted his head. "I prefer to be addressed as Father Ostrowski." "Very well, Father Bishop," Hubert replied. "I am Hubert, a lawyer." Ostrowski scrutinized Hubert for a moment. "I have heard of you from Sizer. Your presence here suggests that matters have progressed." Sizer was a servant of the Harvest Church who had previously conversed with Hubert at Mr. A's gathering. "Indeed," Hubert affirmed, "but first, I must confirm our previous debt arrangement. You still owe me 3/5 of the apothecary's potion formula, correct? This can also be translated to 150 in cash. Although neither of us would relish a cash transaction, we can use it as a measure for our forthcoming agreement." Ostrowski nodded in agreement, awaiting Hubert's next words. Hubert continued, "At today's gathering, I discovered a magical item that you require. It is a candle that possesses the ability to delve into the innermost depths of the mind of both the adversary and the holder, materializing corresponding scenarios, as well as the capacity to fragment personalities. It preliminarily exhibits a portion of the abilities of a dreamwalker and a hypnotist. The first ability draws the opponent into a scenario favorable to the holder, while the second, precisely what you need, can manifest your murderous persona and subsequently obliterate it. The negative consequence is that it can only be utilized for a maximum of 5 minutes, after which the holder risks becoming lost in the realm of dreams. Moreover, upon entering the depths of the opponent's mind, the holder's mind also becomes exposed, allowing the opponent to exert influence over the holder. This extraordinary item is priced at 3,800. Ostrowski's expression betrayed no joy, as though the matter at hand were of no concern to him. "A fair price," he remarked. Hubert smiled. "If I were to purchase this magical item, considering the risks I undertake and intermediary fees, an additional 50 to you would not be unreasonable, would it?" "Not unreasonable," Ostrowski replied. Hubert continued, adding the 150 you owe me brings your total debt to 4,000. The value of the apothecary's formula ranges from 230 to 250. Let us settle on 250. Thus, even if you provide me with the apothecary's formula, you would still owe me 3,750. Ostrowski nodded in acknowledgement. Hubert chuckled wryly, recognizing the bishop's talent for stifling conversation. He persisted. Father, do you have such a sum in cash? I do not. Hubert pressed on. Then how do you plan to settle this debt? Ostrowski regarded Hubert with a knowing glance. It seems you have unwittingly provided me with a means of repayment. Hubert smiled innocuously. I am primarily concerned for your well-being, Father. You are here to preach, not to engage in business. Amassing such wealth is quite the challenge. Ostrowski showed little reaction, merely gazing at Hubert in silence. Hubert, resembling a stand-up comedian, continued, You see, I have a friend. What is that expression on your face? I assure you, it is indeed a friend, not a reference to myself. This friend has crossed paths with an extraordinary family, whose members intend to send a sequence 6 and 2 sequence 7s to hunt him down. If you can eliminate or significantly injure the sequence 6, you could clear 2,000 of debt. Should you merely stall or drive them away, you would still clear 1,000. If you manage to slay both foes in battle, you will have settled the entirety of your debt. Chapter 8-9, Hubert's Plan. As Hubert anticipated, Ostrowski accepted his proposal, viewing it merely as a brawl. With a value ranging from 1,000 to 2,000, an advantageous deal. For Hubert, as long as the giant bishop could engage the sequence 6. He aimed to retain at least one sequence 7. Undoubtedly, if all went as planned, both sequence 7s might remain. Furthermore, considering the possibility of 2 sequence 8s joining the fray, they too would be detained. The extraordinary abilities of these 4 extraordinary beings alone could fetch 4,000 to 5,000 pounds. Any additional spoils would yield even greater profit, rendering this battle a surefire gain for Hubert. Moreover, Hubert could acquire further intelligence regarding the Tamara family, information far more crucial than spoils, as in the future, the Tamara family was likely to become his primary adversary. Having settled the terms of repayment, Hubert added, Father, you must first provide me with the apothecary's formula. My funds are insufficient to purchase the magical item outright, so I require the sale of the apothecary's formula before I can acquire it. Very well. Ostrowski retrieved paper and pen from his pocket, inscribing the potion formula. Hubert glanced at it. Primary ingredients: horn of an adult unicorn Pegasus, 3 grams of crystallized venom from crown jellyfish. Auxiliary materials: 10 grams of dragon's blood herb powder, 3 drops of colchicine essence, 6 petals of the blooming spoonflower, 80 milliliters of pure water. Upon securing the potion formula, Hubert smiled. I shall bring you the magical item tomorrow morning. Ostrowski acknowledged with a sound, then slowly bowed his head, preparing to resume his confession. Hubert stepped a few paces out, then suddenly turned back, asking, Father, are you not concerned that I might take the potion formula and never return? Without lifting his gaze, Ostrowski replied, You are a person of restraint. Such individuals typically understand the perils of greed. Hubert chuckled lightly and departed briskly. He had merely inflated the price of the nightmare candle by 38 times. And in all fairness, this price was indeed quite reasonable. As Hubert reboarded the carriage, he was suddenly struck by the illusion that this Ostrowski bore a striking resemblance to the venerable monks of his recollections. Few words were spoken, yet wisdom radiated from him, particularly in his keen perception of others. After departing from the Harvest Church, Hubert made his way to the estate of the Earl of Glent. Glent was somewhat taken aback upon seeing the apothecary's potion formula, for it signified that Hubert had struck a new accord with the Bishop of Harvest Church. Mr. Hubert, Glent commanded, bring forth 270 in cash. As per our previous agreement, you are to recount the entirety of the transaction to me. Oh, should I invite Miss Audrey to join us? However, it is already dark. How about we visit Audrey together? Hubert suggested with a smile. Indeed, as you say, it is rather late today. I shall recount the tale to Miss Audrey at a more opportune time. Very well. Audrey shall undoubtedly relish this story. Subsequently, Hubert recounted the events in broad strokes, omitting the specifics regarding the nightmare candle and the price inflation that ensued after his involvement, merely stating that at an extraordinary gathering, he had assisted Bishop Ostrowski in locating a coveted magical item. I wish I could witness the process of severing and extinguishing a person's persona, Glent lamented. Picking up the potion formula. From where shall I procure these ingredients? I can endeavor to assist you in acquiring them, Hubert replied. As far as I am aware, these auxiliary ingredients are readily available and not overly expensive. The primary materials are also not particularly rare, though they often require a stroke of luck to obtain. Glint nodded in agreement. Then I shall entrust this task to you. Please procure the materials with all due haste. I am eager to become an apothecary. Having concluded their business, Hubert casually shared a few anecdotes from the extraordinary realm that the Earl particularly enjoyed before he took his leave. As he observed Hubert's departing figure, Glint's gaze deepened, and he instructed his personal attendant, draft a letter to Miss Hurst and Miss Forth, expressing my desire to seek information from them. Should it be necessary, I am willing to compensate them for their insights. The attendant bowed, slightly before setting about the task. On Monday morning, Hubert made a brief appearance at the law firm before visiting clients. His first stop was Harvest Church, where he presented the nightmare candle to Bishop Utrzowski. He then hurried to the Obsidian Bar in the North District to meet with Dolly. Dolly remarked with a smile, I somewhat regret recommending you as our informant. I have never witnessed a liaison as busy as myself. Hubert chuckled. My dear lady, I have called upon you for a matter of great importance, one from which you stand to gain considerably. Oh, something extraordinary is about to transpire in Bakerland, Hubert whispered, glancing around the currently desolate bar. An extraordinary conflict. Extraordinary conflicts occur daily in Bakerland. This particular battle is of my design. Dolly's interest piqued. Pray, elaborate. I have a friend, yes. I am aware of the implication in your gaze, but truly, he is my friend, Hubert clarified. He is being pursued by a family of extraordinary individuals, and I intend to orchestrate an ambush to counterattack. I have already secured the assistance of a Sequence 6 ally, but for prudence's sake, I require another Sequence 6 companion, hence my request for your assistance, Ms. Dolly. This is a private entreaty, not one for the night watch. Dolly paused, taken aback. So, you're not here merely to report? You're requesting my aid? Precisely, Hubert affirmed. Should you choose not to assist, the battle shall still occur, albeit unbeknownst to the night watch. Dolly, her cerulean eyes shimmering, scrutinized Hubert. I sense a hint of intimidation in your words. If I do not lend my aid, this matter will slip beyond the night watch's control. Absolutely not. I am simply speaking the truth, Hubert asserted. I genuinely seek your assistance. Should you intervene, you shall have a claim to the spoils, though your selection order will follow mine. However, if you manage to slay an enemy of Sequence 7 or higher during the conflict, your selection order will precede mine. Your primary adversary is likely to be of Sequence 7. Dolly was taken aback. Hubert, who had only recently become a liaison for the night watch, was already devising a scheme involving Sequences 6 and 7. This rendered Hubert all the more enigmatic, suggesting that he was not merely the son of a brigadier. After weighing her options for a few moments, Dolly finally relented. I shall agree, but you must first divulge how you came to know the origin of 2355. Anticipating this inquiry from Dolly, Hubert was prepared. 2355 is linked to a special sealed object or magical item I encountered through a legal pathway. I divined its origins through that object. Ah, I see. Dolly nodded. Notify me of the battle's time and location half a day prior, so I have ample time to prepare. Certainly. Hubert exhaled in relief. With two Sequence 6 individuals in place, the risk of this conflict was significantly mitigated. Chapter 90. The Law of Conservation of Extraordinary Traits. In the subterranean chambers of the Bakerland Parish Night Watch, Captain Thomas questioned Dolly, who had just concluded a divination. What was the outcome? Dolly replied, Hubert spoke the truth, which implies that Brigadier Christine truly possesses a sealed object related to 2355. Thomas furrowed his brow. How have I never heard of this? Dolly speculated. Perhaps it is not a sealed object held by Brigadier Christine? No, that cannot be. Thomas insisted. Hubert is only Sequence 9. How could he possess a Level 2 sealed object? At this juncture, they remained unaware that Hubert had already advanced in rank. Dolly shook her head. Our development of him as an informant, even as an extraneous member, is prudent. At least we can ascertain his movements and impose some constraints upon him. Thomas sighed, deciding to let the matter of Sequence 9 and Level 2 sealed objects rest. He turned to Dolly. Have you made your decision? This is the second invitation from Sesama. Joining the Red Gloves would afford you broader avenues for advancement. Dolly smiled. Joining the Red Gloves entails constant travel, which seems rather mundane. Thomas lamented. This is an opportunity that many covet. Shortly after 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Hubert arrived at 192 Blanca Street. He had indeed spoken the truth to Dolly that morning. The realm of disorder was precisely the unique sealed objects and magical items of the legal pathway. Moreover, 2355 was indeed connected to the realm of disorder, a narrative he had carefully crafted to withstand divination and other means of discerning truth from falsehood. Should the diviner seek to uncover more specific information, The presence of the realm of disorder would ensure their divination would meet with failure. Thus, the Night Watch could only ascertain the veracity of Hubert's statements without delving into further particulars. At exactly 3 o'clock, Hubert's vision was engulfed in gray mist, familiar figures appearing in the ancient hall as the Tarot Society convened once more. The Fool Klein and Justice Audrey, one possessing spiritual sight and the other an observer, immediately discerned that Hubert was markedly different from his last appearance. Particularly Klein, whose spiritual sight revealed Hubert's astral form to be more solidified, its hue leaning towards black. As he advanced, he had only joined the Tarot Society a month prior, and yet he had already reached Sequence 8. The hanged man Algie was the last to note the anomaly, unsure of how to respond, leaving the hall in a brief silence. Ultimately, it was Audrey's greeting that shattered the stillness. In this week, Hubert and the other two had yet to procure the diary of Emperor Roselle, so they directly proceeded to the trading segment. Hubert and Audrey turned their gaze towards Algie. Clearing his throat, Algie addressed Hubert. I am grateful for your suggestion. It has led me to new clues within the ruins. Audrey appeared to be even more elated than Algier. So, does that imply there are indeed hidden clues within the ruins? Indeed, Algier affirmed, recounting his clandestine exploration of the ruins as per their previous agreement. However, he merely alluded to his findings without disclosing the 3 locations left by the skeleton. Audrey smiled and remarked, Congratulations, Mr. Hangman. Following these clues, you ought to uncover further treasures. Hubert interjected, Opportunities invariably coexist with risks. I sincerely hope you remain as prudent as ever. I shall, Algier replied. Before I continue my exploration along these leads, I wish to clarify one matter. He continued, assuming my family harbors a secret, and I lack the means to reap the benefits of such a secret, I would never leave it behind in this world before my demise. But why did the skeleton exhibit such an unusual behavior? Is there a trap involved, or is there a secret I remain unaware of? Algier's gaze was fixed on Hubert, clearly directing his inquiry towards him. Hubert took a moment to gather his thoughts before responding. As I previously mentioned, there are 3 laws governing extraordinary properties. Your question can be elucidated by the second law. Moreover, can you fathom the antagonistic relationships amongst deities? Why do nations find themselves in the present state of affairs? The group endeavored to conceal their astonishment. The animosity between deities, was it not predicated on differing doctrines? The very catalyst of their discord could be the laws governing extraordinary properties? After a slight hesitation, Algier inquired, What price must I pay to uncover this answer? Hubert smiled and stated, Firstly, I must clarify that the value of information regarding the laws of extraordinary properties and the details about the elven race from last week is nearly beyond monetary assessment. I understand, Algier replied. Thus, I request you to propose a fee that I can bear. 1,500 pounds, Hubert said, though I suggest that Miss Justice cover this cost. Algier was perplexed by Hubert's implication. Audrey was equally taken aback. Me? Indeed, Hubert affirmed. Didn't Miss Justice express a desire for this information previously? Furthermore, during my conversation with the hangman last week, I did not intentionally exclude you, which allowed you to acquire information about the elven race without charge. In light of this, I believe it is most appropriate for you to compensate for today's information, ensuring that none of us owes the other, and that we all receive information that is otherwise elusive within our respective circles. Klein, hidden in the fog, mused that Hubert, indeed a lawyer, had effortlessly delineated the debt relationships among the 3 parties. Naturally, Klein was the most pleased with this arrangement, acquiring information from both the hangman and the emperor without spending a single penny. At that moment, he reflected that the platform was the ultimate victor. Audrey pondered for a moment. Recognizing the emperor's rationale and her genuine interest in the information, she agreed to the fee. Very well, Mr. Emperor. Should I send the payment to the original address? Not so fast, Hubert replied, as he currently lacked for funds. I will request it when necessary. Perhaps I may later enlist your assistance, which could serve as a suitable offset for this debt. Audrey nodded, understood. Hubert then turned to Algier. I have one more request. I wish to be informed of your subsequent exploration process. No problem, Algier assured. Once the compensation was agreed upon, Hubert elaborated. The second law of extraordinary properties is known as the law of conservation of extraordinary properties. The extraordinary properties in the world are finite. They neither increase nor diminish. The grand hall fell into silence, once more as Klein, Algier, and Audrey each began to conjure their own associations. Subsequently, these thoughts detonated in their minds, and they grasped just how astonishing this information was. Hubert continued, In the realm of the extraordinary, there exists a saying, the moment you consume a potion, you have already determined who your enemies are and who your friends shall be. Chapter 91, The Busy Hubert. Hubert's words plunged the other three into deeper contemplation. Klein finally comprehended why the church refrained from openly playing the law. Extraordinary properties are conserved. The quantity remains constant. If everyone rapidly digests the potions, seeking advancement would be simpler through acquiring extraordinary properties from others rather than hunting for increasingly scarce extraordinary materials. Merely speculating on this notion was a profoundly bloody and terrifying prospect. Hubert continued, "Let us return to Mr. Hangman's inquiry. The skeleton inscribed this secret in hopes that one day someone would uncover the extraordinary properties left behind by those three high elves. When the authority of the Elven King was usurped, the remaining elves harbored deep resentment. Whoever wields the power of the storm is loathed by the elves. Hence, they would prefer that more pirates are aware of those three locations, as long as those extraordinary properties do not belong to the Church of the Storm. The one who acquires them will inevitably be an enemy of the Church. Of course, this secret could very well be seized by the Church of the Storm, but even if its members obtained such crucial information, there exists a significant chance they would not report it upwards. This presented an exceptional opportunity for independence. If one could acquire even one of those extraordinary properties, the four kings of the sea would become five." Klein cast a contemplative glance at Algier, who, upon hearing this, felt a rush of adrenaline. What the emperor spoke of was precisely what he sought. Hubert remarked, "Since there is a considerable probability this will cause trouble for the Church of the Storm, or rather for the Lord of the Storm, the skeleton would undoubtedly take every possible measure to preserve this secret." "I understand," Algier responded. "No wonder the Kingdom of Ruin and the Kingdom of Phenobot have historically been adversaries." However, he inquired, "Why does the Church of the Storm harbor animosity towards the Church of Knowledge and the Church of Eternal Radiance?" Hubert smiled and replied, "That is another question altogether. The answer to this query is equally as precious as the law of conservation of extraordinary properties, perhaps even more so. This signaled the initiation of a new transaction. But the law of conservation of extraordinary properties would suffice for them to contemplate for a while." Neither Algier nor Audrey seemed inclined to pursue further negotiations. Each of them indulged in their own speculations, and this transaction came to a close. Algier recognized the risks he faced and prepared to investigate from a different angle. During the open exchange segment, there was nothing noteworthy to share among them this week. After a brief exchange, the tarot meeting concluded. Upon leaving the fog, Hubert returned to his rented room, stretching lazily. He needed to procure materials for the alchemist's potions and pay a visit to Apton. Lying in bed, Hubert reflected, "What a busy week it has been." Algier sat silently in the captain's quarters, stunned. He had not anticipated that the animosity among extraordinary beings stemmed from foundational laws. "Captain, urgent telegram from the Abyss of Storms." A crew member knocked at the door. Algier was momentarily taken aback. As a member of the Church of the Storm masquerading as a pirate, he had seldom received telegrams from the Abyss of Storms. He swiftly opened the door and seized the telegram from his subordinate. "Investigate the whereabouts of Kylanges." Kylanges? Algier's expression hardened. Why would the Abyss of Storms investigate him? In Beakland, Queen's Avenue, Hugh and Forth emerged from Viscount Greyland's residence. Hugh expressed concern. "We divulged so much information about Hubert to Greyland. Is that truly all right?" "Unless the Viscount is a member of the Aurora Society," Forth replied with a smile. "Previously, Hubert himself mentioned your endeavor to locate Zachary. This indicates that, for him, this operation does not require confidentiality among the members of the League of Justice. We merely supplemented a few details, so there should be no issues." Hugh found it somewhat peculiar that Lord Glayland had suddenly taken an interest in Hubert's exploits. Wasn't the Lord typically enamored with tales from the extraordinary realm? Forsyth paid little heed to this. Hugh slowly nodded, contemplating that if the opportunity arose, she ought to remind Hubert. Beckland, 51, Henry Street. Hubert entered Gal's herb shop, where Gal was polishing the counter. "Ah, dear Mr. Hubert, you have come to tend to my business once more." Hubert smiled and replied, "I wish to procure some special materials." Gal immediately comprehended Hubert's intent. "Please, follow me." He rang a bell hidden beneath the counter to summon a clerk to tend the shop, then invited Hubert to enter the backyard through a side door. Having engaged in previous transactions, Hubert had developed a foundational trust in Gal and followed him to the spacious backyard of the herb shop, which was adorned with an array of unprocessed herbs, permeated by the scent of medicinal plants. Gal led Hubert to a small room and inquired, "What exactly do you require?" Hubert stated, "The horn of an adult unicorn and the crystallized venom of a crowned jellyfish." By requesting only these two primary materials, the vendor would remain oblivious to Hubert's true intentions. Gal responded, "The horn of an adult unicorn is available in the warehouse." but I regret to inform you that we do not have the crystallized venom of the crown jellyfish in stock. If you return after 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, I assure you I will have both materials ready for you. Given the high value of these items, their cost would range between $320 and $350. Hubert nodded. Very well. I shall return tomorrow. After departing from Gal's herb shop, Hubert returned home to inform the butler that he would be late for dinner and requested a meal to be set aside for him. He then took a carriage to the outskirts and walked several kilometers to the woods opposite Upton's estate. Under the last rays of the setting sun, he surveyed the area to confirm Upton was still alive. Only when night fell did he nimbly ascend to the second floor and enter Upton's bedroom through the window. Upton, upon seeing Hubert masked, was filled with joy. Hubert's return signified his intention to assist in dealing with the Tamara family. Hubert got straight to the point. You need to relocate near the Harvest Church in Southbridge. I will set an ambush there, awaiting the arrival of the Tamara family members. Although the Harvest Church was legal in Beckland, Bishop Ostrowski was not a legitimate, extraordinary entity. Given Delhi's involvement in the division of spoils, if the giant bishop were to engage in a brawl near the Harvest Church, the night watchers might turn a blind eye. But venturing out several dozen kilometers for a skirmish would be an entirely different matter. Furthermore, the Harvest Church served as an excellent ambush point. Upton nodded vigorously. Excellent. I shall rent a secluded house in Southbridge tomorrow. He continued, as I mentioned before, my mother was an astrologer, thus our intuition is inherently heightened. I have a premonition that family members may arrive in the coming days. Once you move to Southbridge, I will wait nearby. Hubert cautioned, you must frequently wear strands of the astrologer's hair, and if your instincts provide a dangerous warning, notify me immediately. He added, moreover, during this conflict, you shall have no claim to any spoils unless you play a significant role. Chapter 92. The Poison Master. Naturally, Upton had no objections to Hubert's arrangement for the spoils. His survival was the greatest reward of this confrontation. However, Upton had other needs and said to Hubert, I require no spoils, but I will still provide you with the promised remuneration, provided you can procure a body of a recently deceased member of the Tamara family. Hubert realized this might be material for evading the divination of the Tamara family and curiously asked, cannot you use your mother's body? Upton shook his head. My father's notes specify that it must be the essence of a family member from outside our own. Hubert nodded. Once you have secured the rental, wait for me at the Harvest Church. The following morning, Hubert penned a letter to Hugh, informing her of his commitment to assist Upton, and urged the two ladies to prepare for battle. While he refrained from detailing the nature of his assistance, he was confident that Hugh would grasp the essence of his message upon reading it. After spending time in the office until past 9, Hubert departed once more to visit clients. He returned to Gal's herb shop, where he spent $330 to acquire a complete adult unicorn horn and 5 grams of crystallized crown jellyfish venom. Subsequently, he spent an additional $30 on an assortment of herbs used in mysticism, acquiring supplementary materials for potions. And he purchased significantly more than necessary, opting for a small vial of colchicum essence and 2 blossoms of the spoonflower. Altogether, his expenditures totaled $360, and Hubert quoted Lord Glaylant $420, considering the multiple trips and the inherent risks involved. Lord Glaylant promptly paid the sum and requested Hubert's assistance in concocting a potion. As Hubert prepared the necessary materials and began the process, he suddenly sensed a pair of eyes fixated upon him and Lord Glaylant. Quickly activating his spiritual sight, he found no traces of hidden undead creatures or other magical beings lurking in the shadows. Glaylant urged, are you not yet prepared? Hubert shook his head, continuing to brew the potion while remaining vigilant of his surroundings. That feeling of being observed lingered until Hubert completed the potion, and only after Glaylant eagerly consumed it did the unseen gaze dissipate. Hubert cast a deep glance at Lord Glaylant, who appeared oblivious. Inhaling deeply with a look of pleasure, my mind is flooded with knowledge of herbs and potions. Hubert refrained from inquiring further, instead smiling and stating, such is the enchantment of potions. Lord Glaylant then asked, do you have any good advice regarding apothecaries? In my view, an apothecary could also be a poison master. Hubert smiled, considering the primary ingredient includes crystallized crown jellyfish venom, which not only equips you with a degree of toxin resistance, but theoretically should also impart some knowledge of poisons. Lord Glaylant closed his eyes, seemingly lost in thought, and after a significant pause, he opened them to say, you are correct. I can indeed concoct various poisons. Thankfully, your reminder has prevented me from realizing this too late. He glanced at his pocket watch and quietly said to Hubert, I would like to invite you to dinner this evening. Please make sure to attend. Hubert was taken aback. Why the need for such secrecy over a mere meal? Yet, recalling the earlier sensation of being watched, he chose not to voice his thoughts and simply nodded. After departing from Lord Glalant's residence, Hubert sought a place for lunch before making his way to the Harvest Church in Southbridge. Before entering the church, he donned his mask and, upon crossing the threshold, spotted Upton seated uneasily in the pews. Bishop Ostrowski, seated at the front and perusing tomes, glanced at Hubert before returning to his reading of the Holy Book of Life. Upon noticing Hubert's mask, Upton exhaled a sigh of relief. At long last, you have arrived. He whispered, the bishop of this church is truly terrifying. Hubert raised an eyebrow. Are you not afraid of the giant bishop's fist the size of a cauldron? Have you secured the rental? Yes, it's at 103, on the street next door, Upton confirmed. Then return home. Should you sense any danger, come to the church immediately. Upton nodded, took a deep breath, and rose to leave. Hubert removed his mask, and Bishop Ostrowski remarked, this is a church, not a place for your conspiracies. Hubert replied with a smile, is it not true that the Mother Goddess's church refuses no one? This momentarily took Bishop Ostrowski aback. Hubert then seated himself beside the bishop and inquired, Reverend, I have heard that your esteemed church is home to extraordinary individuals skilled in agriculture. Indeed, the bishop affirmed. They can double crop yields and possess a profound understanding of grafting and cultivation techniques. A flurry of fish and mushrooms suddenly flashed through Hubert's mind, prompting him to shake his head and dispel such thoughts. Reverend, have you ever visited the eastern district of Beckland? No, but I have heard of it. Why do so many people go hungry? Bishop Ostrowski cast a deep glance at Hubert, responding, this is precisely the impetus behind my mission to spread the Mother Goddess's radiance. When her light shines upon this land, no one shall suffer from hunger. Reverend, you are mistaken. Even if there is enough food for all, there will still be those who go hungry. Do you believe that? Hubert gazed at the holy emblem of life before him, reflecting, humanity imbues life with meaning. Yet many live devoid of it. He paused before adding, in my view, everyone should possess the right to sufficient sustenance. Bishop Ostrowski slowly articulated, in the eyes of the Mother Goddess, every life holds significance. That is insufficient. Hubert suddenly shook his head. Let's not dwell on this weighty matter. May I peruse your church's Bible of Life? Of course. Thus, Hubert spent the entire afternoon engrossed in the Bible of Life of the Earth Mother Church, reading slowly and meticulously, the only sound in the church being the rustling of pages, solemn and sacred. As night fell, and with no warning from Upton forthcoming, Hubert took a carriage to Queen's Avenue. The Earl of Glent was already waiting in the dining hall. After exchanging pleasantries, they began to dine. The Earl's chef was a true culinary artist, crafting dishes that were both visually stunning and delectable, albeit in modest portions, leaving them only slightly satiated after a dozen courses. During their casual conversation, Hubert learned that every meal at the Earl's residence was thus served, and he remarked with a smile, it lacks the warmth of home. The entire experience felt akin to dining in a high-end restaurant. The Earl of Glent chuckled ruefully. There is no alternative. I've been taught since childhood that an earl should dine in this manner. If I were to simplify the dining process, rumors of the Earl of Glent's impending bankruptcy would surely arise by tomorrow. Chapter 93. The Earl's Commission. At the Earl's words, Hubert took a sip of red wine and smiled, his gaze drifting over the immaculate dining table, suddenly reminded of the fare from a cheap cafe. After finishing dessert and fruit and sipping a few cups of tea, the dinner finally came to a close. The Earl rose, saying, I have numerous inquiries regarding the apothecary that I wish to discuss. Please accompany me to my study. Upon reaching the study, the Earl glanced at his pocket watch and quietly said, Mr. Hubert, I actually have a matter I would like to commission you to investigate. Hubert sat opposite the Earl, stating, logically, as co-founders of the Justice League, I should assist. However, your commission is too perilous. I must decline. The Earl was taken aback. But I have yet to disclose the nature of the commission. All I know is that while preparing your potion, someone has been watching us. Hubert leaned against the back of his chair. I am merely a sequence 8, and my father seems to hold little influence. I do not wish to become embroiled in noble disputes. The Earl smiled. You are more astute than I had anticipated. He continued, let me first outline my commission. You may choose to decline. Hubert sighed. Esteemed Earl, some knowledge might bring me trouble just by knowing it. The Earl reassured him, rest assured. No one is eavesdropping on our conversation. The individual covertly monitoring me departed after confirming that I had consumed the apothecary's potion this afternoon. He opened his pocket watch for Hubert to see. It appeared somewhat aged and possibly malfunctioning, the hands frozen in place. The Earl explained, this is a remarkable item. As long as I'm being listened to or observed, the hands will move normally. If there is no one listening, watching, or observing us, they will remain still. Hubert recalled that the Earl often checked his watch, previously thinking him overly punctual, now realizing it was a means of confirming whether he was under surveillance. Very well. Hubert conceded. I shall hear your commission, but you must clarify the risks involved. I have observed you for some time. Your handling of extraordinary events is cautious and professional. I believe that even if you cannot fulfill the commission, it will not endanger us. The Earl retrieved a sketch from his drawer, stating, the commission is quite simple. I wish for you to retrieve a ring belonging to my father. I sketched its design this afternoon. The ring appeared rather ordinary, with a note beside it reading, gold, set with a red gemstone. The Earl exhaled deeply on my 18th birthday. My father revealed to me that the origin of the Glint family and its history are contained within that ring, along with many valuable materials left by our ancestors. He once promised that he would pass the ring to me when I married, to continue our family's legacy. However, the Earl's demeanor turned cold. I did not find the ring on my father's body. The warmth that usually characterized him had vanished, replaced by an icy detachment. Hubert recalled, I remember your father passed away due to illness, did he not? The Earl nodded. That is what they say. Hubert refrained from asking who they were. The contents within the ring may have fallen into the hands of our enemies. Impossible, the Earl stated firmly. The ring space can only be opened with a specific incantation, which only my father and I know. He added, moreover, they do not possess my father's extraordinary traits. Indeed, I am not entirely ignorant of the extraordinary realm. The Glint family has always been one of extraordinary individuals. However, in my generation, as the only child, and given the risks of consuming potions, my father advised me to wait until after I had children to partake. Tragically, before I could marry, my father passed away, and I found myself under surveillance. The Earl's smile was devoid of warmth. Only after I consume a potion deemed harmless to them will they be completely at ease and cease their monitoring of me. These plans and thoughts had likely been suppressed for far too long. After the Earl finished speaking, his expression visibly softened. He covered his face, lamenting, though I have evaded their scrutiny, I may never be able to avenge my father. Hubert remained a good listener, as he had previously stated, unwilling to engage in the noble conflicts. After a pause, the Earl emerged from his emotional turmoil, stating, as for the risks of this commission, I am uncertain. I do not know if my father's ring was hidden in advance or taken by the murderer. This requires your investigation. Of course, safety is paramount. If you sense danger, you are free to abandon the inquiry. Ultimately, the choice is yours. For me, maintaining the legacy of the Glint family is of utmost importance. So the family history and those precious materials must be retrieved. This will be a long-term commission. I am fully aware it may take years, even decades, to yield results. From today onward, I will not discuss this matter with you until you have made progress. As for compensation, I assure you it will be satisfactory. Hubert contemplated for a moment before replying, Mr. Earl, I must commend your prudence as the wisest course of action. He remarked, unless I encounter tangible clues, I shall postpone my investigation until I have grown more formidable and acquired additional means of evasion. Grelint smiled and replied, your commitment alone suffices. Although he had evaded his watchers, Grelint seemed to have developed a penchant for theatrics. As he bid farewell to Hobert, he engaged him in an intriguing discussion about various esoteric matters. Even after Hobert had boarded the carriage, Grelint appeared reluctant to conclude their conversation. Inside the carriage, Hobert chuckled. Nobility too bears its own burdens. Upon returning home, Hobert learned from the butler that Christine was still in the study, prompting him to knock on the door and share his plan of using Uptown as bait. Christine nodded. That sounds quite promising. Yet, he suddenly broached another topic. I made a significant choice some time ago, and now the moment has come to face the consequences of that decision, which may affect you as well. In approximately 6 months, you must pay close attention to my every inquiry and deliberate carefully before making your choice. Hobert was taken aback. It seemed that not only were the nobility of B-Clan bound by circumstance, but Christine too appeared to have his own dilemmas. Very well, I shall be vigilant, he replied. Back in his room, Hobert found himself unable to sleep for some time, feeling that the discussions he had today with Grelint and Christine were laden with meaning, evoking a sense that a storm was brewing. It was not until midnight that he gathered his thoughts and hurried to sleep, for he needed to resume his reading of the Bible of Life the next day. On Wednesday morning, Hobert ventured out early to visit clients, spending the morning at the Harvest Church poring over texts, and even enjoyed a complimentary lunch. Around 2 in the afternoon, Uptown hurriedly entered the church, exclaiming, I just donned the astrologer's hair and immediately sensed danger. Chapter 94, The Call to Arms. Having anticipated Uptown's arrival and donned a mask, Hobert replied, I understand. Do not panic. Your premonition of danger may indicate that they will monitor you within the next 6 hours. This is B-Clan. They will not strike until the latter half of the night. We have ample time. Hobert's calm demeanor relieved Uptown significantly. He continued, return for now. If the battle erupts tonight and the enemy aligns with our previous estimates, 1 sequence 6, 2 sequence 7s, and 1 sequence 8, utilize the sealing artifact to at least restrain one of the sequence 7s for half a minute. Uptown nodded vigorously and departed hastily. Turning to Bishop Oltravsky, Hobert stated, Father, the call to arms is sounded. Please prepare yourself. Oltravsky nodded slowly and began to confess to the holy emblem, lamenting that he would once again resort to violence to resolve matters. Hobert left the church wearing his mask, only removing it once he had settled into a hired carriage. He returned home and left a note for Christine. Tonight marks the hour of the hunt. This was Hobert's trump card, although Christine had not agreed to assist. He would undoubtedly come to observe. Should the situation spiral beyond control, Hobert could call upon Christine for assistance. Next, he traveled to the Northern District, directly to the Blackthorn Security Company to pick up Dolly and collect 2355. Finally, he went to fetch Hugh and Forsyth. Hobert and Dolly arrived at the address left by Hugh, where Hobert knocked for quite some time before an elderly woman opened the door. Young man, whom are you seeking? She inquired. Hobert stood momentarily stunned. He did not recall any mention in the original text of Hugh and Forsyth employing a servant. Moreover, this woman appeared so frail, as if she could collapse at any moment. Who would dare employ her as a servant? Just then, the door across the way opened, and Hugh smiled at the elderly lady, saying, Aunt Martine, he has come to see me. I believe he must have mistaken the house number. Hobert twitched his lips, and as everyone boarded the carriage, he remarked somewhat resignedly, You all are far too cautious. Hugh appeared a bit embarrassed, brushing aside some unruly hair, while Forsyth smiled and said, You are the only gentleman aware of our address. Realizing her words might carry an ambiguous connotation, she added, We must elude the official extraordinary beings search and be wary of other wild extraordinary beings. Hobert pointed to the silent Dolly. I have unfortunate news for you. She is an official extraordinary being. Forsyth's eyes widened as she glanced at Dolly, preparing to flee through the carriage door. Her first thought was, Has Hobert betrayed us? It is important to note that even wild extraordinary beings, who have committed no crime, can still be apprehended and imprisoned by official extraordinary beings, treated as experimental subjects for sealing artifacts. Thus, wild extraordinary beings often find themselves akin to born prisoners. Hugh then asked, Will this official extraordinary being be joining our undertaking? Typically slow to grasp concepts, Hugh remained composed, for she trusted Hobert, confident he would not betray them. Indeed, Hobert introduced, This is Miss Dolly, a seasoned member of the Night Watch Squad. She has already agreed not to use today's opportunity to pursue you prior to boarding. Dolly was taken aback, as they had not previously discussed this topic. However, Hobert continued, The condition is that I must act as an overseer of your status. If any signs of losing control arise, seek me immediately. Trust me, as long as it is in the early stages of losing control, I have ways to help you avoid it. Forsyth let out a sigh of relief, assuring Hugh she would remain vigilant about her state. Dolly also subtly nodded. Hobert's words indicated he was taking responsibility for the well-being of these two ladies. If their conditions remained within the surveillance range of the Night Watch informants, apprehending them might indeed be unnecessary. With Dolly, an official extraordinary being, present, Forsyth and Hugh were less effervescent than usual. As the atmosphere grew slightly tense, the group arrived at Harvest Church. Dolly stood at the entrance. Harvest Church? Hobert, leading the way, replied, Indeed, Harvest Church. Forsyth gazed at the modest church before them. I had no idea Beekland had a Harvest Church. Once inside, they took seats at the front, where the imposing figure of the giant bishop captured their attention. Hobert felt as if he had returned home, casually stating, Make yourselves comfortable, do not stand on ceremony. After Dolly and the others settled in, Hobert explained, Among our adversaries is a diviner, and waiting for their arrival in the church can effectively disrupt their prophecies. Do not underestimate the church's size. Even the smallest church holds significance. Any connection to the divine can influence or distort prophetic results. Dolly remarked, You truly know a great deal. Both Hugh and Forsyth felt a sense of enlightenment. Your conspiracy will draw the attention of the divine. Oltravsky interjected suddenly, and that is not advantageous for you. Hobert disregarded the priest's warning. This is another ally I have brought in, Bishop Oltravsky. You may refer to him as Father. Father, please join us for a pre-battle meeting. Oltravsky reluctantly lowered his head to offer a few words of confession before taking a seat. Hugh and Forsyth exchanged glances, pondering the caliber of friends Hobert associated with. I suspect the enemy's divination will likely reveal Uptown, my friend who is being hunted, Hobert stated jovially. I can tell by your expressions that you did not expect me to have such a friend, did you? Indeed, they will likely ascertain that Uptown is currently a Sequence 8, possessing a sealing artifact. In facing such an enemy, deploying 1 Sequence 6 and 2 Sequence 7s constitutes a formidable lineup. Our side boasts 2 Sequence 6s, 2 Sequence 8s, and 2 Sequence 9s, in addition to the availability of level 2 sealing artifacts, rendering us equally matched. Shio and Furs were momentarily taken aback as Deli realized that Hubert had already advanced in rank. Given that MS. Deli and Father Otrosky possess significantly more combat experience than I do, Hubert remarked, I shall merely outline a general tactical plan, allowing for adjustments as you see fit. Just past midnight, a carriage came to a halt on the street adjacent to the Harvest Church. 5 individuals, 4 men and 1 woman, disembarked from the vehicle and, led by their leader, swiftly approached Building 103. The plan had already been devised within the carriage. Upon nearing Building 103, 2 Sequence 8 members hastened towards the building across the street, having discovered during their reconnaissance earlier that Upton had enlisted 2 relatively weak female aides. The 2 Sequence 8 operatives were tasked with neutralizing those aides. At the leader's command, the 3 mid-level extraordinary beings launched an assault. In that instant, the dawn's light suddenly illuminated the street as a towering figure descended from the sky. Chapter 95. The proper unveiling of 2355. The attack by Bishop Otrosky marked the commencement of the battle. He wielded a heavy sword forged from radiant light, each downward strike and sweeping motion exuding grandeur. At that moment, he had shed his clerical robes in favor of an elongated knight's garb, rendering each of his movements precise and unencumbered. The gentleness and compassion of his preaching had vanished entirely. The 3 mid-level extraordinary beings found their path obstructed by Otrosky, who had emerged from the building like a giant. Just then, 2 masked figures, a man and a woman, leapt forth from the same structure. Upton also took the initiative, summoning an ally from the spirit realm using the hair of an astrologer. However, the 3 mid-level extraordinary beings remained unperturbed. One of them hurled a stone at Hubert and the others, completing the act of bribery, weakened. He was a Sequence 6 corrupted baron. Hubert and Deli immediately felt their strength and speed considerably diminished, while only Otrosky remained untouched, the dawn's light emanating from his form and sword, capable of cutting through any extraordinary attack, provided the assailants did not exceed his level by too great a margin. Upon reaching her tactical position, Deli, undeterred by her own spiritual debilitation, connected with the spirit realm to summon a skeletal figure with an elongated head, brandishing a long knife. This wraith, clad in tattered garments, now reduced to a mere skeleton, moved with agility, its eyes glowing red with an indescribable majesty. At that moment, another mid-level extraordinary being from the enemy's side acted decisively, targeting the skeleton with the incantation, Exile. Just as the newly summoned skeleton made its presence known, it was repelled step by step by an invisible force. Hubert and Deli exchanged glances, recognizing that their adversary possessed 2 Sequence 6 beings, the one who had banished the skeleton being a judge. Nevertheless, they adhered to their previously discussed strategy, as the skeleton's appearance was meant to provide cover for Hubert. He had now advanced to approximately the center of the battlefield, thrusting his staff into the ground with fervor. Order! A beam of black holy light burst forth from the staff, rapidly transforming it into a thicker, taller form that branched out, almost instantaneously manifesting a rudimentary canopy. Each leaf of the canopy was a deep black, obscuring the not-so-bright moonlight as the branches extended to create a vast treetop spanning several meters. The emergence of a towering tree from the ground was a spectacle that astounded every combatant on the battlefield, as well as the onlookers from afar. In tandem, the dawn's light emanating from Otrosky intensified, illuminating a surrounding area of 20 to 30 meters. The skeleton summoned by Deli radiated a golden light, its teeth clattering to produce a chilling, cackling sound, rendering the previous exile futile. Hubert positioned the canopy of order to bolster both the powers of dawn and the undead. It was highly probable that their adversaries possessed a sealing artifact, hence Hubert's strategy was to unleash his full strength from the outset, targeting the enemy's lower sequences first. With the support of the Tree of Order, Deli and her 2 companions gained the upper hand against the 3 mid-level adversaries, prompting Hubert to swiftly withdraw from the battlefield. Manipulating the order beneath the canopy, he distorted the distance, quickly arriving at their side of the fray. At that moment, the 2 Sequence 8 operatives had yet to engage with Shio and Furs. Lacking long-range extraordinary capabilities, they were left with no choice but to resort to close combat. Earlier that afternoon, they had purposely allowed their enemies to discover them, intending to create a separation in the battlefield as per Hubert's plan. When Hubert dashed into the fray, he was already poised to wield 2355. This brought to mind a historical figure, Ling Long Tower, and its delicate structure. Bah, I am not Nez's father. Hubert hastily reined in his thoughts, producing a dagger he had prepared earlier, executing a thrusting motion with one arm, and subsequently utilizing 2355 to draw one of the Sequence 8 members toward himself. Thud! Before the adversary could comprehend the situation, the dagger found its mark. However, it was merely a dagger strike, not fatal to an extraordinary being, especially as the enemy was a barbarian with considerable physical prowess. In a berserk state, the barbarian retaliated with a powerful punch, yet it felt as though he struck at air. His fist vanished within half a meter of Hubert. This was precisely why Hubert dared to draw the enemy closer. Only extraordinary abilities could harm him while wielding 2355, rendering all physical attacks ineffective. Given the urban setting, Hubert refrained from using a firearm. Otherwise, he would have directed the adversary straight into the barrel, while the barbarian remained in a state of bewilderment. His position shifted once more. Thud! Before he could react, Shio's tri-pronged stab had pierced his abdomen. You are all despicable. The barbarian roared in fury, swinging a punch at the diminutive Shio. She nimbly evaded, preparing for her next strike. Meanwhile, Furs, wielding a short blade, adeptly utilized her door-opening ability to traverse through walls, either dodging enemy attacks or appearing behind foes for surprise assaults, growing increasingly emboldened. This tactic had been devised by Hubert that afternoon. Furs felt as though she had unlocked a new realm. Previously, she had only considered her ability suitable for thievery. Yet she had never contemplated using door opening to deflect enemy strikes or to ambush opponents. However, this method of combat, well, in Hubert's words, was somewhat underhanded. At this moment, Hubert was executing his somewhat unscrupulous tactics to perfection, drawing opponents in for a dagger strike before hurling them toward Shio for another tri-pronged stab. The sounds of puncturing flesh echoed incessantly. The barbarian soon lamented his own formidable physique, wishing instead for a swift end. In just over half a minute, the two Sequence 8 operatives were turned into sieves by the combined efforts of Hubert, Shio, and Furs. In their final moments, they sent warnings and cries for help toward the distant judge. Nonetheless, Otrowski was increasingly emboldened, while the corrupted Baron began to falter. Deli summoned a second undead, one adorned with a broad hood, whose arrival inflicted a freezing effect on the judge, allowing the skeletal wraith's scythe attacks to prevent him from intervening on behalf of his comrades. The only one maintaining an advantage was the astrologer, but she lacked effective offensive means and could not assist the two Sequence 8 operatives. The judge, as the leader of this operation, was still perplexed as to why his companion's divination had deviated so significantly. Hadn't it been stated that there was only a certain degree of risk, but not substantial? However, there was no time for such concerns. He had no desire to linger in battle and promptly commanded, retreat. However, by this time, it was already too late. Hubert had joined the fray alongside the 2355, while Shio and Forsyth busied themselves with the aftermath of the battlefield. Chapter 96. A Resounding Victory. The retreat of the three mid-sequence foes was intercepted by Hubert with the aid of 2,355. The judge and the corrupted Baron were not fools. They unleashed their extraordinary abilities, corruption, imprisonment, aimed directly at Hubert, seizing the opportunity afforded by his identity as the bearer of the Tree of Order. Hubert deftly distorted the targets of their attacks to the tree itself. Their onslaught, in essence, served as nourishment for the Tree of Order. Under the influence of the tree and 2355, Hubert found himself remarkably resilient against harm. Yet that was all. He lacked sufficient means to inflict damage upon the two Sequence 6 adversaries. Any attempt to draw one of them closer would be tantamount to courting death. The barbarian lacked the extraordinary capabilities necessary for an offensive, while the judge and the corrupted Baron possessed an abundance of such means. Hubert, wary of underestimating his opponents, positioned himself behind Otrowski and Dolly to lend support. Realizing the futility of their situation, the corrupted Baron, unable to flee, shouted, "Prepare." The judge and the astrologer promptly retreated behind the Tree of Order. Hubert immediately sensed something amiss. He swapped the corrupted Baron's position with that of the judge, who instinctively dodged once more. At that moment, the corrupted Baron donned a black glove, and suddenly his figure grew tall and imposing, his eyes seemingly ablaze with black flames. He appeared to be in great agony, his deep, dark, and imposing gaze fixating on Hubert and his companions. Instantly, they found themselves frozen in place. acutely aware that their spiritual essence had been compromised to varying degrees. The two undead summoned by Dolly transformed. One crumbled into a pile of bones while the other was reduced to a mere hood, and soon they vanished back to the netherworld. Even from a distance, Xiao and Forsyth felt a wave of weakness wash over them. Fortunately, the attack was short-lived. After the corrupted Baron's strike, he reverted to his normal state. Pale and gasping for breath against the wall, clearly unable to regain his combat strength in the immediate future. No wonder the enemy had refrained from utilizing their sealing artifact for so long, as the negative repercussions were evidently significant. Nevertheless, that single attack had sufficed to decisively alter the tide of battle. The judge immediately launched his offensive, Death. Leaning forward, he unleashed a punch, rendering Hubert immobile, as if awaiting judgment or the impending arrival of his own execution. In that moment, Hubert realized he had lost control over both 2355 and the Tree of Order. Utrzowski struggled to coalesce his great sword in an attempt to shield Hubert from the impending blow, yet he found himself unable to summon it. A testament to the potency of the recent attack from the sealing artifact. Just as the fist approached Hubert's face, a skeleton clad in tattered garments materialized before him. The judge's fist shattered the skeleton's skull, sending it back to the spirit realm. It was Dolly who had summoned the undead from the netherworld to intercept that lethal strike on Hubert's behalf. However, after executing this act, she too fell to one knee, evidently unable to launch a new attack in her current state. The judge, seeing his initial strike thwarted, delivered a kick to Hubert's abdomen. Hubert was sent flying, crashing against the wall, and 2355 slipped from his grasp. The judge hurried forward, intent on seizing 2355, just as Utrzowski finally managed to manifest his great sword, though it shone far dimmer than before. At this point, he had no time to dwell on that. Sword in hand, Utrzowski swung it toward the judge. The judge had no choice but to evade Utrzowski's assault, employing exile to block his advance. Had this battle just commenced, Utrzowski could have easily cleaved through the exile, but that was no longer an option. It completely obstructed him. Nevertheless, Utrzowski's offensive provided Hubert with a crucial opening. Gritting his teeth against the pain coursing through his body, Hubert crawled and rolled to retrieve 2355, burying the judge beneath the ground. The operational range of 2355 was approximately 3 meters, ample enough to entomb an adversary within the earth. However, in Beckland, only the main thoroughfare was paved. The surfaces of the streets were compacted with burnt carbon remnants or crushed stones, ensuring they remained unyielding even in the rain. Such terrain could hardly contain a sequence 6, yet it was sufficient to temporarily restrain him. This afforded Hubert, Utrzowski, and Dolly a moment to catch their breath. Suddenly, the ground erupted like a fountain, soil billowing forth. As the judge below attempted to exile the dirt above him, Hubert hastily struggled to his feet, tossing the opposing astrologer towards the spirits summoned by Afton. Earlier, while the judge was wreaking havoc, the astrologer had been simultaneously protecting the corrupted Baron and assaulting Afton, relentlessly employing techniques of trip and incineration. Afton had been left battered and bruised, his clothing tattered and his hair singed. Had it not been for Hubert's intervention, Afton would have surely met a fate far worse than the 2 sequence 8s before him. The spirits summoned by Afton had likewise been weakened by the attack of the sealing artifact, yet it still retained some power. When the astrologer appeared before it, it reached out and grasped her by the throat. Lacking formidable extraordinary abilities, the astrologer's usual attacks, such as flash, incineration, and freezing, were utterly ineffective against this spirit. Meanwhile, the corrupted Baron leaned against the wall, unable to even lift his arms, clearly still in a state of recovery. Seizing this opportunity, Hubert buried the corrupted Baron beneath the ground, leaving him defenseless against the fate of suffocation. Having completed these actions, the judge sprang forth from the earth, prompting Hubert to swiftly relocate him to the edge of the battlefield, preparing to release him while leaving the others behind. Although Utrzowski and Dolly were gradually regaining their spiritual essence, they still fell short of being able to contend with the judge. Moreover, the judge would surely refrain from lingering in battle, as 2355 remained within Hubert's possession. He could not afford to slay any of them. As time passed, Dolly and Utrzowski would recover most of their essence within a few minutes, at which point the judge would find it impossible to escape. The judge hesitated for a moment, then charged towards the astrologer, evidently hoping to rescue her while Dolly and the others were still weakened. At that moment, Utrzowski produced a syringe-like object filled with blood and injected it into his own body. Hubert regarded the judge with eyes that now resembled those of corpse. Chapter 97, Dividing the Spoils. Utrzowski possessed a miraculous item resembling a syringe, capable of restoring him to peak condition in a short span. However, due to the significant negative effects associated with this item, he seldom employed it. The recent attack from the sealing artifact had inflicted substantial damage and intimidation upon Utrzowski, leaving him with no opportunity to utilize it. Yet, now that the judge had chosen to return rather than flee, Utrzowski could not let him escape. In the face of the judge's terror-stricken gaze, Utrzowski once again conjured a solid great sword, the light of dawn radiating brightly from him once more. Hubert maneuvered the judge beneath Utrzowski's great sword, and though Dolly's power had not yet fully returned, she still managed to summon two ghostly hands to grasp the judge's ankles. Utrzowski struck down, cleaving the judge in two. Hubert collapsed to the ground, panting and laughing. This victory had far exceeded his expectations. The extraordinary attribute of a Sequence 6 was valued at approximately £500, and with the added premium, a final price of £8,000 to £8,500 was entirely reasonable. Daly leaned against the tree, her arms crossed in repose. The damage inflicted upon the spirit during today's battle was of such magnitude that it could hardly be restored through ritualistic magic. Only time could mend it, requiring 3 to 4 days for natural recuperation. Hubert lifted his gaze towards Utrzowski and remarked, "Father, your final strike proved immensely effective. Your debts have been entirely settled." In truth, Hubert had harbored this intention from the outset. Regardless of the battle's outcome, as long as Utrzowski exerted his utmost effort, Hubert would absolve him of all financial obligations. After all, Hubert had expended £10 on the nightmarish candles, plus an additional £150 owed for defeating his past self, which, after deducting the £250 settled with the apothecary's potions, meant Utrzowski's true debt was merely £910. Of course, Hubert did not exaggerate, for the nightmarish candles were indeed worth that sum. Hubert had anticipated this, believing that Utrzowski's valor in battle had indeed cleared his debts. He also feared that Utrzowski might turn against him post-battle, driven by envy of the spoils, especially given Utrzowski's residual negative persona. Should the conflict have incited his ferocity, and Daly proved unwilling to assist Hubert, he would have to make further concessions to resolve the matter. However, the current reality was that Utrzowski remained in his prime, while Daly appeared quite weakened, prompting Hubert to test Utrzowski's resolve by granting debt forgiveness, which also served to stabilize the situation. "No, according to our previous agreement, I have only settled half of the debt," Utrzowski replied, taking deliberate steps back towards the Harvest Church. Hubert chuckled softly. "What a trustworthy priest you are." He had no intention of pursuing the remaining half of the debt. At that moment, a piercing scream from Afton shattered Hubert's reverie. It turned out that the spirit summoned by Afton, having slain the astrologer, was now intent on grasping Afton with the intent to strangle him. Hubert muttered, "I knew it. This is nothing but a suicidal sealing artifact." He glanced at the spirit, then gripped 2355, extracting a few blank sheets from a notebook in room 103 and crumpling them into balls, hurling them at the spirit. The spirit seemed to have encountered the most terrifying sight in existence. With a shriek, it retreated back to the spirit realm. At that moment, the leaves of the tree of order began to fall, transforming into a wisp of black mist before vanishing without a trace. The process of the great tree's disappearance was swift. Within mere seconds, the towering tree that had graced the street was gone, leaving behind only a stick of ebony-like wood and the fallen metallic tip of a staff. Hubert commenced the task of tidying the battlefield with 2355, relocating the enemy's corpses to the rented room 103 of Afton. The corrupted Baron, previously buried underground, had suffocated. Next, Hubert buried the bloodstains into the earth and filled in the pit created by the judge, ensuring to collect the stick and metal staff tip as well. Upon surveying the scene, one could hardly discern that a fierce, extraordinary battle had transpired here. However, the newly filled pit would undoubtedly be less solid than the other surfaces treated with compaction. Perhaps after a heavy rain, it would re-emerge. The first two extraordinary traits of the slain Sequence 8 had begun to crystallize. One belonged to a barbarian and the other to a sheriff. Just then, Daly entered, declaring, "I shall expedite the crystallization process." Seizing the opportunity, Hubert addressed Hugh and Forsyth. "Your contributions are sufficient to warrant the formula for the alchemist's potion, though we'll have to wait until I conduct a seance to acquire the formula. I suggest you return home for now. Come find me tomorrow, and I shall provide you with the potion formula." Hugh and Forsyth still possessed a rudimentary understanding of extraordinary traits. Recognizing that the sealing artifact should be the most significant bounty of the night, they were acutely aware that, given their contributions, they had no claim to the artifact. Obtaining the alchemist's potion formula was already a considerable boon. Upon hearing Hubert's words, Hugh nodded and bid farewell to Forsyth. Hubert added, "Visiting the church 2 or 3 times over the next week will effectively mitigate divination." Forsyth acknowledged, remembering Hubert's earlier counsel that the church could significantly influence the outcomes of divination, a piece of knowledge invaluable to them. As they departed, Hubert planned to summon himself shortly, intending to unleash the forces of chaos upon the streets, thereby severing all divination. Soon, Daly had preemptively crystallized the extraordinary traits of the judge, the corrupted baron, and the astrologer, consolidating all the spoils, 1 sealing artifact and 5 extraordinary traits. Additionally, Afton uncovered a total of 63 pounds and 6 olars in cash from their pockets, along with a crystal ball used for divination. Afton sought to remove their rings and other trinkets, but Hubert intervened, deeming these items of little value and too easily traceable by the opposing astrologer, given that they had a companion skilled in divination. One had to maintain a robust counter-divination awareness. Hubert, adhering to their prior agreement, selected the spoils first, undoubtedly opting for the sealing artifact resembling black gloves. Daly chose the extraordinary trait of the judge. In the second round, Hubert claimed the extraordinary trait of the corrupted baron, while Daly opted for the trait of the astrologer. During the third round, Hubert selected the trait of the sheriff, leaving Daly with that of the barbarian. In the final selection, Hubert took the cash, leaving Daly with the crystal ball. Chapter 98, The Sealing Artifact Transaction. To speak candidly, during the recent battle, Utrawoski had exerted himself more than Daly. Yet the spoils allocated to Daly had far exceeded 750 pounds. Besides the unexpectedly bounteous outcome of this encounter, the fact that Daly was an official extraordinary being added to the complexity. Dividing the spoils with Daly was tantamount to bribing an official extraordinary being. Without the assent of the Night Watch team, Utrawoski, an illegal extraordinary being in the Kingdom of Ruin, would never have dared to engage in such open combat outside the Hardest Church. The entire street's denizens could not possibly have been in slumber, as not a single soul had stirred. Most importantly, by sharing the spoils with an official extraordinary being, Hubert's gains became legitimate. In the final selection round, although the crystal ball held slightly higher value than the cash, Hubert had no use for the crystal ball and would have to risk finding a place to sell it. Thus, he opted for the cash instead. Suddenly, an image flashed in Hubert's mind. The astrologer of the Tamara family utilizing divination to locate this crystal ball, ultimately leading them to the headquarters of the Night Watch team in Beckland. A smile crept upon Hubert's lips. The mere thought of it was amusing. Next, Hubert scrutinized the sealing artifact, the black gloves, and suddenly his spiritual perception grasped the capabilities and adverse effects of this artifact. It became apparent that this sealing artifact was not, as Hubert had initially surmised, related to the Undertaker's path or demons, but rather originated from an uncontrollable lawmaker. As a sealing artifact from the arbitrator's path, Hubert's unique bond with the realm of disorder enabled his spirit to establish a preliminary connection with the artifact. The gloves possessed the ability to mimic the appearance of a lawmaker, instilling terror in adversaries, and could utilize the lawmaker's gaze to impose a death sentence upon all creatures within sight. Those with weak spirits would involuntarily comply with this decree, their corporeal forms losing vitality and their spirits dissipating, resulting in true death. The spirits of lower-tier extraordinary beings would suffer irreparable harm, while those of mid-tier extraordinary beings would endure injuries requiring several days for recovery. After employing this ability, the target would remain paralyzed for a duration of 1 to 3 seconds. The negative effects are as follows. After utilizing this ability, the wielder will experience a 10-minute period akin to that of a lifeless zombie, devoid of all vitality and spiritual essence. Following this duration, their spiritual essence begins to recover. Yet it requires a full 10 hours to completely return to its original state. After a cumulative use of 5 times, the wielder becomes susceptible to a fate that could lead to death. After 10 uses, they will irrevocably embrace the demise. When sustained within a 2-meter radius of a living being for 5 hours, it will result in the immediate death of that creature. Hobert initially felt a tightening in his chest. Having just ascended to Sequence 8, he found his spiritual essence severely compromised in a manner that could not be wholly restored. However, he soon contemplated the possibility of employing extraordinary potions or ritualistic magic to heal his spiritual wounds, which might require some effort and research. But he deemed the issue manageable. Hobert then frowned again, realizing the immense power of this sealed object, which also possessed area of effect capabilities. Nevertheless, no matter how formidable it might be, it could only be used 4 times. This made it exceedingly suitable for extraordinary organizations. Klein could utilize it 4 times. And Dunn could do the same, totaling 8 uses. Moreover, it was particularly advantageous for official extraordinary individuals, much like the members of the Tamara family he encountered that evening, who were too apprehensive to deploy this sealed object at the onset, uncertain of their opponent's true strength. Losing an essential combat capability from the outset would render them even more vulnerable. Such a crucial sealed object could not be entrusted to either of the 2 Sequence 8 individuals, as they might find themselves unable to don gloves in time during battle and meet an untimely end. In any case, if Hobert were to stab an enemy and suddenly observe them not fleeing but instead donning gloves, he would undoubtedly focus his attacks on their hands. Without hands, what use would gloves serve? The official extraordinary individuals, however, were different. For instance, in the Kingdom of Rune, the Night Watchers and the Punishers, within the realm of the mechanical heart, could readily employ the gloves' abilities from the outset, while other team members harvested the lives of their foes. Presently, Hobert was still in a solitary combat state, rendering this sealed object unnecessary for him at the moment. Observing Dolly diligently stowing away her extraordinary traits, Hobert suddenly had an idea. "My lady, I believe this sealed object should meet the standard for level 2. Yes?" He raised the gloves in his hand. Dolly nodded. "Indeed, it has reached the level 2 standard." Hobert boldly stated, "I wish to exchange it for the other half of the usage rights of 2,355, as well as an external personnel identification from the official ranks, 1 extraordinary trait of a briber, and 2 extraordinary traits of a barbarian." Dolly paused for a moment, recognizing that the trade proposed by Hobert was indeed advantageous for the Night Watcher team. The value of half a level 2 sealed object undoubtedly surpassed that of 1 Sequence 7 and 2 Sequence 8 extraordinary traits, while the external personnel identification was merely a piece of paper. However, due to the involvement of a level 2 sealed object, she could not make the decision unilaterally. Bring the gloves to the security company tomorrow morning, and whether the trade could be made will be determined by our captain. Very well. Hobert felt confident that the likelihood of this transaction succeeding was considerable. For him, while the power of 2,355 did not rival that of the black gloves, it was nonetheless a practical and efficient item. When combined with the Tree of Order, it produced a synergistic effect greater than the sum of its parts. Dolly finished organizing the spoils and pointed to the corpses. "I will help you deal with these bodies." "No," Hobert declined. "These are Apton spoils. We will handle it ourselves." "All right then." Dolly did not inquire about the purpose of the bodies, accepted 2355, and bid farewell to Hobert and Apton. With Dolly's departure, only Hobert, Apton, and 5 corpses remained in the room. Hobert stated, "I require an undisturbed room." In the distant bell tower of the Harvest Church, a member of the Night Watcher team, holding a large and sturdy telescope, reported to the captain, "Captain, Dolly has emerged and signaled that no incidents occurred." Thomas, arms crossed, stood by the window of the bell tower, allowing the early autumn breeze to flutter his robes. He was still reflecting on the recently concluded battle, which had proven to be both intense and captivating. The performances of Ostrowski and Dolly were exemplary, as they were both seasoned, extraordinary individuals. However, Hobert's performance astonished Thomas. Having previously heard from Dolly about Hobert's role in the case involving the Henry family, he had initially attributed it to mere luck, coincidentally encountering a sealed object related to 2355. Yet today, as battle unveiled a composed and calm side of Hobert, particularly when he summoned that grand tree, which provided a striking visual impact, and their telescope could hardly discern the situation beneath the tree's canopy. It was worth noting that the telescope was a level 3 sealed object. Chapter 99, Potion Formulas. The wondrous item in Hobert's possession led Thomas to reassess Christine's capabilities. He naturally believed that a low-sequence extraordinary like Hobert could not possibly acquire such a powerful magical item solely through his own strength. Within the records of the Night Watcher team, Christine was depicted as a brigadier general who had fallen out of favor with the king. But it now seemed that the situation was more intricate than it appeared. "Captain," a team member reminded, "we should retreat." Thomas then snapped back to reality. "Right. Oh, and please convey my regards to General Christine over there." "Understood." A team member lifted a lantern and waved it in front of the window. On a nearby high-rise building, a green fireball resembling a ghostly flame swiftly ignited, swaying in response to Thomas's gesture. Not far from the bell tower, atop another high-rise building, Dophies extinguished the ghostly flame in his hand. Clad in knight's attire, Christine remarked, "I'll head back first to give Hobert some space. You can assist him with the bodies in about 10 minutes. "Very well," Dophies replied. "General, aren't you concerned that granting such a powerful magical item to the young master might disrupt your plans?" That is not a gift from me. Christine clarified. The sealed object in his possession is shared with the Night Watchers. That magical item that produces the large tree was likely provided by them as well. Hobert moved the corpses of the corrupted Baron, the judge, and the astrologer into a spacious bedroom, inscribed the Creator's sigil, erected the wall of spirituality, lit candles, and offered a self-sacrifice while beseeching for communion. Following the earlier battle, Hobert's spiritual essence was considerably diminished. If he were to directly employ the communion necklace, he could manage only one instance of communion at most. However, by utilizing the spiritual essence of the realm of disorder, along with the capabilities of the communion necklace, he could effortlessly complete 3 communions. Once he had made his supplication, he entered the realm of disorder, and upon his entry, an intense pain surged through his astral body. Hobert collapsed onto the Iron Throne, discovering that within his astral form, there appeared to be maggots burrowing in and out, seemingly frightened and desperately attempting to escape from his essence. Upon their emergence, they transformed into black mist, vanishing without a trace. When all the black mist dissipated, Hobert's astral body regained its purity, and he belatedly realized that the realm of disorder had alleviated the damage incurred from the sealed object. After all, that sealed object was a byproduct of a rogue law mage, and such damage inflicted by these types of sealed objects was no challenge for the realm of disorder. Feeling utterly relieved, Hobert first retrieved the offerings from the altar into the realm of disorder. The communion necklace had little to say, while Hobert sensed that the black gloves had become much more compliant. This was a clear display of rank superiority. Hobert had a premonition that he could also enhance the power of the black gloves through the strength of the realm of disorder, thereby suppressing its negative effects to a certain extent as it pertained to the sealed objects of the Arbiter's path. However, considering the impending transaction scheduled for tomorrow, he decided to postpone any actions until after that day. The extraordinary traits of the corrupted Baron resemble a decayed black jade, enveloped in a shroud of black mist, exuding an aura that is both magical and surreal. In contrast, the sheriff's remarkable characteristics appear rather ordinary, resembling the size of a child's fist. Comprised of 3 colors, iron black and dark red entwined around a substantial expanse of silvery white. With a wave of his hand, Hubert constructed a modest stone platform beside the Iron Throne, upon which he placed the spoils of the day. There is no place safer than the realm of chaos. It was only then that Hubert began to address his supplications, wielding a necromantic necklace to channel the essence of the realm of chaos, and indeed, he acquired the ability and strength to commune with spirits. Directing this power into his celestial body, he beheld the judge, the corrupted Baron, and the astrologer, their ethereal forms gradually dissipating. Time was of the essence. There was no need to depart from the realm of chaos. By utilizing the constellation that represented him, he could directly engage in necromancy within this realm. Hubert first aimed to commune with the corrupted Baron, the potion recipes for sequence 7 and sequence 6. Without the need to recite 7 times, a single invocation caused Hubert's celestial representation to leap from a pool, forming a screen before the Iron Throne akin to a cinematic backdrop. Initially, the screen displayed a fleeting moment of gray mist, before revealing an image of a middle-aged man, somewhat resembling the corrupted Baron, who smiled gently and said, "This is the recipe for the sequence 7 potion. Consume it, and you shall undergo a transformation, becoming a true, extraordinary being." As Hubert accepted the parchment, the perspective shifted downward, revealing the contents inscribed on the parchment. The briber. Main ingredients: 1 weeping baby flower, crystallized oat faucet hemp. Auxiliary ingredients: 5 drops of golden mandragora juice, 5 drops of black mandragora juice, 4 drops of hallucinogenic herb essential oil, and 80 milliliters of red wine. The scene shifted again to the middle-aged man, who appeared slightly more haggard than before. "This is the recipe for the sequence 6 potion. I shall provide you with 1 main ingredient. The rest you must procure yourself as a trial and test of your mettle." He continued, "Once you gather all the materials, you shall earn a title within your family." Opening the parchment, the contents read, "The Corrupted Baron. Main ingredients: 1 mutated heart of a black glowing beast, crystallized essence of a Chiandali fairy tree. Auxiliary ingredients: 80 milliliters of blood from a dark-blooded giant beast, 20 milliliters of Chiandali fairy tree juice, 8 grams of dragon toothgrass powder, and 100 milliliters of aged white wine." As the 2 potion recipes manifested, the screen reverted to the ethereal state of the corrupted Baron, whose eyes now appeared vacant. Hubert had now acquired the extraordinary trait of the corrupted Baron, and the characteristics of the briber seemed relatively easy to attain, primarily concerning the auxiliary materials for both potion recipes. As for the consumption of extraordinary traits rather than materials, Hubert felt no psychological burden in that regard. The only caution remained regarding the briber's extraordinary trait, which also encompassed elements of the barbarian and the lawyer. Similarly, the corrupted baron's extraordinary trait included aspects of the barbarian, and lawyer. Hubert pondered whether assimilating too many extraordinary traits of the same sequence might complicate his role or impose undue stress on his essence. However, this was not the pressing concern at the moment. He inquired of the corrupted baron's spirit. How should one embody the barbarian? Chapter 100, The Uncertain Mist. The screen before Hubert once again displayed the same middle-aged man, who now appeared to be in his 30s, younger than during his previous manifestations. He smiled and said, "The barbarian is not merely a savage. You must reflect carefully on what constitutes barbarism." The scene shifted back to gray mist, suggesting that the corrupted baron was beginning to grasp how to portray the barbarian. Furthermore, within the Tamara family, there seemingly existed a distinction between elites and non-elites, as this corrupted baron had long been aware of the art of performance. Conversely, Upton's father, who fled the family when his son was still a teenager, remained oblivious to this art. Hubert then queried, "What is the extent of the Tamara family's influence in Beckerland?" The screen reappeared, revealing the entrance of a factory, upon which Hubert caught a glimpse of its name, Necro Shipyard. The scene shifted once more to a lavish office, where a middle-aged man with shoulder-length, somewhat greasy hair, puffed on a cigar and smiled, saying, "Indeed, I have received orders to assist you. According to instructions, I shall provide you with 2 aides." A woman dressed as a secretary stepped forward. It was the astrologer, while the other aide was the sheriff. "My assistants will escort you to the hotel, which is undoubtedly safe for us," said the man with the cigar. The scene transitioned again, showing the corrupted baron arriving at a hotel named Tuma. The screen turned to gray mist once more. Hubert, seated on the Iron Throne, mused to himself that both the Necro Shipyard and the Tuma Hotel were properties of the Tamara family. After a series of inquiries, the ethereal form of the corrupted baron had become quite faint, prompting Hubert to withdraw from the communion, causing the baron's essence to vanish immediately. Hubert then turned to the still relatively substantial spirit of the judge and sought to commune. "Where is the gathering place of the Tamara family?" The screen displayed a picturesque valley, with towering snow-capped peaks and a grand hall nestled among the verdant beauty, where birds sang and fragrant flowers bloomed, with villas and residences scattered throughout the scenic landscape. Just as he was absorbing these images, the scene abruptly ceased, transforming into swirling gray mist. This mist was distinct from that encountered during communion, as it writhed as if imbued with life. It appeared that those who lived in or had visited the family South gathering place had been influenced, either passively or actively, and even through necromancy. The precise location of the gathering place remained concealed. Hubert then posed another question. Were the potion recipes for the arbiter of sequence 8 and above? The swirling gray mist dissipated, and the screen revealed an elderly man with graying hair presenting a piece of paper. "This is the sheriff's potion recipe. The materials are on that table. You may prepare the potion yourself." As Hubert's gaze fell upon the parchment, the potion recipe became clear. The sheriff. Main ingredients: a pair of eyes from a fear worm, and the right paw of a silver-white war bear. Auxiliary ingredients: 10 milliliters of black mandragora flower juice, 12 milliliters of bellflower juice, 8 grams of dragon bloodgrass powder, and 80 milliliters of pure water. As with previous communions, the elderly man with graying hair appeared repeatedly, seemingly unchanged by time, and his demeanor suggested he held high expectations for the judge. The potion recipes for Sequence 7 and Sequence 6 then sequentially appeared. Sequence 7, the interrogator. Main ingredients: a horn from a flash-striped black serpent, and dust from a lake spirit. Sequence 6, the judge. After acquiring these 3 potion recipes, the judge's ethereal form began to fade, prompting Hubert to cease his communion and swiftly turn to the nearly dissipated spirit of the astrologer. Potion recipes for the trickster and the astrologer. As the spirit's essence waned, the screen displayed only a blurred image, rendering it indistinct, with the only clear detail being the potion recipe held by the astrologer, the trickster. Main ingredients: the stomach of a soul eater and 20 milliliters of blood from a deep-sea swordfish. Auxiliary ingredients: 5 milliliters of oil extracted from hornbeam, 10 grams of threadball grass powder, 1 blooming red sorghum flower, and 80 milliliters of pure water. Sequence 7, the astrologer. Main ingredients: meteoric crystal and blood crystal from a lava octopus. Having just discerned the 2 potion recipes, the astrologer's essence completely vanished. Hubert exhaled deeply. Aside from the spoils he had previously acquired, These potion formulas represented another significant gain. At this moment, he had mastered the coherent recipes of 3 distinct paths. And with such knowledge, he even possessed the means to establish his own organization of extraordinary beings. Ultimately, Hubert unleashed a surge of chaotic energy, briefly plunging the streets into disorder, thereby severing any possibility of divination. Departing from the realm of disorder, Hubert dragged the corpse of the corrupted Baron back to the living room, where Upton had already arranged the altar according to the contents of his father's notes. Placing the barbarian's body before it, Hubert glanced at the altar, noting that the central symbol was composed of twisted vertical and horizontal lines, interspersed with several dots. Though unfamiliar, it seemed oddly recognizable. Shaking his head, Hubert was about to continue moving the bodies when suddenly his spiritual senses were struck by an overwhelming unease. He turned, and the source of his discomfort was the symbol upon the altar. Upton, evidently inexperienced or perhaps entirely unacquainted with ritual magic, was busy contemplating how to construct the wall of spirituality. Hubert pointed at the symbol and inquired, "Where did this symbol originate?" "From my father's notes," Upton replied honestly. "What is its revered name?" Upton picked up the notes, "The Cosmos." "Do not utter it aloud," Hubert exclaimed. "Write it down, fold the paper, and hand it to me." Upton, seemingly realizing something, complied with Hubert's instructions, a hint of terror in his demeanor as he wrote, and passed the folded paper to Hubert. Taking the paper, Hubert mused. "Now I understand why this symbol feels familiar." He continued, "Before you lie 2 choices. First, you may proceed with the ritual after my departure. Second, I can offer you a more reliable object of supplication. Choose wisely." At this juncture, Upton recognized the flaw in his intended object of worship and, without hesitation, chose. "I will use the object you provide." He placed his trust in Hubert, for the latter's ability to gather such assistance suggested an extraordinary background. Hubert smiled. "Then you shall become a follower of him." "No problem," Upton replied. Hubert altered the central symbol of the altar to that of the Creator, and then imparted the Creator's revered name to Upton. Subsequently, Hubert feigned an intention to deal with the bodies, but actually retreated to the bedroom, where he utilized the original altar to offer the paper as a sacrifice to himself. Once back in the realm of disorder, Hubert seized the paper, opening it to reveal the words, "The mist of the cosmos, the sovereign of extreme cold," the symbol of chaos and distortion. From these descriptions, Hubert surmised that this must refer to the revered name of the mist of indeterminacy. It was not merely his spirit that felt familiar, but rather the realm of disorder, with which he shared a profound connection. In chapter 101, a new follower emerges. Upton in the living room cautiously recited the revered name of the Creator. "O Creator of order in the mortal realm, Biakagebeis. You are the sovereign of the realm of disorder. You are the master of the clock of order. I beseech your gaze and favor. I implore you to merge the spirituality of this altar with my own, rendering my enemy's divinations ineffective." Upton had perused his father's notes countless times and rehearsed the ritual in his mind. Yet today marked his first actual invocation. His father's notes had warned against carelessly uttering the revered name of the mist of indeterminacy, lest he unwittingly provoke this grand entity. Upon completing his supplication, Upton gazed anxiously at the altar. Suddenly, a powerful force descended, and a towering, majestic figure appeared above the altar, seated upon a throne forged from gleaming swords, as if surveying all beneath him. Earlier, when Upton had mentioned needing a corpse from the Tamara family, Hubert, well versed in the arcane, had deduced the principle behind Upton's request for a body to conceal his tracks. Only those of the same lineage could effectively merge their spiritual essences. When a high-ranking distortion force intertwined Upton's spirituality with that of the corpse, it would direct any subsequent divination towards the essence of that body, thus rendering it ineffective. Hubert had anticipated that he could achieve this by utilizing the realm of disorder. Additionally, high-ranking extraordinary beings of the Path of the Reaper could perform similar feats, as manipulation of spirituality was their forte. The Path of the Lawyer also possessed such capabilities, as its high-ranking practitioners could exploit even the loopholes of death, let alone those of spirituality. Consequently, after Upton's invocation, Hubert captured the residual spirituality of the corpse before the altar and, employing chaotic and distorted powers, intertwined it with a portion of Upton's essence. This caused Upton to contort in pain, as his spiritual form was forcibly twisted. Following this, Hubert invoked the power of order to ensure that the previous actions were recognized by the appropriate order, allowing the remaining essence of the corpse to permanently reside within Upton. Having completed these tasks, Hubert withdrew his power from the altar and glanced at the paper by the armrest before placing it on a nearby stone pedestal. Hubert vaguely recalled that the mist of indeterminacy seemed to be composed of residual energies from the realm of disorder and the child of chaos, representing a weaker outer god. From its revered name, it appeared to wield some dominion over distortion and chaos, granting it a greater facility in uncovering the vulnerabilities of the protective barriers set by the original creator on Earth than other outer gods. Alternatively, it could be that a fragment of its power remained on Earth after being severed from the child of chaos. Furthermore, the fact that the child of chaos was sealed on Earth so early indicated the unique nature of this path, providing them with a natural advantage in infiltrating the Earth. Hubert speculated that in the future, should he ascend to the position of the Black Emperor or even the Angelic King, he might attempt to reclaim some of the powers of the mist of indeterminacy to bolster his own strength. However, that was a distant prospect. Before that time, Hubert intended to maintain contact with Upton, hoping to utilize him to design traps and trace the whereabouts of the mist of indeterminacy. Of course, prior to becoming the Angelic King, such matters were best left unconsidered. As Hubert prepared to cleanse the altar, the corpse of the astrologer suddenly sat up, startling him. He quickly activated his spiritual sight, only to remember that the spirit-communicating necklace was still within the realm of disorder, rendering his current sight incapable of perceiving the undead. "I will assist you with these bodies," came the voice of Dophies. Hubert sighed in relief. "Mr. Dophies, your assistance is quite alarming." The astrologer grinned ominously as he and the other corpses stiffly rose, the judge's bisected body also showing signs of restoration, with scars only visible in the light. The corpses moved briskly as if they were ordinary people, causing Upton outside to shriek in terror. This led Hubert to deduce that Dophies was likely an extraordinary being of the Undertaker path, as controlling corpses was a hallmark of that path, while possession through the prisoner path typically allowed manipulation of only a single target. Upon entering the living room, Hubert addressed Upton. "This is a friend assisting us with the disposal of the bodies." He initially considered referring to Dophies as a servant, but felt that such a term would lack respect. Upton nearly burst into tears, but then chuckled nervously. "I have gained another 10 years of freedom." Hubert regarded him with a knowing glance. "Shall we not settle our accounts?" Previously, Upton had promised Hubert that if he helped him defeat the pursuers sent by his family, he would provide Hubert with certain benefits. Upton tenderly untangled the strands of the astrologer's hair entwined around his arm. Hubert quickly interjected, "I have no desire for such perilous things that could take my life at any moment. I no longer require the potion formulas I once knew." He continued, "What I seek are the extraordinary traits of the briber and the astrologer." Upton offered a wry smile, recognizing that these were indeed the most valuable assets he currently possessed, especially the briber's extraordinary traits, which he intended to utilize for his advancement in the future. However, a thought struck him. Possessing the potion formulas also meant he had opportunities for advancement ahead. "Very well," Upton replied, "but I can only provide them to you the day after tomorrow." "There's no rush," Hubert remarked. "You should return to recuperate for half a month. Let's reconvene at the Harvest Chapel in 2 weeks. With a smile, he added, "You look rather unwell. I imagine the pressure from the potion has intensified your spiritual burdens." Upton paused, then nodded repeatedly. "Indeed, I have been using the astrologer's hair far too frequently, and the whispers in my ears have grown increasingly severe." Hubert assured him, "I will not take your extraordinary traits without recompense. I shall also share methods to effectively avoid losing control. After all, you are a follower of that entity, and I cannot merely stand by as you spiral into chaos." Reflecting on the imposing figure he had seen earlier, Upton lowered his head, wishing to pray, only to suddenly realize he was unaware of the gestures and prayers representing the Creator. Hubert stated firmly, "Without the Creator's permission, you must not disclose your identity as a follower." "Yes," Upton replied, "thank you for your guidance." Hubert suppressed a smile, belatedly realizing he would need to cultivate his own followers. He pondered whether the 7 gods had faced such hardships during their formative stages. Chapter 102, The Teleportation Stone. When Hubert returned home, it was already past 3 in the morning. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, he encountered Donna, who was clad in her pajamas and yawning. "You back so late?" Hubert smiled, "Just putting in some extra hours." Donna nodded, stifling another yawn as she headed to the washroom. He knocked on the study door, and indeed, Christine was still waiting for him inside. Hubert succinctly recounted the events of the evening's battle, sharing only a portion of his spiritual gains. Christine nodded. "Your speed in discovering the potion formulas has far exceeded my expectations. However, do not let it inflate your ego. In the world of the extraordinary, caution is an ever-timely virtue." Hubert acknowledged with a hum, then added, "Father, I plan to move out. Sometimes I return so late that I find it difficult to explain myself." It would be more convenient for me to rent a place near the law firm, allowing me to stay there if I work late. Christine smiled. As children grow, home can sometimes feel like a constraint. He continued, you may move out, but you must return home for at least 2 days each week. And do inform your mother in the morning. After leaving the study and returning to his room, Hubert, utterly exhausted, changed out of his clothes and fell asleep. However, at 7 the next morning, he awoke to a spiritual prompt, as he needed to discuss transaction 2355 with the night watch team that day. At the breakfast table, Hubert mentioned his plans to move out, providing ample reasoning. Recently, he often worked late, and if he had a residence nearby, he could save time on commuting. Moreover, he and Donna and Tyron did not share the same route in the mornings, which often required them to leave early to avoid tardiness. Though his foster mother, Melissa, felt a twinge of reluctance, she did not oppose Christine's approval, only reminding Hubert to return home when possible and promising that the family would assist with part of his rent. After breakfast, yawning, Hubert arrived at the law firm, made a brief appearance, and then proceeded to visit clients. He first headed to 192 Blanca Street, retrieving the black gloves through a granted method and placing them into a pre-prepared cloth bag. Following Dolly's guidance from yesterday, Hubert made his way directly to the Blackthorn Security Company. At the reception, a woman in her 40s greeted him. Are you Mr. Hubert? Startled, Hubert replied, yes. She continued, the captain and Ms. Dolly are already waiting for you in the office. As she spoke, she led Hubert upstairs. Curiously, he inquired, do you know me? He had not recalled encountering anyone other than Dolly during his previous visit to the security company. The middle-aged woman subtly explained, our security company does not have a large volume of business. Understanding her implication, Hubert realized that the lack of clientele that day allowed her to confidently identify him. Upon reaching the office on the second floor, Thomas and Dolly were indeed already present. After shutting the office door, Dolly asked, would you prefer black tea or coffee? Black tea, thank you. Once Dolly had poured the tea and taken her seat, the three began discussing business. Thomas stated, I reported your situation to the Archbishop last night, and after our discussions, he has approved your transaction request. He smiled. This is the first transaction involving a sealed item the church has conducted in over a century. Hubert nodded, knowing that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the Night Watch team would agree to the transaction, as it aligned with their interests. However, we have one stipulation, Thomas continued. If 2355 is lost or stolen, you are obligated to inform the Night Watch team. No problem, Hubert replied. Thomas then retrieved a stone box containing 2,355 from his drawer, saying, this stone box is also a magical item, valued equivalently to one of the briber's extraordinary traits. If you require the stone box, we will provide you with 2 additional extraordinary traits of the barbarian, along with certification for external personnel. Should you choose not to take the stone box, we will proceed with the transaction as per your request yesterday. Hubert was taken aback. This was unexpected. Thomas's approach clearly aimed to incentivize Hubert's continued contributions to the Night Watch team using the briber's extraordinary traits. Yet, he may not have anticipated that Hubert had other avenues to acquire the traits. I want the stone box, Hubert decisively stated again. Dolly interjected, previously, you borrowed 2355 twice for no more than 12 hours, which is why I did not warn you of the stone box's negative effects. Now that you intend to hold onto it long term, be aware that if you remain in close proximity to the stone box for over 12 cumulative hours, you will gradually become petrified. You must rest for over 6 hours before you can carry the stone box again. If the time between 2 close encounters with the stone box exceeds 6 hours, the time will reset. Hubert responded, thank you for the reminder. Internally, he chastised the Night Watch for being overly cautious. What was the point of keeping the stone box's negative effects a secret? Initially, he had considered informing Dolly about the black glove's negative effects, but he decided against it, letting them figure it out for themselves. The transaction proceeded smoothly, and Thomas extracted a wooden box from his drawer containing 2 extraordinary traits of the barbarian, along with 2 small certificates. The first certificate bore the emblem of the Night Saint, and upon opening it, Hubert found his personal details. The second certificate, adorned with the image of a crown surrounded by swords, was a certificate from the police's special department, indicating Hubert's rank as sheriff. Hubert chuckled, pleasantly surprised by the second certificate's unexpected utility. As he departed from the Blackthorn Security Company, Hubert's briefcase felt heavy, having finally secured 2,355, along with 2 extraordinary traits of the barbarian. Coupled with the 2 extraordinary traits that Apton had promised him, this endeavor had indeed proved to be immensely profitable. As Hubert settled into the hired carriage, he pondered the renaming of the artifact, known as 2355. Not being an official extraordinary individual, He certainly did not favor such a numerical designation for a seal. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to refer to it as the translocation stone statue. Upon returning to the law firm, he found that both Hugh and Forth had already arrived, and he welcomed them into a small reception room. Hubert pinned the alchemical formula of the trickster's potion on a piece of paper and handed it to Forth, stating, "This is rightfully yours." Forth glanced at the formula. Having searched for it for an interminable time, suddenly possessing it made the paper feel remarkably weighty. The two primary ingredients listed were ones she had heard of at the extraordinary gathering, albeit not inexpensive, each costing over 300 pounds. Hubert then addressed Hugh. "Yesterday, I also acquired the formula for the sheriff's potion." Chapter 103. Hugh's new objective. Hugh exclaimed with excitement, "I knew it." After one divination, it was impossible to receive only a single formula. Hubert smiled and continued, as we all witnessed at Mr. A's gathering. "The sheriff's potion formula was priced at 450 pounds, yet I intend to sell it to you for 420 pounds. He added, "You ought to be aware that the 450 pounds for a sequence 8 potion formula is merely the base price. It typically escalates to over 500 pounds. So my offer is indeed quite reasonable." He replied promptly, "Of course, I am aware." She then scratched her head somewhat sheepishly. "However, my total assets amount to only 398 pounds. Please wait a moment while I gather the additional 20 pounds. I shall return immediately to purchase the formula." Hubert smiled. "How about this? The formula shall be yours for 395 pounds, and in return, you shall assist me in locating 2 addresses." Hugh paused slightly. "Hubert, you needn't be so accommodating." No. The 25 pounds are well worth the expenditure to me," Hubert clarified. "For those 2 addresses, I cannot conduct the investigation myself. Do not undertake it on your own either. Enlist someone trustworthy to assist you. Moreover, the investigation should not commence until 2 weeks later. I only require the addresses, without any further actions that might disturb them." Hugh seemed to grasp the implication. "Ah, that would be the Tamara family." Hubert nodded and smiled. "Ladies, it appears that the Tamara family likely possesses the potion formulas for lawyers, arbitrators, and apprentices. We should be able to procure what we each require from them. In this regard, I believe we are natural allies. However, we are currently too weak compared to an extraordinary family, so we must refrain from reckless actions. We can simply keep an ear out for news regarding this family and act when the opportunity presents itself." Forth smiled and stated, "In this matter, we are willing to follow your lead." "Not lead, but rather collaborate," Hubert replied. "You two possess extraordinary abilities, yet have never resorted to using them for criminality. I hold great respect for such steadfastness." Hugh felt a bit bashful at this compliment. Scratching her somewhat coarse hair, "I respect you as well. You possess such knowledge and have managed to find such formidable allies to assist you. You could have easily excluded us from this endeavor, yet you included us." Forth nodded, acknowledging Hugh's words. Indeed, their contributions to this operation were not substantial, yet they had accumulated a wealth of practical experience and broadened their horizons. For 2 sequence 9 wild, extraordinary individuals, such experience and knowledge were invaluable. Hubert smiled. "Mutual respect is the foundation of enduring friendship." As he spoke, he wrote out the sheriff's potion formula and handed it to Hugh. Today, she had brought all her savings with her in anticipation of a potential transaction. After finalizing this deal, Hubert further informed Hugh, "Regarding the primary ingredients for the sheriff's potion, I can suggest 2 excellent options. The first is the individual who sold the sheriff's potion formula at Mr. A's gathering. There's a high probability that he will also have the primary ingredients. The second option is that I have access to the ingredients myself and can offer them to you at a reduced price." Hugh exclaimed, "Naturally, I will choose to purchase from you." Initially, she had been worried about sourcing the primary ingredients, but Hubert had promptly outlined 2 viable paths for her. Hubert responded, "Very well, I shall reserve them for you." In truth, the so-called primary ingredients represent the extraordinary attributes of the sheriff's potion, which one would divide as spoils. He continued, "Although you are purchasing materials from me, I still recommend that you establish contact with the individual selling the sheriff's formula." "Why?" Hugh inquired. "You should be aware that the ruined royal family possesses the potion formulas for arbitrators." "Yes?" Hugh nodded in acknowledgement. "Only those sheriffs who have established contact with the royal family are deemed legitimate." Hubert cautioned, "Do not resist cooperating with the officials. As long as you remain vigilant not to be used as a pawn, such collaboration will be advantageous for you." Hugh nodded again, likely comprehending Hubert's intentions. After bidding farewell to the 2 ladies, Hubert endured a series of yawns until lunchtime. Following his meal, he ventured out to visit clients, though in truth, he intended to catch up on sleep at 192 Blanca Street. He enjoyed a restful slumber, awakening around 4 in the afternoon. A luxurious 4-wheeled carriage came to a halt on Rose Street. A middle-aged man, whose shoulder-length hair appeared somewhat greasy, puffed on a cigar as he gazed out the window. "Uncle Bayard, was the incident here?" Due to divination revealing that only one traitor remained in the family, and that individual was not particularly powerful. The action had not initially drawn the middle-aged man's attention. It was only when the action team failed to return overnight that he realized something was amiss. By questioning the coachman, he learned that the team's target was Rose Street, the only lead available. The astrologer, referred to as Bayard, his hair now graying, consulted his crystal ball for divination and remarked, "They indeed came here, but there are not many traces of them left." "Proceed," the middle-aged man instructed the coachman. "Drive through here at a normal speed. Even if the enemy remains in this street, extraordinary battles cannot occur in daytime Beckland." The carriage slowly traversed Rose Street, and both the street and its residents appeared entirely normal, showing no signs of a fierce conflict having taken place. The middle-aged man queried, "Can we locate their bodies?" "They should have been dealt with," Bayard replied with a wry smile. "Astrologers can only perform basic divinations, and they are easily interfered with. After all, we are not professional diviners." The middle-aged man crushed his cigar in frustration. "If divination is not an option, then we shall commence an investigation. I must avenge my sister." The astrologer who perished yesterday was his sister. After Hubert awoke, he returned to the law firm. During his absence, he had received a letter and an official correspondence. The letter was from Mr. Barton, sent by the client of his third case, urging Mr. Barton to resolve the issues he was facing promptly. Consequently, Barton forwarded the letter to Hubert, mentioning that this case had been pending in Hubert's hands for 3 weeks and indeed required attention. However, Hubert planned to take a proper rest tomorrow and intended to address it on Saturday. As for the official correspondence, it was a notification from the court regarding the acceptance of the Bob case, informing Hubert of a hearing scheduled for next Wednesday. Chapter 104. The Hypothesis of the Barbarian's Role. Hubert first penned a letter to Bob at the poorhouse, informing him of the hearing date. After attending to these 2 letters, Hubert sat in his office, lost in thought until closing time. During dinner, he informed his family that he had rented a row house at 192 Blanca Street. The following morning, Montlisa arrived at number 192 accompanied by the butler and several maids. She first instructed the maids to conduct a thorough cleaning and asked the butler to procure some additional furnishings. As she personally oversaw the proceedings, she informed Hubert, "Yesterday, I had a discussion with your father, and we have decided to assist you with an annual contribution of £30 towards your rent. Once you ascend to the esteemed position of a barrister, I trust that the burden of renting will no longer weigh upon you." Hubert recognized the goodwill behind her words and refrained from refusing her offer. He contemplated presenting his father or adoptive mother with a more extravagant gift on either Christine's birthday or his adoptive mother's. After all, his current cash reserves had reached an impressive £943, surpassing the earnings of many seasoned barristers. Moreover, with the primary materials and potion formulas for sequences 7 and 6 requiring no expenditure, it seemed there were no substantial financial burdens on the horizon. The only potential expense might arise from Hubert's intention to nurture his spiritual essence with extraordinary potions. Although the country of disorder had alleviated the detrimental effects of the black gloves on his spirituality, Hubert remained slightly apprehensive and wished to consult with Lord Greylint at a later time regarding any recipes for nurturing the spirit. Around 10 o'clock, Montlisa departed with the butler and maids, leaving Hubert to recline in an armchair, inhaling the pristine air of the rental property with a sense of satisfaction. One aspect of this era that appealed to Hubert was the luxury of not having to clean. He then embarked on his customary reflections, contemplating the recent endeavor, which had yielded significant rewards, the most noteworthy being the acquisition of ownership over the teleportation statue. Additionally, he had garnered the initiative for collaboration with official extraordinary individuals, laying a solid foundation for future partnerships. He had also undertaken numerous counter-divination measures, effectively disrupting the astrologer's forecasts. Thus, the pressing concern became how to embody the persona of a barbarian and expedite the digestion of potions. Through his insights into the role of a barrister, Hubert had gleaned some valuable lessons. It was prudent to establish a conceptual framework for the role before delving into practice, as this approach could hasten the formulation of the role's guidelines. But what truly constitutes a barbarian? Drawing from prior divinations, Hubert dismissed the notion of a primitive savage, implying that embodying a barbarian does not necessitate venturing into the wilderness. So what defines barbarism? Crudeness? A disregard for reason? A penchant for wielding force? Hubert furrowed his brow. None of these seem to encapsulate the essence of a barbarian. The core of a barrister lies in adeptly navigating rules and exploiting loopholes. Thus, it stands to reason that barbarism should correlate with this core principle, aligning with the laws of role-playing. He recalled one of the guidelines for interconnecting the roles of astrologers was secrecy. There was also the reverence for fate, and so forth. In summary, while the names of potions may not bear direct relevance, the underlying rules of role-playing they conceal are undoubtedly interconnected. Following this line of thought, Hubert surmised that the antonym of barbarism is civilization, leading to a moment of clarity. Civilization embodies order and rules, while barbarism signifies the challenge to disrupt these orders and dismantle these rules. Nodding in satisfaction, Hubert deemed this line of reasoning promising and resolved to seek out an opportunity to experiment with it. After partaking of lunch, Hubert returned to the law office. After a spell of idleness, he found himself feeling rather bored and could not help but lament. During work, I yearn for rest, yet when rest arrives, I find it rather dull, accompanied by a tinge of guilt. Shaking his head, he resolved to find something to occupy his time. After some contemplation, he recalled an urgent task. Bill's case was set to be heard the following Thursday, and prior to that, he needed to communicate with the plaintiff to ascertain the compensation amount being sought. This case differed from Bruce's, as Bruce's was a response to the prosecution's charges, while Bill's involved a tobacco merchant suing Bill for driving under the influence. With no other engagements that afternoon, Hubert decided to visit the plaintiff. He retrieved the document containing the plaintiff's address and had the office's driver escort him to the plaintiff's residence. The plaintiff, named Kate, was a somewhat portly middle-aged man who appeared to operate a sizable tobacco company, occupying 2 floors of an office building. The first floor served as a product showcase and retail area, while the second floor housed the business sector, staffed by a dozen salespeople and several clerical employees. Kate received Hubert with a degree of courtesy, yet insisted on a compensation demand of £100, stating, "Not a penny less." With a smile and a cigarette, he remarked, "Mr. Hubert, I believe this is fate's design. That scoundrel has been wreaking havoc on the Tassoc River for far too long. Since he has crossed paths with me, I must ensure he receives a severe lesson. Not only must he pay, but I also demand his imprisonment." Hubert replied, "If you truly believe in fate, you must understand that fate is impartial. Bill has not inflicted such substantial losses upon you. Should your compensation request be excessive, it may bring misfortune upon you." "I shall not debate these matters with a lawyer," Kate retorted. "I am well aware that you rely on your eloquence." He continued, "However, I must assert that according to my understanding of mystical knowledge, indeed, I am an enthusiast of the arcane. Fate has never been impartial. Each boon of fortune signifies that another must encounter misfortune. Bill is evidently that unfortunate soul." As the conversation veered toward the realm of the mystical, Hubert engaged with Kate on the subject of occultism. Kate's knowledge appeared to lean more towards folk witchcraft, rife with misunderstandings and radical interpretations. Although their dialogue was amicable, Kate remained resolute, showing no inclination to reduce his compensation demands. Hubert refrained from employing his abilities to distort Kate's thoughts, as the effects of such manipulation were fleeting, and Kate would revert to his original mindset before the court date. Furthermore, Hubert possessed considerable confidence in this case, deeming it unnecessary to resort to such extraneous measures. After a while, Hubert rose to take his leave, only to encounter a familiar face, Gal. "Mr. Hubert, what a pleasant surprise to find you here," Gal greeted, one hand gripping a box while the other held a small glass vial. It appeared that Mr. Kate was indeed a connoisseur of the arcane, as he seemed to maintain a connection with Gal, who sold mystical materials. Hubert smiled and greeted him, scrutinizing the small glass vial. "Is that powdered black nightshade? Your discerning eye is commendable," Gal explained. "The box contains herbs that conflict with black nightshade. Therefore, I had no choice but to carry the black nightshade separately." Hubert paused for a moment, as memories of the potion formula he had confiscated from Zachary, which utilized black nightshade powder, resurfaced. Black nightshade was a rarely used mystical ingredient, at least in the potion recipes he knew, where only the formula for the secretive practitioner required its use. However, Hubert quickly regained his composure. "We shall have time to discuss this later." Once aboard the carriage, Hubert instructed the driver to Gal's apothecary at 51 Henry Street. Chapter 105. The privileged few. Hubert waited outside the apothecary for over half an hour until Gal finally returned. He opened the carriage door. "Gal?" The moment Gal descended from the carriage, he appeared taken aback. "Mr. Hubert?" Hubert smiled and gestured towards a nearby cafe. "Allow me to treat you to a cup of coffee." Gal, eager to foster goodwill with the client, readily agreed. "Certainly, please wait a moment." He returned to the shop to set down his box before hastily exiting to join Hubert in the cafe, where they engaged in light-hearted conversation. This cafe was of mid-range quality, with partitions separating each table, making it ideal for discussions. After some casual banter, Hubert finally stated, "Gal, after several transactions, I believe we can consider ourselves friends. Wouldn't you agree?" "Of course," Gal replied. "Now, I have a matter I hope you can assist me with, as a friend. I trust you will not refuse. Pray, what can I do for you?" Gal inquired cautiously. Hubert, no longer beating around the bush, asked, "What did Mr. Kate purchase from you?" Gal hesitated slightly, replying, "Mr. Hubert, every enthusiast of mysticism delights in enigma. The success of my apothecary lies in my commitment to safeguarding the secrets of each customer." "Very well," Hubert said, "I am touched by your integrity. Consider this £10 cash a reward for your honesty." As he spoke, he produced £10 in cash and pushed it towards Gal. Upon seeing the money, Gal hesitated momentarily, but ultimately replied, "I'm afraid I cannot betray my client's secrets." Hubert withdrew the cash, saying, "Your professional ethics are commendable. I shall not press you further." Gal exhaled with relief and took a sip of his coffee. However, Hubert continued, "Let me take a guess. Among the mystical materials Mr. Kate sought, there's also wolfsbane and the blood of fey fish, correct? Both these ingredients are auxiliary components in the potions used by the mystics." Gal's hand trembled slightly as he held the coffee. Hubert smiled. "I understand now. Your character has withstood the test. I will refer more friends to your apothecary henceforth." Gal forced a smile and nodded. Although he was unsure how Hubert knew about the mystical materials required by Mr. Kate, he recognized that Hubert had likely surmised the purpose behind Mr. Kate's acquisition of those materials. After settling the coffee bill, Hubert instructed the carriage from the office to return, while he took a cab to the Obsidian Tavern in the Northern District. This had been his plan all along. Upon confirming that Mr. Kate was indeed procuring materials for a mystic's potion, he would promptly report it. As for whether the individual was affiliated with the Aurora Society, he would leave that investigation to Deli and her team. Given the circumstances, even if Mr. Kate was not a member of the Aurora Society, the source of his potion recipe would undoubtedly be linked to them. Regardless, for the sake of his own safety, it was essential to report any such individuals immediately. Upon arriving at the Obsidian Tavern, Hubert ordered a beer, as usual, and tipped the bartender to summon Deli. After a brief wait, Deli sauntered into the tavern, unhurried. As the establishment grew busier, the two were guided by the bartender to a back room. Deli smiled. "Had you arrived 10 minutes later, I would have been off duty. It seems since becoming your contact, my workload has doubled, which also means your opportunities for promotion and pay raise have doubled," Hubert replied. "I've discovered a mystic." Deli's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "Where did you find them? How did you come across this information?" Hubert recounted his encounter with the complainant that afternoon, omitting the specifics of how he learned of the mystic's potion recipe and the identity of the source, who divulged the details of the materials Mr. Kate required. Deli, understanding without needing further clarification, replied, "We will initiate an investigation immediately. If the situation proves true, we will certainly acknowledge your contribution." Hubert inquired, "What specific reward might there be?" "For instance, monetary compensation," Deli answered. "Your information is worth approximately £10. Should we make significant discoveries based on your lead, the reward will be doubled." Hubert pressed further. "Are there other forms of reward?" "You could also accrue merit, which can be exchanged for items or assistance you require," Deli explained, "such as extraordinary traits of bribers, or gaining access to confidential records, or receiving our aid, among other things." Hubert decided, "Then I shall opt for accumulating merit. At present, I do not lack for funds." "A wise choice," Deli smiled. "Often, our assistance cannot be measured in monetary terms." On his return journey, Hubert suddenly pondered whether his actions constituted unfair competition. If the complainant remained tight-lipped, he would eliminate them. With this thought, he smiled faintly, recognizing the barbaric nature of his reasoning. He then wished for Mr. Kate to have a pleasant dream that night. As his thoughts swirled, Hubert linked Deli to Captain Dunn of Tingen City. Dunn's demise was a source of regret for Hubert. Now armed with a teleportation statue and the Wood of Order, he contemplated whether to rescue Dunn. As for Mr. K, if he were to perish, so be it. He could always be revived. And this latest demise would not only expunge the potion, but also afford him broader avenues for growth. Just as he reached this conclusion, Hubert's intuition sparked, compelling him to glance out the carriage window. Outside, he spotted a striking lady, perhaps in her 30s, adorned in an elaborate long dress and a small lace hat. Flotesli merging élégance wise avant-garde style. She caught Hubert's eye and flashed him a cordial smile, albeit with a slightly wild glint in her gaze that seemed incongruous with her appearance and demeanor. Hubert blinked in surprise and returned her smile. As the carriage wheels turned, the lady vanished from his sight. Hubert found it peculiar that his intuition had prompted him to gaze outside. It was merely a fleeting encounter that he quickly dismissed. At the dinner table, Christine appeared burdened with unspoken thoughts, resulting in a rather oppressive atmosphere. After the meal, there was little idle chatter, and everyone retreated to their respective rooms. Christine was the last to leave the dining area. Suddenly sensing something, she leisurely made her way to the study. Seated in the chair behind the desk was a striking woman in her 30s, none other than the lady Hubert had seen earlier in the carriage. She smiled. Christine, long time no see. You seem far more mature than 20 years ago, though the magical wards in your study remain as poorly arranged as ever. Chapter 106, Hubert's Heritage. Christine closed the door. Eppley, you're not welcome here. I merely came to see my son, and you still acknowledge him as your son? Why did you abandon him 20 years ago? Why subject him to the uncertainty of others? Eppley's smile vanished, her eyes suddenly ablaze with frenzy. I left because I trusted you. I knew you would raise Hubert as your own. I departed because I missed Rex too desperately. It drove me to madness. As Eppley spoke of Rex, tears streamed down her face, revealing her emotional instability. Christine sighed. It has been over 20 years. Yet I still love him dearly. Regardless of what others think, I will resurrect Rex. Eppley wiped her tears, her expression hardening. In the past, I was too weak to save Rex. Things are different now. Christine's anger diminished significantly. That is not your fault. He asked with concern, what is your current state? It is the price of gaining power. Eppley shook her head. Can we not speak calmly? Christine pulled out a chair and sat opposite Eppley. You seem to have become an ancient alchemist? Indeed, Eppley replied. I have prepared a vessel to contain Rex's soul. The greatest challenge now is locating Rex's spirit in the spirit realm. I do not wish to hear this, Christine interjected. Moreover, I will not allow Hubert to accompany you into madness. I merely recalled that Hubert's curse is about to manifest, which is why I came to check on him. Additionally, I brought him 2 gifts. As she spoke, Eppley produced a spoon and a fork, resembling those used at the dining table. Christine sighed and said, I will pass it on to him. Now, tell me about Hubert's current life and career. A smile returned to Eppley's face as she responded. He is a descendant of the Emperor. His life will undoubtedly be anything but ordinary. By the way, have you mentioned me to him? Being an Emperor's descendant is not something to take pride in, Christine replied with a wry smile, shaking her head. I told him you had left, but he seems to have understood it, as you having passed away. Well, just a few days ago, he handled a commission where the client wished to divorce without granting any assets to his wife. He brought home a pumpkin and shared it with us. He has also recently orchestrated an extraordinary battle involving several Sequence 6 individuals. I never would have imagined that he, having just attained Sequence 8, already possesses the potion formulas for Sequence 7 and Sequence 6. Eppley gazed at the spoon and fork before her, her eyes filled with affection. He is as gentle and wise as Rex. Yet, I am not a worthy mother. I have not told him stories to lull him to sleep, nor prepared him delicious dinners, nor shared tales of his father and me. Upon returning to 192 Blanca Street, Hubert first visited the restroom to alleviate his bloating, then spent a considerable time in the kitchen, where the tools and spices felt entirely foreign to him. At noon, the butler thoughtfully procured some fresh vegetables, and Hubert attempted to make a sweet and sour cabbage. Perhaps due to the long absence of his hometown cuisine, he found the taste quite delightful. However, it did not pair well with bread, and Hubert pondered whether he should take the time to steam some buns or something similar. After dinner, Hubert ventured into the realm of disorder to procure a piece of order wood, affixing the metal head of his previous cane onto it, thus creating a new walking stick. The next morning, Hubert walked to the law firm. From a distance, he spotted Christine's carriage waiting at the entrance. Christine smiled and waved to Hubert, who climbed aboard. This is breakfast prepared by your mother, Christine said. Hubert did not dwell on it, simply responding, please thank her for me. Christine nodded. While I was packing yesterday, I discovered something belonging to your biological mother that I believe should be passed on to you. As she spoke, Christine produced a spoon from her pocket and handed it to Hubert. He paused, momentarily taken aback, wondering if she was concerned he might lack utensils for breakfast. Yet, the instant he accepted the spoon, he realized it was a magical item. By imbuing it with spirit, Hubert understood he could wield 3 extraordinary abilities through the viewer path: hypnosis, frenzy, and psychological suggestion. Such practical abilities left Hubert eager to inquire if his biological mother had left behind anything else. After all, treasures should not be hidden away, lest they gather dust. Christine explained, this magical item possesses a passive skill. It can resist a certain degree of hypnosis and psychological attacks. However, its downside is that each use will randomly cause the holder or anyone attacked by the item to burst into tears or laughter. Goodness, Hubert exclaimed. Is that truly a downside? Such abilities and their accompanying effects far surpass those of a spirit link necklace or combat ring. Christine smiled. The item your biological mother left you is indeed remarkable. She wished for you to never be deceived. As for its appearance, it is because the alchemist she knew favored crafting magical items in the form of tableware. Hubert stared at the spoon for a moment, first feeling the profound love from his original mother, then realizing that she was also an extraordinary being. Furthermore, her rank was no lowly one. As an alchemist is a demigod of the generalist sequence, with such connections, her rank must be quite substantial. Hubert tucked the spoon into the pocket of his inner lining, allowing it to rest against his skin so that he could access its abilities at any time. After bidding farewell to Christine, he enjoyed breakfast at his desk, savoring his favorite pie, albeit a tad salty, yet still enjoyable. As he ate, Hubert contemplated a fitting name for the spoon and settled on Spoon of the Mind. After finishing breakfast, Hubert took a carriage to the eastern suburbs to tackle the third case entrusted to him by Mr. Barton. Not long after departing, Hubert encountered once more the strikingly beautiful lady with the audacious gaze he had seen the previous afternoon. She still smiled warmly at him. As the carriage passed her location, Hubert grew increasingly puzzled, wondering why they had crossed paths twice. Should a third encounter occur, he resolved to seek out Christine, for such coincidences often herald unknown dangers. Hubert maintained a heightened sense of vigilance, and, upon exiting the city of Beckland, found no cause for alarm. Allowing him to relax and ponder another matter, he now felt emboldened to venture into Tinjin City. Chapter 107, The Rebellious Boar. The fate of the mysterious world is intriguingly peculiar. Just yesterday, Hubert contemplated rescuing Dunn, but the terrifying thought of 008 made him hesitant. Hubert had considered reporting the matter, but how could he articulate it? In Sangwell in Tinjin City, unless the goddess intervened directly, any actions taken by the Night Watchers might inadvertently stir 008, merely delaying the situation without fully resolving it. By then, the malevolent god would be more formidable, causing even greater harm. Fortunately, 008's storytelling was limited to a single city. Otherwise, Hubert would scarcely dare to imagine the implications. Unexpectedly, this morning, Hubert received the Spoon of the Mind, providing him a means to rescue someone in Tinjin City. He could use the spoon to seal away his memories of 008 and approach Tinjin City, triggering those memories only when necessary. Thus, 008 would likely sense Hubert's presence, but possess only a slim chance of incorporating him into the narrative. Utilizing the viewer path's abilities against the sealing artifact of the viewer path was indeed a commendable strategy. As Hubert contemplated, the carriage continued eastward. After nearly 2 hours of travel and several inquiries for directions, he finally arrived at the client's residence. They had now entered the mountainous region of eastern Beckland, giving Hubert the impression that he had left the city entirely. At the foot of a hill stood a farm, the home of Mr. Stan, the client. Mr. Stan operated a timber yard here, far removed from the urban sprawl, where the air was crisp and fresh, resembling a veritable paradise. Beyond the hill lay another timber yard belonging to Mr. Jamie's family. While Stan and Jamie were not particularly close, their relationship was devoid of conflict. About a month prior, they had quarreled over a small parcel of woodland between their two properties, as a group of wild boars had unexpectedly taken up residence there. Both part-time hunters, Stan and Jamie naturally wished for this newfound bounty to belong to them, leading to heated disputes and near confrontations. Since then, the two families had remained in a state of heightened alert, always designating one person to watch over the small woods to prevent the other from hunting the boars. The reason Mr. Stan had written to expedite the matter was that he noticed the boar's offspring had grown considerably, and the herd might soon migrate anew. Hubert examined Mr. Stan's land deed, which provided a vague description of the timber yard's boundaries. He surmised that Jamie's deed was similarly ambiguous, thus allowing both families ample room for contention. After a moment of contemplation, Hubert declared, "I have a straightforward solution to this problem, but it will require your cooperation and trust." Stan was an elderly man with graying hair and rough hands, yet his spirit remained remarkably vigorous. He promptly declared, "Mr. Lawyer, our family is willing to heed your arrangements." Herbert first requested Mr. Stan to sign a power of attorney, then instructed him to bring a hunting rifle and his family to the disputed woods, while also summoning Mr. Jamie. Youngest son of Mr. Stan exclaimed excitedly, "Mr. Lawyer, are we going to teach the Jamie family a lesson?" To which Herbert chuckled, "We are civilized individuals. We cannot always resort to force. We must attempt to reason with them." Just as Mr. Stan was about to concur, Herbert added, "If they refuse to heed our reasoning, then we may contemplate a more forceful approach." The family paused in surprise, and Mr. Stan finally laughed. "Indeed, Mr. Lawyer, you are well educated, and your reasoning is quite sound." Upon arriving at the edge of the disputed woods, they waited for over half an hour before the Jamie family arrived. Jamie, of a similar age to Stan, observed Stan carrying a rifle and standing beside an unfamiliar young man, promptly took down his own rifle and grasped it firmly. Seeing the tension between the two families, Hobert quickly placed himself between them, stating, "I am here as your mediator." He continued, "The reason for the dispute over this woodland should be clear to you both. Continuing the standoff serves no purpose. Instead, why not do this? In a moment, one of you fires a shot near the wild boar herd. In whichever direction the boars flee, that portion of woods shall belong to that family." "How does that sound?" Jamie scoffed. "We've considered this approach before. But where should we shoot from? No matter the position, we feel it would favor the other." Hobert replied, "Certainly, the shot should be fired closer to Mr. Stan's land, preferably as near to the boars as possible." Upon hearing this, both families were taken aback. Jamie immediately retorted, "Can you make decisions on behalf of Stan? You must not go back on your word." "I will draft an agreement for you," Hobert said, "and we will shoot after you sign." "Wait, Mr. Lawyer," Stan interjected hurriedly. "Are you certain you wish to proceed with this? After all, am I not the one who hired you? Or is it Jamie's old man who has hired you?" Hobert smiled and countered, "Mr. Stan, please trust in my professional integrity. Did you not just express your willingness to follow my guidance?" Gazing at Herbert's confidence, Stan finally stamped his foot. "Very well, I shall follow your lead." Hobert, placing his briefcase down, penned an agreement. Once both parties confirmed the accuracy of the terms, they signed in succession. Each party received a copy, and Hobert stated, "With your signatures on this document, it becomes binding, and you are obliged to adhere to its terms." After receiving affirmative responses from both parties, Hobert, Stan, and Jamie approached the wild boar herd, while their respective families anxiously awaited, one full of hope and the other filled with dread. When they finally spotted the shadows of the wild boars, Hobert signaled Stan to fire a shot into the air. Stan sighed. At such a close distance, the boars would undoubtedly flee towards the opposite side. Nevertheless, he could do nothing but fire a shot skyward. As Stan suspected, the startled boars initially dashed towards Jamie's land. Yet, miraculously, the three sows soon changed direction and headed straight for Stan's property. Realizing the turn of events, Jamie attempted to drive the boars back towards his land, but to no avail. The sows resolutely charged into Stan's woods. Stan erupted in laughter, and when he glanced at Hobert, he found the lawyer intently watching the boars. Not overly concerned, Stan waved the signed agreement in front of Jamie, proclaiming his victory. Jamie, wishing to argue, found himself deflated at the sight of the lawyer and reluctantly yielded to the terms of the agreement. Yet, he could not fathom why the boars had exhibited such peculiar behavior. Chapter 108, Capturing Thieves. "Ha ha ha, did you see Jamie's old face? Stan laughed heartily." The family was naturally in high spirits, astonished that the lawyer had indeed resolved their issues so promptly. They felt the 10 pounds spent had been well worth it. Stan inquired of Hobert, "Mr. Lawyer, how did you know the boars would inevitably head towards my land? Jamie couldn't drive them away." Hobert thought to himself, "Of course. I used my extraordinary abilities to influence the thoughts of those three sows, and the piglets would simply follow their mothers." It seemed rather unjust to utilize his remarkable gifts to resolve a task with a mere 10-pound reward, making his abilities feel rather devalued. Outwardly, he responded, "I happen to have read some literature on the habits of wildlife. In terms of hunting experience, I may not match yours, but I possess a better understanding of the boar's behaviors. Your land is more conducive for the growth of their preferred food, hence they would instinctively run towards it when frightened. Indeed, knowledge is wealth. I have hunted all my life and yet remained unaware of such facts." Upon returning to Stan's farm, it was around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and Stan's family warmly invited Hobert and the driver to share lunch. While they were enjoying their meal, the sound of horse hooves drew their attention. 3 riders dressed in equestrian attire approached at a leisurely pace. From a distance, Hobert recognized one of them, the individual who had previously introduced himself as the son of a brigadier at the mercenary club gathering. As they drew near, Hobert recognized Harvey Hayden as the leader of the trio, who politely requested some fresh water from Stan. The Stan family graciously filled their water flasks and extended an invitation to join them for lunch. Just as Hayden was about to decline the invitation, he spotted Hobert and greeted him with a smile. "Hobert, what a surprise to see you here. How is your father?" He was once under Christine's command and seems to hold a fondness for his superior. "Thank you for your concern. He is doing well," Hobert replied courteously. After a brief exchange, as the water was filled, Hayden was about to take his leave when a thought suddenly struck him. "We are in pursuit of 3 thieves, and we find ourselves short-handed. Hobert, would you lend us your assistance? Once the matter is resolved, you shall receive a share of the reward." Hobert realized that the case assigned to him by Barton was unlikely to be straightforward, but he had not anticipated that this unexpected turn would involve capturing thieves. Noticing Herbert's hesitation, Hayden further added, "These thieves are unarmed, and we have them cornered on a hill. You only need to guard one direction. It is not particularly dangerous. Stan, who resided nearby, expressed his concern. I can't assist. No need, Hayden replied with a smile. Those thieves wield knives and daggers. It is safer for us professionals to handle them. He then turned his gaze towards Hobert. Hobert sensed the sincerity in Hayden's eyes. Very well. I shall accompany you after I finish this piece of bread. In truth, Hobert had already resolved to follow Hayden to capture the thieves, as he surmised that Hayden might also know Rex and could extract some information from him. Furthermore, he was curious to see what surprises the law of extraordinary properties would bestow upon him this time. To prepare for any unforeseen events, he carried with him the statue of teleportation, the wood of order, and other items. As long as he did not encounter enemies of sequence 6 or above who were determined to kill him, he felt confident in his ability to retreat unscathed. After finishing his bread, Hobert bid farewell to the Stan family. Stan readily paid the commission fee and gifted Hobert some jerky and wild vegetables. Hubert distributed a portion of jerky to the coachman and instructed him to return first, as he was uncertain how long he would remain here. Harvey Hayden, leading a horse, accompanied Hubert on foot to join the others. As they walked, he recounted, last night, a cache of jewels was stolen from Count Vincent's estate. The Count's son Simon immediately posted a job at the mercenary club, and thus 9 mercenaries, myself included, form an ad hoc team to apprehend the thieves. Following the leads, we tracked down the 3 fleeing culprits and pursued them all the way here. Hubert inquired, how could a band of thieves dare to invade the residence of a noble count? Harvey replied in a hushed tone, I too find this matter quite peculiar. Simon must be concealing something. However, rest assured, I have encountered those 3 thieves on the mountain, and only one of them is an extraordinary being of sequence 9. According to Simon's task, capturing these 3 will suffice. We need not intervene further. Hubert nodded. Seasoned mercenaries like Harvey naturally would not entangle themselves in the affairs of the nobility. Not far ahead, at a fork in the road, Hubert and the others reunited with the other mercenaries. Harvey introduced Hubert, stating he is also a member of the mercenary club, recently engaged in a nearby task, and I've brought him along to assist. The mercenary club held considerable credibility, and with the recognition of 2 other mercenaries who were acquainted with Hubert, trust in him surged among the group. Simon Vincent, the actual commander of this operation, smiled and welcomed Hubert, saying, we are currently short-staffed. Your presence is most welcome. After quenching their thirst, Simon began assigning tasks, first designating 2 individuals to guard the horses and carriage while he, Harvey, and a hunter set off to scour the mountains. The remaining 6 mercenaries formed pairs, stationed at 3 points along the road, awaiting Simon and the others to drive the thieves out of the woods. On the other side of the road lay the deep mountains. If the thieves retained their wits, they would not venture into the depths of the wilderness. Hubert and a mercenary named Vico reached their designated position, selecting 2 adjacent trees to climb and await developments from a higher vantage point. After over an hour of waiting, the 2 grew somewhat restless and engaged in idle chatter. Just as they were discussing the corn laws, Hubert suddenly felt himself slipping into a state of drowsiness, only to awaken shortly thereafter. Before he could comprehend the situation, he noticed Vico nearby, his eyes vacant, sitting rigidly on a branch. The psychological spoon hidden within Hubert's clothing began to radiate warmth, revealing to him that he had just been subjected to a psychic assault. At that moment, a richly dressed, middle-aged man leaped from the ground to Vico's side. The man seemed oblivious to Hubert's retained consciousness and inquired, what is your name? Vico. In a dazed manner, replied, Vico. Hubert quickly feigned a stiffened posture on the branch, aware of the unclear threat and realizing that it was prudent to pretend to be under the enemy's control. The man further questioned Vico, what are you doing here? Vico detailed their plan from earlier. The middle-aged man jumped down from the tree, and Hubert faintly heard him say to another individual, confirmed. He is one of the mercenaries hired by Count Vincent to catch the thieves. Let us not disturb them. Understood? The man replied before leaping back to the tree. Addressing Hubert and Vico, you will ignore the convoy passing through here momentarily. Vico, still in a stupor, nodded yes. Hubert sensed the psychological spoon warming again, clearly having thwarted another mental assault on him. He promptly nodded in agreement. Yes. Chapter 109. The King's Carriage. Once the middle-aged man departed, Vico appeared to awaken as if from a dream, exclaiming, you were right. The corn laws have indeed diminished the income of many landowning nobles. Hubert reflected on the terrifying nature of spectators. The middle-aged man had evidently gleaned all the intelligence, while Vico remained completely unaware. Had Christine not bestowed the psychological spoon upon him that morning, he too might have fallen victim. Hubert, distracted, continued to engage Vico in light conversation as they awaited the approaching convoy. After a few minutes, they heard the sound of hooves on the road, the horses clearly well-trained. With scarcely a whinny, Hubert caught glimpses out of the corner of his eye. It was a contingent of heavily armored knights. They were imposing figures, their metallic visors rendering their faces expressionless, akin to the undead. Despite the grandeur of the knights, Vico seemed entirely oblivious to their presence, engrossed in conversation with Hubert while keeping an eye on the mountain. After a few minutes, another troop of cavalry passed by. Compared to the previous group, Hubert could distinctly feel the overwhelming presence emanating from this new contingent, revealing that several among them were extraordinary beings. Amidst the cavalry's escort were two luxurious carriages proceeding leisurely forward. Both carriages bore the royal crest and the insignia of a crown, indicating that they belonged either to the king or the heir apparent. This was the grandest display Hubert had witnessed since his arrival in this realm. Ironically, despite the multitude of knights and the passing carriages, Vico remained entirely oblivious, engaged in his conversation. Hubert felt as though he and Vico were akin to two monkeys, toyed with by this assemblage of opulent individuals. It was not until a full 10 minutes had elapsed that the convoy finally passed completely. Hubert exhaled in relief, suspecting that this was the surprise brought forth by the law of extraordinary aggregation. King George III was likely seated in one of those carriages, and he pondered why the king would be in such a remote location. Hubert speculated that he was most likely inspecting the tomb he had commissioned, or perhaps visiting the tomb directly to forge subtle connections. As for the location of the tomb, Hubert had no desire to uncover that secret. He sighed, realizing that although he possessed all manner of formidable magical artifacts and seals, they paled in comparison to the might of George III's entourage, akin to a mere child standing before a giant. Fortunately, the royal retinue was also operating in secrecy. Otherwise, he and Vico would almost certainly have been apprehended for questioning or even executed, as their ambush lay along the king's route, resembling a stakeout for his arrival. He then contemplated whether George III had assimilated the singularity of the Black Emperor. When he ascended to the rank of barbarian, the whispers in his ear had remained unclear. Could it be that George III was still merely at sequence 1? The family of Augustus controlled the pathways of the arbiters, and as a prince of a direct bloodline, he must have consumed potions of the arbiter's pathway from a young age. It was plausible that he transitioned to the lawyer's pathway only upon reaching sequence 2 or even sequence 1. Perhaps it was due to this transition from the arbiter's pathway to the lawyer's pathway that George III's influence over the latter was minimal. Hubert suddenly felt his thoughts scatter, experiencing for the first time the pressure exerted by high-sequence, extraordinary beings from the lawyer's pathway. He felt an overwhelming urge to depart the area immediately. However, such an action might draw attention to him, so he resolved to remain composed and await the capture of the thieves. Observing Hubert's apparent distraction, Vico smiled and cautioned, "When on a mission, one must maintain focus. This is the mark of a competent mercenary. Observe me. Though I engage in conversation with you, I remain acutely aware of everything around us. None shall escape my notice." Hubert couldn't help but chuckle. "Well, I find myself at a loss for words. To be frank, an entire cavalry just passed right before your eyes." Time swiftly elapsed, and after another half hour, gunfire erupted from another ambush point. Hubert and Vico promptly leapt from the tree, hastening to provide assistance. The gunfire echoed intermittently, drawing ever closer as the adversaries pursued the thieves heading in their direction. Upon spotting two frantic thieves sprinting towards them, Hubert swiftly discharged a shot into the air, both to intimidate the thieves and to signal the mercenaries pursuing them of his and Vico's location, thereby preventing any friendly fire. Upon catching sight of Hubert and Vico, the two thieves immediately veered in another direction. However, it was too late. Hubert quickly closed the distance, striking one thief between the shoulder blades with his cane. The bag the thief had been clutching fell to the ground, and propelled by inertia, he stumbled a few steps before collapsing. The other thief had already been subdued by Vico, and at that moment, the two mercenaries trailing behind arrived, panting as they assisted Hubert and Vico in binding the thieves. Vico inquired, "Why are there only two?" One of the mercenaries replied, "One of them continued to flee even after I issued a warning and was subsequently shot." As he spoke, he kicked the thief, exclaiming, "See if you can still run." The kicked thief emitted a scream akin to that of a pig being slaughtered. Hubert, who had been silent until now, noticed that the bag dropped by the thief contained the stolen goods. A few pieces of jewelry, adorned with gemstones, fell from the bag, including a simple ring set with a ruby at its center. Hubert adjusted his gaze to avoid the overgrown weeds on the ground and confirmed that this was indeed the ring commissioned by Viscount Glayrint for him to find. He glanced at the 3 mercenaries and the 2 thieves, preparing to employ his psychological prowess to hypnotize them, ensuring they would overlook his subsequent action of retrieving the ring. However, upon reflection, he realized that if Count Vincent did not find the ring during his inventory of the stolen items, it would surely raise a series of suspicions. Hubert lamented, wishing he knew the incantation to unlock the ring, which would allow him to extract its contents and return the ring. Yet, the Viscount had placed great importance on the ring's contents and had not disclosed the incantation to him. After weighing his options, Hubert decided against any rash actions, concluding that as long as he knew the ring's whereabouts, there would be future opportunities. With this thought, he joined the conversation among the 3 mercenaries, engaging in jovial banter. A few minutes later, Simon and Harvey Hayden approached briskly, with Simon leading the way and Harvey Hayden and the hunter dragging along a 3rd thief. Vico pointed to the bag on the ground, stating, "Mr. Simon, this bag was dropped by the thief, and it has remained within the sight of the 4 of us." Simon walked over to retrieve the bag and the fallen jewelry, commenting, "Those inept inspectors are still examining the scene. They could never have imagined that the thieves had already been captured." Vico chuckled. Relying on them to catch thieves is no better than seeking out a fortune teller on the roadside. Hubert mused to himself, "Have you suffered at the hands of fortune teller, or not?" With the thieves captured, Simon generously offered a reward. Harvey Hayden and the hunter each received 50, while Hubert, Vico, and the other 2 who directly participated in the capture each received 20. Even the horses and carriage, along with the 2 additional mercenaries who merely tag along, were awarded 10 each. However, he merely promised these rewards, as Hubert and the others would need to return to Beckland to collect them. Simon then turned his attention to the 2 thieves, asserting, "They must have accomplices. We need to interrogate them." Chapter 110, the first round of interrogation. Upon hearing Simon's words, Harvey Hayden stepped forward, wielding a whip of pain to commence the interrogation. He quickly extracted information regarding Beckland and their accomplices, or rather, their instigator. However, the thieves could not provide a clear description of the instigator. They only knew he appeared to be a male cloaked in a hood and mask, concealing all facial features. Simon inquired, "How did you manage to evade our watch and infiltrate my home to commit theft?" With Harvey Hayden present, the thieves felt immense pressure, as if a whip promising endless torment was poised to descend upon them. Only the truth would spare them from its sting. "We didn't encounter anyone when we entered the Count's estate," one of the thieves exclaimed. The mercenaries exchanged glances. Incredulous. How could the Count's estate be devoid of even a night watchman? Simon retorted coldly, "You are lying." Harvey Hayden immediately escalated the pressure, the whip of pain appearing ready to strike. The thieves, now on the verge of collapse, began to sob uncontrollably, insisting they were telling the truth. Simon furrowed his brow and gestured to Harvey Hayden, who then relented, releasing the thieves from immediate scrutiny. Hubert had come to understand that it was not a lack of guards at the Count's estate, but rather that the instigator had cleverly circumvented all security measures or had bewitched their senses. These thieves were mere pawns, and their actions were suspicious. Even if they were audacious, they would not be foolish enough to attempt thievery from the financially stable Count Vincent. Once the interrogation concluded, Simon smiled at Harvey Hayden, stating, "If we can capture the instigator behind this, I am willing to offer a reward of 500. Harvey Hayden did not give a definitive answer, replying, "As you've seen, their instigator seems rather formidable. I can only assist in keeping an eye out for pertinent information." "Very well," Simon responded immediately. "If you can provide any actionable leads, I will also offer rewards ranging from 20 to 50. The mercenaries exchanged knowing glances, their spirits lifted. Yet they were acutely aware that only someone of Harvey Hayden's caliber could feasibly complete this task. The group set off, escorting the 3 thieves back, with Harvey Hayden sharing a carriage with Hubert, who was without a horse. Before boarding, he instructed Vico, "Please visit the owner of the watermill who supplied us at noon and inform them that the thieves have been apprehended, so they need not worry." Vico acknowledged and rode off to deliver the news. The carriage progressed slowly towards the city, and Harvey Hayden turned to Hubert with a smile, saying, "Every time I see you, it brings back memories of the days spent fighting alongside Colonel Kristen and Rex. Back then, I was just a lowly soldier, a witness to their legendary lives. Thanks to these 2 officers, the Fuzak people became more courteous, the Phenobot people began to engage in reasoned discourse, and the cultists vanished without a trace." He sighed. Alas, both officers were soon recalled to ruin. Hubert seized upon this topic, asking, "Are you still under Rex's command?" He had been anticipating Harvey Hayden's nostalgia for the past. Harvey Hayden nodded. "You must have heard many tales about Colonel Rex, have you not?" "Indeed. But upon returning to Rune, It seems their legend came to an end. That is because Colonel Rex grew disillusioned with the royal family. Harvey Hayden glanced outside, ensuring no other mercenaries were nearby, and then whispered, Colonel Rex could not abide the countenance of those in the royal court, so he chose to leave the army. It is said that the royal family sought to capture Colonel Rex, but their attempts were futile. Hubert inquired what happened next. Afterward, Colonel Rex was completely free. Though the military and the royal family continued to pursue him, he often appeared in Beckland. Harvey Hayden chuckled. We have always believed that Colonel Kristen remained in the army solely to act as Colonel Rex's informant. Yet, each time he conveyed information, he did so with such finesse that no one could ever catch them in the act. Haha, their collaboration was always so seamless. Hubert pressed on. Do you know who might be aware of Rex's return to the northern continent? Yes, your father. However, he never shares with me the tales of their experiences upon returning to Beckland. He is only willing to recount their adventures on the southern continent. Harvey Hayden's expression darkened slightly. I suspect that Commander Christine, having lost a dear friend, must have endured a rather dismal existence in recent years. The memories of his return to the northern continent must weigh heavily upon him. After a brief silence, he continued, You might seek out Dix. He was once the captain of Commander Rex's guard. I have heard that he remained loyal to Commander Rex until the latter's passing, after which he embarked on a business venture. Hubert quickly inquired, Where might I find him? His office is located at 1899 Nico Low Street. If you introduce yourself as the eldest son of Commander Christine, he will undoubtedly abandon all his affairs to meet with you. Hubert promptly took out his notebook to jot down the address. Their subsequent conversation revolved entirely around Harvey Hayden's experiences on the southern continent, which enriched Hubert's understanding of its geography and environment. Upon their return to Beckland, night had fully descended. The city, perpetually enshrouded in mist, succumbed to darkness as soon as the sun dipped below the horizon. Simon escorted them back to the estate of Count Vincent, where he compensated them for their services and instructed the kitchen to prepare dinner. After dining, Hubert and Harvey Hayden exchanged contact information before taking separate cab rides home. Hubert did not immediately seek out Viscount Glent to discuss the matter of the ring. It was not until the following morning that he arrived at Glent's estate and, upon their meeting, inquired, What time is it? The Viscount immediately grasped Hubert's implication and produced his pocket watch, revealing that the hands were frozen in place. Thus, the two proceeded to the study, where Hubert succinctly recounted his encounter with Glent's father's ring from the previous day. Glent was first taken aback by Hubert's efficiency, then scoffed. Vincent, he has always considered himself my father's closest friend. Ultimately, he expressed regret. I wonder if we will have another opportunity to steal the ring? Perhaps. Hubert replied. I intend to convene a meeting of the League of Justice. Perhaps this small organization can attract a few noble youths with an interest in the occult, which may provide us with opportunities in the future. Chapter 111. The Commission on the Information Wall. It was only after witnessing what might have been the carriage of King George III that Hubert suddenly realized that, in the Kingdom of Rune, the nobility still represented the most powerful faction. The League of Justice, which Hubert had whimsically founded, included two noble scions, positioning them to expand the noble circle of Beckland, potentially playing a significant role at some point. Glent's eyes brightened. That is indeed a splendid idea. Hubert continued. However, the prerequisite is that you disclose the purpose of searching for the ring to the other three initiators. This put Glent in a bit of a quandary. Well, I trust their character. Hubert responded. Naturally, whether to reveal the purpose of the ring's search is ultimately your decision. But being forthright with them is vastly different from them uncovering the truth themselves. He added, You can ponder it over. How about we hold the first meeting on Tuesday at 9 in your estate? Even if you do not wish to disclose too many secrets to them, exchanging information would still be valuable. Glent nodded in agreement. Very well. As this is a mysterious organization we initiated, we must manage it diligently. Hubert then suggested, Next, I will inform Miss Audrey. How about you write to Miss Hughes and Miss Forth? No problem. Hubert had long intended to visit Miss Audrey as her lawyer. He felt it essential to maintain regular communication with his noble client. Moreover, he had previously promised to discuss the dealings following his encounter with Ostrowski, but had not found the time in the past week to visit her. Arriving at Count Hall's estate, Hubert informed the servant at the door of his intention to visit Miss Audrey, and after waiting for several minutes, Audrey's maid came to escort him inside. Audrey's beauty once again captivated Hubert, and he generously complimented her allure. With a smile, Audrey invited Hubert to sit in her parlor, where he expressed his desire to share some tales of the occult. Recognizing his intent, Audrey discreetly dismissed her maid from the room. After listening to Hubert's account of his new dealings with Bishop Ostrowski, Audrey remarked, Mr. Hubert, your network is truly extensive. Hubert chuckled and shook his head. Not at all. Merely fortunate, I assure you. He then asked, "Are you free on Tuesday? I believe our League of Justice should convene for a meeting." Audrey exclaimed with excitement. "Absolutely. We should have done this long ago. It is, after all, our mysterious organization." Once the meeting was confirmed, the two engaged in light conversation until Count Hall's steward knocked at the door, requesting Hubert's presence. Upon meeting Count Hall, Hubert discovered that he was summoned to review a contract. The Count explained, "I had initially intended to invite Lawyer Barton, but upon hearing you were available today, being Sunday, I thought it best to have you assist me." Hubert smiled, "At your service." Upon examining the contract, Hubert's expression shifted as he realized it pertained to a land transaction between Count Hall and Count Vincent. It was a tract of forest lacking in special resources, situated on the eastern outskirts of Beckland, not far from where Hubert had apprehended a thief the previous day. He surmised that this transaction must somehow connect to King George III outing yesterday. Yet, he did not feel compelled to actively investigate the specifics. Hubert scrutinized the contract thoroughly, identifying two potential ambiguities before proposing amendments. Finally, he inquired, "Has anything of value been discovered in that forest? Why would Count Vincent agree to purchase it at a price above market value?" He added, "According to contract law, agreements exceeding or falling below market price may be voided. I suggest, Count, that you clarify Count Vincent's motivations behind acquiring the land to avoid any potential disputes. Your advice is as astute as that of Lawyer Barton." Count Hall remarked with a smile, "I have conducted my inquiries. Count Vincent wishes to convert it into a hunting ground. This land has remained undeveloped in my possession, so I thought it prudent to grant Count Vincent a favor by selling it to him." Hubert complimented, "You are the wisest count I have ever encountered." "Well, to date, I have only met one count." Hubert found Count Vincent's reasoning to be more akin to a deliberate concealment of something. Could it be that remnants from the Tudor Empire had been discovered there, and that King George III went to assess the possibility of transforming it into a mausoleum? Shaking his head, Hubert acknowledged that without pertinent information, making an accurate conjecture would be challenging. After bidding farewell to both Count Hall and Audrey, Hubert stopped by the Mercenaries Club for a lunch and attended the afternoon gathering. However, the meeting did not yield anything of particular interest to him, leading Hubert to the third floor to peruse the information wall once more. Having not visited in approximately 2 weeks, he found the information updated. On the wall of posted tasks, he noticed a commission from Simon Vincent seeking the mastermind behind the infiltrators of his home. Hubert, having merely participated as a mercenary the day before, had no intention of pursuing a career in that field, even if he considered it. He would not take on such high-risk assignments. Continuing his perusal, another commission caught his eye: the mercenaries who undertook the task of dismantling a cult stronghold in South Wales. However, they have not apprehended all the leaders of the cult organization. According to reliable sources, 2 of the cult's cadres have fled to Beckland and are likely hiding in the chaotic East District. Thus, the new mission is to capture or eliminate these 2 cult members, regardless of the outcome. The bounty for one member is as high as £200, and those who provide effective leads can earn commissions ranging from £10 to £30. Detailed information can be obtained from the attendant. Hubert believes that this commission is well suited for Hugh, and he can relay this news to him. If Hugh successfully completes the task, he could receive a nominal share of the bounty. Hubert could even offer some assistance, as only with money could Hugh procure the extraordinary traits left behind by the sheriff. As Hubert heads to the attendant for more detailed information, he muses that he truly feels like a dedicated account manager, fretting over the needs of his clients. Upon receiving more specific details, Hubert realizes the reason for the high bounty. Both cult members are extraordinary beings of Sequence 9. Hugh, being a relatively formidable extraordinary being within Sequence 9, would have no issue taking on this task. After stowing the information away, Hubert continues to peruse the available commissions, but finds that the others either require a team or necessitate travel to distant locales, rendering them unsuitable. He then examines trading information and notices a free exchange post that piques his interest. The individual who left the message claims he witnessed the stone being enveloped by a radiant aura, after which the stone transformed into sand. He is curious about the phenomenon. Hubert thinks to himself that this is merely a case of an ordinary mercenary encountering an extraordinary event, specifically one that showcases the chaotic powers. Just as he contemplates whether to enlighten this gentleman on basic mystical knowledge, he suddenly realizes that if chaotic powers can turn stone into sand, could they not also shatter extraordinary traits? Chapter 112. The Experiment of Shattering Extraordinary Traits. Hubert recalls that angels of Sequence 2 possess sufficient strength to shatter extraordinary traits, which then recoalesce, purging any contaminants or curses within them. The extraordinary traits of the bribers he is set to acquire, as well as the already obtained traits of the corrupted baron, Each contain a fragment of a lower sequence extraordinary trait. Naturally, consuming such extraordinary traits would enhance corresponding abilities. It would also impose pressure on Hobert's spirituality. Hobert has previously contemplated that if the extraordinary trait of the bribers consists solely of the primary material of the bribers, it would be ideal, given that sequence 7 represents a significant threshold. Surpassing sequence 7, consuming the extraordinary trait of the corrupted baron would present a lesser challenge. Conversely, it also offers a pathway to greater strength. Hobert has envisioned solutions. One involves locating a no-dark individual or a corresponding sealing object to separate the extraordinary traits by sequence. The alternative is to employ a high-sequence sealing object or enlist an angel to shatter the extraordinary traits. However, no-dark individuals are demigods and angels belong to sequence 2. Setting aside the difficulty of finding them, even if they were located, it is improbable that they would assist an individual of sequence 8 with whom they share no connection. Regardless of the plan, both are arduous to realize, and Hobert soon dismisses these thoughts. Yet, having seen the recent message, he experiences a moment of inspiration. The country of disorder embodies the shadow of order, and its fundamental operation is to defy conventional methods. It may be possible to experiment with the chaotic forces of the high-ranking country of disorder to shatter extraordinary traits, subsequently applying influence to allow the traits to recoalesce by sequence. With this thought in mind, Hobert promptly hails a carriage to 192 Blanca Street. While there are accommodations available at the Mercenary Club, he fears that the numerous extraordinary beings linked to the Arbiters might detect him during his comings and goings from the country of disorder. Back in his bedroom, Hobert draws the curtains and immediately enters the country of disorder. Sitting upon the Iron Throne, he gazes at the stone pedestal beside him and ultimately chooses an extraordinary trait from a barbarian for his experiment. Previously, when he obtained 2 barbarian traits from the Night Watchman, he had brought them into the country of disorder through a sacrificial offering to himself. Meanwhile, the teleportation statue, if unused, is also stored within the country of disorder, as it is a sealing object rather than a wondrous item. Carrying it at all times would not only fatigue his spirituality, but might also lead him to miss its usage when necessary. With a wave of his hand, a barbarian extraordinary trait materializes in Hobert's grasp. He then channels the chaotic powers of the country of disorder, attempting to transform the extraordinary trait into a state of chaos. The extraordinary trait, enveloped by chaotic forces, begins to tremble. There is a reaction. Hobert immediately gathers more chaotic energy in his hands. The frequency of the extraordinary trait's tremors intensifies. Finally, as he reaches the limits of the chaotic power he can wield, the extraordinary trait fractures, transforming into a viscous, chaotic state. Sweating profusely, Hobert hastily divides this chaotic substance into 2 portions, placing them on either side of the Iron Throne. He exhales deeply, having felt the limits of his power within the country of order for the first time. This is not to suggest it is the ultimate limit of the country of disorder, but as a sequence 8, shattering extraordinary traits represents the pinnacle of his capabilities within this realm. Of course, Hobert does not naively presume to possess angelic-level power. His extensive knowledge of mysticism, combined with the unique attributes of the country of disorder, enables him, as sequence 8, to wield such strength. It is unlikely that other source qualities could easily achieve this. Just as the country of disorder struggles to grant Hobert abilities akin to the embrace of angels, Hobert then turns his attention back to the 2 portions of chaotic extraordinary traits. The chaotic state gradually dissipates, and soon the traits will recoalesce into a barbarian extraordinary trait and a lawyer's extraordinary trait. Hobert's gaze shifts to the teleportation statue, and finding himself with time to spare, he decides to attempt enhancing the statue's abilities using the status of the country of disorder. With another wave of his hand, the teleportation statue flies into Hobert's grasp, and he begins to channel the powers of the country of disorder around the statue. Hobert distinctly feels a portion of power being absorbed by the statue. The statue undergoes a noticeable transformation, its color deepening to a shiny black. Releasing the powers of the country of disorder, he re-evaluates the statue, noting that its capabilities have increased by nearly half. Previously able to manipulate space within a 10-meter radius at will, it can now extend to 15 meters. 15 meters is ample distance for ambush tactics. One could hide behind a wall and suddenly entrap an enemy underground. The enemy would likely be bewildered. What happened? Why has it gone dark? Who turned off the lights? Suddenly engulfed in darkness, they would find themselves completely disoriented. The thought alone is amusing. The negative effects have also diminished. while every 20 minutes the soul and body still undergo distortion. The initial distortion no longer inflicts irreversible damage. Instead, it merely causes temporary confusion in thoughts and movements, where the body may act independently of the mind. Having completed these tasks, Hubert feels exceedingly fatigued. Placing the teleportation statue back on the pedestal before departing the country of disorder. Upon returning to the real world, he finds that night has fallen. After a brief rest, he descends to the kitchen to prepare dinner. However, as he passes the armchair, Hubert suddenly senses the resurgence of his inner laziness. He glances at the kitchen and then back at the armchair, ultimately opting for the latter. At that moment, he recalls the convenience of takeout. If only it were available, he could recline in the armchair while someone delivered his meal. Alas, such luxury is not within reach. After reclining in the armchair for a while, he finally rose with a semblance of resolve, donning his trench coat to head to a nearby Dixie-style restaurant to address his dinner predicament. A middle-aged man with shoulder-length, somewhat greasy hair, he puffed on a cigar while perusing the materials before him. With a heavy thud, he slammed the documents onto the table, exclaiming, "I spent £200 only to uncover such trivial matters." Beside him, a man in his 30s adorned with a bowler hat remarked, "Alva, our clues are indeed scant." He was Boris, the oily middle-aged man's assistant. Grasping his cigar, Alva unfurled the materials again, pointing at a section. What does this imply about the suspected night watchman's involvement? Following inquiries made by the two detective assistants, Boris elucidated, on the night of the incident, it appears that the residents of Rose Street were all, without exception, plunged into a deep slumber, leading investigators to surmise the involvement of night watchmen. This very speculation prompted the cessation of further investigation. Nonsense. Bullies hutorted. We have never provoked the night watchmen. Why would they wish to eliminate our people? Chapter 113. The Sun Appears. The Tamara family's council was poised to dispatch individuals to investigate this incident, particularly given the mysterious demise of two Sequence 6 individuals, which necessitated some inquiry. Moreover, one of these Sequence 6 judges was a promising protege, favored by a council member, and the father of the corrupt Baron wielded significant influence within the family. Originally tasked with a straightforward mission to gain experience, they instead met their end in Beckland. This placed considerable pressure on Alva, as he could not evade the council's accountability. He merely hoped to uncover the truth before the investigators arrived, which might afford him some leniency. Yet, what he had unearthed thus far was hardly sufficient to satisfy those who would come from above. To assert that the night watchmen had slain their personnel, even if true, those sent from above would not take it seriously. After all, there existed a church embodying true divinity, while the Tamara family was merely an extraordinary lineage hidden within the shadows of history for over a millennium. Alva inhaled deeply from his cigar and resumed his study of the documents. So, the location of their murder was indeed Rose Street? Boris replied, "That is a plausible hypothesis." However, he continued, "It appears that the opposing party possessed sufficient counter-divination capabilities, leaving us without any trace." Alva found himself perplexed. "I am merely intrigued as to how that traitor from the Aptons managed to enlist such formidable allies. Silently eliminating two Sequence 6 individuals would require at least 3 or 4 Sequence 6 participants, or 1 Sequence 5 in the fray. Otherwise, even the strongest of sealing artifacts would not leave a single survivor." Boris speculated, perhaps Apton has allied himself with some extraordinary force. Could it be the royal family of Ruin? Alva deemed this rationale quite compelling. To avert scrutiny from the Ruin royal family, the family factions in Beckland had even refrained from employing mid-sequence arbiters among their extraordinary members. Yet, unexpectedly, a judge had participated in this operation. This elucidated matters. The extraordinary combat demanded a robust, mid-sequence extraordinary individual to ensure such a comprehensive victory. And Beckland was, after all, the stronghold of the Ruin royal family. Alva and Boris exchanged glances, agreeing to report this conjecture. On Monday morning, Hubert arrived at the law firm, reporting to Barton about Mr. Stan's case. He had also asked the coachman to deliver the jerky and wild vegetables he had previously brought back to Barton. Barton smiled. "Receive another tip from client?" Hubert nodded. "It is a recognition of my work." Barton handed Hubert a more complex case to handle. "This matter is assigned to you." Hubert glanced at it, noting it to be a commercial dispute, an area devoid of exploitable loopholes, rendering it uninteresting to him. Just as he was about to decline, he discovered, "This is a case from the city of Tingen?" "Indeed," Barton affirmed, "there is still some time before the court date. It does not conflict with your current 2 cases. However, do prepare for a business trip. I suggest you aim to arrive in Tingen by next Wednesday." Hubert tucked the folder away, pondering whether this was fate arranging for him to visit Tingen. Why else would the reason for his journey present itself so conveniently? Hubert chuckled. Even without this case, he intended to visit Tingen, lest he be left with regret. Throughout the morning, Hubert resumed his leisurely pace, diligently reviewing documents at his desk. By noon, he mused that occasionally indulging in leisure was indeed beneficial for both body and mind. In the afternoon, he, as was customary on Mondays, visited clients and attended the tarot meeting punctually at 3. Upon re-entering the magnificent hall, Hubert suddenly noticed an additional figure across from him. The sun had joined the tarot meeting. As anticipated, the fool, Klein, introduced, "This is our new member, the sun. This is Miss Justice. This is Mr. the Hangman. And this is Mr. the Emperor." The son, Derek Berg, nodded slightly to everyone in acknowledgement. Justice, Audrey, had already assumed an observant stance, scrutinizing the new member. The hangman, Alge, speculated about what unique qualities this newcomer possessed. Ever since the Emperor had joined the tarot, Alge had refrained from questioning the fool's motives and discernment in selecting attendees. If the fool esteemed the Emperor's erudition, what then did he see in the son? Only Hubert remained composed, contemplating whether he should extol the fool, while also appearing as though he was aware of the sun's origins from the godforsaken land. This would facilitate extraordinary material trade with the sun, procuring supplies from him, and then having Gal sell them here. A seamless service. Alas, the fool's courier had yet to commence. And what currency would the sun accept for their transactions? As for Hubert revealing his knowledge of the godforsaken land, he would never divulge such information at any other gathering, even at a Justice League meeting. It was precisely because he understood the fool that he felt secure from potential repercussions. With the introductions of the new member complete, the gathering officially commenced. Audrey located 2 pages from Rosal's diary and hoped to trade the diary for information on the recipe for the Mind Reader potion. Derek, somewhat befuddled, inquired, "Mind Reader potion recipe? Is that associated with the mind reader of the psychoanalyst?" Audrey regarded him quizzically. "You know?" Simultaneously, her instinct as an observer discerned a discrepancy. The individual referred to the sequence 7 by its archaic title, psychoanalyst, rather than the more contemporary psychologist. How peculiar, she thought, as her scrutiny of the sun intensified. Derek, oblivious to exhibiting any unusual demeanor, earnestly replied, "I can't procure that recipe for you." After uttering this, he felt a twinge of guilt for being unable to provide it immediately, hastily explaining, "This originates from the Dragon Clan sequence. And our Silver City was once under the dominion of the Giant King's court. You see, giants and dragons are mortal enemies, hence, this sequence's 9 and 7 are all present in Silver City, and I have means to acquire it." Hubert smiled faintly. Ultimately, the son was still a youth untouched by the harsh realities of society, and this discourse had inadvertently revealed a wealth of information. The Giant King's court? The Dragon Clan? Silver City? Audrey felt momentarily bewildered. She first glanced at the hangman, who likewise appeared astonished and puzzled. Then she turned to the Emperor, who remained unperturbed. The Emperor was aware of Silver City. This was the common deduction shared by Audrey and Alge. However, Audrey found herself at a loss for how to inquire of the Emperor, so she resorted to asking the son, "Silver City? I have never heard of such a place. Where is it?" This time, Derek was taken aback. You are not citizens of Silver City? Which city-state do you belong to?" The Grand Hall was momentarily enveloped in silence. After a brief pause of a second or two, Hubert spoke. "I have encountered references to the land of the abandoned in my readings. If I'm not mistaken, are you not cast off by the divine?" The hall descended into an even more peculiar silence. Chapter 114, The Hurricane General, Kylings. Klein remarked, "The Emperor is aware of even the land of the abandoned? It makes sense. If he knows of the elves of the Second Era, how could he be oblivious to such a forsaken place?" Alger savored each of the Emperor's words. Cast off by the divine? Could it truly be the land of the abandoned? He exhaled, reflecting on a previous gathering where he had tentatively broached the subject of the land of the abandoned with Mr. Fool, only to discover weeks later that Mr. Fool had recruited a member from that very place. He thought to himself, I knew it. Mr. Fool's new recruit must possess some extraordinary qualities. Moreover, the Emperor appeared to possess an alarming wealth of information regarding the land of the abandoned. Audrey was struck by the notion of being forsaken by the divine. My goodness. Divine? What does that mean? What does it entail to be cast off by the divine? Can deities truly abandon certain individuals? Why would such a phenomenon occur? Are not deities exalted beings? Why would the Silver City, or the Silver Nation, be forsaken by the divine? O goddess, from whence does the sun arise? Dakley, upon hearing Hubert's words, wore a somber expression. No, your majesty, the omniscient and omnipotent deity would never forsake his subjects. He has merely abandoned this land. Alger leaned back in his chair. So it indeed hails from the land of the abandoned. Audrey's heart was now brimming with astonishment. The divine has abandoned that land? My heavens, what are they speaking of? Why do I comprehend their words, yet fail to grasp their meaning? Hubert first bowed to Klein. Please accept my respect. I never anticipated that in my lifetime I would encounter a denizen of the legendary land of the abandoned. Klein maintained an outwardly composed demeanor while internally sighing in relief. At times, he feared exposing himself in front of the erudite emperor. He even contemplated finding a reason to temporarily exclude the emperor from the gatherings. However, the emperor's current display of respect prompted Klein to abandon that notion. Reflecting, only those who are aware of the land of the abandoned understand the significance of the sun attending these assemblies. And the emperor is a discerning individual. The power I exhibited today is surely enough to astonish him. Hubert, of course, was unaware of the profound thoughts traversing the mind of the great Mr. Fool, as his earlier performance was merely a mutual display of commercial admiration. Hubert then addressed Dakley. 7 new deities now protect the peoples of the northern and southern continents. Alger's gaze sharpened. 7 new deities. New deities, Audrey interjected. Protecting the peoples of the northern and southern continents? Of course, we are under the protection of the deities. O goddess, does the sun not even know this common knowledge? He is neither from the northern nor the southern continent. Dakley, initially exhilarated by the prospect of new deities safeguarding the human realm, soon felt a pang of disappointment. Why has the omniscient and omnipotent deity ceased to protect us? The grand hall fell silent once more, marking the 3rd instance of silence during today's assembly. Whether it was Audrey, Alger, or Dakley, the gathering had shattered many of their previously held beliefs. After a prolonged moment, Hubert spoke again. I apologize for interrupting your transaction. You can indeed obtain the formula for the mind reader's potion? Dakley nodded. Hubert inquired further. What do you wish to acquire in exchange? I seek to exchange it for the initial sequence of the sun's pathway. Following this, Klein proposed a 3-party transaction, wherein he would provide Dakley the formula for the praise singer's potion, and Dakley would furnish Audrey with the formula for the mind reader's potion. He stated, from the perspective of equitable exchange, the sun is at a disadvantage. Once Miss Justice obtains the formula for the mind reader, we shall consider how to compensate him, or perhaps I shall compensate him, while Miss Justice provides me with funds for one of my devotees who currently requires assistance. This is due to the sun's difficulty in receiving monetary or material compensation from Miss Justice. This statement effectively confirmed that Mr. Fool indeed hailed from the land of the abandoned. Otherwise, how could he not receive cash and compensation? Aside from Hubert, no one noticed that the focal point of Mr. Fool's statement lay in Miss Justice providing me with funds for one of my devotees. Hubert immediately felt as though a wheel was rolling forward with momentum. The moment Klein utilized the funds provided by Audrey would mark a significant turning point in his life and destiny. Upon completing the 3-party transaction, Klein commenced reading the diary provided by Audrey. Today's entry detailed matters pertaining to adjacent pathways. Klein recalled the emperor mentioning the law of conservation of extraordinary traits at the previous gathering and suddenly comprehended that the conservation of extraordinary traits could indeed extend to adjacent pathways. In other words, extraordinary beings of adjacent pathways would regard each other as mortal enemies. If one were to think deeper, the Night Goddess Church and the War God Church were sworn adversaries. Did that not imply that these 2 pathways were adjacent? In an instant, he unraveled many questions. Once Mr. Fool concluded reading the diary, Hubert turned to Alger. Have you made any new advancements in your exploration? Alger replied, I am currently handling another matter. He addressed Hubert and Audrey. I have a request for your assistance. Audrey, puzzled, inquired, what sort of assistance? Hubert thought, is it already time for Kylings to make an appearance? Sure enough, Alger stated, I have received intelligence indicating that the notorious pirate Kylings, the Hurricane General, has secretly landed and infiltrated Beakland. I am uncertain of his intentions, and I hope you can assist me in locating his whereabouts. As for subsequent matters, there is no need for you to take risks. The Hurricane General Kylings? One of the 7 pirate generals? Audrey expressed mild excitement. After becoming an extraordinary being, was my greatest desire. Naturally, it is to encounter those figures who previously existed only in noble legends. Alger solemnly introduced. Indeed, he is a sequence 6 of the Sailor Pathway, possessing a remarkable artifact. He is exceedingly cunning and ruthless. Do not attempt to confront him. He glanced at the emperor, who appeared disinterested. Hubert, of course, was not intrigued. Although he possessed numerous wondrous artifacts and even a sealed object, he was acutely aware of the disparity between himself and Sequence 6. This was not merely a difference of two sequences, but rather the gap between a lower sequence and a middle sequence. Moreover, Kylings possessed the shepherd's gloves. It was only after becoming sequence 7 that Hubert would feel confident in challenging a sequence 6. Alger then turned to Klein. "Mr. Fool, may I request your devotee's assistance at a crucial moment? I shall offer a price that would interest you." Hubert suddenly recalled that Mr. Fool's devotee, Mr. Ask, was currently in Beakland. Chapter 115, The Battle of the Middle Sequences. Hubert also considered that approaching Mr. Ask without caution might not be prudent. He would leave it to fate. If they were to meet, it would signify destiny, and if not, there would be no loss. Dakely, perhaps due to being a first-time participant in such gatherings and lacking experience, inadvertently divulged information regarding the shepherd, resulting in Alger obtaining a wealth of intelligence without spending a single penny. Consequently, everyone internally evaluated this new member as straightforward, yet somewhat reckless. After exchanging information about Kylings, the tarot meeting concluded. Upon returning to the real world, Hubert estimated the time remaining until the Night Watch team in Tingen faced their impending attack to be approximately 2 weeks. He aimed to reach Tingen by this weekend to prepare in advance. Stretching lazily, Hubert returned to the law firm to prepare for Bob's trial. Ordinarily, the defendant's attorney should reach out to the plaintiff's attorney for discussion. However, the opposing party had yet to make a single visit, indicating their utter lack of desire for communication. "Let us forego communication," Hubert mused, "for whether we communicate or not, this lawsuit will undoubtedly be a fierce contest." In the southern continent, in the city of Crolier, deep into the night, Elliot and his companions, sharing a chamber, were awakened by a servant bearing the message that Elder Calvin requested their presence in the parlor. General Anthony had arranged their accommodations on the outskirts of Crolier. The serene night was punctuated only by the distant calls of jungle beasts and the seemingly close chirping of night insects. As Elliot made his way to the parlor, he encountered other companions from different rooms, all of whom were also headed to the same destination. What operations are set for tonight? Elliot swiftly prepared himself for the impending events. Upon entering the spacious parlor, it was not long before the others arrived, silently and instinctively positioning themselves along the sides of the hall. The negotiations had reached a critical juncture. Calvin spoke, regardless of the nature of negotiations. "Strength remains the paramount leverage." He continued, "Tonight is our moment to showcase our might." Upon our arrival in Crolier, I deliberately revealed that we are the delegation of the Balky family. The Rose sect, through relentless reconnaissance over the past few days, believes they have ascertained our capabilities and have dispatched a demigod to annihilate our entire delegation. Everyone understood that Calvin, now at sequence 5, despite possessing sealing artifacts, would find it exceedingly difficult to contend with a demigod whose nature had fundamentally transformed. Yet, none were perturbed, for if Calvin had orchestrated this plan, he must have made the necessary arrangements. "Of course, we have also undertaken some preparations," Calvin continued. "Shortly, I shall serve as bait and depart the inn. Do not linger in battle, but rather retreat swiftly. Once our reinforcements encircle the enemy from behind, you may launch a counteroffensive." "Aye," came a unified response from all present. "Very well, return now." As they retraced their steps, they plotted their escape routes, conferring with a few trusted companions to ensure they would not become isolated. Elliot, too, conspired with several comrades to flee together, then returned to his chamber to await the enemy's arrival. Seated upon a chair, Elliot felt a twinge of anxiety. He had faced members of the Rose sect on numerous occasions, yet those had been low-sequence adversaries. Having recently ascended to the rank of Brybearer, this was his inaugural encounter in mid-sequence combat, and it was compounded by the involvement of a demigod. At that moment, he observed his bed linens seemingly come to life, wrapping around the pillow on his bed. His companion, perched on the edge of the bed, was ensnared by the sheets, struggling futilely to extricate himself as they tightened around him. Elliot hastily drew the dagger from his belt to sever the linens, ensnaring his companion, feeling a sense of relief that he had not lain down, lest he too fall victim to the sheets' grip. He first cut the sheets around his companion's neck to prevent suffocation. As he continued to slice through the fabric, the sheets, akin to cephalopods or jellyfish, extended tendrils to ensnare Elliot's hand. He recoiled, only for the coat rack at the door to spring to life, charging directly at him as if intent on toppling him. Tables, chairs, and curtains appeared to have gained sentience, launching an array of assaults upon Elliot. Most concerningly, he sensed that even his clothing seemed animated, attempting to thwart his every movement. Were he an ordinary person, the sight of inanimate objects coming to life would have been enough to induce fainting. However, Elliot and his companions had been groomed as assassins from a young age. The more bizarre the occurrences, the more resolute they became in maintaining their composure. Elliot dodged the charging desk and seized a cup from it, hurling it at the coat rack and other objects, thus completing the bribery process. Weaken. The movements of these animated items immediately slowed, particularly the grip of his clothing, which loosened significantly. Subsequently, Elliot entered a frenzied state, delivering a kick to the chair barreling towards him. His companion, similarly diminished by the sheet's power, harnessed the strength of a barbarian to tear free from the linens. Run. This singular thought consumed Elliot's mind as he pursued the fleeing coat rack, disregarding its struggles in his grasp, and thrust it through the window. To his astonishment, the shattered glass, too, seemed to possess life, hurtling towards him. Elliot toppled a nearby table and took refuge behind it, but the glass, as though endowed with sight, circumvented the furniture and soared into the air. Elliot braced himself, crossing his arms to shield his face, prepared to endure the assault of the glass shards. Chaos erupted. Suddenly, from the direction of the parlor, Calvin's voice rang out. The glass began to swirl in the air like a swarm of insects, as if it had lost its target. Elliot then witnessed Calvin swiftly exiting the inn, seemingly pursued by something, or perhaps by nothing at all. In the room, the glass fell to the ground, and the table that had been struggling to rise now lay still. Were it not for the broken window and the disarray strewn about, Elliot would have preferred to believe that everything that had transpired was merely a nightmare. Is this the power of a demigod? He wondered, having felt utterly drained without even catching sight of him. From the courtyard came the sounds of conflict, jolting Elliot back into a combat mindset. As members of the Rose sect launched an assault on the inn, following in the wake of the enemy demigod, Elliot immediately joined his companions in executing their prearranged escape route, defeating the adversaries that obstructed their path and fleeing into the jungle. The pursuing enemies were relentless, and Elliot and his companions appeared to be gripped by fear, their only instinct to flee without a thought of retaliation. They dashed for several minutes until a long horn echoed from behind them, causing the pursuers to halt in their tracks. Both sides were familiar with this signal. It was the Balky family's call to arms. A gust of wind swept through, causing the towering trees to sway violently, while the undead and werewolves turned and fled. Yet, they were a moment too late. The wind passed, and even the undead, with bodies as resilient as steel, were severed by a force within the gale, leaving fatal lacerations. This was the assault of the Balky family's sealing artifact, the Windblade. Not all of the pursuers were slain by the Windblade's fury. 2 fortunate souls evaded its wrath, while several quick-reacting members sustained non-fatal injuries. For the members of the Rose sect, surviving without fatal wounds meant they could continue the fight. Thus, an extraordinary battle was unavoidable. For the first time, Elliot felt the insignificance of his own power. In this family-orchestrated extraordinary conflict, as a Sequence 7, his abilities and strength were woefully inadequate. He understood he must fight with all his might, ever vigilant to evade the enemy's lethal strikes. But soon reinforcements arrived, and members of the Balky family rapidly gained the upper hand. What followed was a cycle of encirclement, breakout, counter-encirclement, and ultimately pursuit. However, the roles had shifted, with the surviving members of the Rose sect now fleeing ahead, while Elliot and his companions pursued from behind. It was not until the overall commander blew the horn to cease the chase that Elliot and his comrades halted. Members of the Balky family began to converge toward the sound of the horn, while lower sequence members responsible for clearing the battlefield gathered the enemy corpses, numbering over 20. A smile gradually spread across the faces of Elliot and his companions. This was a monumental victory. A single battle that had claimed the lives of more than 20 members of the Rose sect. Upon witnessing the outcome, everyone felt that the earlier struggle had been worthwhile. Elliot, come here. Calvin waved from a distance. Elliot hurried over, and Calvin patted him on the shoulder, inquiring, "How are you? Are you injured?" "No, Elliot replied." Calvin continued as they walked away from the crowd. "We have just eliminated a significant figure from the Rose Society." As they stepped aside, Calvin added, "I require you to conduct a spiritual communion with him." Elliot, following closely behind, hesitated. "Uncle Calvin, I have heard from my elders that when we first became adversaries with the Rose Society, we attempted to use a sealing object for communion. But each attempt resulted in dreadful consequences. Moreover, I lack the ability to commune." Calvin looked at Elliot and said, "Yet he possesses crucial information regarding our family's curse." At that moment, they arrived at a corpse. Elliot gazed at the body, falling in his silence. "If my conjecture is correct, that information could fundamentally alter your understanding. You must think of a solution," Calvin urged. "I will create a secluded space for you. Of course, you may choose not to commune, but it will be a long time before you have another opportunity to access this information." With that, Calvin departed. Elliot hesitated for a few moments before remembering to pray to the Creator, who had shown interest in the curse of the Balky family, hoping for some guidance. Great Creator. According to Elder Calvin, this corpse holds key information about our family curse, and he wishes for me to commune with it. However, as I understand it, family members have previously attempted to commune with the Rose Society's members, and they all met with tragic ends during the process, accompanied by numerous terrifying occurrences. Elder Calvin also mentioned that if I do not commune, he concluded, Great Creator, I seek your guidance. May I implore your power to conduct this communion? If I must commune, how can I avoid the dreadful consequences? He prayed several times without receiving a response from the Creator. Just as he thought this silence indicated the Creator's disapproval of his communion, the great figure seated on the iron throne materialized in his mind. Note Calvin's wording concerning your family. The delay in Hubert's response was due to the great Creator having been deep in slumber, awakened by Eliot's prayer, and immediately recognizing it as a test from Calvin. Observing from afar, it was clear to Hubert that, based on Eliot's description, it seemed the Balky family needed to commune with this corpse to uncover vital information. However, a closer inspection revealed that Calvin's words possessed an entirely different implication. Eliot quickly recalled the two phrases. He possesses crucial information regarding our family's curse, and if my conjecture is correct, that information could fundamentally alter your understanding. It was information about the family curse, not merely information that he might or should have about the curse. It was about altering one's understanding, rather than asserting that such information would inevitably reshape their comprehension. Eliot was not foolish, prompted by the Creator. He swiftly understood. Elder Calvin was already aware of the knowledge that could be gleaned from the communion process. He merely wished to utilize this communion to reveal that information to Eliot, while simultaneously testing him. Eliot, feeling a surge of anxiety, exclaimed, Great Creator, I have never voluntarily disclosed any information about you. This is an unintended occurrence. The Creator sat quietly, which only heightened Eliot's distress. After a few seconds, the Creator spoke, You are prepared to undertake the ritual to receive my power. Eliot finally exhaled in relief, and as he prepared for the ritual, he found his previous thoughts rather amusing. The Creator undoubtedly knew he had not revealed any information about him. He further contemplated that the Creator's willingness to assist him in conducting the communion was a direct response to Calvin's test. Did this not imply that the Creator was open to a greater number of Balky family members knowing of his existence? This realization excited Eliot, as he perceived it as a significant step towards the Creator aiding in the alleviation of the curse. As for the Creator's capacity to commune, that hardly surprised him, for he was a mysterious and magnificent entity. Soon, the ritual was set up. Eliot began to recite the Creator's revered name. O Creator of earthly order, I beseech your gaze and favor. I implore your strength, that I may engage in spiritual communication with this member of the Rose Society before me. Eliot's eyes turned completely black, seemingly devoid of pupils. Without any guidance, he grasped the lingering essence of the Rose Society member before him and silently repeated, The secret of the Balky family curse. The secret of the Balky family curse. After reciting it 7 times, the gray mist in his vision transformed, revealing vague structures and indistinct figures. In a land of disarray, Hubert once again found himself observing a film. The face of the figure across from him remained obscured, indicating a high level of existence. The communion necklace's level of communion was insufficient to reveal their visage. Master Zatwin, do you mean to say that the curse of the Balky family has no relation to us whatsoever? The indistinct Zatwin affirmed. Indeed, the curse of the Balky family resides within their bloodline, rather than being a curse in any tangible sense. Then why do they continuously assert that we have cursed them? Zatwin replied, They require an enemy. Suddenly, an arm sprouted from behind Zatwin, covered in eyes and ending in a tongue lined with sharp teeth. The communion abruptly ceased, as the angel of the Rose Society, possibly a divine aberration, projected their power through the essence of the Rose Society member. Chapter 117. Do not tempt the divine. The scene before Eliot left him utterly astonished. In the instant the communion was interrupted, he witnessed the corpse at the makeshift altar sit up, its eyes tightly shut, one hand covering its face while the other reached out towards Eliot. In its outstretched palm, an eye filled with veins slowly opened. Eliot instantly felt a tremor in his spiritual essence, as if warning him of the extreme danger posed by the eye before him. From its wrist, a tongue lined with sharp teeth emerged, and a force seemingly containing countless curses quietly descended upon the earth. In that moment, Eliot felt like a lamb awaiting slaughter, his body rigid, unable to mount any resistance. From its arm, A spiked ear sprouted as an extremely malevolent and frenzied power spread through the surroundings. Elliot sensed his soul on the verge of leaving his body, poised to meet a grim fate before the altar. 2 kilometers away, atop a hill, Jonas, a demigod dispatched by the Fusok Empire, and General Anthony, the nominal ruler of this land, leisurely surveyed the distant clash of demigods. Jonas smiled. I never anticipated that the elusive, bulky family would have 2 demigods. No, it should be said they have at least 2 demigods. This time, the Rose Society is bound to suffer. He remarked, with such strength, they are indeed worthy of our collaboration. Anthony, standing slightly behind Jonas, posed the question. The concern is whether their ambitions will grow uncontrollably in the future. Jonas smiled. Do you believe the royal family lacks angels? Or that the war god church lacks angels? Before angels, demigods are as fragile as infants. Anthony slightly bowed. Yes, I was remiss. Regardless, aligning with such a powerful family would be advantageous for us. Jonas continued to smile, especially a family that has mortal enemies in the southern continent. They're the ideal candidates for cooperation. Just as Anthony was about to offer a few compliments, suddenly, his spiritual senses detected a terrifying power descending from beyond the battlefield. Jonas's countenance shifted slightly. What terrifying entity had they provoked? Approximately a kilometer away from Elliot, where 3 demigods were engaged in a fierce battle, they suddenly ceased all movement and turned their gazes toward Elliot's direction. Chester exchanged a glance with another demigod from the Bulk family, both taken aback by this unforeseen circumstance. Could this be the trial Calvin had alluded to earlier? It was utter chaos. Such a trial was sufficient to drive everyone in the nearby city of Crowley into a frenzied state. The demigod from the Rose Academy felt a flicker of delight. Their leader had taken action, and none from the Bulk family would leave this place alive. Calvin, who was orchestrating the battlefield cleanup, sensed the arrival of that wicked and frenzied power. All eyes turned towards Elliot's location, a spiritual warning echoing in each individual's mind. A terrifying force was descending. Calvin declared, Attention, the demigod's battle rages on. Abandon all spoils and retreat immediately. The retreat commenced in an orderly fashion, though everyone was perplexed. Did demigods truly possess such formidable power? Elliot was engulfed in despair, never anticipating that he would meet such a painful demise. The faces of his deranged sister and friends flickered before him, as if bidding a final farewell. At that moment, Hubert, in the realm of disorder, seized the opportunity to envelop the corpse before the altar with a surging force of order. Logically, even with the backing of the realm of disorder, Hubert was no match for the entity projecting its power onto the altar. However, the capabilities of the realm of disorder could never be confined to mere logic. Hubert chose not to confront the entity directly. Instead, he restored order to the corpse before the altar. The order of the corpse meant a loss of vitality and the dissipation of its spirit. In this manner, Hubert severed the connection between the corpse and the being projecting its power. This strategic exploitation of vulnerabilities was the correct application of the realm of disorder. Hubert had absolute confidence, which allowed Elliot to engage in the summoning. Before the altar, the eyes, tongue, and ears on the corpse's arm rapidly withered, turning black, resembling a grotesque black sore. With a thud, the corpse collapsed, oozing a viscous black liquid from its eyes, nostrils, mouth, and ear canals, completely devoid of life. Elliot, drenched in sweat, felt as though he had died once. He chuckled to himself, pondering what he had been thinking moments ago, under the protection of the Creator. How could he possibly perish? On a hill 2 kilometers away, Jonas and Anthony, poised to depart, halted and looked back. Anthony, perplexed, remarked, It's gone? The Bulk family actually defeated that terrifying force? Just moments ago, both he and Jonas were prepared to abandon Crowley. Jonas crossed his arms and replied, The power of the Bulk family is far deeper than we anticipated. The demigod from the Rose Academy, sensing the abrupt cessation of the leader's power projection, wasted no time fleeing. That was their leader. That was a divine aberration. To interrupt their power projection required at least an angelic-level being or an entity of equivalent sealing power. If they did not leave now, escape would be impossible. Generally speaking, a demigod could not impede another demigod determined to flee, especially one as resilient as those among the Rose Academy. Ultimately, the demigod of the Rose Academy had to sacrifice an arm to escape, marking the official end of the battle. Elliot moved his limbs, tidied up the altar, and had just risen when Calvin approached briskly. Calvin observed Elliot, who appeared only slightly pale, without any other abnormalities, and asked, You completed the summoning? Before Elliot could respond, a mysterious figure appeared above him, seemingly flanked by swords, radiating a black holy light even in the darkness. Calvin immediately felt a hierarchical pressure, compelling him to kneel. Seated upon the Iron Throne, Hubert cast a fragment of chaotic power towards Calvin, who instantly experienced pain tenfold greater than his family's curse. He collapsed to the ground in agony, showing signs of losing control. After several seconds, as Calvin's struggle became uncontrollable, the excruciating sensation suddenly vanished, replaced by a sensation akin to an infinite force of order, and the signs of his loss of control dissipated entirely. Elliot rushed to support Calvin, who was weeping, sniffling, and gasping for breath. "Uncle Calvin, do not provoke the divine." Calvin stiffened, on the verge of kneeling to the great presence amid the swords. But that magnificent figure had already vanished. Chapter 118. The Possession of the Red Angel. After punishing Calvin, Hubert did not immediately depart the realm of disorder. He intended to observe Calvin's reaction a while longer. Internally, he mused, "This feels rather like a client follow-up, checking if they've been swayed by my persuasion." In his boredom, he recalled the earlier summoning results. Although the summoning process had been interrupted, the information Elliot sought was now clear. The Balk family's curse had no connection to the Rose Academy. It undoubtedly stemmed from the family's bloodline. This revelation dispelled Hubert's last vestiges of hope. He had always believed that the Heller and Balk families were intricately linked. It was highly probable that both families bore the curse due to the same underlying reason. If this curse truly originated from a high-ranking extraordinary being via a prisoneress route, the matter would be easily resolved. Eliminate the caster, and the curse would naturally vanish. Although achieving this was challenging, it was indeed solvable for Hubert, as the nature of such a curse fell well within his realm of knowledge. Henceforth, his task was to patiently grow stronger and ultimately overcome the caster. However, tonight's summoning results indicated that the curse had no ties to the Rose Academy. Everything reverted to its original state. The curse was shrouded in mystery and could only be investigated through the Heller and Balk families. Yet, Hubert found himself at an impasse, as both families were obscure and seemingly difficult to investigate effectively. At present, he possessed only two leads, the first being Rex, and he resolved to visit Dick soon. The second lead was the Council of Elders from the Balk family, who must possess knowledge of some of their family secrets, reinforcing Hubert's determination to support Elliot. Contemplating this, Hubert observed Calvin through Elliot's star, noting his evident anxiety and newfound respect towards Elliot. Hubert sighed, the objective has been achieved. Just as he prepared to leave the realm of disorder, Hubert suddenly noticed the star representing Laughed entwined with a thread resembling a red line. Stunned, he realized he had been quite busy and had not checked on Laughed for some time. Had something occurred there? Thus, Hubert extended his perception towards the star representing Laughed, who was presently sprinting down an empty street, evidently engaged in some clandestine activity that night. On his back, a shadowy figure seemed to loom. Hubert adjusted his angle of perception and indeed saw a vague shadow clinging to Laugh's back, while Laughed appeared oblivious to it. This bore the semblance of a shallow possession. Could it be the Red Angel Medici, intertwined with two of his adversary's malevolent spirits? Hubert stroked his chin, recognizing this as the only plausible explanation. Unbeknownst to him, Laughed was now possessed, which certainly affected Calvin's subsequent investigations and divinations regarding Laughed. He strained to recall the details concerning Laughed, yet he was merely a minor character, one upon whom he had not expended much energy during his reading. Subsequently, Hubert mused that if Laughed was to be possessed, so be it. He had no intention of rescuing him at present. It would be prudent to assist him only when his utility was apparent. With this thought in mind, Hubert submerged the star that symbolized Laughed into the pond, lest the Red Angel trace back to the realm of disorder through the recent genuine vision. In the presence of such a formidable being as an Angel King, one must exercise utmost caution. On the dimly lit streets of Beckland, Laughed boarded a cab several streets away from the site where he had been excavating relics. Just as he entered the vehicle, the Red Angel, attempting possession for the first time, suddenly gazed into the air. "Solomon?" Another voice among the malevolent spirits chimed in. "Haha, a millennium of subterranean existence has corroded your walnut-sized brain." A third voice added, "Indeed, did you not notice when you intruded upon the psyche of this descendant of Tudor? A new Black Emperor emerged over a century ago. Solomon has utterly fallen." "Fools, have you forgotten Solomon's watchful gaze?" The second voice retorted. "We are not like you." "Willingly acting as Solomon's hound," replied the third voice. "Surely you recall Solomon's scrutiny. This is the most fundamental loyalty of a hound to its master. Medici's Nird. You are not even worthy of being dogs." Over a millennium, they had yet to conceive of coexisting peacefully. Naturally, their debate was inaudible to both Laughed and the cab driver. Having departed the realm of disorder, Hubert lay in the darkness, staring at the pitch-black ceiling while listening to the occasional clatter of hooves and the whinnying of horses from the road outside, envisioning the extraordinary battle occurring miles away beyond the city of Crowlier. From this night forth, he would officially intervene in the affairs of the Bulk family as a creator. If managed adeptly, this demigod family would undoubtedly serve as a significant ally in the future. For instance, in the future, should the creator send one of his vassals to the southern continent for experience, requesting the Bulk family to grant management rights over a small town, as they secretly govern numerous villages within General Anthony's territory, that would hardly be excessive, would it? Even if some errors arose, the worst outcome would be losing access to the southern continent. No one would associate the creator with a youth from the northern continent. As his thoughts swirled, Hubert felt drowsiness wash over him. He chuckled to himself, realizing that having made an impression in front of the elders of the Bulk family, the esteemed creator would likely find himself compelled to conduct nightly business frequently. The following morning, Hubert yawned as he arrived at the law firm. After making his presence known, he set out to visit clients, reaching the residence of Viscount Glylant around 8:50. Rest and Forsyth had just arrived as well, and while they exchanged greetings, Audrey entered. Following a unanimous compliment on Audrey's beauty, they proceeded to the Viscount's study. A long table with 5 chairs had already been prepared, adorned not with refreshments or fruits, but with a simple yet elegant astrolabe. Audrey smiled. The astrolabe imbues this study with an air of mysticism. Glylant chuckled, evidently pleased with Audrey's praise. Hubert internally marveled at how convincingly atmospheric it all appeared. The group tacitly ceded the primary seat to Hubert, who took his place in the center, with Audrey and Glylant on his left and Rest and Forsyth on his right. Thus commenced the inaugural gathering of a Justice League. First, let us deliberate on the matter of incorporating new members, Hubert proposed. I have envisioned a developmental framework. Please allow me to share. He stated, as the 5 founding members of the Justice League, we must perpetually retain the highest authority, which includes the right to propose and the power of veto. For instance, my current initiative to admit new members falls under the purview of proposal rights. Should anyone find this initiative inappropriate or misaligned with their interests, they may exercise their veto. Consequently, my proposal will not be enacted within the Justice League, and we will need to reconvene to present a new initiative. This power will be exclusive to us 5 founders. Future members will be classified as either official or prospective members, possessing only speaking rights, devoid of proposal rights. Audrey inquired, so, prospective members may only engage in transactions or information exchange during gatherings, without the authority to suggest the League's developmental direction? Hubert smiled precisely. The helm of the Justice League shall remain firmly in the hands of the 5 of us. Everyone readily concurred with this proposal to reinforce their authority. Hubert continued, I also suggest that any newly developed members should sit behind the founding member who facilitated their introduction during gatherings. Moreover, the individual who introduces them shall be accountable for their words and actions. Should 3 or more founders deem a new member a threat to the Justice League, they may bypass the introducer to expel the member and erase all memories related to the League. Everyone paused, gradually acclimating to the gravity of the situation and beginning to consider the implications of admitting new members seriously. Rest raised a hand. As a mystical organization, it would be ideal if we could erase the memories of those who choose to depart. But how can we achieve this? Once Miss Audrey ascends to the ranks of an extraordinary observer, she will find this task effortless. Hubert had already planned. Before that, I possess a method to erase an individual's memories, provided their rank does not exceed mine. Though the process is somewhat cumbersome, I can manage it. He would certainly not disclose any magical artifacts too readily. His previous statement served as a subtle nudge towards ritualistic magic. Rest and Forsyth accepted this without skepticism, knowing Hubert wielded a wealth of esoteric knowledge that made such feats seem plausible. Audrey and Glylant, lacking sufficient knowledge, were nevertheless swayed by Hubert's previous reliability, leading them to trust his words. Hubert's proposal to admit new members garnered unanimous approval. Thus the Justice League's first initiative was duly passed. Prior to this gathering, Audrey had merely viewed such meetings as entertaining, while Rest and Forsyth had not taken the Justice League seriously. Hubert's initiative to formalize the process of admitting new members significantly elevated the League's stature, prompting the 3 ladies to abandon their dismissive attitudes. Then, Hubert smiled and remarked, It has been quite some time since we gathered to converse. Let us freely exchange ideas. Many seemingly inconsequential pieces of information may prove crucial to other members. We can also engage in transactions akin to those at ordinary extraordinary gatherings. He added, I shall begin. I would like to inquire of the now pharmacist Viscount Glylant. Can you concoct a potion to nurture the spirit? I believe both Miss Rest and Miss Forsyth would also benefit from such a potion. Forsyth quickly grasped the implication. Are you suggesting that during last week's battle, our spirits were harmed? Last week's battle? Audrey, as an observer, immediately seized upon this detail, casting an expectant glance at Hubert, hoping for further elaboration, while simultaneously expressing concern for the state of their spirits. Indeed, Hubert confirmed. I've already treated the permanent damage to the spiritual bodies, but still wish to nurture our spirits. Given your distance at the time, your injuries should have been minimal. Otherwise, you would have noticed sooner. He certainly felt Audrey's curious gaze upon him and offered a brief explanation. Last week, I participated in a battle between extraordinary beings alongside Miss Rest and Miss Forsyth. Audrey, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, I wonder when I too might partake in an extraordinary battle initiated by the Justice League? Dear lady, you seem to exhibit a hint of narcissism, Hubert remarked with a touch of exasperation, who claimed that this conflict was initiated by the Justice League. Please, let us not indulge in such intense immersion, shall we? He smiled and continued, that experience was not particularly pleasant, and moreover, I must say that your ability to captivate an audience in the future may not be ideally suited for positive confrontations. At that moment, Audrey was ostensibly still in pursuit of the traces of the Psychological Alchemy Society, seeking the possibility of becoming an audience member. Both Hugh and Val thus glanced at Greelint with a hint of concern after hearing Hubert's words. Greelint sighed with a wry smile. I do not possess any memories of such a potion. Hubert nodded reassuringly, no matter. He then addressed Hugh and Val thus. If I manage to acquire such a formula through other channels, I shall be sure to share it with you. Val thus exhaled in relief. Thank you. By the way, Hubert added, I have clues regarding the primary materials of the Master of Tricks. Should you require them, I can procure them for you at a more favorable price. Val thus responded eagerly, I certainly do. Audrey paused momentarily, recalling that Val thus had previously mentioned that the potion formula of the Master of Tricks was exceedingly difficult to obtain. Could it be that Val thus had indeed secured the formula? Was it not from Hubert that he acquired it? Hubert nodded. Once I have it in hand, I shall write to you. Subsequently, Audrey entrusted Hugh with the task of locating General Xilingus amidst the hurricane. Noticing the astonished expressions around her, Audrey felt a small sense of pride. Hubert's astonishment seemed somewhat feigned. Had he already learned of Xilingus's whereabouts in Beckland? Hugh emerged as the primary beneficiary of this gathering, as Hubert also entrusted her with the task of finding 2 cultists, specifying a reward of 200 pounds each. Hugh displayed immense interest, for such a generous bounty was a rarity in her experience. Concerned that her own commission might not receive due attention, Audrey hastily added, I assure you that my offered remuneration will satisfy you as well. Hugh nodded repeatedly, convinced that the 2 tasks were not in conflict. Hubert handed over the information regarding the cultists to Hugh, assisting her with an analysis. Based on the descriptions in the documents, one of these extraordinary individuals is a prisoner, while the other is an apothecary. To my knowledge, Beckland seems to harbor a number of apothecaries, but prisoners are less common. Consequently, this particular extraordinary individual should be relatively easier to locate. The initial sequence of potions grants them a madness and desire far surpassing that of ordinary men. I suspect the cultists will not overly suppress their madness and desires. This presents an excellent opportunity. He further added, if you manage to find them but lack the confidence to capture them, feel free to seek my assistance. Hugh nodded. If the need arises, I shall do so. The ensuing conversation became more casual, with Hubert stating, tomorrow, I am set to engage in a lawsuit that is destined to be challenging. Yet I am determined to see it through to the end. Curiosity piqued among the group. They resolved to attend as observers the following day. Chapter 120, Fragile Prosperity. After concluding the gathering, Hubert returned to the law firm, dedicating himself entirely to preparing for the forthcoming trial. After work, he took a carriage back to his residence in the Queen's Quarter, where he enjoyed a delightful dinner in a harmonious atmosphere. During the post-dinner banter, Christine inquired, I hear you are advocating for a worker who suffered an injury at work to secure greater compensation? Hubert nodded. Indeed. Would you like me to intervene on your behalf? I wish to attempt to resolve this issue on my own, Hubert replied with a smile. If my abilities prove insufficient or if connections are necessary, I will not hesitate to call upon you. Christine nodded in agreement with a smile. Donna curiously asked, Isn't it quite normal to receive compensation for a work injury? Why does it seem as though you are implying it is so difficult to obtain? Compensation is indeed possible, yet it is woefully inadequate, Hubert replied with a smile. I shall refrain from divulging the specifics. Some matters are not better known too early. Christine nodded in concurrence. Hubert then mentioned his upcoming business trip to Tingen City next week, to which Christine responded, Ah, Tianjin City. My former deputy from the southern continent is currently residing there. You could stay at his home during your trip. Hubert hesitated before saying, perhaps it would be better to stay at an inn. I wouldn't want to impose. The conditions at inns are quite poor, Christine remarked with a smile. It would be just right for you to deliver a handwritten letter on my behalf. Hubert had no choice but to acquiesce. Very well. Upon returning to his room, Hubert slumbered soundly. The next morning, he took a hired carriage to retrieve Bob from the poorhouse. To Hubert's surprise, Diley was also present. As the carriage resumed its journey, Hubert jested, Ms. Diley, it seems you're not particularly busy today. Diley smiled. Occasionally, I must attend to the work status of my informants. They exchanged knowing smiles, while Bob appeared somewhat anxious. Moments later, Diley added, recently, the church has begun to pay attention to issues surrounding work injury compensation. Mr. Bob's case is quite representative. Hence the captain requested I accompany to observe. Hubert nodded and began discussing the case with Bob, reviewing documents and making final preparations. Around 8:10, the trio arrived at the courthouse. To their astonishment, a considerable number of individuals were already present in the public gallery, starting with Bob's fellow workers seated in the front row. Next were Hugh, Audrey, and others in the left corner. Upon seeing Audrey, Diley was somewhat taken aback. Recognizing her as the daughter of the devout deity follower, Count Hobert, she hadn't anticipated her presence as an observer. Upon spotting a figure in the right corner, Diley was surprised and approached. A cancer? What brings you here? A cancer, with his chiseled features and tousled brown hair, smiled. This case has sparked widespread discussion among the devotees of the god of steam and machinery. The Archbishop requested that I attend as an observer. This individual was none other than the captain of the Mechanical Heart Brigade in the Beckland Diocese, a Cancer Bernard. Diley then realized that the level of attention surrounding this case exceeded her previous expectations. After ensuring Bob and his fellow workers were seated together, Hubert waved at Audrey and the others before playfully tapping the head of a nearby girl. Donna, what are you doing here? Donna grinned. I am here to skip class and cheer you on. Hubert chuckled helplessly. Let's not make a habit of this. Donna nodded vigorously and then asked Hubert, how do you know that angelic-looking young lady? Referring to Audrey. Hubert replied, she is one of my clients. That is preposterous. She looks barely 20. How could she possibly be your client? Believe it or not, Hubert said, glancing at his pocket watch before signaling for Bob to enter the plaintiff's seat. The defendant, Arnold, and the judge took their places in sequence, and at 8:30 sharp, the court officially commenced. As the plaintiff's attorney, Hubert was the first to articulate the plaintiff's demands. Due to Arnold's negligence, Bob had sustained a disability. Thus, he was suing Arnold for willful harm. In the public gallery, a cancer quietly asked Diley, you seem quite familiar with the plaintiff's attorney? He is our associate. Diley did not conceal. His defense strategy is quite innovative, a cancer remarked. Perhaps this lawsuit truly has a chance of success. Let's hope so. When it came time for the defendant's attorney to speak, he addressed the judge, Your Honor. The plaintiff's demands are evidently unfounded. The opposing counsel, appearing to be in his 30s and exuding a mature steadiness, was recognized as a moderately known attorney in Beckland, though not yet at the level of a barrister. He gestured towards the public gallery. There are no safety notices posted in the courtroom. If someone in the public gallery were to accidentally fall and sustain injuries, should the court and the judge be held accountable? Hubert remarked. The examples presented by the defendant's attorney bear little resemblance to Mr. Bob's circumstances. Bob was in an employment relationship with Arnold, and it was during his work for Arnold that he became disabled. And, esteemed members of the gallery, are you employees of His Honor, the judge? Bob's fellow workers immediately erupted in applause, and as the court session commenced, both parties' lawyers engaged in a spirited debate. After 2 or 3 exchanges, the defendant's lawyer realized that his eloquence was not yielding any advantage, prompting a shift in his defense strategy. Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen, it is evident that the crux of this case should not revolve around Mr. Arnold's alleged assault, but rather the matter of compensation owed to Bob. I implore Your Honor to render a decision in accordance with legal tradition, undeterred by the plaintiff's cunning rhetoric. The ruling in this case could significantly influence employers' obligations toward their workers in the future. Prior compensation norms have maintained the stability and tranquility of Bakerland. And to ensure the continuation of this stability, we must refrain from setting unfavorable precedents. Hubert silently nodded. This lawyer exhibited a caliber far superior to those he had previously encountered in the magistrate's court, displaying quicker reflexes and an understanding of arguments that were difficult for Hubert to counter. Was Hubert, a mere ordinary lawyer, truly expected to challenge the stability and tranquility of Bakerland? Fortunately, Hubert was well prepared. Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen, we certainly desire to witness a more prosperous and stable Bakerland. However, times are advancing, and society is evolving. The laws and regulations do not necessarily retain their applicability. He passionately asserted. We indeed wish to see Bakerland flourish. Yet such prosperity must not be founded upon the suffering and sacrifice of workers, nor on the exploitation and oppression of the working class. A refusal to adapt renders prosperity but an illusion. Chapter 121. This is barbarism. Hubert's argument once again garnered applause, yet the debate was far from concluded. The defendant's attorney argued that adherence to traditional practices was more beneficial for Bakerland, while Hubert contended that the current tides of change demanded the law adapt accordingly. The two engaged in a vigorous exchange until the judge rapped his gavel, stating, "Please refrain from discussing matters unrelated to the case at hand." The lawyers' debate temporarily ceased. Subsequently, Hubert pressed on, reiterating Arnold's inaction and the causal relationship leading to Bob's disability. However, the defendant's lawyer abruptly shifted to a moral critique of Hubert and Bob, accusing Hubert of being self-serving and claiming he sought notoriety by sensationalizing the case. He accused Bob of greed and asserted that his demands were excessive, exceeding industry standards. Hubert retorted, "I am at a loss as to what criteria the defendant's attorney employs to label me as self-serving. Regardless of the standard, it is clear that Mr. Arnold, seated in the defendant's chair, epitomizes self-interest. Otherwise, he would not be a wealthy man, while my pursuit of self-interest has left me merely an ordinary lawyer." Furthermore, while the defendant's attorney's words were cautiously chosen and did not constitute slander, his defensive approach was despicable, attempting to unsettle my client through moral attacks. Ladies and gentlemen, if we are to discuss moral judgments, does my client's life only merit 150? When did life become so cheap? When did human existence lose its value? His words plunged the assembly into a momentary silence, save for the defendant's attorney, who regarded Hubert with cold disdain, taken aback by the unexpected strength of this obscure lawyer. The judge once again struck his gavel. "This is a courtroom. Please refrain from moral discussions." He inquired, "Defendant's counsel, do you have anything further to say?" Both the defendant's attorney and Arnold discerned that the judge's inclination was toward the plaintiff. Should Arnold's assault charges be upheld, the plaintiff would effectively triumph. After a period of contemplation, the defendant's attorney stated, "Your Honor, I request a recess." The judge, momentarily taken aback, but recognizing the defendant's right, replied, "Very well." A 10-minute recess. Following a brief consultation with Arnold, the defendant's attorney approached the plaintiff's side. He first exchanged glances with Hubert before proposing, "How about 500? Let us settle this matter outside of court." Hubert helped Bob to his feet, meeting the gaze of Arnold and the defendant's attorney, stating, "Gentlemen, what gives you the right to feel superior? This is compensation, not a benevolent handout." He continued, 500 is acceptable, but I must insist on Mr. Arnold publicly apologizing to Bob. The defendant's attorney retorted, "Our patience has its limits." Hubert promptly returned the remark. Arnold suddenly interjected, "Young man, do you realize that your actions may ruin your life? Do you know whom you are opposing? You are standing against the entire upper crust of Bakerland. Let me assure you, I cannot lose this case. For from this day forth, the entire elite of Bakerland will stand by my side." Hubert, the lawyer, do you truly not consider your future? Do you wish to challenge the survival codes established by the gentlemen of Bakerland? A fleeting smile crossed Hubert's face. "That is precisely what I seek." He immediately sensed the palpable effects of his potion taking hold. Realizing that his previous line of thought was correct, challenging the so-called laws of civilization makes one a barbarian. Arnold shook his head in disbelief, gesturing to the defendant's attorney, and together they returned to their seats. Hubert assisted Bob in sitting down. "You do not lament the absence of a settlement, do you?" Bob smiled. "Although I seem to have lost much of my dignity, your words, dear lawyer, made me realize that the little dignity I have left is far more valuable than 500. Hubert nodded in agreement with a smile. As the 10 minutes elapsed, the judge announced, "Court is back in session. I ask both the plaintiffs and defendant's attorneys to present their final statements." As Hubert rose, he felt a spiritual warning wash over him. He scanned the room, his gaze eventually landing upon the defendant's attorney. The defendant's attorney was a true lawyer, and at that moment, he was employing his extraordinary abilities to distort Hubert's reasoning. This indicated that Arnold was prepared to resort to unscrupulous tactics to resolve the issue. Hubert inwardly chuckled. Did he think he could distort the mind of a barbarian? He resolutely infused his concealed psychological spoon with mystical energy, psychological suggestion. The defendant's attorney immediately stood. I was just using my extraordinary powers to attack Attorney Hubert. For I am aware of a secret regulation of this court. Any involvement of extraordinary powers renders this court's judgment null and void. The judge will immediately adjourn and, after sternly warning anyone employing extraordinary abilities, will reschedule the hearing for another day. Regardless of whether it succeeded, it would serve my purpose. As long as this court does not pronounce judgment, a final ruling cannot be established, thus temporarily thwarting Hubert's claims. His face contorted with terror. He covered his mouth with his hand, yet his voice remained audible to all present. I previously employed the same despicable tactics to turn the tide, including 1 week ago. Prohibited. The judge interjected in a voice brimming with authority. He was a true arbiter of justice. Hubert's hastily implanted psychological suggestion immediately crumbled. And then Hubert burst into laughter, seemingly mocking the defendant's attorney's treachery while also relishing the irony of his own words being laid bare. In a corner, Audrey observed the scene, captivated by the sight of the righteous champion laughing heartily, the judge's stern yet somewhat resigned demeanor, and the apprehensive defendant's attorney. She resolved to capture this moment on canvas upon her return, certain it would carry profound satirical significance. Shio and Furs exchanged a knowing glance. Both seasoned, extraordinary individuals who immediately discerned that Hubert had decisively triumphed in the recent clash of remarkable powers. Meanwhile, Dolly and Akant's expressions grew increasingly grave as they recognized that this case might garner heightened scrutiny in the future. Dolly was particularly concerned about whether Hubert could withstand the mounting pressure. In the courtroom, as Hubert laughed heartily, he eventually subdued his mirth. The judge beckoned to both the defense attorney and Hubert. The two lawyers approached the bench, and the judge solemnly stated, "Gentlemen, your conduct today will be duly recorded. Trust me, you have but this singular opportunity. Should you once again resort to means beyond the law within this court, I shall promptly remand you to a special tribunal." Hubert interjected, "Your Honor, as you witnessed, it was he who first employed extraordinary abilities. I merely retaliated effectively." The judge cast a cold glance at the defense attorney. "He shall certainly undergo special scrutiny." The defense attorney instinctively recoiled, knowing that several previous cases he had handled would not withstand investigation, and he risked being sent to a special tribunal himself. Amidst the defense attorney's palpable unease, the judge turned to Hubert and remarked, "Your defense was quite exceptional." Yet, he ultimately resignedly declared, "Court adjourned." Chapter 122. Captain Akant's Affinity for Red Underwear. "Hubert, this is undoubtedly the most remarkable defense I have ever witnessed," Audrey generously praised. "You are not merely competent. Your current endeavors far exceed the expectations of a typical lawyer." She added, "I shall support your noble cause with all my strength." Audrey emphasized the word noble and winked at Hubert. In response to her playful cleverness, Hubert smiled and said, "Thank you for your support." The Earl of Greylint made a similar promise before departing with Audrey in a carriage. Soon, Bob's fellow workers approached, exclaiming, "Mr. Lawyer, I shall relay your brilliant argument to every worker I encounter." One even teared up, saying, "You articulated our plight so well. No one has ever fought for our interests before. It must be the great God of steam who answered your prayers and led you to such an excellent lawyer." Did you hear what the defense attorney said? That scoundrel. After a chorus of praises, the workers departed one by one. Donna approached, saying, "Hubert, today I discovered just how remarkable you are. Although the judge may not reveal the reasons for the adjournment, I can see that you emerged victorious. You shone brilliantly in court." Tyron chimed in, "It won't be long before you become a renowned lawyer." Hubert smiled. "Hopefully, your flattery will be appreciated by your teacher, thus sparing you from punishment for skipping class." Donna laughed. "Let the punishment come. I feel I've gained much from attending today." Hubert shook his head, hired a cab, and paid the driver to take Donna and Tyron back to school. Upon returning to the courthouse, he saw Dolly standing with a disheveled gentleman with brown hair. Dolly introduced, "This is Akant from Lever Church." Hubert paused momentarily. "Ah, I recall now. He is indeed the one with a penchant for red underwear. Why does he wield the magic mirror instead of something less controversial?" He smiled. "Captain Akant's." Akant's looked surprised. "Have we met before?" "No, but I have heard of you." Hubert replied, "Oh, might we speak privately?" The two stepped away from the crowd into a secluded corner. Akant stated, "Since you have heard of me, I need not introduce myself. You should know that most of our church's followers are workers, hence we hold this case in high regard. I anticipate that Arnold will resort to some underhanded tactics to resolve this matter. Should you require assistance, feel free to seek refuge at Lever Church." Hubert smiled. "Thank you for your kindness. If the need arises, I shall certainly visit Lever Church." Akant replied, "In truth, it is we who should express our gratitude." Suddenly, Hubert had an idea. "If you wish to thank me, kindly procure a few tickets to the Russell commemorative exhibition. I have been studying the mysterious symbols left by the great Emperor Russell." "How did you learn we are hosting an exhibition?" Akant inquired. "A friend mentioned it." "Very well. Provide me with your address, and when the exhibition commences, I shall send you the tickets." The Russell commemorative exhibition was already in the preparation stages, and Akant saw nothing amiss in Hubert acquiring knowledge of it ahead of time. Hubert breathed a sigh of relief. For earlier his mind had been consumed with thoughts of the blasphemy card, neglecting to recall the exhibition's start date. After bidding farewell to Acant's, only Bob, Dolly Shio, and Furs remained at the courthouse entrance. Shio stepped forward. "Hubert, I would like to request your assistance." Hubert nodded. "Let us discuss this in the carriage." The group boarded the carriage, first taking Bob back to the relief house, then proceeding to drop off Dolly. Before Dolly alighted, Hubert arranged to meet her at 3 o'clock at the Obsidian Tavern. The carriage now contained only Hubert, Shio, and Furs. Shio said, "Hubert, I hope you can accompany us to Mr. A's gathering. I wish to engage with the individual selling the formula for the constable's potion." This had been a previous suggestion from Hubert, who subtly reminded Shio that only constables recognized by the royal family were deemed legitimate. Although Mr. A's gatherings had an excellent reputation, Shio still feared the potential risks involved. "No problem," Hubert replied. "When does Mr. A's gathering commence?" "At 12:30. Hubert checked his pocket watch. "It's still not yet 10 o'clock. Let's make a brief stop at Harvest Church. I have an appointment there." "Very well." Upon reaching Rose Street, Hubert carefully scanned the surroundings but saw no signs of surveillance. Even if the Tamara family were aware that 5 of their members had encountered trouble on Rose Street, they would not dare to investigate further or send anyone to spy. For their extraordinary influence in Beckland was far too feeble. In this city, without the backing of a demigod, one must always be cautious of counter-investigations from adversaries. Hubert could discern that the long-haired man who enjoyed cigars appearing in his divination was not a demigod. Arriving at Harvest Church, Hubert instructed Shio and Furs to wait in the carriage, allowing the driver to remain there as well before donning a mask and disembarking. The driver was more than willing to wait, as he was being paid by the hour. Upon entering the church, aside from Bishop Ostrowski seated in the front row, only Afton occupied a corner. Upon seeing Hubert, Afton visibly relaxed, unsure whether he was relieved that Hubert had arrived or simply unable to tolerate the church's oppressive atmosphere any longer. Hubert first greeted Ostrowski, "Father." The imposing bishop nodded slowly in acknowledgement. Hubert sat beside Afton. "How is your injury healing?" "It's nearly better," Afton replied, handing Hubert a wooden box. Hubert opened a corner of the box and was greeted by a diamond the size of an eye, which reflected a spectrum of colors even in the dimness of the box. Within the diamond lay a half-palm-sized black crystal sphere exuding an alluring aura that evoked strong affection. This was the extraordinary trait of a bribe-bearer. Hubert closed the wooden box. "Can you still hear those indescribable whispers?" "I can," Afton grimaced, "and they're growing increasingly severe. I have some methods that can assist you in dispelling these whispers." Afton listened intently. "For instance, you might endeavor to embody a true barbarian." A momentary pause enveloped Afton as he grasped the implication. Within the nomenclature of the potion lay the means to dispel the delirious murmurs. Hubert offered a knowing smile and nodded, quite astute indeed. Chapter 123, Significant Revelations. As the two exited the church, Hubert, noticing the absence of passers-by, inquired of Afton, "What are your plans?" "I intend a vacation at Dissy Bay," Afton replied with a smile, now endowed with a decade of newfound freedom, filling him with optimism about life. "Did you not aspire to become a merchant?" "We shall discuss that after the holiday," Hubert acknowledged with a nod. "Should I seek you out, I would enlist that great entity to contact you. Likewise, if you require my assistance, you may pray to that esteemed presence." This was precisely the intention behind Hubert guiding Afton out of the Harvest Church, to orchestrate an ambush or utilize the location as a rendezvous point, as Bishop Utralowski would likely turn a blind eye. Yet, to converse about dark deities within the church could provoke the giant bishop as formidable sword at any moment. Afton, his countenance somewhat grim, nodded, feeling as though he had just crawled out of one familial pit only to tumble into another. However, he considered that the Creator did not bear the negative connotations of the infamous deities, but rather fortified his connection with the masked man before him, providing him a genuine pillar of support. After parting ways, Hubert joined Hugh and Forsyth for lunch, during which they deliberated on how to approach the individual selling the formula for the constable's potion. Shortly after noon, they arrived at the gathering location. The venue appeared to be a noble's residence, spacious and luxuriously adorned. Once seated in a corner, Hubert recalled that Mr. A.'s gatherings seemed to consistently occur during daylight hours. Most assemblies of the wild extraordinary were typically held at night. Moreover, the two gatherings Hubert had attended were evidently held in noble estates. Coupled with the royal family's ongoing endeavor to recruit wild constables through the sale of the potion's formula, he discerned that there had been hints of this alliance between the royals and the Aurora Society long before. However, it was challenging to connect these details without prior knowledge of the answer. At 12:30, The gathering commenced punctually. Hubert and his companions patiently awaited the midway point before Hugh summoned a server. Inscribing on a piece of paper, "I wish to communicate with the seller of the constable's potion formula regarding the procurement of the primary materials." The server took Hugh's note, and, after a lengthy 20 minutes, returned. "The other party requests you to proceed to the back parlor for the transaction." Hugh stated, "I wish to bring my 2 friends along." "Certainly." Thus, the trio followed the server from the side, exiting the main gathering hall and entering a modest parlor. Within sat a man clad in a black tailcoat, adorned with a golden mask that concealed all but his eyes, nostrils, and mouth, rendering his true visage a mystery. "Please, take a seat." The masked man gestured toward the 2 chairs opposite him, seemingly unconcerned by their trio. Hubert and Hugh sat, while Forsyth remained at the door, vigilantly observing the masked figure. The masked man queried Hugh, "It seems you already possess the formula for the constable's potion?" Hubert, stroking his chin, found the voice somewhat familiar. He responded, "Indeed. May I inquire as to the origin of your formula?" "Apologies, I cannot disclose the source." Hugh, adhering to the prearranged script with Hubert, declared, "However, I assure you, I neither stole nor robbed it." The masked man nodded, refraining from further inquiry. Hugh pressed on, "Do you have the primary materials for the constable?" "Indeed, I possess both materials." "What are the prices?" "Each averages £300. This price is quite fair, as the primary materials of sequence 8 typically carry a slight premium, generally selling between £320 to £350, with particularly rare items exceeding £400. The masked man added, "Of course, you may also exchange your efforts in completing tasks I assign for the materials, which would be more advantageous for you." He smiled. "In truth, my intent in enlisting the sale of the constable's potion formula is to ensure that purchasers can fulfill certain tasks I designate." Hugh inquired solemnly, "Why do you pursue this?" "To sift through suitable aids," the masked man replied. After a period of silence, Hubert finally discerned the masked man's voice, smiling as he remarked, "Have you transformed that extraordinary trait of the secret supplicant into a wondrous artifact?" Indeed, the masked man before them was the individual who had taken Hubert's extraordinary trait during the mercenary club gathering. Despite his deliberate attempts to disguise his voice, Hubert ultimately recognized him. The masked man smiled. "You have indeed recognized me, firstborn of the Christine family." His tone brightened significantly. "Given that we have established a trustworthy assurance, does Miss Hugh wish to become my aide?" He replied, "On the condition that I retain the right to decline any tasks." "Certainly." Hugh glanced at Hubert, who offered a slight nod. In truth, even without recognizing the masked man's identity, Hubert understood that he harbored no ill will toward Hugh. Having once been her father's subordinate, not only did he lack malice, but he would also likely extend some degree of protection to her. Subsequently, at the masked man's request, Hubert and Forsyth exited first, while Hugh and the masked man privately arranged future meeting locations and methods within the room. Upon exiting the gathering venue, Hugh addressed Hubert. "How shall I express my gratitude to you?" She refrained from inquiring about the masked man's identity or how Hubert knew him. Since Hubert was acquainted with him, Hugh had a foundational trust in the masked man, at least understanding that he would hesitate to harm her. "There is no need for thanks," Hubert replied. "It is no great matter. Consider it akin to a friend accompanying you to a department store to select a dress." "Oh, forgive me. You seem to dislike wearing dresses. Let us say I accompanied you to choose a pair of shoes instead." Hugh nodded, indeed disliking dresses, as they rendered her appearance akin to that of a young girl of 15 or 16. After bidding farewell to Hugh and Forsyth, Hubert hastened to hail a cab towards the Obsidian Tavern. In the carriage, Hubert reflected on the leisurely moments of Monday, pondering why matters seemed to invariably accumulate. Upon arriving at the Obsidian Tavern, he found Dally had already arrived ahead of time. Hubert smiled. "My apologies for my tardiness." Dally glanced at the clock mounted on the wall. "Fortunately, you have not arrived too late. It is now 2:58, and Hubert could not ascertain whether Dally was stating a fact or subtly mocking him. "Allow me to treat you to a drink." They each ordered a drink, and Hubert directly broached the subject. "I summoned you here for 2 matters. The first is to inquire about your investigation into the suspected secret supplicant Kate. With Bill and Kate's case set to be heard tomorrow, he sought to ascertain the current status of the opposition." Chapter 124, An Effortless Victory. "We have conducted a preliminary investigation into Kate." Dally recalled the information she could share with Hubert. "We have confirmed that she has indeed recently ingested the potion of the secret supplicant. The individual who provided her with the potion's formula appears to be reaching out to her shortly. Hence we are maintaining round-the-clock surveillance on Kate to apprehend any further threats." Hubert nodded. "I hope you can share the general outcomes with me once this concludes." Dally affirmed. As long as you require it, we shall do so. Additionally, I have further leads regarding the secret supplicant, Hubert remarked. At that time, I was not yet your informant. Hubert succinctly recounted the investigation into Hyman and Zachary, including the information he obtained from Darkholme. Among the farmers of Beckland, there lurked a bishop of the Aurora Society named Hillman. Daly listened attentively. This information was exceedingly valuable to us, even surpassing the worth of what you previously provided, and we shall pursue an inquiry into it. Hubert took a sip of his drink and inquired, what is the estimated value of this information? If all is true, it could be worth approximately 1/5 of the extraordinary qualities of the bribe-bearer. Hubert nodded in agreement. Daly's offer of around 250 to 60 pounds was indeed fair. He then quietly expressed, the second matter I wish to address is my desire for a remarkable potion to nourish my spirit. Daly was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the implication. I have not sensed any impairment of your spiritual essence. I thought you had somehow eradicated the harm caused by 2365. That black glove, dubbed 2365 by the Watchers, had indeed inflicted damage upon the spiritual body. Hubert remarked, yet I still feel my spirit is weaker than before, hence my wish to rejuvenate it. No problem, Daly replied. The report regarding the seer Kate is sufficient for you to exchange for the nourishing potion. I require 3 doses. That is also agreeable. Daly did not inquire about the recipients of the other 2 doses. Tomorrow morning, I shall send someone to deliver them to your law firm. After exchanging a few more words with Daly, Hubert hurriedly took his leave. Now that he knew Kate would appear in court as scheduled, he had to prepare thoroughly for the trial. Upon returning to the law firm, it was already past 4 in the afternoon, and Hubert had mentally prepared for an evening of work. However, he soon discovered that the case was indeed rather straightforward. He even felt that the plaintiff's lawyer would be the one to experience headaches, rather than himself. By around 5 o'clock, Hubert had completed all necessary preparations and silently commended his efficiency before contemplating what to have for dinner. In the southern continent, outside the city of Crowleyr, a dozen carriages were making their final adjustments, preparing for a night journey. This was the convoy of the Balk family, which, following the demigod conflict, had found negotiations considerably more manageable. Ultimately, the Farsak Empire and the Balk family reached an agreement. The Balk family would dispatch 1 Sequence 5, 3 Sequence 6, and several Sequence 7 and 8 members to be stationed in Crowleyr. These extraordinary individuals would assist the Farsak Empire and General Anthony in combating assaults from extraordinary beings of other nations, colonies, and pirates, as well as resolving local cases involving supernatural elements. Due to the adversarial relationship between the Balk family and the Rose Society, this dispatch was conducted in secrecy to avoid provoking retaliation from the latter. The Balk family reaped the benefits of 2 copper mines and a vast forest suitable for timbering. Within the convoy, Elliot, noticing that Calvin finally had some free time, approached him and requested a moment away from the crowd. Uncle Calvin, may I have a few minutes of your time? I know what you wish to ask, Calvin replied. You haven't disclosed the results of the spiritual communication to anyone else, have you? No, Elliot reassured him. Uncle Calvin, it is true, is it not? He whispered, the family curse has no connection to the Rose Society. Calvin nodded. Indeed, that is true. Elliot, somewhat indignantly, pressed, then why must we continue to battle the Rose Society? Every year, members of the Balk family perish at their hands. Calvin regarded Elliot with a complex expression. He found himself in a delicate position, needing to tread carefully when engaging with this younger relative, who now bore a unique status. I believe you have already surmised the answer, Calvin stated. Only by providing family members with an outlet for their grievances can our lineage endure. Otherwise, we risk ending up like Rex's family, with only him remaining. No matter how formidable his individual strength, a single failure could render all prior efforts futile. Elliot's shoulders sagged in despair. What must be done to conclude the family curse? You're likely closer to the answer than we are, Calvin suggested. It seems we possess more hope now than ever. Elliot inhaled deeply. I understand. On Thursday morning, Hubert arrived at the Beckland courthouse at 8 o'clock. The spectator seats for this case held but a sparse few, including Furs, who was there to gather material. After a brief exchange with Bill, Hubert settled in to await the commencement of the proceedings. Around 8:20, Kate appeared at the plaintiff's bench, looking somewhat dazed. The confidence, even arrogance, she had previously displayed was conspicuously absent, resembling someone who had gone several nights without rest. Regardless of whether he saw a person or an object, or if someone spoke to him, he seemed to need a moment to react. Hubert mused. He must indeed have been deprived of sleep for several days, having just consumed the potion of a seer, struggling to contain the overflowing essence. In the stillness of the night, while all others slumbered, Kate undoubtedly found her home more bustling than during daylight. At 8:30, the court was officially in session. The plaintiff's lawyer first articulated the claim that Bill had been intoxicated while operating a vessel, resulting in a grave accident. According to the relevant statutes regarding penalties for drunk driving, Bill faced a minimum of 3 years imprisonment and was to compensate the plaintiff, Mr. Kate, with a sum of £100 for damages. It was then the defendant's lawyer's turn to speak. Hubert smiled and said, "Yes, Mr. Bill has acknowledged his driving under the influence, but it was not intoxication, although that is of little significance. I have brought along a copy of the Criminal Code of the Kingdom of Rune. Let us examine the stipulations regarding drunk driving." As he spoke, he opened the Criminal Code. The relevant regulation can be found on page 226. If a driver of a carriage or steam vehicle causes an accident after consuming alcohol, the driver bears full responsibility for all damages incurred. However, if the driver is found to be intoxicated, the matter escalates to a criminal case, and the driver must face criminal liability. Please note the initial description: drivers of carriages or steam vehicles. May I inquire, does this regulation mention the operators of small steam vessels? Even if we were to extend or interpret the relevant facts and circumstances in accordance with customary practice, a small steam vessel cannot be equated with a carriage or steam vehicle. One operates on land, while the other navigates water. The distinction is substantial. Thus, I contend that the plaintiff's claims are unfounded. My client, Bill, at most, has committed a minor disturbance of public order or traffic regulations, without causing significant consequences, and should only incur a fine of less than £1. Chapter 125, A Modest Assistance is an Investment. Hubert's words rendered the plaintiff's lawyer increasingly dismayed. He had realized upon taking the case that the plaintiff, Kate, lacked any legal understanding. Kate had insisted on suing Bill for drunk driving, yet the pertinent regulations contained loopholes that made it exceedingly difficult to convict Bill. In light of this, the plaintiff's counsel could only hope that the defendant's lawyer had not detected this oversight. However, it was evident that his hopes were in vain. The defendant's lawyer, Hubert, had precisely identified this loophole, prompting him to take on the case. The plaintiff's lawyer swiftly altered his strategy, seeking a higher compensation. Ultimately, much of Kate's previously inflated bills were debunked by Hubert, resulting in the compensation being reduced from £100 to £30. The case was not particularly complex, and thus the judge quickly rendered a verdict. The plaintiff's claims were dismissed, Bill was fined £1 and ordered to pay the plaintiff £30 in damages. Even after leaving the courtroom, Kate appeared dazed, as though everything that transpired within the court bore little relevance to him. Bill was released on the spot, and he and his family repeatedly expressed their gratitude to Hubert, promptly paying a commission of £10. After bidding farewell to Bill and his family, Hubert summoned Furs to accompany him back to the firm. In the carriage, Hubert inquired, "How has your material collection progressed?" "It's nearly complete," Furs replied. Forst remarked, "I have audited the defenses of other lawyers, and to be candid, none can compare to the brilliance of yours. I even contemplated portraying them as antagonists." Hubert chuckled, "When you craft the characters, do remember to render me with a touch more handsomeness." Forst sighed, "I intend to write, but this is not a biography for you. Perhaps a brief acknowledgement of Mr. Hubert's contributions on the title page." Hubert smiled. "Mutual flattery in business, is it? That is indeed acceptable, for you have certainly provided me with ample material." Then Forst inquired, "You summoned me to the firm for a purpose?" Hubert replied, "I discovered a potion for spiritual nourishment yesterday, and the supplier has promised delivery today. Be sure to bring along your share, as well as Hugh's." Forst paused, then laughed. "Hubert, at times I suspect you harbor intentions towards either Hugh or myself." Hubert smiled. "You are correct. I do wish to pursue both of you. One is a literary maiden, the other a whimsical girl, each possessing unique charm." Forst shook her head. "Let us not entertain such notions. Your gaze has betrayed your true intentions. You do not think thus. I have long recognized a certain truth." Hubert stated earnestly, "This world is vast, and should I strive alone, I would forever fight a solitary battle, a tiresome existence indeed. However, if both I and my friends grow strong, we may even possess the power to alter the world." Forst pondered deeply over his words. "Do not shy away from such modest assistance, nor feel embarrassed," Hubert continued. "This is merely the natural ebb and flow of human relations. When real interests are at stake, such as selling them extraordinary traits, I shall offer only a discount." Through this exchange, Forst sensed a significant deepening of her relationship with Hubert. Previously, she regarded him solely as Hugh's friend, yet now she felt he was also a friend to her, Forst. Upon returning to the law firm, the promised potion from Miss Daly indeed arrived. After taking the potion and promising Hubert a meal, she prepared to depart. Hubert suddenly remarked, "During this time of aiding Hugh in investigating the notorious Killinger, do remain ever vigilant. He is a merciless pirate, Forrest acknowledged with a wave and bid farewell. Hubert first consumed the potion delivered by Miss Daly, and soon felt his spirit rejuvenate, returning to its prime state. Indeed, such a rare potion had existed for millennia within the church. He settled back into his chair, leisurely opening a file, yet failing to read a single word for several minutes. Yes, he had once again succumbed to idleness. For there was little of urgency in the preceding days. By afternoon, feeling bored with idleness, he began contemplating Bob's case. At the next court session, Arnold would undoubtedly seek a more formidable lawyer, making it more challenging than this preceding hearing. Hubert suddenly conceived the idea of recruiting several witnesses to describe the working conditions in Bob's workshop, thereby solidifying Arnold's negligence. Thus, Hubert penned letters to Bob and David, urging them to seek out a few former colleagues from Arnold's factory. Time, when spent idly, always seemed to fly, and before long, Saturday arrived, prompting Hubert to prepare for his business trip. He needed little in the way of luggage, primarily to return home with Christine's handwritten letter. On Saturday evening, Hubert chose to return home for dinner, bringing along Christine's letter, as he had yet to receive the official notice regarding the next court date for Bob's case. He decided to delay his departure until the following Monday. This weekend, Hubert opted out of attending the Mercenary Club gathering, instead indulging in a long, leisurely sleep at home and sharing lunch with Donna and others before heading back to Blanca Street. Upon leaving, Donna had made plans with Hubert to visit his rental upon his return from the trip. The return to the rental was necessary as Hubert intended to separate the extraordinary traits of the astrologer. The previously separated traits of the barbarian had reconstituted into one for a lawyer and one for a barbarian. With the success of his experiment, he planned to sequentially separate the extraordinary traits of the astrologer, the sheriff, and the briber in his possession, selling the former two to Forrest and Hugh while reserving the latter for his future use. After nearly exhausting his spiritual reserves, Hubert finally shattered the extraordinary trait of the astrologer, yielding one trait each for the astrologer, the illusionist, and the disciple. He realized that, with his current strength, he could only shatter traits of sequence 7. Anything beyond that seemed unattainable. Then, as if a business opportunity had dawned upon him, he considered acquiring the residual extraordinary traits of sequence 8, which he could later sell for a profit, converting them into one of sequence 8 and one of sequence 9. The only downside was the excessive spiritual cost incurred with each shattering, rendering mass production impossible. On Monday, Hubert arrived at work to find 2 letters and an official notice awaiting him. The notice detailed a new court date for Bob's case, set for more than 20 days later, allowing ample time for preparation. The letters from Bob and David listed several names, yet they expressed uncertainty regarding the whereabouts and current employment of those former colleagues, and even questioned their very survival. Hubert contemplated briefly before responding to Bob, notifying him of the new court date. He then donned his trench coat, checked his revolver, and took a cab to seek out the East End mob boss, Darkholme. When it came to locating individuals, mob bosses often surpassed the efficiency of the police. Upon alighting from the cab, Hubert discovered the door to Darkholme's residence ajar. Entering, he was met with the shocking sight of Hugh vomiting, Forrest standing alertly beside him, and Darkholme appearing as if he had been butchered. Hubert stood frozen at the threshold, exclaiming, "Good heavens, what a coincidence!" Just then, he sensed a palpable wave of malevolence wash over him. Chapter 126, Encounter with Killinger. Hubert was particularly struck by this scenario. Hugh had entrusted the task of locating Killinger to a mob boss, only to return with force for the results, only to find that the mob boss was already deceased. Yet Hubert could never have anticipated that the slain mob boss would be Darkholme. After all, he was a character who met his demise upon his introduction. Who would remember his name? Standing at the doorway, Hubert had yet to succumb to nausea from the gruesome scene inside, but he felt a strong undercurrent of malice. Forrest, possessing a heightened sense of intuition, also perceived the hostility. She glanced at her bracelet, then at Hubert and Hugh, finding herself in a dilemma. If she used a stone from her bracelet, she could embark on a journey to escape swiftly. However, she could only take one person with her. Had this been in the past, she would have unhesitatingly chosen to take Hugh. Yet, following their conversation on Thursday, she had come to regard Hubert as a friend. Abandoning him would weigh heavily on her conscience. Forrest hesitated for just a second or two, but those moments were crucial. Hubert, observing Forrest's expression, began to comprehend the situation. He swiftly advanced, planting his cane in the ground. Order. The tree of order rapidly grew tall and robust, forming a canopy that brushed against the ceiling. The canopy spread outward, shattering the window glass and extending beyond. As the tree of order continued to grow, Hubert, as its bearer, sensed an extraordinary attack incoming. He swiftly redirected the target of the attack, causing it to strike a chair instead. With a resounding crack, the chair shattered into countless fragments. Hubert swiftly pulled Hugh and Forth behind the trunk of a tree. Just as they concealed themselves, a figure appeared at the doorstep of the dark home residence. He was in his 30s, possessing a strong jawline and emerald green eyes. It was none other than the Hurricane Marquis, Xilingus. Bang! Bang! Hubert fired 2 shots from behind the trunk, amplifying the sound of the gunfire with the order of the wood, making it resonate even louder than usual. Xilingus's face was etched with mockery as he prepared to charge forward for a new assault. Suddenly, he heard Hubert shout, "Do you see that grand tree? Under its shadow. You shall not slay me. All order shall turn in my favor." This statement was half-truth, as Hubert was employing cunning. Nevertheless, the rapid growth of the tree and the extraordinary attack that had just spiraled out of control indeed gave Xilingus pause. Xilingus refrained from recklessly advancing, but found himself unable to see Hubert and the others from his position. With a flick of his hand, a strong gust of wind swept across the table, lifting various organs and body parts and hurling them towards the 3 hiding behind the trunk. When Hugh saw a head, contorted in agony, hurtling towards him, he instinctively tightened his grip on Hubert's arm. Forth, who had once been a doctor, was not faring much better. She raised her foot to dodge, but was held back by Hubert. Xilingus aimed to force them from the sanctuary of the Order of the Wood. At that moment, Hubert stifled the urge to vomit and twisted the trajectory of the debris flying from Darkholme. Crack! Bones and entrails plummeted to either side of the trunk. Hubert shouted again, "You must be the one Arnold sent to kill me. Ha! Your plan is doomed. The gunfire will soon attract the attention of the official extraordinary beings." In a frenzy, Xilingus remained undeterred and launched a new offensive. Hugh and Forth trembled, their rationality gradually fading from their eyes. It appeared they were about to rush out and confront Xilingus in a desperate struggle to the death. Hubert quickly embraced both of them tightly, using hypnosis to restore their sanity. "I am an auxiliary member of the Punisher Squad. I will not be harmed, but you will surely be captured and turned into test subjects." Xilingus halted his advance, a flicker of surprise in his gaze. Under the grand tree, extraordinary attacks would be distorted, direct assaults would veer off course, and even psychic assaults would prove ineffective. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to leave. It was not out of fear, nor was he intimidated by Hubert's words. He sensed the flow of the Order's power beneath the canopy and realized he could not resolve the conflict at that moment. The speed and decisiveness of his decision left Hubert somewhat astonished. Such reactions were characteristic of one who had crawled from a pile of corpses. The reason Xilingus had chosen to act previously was his belief that he could swiftly eliminate Hubert and his companions without alerting those nearby, thus allowing him to indulge in some amusement with the 2 women. Hubert let out a slight sigh of relief. Had his response contained even a hint of error, such as directly shouting Xilingus's name instead of feigning recognition as someone else, Xilingus would not have departed so readily. "Hubert, may I be released now?" Forth said, her cheeks flushed. It was only then that Hubert realized, amidst the urgency, he had unconsciously wrapped his arms around both women. He loosened his embrace and smiled. "Fortunately, I held on to you. Otherwise, you would have left the protection of the trunk." Reflecting on the sensation from earlier, he candidly remarked that Forth was indeed rather appealing, while Hugh, well, she perhaps had yet to fully blossom. Suddenly, both Hugh and Forth burst into laughter, their eyes wide with astonishment, yet it did not hinder their tears of joy. The negative effects of the spoon of the mind arrived as anticipated, but this time, the adverse effects manifested upon those it had attacked. Hubert felt a sudden inspiration and used his extraordinary abilities to twist the laughter of Hugh and Forth. The effect was immediate, leaving them with smiles on their faces but silencing their mirth. He mused that the spoon of the mind was undoubtedly designed for lawyers. The distortions of Sequence 8 could counteract most negative effects, and when it reached Sequence 7, it should completely neutralize them. Hugh wiped away the tears from her eyes, a forced smile gracing her face. Just now, it was Xilingus's psychic attack that caused your emotions to spiral out of control. Hubert casually fabricated a reason. Noticing a crowd gathering outside, he bent down to pick up the head of his cane and declared, "Let us go to the Church of the Night Goddess." As long as there were onlookers outside, he felt emboldened to venture forth. He knew Xilingus would not expose himself at that moment. Navigating through the curious crowd, Hubert soon found a cab. He handed the driver a 5 Suler note, instructing, "Take us to the nearest church of the Night Goddess, and make sure to take the route with the most people. The more, the better." The cab driver accepted the money with gratitude. Although the request was somewhat peculiar, he was willing to comply as long as there was payment. Chapter 127. The first step in rescuing done. Once they entered the Church of the Night Goddess, they felt truly safe. Hubert instructed Hugh and Forth to wait in their seats while he approached the confessional. "I am Hubert, an auxiliary member of the Night Watch squad. Here is my identification. I just encountered Xilingus, the Hurricane Marquis." Hubert briefly recounted his ordeal, and the priest requested he wait within the church. Approximately half an hour later, Captain Thomas personally arrived with the team, skipping pleasantries to say, "Please elaborate on your recent experience." Hubert recounted his encounter once more, omitting any intricate details, such as how the spoon of the mind had shielded him from a psychic assault. "Your handling of the situation was exceptionally prudent," Thomas remarked. "The risks you faced during that exchange far exceeded your expectations. It is nothing short of a miracle that you survived." He then proceeded to assign tasks, dispatching Dolly and 2 other team members to escort Hubert and the 2 women back, ensuring their protection. Meanwhile, Thomas would lead a team to the scene to search for any clues regarding Xilingus. Before departing, Hubert said, "Captain Thomas, I left my cane at the scene. Please retrieve it for me." They had left hastily and had not waited for the order of the wood to wither, but due to its unique nature, he wished to personally incinerate all used pieces of the order. Thomas acknowledged with a nod before leading his team away. Hubert and the others boarded a carriage adorned with the knight's holy emblem. Inside, Hubert advised Hugh and Forth, "You should refrain from returning to your lodgings for the time being." Forth sighed, "We had the same intention. It seems we must move again. It would be best for your new residents to be in the Wood District or St. George's District, areas with better security," Hubert suggested. "Xilingus is unlikely to operate in those regions. After all, he needs to consume a homeless person daily and has no time to loiter in Beckland." Hugh grimaced. The rent in those areas is exorbitant. They frequently had to relocate, incurring losses of 10 to 20 pounds each time, which felt extravagant. Hubert was struck with inspiration. "Why not stay at my place for the next few days? I have 2 guest rooms, and I happen to be on a business trip this week. You can help me keep an eye on things. I suspect Xilingus will be apprehended soon, and upon my return, you can return to your previous residence." Dolly, who had been silent until now, interjected, "I do not recommend you go out during this period. Xilingus is not easily captured. It would be best for all of you to stay indoors and remain within our sight." "I would be safer leaving Beckland," Hubert countered. "I do not understand why Xilingus suddenly emerged. I believe he has his objectives, and those objectives must lie within Beckland. He will not chase me out of this city." He chuckled. "Moreover, I believe that pirates committing crimes on land are courting death. They certainly cannot thrive for long." Dolly smiled, perhaps finding merit in Hubert's words, and refrained from arguing with him. Hubert then turned to Hugh and Forth. "What are your thoughts?" Hugh and Forth had already exchanged glances. Realizing that their outing today had been rather hasty, they had brought only a few pounds in cash, prepared to pay for Darkholm's intelligence fees, and having a free place to stay would undoubtedly be most advantageous. After receiving their responses, the carriage headed towards 192 Blanca Street. Dolly and her companions were also quite pleased to protect the involved parties in such a townhouse, as it meant they would not have to endure the chilling autumn winds on the streets, and they could even brew a cup of hot coffee late at night. Hubert ventured to a nearby Dixie-style restaurant to procure 6 lunches, yet he and Hugh and Forth, having met Darkholm, found themselves utterly lacking in appetite. Hubert even mused, "Even if I returned to the time of Christ, I would never again partake of stewed meat or sheep offal soup." He simply pushed his lunch aside and began composing a letter to his mother, informing her that a few friends had recently moved into his rental property, so as to prevent his mother, Mona Lisa, from sending a maid to clean, who might inadvertently alert the authorities before even entering the door. Once Dolly and the others finished their meal, Hubert gathered his suitcase and briefcase, also packing away his barely touched lunch in a takeout box. He then bid farewell to Hugh and Forth and requested Dolly to escort him to the train station. Hugh and Forth stepped out as well, intending to relay their day's encounters to Miss Audrey. Once again seated in the taxi, Hubert smiled at Dolly across from him. "Lady Dolly, my father has a comrade in Tingen with whom he shares a good rapport, which has afforded me a few esteemed friends in that city." "Ah, indeed. I have heard of your exploits during your time in Tingen," Dolly replied, momentarily taken aback before smiling. "You have heard of those passionate undertakings?" Hubert suddenly grew serious. "Lady Dolly, I must ask you not to inquire as to how I came by this information, for I cannot disclose the source of my intelligence. However, this concerns the lives of Captain Dunn and the other members of the Night Watch team. I implore you to take it seriously." Upon hearing Dunn's name, Dolly's smile vanished. "If you receive a distress signal from Tingen, do not hesitate. Immediately send your Archbishop to provide support." Hubert insisted. "Tell the Archbishop that if he arrives too late, the true Creator may very well descend upon Tingen." Dolly, taken aback, was about to speak when Hubert interjected. "If you wish to save Dunn, you must heed my arrangements. Should you intervene prematurely, you may avert the crisis, but it may also allow the cultists to hide away. Your archbishop cannot remain in Tingen indefinitely, should the crisis not be wholly resolved once he departs. The members of the Night Watch will be left with no hope of survival. Therefore, it would be most prudent to uproot them only after they have begun their actions. This was, of course, a cleverly devised rationale, as Hubert's true motive in wishing to prevent the intervention of the Beckland forces was to deal with In Zhangweil, who possessed the 008. In In's plan, Dun was destined for death, even if it were not due to the confrontation with the progeny of the malevolent deity. He would surely meet his end with Selena's ashes in his possession during other events, for only the captain of the Night Watch holds the authority to wield Selena's ashes. Hubert had contemplated numerous strategies, concluding that only by allowing Inns to initiate his actions and then disrupting his plans could he dismantle the narrative crafted by 008, thereby presenting an opportunity to eliminate Inns and ultimately resolve the crisis in Tingen, ensuring Dun's salvation. Aside from Hubert, no one else could conceive or employ this method, as only he was fully aware of Inns's plot. Hubert reiterated emphatically, "If you truly wish to assist Dun in evading this crisis, you must follow my directives." Deli held Hubert's gaze for a solid 5 or 6 seconds before replying, "I shall cooperate with you, should your forewarnings come to pass. I will help you maintain the facade." Hubert exhaled in relief, as conversing with Deli was the most variable and challenging step in his plan. Upon arriving at the train station, Deli's expression grew somewhat grave. "When you return, we must have a thorough discussion." "Please do not say such things," Hubert responded. Typically, when such lines are uttered in a drama, the one embarking on a journey is doomed never to return. Hubert promptly disembarked the carriage, first heading to the adjacent post office to send his letter before procuring a ticket to Tingen. Chapter 128. The Omniscient and Omnipotent Deity. Deli watched Hubert's retreating figure, momentarily lost in thought. She first pondered how Hubert had acquired such vital information regarding the arrival of the malevolent deity. Even Klein, a formal member of the Night Watch team in Tingen who had recently consulted her about divination, seemed unaware of this matter. Then she wondered how Hubert knew of her feelings for Dun. Theoretically, this sentiment should have been known only to her and Dun. Was it possible that the members of the Night Watch in Tingen had discerned her emotions, with only Dun feigning ignorance? Deli let out a wry smile. If that were the case, it would be truly lamentable. Hypnosis. In the train station's restroom, Hubert employed the psychological spoon to hypnotize himself, compelling himself to forget all knowledge pertaining to 008 until he encountered Meigao Si and the progeny of the evil deity at the Blackthorn Security Company in Tingen. Hubert's gaze became vacant for approximately a second, and then he looked at his reflection in the mirror with a sense of loss. Suddenly, he was overcome with tears, yearning to weep aloud. Distortion. Hubert even forgot why he had resorted to the psychological spoon. He twisted his emotions, allowing tears to flow unchecked. Yet he did not cry out. Once aboard the train, Hubert gradually immersed himself in the journey. At last, he was departing the fog-enshrouded Beckland. Although Hubert had become an extraordinary being with significantly enhanced physical capabilities, the persistent absence of sunlight and the onset of nightfall over an hour earlier had left him feeling quite despondent. Over an hour after the train set off, Hubert, who had been admiring the scenery outside, found himself feeling hungry. He retrieved the lunch he had packed earlier and began to eat, not out of frugality, but because after witnessing the East District of Beckland, he regarded wasting food as a most shameful act. At approximately 2:50, having just finished his belated dinner, Hubert covered his wallet with his clothing and feigned sleep behind a newspaper. There was no alternative. His original plan had been to depart in the morning, arriving in Tingen by 1 or 2 o'clock, and then using a midday rest as an excuse to attend the tarot meeting in the guest room. He had not anticipated encountering Keilingers. He had intended to avoid the task of seeking Keilingers at all costs. Lost in thought, his vision was again cloaked by gray mist, reappearing within the grandiose Great Hall, where the tarot meeting commenced promptly. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." Justice Audrey greeted as usual, then inquired, "Esteemed Mr. Fool, I wonder if your acolyte has received that compensation of £300? The compensation Audrey referred to was to cover the price difference from the transaction last Wednesday. The Fool Klein replied, "I have not been monitoring this matter, but since my acolyte has not requested further assistance, it should have been received." "Oh, please," Hubert silently called out. "You probably checked the accounts at the first opportunity and confirmed it multiple times. Oh, and to prevent theft, you even use your own name for the withdrawal password." Moreover, he recalled that Klein was now at Sequence 8. While he was lost in such musings, Audrey began recounting the experiences of Hubert and the others with Keilingers. Upon hearing the details, Klein, concealed within the gray mist, felt a surge of anxiety for the trio. The hangman, Alger, lamented, "Your lawyer friend exhibits remarkable composure. Had he uttered even a single erroneous word, it would have sealed his fate." Hubert nodded gently, sharing this sentiment. Alger continued, "In theory, even 10 sequence 8 individuals might not stand a chance against Chillingers. Yet, those 2 sequence 9s managed to survive. Their fortune is indeed extraordinary." Audrey refrained from explicitly naming Hubert and Hugh, referring to them instead as my lawyer friend and my bounty hunter friend while recounting the tale. Upon hearing Alger's praise, Audrey felt a twinge of pride. My lawyer friend is truly formidable. Although he is merely sequence 8, he recently engaged in a fierce and exceptional battle last week and emerged victorious. In truth, she was unaware of the actual outcome, but she believed that Hubert and the others had sustained only minor injuries, thus indicating their triumph. Hubert chuckled inwardly, bemused by Audrey's implication that the victory was hers. Subsequently, Audrey proposed a new arrangement to Alger. If she could locate Chillingers once more, Alger would provide her with the perfect pituitary gland of a rainbow lizard. In this exchange, it was evident that Alger had once again taken advantage of Audrey as the primary material for a sequence 8 potion, regardless of its rarity, would fetch no more than 450 pounds. The risk associated with tracking down Chillingers far outweighed this price, at least in Hubert's estimation, as he felt he had a valid perspective on the matter, having recently battled Chillingers and still feeling a sense of trepidation. However, Hubert chose to remain silent, understanding that Audrey was not particularly concerned about the financial aspect, and he wished to avoid any discord with Alger over something Audrey deemed trivial. The conversation regarding the rainbow lizard's pituitary gland led Audrey and Alger to delve into discussions about this nearly extinct extraordinary creature. Audrey inquired, "If the rainbow lizard were to become extinct, would that not disrupt the audience pathways?" "Not at all," Hubert replied. "Do you recall our previous discussion regarding the law of conservation of extraordinary traits? When one type of extraordinary material is depleted, another with a similar effect will inevitably take its place." Audrey was somewhat taken aback. She had not realized the extensive implications of the law of conservation of extraordinary traits. In that moment, she truly grasped the profound value of the knowledge the Emperor had spoken of. Then, she remembered that the Sun had yet to join their gathering, prompting her to ask, "Mr. Sun, would you require an explanation of the law of conservation of extraordinary traits?" "Not necessary," Son Derek replied. "This knowledge is already included in our textbooks." Audrey was momentarily stunned, then chuckled. "I truly wish to attend classes in White Shadow City for a few days." Derek's expression darkened as he remarked, "This place has been forsaken by the gods. No one would wish to come here." His words left Audrey at a loss for how to comfort the Sun. After a brief silence in the hall, Klein suddenly queried, "Does Silver City still worship the deities?" Upon hearing this, Audrey and Alger perked up, listening intently. Derek spoke reverently. "We continue to venerate the creator of all, the omniscient and omnipotent God." Audrey was taken aback. They dare to directly worship the creator itself? It is known that in myth, the creator has long been apportioned among various deities and races, and in modern terms, it is merely a symbolic representation. Alger found it peculiar as well. Their description of the deity is rather strange. What does omniscient and omnipotent truly entail? Hubert interjected, "Is there any description in your records concerning the dominion of the omniscient and omnipotent God?" Chapter 129. Information worth 20,000 pounds. Hubert's inquiry illuminated Audrey's mind, nearly prompting Alger to offer praise, and even Klein remarked, "What a brilliant question." Once the dominion of the omniscient and omnipotent God was established, it could be correlated with the geography of the northern and southern continents, as well as the location of Silver City, thereby revealing the approximate position of the Forsaken Land. Derek stated, "There are relevant descriptions. The textbook mentions that wherever the sun shines, there reside the followers of the Lord, including the lands of dragons, elves, bloodsuckers, phoenixes, and our realm of giants." Initially, Hubert was impressed by how straightforward son Derek was, answering every question posed, but then he asked, "Who can tell me where the land of dragons is located?" Audrey stifled a laugh, while Alger shook his head in a wry smile. "Let's clarify," Hubert quickly noted, recognizing that there was indeed a trail to follow. Derek had mentioned 5 regions, likely corresponding to 5 of the 8 ancient gods. These 5 ancient deities had presumably been vanquished by the ancient sun god, leading the people of those lands to begin worshipping the omniscient and omnipotent God. Hubert inquired, "Approximately where is the land of the phoenixes in relation to Silver City? How far is it from you?" "According to the text, it lies to our north," Derek replied. "However, the book does not specify the exact distance." Hubert nodded, indicating that this region must be within the Forsaken Land. "And the land of bloodsuckers?" he queried. "It lies directly south of Silver City," son Derek responded. Hubert compared this with his geographical knowledge from the Common Era, deducing that it likely corresponds to the location of Africa in the Common Era, indicating it too was within the Forsaken Land. The realm of the giants should be to your west, correct? Derek exclaimed with excitement. Your Majesty, you are indeed familiar with the giant's court. Audrey did not find this surprising. The Emperor was known to possess an array of peculiar knowledge. Alger, however, scrutinized Hubert closely, once again questioning whether the Emperor was akin to the fool, a nascent secretive existence. Otherwise, how could he possess such extensive ancient knowledge? I have merely read about it. Hubert candidly admitted. I am quite taken with the notion of a court perpetually in twilight. Son Derek nodded repeatedly. Indeed, our textbooks describe it in such a manner. Audrey's imagination took flight as she envisioned a grand hall eternally bathed in twilight, inspiration for a painting igniting within her, though regrettably, no brushes or canvases were at hand. Klein, shrouded in mist, also realized that deities symbolized not only supreme power but also atmospheres, climates, or fixed moments such as twilight and night. From the earlier exchange with son Derek, Hubert gleaned the geography of the Forsaken Land and continued, let us further explore. Approximately where is the Land of Elves situated in relation to Silver City? To the west, came the reply. And the Land of Dragons? To the northwest. Thus, the geographical concepts of both parties began to coalesce. Hubert remarked, the realm of elves corresponds to the archipelago between the southern and northern continents, as well as the vicinity of the deceased sea, while the Land of Dragons likely constitutes what we now term the northern continent. Hubert conveyed to Derek. Silver City is located to the east of the Kingdom of Rune, either slightly north or south, but generally east of the Sunia Sea. Derek stood up in excitement, then sat back down, as the world under divine protection seemed both distant and tantalizingly close. In any case, those places truly existed. Alger straightened his posture, astonished that the Emperor had so effortlessly deduced the general position of the Forsaken Land and had generously shared his insights. Indeed, the Emperor seemed to relish the process of utilizing his knowledge to derive new understanding. For Hubert, however, the approximate location of the Forsaken Land held little intrinsic value. It was the geographical discrepancies between the modern and ancient worlds that piqued his interest. Audrey curiously inquired, Mr. Hangman, you have traversed the seas extensively. Have you ever ventured to the Sunia Sea? Why has no one yet crossed that expanse to discover the Forsaken Land? I have heard that the eastern part of the Sunia Sea is even more perilous than the raging sea. Of course, many have sought treasure there, but most have not returned. Even among those who have returned, the majority have succumbed to a state of delirium, leaving only a select few who possess knowledge of the circumstances in the eastern region of Sunia. Yet, they remain reticent to share their insights with others. Audrey turned her gaze towards Hubert. Mr. Emperor, do you know why that is? Derek also looked at Hubert, revealing a hint of nervousness. I possess only a vague understanding. Hubert replied with a smile, but the information I hold is of such a profound nature that you cannot fathom it. Should you desire to negotiate for this information, be prepared to part with 20,000. Even the affluent Audrey was taken aback. In the entire Kingdom of Rune, only a handful of individuals possessed wealth exceeding 20,000. What sort of exalted information could fabricate a fortune from thin air? Seated at the head of the table, Klein struggled to conceal his astonishment behind the veil of mist. Indeed, the Emperor was exceedingly generous with his demands. 20,000. Such wealth was beyond the wildest dreams of most. The 300 languishing in his account suddenly felt insignificant. Yet, this very demand underscored the extraordinary nature of the information. Klein found himself somewhat hopeful for Miss Justice to engage in the transaction, but upon observing her hesitation, he realized that such a deal would not materialize swiftly. Hubert continued, many geographical facts we consider commonplace actually conceal information of great significance. For instance, the Furious Sea was not always so tempestuous. Prior to the War of the Four Emperors, it was merely an ordinary ocean. The reasons for its transformation into a ferocious expanse are also of a profound nature. He then posed a question to Miss Justice. Do you still find my price exorbitant? This information is truly unparalleled and would not be available at any other gathering. Audrey seemed to regain the curiosity and excitement she had felt upon first encountering mysticism. Indeed, it is not expensive at all, but I will need a few months to prepare before we can transact. Derek, somewhat flustered, stammered, Mr. Emperor, He longed to strike a deal with the Emperor, yet he understood from the expressions of the other attendees that the Emperor's asking price was extraordinarily high. Do not be in such a hurry, Hubert reassured him. Even if you were to acquire this knowledge now, it would serve little purpose. My advice is to continue your explorations as planned. I trust your elders know the direction to pursue, so there is no need for you to fret over it. With the guidance and protection of Mr. Fool, all present at this gathering will eventually have the opportunity to uncover these hidden truths. Klein, concealed by the mist, could only manage a bitter smile. He had not realized there were such esoteric truths to be found here. Nevertheless, Hubert's words effectively upheld his authority, prompting Klein to remain silent, as he usually did, observing everyone from his seat. Chapter 130, Greetings, Tingen. Hubert's reassurance allowed Derek to exhale in relief. Indeed, they could still count on Mr. Fool's assistance. Hope seemed to flicker into existence for Silver City. Suddenly, Algie inquired of Hubert. Earlier, you noted that the Elven Land and Dragon Land correspond to the archipelago and the northern continent. But what of the southern continent? What region does it correspond to? The southern continent did not seem to fit within the son's earlier description. Hubert turned to Derek. Are there no other areas aside from those that worship the omniscient God? Derek pondered seriously. None that I can think of. Our textbooks present geographical knowledge quite superficially. His expression dimmed as he added, even if we knew of those places, we cannot reach them. Do you recall the original text from our textbooks? Hubert prompted. Derek replied, I vaguely remember that any land bathed in sunlight has followers of the deity, followed by the 5 regions we just discussed. The final line states, the omniscient God has brought eternal peace. Only the followers of the deity may receive the blessings of light and civilization. This implies that there are those who are not followers of the deity and thus cannot attain the blessings of light and civilization. Hubert analyzed, based on the 5 regions and the descriptions of the 8 ancient gods. It appears that there are 3 regions once ruled by ancient gods that were not mentioned. Among these is the realm of the otherkin. Given that the southern continent is now home to many otherkin, might we infer that the regions ruled by those 3 unmentioned ancient gods include our familiar southern continent? Algie nodded. Your erudition never ceases to amaze me. Hubert smiled slightly, accepting the compliment. The hall fell silent for a few moments before Mr. Fool inquired of Derek in a low, measured tone, are you still making sacrifices to that omniscient God? Yes, we continue to offer our sacrifices, Derek replied, his voice tinged with palpable sorrow. We were once ruled by the giant king's court, worshipping King Almir, but we have since received our Lord's redemption. We shall not forsake our Lord again. We all believe we will eventually regain his favor, perhaps on the day the sun rises once more. Algie frowned. Ruled by the giant king's court? He had read the secret chapters of the Book of Storms, which depicted the second era, known as the Era of Darkness, where dragons, giants, and elves held dominion over the sky, sea, and land. Ultimately, however, the Lord of Storms, the eternal sun, and the God of knowledge and wisdom led humanity to triumph over these extraordinary beings, heralding the brilliant dawn of the Third Era, followed by what is now termed the Great Cataclysm. Though Audrey could not fully comprehend these discussions, she listened intently. Only Hubert sat back, relaxed and attentive. Klein then requested, please elaborate on the process of your sacrifices. Algie trembled with excitement. Does Mr. Fool wish to uncover the truth behind Silver City's abandonment? Or perhaps he seeks to ascertain whether that creator still exists? Such thoughts elevated Algie's sense of self-worth, and he mused, this is the secret among deities. My pursuit of power and authority is merely to attain such a feeling. Audrey found it perplexing what there was to be excited about. Hubert, however, masked a smile by turning his head. Such a strong reaction from the hangman? You might not realize this, but Mr. Fool is learning the art of sacrifice from Little Sunday. Derek, earnest and straightforward, responded, we have constructed a grand altar. After discussing the matter of sacrifices, Klein concluded the gathering for the day. As they exited the Great Hall of Giants, Algie and the others once again marveled at how this gathering had shattered their previous understanding. The sound of a train whistle reached Hubert's ears, prompting him to fold his newspaper and feign awakening from the noise. Over 2 hours later, the train arrived at Tingen, a city of special significance to him. In a house on the outskirts of Tingen, adorned with a dark red chimney and a verdant lawn, Ines Zangweil returned from the restroom to find a feathered quill diligently inscribing something in a notebook. He hastily grasped the quill, casting his gaze upon the notebook, which bore the words, Hubert Jeffrey appeared to have arrived in Tingen City due to a commercial dispute case. What other reason could there be? Was it to save Tingen City, perhaps? He disembarked from the train, stretched languidly, and remarked, greetings, Tingen City. Inns furrowed his brow in contemplation, unable to recall any formidable figure by the name of Hubert. Despite his vigilance, he dismissed it. 008 had attempted to write him out of existence on numerous occasions. Yet as long as he interrupted 008's penmanship in time, no perilous events would unfold, nor would dangerous characters reappear in his narrative. Upon alighting, Hubert, like many other passengers, stretched vigorously and smiled. Hello, Tingen City. He found himself at the origin of it all, akin to an elementary student entering a history museum, filled with excitement and curiosity. Exiting the platform, he noticed a servant attired in livery, holding a sign that read Master Hubert. Beside the servant stood a military man in his 40s, with a slightly tanned complexion and a scar adorning his forehead. Hubert approached, saying, "Greetings, I am Hubert Jeffrey. Welcome to Tingen City." The soldier managed a stiff smile, responding, "I am Ulysses, your father's aide during his time on the southern continent." Hubert's arrival time in Tingen City had been communicated to Ulysses in advance by Christine via telegram. "Good day, Mr. Ulysses. My father often praises your bravery in our presence." Ulysses, while ushering Hubert into the carriage, replied, "No, Colonel Christine always led the charge, even when he was merely a major." Once seated in the carriage, Hubert produced Christine's handwritten letter. Though curiosity piqued his interest regarding its contents, he refrained from opening it without permission. Chapter 131. The Arrival of Melissa and Elizabeth. Ulysses promptly opened the letter, which appeared brief. After a mere glance, he tucked it away. It was evident that Ulysses was not a particularly loquacious individual. "Is this your first visit to Tingen City?" he inquired. "Indeed," Hubert smiled. "The scenery here surpasses that of Beckland, though, to be fair, the fog of Beckland obscures any view of the city. At least it is quite prosperous." Ulysses disregarded Hubert's sieste. "Colonel Christine's telegram indicated you are here on business for a law firm?" "Yes, to address a commercial dispute case. I shall be defending the defendant." "It would not happen to be Dominic, would it?" Hubert was taken aback. "How'd you deduce that?" Ulysses maintained a stern expression. "Dominic is my brother-in-law. I have heard him mention this matter." Hubert chuckled. "What a coincidence." Ulysses shrugged. "The circles of Tingen City are rather small." He continued, "I will have the steward arrange a carriage for you. You may call upon me at any time during your stay in Tingen City. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Thank you for your kindness." Ulysses arranged for Hubert's accommodations in a villa on the outskirts of the city. After escorting Hubert to the villa, he instructed the steward to prepare the guest rooms and carriage before taking his leave. In conversation with the steward, Hubert learned that this villa was one of many properties belonging to Ulysses, typically reserved for close friends or comrades visiting Tingen City. Hubert mused to himself, "Now, that is the mark of a high-ranking officer." Reflecting on Christine, he noted that although his villa in the heart of Beckland could purchase several in Tingen City, it was the only property he possessed, rendering it rather modest compared to Ulysses, his former subordinate. Hubert considered that there might be other properties of which he was unaware. Upon entering the room prepared for him, he found it undeniably more comfortable than a hotel, with a decor that, while not ostentatious, was elegantly understated, and the furnishings were quite refined. After a brief respite, Hubert observed that night had fallen, deciding to postpone his visit to Mr. Dominic until the following day. Ulysses, occupied with official duties, did not host Hubert. Thus, he dined alone in the grand dining hall, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to the sudden indulgence of such luxury. After dinner, Hubert strolled through the garden, gazing at the night sky, wondering what Mr. Klein, residing in the same city, might be doing at that very moment. Meanwhile, Klein had just finished his dinner, seated comfortably in an armchair in the parlor, leisurely perusing the recently delivered Ahova Evening News. Banson, wearing a troubled expression, was engrossed in a grammar book. Melissa busied herself with textbooks and stationery, including compasses and rulers, as if tackling her homework. Abruptly, the gas lamps in the parlor and dining room dimmed, prompting the three siblings to simultaneously glance at the fixtures in search of an explanation. At that moment, Klein felt a gentle tap on his arm, though he was alone. The subtle touch startled him, causing his hair to bristle. He activated his spiritual sight and immediately discerned a small, pale hand beside him, clutching a neatly folded piece of paper. It was a messenger. Klein exhaled in relief, discreetly grasping the note beneath the cover of the newspaper as the messenger departed. "How peculiar," Melissa murmured before the gas lamp, inspecting it for quite some time without uncovering any issues. Klein shook his head in amusement, remarking, "Why is it that the girls in our household are tasked with such matters, while the gentlemen merely observe?" Once the gas lamps returned to normal, everyone resumed their respective activities. Concealed by the newspaper, Klein opened the note, confirming it to be a reply from Lady Daly, who detailed various aspects and precautions regarding necromancy. This knowledge proved immensely beneficial to Klein. At the end of the letter, Daly wrote, "If you encounter anything perplexing or insurmountable in the near future, do not hesitate. Immediately telegraph for assistance to Beckland." Klein chuckled wryly. "My dear lady, have you received some alarming news?" Must you phrase it in such a frightful manner? The following morning, Hubert boarded the two-wheeled carriage provided for him and arrived at Mr. Dominic's company, where he engaged in a detailed discussion regarding the case. He intended to wait a day or two before reaching out to Mr. Klein or Captain Dunn, and he aimed to approach them as naturally as possible. The rationale behind this desire for naturalness eluded him momentarily, yet it was imperative that this encounter be seamless. Mr. Dominic's case was not particularly complex. Earlier in the year, at Mr. Dominic's behest, he had invested in a batch of futures alongside another wealthy individual, Mr. Claude. However, this shipment had, during its tumultuous maritime journey, either fallen prey to pirates or encountered disaster at sea. Regardless, the investment had failed, but for Dominic, it was merely one of several investments, and the loss was manageable. Conversely, Mr. Claude was currently facing a financial crisis, and this investment was of utmost importance to him. After the investment's failure, Mr. Claude sought compensation from Dominic. Believing that the risks were far greater than Dominic had portrayed, he accused Dominic of fraud. Naturally, Dominic refused to pay any compensation, asserting that Mr. Claude was attempting to extort him due to his current monetary woes. Following several unsuccessful attempts at resolution, Mr. Claude took Dominic to court. Unexpectedly, Dominic's regular lawyer fell ill and was hospitalized, prompting him to seek the assistance of the esteemed lawyer, Mr. Barton, through a friend's introduction. Dominic was surprised to find that Mr. Barton had sent only an assistant to handle the case, but after a brief conversation, he discovered the young man possessed a clear mind and high professional acumen, allowing him to proceed with the signing of the retainer agreement with confidence. Continuing his endeavors, Hubert paid a visit to the plaintiff's attorney, who was notably courteous. Aware that Claude's chances of winning were rather slim, the lawyer nonetheless hoped that Mr. Dominic would concede some form of compensation to assuage the situation for his client. They engaged in a lengthy discussion, yet no significant progress was made. In the afternoon, Hubert sought out Mr. Claude. In his 40s, Claude's office bore an air of desolation, with only a single secretary present in the expansive building. With bloodshot eyes and a cigarette in hand, Claude sneered, "It is all too late. Dominic will pay for all he has done." Ultimately, their conversation ended on an ungracious note. After organizing his notes, Hubert returned to Dominic's office around 5 in the afternoon. Just as they settled onto the sofa, a girl of 16 or 17 entered, adorned in a blue lace gown, her chestnut hair naturally tousled, bearing the charming roundness of youth. Upon seeing Hubert, she apologetically remarked, "I'm sorry, Father, I didn't realize you had a guest." Dominic rose to introduce her, saying, "This is Mr. Hubert, a promising young lawyer from Beckland. And this is my daughter, Elizabeth." Hubert, noticing the familiar baby fat on the girl's face, recognized her as Melissa's friend, Elizabeth. Was small world indeed. Chapter 132, The Abduction of Elizabeth. Hubert and Elizabeth exchanged polite greetings. "You should have told me you were a friend of Ulysses," Dominic smiled. "If we hadn't met at a luncheon earlier today, I would have been none the wiser." Meanwhile, Elizabeth curiously scrutinized Hubert, recalling that her uncle Ulysses seemed averse to socializing. Hubert smiled and clarified, "My father was a comrade of Mr. Ulysses. I am actually his junior." Dominic chuckled. Any guest residing in that suburban villa is certainly a good friend of Ulysses. Elizabeth, not wishing to intrude further, politely excused herself to the secretary's office, intending to inform her father that she would be taking the morning off to accompany her friend Selina to the cemetery to pay respects to her teacher. The recent ominous fortune-telling had left Elizabeth uneasy about allowing her friend to venture alone, fearing that should anything untoward occur, she would need to seek Melissa's brother's assistance. Hubert and Dominic resumed their discussion regarding the case. Upon learning of the day's visit's outcome, Dominic shook his head with a smile, saying, "It is perfectly natural for investments to fail. Besides, Claude has lost everything due to his own greed. I owe him nothing and will certainly not pay him a single penny in supposed compensation." Following Dominic's directive, Hubert conducted an analysis, concluding that the likelihood of winning the case was substantial. As he prepared to take his leave, he suddenly recalled Claude's demeanor and cautioned Dominic, "Mr. Claude appears to be at a dead end. Be wary of his potential for irrational actions." Dominic chuckled and shook his head. "As long as he possesses some semblance of reason, he wouldn't dare to cross me. After all, his wife's brother, Ulysses, is a chief of naval staff." In Beckland, at the Earl of Hall's residence, Audrey gazed vacantly at the artwork before her. The grand palace at dusk captivated her attention. The Countess admired the piece on the easel, exclaiming, "What a splendid concept." "Mother," Audrey responded with a smile, "I have been overwhelmed with inspiration lately. Take a look at my latest painting." She produced a canvas depicting a courtroom scene with a jovial young lawyer, a resigned judge, and a sullen middle-aged attorney. The well-preserved Countess inquired. Is this the much-discussed workplace injury claim? Oh, dear Countess, she continued. What can we do for that unfortunate worker? My dear, I understand your compassion for him, but there is nothing we can do. This case transcends a mere claim for wages. It has laid bare the conflicts between two classes for all to see. Audrey felt a twinge of disappointment, as her understanding of the audience's capabilities, coupled with her upbringing, made her grasp her mother's implication. Not assisting the defendant, Arnold, at this juncture was already a form of mercy. Over the past few days, she had attempted to guide her parents, hoping they would side with Hubert and Bob. But it was evident that she had failed. The Countess chose not to pursue the topic further and instead noticed that Audrey's painting had been framed. With a smile, she asked, Is this painting intended as a gift? Indeed, Audrey replied, diverting from the earlier subject. Beautiful Countess, would you be willing to pose for me? Not at present. Dear, the Countess replied, I am here to inform you that tomorrow evening, you are to accompany us to the Duke of Negan's ball. Audrey cast another glance at her courtroom, painting, and softly murmured, The expenses for the Duke's ball must exceed £1,000, I presume? What was it you just said? Nothing, Mother. Audrey smiled. I will prepare accordingly. Hubert inhaled the moist morning air by the window. The atmosphere in Tingen was far superior to that of Beckland. After donning his attire and enjoying breakfast served by the servants, just as Hubert was about to depart, the butler approached him and said, Young Master Hubert, the master is arranging a welcome banquet for you here tomorrow evening. May I inquire if you will be available? If there are any scheduling conflicts, alternative arrangements can be made. Please extend my gratitude to Mr. Ulysses for his generous hospitality. Hubert replied with a smile. I am available. Very well. I shall convey your thanks. Hubert boarded the carriage, making his way once more to Dominique's office, intending to engage in a brief conversation with him to assure clients of his diligence on their case. He then planned to visit the Blackthorn Security Company, initially seeking to enlist local influence to verify the authenticity of clues emerging from the case. However, Claude's reaction from the previous day had sparked a new idea. He intended to request the security company's assistance in investigating whether Claude harbored any nefarious intentions. Upon arriving at Dominique's office, Hubert found him pacing anxiously. Despite his attempts to mask his distress, his eyes and slightly trembling fingers betrayed him. With a smile, Hubert remarked, It seems I have arrived at an inopportune moment. Is there anything with which I can assist? Dominique took a deep breath before responding. Elizabeth has gone missing. Missing? Yes. This morning Elizabeth did not attend school. Instead, she accompanied friends out. However, I only learned from her two friends that they were supposed to meet at 8, yet they have not seen Elizabeth. It was now around 10 in the morning, indicating that Elizabeth had been missing for over 2 hours. Hubert inquired, Have you contacted the police? I have, Dominique replied, his anxiety palpable. The police stated they would assist in the search, but they also cautioned me that it is not yet time to file a report. If an ordinary person were to report such a case, the police would hardly take it seriously. Suddenly, Dominique seemed to recall something. I should have heeded your warning yesterday. While Claude may not harm me, oh, poor Elizabeth. Stopping abruptly, Dominique declared, I must confront Claude. Whatever the cost of compensation, he must not harm Elizabeth. Please remain calm. Mr. Dominique, Hubert interjected. Going to confront Claude now may lead to your own disappearance. Perhaps we should engage the security company to assist in searching for Elizabeth. I know a firm with an excellent reputation. Look at me. I have become quite flustered. Dominique interrupted Hubert. Thank you for your reminder. I have a long-standing partnership with the Jehovah Security Company and can seek their help. Listen to me, Mr. Dominique, I assure you. No security company operates with greater efficiency than Blackthorn Security. No. Hubert, you are unaware of the situation here in Tingen. The so-called Blackthorn Security Company is utterly obscure. I have far more confidence in Jehovah Security. Hubert hesitated, fearing that if he continued persuading Dominic, the latter might suspect him of receiving some benefit from Blackthorn Security. Are Elizabeth's two friends still here? They are, in the reception room. Then I shall escort them back. Dominic slapped his forehead. How forgetful of me. I appreciate your assistance. Concern can often lead to turmoil, regardless of his commercial success and composure. As a father, he was in a state of frantic anxiety. Upon seeing the two young ladies awaiting in the reception room, Hubert felt a pang of recognition. Upon inquiry, he confirmed that they were indeed familiar faces, Melissa Moretti and Selina Wood. Chapter 133. The Rebellious Young Lady. Melissa possessed brown eyes and black hair, appearing somewhat slender yet with a rosy complexion, her skin radiant and exuding youthful vitality. Hubert recalled that when Mr. K first arrived, the girl had been pale due to prolonged malnutrition. Now, she appeared much healthier, a testament to the improved living conditions brought about by Mr. K's employment. Selina, with her striking burgundy hair and deep dimples, was even more eye-catching when alongside Melissa. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Hubert reflected on how fortunate it was that Melissa, astutely noticing Elizabeth's absence at the appointed time, quickly sensed something amiss and accompanied Selina to report it. Otherwise, in an era devoid of mobile phones and telephones, it might have been until noon or later that Elizabeth's family would realize her disappearance. "I am Mr. Dominic's attorney," Hubert informed them. "Mr. Dominic is diligently searching for Elizabeth and has entrusted me with escorting you home." "Actually, we would prefer to wait here a little longer," Melissa replied. "Yes," Selina added, "otherwise, we won't find peace at home." Her face fell as she lamented, "It's all my fault. If I hadn't gone to pay respects to my teacher, Elizabeth wouldn't have encountered this predicament." "You still intend to honor that cultist?" Hubert thought to himself, incredulous at her reasoning. Such waiting was utterly futile. He assured them, "If Elizabeth is found, you will be promptly notified." After Hubert's persuasion, the two young ladies reluctantly agreed to return home. In the carriage, the loquacious Selina engaged Hubert in idle conversation, her curiosity piqued by the nature of his profession. During their chat, Selina casually remarked, "Elizabeth must have joined us along this route." Hubert paused, his attention sharpening as he began to observe the road's details, attempting to ascertain the location where Elizabeth had been abducted. However, he quickly realized he lacked any detective aptitude, finding no clues. At that moment, he envied Mr. K's abilities. All it took was a personal belonging of Elizabeth for him to locate her through divination. Although Hubert possessed a spirit-linking necklace, it was only capable of rudimentary divination and could not assist in locating a person. He resolved to escort Melissa and Selina home before seeking assistance from Blackthorn Security. The two young ladies attended the same school, and as he observed them entering the school gate, Hubert did not immediately depart. Instead, he consulted with the coachman on how to reach Blackthorn Security. He struggled to recall the address of Blackthorn Security in Tianjin. While he might remember streets like Liberation Road or Nanjing Road, names like Blanka Street or Minsk Street eluded him. The coachman was also unfamiliar with such a security company, indicating Blackthorn Security's negligible standing in the industry. Fortunately, Hubert remembered that Blackthorn Security was not far from the Church of the Night Goddess, and he could inquire further upon reaching that vicinity or simply search for it himself. As he prepared to leave, Hubert noticed Melissa and Selina emerging from the school again, their surprise evident upon seeing him still waiting. Hubert rolled down the window and inquired, "Did you forget something?" "No," Selina replied. "We're going to find Elizabeth. We thought a new lead." Hubert promptly opened the door and stepped out, saying, "That is far too dangerous. You can tell me the lead, and I will handle it." However, Selina shook her head, insisting, "We must be involved in the search for Elizabeth. Otherwise, we will not reveal anything to you." It was clear that their earlier return to school had been a ruse to evade Hubert. Had he not waited for several minutes, they would have set out on their own. With a sigh, Hubert acquiesced. "All right, get in." At least with him accompanying them, he could keep an eye on these two troublesome young ladies. Once back in the carriage, Melissa remarked, "We just realized that since Elizabeth was kidnapped on her way to the meeting, the kidnappers are likely concealing her in vacant houses or sparsely populated areas along the route." Selina added, "I have thought of a few potential locations. We can search them one by one. However, to save time, I believe we should consult a divination." Hubert was taken aback, thinking your half-baked divination skills might lead us to disaster. I know, it sounds rather ridiculous," Selina chuckled resignedly, "but Mr. Attorney, I know a genuine diviner who can provide us with sufficient clues." Hubert glanced at Melissa beside him. "Of course, you are familiar with them. Mr. Attorney, do you believe in the arcane?" Selina inquired with a smile. "Trust me, Mr. Archibald's divination is remarkably accurate, even more so than my deceased teacher's. And his residence is not far from here. Are you once again in touch with the Aurora Society?" Melissa interjected. "Perhaps we should skip the divination to save time," she suggested. "No, we need a divination right now." Hubert smiled. "Let us not delay. We shall proceed to Mr. Archibald's at once." Then they would head to Blackthorn Security to report this Aurora Society member. By evening, the Night Watch team would likely collect the coins from Mr. Archibald's gas meter. Selina clapped her hands in delight. A wise choice. Melissa shook her head in resignation, surprised that Hubert, who appeared to be a man of integrity, would believe in such things. Hubert, of course, noticed Melissa's expression and thought to himself, "You might not believe it, but your family has a true charlatan." As Selina had said, Mr. Archibald's residence was not far. After a carriage ride of about 10 minutes, they arrived. It was a dimly lit room, and upon entering, they were met with a pungent herbal scent. The walls were adorned with various mystical symbols, creating an air of authenticity. Mr. Archibald, clad in loose silk robes, with unkempt hair and mysterious symbols painted on his face, sat quietly in the darkest corner of the room, seemingly merging with the shadows. The decor and Mr. Archibald's appearance immediately rendered Melissa's expression serious, while Hubert furrowed his brow, sensing danger. This Mr. Archibald was formidable. However, Hubert was not afraid, ever since arriving in Tingen. He had kept the teleportation statue on him, planning to place the stone box farther away in the evening to avoid its negative effects. Mr. Archibald, my friend has gone missing, and we hope you can assist us in divining her whereabouts, Selena said, skillfully taking a seat opposite him. Chapter 134. Selena's cultist nature. Urchel cast a glance at the two unfamiliar individuals behind Selena, prompting her to hastily introduce them. They are my friends. Urchel lingered on Hobert for a moment before retracting his gaze. I require her hair, blood, nails, or any item she frequently uses. Selena, having anticipated this need, produced a hair accessory. This was gifted to me by Elizabeth last week. She wore it for a while, and I have yet to don it myself. Urchel nodded, retrieving a crystal orb and placing the accessory beneath it. He then commenced a theatrical chant, as if succumbing to a frenzied state. Selena and even Melissa were momentarily taken aback, while Hobert observed with a cool detachment, aware that such divination required no nonsensical incantations. He surmised that Urchel was likely an extraordinary individual traversing the path of the mystic seeker. The abundant spirituality of mystic seekers enables them to utilize tools for divination. However, Urchel must be of sequence 7 or 8, as all abilities of mystic seekers would be enhanced at that level. After a series of rituals, Urchel inhaled deeply, recovering from his manic state. With one hand caressing the crystal orb, he declared, "Your friend is located in the eastern outskirts, within an abandoned villa. Hurry, the assailants are preparing to leave. Delay, and you may lose them." "Thank you, Mr. Urchel," Selena responded, rising to exit. Yet Hobert interjected, "What is the fee for the divination?" Urchel regarded Hobert for a brief moment before replying, "Selena's divination is complimentary." Selena smiled with a hint of pride. "No, Hobert insistif. I believe every gift from fate bears a price tag. Moreover, this is a matter of respect for you and your craft." Urchel scrutinized Hobert for a second or two before stating, 5 Suler. Hobert handed over the 5 Suler note, then said, "Please return the hair accessory to me." He unfurled a handkerchief, extending it toward Urchel. Urchel accepted the payment and placed the now-crushed accessory onto the handkerchief. Their movements were deliberate, as though engaged in a transaction more perilous than explosives. Ultimately, Hobert tucked away the handkerchief, and the atmosphere in the room lightened. Selena expressed her gratitude once more to Mr. Urchel as the three departed from the dim chamber. Upon entering the carriage, Hobert instructed the driver to head east, toward the abandoned villa. Inside the carriage, Melissa remarked with surprise, "Mr. Lawyer, you can't possibly believe the divination results we just witnessed?" Selena smiled. "Why not believe?" Hobert replied earnestly, "Miss Selena, when engaging with enthusiasts of the occult in the future, always remember the principle of equivalent exchange. If someone offers you mystical services for free, they likely harbor ulterior motives." Selena paused, then laughed. "Mr. Lawyer, are you also an enthusiast of the occult?" Moreover, Hobert continued solemnly, "Do not leave your or your family's blood, hair, nails, or personal items with others. Such items can be used to locate individuals or cast curses." The smile faded from Selena's face as she accepted the handkerchief with both hands. "I will remember." Hobert then addressed Melissa's earlier question. "Let us tentatively trust the divination results. Otherwise, we possess no other leads. As for Urchel's revelations, I suspect he is correct, as he must maintain his mystic facade in Selena's presence." Melissa nodded, choosing to remain silent. Hobert inquired, "Miss Selena, how did you come to know Urchel?" "After my teacher, Hines Vincent, who taught me divination, passed away, I went to pay my respects. I encountered Mr. Urchel there, who shared the same intent." Hobert nodded, recognizing that Hines's exposure and untimely demise would indeed attract the attention and investigation of the Aurora Society. Urchel was likely an investigator sent by them to establish a connection with Hines's students, facilitating their inquiry into the cause of Hines's death and exposure. However, he displayed remarkable audacity, brazenly appearing at Hines's gravesite without fear of potential surveillance by official extraordinary beings. Hobert soon dismissed his concerns, recognizing such individuals as madmen whose thoughts eluded rationality. "Today is Wednesday. Do you not have classes? Why attend Hines's memorial today?" Hobert asked. "I have been dreaming of my teacher frequently," Selena replied with a wry smile, "and the dreams are remarkably similar, urging me to pay my respects promptly." As she spoke, she noticed the lawyer closing his eyes momentarily. Uncertain whether it was merely her imagination, she observed that when he reopened them, his gaze appeared deeper. This was no illusion. Hobert had activated his spiritual sight, enhanced by a divination necklace, enabling him to perceive all spectral beings. Yet he discerned nothing. When did these recurring dreams begin? He asked. After a moment of contemplation, Selina responded, since I met Mr. Urchill. Then it is imperative you never visit Hina's grave again, Hobert said earnestly. Though I cannot ascertain the reasons, I know that your presence at Hina's gravesite will surely bring you harm. Selina's expression shifted between fear and confusion. Then you should visit the confessional at the church and explain this matter to the priest. I believe Hina's will cease to appear in your dreams. Hobert added, furthermore, for the safety of yourself and your family, avoid any further contact with Urchill. Selina seemed to grasp the implications, though her understanding remained ambiguous. Very well. She managed a strained smile. Mr. Lawyer, you truly possess an abundance of knowledge. Hobert refrained from acknowledging her praise and continued to admonish, unless you have a trustworthy guide. Do not seek out occult mentors indiscriminately. Frankly, this is the first time I have encountered someone with a disposition that attracts cultists. At that moment, the driver announced, Sir, there truly is an abandoned villa. By this time, they had arrived in the outskirts, and Hobert instructed the driver, do not slow down. Proceed past it. The three gazed through the carriage window, observing the overgrown weeds surrounding the derelict villa. Reflecting on the earlier divination, Melissa felt a twinge of surprise. Though she quickly rationalized that abandoned villas were not uncommon in the countryside. It appears this is the place. Hobert smiled. Regardless of what transpires, you must not exit the carriage. Both Melissa and Selina instantly comprehended that the lawyer intended to venture forth alone to rescue Elizabeth. Chapter 135. The Rescue of Elizabeth. Hobert noticed the pressed grass and disturbed foliage in the courtyard, as well as a fleeting shadow behind the trees, leading him to conclude that this was indeed the location indicated by Urchill's divination. Reporting to the authorities would squander precious time, should the assailants attempt to flee with Elizabeth. Tracking them afterward would prove exceedingly difficult. Thus, Hobert resolved to rescue Elizabeth immediately. Besides, he held little regard for a band of kidnappers. Selina exclaimed, Mr. Lawyer, are you truly going to rescue Elizabeth alone? Melissa, however, calmly cautioned, they may have several accomplices, and there could be other weapons involved. Hobert smiled reassuringly. Do not worry. I shan't take unnecessary risks, nor will I brazenly charge in. Melissa, do you not find this akin to an adventure from a storybook? Selina remarked. And we are participants in it. Yet the protagonist of this grand adventure is Mr. Hobert, while we merely serve as his audience, Melissa countered. Hubert chuckled softly, remarking on the remarkable composure of the young girl, who seemed far from the typical demeanor of a teenager. After the carriage had traveled for approximately 3 minutes, he instructed the coachman to pause. When the coachman inquired if he required assistance, Hubert declined, expressing that having the coachman nearby would only serve to hinder his actions. Alighting from the carriage, Hubert strode purposefully towards the previously abandoned villa. In the courtyard, 2 ruffians were engaged in a conversation, discussing the appearance of the kidnapped girl, their malicious laughter revealing their intent to find amusement at her expense. Hubert entered the premises with an air of confidence, as if returning home, and even took the moment to close the gate behind him. Indeed, he had contemplated this approach in the presence of Melissa and Selina, opting for a demeanor that was neither reckless nor overly aggressive, certainly not befitting of a barbarian. The 2 scoundrels were utterly bewildered. They did not recognize him as a companion or as the villa's owner, who they believed had succumbed to illness. With a smile, Hubert remarked, I understand this will be painful, but you have brought this upon yourselves. In a swift motion, he delivered a punch that shattered one ruffian's nose, rendering him unconscious, and followed up with a kick that broke the arm of the other. Possessing the strength of at least 3 adult men, Hubert's strikes were devastating against ordinary foes. He kicked open a dilapidated door, only to be met by a ruffian wielding an axe. Hubert deftly evaded the swing, seizing the opportunity to tackle the assailant to the ground before delivering a kick that knocked him out cold. At that moment, Hubert's instincts heightened, prompting him to dodge instinctively. A gunshot rang out from the side, but his sudden movement caused the bullet to miss its target. The shooter was concealed behind a half-closed wooden door. How rude! Resorting to underhanded tactics, Hubert picked up the axe from the ground and hurled it with precision. The axe crashed through the door with a resounding thud, striking the assailant squarely on the head, causing a gruesome end. Just then, 2 more ruffians burst through the back door, brandishing daggers and preparing to surround Hubert. However, as they drew their weapons, Hubert charged at them like a battering ram, sending one flying and incapacitating the other with his staff. The villa fell into a hushed silence. While remaining vigilant against further attacks, Hubert searched for Elizabeth. He detected some movement on the second floor and ascended the decaying staircase, soon spotting Elizabeth bound to a chair in a room to the left. Her mouth was gagged, and she shook her head vigorously at him. Hubert assessed the room's layout and surmised that an ambush awaited him inside, yet he proceeded calmly. Upon entering, he heard what sounded like a heavy object being moved from the left side. With a quick glance, he realized a log, thick as a water barrel, was hurtling towards him, with a gunman lurking behind it. Such a massive log could gravely injure or even kill an ordinary person. But Hubert effortlessly caught it with one hand, eliciting astonished expressions from both the ruffians and Elizabeth. He then shoved the log back, crushing the assailant against the wall. The dilapidated structure crumbled as the wall collapsed, sending the ruffian tumbling into the backyard, his fate uncertain. Hubert first removed the gag from Elizabeth's mouth and then untied her binds. "Mr. Hubert, I can hardly believe what just transpired," she stammered. Hubert smiled reassuringly. "I've always possessed considerable strength. Furthermore, physical confrontation is a lawyer's specialty. When persuasion fails, we often resort to physical means." Elizabeth flexed her wrists, still somewhat numb from the bindings, as she began to grasp the concept of physical persuasion. "You are a barbarian." Suddenly, a sinister voice echoed through the room. It was Achilles' voice. Hubert immediately rose, one hand raising his staff while the other reached into his pocket, ready to retrieve the stone figurine for teleportation. His ability to detect weaknesses in his adversaries came into play, and he soon discerned Achille lurking in the shadows of the corner, indistinguishable from other shadows. "I did not expect you to strike during daylight," Hubert remarked. Previously, when negotiating with Achille for funds and Elizabeth's jewelry, they had engaged in a battle of wills, though it had primarily been a contest of bravado. Despite Hubert's lower rank, his presence was formidable. Achille, unprepared and unable to perceive any obvious weaknesses, had refrained from attacking. Hubert had anticipated that Achille might flee or await the arrival of extraordinary officials, preparing for a confrontation with them. He had never imagined that Achille would utilize divination results to ambush him in the villa. "If it were anyone else, I would choose to remain hidden," Achille stated. "But you're different," he continued. "Hyman from Beckland has been hiding with me for a time, and from his memories, I recognize your visage. I know you have thwarted the organization's plans. Thus, I arrived here in advance, intent on eliminating you." He had been observing Hubert until he discerned his rank as a Sequence 8 barbarian, at which point he resolved to take action. Hubert no longer hesitated. He seized the teleportation figurine from his pocket and first transported Elizabeth outside the villa. Yet, the shadow in the corner surged forth like a dark cloth, and a hand emerged from it, reaching for Elizabeth in a choking motion. Elizabeth suddenly felt as though a grip was tightening around her neck, and in her panic, she instinctively reached for her pale throat. However, there was nothing there, only the gradual emergence of a red mark where an invisible hand had grasped. Hubert quickly moved Elizabeth behind him once more. Seated in the chair, Elizabeth was utterly bewildered. What had just occurred? It felt as though she had been transported to the grass outside the villa, only to find herself back in the second floor again. Chapter 136. Confronting Sequence 7. Hubert did not rush to strike. Instead, he observed Achille's abilities. He was familiar with the powers of the Secret Supplicant and the Sequence 5 Shepherd, and had a general understanding of the abilities of the Rose Bishop. However, he had only a vague notion of the abilities of the Anchorite and the Listener. Additionally, Hubert sensed that Achille's powers seemed to counteract those of a barbarian. Given Hubert's current capabilities, all he could rely on was sheer brute strength. Yet, no matter how forceful he was, it appeared futile against Achille, who concealed himself within the shadows. For other Sequence 8 individuals, encountering such an adversary would likely lead to their demise. Nevertheless, Hubert felt no fear. He possessed a sealing item, 3 magical artifacts, and a disposable magical item. Even if he were to be bested, his life was assuredly safe. Meanwhile, Elizabeth remained perplexed about the recent events, but sensed that the room harbored immense danger. The figure standing before her was effectively shielding her from that peril. Achille, hidden in the shadows, had not anticipated that Hubert possessed a sealing item capable of instantaneously relocating individuals. However, having already initiated his attack, he could not afford to retreat. He extended his hand toward Hubert, who immediately felt a sensation of suffocation. When Achille had attempted to choke Elizabeth, Hubert had been unaware of the mechanics at play. Now, as Achille sought to ensnare him, he began to understand. Glancing sideways, Hubert indeed saw his shadow's neck being gripped by a hand emerging from the darkness. Straining against the grip, his veins bulged, and Achille found himself unable to maintain his hold. Hubert smiled. Could this be the miraculous power of sheer strength? He had gained a rough understanding of Akhil's primary ability, though he could conceal himself in shadows and influence his enemies through their own shadows. His attacks were ultimately limited. However, Urchil's offensive capabilities were far from formidable. Confronted by a robust and resilient individual like Hubert, his strikes would scarcely yield any immediate results. In light of this, Hubert resolved to initiate a counterattack. He strode forward with purpose, intent on demolishing the wall that exhibited signs of collapse near the window, thereby diminishing the shadowy expanse within the room. Yet, it felt as if his feet were glued to the ground. With each step he took, the shadows beneath him seemed to engage in a fierce struggle. Hubert even harbored the illusion that with every lift of his leg, he was burdened by the weight of another. After 3 or 4 steps, the shadows in the corner flickered ominously, as if gasping for breath. At that moment, Urchil realized that Hubert was deliberately engaging him in a contest of strength. Given that physical prowess was Hubert's forte, it was only natural for him to exploit this advantage to deplete Urchil's stamina. Identifying the vulnerabilities in one's adversary's abilities while capitalizing on one's own strengths is a fundamental tactic for any lawyer. It dawned on Urchil that the young man before him was far from the reckless individual he had previously appeared to be. He leaped forth from the shadows, positioning himself directly in Hubert's path. Hubert, instantly recognizing the entity before him, raised his staff to strike. With a swift motion, Hubert's staff was intercepted by a hand covered in dark fur. In an instant, Urchil underwent a profound transformation. It was as if he had draped himself in a shroud of darkness. The sunlight retreated from the room, which seemed to elongate, placing the windows and doors far beyond Hubert's reach. An encroaching void enveloped him as Urchil's power surged alarmingly. That furry hand thrust forward with force. Stumbling back, Hubert nearly lost his grip on his staff. Urchil's metamorphosis continued. His visage elongated, and 2 golden antlers sprouted from his head. A sense of extreme peril washed over Hubert, compelling him to retreat even further. Within mere seconds, Urchil's face became obscured by dark fur, transforming his head into that of a bull adorned with golden antlers. Clad in a flowing black robe, his eyes shimmered with a crimson glow. Merely standing there, the atmosphere thickened with maddening whispers. This was a power Urchil had acquired during his time as a whisperer, allowing him to temporarily borrow a fragment of his master's divine influence. It was this very connection that had preserved his sanity in life, earning him the title of Mr. Z within the Aurora Society. Hubert averted his gaze, but he felt his mind fracturing under the strain. The accumulated darkness of his spirit and the chaotic energies within him surged, threatening to obliterate his rationality. This is disastrous. Elizabeth, casting a glance back at Elizabeth, the cherubic young girl was transfixed, gazing at the grotesque figure before her, as 2 golden horns began to emerge from her brow. Hubert discarded his staff and hurriedly covered her eyes, using the statue of teleportation in his hand to forcibly sever the horns. He then activated the statue's power, plunging the vicinity into darkness and obscuring Urchil's sight. Though the maddening whispers persisted in his ears, the absence of visual stimuli significantly alleviated his mental burden. Elizabeth's eyes gradually regained their luster, the earlier transformation receding bit by bit. Upon observing Urchil, he appeared to be rendered immobile following his transformation. He slowly opened his bull-like mouth, as if to emit the most vile and depraved sound imaginable. Frenzy. This was the ability of the spoon of Psyche, and Hubert had patiently awaited this decisive moment to unleash its power. The bull-like mouth quivered violently, flames igniting within his eyes as the brain encased in the bovine head seemed to undergo a chaotic baptism. Distortion. Hubert twisted Urchil's thoughts, transforming his mental restraints into unbridled chaos, amplifying the frenzy. While the distortion effect of Sequence 8 was generally modest, it proved effective to an extent. In truth, Urchil was also grappling with a torrent of maddening whispers, and even though the frenzy stemmed from Hubert's Sequence 8 abilities, it nearly stripped him of his reason. While the distortion breached the last bastion of his sanity, that furry hand suddenly rose to cover his left eye. A cry of despair erupted as the towering, bull-like figure swiftly vanished, the windows and doors drawing near, sunlight flooding back into the room. However, in the center stood Urchil, clutching his left eye, blood seeping through his fingers. This was the backlash from his inability to control the unleashed power. With his remaining frenzied eye, he cast a malevolent glare at Hubert. Meanwhile, Hubert, wiping away tears, continued to harness the power of the spoon of Psyche. Frenzy. Urchil's body exhibited clear signs of collapse, and he promptly retreated into the shadows of the corner. Chapter 137. Klein's Opponent. Hubert yearned to pursue, but tears obscured his vision. An indescribable sorrow swelling within him, perhaps due to the consecutive use of the spoon of psyche. He found that the distortion could not entirely mitigate its negative effects this time. Once Urchill had vanished into the shadows, his speed surged, and he swiftly disappeared from Hubert's sight, his body showing unmistakable signs of losing control. After a considerable moment, Hubert's sorrow began to dissipate. Elizabeth appeared to awaken from a nightmare. "Mr. Lawyer, what was that just now? Why were you crying so sorrowfully?" "It is nothing," Hubert replied. "I merely recalled some lamentable matters." He cast a resigned glance at Elizabeth and employed his hypnotic abilities. "You would do well to forget what just transpired." Elizabeth's memories of Urchill's appearance faded, and Hubert provided her with some soothing to alleviate her frenzied spirit. The 3 consecutive uses of the spoon of psyche had left Hubert weary, and at that moment, Elizabeth erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Hubert quickly distorted her mirth. "Elizabeth, smile, Mr. Lawyer, you possess remarkable strength, effortlessly supporting such a thick beam with one hand." Her memory returned to the moment Hubert had just freed her. Hubert sighed with relief. "I am naturally strong. Your 2 friends are outside. Let them escort you home." Elizabeth obediently nodded, attempting to rise but then sinking back in her chair. "Mr. Lawyer, I have no strength in my legs." The pressure exerted on an ordinary person like Elizabeth by Urchill's transformed form had left her mentally and physically drained, fatigue and weakness being entirely expected. However, time was of the essence, and Hubert had no choice but to scoop Elizabeth into his arms and hasten downstairs. To her mild surprise, Elizabeth found a sense of safety in Hubert's embrace. This realization made her somewhat bashful, causing her to instinctively shy away. The carriage carrying Melissa and Selina was nearby, and upon hearing the gunfire, the driver maneuvered the carriage closer, ready to facilitate Hubert's escape should his rescue fail. When they saw Hubert emerge with Elizabeth in his arms, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Then Melissa noticed that Elizabeth, nestled in the lawyer's embrace, did not seem averse to such intimate contact with him. After Hubert placed her onto the carriage, she appeared visibly disappointed. A sense of foreboding washed over Melissa. Klein's adversary had arrived. Elizabeth's reaction stemmed from an overwhelming fear of an unknown entity, though the specifics eluded her. Only in Hubert's presence did she feel a semblance of safety. First, they must ensure the safe return of the 3 young women. Hubert addressed the coachman, stating, "Elizabeth requires rest at this moment. Moreover, please notify the authorities, informing them that all the kidnappers have been apprehended. I believe they shall not escape for the time being. Those miscreants are either dead or incapacitated." As I descended the stairs earlier, those who had not succumbed to unconsciousness were lying on the ground, wailing in agony and unable to move. The coachman inquired, "Sir, what about you?" "I have a few other matters to attend to. Once you have delivered the 3 young ladies to Dominic's company, please wait for me at the Church of the Night Goddess." Upon concluding his remarks, Hubert strode purposefully towards a more populated street in search of a hired carriage. Elizabeth gazed vacantly at Hubert's receding figure, struck by an inexplicable familiarity in his silhouette. "Elizabeth, are you all right?" Selina asked. Snapping back to reality, Elizabeth exclaimed, "Oh, the goddess of praise. I was rescued before the kidnappers could even finish their ransom note." As she spoke, tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. "I was so terrified during the abduction, I thought." At that moment, the fear and indignation she had endured surged forth, finally offering her the opportunity to weep. Fortunately, her dear friends, Melissa and Selina, were there to comfort her. Meanwhile, after locating a hired carriage, Hubert arrived at the Church of the Night Goddess. He instructed the driver to circle the street behind the church, and, after a few minutes of searching, he finally discovered the Blackthorn Security Company. It must be noted that their sign was remarkably inconspicuous, nearly causing him to pass by unnoticed. After paying the fare, Hubert ascended the steps into the security company's interior. At the front desk stood a brown-haired, attractive young woman, seemingly engrossed in reading a newspaper. "Good day," Hubert greeted her. With a flurry, the young woman hastily placed the newspaper down, inadvertently revealing a best-selling book hidden beneath it. Hubert found himself pondering the reason behind her need to conceal her reading material while at work. "Sir, how may I assist you?" she inquired, her smile attempting to mask her earlier fluster. Hubert presented his credentials as an external personnel. "I wish to speak with your captain." The charming young woman at the front desk was, of course, Roseanne. Although she had never encountered such identification before, she recognized the knight emblem. "Please follow me." Leading the way, Roseanne remarked, "Sir, your accent suggests you are not from around here." "Indeed," Hubert replied as he followed her. "I hail from Bakerland." Roseanne glanced back at him. "Ah, the city of hope. Is the smog there truly as severe as reported in the newspapers?" We seldom read the papers, Hubert replied, for the fog is so thick that one cannot discern the letters on the page. Roseanne stifled a giggle behind her hand. You are quite humorous. Upon reaching the captain's office, Dunn, who had already heard Roseanne's voice, turned his gaze towards the entrance. Captain, this gentleman from Bakerland has business to discuss with you. In front of Dunn, Roseanne finally exhibited her professionalism, ushering Hubert inside before closing the door behind her. Dunn regarded Hubert. What brings you here? Hubert studied the man before him, whose gray eyes and receding hairline were complemented by a low, gentle voice. Greetings, here are my credentials. The captain's appearance was somewhat more rugged than Hubert had anticipated. Dunn glanced at the credentials. Welcome, Mr. Hubert. As he spoke, he gestured for Hubert to take a seat. Once settled across from Dunn, Hubert began. While resolving a dispute case, I encountered a member of the Aurora Society. He succinctly recounted the details of the kidnapping incident and his encounter with Urchill, concluding Urchill was already exhibiting signs of losing control, given the characteristics associated with the seers. He could easily spiral into complete chaos. Even if he does not fully lose control, it will take him considerable time to suppress the symptoms. I believe we must locate him before he spirals out of control, or seize him while he is still nursing his wounds. Does your team have any diviners? Hubert continued. I left behind clues on him suitable for divination. Chapter 138. The actions of the protagonist team. Inside the carriage, Hubert scrutinized the three team members alongside Dunn. One was Klein Moretti, a black-haired, brown-eyed individual exuding an air of scholarly sophistication. Another was Leonard Mitchell, with black hair and green eyes, appearing disheveled yet poetically inclined. And the last was Fry, whose prominent nose and chilly demeanor rendered him almost ghostly in appearance. Captain Dunn's prompt deployment of three team members was due in part to the seriousness of dealing with a Sequence 7 adversary, but also to maintain vigilance regarding Hubert. Even after wiring to Bakerland to confirm Hubert's identity, Dunn remained understandably wary. This was entirely reasonable, as they had not fought together before, lacking the foundation of trust. Mr. Hubert, Dunn said, what exactly are these clues suitable for divination that you mentioned? Hubert carefully retrieved a corner of a banknote from his wallet, stating, this banknote I witnessed him pocketing. He intended to reach the ambush site before me, and likely had no time to extract the banknote. Once he began to lose control, he would be further preoccupied. He believed the banknote in question to be the 5 Suler fee paid to Urchill for divination, from which he had discreetly torn a small corner. Klein examined the tiny fragment in his palm, using it to seek out the whole banknote, a task that should not prove overly challenging. Leonard smiled and asked, what if, hypothetically speaking, what if he did not have the banknote on him? Then I shall take you to the premises where he conducted the divination, Hubert replied. If we can find a clue, we shall continue our pursuit. If not, the case shall be closed, and I shall have no further involvement. Leonard smiled. I do love hearing the word closure. Very well, we should set off. Dunn interrupted their increasingly tangential conversation. Klein commenced to direct the coachman using divination methods. As Hubert observed the others in the carriage, he suddenly felt a sense of disorientation, as if he had unwittingly joined the protagonist team on their adventure. The carriage gradually departed the city, arriving at a rural countryside, eventually halting before a farmhouse featuring a water wheel. The occupants of the carriage immediately sensed the ominous atmosphere surrounding the farmhouse. The horses, restless and panting, seemed eager to flee without the coachman's control. This prompted Hubert to reflect on how convenient it was to have a diviner when searching for individuals or items. As he mused, he drew his firearm and cautioned, be vigilant. The adversary seems capable of transforming into a creature exuding madness and corruption. If you notice him preparing to change form, avoid making eye contact. The group nodded in agreement and swiftly approached the farmhouse, soon discovering the carcasses of dogs and several chickens. If there were any humans within, they surely faced dire peril. Klein performed a divination. The adversary is inside the farmhouse. There's a certain degree of danger, but it remains within acceptable limits. After a brief assessment of the situation, Dunn declared, I shall draw him into a dream. You must wait for about 10 seconds before entering. No, I could draw him out, Hubert interjected, producing the teleportation statue. Dunn nodded. His earlier skepticism regarding Hubert stemmed from doubting that a Sequence 8 could render a Sequence 7 gravely injured. Now, witnessing the presence of a sealing object, Hubert's earlier assertions seemed far more credible. Dunn leaned against a tree outside the courtyard wall, lowering his head as though entering slumber, and soon, a tranquil aura enveloped him. A pained cry emanated from the farmhouse, accompanied by the sound of something being overturned, but tranquility soon returned within. Hubert held the teleportation statue aloft. Prepare yourselves. Klein and Leonard exchanged a glance, preparing for what lay ahead. Hubert began to wield the teleportation statue, exerting control over everything and everyone within a 15-meter radius, swiftly relocating Archer from the cottage to the yard. At this juncture, Archer had yet to spiral completely into madness. A semblance of reason still flickered within him. However, his physique had grotesquely expanded, adorned with structures resembling dark, malignant tumors, some swirling with black mist, others filled with murky liquid. Notably, his back appeared to have transformed into a viscous mass, exuding an aura of filth and moral decay. Several individuals raised their firearms and unleashed a barrage aimed at Archer's grotesque head. Hubert marveled at the advantage of having a control-oriented teammate. Had he encountered such a monstrosity alone, a fierce battle would have been inevitable. No, he would likely have fled in terror, seeking to report the incident instead. Following the volley of gunfire, an unsettling realization dawned upon them. Where Archer's head had been shattered, thick black fur emerged from within. Dunn suddenly lifted his head, exclaiming, "This is dire. An evil entity is utilizing Archer's body to manifest." Previously, Archer had been resisting the entity's arrival, but Dunn's intervention had inadvertently hastened its descent into the realm. At that moment, two golden antlers sprouted from Archer's head, and Hubert immediately grasped the significance. These were creatures Archer had summoned earlier. As Archer began to lose control, he became a vessel for the horned beast's arrival. In the disorderly realm, such a dilemma could be easily resolved by severing the means of manifestation. Yet in reality, Hubert found himself utterly incapable of doing so. Dunn then drew his pistol, declaring, "Eliminate Archer." Hubert, while firing alongside him, reflected on Captain Dunn's swift comprehension of the situation and his rapid formulation of strategy. Archer, now a conduit for the horned beast's arrival, must be slain to halt the process. Archer, for the moment, did not evade the bullets. Instead, he suddenly reclined, writhing as if to rub his back against the ground. When he rose again, the thick, viscous slime on his back had been wiped away, revealing the dense black fur beneath, alongside the remnants of human flesh and bone. Those human remains were gradually being supplanted by the thick black fur. As Dunn lowered his head once more, Archer's movement slowed, prompting Dunn to sway his body, struggling against the creature. Leonard, providing support, began to chant, "If life has deceived you, don't be sad, nor troubled. Remain calm amidst the somber days." A hush enveloped the surroundings, and Archer's actions slackened further. Hubert, in his search for Archer's weakness, finally discerned a patch of human flesh on Archer's back that had not sprouted the black, thick fur. He fired twice, exposing the flesh beneath, revealing the blackened ribs within, as more of the black mist coalesced towards that ribcage. Archer was already teetering on the brink of losing control, and his extraordinary traits were beginning to concentrate in one spot. That black rib was likely the repository of his most significant powers and the key to this manifestation. "Cover me," Hubert exclaimed as he leapt into the yard. Chapter 139, The Death of Mr. Z. It seemed Archer sensed Hubert's intent, struggling with renewed vigor, and the rate at which the thick black fur enveloped the human flesh accelerated. Leonard chanted once more, "Then you will understand why, in the prime of life, you rest eternally in the grave." Archer's movements slowed again. As Hubert vaulted over the courtyard wall, he stowed the teleportation statue and approached Archer, immediately feeling an overwhelming discomfort, as if he could hear indescribable murmurs and witness the most vile and depraved entities in existence. He battled against this disquietude with his own spirit, using his staff as a lever to pry open the flesh on Archer's back, fully exposing the black rib. Archer slowly opened his mouth, now resembling that of a bull. "This is bad. The creature is about to unleash its foul words." There was no time to intervene. Hubert readied the teleportation statue to distance it further, minimizing the impact of the corrupt utterances. At that moment, a figure leapt past Hubert. It was Klein. He deftly evaded Archer and precisely hurled a stone into Archer's mouth, then delivered a powerful kick that effectively lodged Archer's tongue. Who said he was hesitant? In a crucial moment, he was anything but. Hubert whistled, realizing the comfort of having experienced allies by his side. He tore a piece of cloth from his overcoat to grasp the black rib, though separated by fabric. Hubert still felt an immense mental strain. With a forceful twist, he pried the black rib from Archer's body. In that instant, Hubert felt as though he had been transported to a golden expanse of grassland, faintly perceiving immense figures swaying in the distance. Surrounding him was an abyss of darkness, seemingly rife with unnameable peril. As a bolt of lightning illuminated the scene, Hubert beheld towering giants, draped in dark hoods, their hands resting upon colossal swords. Sensing his presence, The giants turned in unison to gaze at Hubert. He felt an overwhelming fascination with their formidable power, yet his will ultimately triumphed over this obsession. And he averted his gaze, regaining consciousness in the outskirts of Tingen City's farmstead. Archer's flesh had dissolved into a black liquid, leaving only a skeletal frame behind. The upper half of the skeleton had transformed into something inhuman. Particularly, the head bore a striking resemblance to that of a bull, adorned with 2 golden antlers. Hubert cast the rib beyond the courtyard wall, the immense mental pressure dissipating, along with the sensation of being on the brink of another realm. He exhaled deeply. Having navigated through Archer's loss of control and the horned beast's arrival, the rib would serve as a significant negative artifact. Outside the courtyard wall, Dunn inquired, "How do you feel?" "A bit fatigued," Hubert replied. "It'd be best to use tongs to handle the rib, avoiding direct contact." Seeing Hubert in good condition, Dunn addressed Fry, "Go check the cottage." Hubert glanced at his tattered overcoat and asked Dunn, "Is it reimbursable?" Everyone turned their gaze to Klein. He appeared taken aback. Why was he being looked at when reimbursement was mentioned? Sensing an awkward tension, Hubert cleared his throat and stated, "According to my collaboration with the Beckland Night Watch team, I hold the right to share in the spoils. Moreover, I made significant contributions in discovering Archer and combating him, thus granting me precedence in claiming the spoils. Of course, if Tingen City's rules differ, we can negotiate further." The last remark was a strategic retreat, considering the overwhelming numbers of the Tingen City Night Watch team. "Let us adhere to your agreement with Beckland," Dunn smiled, adding, "However, since you have claimed the spoils, we shan't reimburse your overcoat." Hubert chuckled, "No problem." The primary spoils of this encounter consisted of 2 items, the black rib and the 2 golden antlers. The horned beast had already manifested considerable power, and with the interruption of its arrival, that power had concentrated entirely within the golden antlers. The black rib might possess peculiar abilities, yet it was rendered entirely unusable, or the cost of utilizing it would be exorbitant. Although it is possible to shatter it and sell its extraordinary traits, considering the presence of Dunn and others nearby, a typical extraordinary individual would naturally refrain from choosing a rib. Hence, Hubert removed his coat and wrapped the skull and antlers within it. At that moment, Fry emerged from the cottage. Inside lay 2 mangled corpses, along with some torn clothing. Fry retrieved the garments, and among them, they discovered a wallet and a letter. The wallet contained a disordered assortment of banknotes, one of which was the 5 solar note that Hubert had torn a corner from. According to the contents of the letter, they soon learned that the recently deceased creature was none other than Mr. Z of the Aurora Society. "This was a significant victory against the Aurora Society," Dunn remarked. Hubert smiled and proposed, "To celebrate this triumph, I invite you all to a gathering at the restaurant this evening. I wonder if you would grace me with your presence?" "With a feast to enjoy, I shall certainly attend." Leonard was the first to express his agreement. Dunn smiled and added, "There's no reason for the guests to bear the expense. This evening, the team's funds will cover the meal. Well, upon my return, I shall send a telegram to Beckland. I believe everyone who participated in today's battle will receive a bonus. However, the manner in which Mr. Hubert's bonus will be dispensed will need to wait until you contact the Night Watch team in Beckland." Thus, the evening's gathering was joyfully decided. Next came the task of cleaning the battlefield, as there was no need for so many individuals. Dunn instructed Klein to return and summon the police to deal with the 2 corpses in the cottage. Hubert accompanied Klein back in the carriage, during which Klein engaged in casual conversation while keenly observing the young lawyer. He felt an inexplicable familiarity with Hubert, yet could not recall where he had encountered him before. As a diviner, Klein's instinctual judgment did not lead him to dismiss it as mere illusion. Instead, it heightened his scrutiny of Hubert's every move. Just before disembarking, Hubert smiled and remarked to Klein, "I owe you my gratitude for promptly silencing its mouth. Should you ever find yourself in Beckland, do remember to visit me at the Oslambaden law firm, where I shall extend you a warm welcome. If you encounter any troubles in Beckland, do not hesitate to seek me out, for I possess some connections there." Klein chuckled inwardly, thinking it as if Hubert was assuming he would venture to Beckland. He smiled and responded, "Your bravery is also quite impressive. Had you not leapt into the yard first, I would have been less inclined to enter." Hubert replied with a double entendre, "I am but a barbarian." Klein was taken aback. After Hubert finished speaking, without waiting for the carriage to come to a stop, he casually opened the door and stepped out. Klein hurried to the door, witnessing Hubert standing on the street, waving at him. He muttered, "Do barbarians care nothing for the opinions of others?" Chapter 140, Chameleon. The reason Hubert alighted here was that he had spotted the carriage sent by Ulysses, not far from the Church of the Night Goddess. Upon seeing Hubert, the coachman informed him sir, Sheriff Jared, who is in charge of this case, along with Mr. Dominic. Hopes you can come by. The coachman had been asked by Jared about Hubert's whereabouts, but maintained professional integrity by stating he did not know. Otherwise, Jared would have followed him directly. Let us return to the villa first, Hubert remarked. I haven't even had lunch yet. The coachman nodded and took Hubert back to the villa. As the kitchen prepared lunch, he returned to his room, instructing the servant outside to guard the door and allow no one to enter. Once the door was securely locked, Hubert performed a personal sacrificial rite, sending the golden antlers into the realm of disorder. Although he was currently unaware of the antlers' purpose, theoretically, these two antlers should constitute rare, extraordinary materials. So he decided to leave them in the realm of disorder and figure out how to liquidate them later when the commotion subsided. Following this, Hubert enjoyed a soothing bath and changed his attire before heading to the dining hall for a belated lunch. As he dined, he reflected that he seemed to be growing fond of this life of ease and indulgence. Perhaps when he donned the guise of a corrupt baron, he could afford to indulge himself appropriately. Yet, he recognized the necessity of having boundaries. Otherwise, once the malevolence inherent in humanity was unleashed, he might find himself unable to restrain his own impulses. After finishing lunch, Hubert requested the coachman to take him to Mr. Dominic's firm. Dominic expressed his profound gratitude towards Hubert, noting that while he was negotiating the details of an employment contract with the Jehovah Security Company, Elizabeth had already been rescued. Dominic continued, Jared has been waiting for you in the reception room. Although the death of two bandits presents some complications, rest assured, I will procure the finest lawyer to assist you in avoiding any charges. Furthermore, when you explain that you are a friend of Ulysses, even if he wishes to arrest you, he will treat you with courtesy. Hubert smiled and replied, Mr. Dominic, I have no intention of reporting to jail, for I have an engagement this evening. Dominic momentarily faltered, puzzled by Hubert's implication that he wouldn't cooperate with the investigation due to a prior engagement. Please take me to see Sheriff Jared, Hubert inquired as he exited. How is Elizabeth faring? Thank goodness, she only experienced some fright. As they conversed, they arrived at the reception room, where Jared had already consumed 2 pots of coffee. However, he had to wait here. After all, Hubert had caused 2 deaths and several injuries this morning, making it a significant case. I'm going to arrest you immediately, Hubert, Jared exclaimed upon seeing Hubert. You killed 2 citizens of Tingen this afternoon. Jared, is it? Hubert queried. Pray tell, are all citizens of Tingen bandits? He placed a hand in his pocket, challenging. Are you protecting the rights of lawful citizens, or are you safeguarding the interests of the kidnappers? Jared was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond to Hubert's inquiry. I thwarted an ongoing crime. Hubert asserted, those 2 deceased bandits were preparing to murder me at that time, which also constitutes an ongoing crime. My actions were a matter of self-defense, and there was no excessive force involved. Well, it still resulted in fatalities. Jared's resolve faltered. Mr. Sheriff, I possess a greater understanding of criminal law than you do. Cooperating with your investigation is my obligation, yet you currently lack the authority to arrest or interrogate me. This, in fact, highlighted a loophole in the law. Hubert recalled similar cases from the era of the Common Era, where he would have been detained in custody awaiting the investigation's outcome. However, the criminal law of the Kingdom of Rune did not explicitly stipulate whether individuals involved in justifiable self-defense should be temporarily held. Dominic interjected to smooth over the situation, reiterating Hubert's association with Ulysses, compelling Jared to record his statement instead. After completing the statement, Jared requested a contact address where he could always locate Hubert, and the atmosphere gradually became more amicable. When Jared departed, he bid farewell to Hubert and Dominic as if they were old friends. This prompted Hubert to ponder the concept of the chameleon. After seeing off Jared, Dominic sneered, You showed little concern when my daughter was kidnapped. Yet you come to question us over the deaths of a few bandits. Hubert lamented that in this kingdom of unequal personalities, such farcical dramas likely unfolded daily. Had he been an ordinary person lacking legal knowledge, he would have undoubtedly been taken away by Jared, who could foresee whether a mere misstep in his words during interrogation could lead to exorbitant bail demands. Dominic invited Hubert to dinner at his home as a gesture of gratitude from his family. However, he was unaware that Hubert had engagements for the next 2 evenings, leaving the invitation pending. Around 5:30 in the evening, Hubert arrived at the dining establishment for the gathering. In addition to those participating in the operation today, 3 other team members were also present, while none of the administrative staff had shown up. Leonard smiled and remarked, Old Neil probably never anticipated that his day off would cause him to miss out on a grand feast. A sense of unease stirred within Hubert at the mention of a day off. He instinctively sensed something amiss. He was uncertain whether Colonel had informed Dunn that Old Neil was engaged in a ritual involving an eldritch deity, and unless the ritual was thoroughly disrupted, the possibility of old Neil losing control still loomed. Meanwhile, Klein seemed to have recalled something crucial to remind the captain, yet the specifics eluded him momentarily. Just as he was about to invoke the diviner's intuition to jog his memory, Captain Dunn unexpectedly broached the subject of the psychiatric hospital, which was pertinent to the evening's operation, thereby capturing his full attention and causing his previous thoughts to fade away. Leonard explained to Hubert, "Old Neil is also a member of our squad, but he seems to have been experiencing some discomfort in his abdomen these past few days." Hubert nodded in acknowledgement and shifted the conversation to other topics. When the group learned that Daisy, a former member of the Tinja Night Watch team, was Hubert's superior, they felt a closer camaraderie with him. Halfway through the dinner, Hubert noticed Klein momentarily freeze before excusing himself to the restroom. He couldn't suppress a chuckle, realizing how the restroom's domain had come to be. As Hubert engaged in light conversation with the congenial Leonard, his thoughts wandered, pondering who might have sought out Klein. After some recollection, it struck him that tonight marked the demise of the notorious pirate, Xylingers. Chapter 141, The Death of Xylingers. At a ball hosted by Duke Negan, I encountered an individual who bore a striking resemblance to Xylingers. He had disguised himself as Baron Graymeal, his intentions shrouded in mystery. By the grace of Miss Justice's prayers, Klein, seated in an ancient high-back chair, formulated numerous conjectures regarding Xylingers' motives based on the insights provided by Miss Justice. He first acknowledged her, saying, "I understand." Subsequently, he materialized the images and sound from her recent supplications, embedding them within a deep crimson star that symbolized the Hanged Man. This night was destined to be extraordinary for Beakland. Klein reflected on this and speculated what transformations his recent actions might incite. However, he soon curtailed his musings and returned to the restroom, where he penned a letter to Mr. Askey, informing him of Xylinger's appearance at the ball, and summoned a colossal skeletal messenger with a brass whistle to deliver the missive. Only after completing these tasks did Klein realize he had scarcely touched his steak, wondering if his restroom excursion would adversely affect his appetite. In Beakland, within the Cathedral of the Holy Wind, Alge received word from Audrey, an initial wave of surprise washing over him as he unconsciously pressed his hand to his chest in reverence to the Fool. Yet, his pupils constricted as he felt the immense power of the Fool once more. This was indeed the Cathedral of the Holy Wind, once the headquarters of the Storm Church and still one of its holy sites, where the Fool had inexplicably descended, offering his response. After a brief silence of several seconds, Alge composed himself and turned to report this critical information upward, upon discovering what might be Xylinger's tracks and notifying the Fool through prayer. Audrey did not succumb to passive waiting, but instead conveyed the matter delicately to her father, Count Hall. Consequently, the assassination attempt on Xylingers inevitably faltered. He chose to flee immediately, employing the powers bestowed by the wind, as chosen to swiftly evade his pursuers. At that moment, Xylingers found the opportunity to ponder where the miscalculation had arisen, questioning why Duke Negan had taken precautions. Suddenly, he recalled the massive tree he had encountered in the eastern district of Beakland days prior, behind which a man and two women had concealed themselves. They must be the ones. Xylingers realized that the man had recognized him, but had feigned confusion, allowing Xylingers to lower his guard without resorting to lethal measures. It was precisely because of these three that the cautious Xylingers had advanced the assassination attempt. He resolved to locate them, a wicked smile curling upon his lips. For they could not remain under the protection of Duke Negan or the official extraordinary beings indefinitely. Once the protection waned, he would exact a merciless revenge for their betrayal. Just as he contemplated this, a sudden blur obscured his vision, revealing an overwhelming tapestry of colors in the darkness. Above, in the high heavens cloaked by a blood-red moon, numerous indescribable shadows loomed, emanating a brilliance imbued with arcane knowledge. Alarmed, Xylingers recognized that he had once again fallen into an ambush, and this time, the assailants were undoubtedly formidable. Before he could react, he was besieged by an array of colossal skeletal forms, each with blazing obsidian flames flickering in their eye sockets. Numbering over 100, below him, the inky waters surged higher, ghostly pale hands emerging to grasp and pull at Xylinger's feet. Before he could find an escape route, he was already submerged in the murky depths, struggling desperately yet despairingly witnessing those immense skeletal figures closing in. In the blink of an eye, he sensed his vitality rapidly dissipating. The first to arrive on the scene, Alge was rendered speechless by the sight before him. Xylingers had lost all semblance of life. As the others approached, they beheld Xylinger's visage disintegrating at an alarming pace, oozing yellow-green pus, flesh peeling away in chunks. With a sickening crack, Xylingers completely fell apart, leaving behind a ghastly heap of white bones. Thus did one of the 7 pirate generals, Xylingers, meet his bizarre end before Alge's eyes. At this moment, the Song of the Gods, Isneek, inquired with a magnetic voice, "Have you informed anyone else of this?" Alge regained his composure instantly, responding, "I received the intelligence only moments ago and reported it directly to you, Your Grace." ES turned away, continuing to search for clues. Yet, Alge suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as a realization struck him. The assailants must have been the fools chosen. Only members and subordinates of the Tarot Society could have learned of the information so swiftly, and the fool S chosen just happened to be in B-Clan, thus inadvertently aiding the cause. Within Duke Negan's estate, upon learning that Xylingers had been slain by a clandestine organization, Audrey immediately surmised that it was the fools chosen who had dealt with the pirate general. There was yet another delightful surprise awaiting Audrey. She received the bounty for Xylingers, along with a gift from Duke Negan as a token of gratitude, totaling approximately 40,000 pounds. Regrettably, this sum could not be accessed directly. Otherwise, Audrey had intended to trade that 20,000 pounds worth of information with the Emperor at the next Tarot Society gathering. As the clock approached 9 in the evening, Hubert and the others bid farewell after their dinner. Throughout the evening, Hubert and Leonard had grown increasingly congenial, exchanging contact information before parting ways. Upon returning to the villa, it was already past 10 o'clock, and despite being mentally and physically exhausted, Hubert found himself unable to sleep. This was a peculiar phenomenon. Often, the more fatigued one was, the harder it became to drift into slumber. Unable to succumb to sleep, Hubert initiated his nightly reflections. He first acknowledged the pivotal role of control-based extraordinary abilities during the day's battle, noting that with Dunn and Leonard present, the skirmish in the farmstead had seemingly concluded without much fervor. Certainly, the tug-of-war between Dunn and Leonard, in terms of extraordinary abilities, is quite intense with Urchill, albeit occurring in an intangible manner, which renders it less palpable. In truth, Hubert's possession of the psychological spoon signifies a control-type ability. However, it is a magical artifact, not a sealed object. Although magical artifacts and sealed objects are fundamentally similar, their modes of usage differ significantly. The adverse effects of magical artifacts are minimal, as they are generally inert and require the infusion of spirit to activate their powers. Conversely, sealed objects are far more active, exerting influence on nearby beings regardless of whether they are infused with spirit. Through his experiences with the spirit conjuring necklace and the psychological spoon, Hubert has gleaned insights into the utilization of magical artifacts. The potency of a magical artifact is closely tied to the rank of its holder and the tier of the artifact itself. For instance, Hubert, being at rank 8, can wield nearly the full power of the spirit conjuring necklace, while in his previous rank 9, he found it quite laborious to use the necklace for summoning. Of course, it is not merely a matter of higher rank equating to greater artifact capability. The upper limit of a magical artifact is defined by its inherent tier. For example, the spirit conjuring necklace has a maximum tier of rank 7, while the psychological spoon is capped at rank 6. Nevertheless, Hubert currently lacks the ability to fully unleash the potential of the psychological spoon. He is confident that upon reaching rank 7, he will be able to employ the spoon's hypnotic powers to exert a degree of control over his adversaries, rather than being unable to manifest the true might of frenzy and hypnosis as he is now. This prospect has ignited Hubert's enthusiasm for advancing to rank 7. Chapter 142, Proactive Engagement. Hubert's mind wandered as he began to reflect on his previous battle with Chillingus. He suddenly realized that while he possesses sealed objects and 3 magical artifacts, he currently lacks a magical artifact that enables escape. Hubert pondered that had he possessed a travel-capable sealed object or magical artifact at that time, he could have joyfully journeyed with Hugh and Firth, instead of remaining there to clash with Chillingus. However, a travel-capable magical artifact corresponds to rank 5. The crux is that the apprentice pathway of rank 5 is notoriously arduous to kill. Acquiring such a magical artifact would likely require an exorbitant sum of at least 10,000 pounds. Hubert lamented that he had recently felt financially secure, only to realize that the 900 pounds he currently held, while affluent for an ordinary individual, is woefully inadequate for an extraordinary being. Thus, Hubert rekindled his fervor for earning money, resolving to frequently check the information board at the Mercenary Club upon returning to Beckland for suitable commissions. Lost in thought, drowsiness gradually enveloped him, and Hubert eventually fell asleep, but due to the mental strain from his battle with Urchill, he found himself ensnared in dreams. In the southern continent, in a non-existent town, The morning sun pierced through the mist, casting a gentle warmth in the assembly hall situated halfway up the mountain. The patriarch and several elders sat motionless, resembling wooden sculptures. The demigod Elder Chester broke the silence. "So, this clandestine entity possesses at least angelic-level power?" Calvin replied, "At present. It appears so." This hidden presence interrupted the enemy's angelic descent. Elder Bowen speculated, could it be that Elliot has discovered some loophole? Upon uttering this, he recognized its improbability. Even if a vulnerability was found during the enemy's descent without sufficient rank, it would be difficult to counteract their power. "Impossible," Calvin stated. "This hidden entity appeared before me and exacted punishment." Elliot interjected, "Do not provoke the divine." The assembly hall fell into silence once more. If they had angelic-level support, or even divine-level strength backing them, there would be no need for them to perpetually hide in a non-existent town. It was due to a lack of information that the family had once entangled itself with the Rose School, only to later discover that this organization harbored angelic-level warriors. Concurrently, this could herald catastrophic disaster, as the combined strength of the family might not suffice against this clandestine presence. After several moments, Calvin added, "This hidden entity did not allow me to lose complete control, and it facilitated Elliot's summoning process. This clearly indicates a response to our probing, and there was sufficient goodwill displayed. Regardless of our choices, this hidden presence has already taken notice of us." The patriarch, with a hoarse voice, suggested then, "Why not attempt to engage with this hidden presence?" Another silence ensued, but this time it was different. It signified an unspoken consensus to the patriarch's proposal. "How shall we initiate contact with this hidden presence?" Bowen inquired. Calvin, having prepared for this, replied, "For instance, appoint Elliot to an elder's seat." Hubert yawned, rising to wash and groom himself. Despite having dreamt throughout the night, his spirit and vitality had been remarkably restored. While enjoying his breakfast, he glanced at the morning paper just delivered, the headline boldly announcing the death of Chillingus. Indeed, last night was the fateful night for Chillingus, coinciding with a bountiful harvest for Audrey. Hubert skimmed the rest of the newspaper's contents, finding nothing of particular interest, and thus focused intently on his meal. After breakfast, Hubert returned to Dominic's office. Dominic smiled cheerfully. "Lawyer Hubert, I was just about to seek you out." It turned out that a kidnapper injured by Hubert had inadvertently revealed during interrogation that their abduction had a mastermind behind it. The police seized upon this lead and uncovered that the mastermind was Mr. Claude. This morning, Claude had been arrested, and Dominic had just received news that Claude admitted to orchestrating the kidnapping. Consequently, Dominic no longer needed to pursue legal action against Claude, as the prosecution would take up the case. Naturally, this meant Hubert was not required for any further involvement. Nevertheless, Dominic generously paid Hubert a lawyer's fee of £150 and additionally offered a £30 tip to express gratitude for saving Elizabeth. Hubert had not anticipated that the case would conclude in such a manner. Dominic added with a smile, "I will also attend the welcome banquet organized for you by Mr. Ulysses tonight. Elizabeth will be there as well, as she has expressed a desire to thank you in person." "You are too kind," Hubert replied with a smile. "It is my honor that you both can attend the banquet this evening." In the morning, the Blackthorn Security Company received a new commission to track Mrs. Sheeran and uncover evidence of her wrongdoing. Captain Dunn assigned this task to Klein, who, under Leonard's guidance, went to the Hound pub to find a gang leader. There, he spent £5 to hire some of the leader's men to alternately surveil Mrs. Sheeran and document her daily activities. Fortunately, this expense could be reimbursed. As Klein exited the Hound pub, he was struck by a thought. Old Neil's house was not far from there, and he had taken leave for 2 consecutive days, reportedly to see a doctor today. Klein glanced at his pocket watch. It was nearly 11 o'clock. He wondered if old Neil had returned from the hospital yet. Since he was already there, Klein decided to pay old Neil a visit. After walking for about 20 minutes, he arrived at old Neil's doorstep, where his instincts sensed something amiss. The sun hung high in the sky, yet old Neil's house remained shrouded with curtains and door drapes. Had old Neil's condition worsened? Klein hurriedly approached and knocked on the door, but no one responded. However, he could hear faint whispers from within. "Old Neil," Klein called out, but still, there was no reply, only the persistent murmurs. Had old Neil's condition deteriorated to the point where he could no longer rise to open the door? Klein withdrew a piece of paper he always carried, flicking his wrist to transform it into a material as resilient as steel. He slid the thin steel sheet into the door, deftly unlocking the latch. As he pushed the door open, he immediately spotted old Neil wandering aimlessly in the darkness. Klein hesitated to approach, for he noticed that old Neil seemed to be circling a makeshift altar. Suddenly, the door slammed shut on its own, and the candles on the altar flared to life, casting a fiery glow that illuminated old Neil's visage. Klein could see that on each of his gaunt cheeks. There appeared an emotionless eye. It struck Klein in that moment. Old Neil was perilously close to losing control once more, and this time, the situation was far graver than before. Chapter 143. Old Neil on the brink of chaos again. Beyond those two soulless eyes, Old Neil's face was a tapestry of deep wrinkles, his hair thinning, as if he had aged a decade in an instant. His nails were long and unkempt, giving him the ghastly appearance of a zombie risen from the grave. Old Neil was oblivious to Klein's presence, still pacing around the altar, muttering incantations that sounded cryptic and arcane. The altar was adorned with a large basin of blood, and at its center lay a symbol that Klein had never seen before, featuring an eye encircled by various arcane signs and a multitude of angular shapes. Under the influence of Old Neil's chant, the eye at the altar seemed to come alive, coldly fixating on Klein, the intruder. Having dealt with extraordinary occurrences before, Klein forced himself to remain composed. Old Neil appeared to be just one step away from complete chaos. Now was not the time to provoke him. Returning to seek the captain's assistance would be futile. He had to initiate the ritual to beseech the power of the goddess of night. This was Old Neil's last chance for salvation. Thus, Klein cautiously approached Old Neil, and upon confirming that he remained unaware of his presence, began to arrange the altar. Everything proceeded smoothly until, just as Klein was about to invoke the goddess's power, the eyes on Old Neil's cheeks suddenly shifted, seemingly drawn to the completed altar. "Little Klein, please do not disturb me," Old Neil rasped, his voice hoarse. "I am on the verge of success, just moments away." Klein took a deep breath. "Old Neil, do not fear. It will not hurt. It will be over soon." "No." Old Neil's agitation surged. "My research has harmed no one. It has never harmed anyone. You have yet to experience the pain of losing a loved one. You cannot comprehend that anguish." His tone softened. "I beg you, I am so close to success. Do not hinder me." Klein's heart softened momentarily, yet he steeled himself. "Old Neil, do you not realize what you are doing? You are hurting yourself, and you will harm others. I beseech you, do not resist. This is your final opportunity." Old Neil's emotions flared again. "You do not understand. You cannot fathom how profound this knowledge is. I stumbled upon it. It comes from the hidden sage." Old Neil's expression shifted to one of astonishment. No, it isn't like this." A new eye manifested on his forehead, slowly opening. Klein recognized this truly was the last opportunity. "I implore the powers of the night. I beseech." With a snarl, Old Neil lunged forward, intent on destroying the altar Klein had set up. Klein brandished his staff in defense. "I beseech the crimson power." Old Neil, with formidable strength, swept his hand, shattering Klein's staff. Had Klein not dodged with agility, he would have been struck by Old Neil's talons. Old Neil then stomped towards the altar, but a flicker of rationality halted his advance. "Do not concern yourself with me. Just flee." In that moment, he understood that the power he had sought came from an eldritch deity, and his condition had spiraled into something unnatural. Yet, after uttering those words, the last vestige of his sanity slipped away. His skin took on a sanguine hue, and he let out a primal roar, akin to a beast. Klein hastily moved toward the door, only to find it utterly unyielding. Old Neil, now a figure of blood and fury, charged at him, while Klein employed the agility of a jester to evade Old Neil's onslaught. What to do? Should he truly shoot Old Neil? The thought of retrieving his firearm filled him with dread. No, there was another way, though fraught with peril. Klein glanced at Old Neil, his mentor in the arcane arts. If he did not take this risk now, he would never forgive himself. After a moment's hesitation, he intoned, "O creator of worldly order, you are the sovereign of the realm of chaos. You are the master of the clock of order. I implore your gaze and favor." Just then, Hubert, freshly returned to the villa from Dominic's, heard the prayer emanating from the realm of chaos. Elliot? Or perhaps Upton? Regardless, those were his only two acolytes, one of whom was not particularly devoted. Hubert instructed his servant to prevent anyone from disturbing him, locking the door behind him as he entered the chaotic realm. In the pool, a new star flickered. Who could it be? Hubert extended his consciousness to that star and beheld a dim room, the eerie altar, the bloodied figure attacking, and Klein, desperately evading, yet seemingly at a loss for how to retaliate. Old Neil. Hubert's suspicion crystallized. Indeed, Old Neil had lost control yet again, but it seemed somewhat too late. His etheric, astral, and mental bodies had all undergone varying degrees of transformation. However, since he had stumbled upon this, he could not simply ignore it. His thoughts racing, Hubert quickly devised a healing plan. He returned to the material realm, sacrificing a part of himself to transport the spoon of psyche into the chaotic realm. Time was of the essence. He immediately harnessed the power of chaos, channeling it into the star representing Klein. 3 prayers later, when Klein observed no immediate response, he shouted, "Roselle, you deceitful charlatan." No, he had to make a decisive move. Lingering here could cost him his life. Just as Klein resolved himself, a throne forged of swords materialized in midair, upon which sat a towering, enigmatic silhouette. Then, a wave of overwhelming power descended, enveloping old Neil, freezing him in place. The aberrations that plagued him swiftly dissipated, and the additional eyes on his face closed almost simultaneously, vanishing without a trace. This power seemed to embody supreme order. Klein felt a flicker of understanding, yet merely restoring old Neil's physical form was insufficient. His mind must have unraveled as well. Just as this realization dawned on him, Klein sensed another surge of potent energy. This force instilled an involuntary tremor within his soul, as if facing an incomprehensibly colossal entity. It was a transcendent power of the mind. Klein exhaled in relief. The Creator appeared to offer a comprehensive service, even addressing the mental turmoil of the out-of-control. Old Neil returned to his former self, though he now looked considerably older than a few days prior. After such turmoil, he could no longer sustain himself and succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing to the ground. As Klein moved to assist him, a sound from the altar caught his attention. He turned to find that, unbeknownst to him, a black eye had emerged at the center of the altar old Neil had prepared. It has come to life, and it is attempting to leap into the vat of blood, though its initial jump was unsuccessful. Chapter 144. The Essence of Knowledge. In a land of disorder, Hobert first employed the power of order to restore the physical integrity of old Neil. Subsequently, he harnessed the might of the psychological spoon to conceal a portion of Neil's infected psyche, using hypnosis to make him forget his ritual and the fervent desire to resurrect his beloved. Just as Hobert breathed a sigh of relief, marveling at the success of this treatment, he was suddenly jolted, as if he were being scrutinized by an unseen gaze. Hobert felt that the other's regard could pierce through the veil of reality, beholding his form upon the iron throne of the land of disorder. Adjusting the perspective of his true vision, he beheld the sigil of an eye at the center of the altar springing to life, transforming into a genuine eye. It was entirely black, with a deep black pupil, giving it the appearance of an animated dark paper cutout. It hopped eagerly, striving to leap into the blood-filled vat. Hobert comprehended the situation. Indeed, old Neil's ritual had attracted some elevated scrutiny, yet the ritual remained incomplete, preventing the observing entity from exerting too much power here. Thus, that I sought to immerse itself in the sanguine vat to augment its own strength. Realizing he could not allow this to occur, Hobert understood that should the eye's power increase, the being behind it might truly pierce through the veil of reality and witness the happenings within the land of disorder. Therefore, Hobert commanded in a voice of utmost authority to Klein, "Offer it as a sacrifice to me." Simultaneously, he cast the sigil representing the Creator into Klein's constellation. At that moment, Klein, in old Neil's chamber, deeply grasped the adage that summoning a deity is easy, but sending them away is a challenge. The Creator had indeed cured old Neil's loss of control, yet it seemed unwilling to depart. What to do? Finally, when the entity expressed a desire for that leaping eye, Klein exhaled in relief. This was fortuitous, as it would not only provide the Creator with an offering, but also resolve the peculiar eye. Swiftly, Klein inscribed the sigil of the Creator near the strange eye, arranged the altar, and, utilizing the knowledge of sacrifice he had just acquired from the little son, commenced the offering. He beheld 2 immense bronze doors parting slightly, a surge of overwhelming power emanating forth, swiftly forming a colossal suction that seemed intent on drawing everything within the room into the bronze doors. Once the immense suction subsided, the bronze doors vanished, and the leaping eye upon the altar was no longer in sight, as the Creator suspended in midair also disappeared. Klein sighed deeply, grateful that this mysterious entity bore no ill intent and did not demand an unbearable sacrifice. As he pondered this, he tidied the altar and drew back the curtains, allowing blinding sunlight to flood the room, banishing all shadows. In a rental dwelling on the outskirts of Tianjin, Zhangwei crossed out a paragraph in his notebook, then hastily penned, "Klein Moretti narrowly escaped being slain by the out-of-control old Neil. Why did he not draw his gun after his mental struggle? Had he done so, old Neil would have become the sacrifice of this ritual, and Klein Moretti would have succumbed to the gaze of a hidden entity, immediately spiraling into madness." transforming into a monstrous amalgamation of flesh and bone. Yet he did not do so. Moreover, he restored the nearly uncontrollable old Neil to normalcy, which was truly remarkable. Once again, astonishing in Zangweir, to the extent that even the quill in his hand seemed bewildered by the unfolding events. Regardless, in Zangweir's plan to eliminate Klein Moretti had once again faltered, leaving him vexed, having been outwitted by yet another Sequence 8. In Zangweir lifted his pen, a glimmer of ire flashing in his eyes, not due to Klein, but because he had just been mocked by a pen, one that he held in his grasp. In the land of disorder, Hubert scrutinized the eye in his possession. It still possessed the qualities of life, yet it looked around aimlessly, as if it had lost its purpose, unsure of what to do next. This indicated that the land of disorder had severed its connection to its source. Hubert attempted to grasp the eye, and suddenly his vision expanded to encompass an unknown expanse. This terrain resembled an endless wasteland, where amidst the desolation stood a towering spire, atop which sat an eye forged from flames, gazing down upon the land. Abruptly, that eye seemed to sense Hubert's gaze and turned towards him. In an instant, Hubert's perspective reverted to the land of disorder, and at that moment he felt an influx of knowledge surging into his mind. With a crack, his head felt as if it had exploded like a crushed tomato, causing the partially constructed hull to tremble, while the pool before the iron throne bubbled as if boiling. After approximately 4 or 5 seconds, Hubert's head reformed, and the hull and pool returned to their original state. Hubert managed a wry smile, realizing he had inadvertently risked his existence under unexpected circumstances. He soon discovered a plethora of chaotic knowledge swirling within his mind, most of which he could not comprehend. Yet it seemed these fragments constituted knowledge itself, potentially useful for understanding the mysterious world, though such comprehension required direct experience. For instance, upon encountering the spirit realm, knowledge pertaining to it would emerge, allowing Hubert to immediately grasp its composition, the principles underlying the rules governing navigation within that realm, and so forth. No wonder the extraordinary individuals traversing the path of secrecy feared being pursued by the hidden sages who injected knowledge into their minds. Was this knowledge useful? Indeed, but typically unnecessary, difficult to understand, and occupying vast mental space. If he were to hold this eye in the real world, it was clear that Hubert would have already spiraled into madness, transforming into a monster. Hubert conjured a stone box, enclosing the eye that was gazing about, and enveloped it with the power of order. He then began to sift through the comprehensible knowledge. Sequence 9 Seeker's potion recipe. Main ingredients: a pair of eyes from the Nasrallah mountain giant ape, 70 grams of star crystal. Auxiliary ingredients: 80 milliliters of pure water, 8 drops of star anise juice, 7 grams of white orchid powder, 9 grams of dragon's blood herb. Sequence 9 Generalist potion recipe. Main ingredients: the head of a brown-backed firefly, 1 complete specimen of the 5-colored leaf grass. Auxiliary ingredients: Sequence 8 Combat Scholar's potion recipe. Main ingredients: 1 complete combat beetle, 1 dried lady's slipper orchid. Auxiliary ingredients: Sequence 7 Wizard's potion recipe. Main ingredients: 1 complete brain of a pale long-necked beast, 2 fruits of the flying thistle tree. Auxiliary ingredients: Chapter 145, The Welcome Feast. The final piece of arcane knowledge Hubert acquired was Sequence 5 Astrologer's Ascension Ritual, to ride upon the back of the multicolored star-eyed beast and consume the potion under the midnight sky. He felt that the explosion of his mind moments ago had been worthwhile, as it had granted him mastery over the potion recipes for the continuous sequences of the Seeker's Path, as well as the initial path of the Generalist. By now, Hubert had acquired the potion recipes for 4 continuous paths, albeit all for sequences 6 to 9, yet this accumulation would undoubtedly yield significant value in due time. The sale of these potion recipes represented their most trivial worth. Then Hubert recalled the scene he had witnessed through the black eye. The eye upon the wasteland did not seem to belong to the hidden sage. Could it be the wasteland of knowledge? He remembered that the hidden sage was the only activated manifestation of the hermit path's uniqueness. Did the wasteland of knowledge now possess its own consciousness? Furthermore, could it already project its power through certain rituals? The ritual of the old Neil was imparted to him by the elusive sage. Could it be that the elusive sage is engaged in a quest for knowledge within the wilderness of obscurity? It seems indeed that the seals of the western continent have begun to weaken. Subsequently, Hubert pondered the peculiar treasures he had acquired in the city of Tingen. Aside from the eye he had obtained today, there were also 2 golden antlers. They appeared rather exquisite, yet he dared not utilize them in reality, for to do so would invite either death or madness, and converting them into currency proved exceedingly challenging. Thus, he could only temporarily store them in the realm of disorder, awaiting a future opportunity for their use. Hubert, whose spiritual essence was already showing signs of depletion, departed from the realm of disorder, bringing with him the aftereffects of his recent ordeal, which resulted in a throbbing headache that persisted for several minutes before his spiritual essence began to rejuvenate and the pain gradually subsided. The day's reckless escapades made him long to recline in bed, utterly disinclined to move. Suddenly, he beheld the imposing palace of giants, where a mysterious, majestic figure sat in a high-backed chair, declaring, "The gathering next week is cancelled." Hubert jolted upright, only to recline slowly once more. It appeared that Mr. Full had sensed something amiss. As evening approached, the butler reminded Hubert that the guests invited by Mr. Ulysses had arrived. After languidly passing the day, Hubert splashed his face with water, adjusted his demeanor, and donned the formal attire he had brought before heading to the parlor. The first to arrive was Mr. Dominic and his family. His wife, Ulysses' sister, a baroness, expressed her gratitude to Hubert. Although Elizabeth had forgotten the details of Hubert's battle with Urchill, she felt an unprecedented sense of security in his presence. She seated herself beside Hubert, inquiring, "Mr. Hubert, I heard that the lawsuit you were to handle is no longer necessary?" "Indeed," Hubert replied. "Mr. Claude has voluntarily incarcerated himself." He noted the delightful young lady was sitting rather close, and shifting away felt impolite, so he moved slightly forward to alleviate the awkwardness. Elizabeth mirrored his movement, asking, "Will you be returning in a few days?" "In 2 days," Hubert smiled. "I truly cannot bear to part with the refreshing air of Tingen." The Dominic couple exchanged knowing glances, having discerned their daughter's unusual demeanor. However, Elizabeth did not exhibit any excessive behavior. It seemed merely sitting beside Hubert sufficed for her contentment. "Shall we visit the department store together this weekend?" Elizabeth proposed. "I wish to present you with a gift as a token of my appreciation. There is no need for such formality, and I may have prior engagements this weekend." "What sort of engagements?" "Involvement in the efforts to save the city of Tingen." The trio assumed Hubert was jesting and chuckled amiably. Just then, the true host of the villa, Ulysses, entered. "I hear someone dared to abduct our little princess." In Elizabeth's presence, Ulysses revealed a genuine smile, uncharacteristically warm, indicating his fondness for his niece. "Yes, uncle," Elizabeth replied, "but before the kidnapper could finish the ransom note, I was rescued by Mr. Hubert." Hubert smiled, adding, "This suggests the kidnapper was rather uneducated, perhaps consulting a dictionary even to compose a ransom note, only to be confounded by grammatical issues." The imagery of a hapless kidnapper struggling with a dictionary while crafting a ransom note elicited hearty laughter from the assembly. As guests continued to arrive, all clad in military uniforms, they burst in, clamoring, "Where is Colonel Christine's son?" "Huh? Colonel Christines son bears à striking ressemblance tout Colonel Rex?" "Nonsense. How could Colonel Christine's son resemble him?" Yet, upon reflection, he indeed bears a slight resemblance. "Huh. Tomorrow, I shall pen a letter to Colonel Christine, reporting the countenances of you rascals." Others inquired, "Hubert, isn't it? Do you have a girlfriend yet? Shall I assist you in finding one?" "With Colonel Christine's guidance. You might even have children by now." They showed little concern for Hubert's responses, as they would likely continue their banter regardless of his silence. Amidst the jovial atmosphere, the dinner commenced. Hubert suspected this gathering was merely an excuse to celebrate his presence in Tingen after several days of his stay. After all, he was on the verge of departure. At the dining table, only Hubert and Elizabeth, the two younger generation representatives, found some common ground for conversation, allowing Hubert, the evening's guest of honor, to avoid excessive awkwardness. As the clock approached 10, attendees gradually departed. Ulysses, having consumed a fair amount of wine, clapped Hubert on the shoulder, saying, "Should you have any plans, pursue them wholeheartedly. Do not disappoint the expectations of the two colonels. As long as Colonel Christine gives the word, we shall accompany him into battle." Hubert smiled wryly. "Very well, but it is getting late. You should rest." Watching Ulysses depart, Hubert's smile gradually faded. He had nearly solicited Ulysses as external support. Thankfully, he refrained, for Ulysses' courteousness was extended out of respect for Christine, and Hubert's camaraderie with Ulysses had not yet reached that level. Preparations commenced in earnest. On Friday, Hubert ventured nowhere, instead remaining in the villa to recuperate and adjust the timing to mitigate the negative effects of the sealing items and magical artifacts. On Saturday morning, Hubert traveled by carriage to the Blackthorn Security Company, instructing the driver, "You may return, come back in the afternoon, around 4 or 5 o'clock." After bidding farewell to the driver, Hubert gazed at the overcast sky and stepped into the lobby of the security company. Inside, Leonard appeared somewhat uneasy, engaged in conversation with a woman clad in a broad-brimmed hat and a loose gown. "Hubert," Leonard exclaimed, "you've arrived." He was uncertain whether to express that Hubert had come at an opportune moment or not. Chapter 146, Hubert's Plan. Upon encountering the bearer of the forbidden offspring, Mei Gao Si, Hubert's thoughts erupted like a thunderclap, recalling all he knew about 008 and the overarching framework of his plan. His strategy was not overly intricate, for in confronting 008, the more convoluted the plan, the greater the likelihood of failure. Last week, Hubert had intended to arrive in Tianjin earlier to prepare, but after much consideration, he concluded that any preparation would be detected by 008 in advance. Thus, Hubert's plan was to earn the fundamental trust of Dunn and his associates before Zhangguo made his move. The subsequent events would not be so complicated. It was inevitable that Mei Gao Si would arrive at the Blackthorn Security Company. Only after this occurrence could they establish a foundation to confront Inz. Otherwise, Inz would continue to bide his time, and the progression of events would spiral beyond Hubert's control, stripping him of his advantageous perspective. The proposition was clear: how to effectively delay Mei Gao Si without incurring harm until the reinforcement from the sanctuary arrived. Hubert's solution was to adhere to the original narrative. When compelled to engage Mei Gao Si, he would safeguard Leonard during the initial onslaught. The elder spirit residing within Leonard, along with the sealing item he possessed, would serve to more effectively stall Mei Gao Si. In the ensuing battle, he would prevent Dunn from recklessly throwing himself into danger, if necessary. He might even toss the ashes of St. Selena onto the street outside, allowing anyone to claim them. As for Colonel K, his fate could be entirely disregarded. Moreover, the guiding principle for participating in this operation was to do one's utmost without recklessness. Hubert lacked the ability to resurrect, like Colonel K. Standing within the Blackthorn Security Company, Hubert's thoughts cascaded chaotically in an instant. He quickly donned a smile and addressed Leonard. "I have come to bid farewell today, though it seems I might have arrived at an inopportune time." Leonard offered a wry smile. "I still have guests. The captain and Klein are in the back." Hubert nodded. "Very well, please carry on. The baby within my womb seems to recognize this gentleman from somewhere." Magoas suddenly interjected. Hubert smiled and replied, "Perhaps we were good friends in a past life." "No," she retorted. "He claims that you have spied upon the order of his realm." Magoas continued, "Yet he did not anticipate your frailty." Hubert recalled the day he obtained that black rib. It appeared he glimpsed another world, likely the divine realm of the true creator. Thus, it could be inferred that the seer Zachary, whom they had encountered previously, had seen the true creator's divine realm through one of his eyes during a ritual, leading to its corruption. Reflecting on this, Hubert smiled and said, "Madam, do take care of your pregnancy. Children's words often lack coherence." Magoas replied with a gentle smile, "No, my child is quite astute. He says you are weak, and thus you must indeed be weak." Hubert twitched his lips, pondering if the true creator would deviate from his path to become a hunter. Nodding slightly at Magoas, Hubert turned towards the reception hall's rear, where Dunn and Klein awaited, one holding an urn exuding a sense of tranquility, and the other grasping a pale, thick vein. Klein offered a wry smile. "Hubert, your timing is rather unfortunate." "On the contrary, I believe it is quite fortuitous," Hubert asserted seriously. "While in Beckland, I heard rumors of a looming catastrophe in Tianjin. Now I understand what that calamity entails." He inquired, "Have there been a series of coincidences occurring recently?" Dunn and Klein's expression stiffened. They had just discussed recent coincidences. Hubert instructed, "Please send a telegram to the sanctuary, stating that 008 has orchestrated a ritual for the descent of an evil god, requesting their holy support." Upon mentioning 008, Dunn and Klein immediately thought of the defector in Zhangguo, each forming their own conjectures, likely grasping the situation. Dunn, cradling the urn, declared, "I shall dispatch the telegram at once. Refrain from acting impulsively until my return." Hubert glanced outside. "Do not rush. We still have time." Klein remarked, "You remain remarkably composed." Indeed, Hubert smiled. The more dire the moment, the more one must maintain calm. In a bar outside the Blackthorn Security Company, the one-eyed Zhangguo ordered a beer and, gripping a quill, allowed it to inscribe. The arrival of Hubert Jeffrey was not part of Zhangguo's plans. Will he affect the entire scheme? Taking a sip of beer, he tightened his grip on the quill and wrote, "No. After all, he is merely a sequence 8. He then relaxed his wrist, permitting the quill to write once more. Hubert Jeffrey possesses a wealth of unexpected knowledge. He has even deduced that Magoas' arrival is part of Zhangguo's plan. Will he influence the entire scheme? Zhangguo's single eye narrowed. Klein was already bothersome enough, and now Hubert had arrived? He wrote, "No, after all, he is merely a sequence 8. He then noted, the rescue telegram from the night watchers in Tianjin was overly terse, failing to capture the sanctuary's sufficient attention. Thus, their assistance would not arrive for at least half an hour. The premise of this statement was that the brevity of the rescue telegram had resulted in the lack of adequate concern from the sanctuary. This remained within the capabilities of 008. However, upon releasing the quill, it inscribed, the first rescue telegram was indeed overly brief, but the second one was exceedingly detailed. In Zhang Weir's gaze sharpened. There was a second rescue telegram? He turned towards the Blackthorn Security Company. Realizing that he had spent a considerable amount of time writing in his rented room today, uncertain when he would have another opportunity like this. Most importantly, should he fail this time, the sanctuary would surely discern his intentions, potentially returning Saint Selena's ashes to the sanctuary, obliterating any chance he had. Ultimately, Zhang Weir resolved to seize this opportunity regardless of the outcome. After retransmitting the telegram, Dunn smiled and said, "Allow me to reintroduce myself, Night Watcher, Dunn Smith." "Hello, Captain Dunn." Hubert replied with a smile. "Let me introduce the artifact I possess. It is called the teleportation statue, and its ability is," he continued, "in my staff. A one-time magical item, possesses the ability to," Klein remarked, "with your assistance, Hubert, we can prolong our engagement with the adversary." Hubert chuckled. "Additionally, I propose we attempt to lure Magoa's underground, ideally into the Charney's Gate before we take action." Chapter 147, The Battle Against the Offspring of the Evil God. In Beckland, at the headquarters of the Night Watchers, Dolly had been stationed at the telegraph office for many days. Today, she felt she could scarcely endure any longer. After instructing the clerical staff to awaken her upon receiving a telegram from Tingen, she collapsed into a chair to rest for a moment. When the first telegram arrived, the clerical staff deemed the situation not particularly urgent, and as Dolly was soundly asleep, they first presented the telegram to Captain Thomas, planning to inform Dolly later. However, upon receiving the second telegram, which merely contained the phrase "descent of the evil god," the clerical staff sensed the urgency of the matter. They hastily roused Dolly, and after she read the telegram, she immediately proceeded to Thomas's office, stating, "I must speak with the Archbishop. Only the Archbishop has the means to provide support to Tingen within minutes." In Tingen, within the Blackthorn Security Company. Dunn shook his head upon hearing Hubert's suggestion. Magoa's child is exceptionally perceptive. It is unlikely he will comply so easily. Hubert replied, "I can attempt it. Even if it fails, we stand to lose nothing." After a moment of consideration, Dunn nodded. Hubert sighed with relief. Although Dunn's demeanor was off, he had not lost his rationality. He returned to the reception hall of the security company, where Magoa's now appeared somewhat agitated. She scratched her head, pulling a large handful of hair and casually discarding it into the trash bin. Leonard's expression had grown stiff. He silently vowed never to engage in idle banter with ladies again. Hubert smiled. "A few days ago, we acquired a remarkable item, 2 golden antlers growing upon a bull's head." Magoa's initially displayed a distorted smile before stating, "My child says the horns of the dark-haired, golden-horn monstrosity are quite delectable." With Hubert's interjection, Leonard felt a sense of relief and, at Hubert's gestured cue, retreated to the rear of the reception hall. They had placed the 2 golden antlers in the basement. Yet, standing opposite Magoa's, Hubert felt an overwhelming mental pressure. He struggled against this oppressive force. "If your child wishes to eat, please follow me to the basement. I shall procure them for him." "Thank you, kind sir," Magoa smiled. "My child seems to lack energy today and requires some nourishment." As she spoke, she rose to follow Hubert towards the underground entrance of the Blackthorn Security Company. Hubert casually inquired, "He lacks energy today?" "Indeed, he is usually quite lively," Magoa replied. "However, this morning, he indicated that today is crucial. He will only occasionally utter a word to me." Hubert took a deep breath, wiping the sweat from his forehead. "What a well-behaved baby." "Indeed," Magoa replied gently. "For instance, just now, my child warned me that there is danger below. You intend to lead us underground to doom us." Hubert froze, feeling as though death itself was gazing upon him. "Is that truly the case, sir?" Magoa inquired, her tone unchanging. "How could that be?" Hubert laughed. "This child possesses a sense of humor akin to his father's." Megaloth resembled a melting wax figure, thick liquid beginning to trickle down her head, and her smile transformed into a grotesque expression. "I'm sorry, sir, but I cannot accompany you below. Thus, you shall perish." Although Hubert was prepared, he rolled forward instinctively. Yet he could not evade the sudden swipe of Megaloth's elongated claws, which left a deep gash along his back. Relying on the rugged fortitude of a barbarian, he tumbled down the stairs. When he glanced back, Megaloth had already vacated the entrance of the underground passage. Ignoring the pain from his wound, Hubert seized his cane and rushed forward, bounding up 3 or 4 steps at a time. Suddenly, he felt his barbarian potion dissipating significantly at this crucial moment. It dawned on him that Megaloth had not entered the Charney's gate. The malevolent deity had arrived prematurely in the reception hall, as scripted by the enigmatic 008. Engaging in this affair meant adhering to 008's narrative, and Hubert's previous actions had evidently disrupted this script, defying its rules. Consequently, his barbarian potion was consumed. However, this was not the moment for contemplation. Upon reaching the first floor, he heard Megaloth screaming, "I will not allow you to harm my children." Dunn had already appeared in the reception hall, cradling an urn of ashes, obstructing Megaloth's escape. Klein and Leonard had also concealed themselves in a nearby room, poised for an ambush. Undeterred by the shockwaves of Megaloth's cries, Hubert burst into the reception hall, thrusting his cane into the ground. "Order." As he beheld the order tree rapidly flourishing, he laughed heartily. "You are the feeble one. Your entire family is weak." The reception hall fell into an eerie silence. The canopy of the order favoring the powers of darkness, theft, and sunlight, suppressing the forces of filth and degeneration. Hubert's proclamation redirected Megaloth's attention towards him. Her visage had transformed into a skeletal horror, and she raised her hand to claw at him. However, at that moment, Hubert had grasped the teleporting statue, intending to displace Megaloth, only to discover that the statue's power could not shift her, merely slowing her down. It was no wonder the Watcher had defined it as a level 2 ceiling artifact. Its efficacy diminished against higher-tier foes. Since he could not move Megaloth, Hubert quickly retreated, as his earlier aim was to divert her focus, thus granting Dunn an opportunity. With that goal achieved, he naturally had to withdraw. Once the battle commenced, possessing the teleporting statue, he would assist Dunn and the others in their maneuvers. Seizing the moment, Dunn opened the urn of Saint Selena, revealing an abyss of profound darkness, within which glimmered scintillating flecks. The reception hall was suddenly engulfed in darkness. A multitude of cold, black tendrils surged towards Megaloth, enveloping her in an instant. With a raspy voice, she screeched, "You must die." In that fleeting moment, Hubert, as the bearer of the Order Tree, redirected her extraordinary assault towards a wall. However, even the Order Tree could not absorb all of Megaloth's onslaught. As her words fell, Hubert felt a tremendous impact upon both his corporeal and spiritual forms. Blood seeping from the corners of his eyes and mouth. This adversary was undoubtedly the highest-tier opponent he had encountered since his arrival in this realm. He wiped the blood from his eye, yet this was still preferable to the previous situation with just Dunn and the others. For at least Dunn had not been wounded from the outset. Taking advantage of the distraction, Klein and Leonard surged forth. Leonard extended his hand to intercept Megaloth's forthcoming vile utterance, while Klein hurled one of the Sinflar talismans. The towering Order Tree parted slightly to allow the sunlight through, and a radiant orb plummeted from the air, crashing down upon Megaloth. As the brilliant light flared, Hubert knew Megaloth remained unresolved. He declared, "One more shot." Before Klein could comprehend Hubert's intent, the four of them beheld a black infant dangling between Megaloth's legs. The infant appeared minuscule, weighing no more than 5 or 6 pounds, nursing from an umbilical cord and gurgling as it drank. At the sight of the child, all four displayed varying degrees of losing control. Among them, Dunn, in particularly poor condition, was the most severely affected. Hubert hastily adjusted the Order Tree, ensuring the canopy was more conducive to resisting madness and instability. In the fleeting seconds they grappled with their loss of control, Megaloth, her head scorched by the luminous orb, extended a withered hand to caress the infant's head, murmuring, my child, my child." Shortly thereafter, Megaloth collapsed to the ground, her flesh disintegrating into dust, leaving behind a pile of white bones. The infant, having absorbed all of his mother's nutrients, rapidly matured to the appearance of a 4 or 5-year-old, his skin an ashen hue, devoid of any semblance of blood flow. His visage was grotesque, and his gaze menacing, lacking the innocence and charm characteristic of a child. This was the progeny of the malevolent deity, not the deity itself. Had it been the latter, Hubert and his companions would already be dead. The offspring sought to annihilate all present, for it was these audacious individuals who had compelled its premature arrival, thus possessing only a minuscule fraction of the true Creator's power. To forge a more profound connection with the true Creator, it required a corresponding ritual, sacrificing numerous vibrant lives. Only then could the true Creator utilize it to descend upon the mortal realm. The moment of its arrival would render Tinjin City devoid of life, transforming it into a part of its divine dominion. Even with merely a scant portion of the true Creator's power, the offspring possessed strength equivalent to that of a level 4 seeker. Moreover, Its birth permeated the entire reception hall with filth and corruption. As the progeny of the malevolent deity, a complete mythological entity, its rank exceeded that of level 4 significantly. Thus Hubert and his companions exhibited signs of losing control merely at the sight of it. Hubert was the first to regain his composure. He averted his gaze from the malevolent offspring, sensing its malice even without looking. This was not at all in accordance with the depictions in the original text. Yet now was not the time for confusion. They must flee. Megalotha's words might buy them a moment. But if this were indeed the genuine offspring of a malevolent deity, they were far from being equals. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly noticed his shadow had come to life. Rising to seize the teleporting statue from his grasp, the shadows of the other three had similarly animated. Dun's shadow did not attempt to snatch the urn of Saint Selena, but instead twisted its own head, aligning it parallel to his shoulders, resulting in Dun's neck sustaining severe damage, causing him to slump against the wall. Leonard, while struggling against his own shadow's grasp, raised his hand, wielding the power of the blood vessel thief. Yield. This was a power he had just stolen. However, at that very moment, a shrill child's laughter interrupted his foul utterance, and all four felt as though they had been struck by a colossal hammer to their chests, each spitting blood. Dun, with unwavering will, continued to wield the ashes of Saint Selena. Yet this time the tendrils seemed uncontrollable, unwilling to approach the offspring of the malevolent deity. Simultaneously, Dun's shadow transformed its arm into a spear, piercing through his chest, blood immediately seeping across his corporeal form. Then, the offspring of the malevolent deity seemingly shifted its target. Die. Leonard was hurled against the wall, as if struck by an immense force. However, in that critical moment, Hubert transported him beside himself. Yet Leonard's complexion had turned pale, and he fainted. They were entirely outmatched. This could not continue. Hubert retreated to the corner, urgently imploring, "Grant me a few precious seconds." Dun caught the blood flowing from his chest with an urn, while the tentacles boldly ensnared the offspring of the malevolent deity. Seizing this opportunity, Klein shouted, "Light!" as he cast a second sunfire spell. The offspring of the malevolent deity suddenly declared, "Let the light shine upon the earth." The fiery orb in the sky seemed poised to descend, yet the luminous sphere flickered and detonated mid-air, indeed illuminating the ground below. The offspring effortlessly freed itself from the tentacle's grasp, extending a finger towards Klein, whose shadow abruptly loomed larger, delivering a powerful punch that sent him sprawling. Klein glanced down at his chest, now caved in, the unmistakable sign of several broken ribs. A dark figure swiftly approached Klein, and just as despair threatened to engulf him, a towering silhouette seated upon an iron throne materialized above the reception hall. Klein was momentarily taken aback. It was the Creator, yet he had not sought the Creator's gaze. Suddenly, enlightenment struck him as he turned to the corner where Hubert stood, hands crossed and head bowed, as if in prayer. This was merely a pose Hubert had assumed earlier. He was, in truth, already adrift in the realm of disorder. Klein, too, could harness the power of the Source Fortress against such elevated foes, possessing means far more diverse than Hubert's. However, he lacked the requisite esoteric knowledge to manipulate the fortress's power. Within the realm of disorder, Hubert discerned the appearance of the malevolent deity's offspring through his true vision. Its form was somewhat ethereal, as if it did not belong to this world. Upon the Creator's manifestation in the reception hall, the offspring regarded it without a trace of fear. This marked the first occasion where the Creator's oppressive presence failed to affect a being of the material realm. Hubert first projected a colossal force of order into the reception hall, instantly banishing the stench of decay and filth. He then hurled a force of chaos at the offspring, which deftly evaded, attempting to counter with its ability to utter vile words, albeit to no avail against Hubert. The offspring's agility surpassed that of a monkey, rendering Hubert's two attacks ineffective. It was rather embarrassing for Hubert, the Creator, to possess only these two viable powers, both limited in their range. Each attack demanded a second or two for Hubert to reconstitute his strength, thus slowing his assault. Contemplating briefly, Hubert devised a plan. Summoning the black eye encased in the stone box, behold this exquisite sight. He activated the black eye's power with his spiritual essence, directing it towards the offspring of the malevolent deity. This act effectively forged a path to the wilderness of knowledge, placing it before the offspring, which failed to evade, becoming transfixed as its deep black pupils reflected a colossal eye of flame. Hubert enveloped the offspring in the maximum chaos power he could summon. With a resounding pop, the offspring exploded like a burst tomato. Hubert scanned the surroundings with his true vision, finding no lingering souls, The offspring was utterly vanquished. This realization left him in awe. Indeed, rank supersedes all. Without the realm of disorder, defeating the offspring of a malevolent deity would have been impossible. Chapter 148. An Unexpected Foe. The Creator's silhouette vanished, and Klein faintly heard Hubert proclaim, "Praise the Creator." Klein exhaled in relief. The crisis had been resolved at last. Upon surveying his companions, he noted Hubert appeared to be in the best condition, bearing only minor injuries. Leonard seemed merely unconscious, while Captain Dunn's condition was far more dire. Blood continuing to seep from his chest, pooling beneath him. Dunsmith turned his head towards Klein, a gentle and relaxed smile gracing his pale face. Tingen's city is saved. Just as Klein attempted to rise, ready to employ ritual magic to heal the captain, a pale hand pierced through his chest. Even Hubert failed to notice the arrival of the one-eyed Insvangweil. Klein stared at the pale hand as consciousness slipped away. As he collapsed, he saw Hubert grasping a statue, moving both Captain Dunn and St. Selena's ashes to his feet. Insvangweil. Klein's vision faded to black, and he lost all sensation. Inspausit momentarily. Astonished that this sequence 8 recognized him. One troublesome spirit is dead, yet another remains. Although he had failed his ascension, he could still wield the abilities of a sequence 5 gatekeeper. Hubert felt a chilling dread wash over him. He immediately activated his spiritual sight and indeed saw a towering spirit alongside, a floating one beside. Hubert noted Dunn's eyes losing their luster and quickly made a choice. Tossing St. Selena's ashes to Inns, "Be gone." Without hesitation, Inns seized the ashes and departed. It was not fear of Hubert that drove him, but rather the imminent arrival of the church's reinforcements. He had no time to indulge in vengeance against Hubert. At the mention of Insvangweil, Inns trembled, as if recalling the most terrifying memories. He was already too late. Hubert's gaze followed the voice to the entrance, where a remarkably clean, deep-eyed elder stood. This was the reinforcement from the Beckland St. Samuel Church, Archbishop Anthony Stevenson. Had it not been for Dolly's insistence on meeting the Archbishop, Anthony might have only just received Tingen City's distress call. Realizing the elder was at least a saint, Hubert felt a wave of relief wash over him. He bowed slightly towards the Archbishop and hurried to prepare a ritual to save Captain Dunn. Inns remained, devoid of any thought of escape, fully aware that he could not evade Anthony's grasp. At that moment, the feathered quill at Inns's waist suddenly leaped out, hastily inscribing upon the floor. As Insvangweil's legs quaked in fear, a passing frenzied mage was drawn to the grand tree in the reception hall. 008 was even more reluctant to be captured by the followers of the Night Church than Inns. Its desire to flee surpassed Inns's, and crucially, it was unfazed by the aura of fear emanating from Anthony. Thus, it wrote swiftly, completing the sentence before Anthony could react. A wave of drowsiness and terror radiated from Anthony as he prepared to seal 008 with his abilities. However, at that moment, an immense pressure from outside compelled him to pause. A segment of the wall in the reception hall had collapsed, and through the breach emerged a weathered gentleman, his hair and beard flecked with gray, appearing as though he had been toiling outdoors. He was fully aware of Anthony's presence, standing at the opening, seemingly observing and waiting for the opportune moment. Hubert, engaged in setting up the ritual, trembled uncontrollably, a deep-seated quiver emanating from his very soul. The tale penned by 008 had once again proven prophetic. This gray-haired elder was a sequence 3 frenzied mage of the lawyer pathway. Though the suppression from the Black Emperor's pathway lacked the lethal potency of the death pathway, a saint could easily crush lower sequences, while angels could effortlessly overpower mid-sequences. The mere presence of this saint from the lawyer pathway rendered Hubert incapable of action. Within the reception hall, the terrifying and frenzied auras clashed and intertwined, as the confrontation between the two saints imposed tremendous pressure upon Hubert's psyche. Trembling, he caught a glimpse of the frenzied mage's peripheral vision, glancing towards the tree of order. He struggled against the tremors coursing through his body, uttering, if you have come for this tree, then, please, take it away. The confrontation continues, however. The fearful Bishop Anthony stands with his arms crossed, clearly indicating, take it if you wish. For him, the most crucial matter at hand is to seal 008 and apprehend Insvangweil. As for the tree, he senses that, despite its considerable status, its power is rapidly dissipating, likely a miraculous object that can only be utilized once or a few times. Hubert's words provide an escape for the two sequence 3 individuals, both unwilling to engage in combat. The frenzied mage, while remaining vigilant of Anthony, approaches the tree. The moment his hand makes contact, the tree immediately shrinks into an ordinary piece of ebony. He can feel the abundant order power within the ebony and the high rank of that power. Grateful for acquiring the ebony, the frenzied mage bows slightly to Anthony before turning to leave. With a single step, he is out on the street. 2 steps take him to the thoroughfare, and by 3 steps, he has vanished from sight. Anthony casts a deep glance at Hubert before pursuing the already fleeing Inns amidst the chaos. Hubert's spiritual and stellar forms have endured repeated strain and tugging today, leaving him utterly fatigued. His wound continues to bleed, soaking his garments in crimson, leaving a trail of bloody footprints wherever he goes. Yet, this is not a time for rest. He steels himself to continue preparing for the ritual. Suddenly, he seems to sense something amiss and hastily looks at Dunn, whose pupils have already dilated. Dunn wears a gentle smile, his face turned towards the reception hall's exterior, seemingly surveying the sunlit city of Tingen. Hubert can no longer contain himself. Inns, feather quill, frenzied mage. Damn you all. Just as he is about to slam his fist on the floor, a dire realization strikes him. After all, the Black Emperor can even find loopholes in death. Hubert's eyes widen. He has a plan. He continues to set up the altar, merely altering the central symbol to represent the Creator. As he prepares to sacrifice himself, he notices the nearby umbilical cord of the offspring of the malevolent god. He reaches out, enduring the whispers and corruption it brings, placing it before the altar, casting one last glance at the gently smiling Dunn. Hubert intones, O Creator of earthly order. Chapter 149, confronted by Delhi's inquiry. Hubert enters the realm of disorder and, with the power of order, carefully envelopes Dunn Smith's spiritual form. He then accelerates the extraction of extraordinary traits using the rank of the realm of disorder. Ultimately, he intertwines the extraordinary trait, which has a high compatibility with Dunn's spiritual form, allowing it to serve as sustenance for the prolonged existence of Dunn's spirit. Upon completing this, under the embrace of order's power and nourished by the extraordinary trait, Dunn's spiritual form ceases to unravel, to prevent Dunn's spirit from transforming into a malevolent entity. Hubert retrieves his spirit along with the extraordinary trait and the offspring of the malevolent god's umbilical cord into the realm of disorder. Behind the Iron Throne, Hubert materializes a stone coffin, placing Dunn's spirit within. At this moment, Dunn's eyes are vacant, his consciousness still in a state of chaos. Hubert could awaken him using the spirit-linking necklace, but it seems pointless at this juncture. Hubert addresses Dunn. I have heard that ancient alchemists possess the means to forge a normal body. For now, lie here and await the creation of your form before you venture out. With a wave of his hand, he seals the coffin, further enveloping it in a layer of order to prevent Dunn from becoming a malevolent spirit. Hubert then manifests a small stone box, placing the umbilical cord of the offspring of the malevolent god inside, setting it beside the box containing the black-eyed stone. Hubert senses the depletion of his spiritual energy and hastily returns to the realm of reality. He first plucks a few strands of Dunn's hair, then retrieves a glass vial from his pocket containing mystic herbs, pouring the contents out to mix with half a vial of Dunn's now viscous blood. He alters the symbol on the altar, changing it to represent the goddess of night. Just as he finishes, weariness washes over him, and his vision dims, a warning of impending unconsciousness. Suddenly, it strikes him. The elderly man within Leonard has been forgotten. He calls towards Leonard. The great Creator says, should you expose the existence of the Creator, he shall surely send you a pair of monocles. As he speaks, Hubert attempts to lean against the wall, but his strength falters, causing him to collapse to the ground, losing consciousness. Half a minute later, a pale-faced Leonard awakens, staring at the now desolate reception hall in a daze for a second or two. Then he sees the gently smiling Dunn and the incredulous Klein. Leonard scrambles to check for signs of life in Dunn and Klein, forcing a word from his throat. He incessantly verifies, moving back and forth between the two, yet ultimately, he must accept the unchangeable reality. Leonard's legs give way, and he kneels, his emerald eyes filled with anguish, tears streaming down his face, cleansing the blood and grime. Suddenly, he seems to grasp a glimmer of hope. Old man, you must have a way, right? You can bring them back, can't you? I am not a god of death. I possess no power of resurrection. A voice, audible only to Leonard, replies, don't bother. Hubert has tried every possible method. It continues. Klein is dead. Leonard's shoulders slump, his last hope extinguished. At that moment, sounds of hurried footsteps ascend the stairs outside. It is the Punishers and members of the Mechanical Heart arriving for assistance. When Hubert awakens, he finds himself lying on a cold stone slab. The fiery pain in his back has subsided, and his spirit and strength have regained a measure of restoration. Old Neil just performed a healing ritual for you, Leonard. sitting in a nearby chair with a still pale complexion, remarks. The consecutive deaths of 2 teammates have aged him significantly. Hubert breathes a sigh of relief. This means no one has perished in this incident. Old Neil is alive, Klein will be revived, and Hubert is confident he can also bring Dunn back. The goal Hubert had set for himself is, albeit barely, achieved. Then, Hubert notices that the barbarian's potion has digested significantly, completely derailing the script that 008 had written. The true creator did not wait, but chose to manifest a progeny with a fraction of his power, and Dunn has not meaningfully perished. The true creator's payment to In's Zangweir has been reclaimed by Hubert. Ultimately, 008 was compelled to summon a frenzied mage, merely to provide In's with an escape. By consistently challenging the script penned by 008 and reshaping 008's perception of Hubert, the barbarian's potion has been effectively digested. Hubert inquires, have we captured In's? Leonard shakes his head expressionlessly. 008 created too many obstacles for the Archbishop. Ultimately, In's escaped due to sheer luck. Hubert nods, accepting the outcome. If In's had been captured, neither Klein's nor Leonard's desires for revenge or self-improvement would be as fervent. He then asks, has Lady Deli arrived? She should be here by now. Hubert laments. How do I explain this to her? Leonard, momentarily perplexed, has yet to grasp the meaning when the stone door of the dim room swings open. It is Deli, her eyes filled with anguish, and upon seeing Hubert, a flicker of anger ignites. Hubert, did you not claim you could save Dunn? She strode towards Hobert, seizing him by the collar. I heeded your advice and promptly relayed the telegram to the Archbishop. Why? Why did he have to die? Of course. It was unwise to suggest that Dunn still held a glimmer of hope for resurrection. Otherwise, the Night Church would undoubtedly conduct a thorough investigation, leading to immense trouble. Hobert managed a faint smile. I apologize, madam, for I was unable to save him. Lady Leonard seemed to grasp the situation. Hobert had done all he could, yet he had collapsed beside the captain. As he spoke, he too struggled to contain his emotions. Daisy's grip on Hobert's collar trembled violently, and at last, she leaned against his shoulder, weeping silently, her tears flowing like a river of sorrow. Hobert gently patted her back. He protected the city of Tingen. Daisy wiped her tears, noticing the still damp bloodstains on Hobert's clothing. I am sorry. I should not blame you. But, her heart was bleeding, and she could no longer restrain her emotions. Chapter 150, Return to Bakeland. Daisy gradually regained her composure, and Hobert could sense that her sorrow was transforming into a deep-seated hatred. She sat in a chair, lost in thought. Before turning to Hobert with an impassive expression, Captain Thomas wishes to see you alone shortly. Be forthright and inform him that the source of the information is Zachary. Hobert nodded, understood. Daisy slowly rose and departed, her silhouette appearing forlorn and weary. As Daisy left, Leonard turned his gaze toward Hobert. Hobert said, I apologize. This matter is bound by confidentiality, and I cannot elaborate. It was not merely that he could not explain, but rather that it was impossible to clarify, especially regarding the sources of information concerning 008 and In's Zangweir and Tingen. Hobert could only fabricate a narrative, yet in this extraordinary world, lies were easily unveiled. Speaking too much would only lead to more complications, so silence was preferable. Leonard realized that Hobert might possess prior knowledge, but given the confidentiality agreement, he refrained from pressing further. Hobert shifted the conversation. What are your plans for the future? I intend to participate in the Red Glove assessments. No matter where In Zangweir may flee, I shall find him. A glint of hatred flickered in Leonard's eyes. Hobert nodded. If there is any news, we shall correspond. Leonard acknowledged with a grunt. At that moment, Borgia, the night watchman with a scarred face, appeared at the stone chamber's entrance. Hobert, Captain Thomas requests your presence. Hobert descended from the stone platform and followed Borgia downstairs. As they walked, Borgia suddenly remarked, we have likely reconstructed the events of the battle. You all performed admirably. Hobert merely replied, it was our duty. The reception hall was indeed severely damaged, yet the other rooms remained mostly intact. In the lounge, Hobert encountered Thomas, who stood by the window. Borgia announced, Captain. Thomas turned. I wish to speak with Hobert privately. Borgia exited, closing the door behind him. Are you feeling better? Thomas inquired. Hobert responded, much improved, though full recovery may still take a few days. Thomas nodded. I heard from Daisy that you seemingly received advance warning of the arrival of the malevolent deity? In a manner of speaking, Hobert replied, having anticipated this query thanks to Daisy's earlier hints. However, at that time, Zachary had already been tainted, and I witnessed the true creator through him. Upon encountering such a circumstance, I had no choice but to terminate the seance. Each word Hobert spoke was the truth, but under his guidance. It morphed into, during the seance, he had gleaned fragmented and limited intelligence regarding Tingen, which went unnoticed due to the emergence of the true creator. Thomas did not pursue the matter further, but continued. According to Leonard, the malevolent deity ultimately chose to bequeath his offspring, correct? Indeed. How did you manage to slay the offspring of the malevolent deity? Hobert, well prepared, responded. Captain Dunn ensnared the offspring using the ashes of St. Selena, while Klein employed a high-level incantation. This, too, was the truth, albeit they had only dealt with megalos, not the offspring of the malevolent deity. Thomas furrowed his brow. Where did Klein acquire such a high-level incantation? I cannot say, Hobert replied. Thomas nodded. Very well. Return and rest well. Oh, and by the way, His Excellency, Lord Anthony, specifically instructed me that from today onward, you are a formal member of the Bakeland Night Watch team. Moreover, your movements remain entirely unrestricted. You will only be summoned if the team requires your particular skills. The relevant documentation will be provided upon your return to Bakeland. He smiled. The Archbishop remarked that your composure under the pressure of 2 Sequence 3 entities left a profound impression on him. Hobert then understood why Thomas's inquiries had been so succinct. It was evident that the Archbishop had already endorsed him, making Thomas's questions merely a formality. Please convey my gratitude to His Excellency, the Archbishop, for his support, Hobert replied graciously. Leaving the Blackthorn Security Company, the afternoon sun was setting, and as he recalled the fierce battle of midday, Hobert felt as though he had been transported to another realm. Wandering aimlessly through the streets, he contemplated the frenzied mage who had taken the Tree of Order. Theoretically, the Tree of Order could still be utilized for another 2 or 3 minutes. He wondered what the adversary intended to do with it. Would this lead them to the Land of Disorder? This posed a significant risk. As for 008 and In Zangweir, he held little concern, knowing well their fates. However, the frenzied mage was an unforeseen participant, and if left unchecked, could become a potential threat. He needed to devise a careful plan to ascertain whether this individual was friend or foe. Lost in thought, Hobert spotted the coachman sent to retrieve him, who appeared astonished and asked, Sir, what happened to you? Only then did Hobert realize that passers-by were staring. After all, he was covered in blood. It's nothing. It's all in the past. His mind had been greatly taxed that day, leaving him in a state of disorientation. Once aboard the carriage, Hobert returned to his suburban villa, took a bath, changed his clothes, and was soon overtaken by fatigue, falling asleep in his overcoat. When he awoke the following morning, after breakfast, he instructed the butler to convey his gratitude to Ulysses and to inform him that he planned to return to Bakeland the next morning. Hobert spent the entire day resting and did not return to the Blackthorn Security Company, opting instead to inform Leonard via letter of his departure from Tingen City the next day. On Monday morning, as Hobert packed his belongings and reached the door, he was surprised to find Ulysses's carriage waiting outside. Hobert smiled sheepishly. Mr. Ulysses, you need not see me off. No, Ulysses replied. I have something for you to deliver to Captain Christine. Hobert paused, speculating on whether Christine's letter contained a request for Ulysses's assistance. Once aboard the carriage, Ulysses handed Hobert a box the length of his forearm, insisting that it be delivered personally to Christine. Ulysses escorted Hobert to the station, and after parting ways, Hobert purchased a ticket for the 9:20 train. In the afternoon, Hobert beheld the city shrouded in a thin mist and felt an unexpected sense of kinship with Bakeland. Until he alighted from the train, he realized he had neglected to purchase gifts for Donna and the others. Chapter 151, The Tumultuous Necro Street. Exiting the specialty store in Tingen City, Hobert mused. I previously mocked Christine for the absurd gifts he'd purchased, yet here I am, even worse off, having completely forgotten to buy any gifts. As Hubert contemplated, a troubling concern surfaced. Could it be that Christine also forgot to purchase gifts each time she returned, just as he had done, opting instead to patronize the specialty shop? The more he pondered this while seated in the carriage, the more plausible the notion became. Upon arriving back at Blanca Street, he found Forth reclining in an armchair, indulging in a magazine with an air of contentment. As Hubert entered, Forth lazily rose, greeting him with, You're back. Where's H2? She has gone out to fulfill the task you assigned her, Hubert replied, setting down his luggage. Is there anything to eat at home? I haven't had lunch yet. Neither have I, Forth remarked. Hubert was taken aback. You mean you have been lounging in that chair since morning? Not at all. Forth chuckled sheepishly. I was contemplating my new book. Hubert smirked a lie. Under Hubert's inscrutable gaze, Forth finally overcame her lethargy and ventured to the nearby Dixie-style restaurant to order 2 lunches. After satisfying their hunger, Hubert presented the gifts intended for Forth and H2, then added, I shall return home tonight and come back tomorrow morning. With that, he departed, carrying his briefcase and an assortment of presents. Forth sighed, glancing at the dinner plates on the table. Do we need to wash the dishes? How tedious. I detest washing dishes. Hubert made his way to the law office, where he first reported to Attorney Barton regarding Mr. Dominic's case. This case is entirely your merit. Barton stated. Let me take a look. The total fee is £150. We won't be distributing your payment according to the firm's commission distribution policy. The office only charges a £50 intermediary fee and material costs, leaving the remaining £100 entirely yours. However, we will not reimburse your travel expenses this time. Hubert joked. Had I known, I would have purchased you something more extravagant. Barton chuckled and shook his head. We won't assign you any new cases for now. Focus on the trial you currently have. Don't feel pressured. Hubert nodded, as he was presently only handling Mr. Bob's case. After leaving Barton's office, Hubert distributed gifts to a few colleagues with whom he had a good rapport before settling into his own workspace to calculate the expenses of his recent trip. The costs were indeed minimal. A suit, shirt, trench coat, and trousers had sustained damage during a scuffle, totaling less than £2, mainly due to the expensive shirt which he had brought from home and thus had not cost him anything. Then, there were the round-trip fares and the money spent on gifts, which amounted to approximately £6. However, his income stood at £130, £100 from the commission and £30 in tips. Additionally, he could utilize the tax exemption provided by the night watchman as credentials, making the entirety of this £130 his own. This was the visible income. During his visit to Tingen, he had also acquired the horn of the abyssal goldhorn demon, its black eyes, and the umbilical cord of the deity's offspring. These three items appeared quite significant, yet for the time being, they could only be utilized in the realm of disorder, thereby diversifying Hubert's methods while there and enhancing his semblance of an eldritch god. As Mr. Crine remained in his coffin, this week's tarot meeting was cancelled. The fool had forewarned of this on Thursday. One could only wonder if Crine had sensed something amiss at that time. After spending the day at the office until closing time, Hubert took a cab home. His family welcomed his return with great joy, and Melissa instructed the cook to prepare additional dishes. While awaiting the start of dinner, Hubert presented the box that Ulysses had given him to Christine. She smiled and nodded. It seems he hasn't forgotten his old superior. After placing the box in the study, she returned to join the meal. At the dining table, Hubert regaled his family with tales from his business trip, sharing how the case he was handling had culminated in a kidnapping incident, which they found far more extraordinary than the stories in the newspapers. After dinner, he distributed gifts, and the family enjoyed a delightful evening together. On Tuesday morning, revitalized in spirit, mind, and body, Hubert boarded the family carriage to head to work. After a brief 10 minutes of sitting, he set out to visit clients, specifically heading to the rental property on Blanca Street, with Forth and H.U. present. The rental house had a semblance of liveliness. Upon entering, Hubert found H.U. brewing tea, while Forth lounged once more in the armchair. How she adored that chair. Hubert mused whether she had indeed spent the night in it. Thank you for the gift. I really like it, H.U. said with a smile. I'm glad you enjoy it, Hubert replied. Forth reluctantly rose, and the three gathered around the dining table. H.U. announced, I've tracked down the addresses of the Nicolo shipyard and the Tuma Hotel. She produced a note with the addresses, both located on Nicolo Street, the shipyard at number 1668 and the hotel at the opposite end at number 35. Upon receiving the note, Hubert recalled a familiar address. Rummaging through his briefcase, he ultimately found the address Harvey Hayden had given him, the company run by Dix. The former captain of Rex's guard was located at 1899 Nicolo Street. Nicolo Street was bustling indeed. Forth sipped her tea and remarked, I can't believe Xilingus died so quickly. Thankfully, we haven't rented a new house yet. Otherwise, we would have wasted money on rent. H.U., feeling somewhat embarrassed, added, Hubert, we've encountered a problem with our rental property. We won't be able to move out until the day after tomorrow. Hubert smiled. Staying a few more days is no issue. After all, there are 3 bedrooms. In Bakerland, mixed-gender rentals were quite common. H.U. immediately replied, we'll pay you rent, and we promise not to bring back any dangers. As for the rent, Hubert dismissed it, saying, you can manage my meals while you stay here. Forth eagerly raised her hand. I'll take charge. Hubert's hopes for his meals in the upcoming days dwindled at that moment. Forth then inquired, Hubert, how much is the rent for such a row house? Typically, it's rented annually, Hubert replied, concealing H.U.'s findings. £20 to £25 for 6 months. H.U. winced. How expensive? Forth shook her head, realizing that this rent was beyond their current means. Subsequently, H.U. began discussing a commission for locating cultists. She had already utilized her connections to pinpoint the hiding places of 2 cultists, who were not concealed in the East End, but rather in a factory in the Docklands. H.U. sought Hubert and Forth's assistance in capturing these 2 cultists. Chapter 152, bribing the deity. H2 had thoroughly investigated, confirming that the two cultists had no other allies. Their entry into the factory was facilitated by the workshop supervisor, who had once been a follower of the cult. These two, classified as rank 9, lacked any extraordinary means for emergency escape, so as long as they devised a solid plan, capturing them would not be overly difficult. Given H2's extensive preliminary research, which had incurred some information costs, she would lead the operation, splitting the commission evenly with Hobert and Forth. Should it be necessary to eliminate the cultists during the capture, their extraordinary traits would likewise be divided in the same manner. Hobert had no objections, and considering that police credentials might prove useful in this affair, the three of them parted ways, H2 and Forth to scout and formulate a capture plan, while Hobert took a cab to the thorny black security company in the North District to exchange for credentials. Thomas had just returned from Tingen, and before he had even settled in, Hobert arrived seeking him. Thomas instructed Borgia to prepare the credentials for Hobert, indicating that Hobert should wait in his office for a moment before he too would step out. After approximately 10 minutes, Thomas returned with a wooden box, presenting it to Hobert with a solemn expression. "Last week, I received a telegram informing me that you, alongside the Night Watch team from Tingen, vanquished and eliminated Mr. Z of the Aurora Society. At that time, we intended to reward you with 3/5 of the extraordinary qualities of the briberer. However, following the incident involving the birth of the abomination, and in recognition of your exemplary performance during that event, we shall bestow upon you a more substantial reward." Thomas continued, "Among these rewards are the final 1/5 of the briber's extraordinary qualities, in addition to the 1/5 you previously received. Therefore, you may now claim this extraordinary trait. The second reward is the status of a formal member, and the third reward allows you to make a request, which we will consider fulfilling either fully or partially." Hobert opened the wooden box to reveal a crystal sphere radiating a captivating aura. Indeed, it was the extraordinary trait of the briberer. After a moment's contemplation, he declared, "I would like the third reward to be that extraordinary trait of the judge. During the prior skirmish against the Tamara family members, Dolly had taken possession of an extraordinary trait of the judge." Thomas appeared taken aback. "What do you require the judge's extraordinary trait for?" "I have a friend in need." Hobert replied, "I am currently short on funds and could sell it to her. Most importantly, he could, in the near future, divide the judge's extraordinary trait into 4 parts, thereby transforming a modest sum into a significant fortune." Thomas nodded. "Very well, but keep in mind that this is a sequence 6 extraordinary trait, and its value is not something I need to elaborate upon. You will only be entitled to 3/5 of the judge's extraordinary trait based on your remaining merits." Hobert had no objections to this. At that moment, Borges brought Hobert's credentials, revealing a police inspector's badge. Furthermore, Hobert would receive a weekly salary of £6. According to his sequence, he was already considered a senior member, eligible for a salary ranging from £10 to £12. However, due to his freedom of movement, he could only receive the salary of an ordinary member. Regardless, the remuneration from the Night Watch was an unexpected delight. Hobert was grateful for any amount granted. Departing from the Blackthorn Security Company with the wooden box in hand, Hobert now possessed 2 extraordinary traits of the briber and felt confident in selling one. Apton would make an excellent potential buyer. He wondered if Apton was still vacationing at the Dixie Bay. Hobert first returned to Blanca Street. Rue and Furs had yet to return. He retreated to his room, placing the briber's extraordinary trait into the realm of disorder. Subsequently, he shattered the extraordinary trait of the sheriff, anticipating that within a day or two, it would coalesce into an extraordinary trait of the sheriff, as well as the materials of an arbitrator. Gazing at the vibrant array of extraordinary traits upon the stone platform, Hobert was consumed by a singular thought: to liquidate. He needed to amass funds promptly to prepare for the acquisition of magical items with travel capabilities, lest he find himself without sufficient funds when encountering such wondrous objects. Lost in thought, the star representing Elliot illuminated, prompting Hobert to extend his consciousness. Elliot, with hands clasped and head bowed, addressed him. "O Creator of the Order of the World." After invoking the sacred name, he continued, "The esteemed Creator, today Elder Calvin approached me, expressing a desire for me to join the family's Council of Elders as the 10th Elder. Should I accept?" This was evidently the Balky family seeking to engage with the creator behind Elliot, facilitating his entry into the council and effectively opening the family's decision-making meetings to the creator. After a moment of reflection, Hobert concluded that Elliot's inclusion in the council at this juncture was ill-advised, primarily due to Elliot's low sequence, which would render him unable to command respect. It would likely necessitate revealing his role as the creator spokesperson to quell dissent among other family members. No matter the method employed, Elliot would find himself isolated, which would not bode well for Hobert's plans to traverse the southern continent to confront the corrupt Baroness Potions. As the spokesperson of the Creator, he ought to be embraced, not marginalized. With this realization, Hobert made his decision, proclaiming in a voice imbued with authority, "Do not join for the time being." In the southern continent, there exists no small town. Relieved by the Creator's response, Elliot exhaled deeply. He was, in truth, not eager to join the council at this moment. Yet he understood that the matter was beyond his control. Fortunately, the Creator's wisdom did not compel him to join. Elliot took a deep breath, exited to the living room, where Calvin awaited news. Observing Elliot's brief absence, Calvin was taken aback, surprised that such a mysterious entity had provided Elliot with an answer so swiftly. This piqued his curiosity regarding the remarkable circumstances that had earned Elliot that trust. Little did he realize that the prompt response was merely due to Elliot's presence in his professional capacity. Elliot stated, "Upon careful consideration, I have decided not to join the council for the time being." This revelation astonished Calvin once more. Had Elliot joined the council now, he would merely become a conduit for others' voices. The mysterious entity's refusal to permit his joining clearly indicated an intention to nurture him with care. "I respect your choice," Calvin articulated, though internally he mused that his attitude toward Elliot would need to shift. Elliot then inquired, "Uncle Calvin, I have recently been attempting to embody the briber. Yet why is my briber potion taking so long to digest?" Calvin smiled. "That is because the individuals you are bribing are all relatives within the family. In truth, they would be inclined to assist even without bribes, which is why the process is comparatively sluggish. Is there a remedy for this?" "Indeed, according to the family's tomes, there exists a method currently available only to you." "What method is that?" "Bribing the divine." Chapter 153. Rue's plan for the capture operation. Back in the material world, Hobert awaited the return of Rue and Furs until 2 in the afternoon. This time, they had thoroughly scouted the location of their operation, and Rue presented a rough sketch while outlining her capture plan. 2 cultists resided in a dormitory within a factory. Rue would launch her assault from the front entrance while Hobert and Furs lay in ambush by the window. Should Rue's surprise attack prove ineffective, Hobert and Furs would shatter the window and join the fray. Given their advantageous position against a weaker foe, intricate tactics were unnecessary. Hobert would confront one cultist alone, while Rue and Furs dealt with another, striving to conclude the skirmish swiftly. Rue, typically appearing somewhat impulsive, demonstrated a commendable seriousness in her planning. Her strategy was practical, and her precautions were sufficient to address most unforeseen circumstances. If only she were a bit taller. Her delivery of the plan lacked a certain gravitas. Finally, Hobert added, "If, during our retreat, we encounter resistance from the workers, I can utilize my inspector's credentials to extricate ourselves." Seeing Hobert's credentials, Rue marveled. "Where did you forge this? It appears incredibly authentic." Hobert refrained from disclosing the truth, smiling as he replied, "I borrowed it from a friend." This made Rue envious. Possessing such credentials would undoubtedly simplify many matters. As evening descended, the 3 shared dinner and made final preparations. At this moment, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. "Who is it?" Hobert called out from the dining room. No response came. "I'll answer it." Furs, eager to evade dishwashing duties, sprang up to open the door. However, there was no one outside. "How peculiar," Furs murmured. Just as she was about to close the door, she noticed a small cardboard box on the doorstep. "Wait," Furs exclaimed, reaching to pick it up, only to be halted by Hobert, who approached with his cane, prodding the box open. To their shock, inside lay a dove, lifeless from a dagger-esque stab. Fourth furrowed her brow, questioning, "Whose prank is this?" She was not frightened by such trivialities. Hubert chuckled and shook his head, remarking, "How childish these people are." Fourth noticed a letter nestled within a box. Without even glancing at it, Hubert simply covered the box and tossed it into a nearby trash bin. After shutting the door once more, Fourth seemed to comprehend the situation. "Is it due to Bob's case?" Hubert nodded in affirmation. "It appears they are aware of my return. I suggest you both move out tomorrow. Their methods will only grow increasingly despicable from here on." "We cannot leave at this moment," Hux exclaimed. "With the 3 of us here, we can take turns resting at night." Fourth concurred. "Indeed, had we remained unaware, it would be one thing, but now that we know, we cannot simply walk away." Hubert smiled. "After you depart, I shall retreat to my home for a couple of days. Let us see who dares send such things to the residence of a brigadier." Hux and Fourth exchanged glances, as if to say, "That seems plausible." "Let us proceed with tonight's operation," Hubert stated. "We shall discuss the remaining matters tomorrow." Around 9 o'clock in the evening, the 3 of them boarded a carriage that frequently collaborated with Hux. By 10, they arrived beside the wall of a textile factory. Hux reiterated the day's plan from within the carriage. They commenced their operation, with Hubert and Hux scaling the wall while Forth entered through the door. The workshop had already extinguished its lights, for this was an era illuminated by gas lamps and powered by steam, rendering around-the-clock operation unfeasible. Under Hux's guidance, they arrived at the dormitory where the cultists resided, which housed 2 dogs. However, Hux had prepared, tossing them a few meat-laden bones. The dogs were preoccupied with gnawing on the bones, providing no attention to Hubert and the others. Hubert and Forth concealed themselves outside the window, while Hux nimbly climbed through the second-floor window into the dormitory, arriving at the door of the room occupied by the cultists on the first floor. Listening intently, Hux detected no sounds from within. She forcefully kicked the door open, only to realize something was amiss. There were 3 individuals seated on the edge of the bed, seemingly engaged in hushed conversation in the darkness moments prior. Upon her entrance, all 3 turned to face her. Hux scratched her head, apologizing. "My apologies, I seem to have entered the wrong room." Saying this, she politely began to close the door. The 3 within paused, taken aback for a second or two, before one shouted, "Seize her!" They rushed toward the door, but it suddenly swung back toward them. Hux had not left. Upon hearing their approach, she kicked the door again with force, sending it crashing down upon the pursuing trio. Simultaneously, the window transformed into a blur as Forth leapt through. Moments later, Hubert, brandishing his cane, vaulted through the window. A fierce struggle ensued, 3 against 3, within the confines of a not-so-spacious room. Due to the chaos, Hubert hesitated to draw his pistol, fearing he might inadvertently harm Hux or Forth. His opponent, a skilled fighter, was unarmed, while Hubert wielded his cane. Despite the advantage, they were evenly matched, and as the fight progressed, his adversary seemed to grow stronger. Yet, as a barbarian, Hubert possessed greater strength. He swiftly altered his strategy, utilizing his physical advantage to charge recklessly. With no weapon, his opponent could only brace against Hubert's onslaught. The impact sent them crashing against the wall, stirring up dust, and nearly causing Hubert to spit blood. Hubert charged again, prompting his opponent to evade, but unexpectedly. Hubert wielded his cane like a sword, taking advantage of his strength to pierce through his foe and pin him against the wall. Amidst the cries of anguish, Hubert drew his pistol with his other hand. Bang! The shot rang out, striking his opponent's head at close range. The gunshot echoed sharply in the night. The previous scuffle had roused many, yet upon hearing the gunfire, those who had intended to investigate quickly retreated, securing their doors. Meanwhile, Hux's battle was nearing its conclusion. Forth's adversary was the weakest, and despite Forth's lack of combat prowess, she held her ground. Hubert rushed to assist Forth, toppling her enemy with a swift kick, followed by another shot to eliminate the threat. Hux had already slit her opponent's throat with a dagger. Within mere minutes, they had concluded the skirmish. This success was largely attributed to their surprise assault. Forth exhaled in relief, striking a match to light a lamp and scrutinizing the appearance of the 3 assailants. Hubert's opponent was the same prisoner. Although he lacked combat skills among his extraordinary abilities, prisoners often learned various murderous techniques, including fighting. Hux's adversary was a farmer, while Forth's opponent was not one of the bountied individuals. He was clad in an expensive formal suit and did not seem to be the overseer of the 2 cultists. Hubert searched the individual but found no identification or documents. Uncertain of their identities left Hubert feeling uneasy, so he instructed Hux and Forth to conceal the other 2 bodies while he prepared to commune with the unknown stranger. Chapter 154, An Unexpected Discovery. The recent battle had not drained Hubert's energy significantly. He could calmly utilize the spirit-summoning necklace. The room grew cold as Hubert's eyes turned pitch black, revealing the dissipating essence of the stranger. The surroundings swiftly morphed into a sea of gray mist. Hubert grasped the essence and began to murmur inwardly, "Your name and identity. Your name and identity." After repeating this 7 times, an image emerged from a mist, a hand holding an identification document. The deceased was named Wayne, and he was, astonishingly, an employee of the Phenopod Embassy. "You cannot carry this document on your person. It will remain with me until you return to your homeland," a voice intoned. "You will masquerade as a merchant, assisting the ambassador's endeavors." As the scene faded, returning to gray mist, Hubert pondered. Why was a Phenopod spy present here? He then queried, "What was your purpose for coming here tonight? What was your purpose for coming here tonight?" The mist transformed once more, revealing an office where a middle-aged man with a distinctive Phenopod-style mustache, his hair thinning, angrily declared, "The matter concerning Count Vincent is already vexing enough. Those 2 fools are causing trouble at this time. Have them smuggled out from the docks tomorrow, sending them to the southern continent, never to return." As the scene vanished, reverting to mist, Hubert contemplated. Count Vincent? Could the theft incident at Count Vincent's residence be connected to the Phenipot embassy? As for the two cultists, Hubert had his suspicions. To confirm his hypotheses, he inquired, who was that middle-aged man who appeared earlier? Who was that middle-aged man who appeared earlier? The mist shifted once again, revealing a magnificent hall where the middle-aged man appeared significantly younger than before. A gentleman in his 30s pointed at the man as he introduced him to Wayne, stating, "This is Mr. Tim, the ambassador to the Kingdom of Ruin." The scene reverted to the mist, and Hubert observed the stranger's essence thinning due to the communion. Alleviating his concerns, exiting the communion, he found that Hux and Forth had successfully concealed the bodies. The two ladies, one a longtime dweller of the East District who frequently encountered the deceased, and the other a former surgeon, felt no fear of corpses. Hubert nodded at them, and together with Hux, they lifted the bodies while Forth led the way. Despite Hux's shorter stature, her strength was formidable, allowing her to navigate swiftly even while carrying a body. The gunfire from earlier had certainly drawn the attention of the security personnel. However, they hesitated to investigate immediately. It wasn't until the head of security arrived, brandishing a double-barreled shotgun, that they collectively approached the scene. Yet, all that lay on the ground was a corpse with a shattered skull, for at that moment, Hubert and his companions had already scaled the courtyard wall. It was only after they boarded the carriage that smiles gradually returned to the faces of Hugh and Forth. Hugh remarked, "This operation went far more smoothly than anticipated." Forth exhaled a sigh of relief, saying, "Ever since I encountered Hubert, I've been drawn into this world of violence alongside you. But I must admit, it feels rather exhilarating, earning a bounty while eliminating cultists." At that moment, they noticed Hubert's expression had turned rather grave. Forth, sensing something amiss, inquired, "Did your divination reveal any irregularities?" Hubert leaned forward, drawing closer to Hugh and Forth, and whispered, "That stranger is an operative from the Phenibot embassy. One might even label him a spy." Initially, Hugh and Forth were taken aback. It was a common reaction. Who would ever associate cultists with an embassy? However, after a few moments, Forth grasped the implication. "Are you suggesting that this cult is being covertly supported by the Phenibot kingdom?" Hubert nodded. "There is a strong likelihood." Hugh, albeit slightly slower to catch on, soon understood. "I've often heard that embassy staff from foreign nations engage in espionage and sabotage behind the scenes. I never took those rumors seriously, yet it appears they hold true. Phenibot embassy personnel are secretly orchestrating cult activities in the Kingdom of Ruin, undermining its tranquility." A silence enveloped the carriage for a few moments before Forth broke it. "What should we do now? Should we retreat to the countryside for a while?" Although they had thwarted Phenibot's nefarious plot and dealt a blow to the cult, it was crucial to remember that they were merely 2 Sequence 8 and 1 Sequence 9 individuals. If the Phenibot ambassador sought revenge, they could easily meet an untimely end. "No, let's act oblivious," Hubert advised. "This mission has military backing, which serves as our safeguard. The Phenibot ambassador is unlikely to target us directly. After all, the relationship between the Kingdom of Ruin and the Phenibot Kingdom has never been particularly amicable, and Phenibot's diplomats face more restrictions in Beckland than those from other nations. We may be monitored for a time, but as long as we treat this task as a standard operation to eradicate cultists, the ambassador will not cause unnecessary complications over the death of a spy." Forth nodded. "If the ambassador seeks to retaliate, it would imply a connection to the spy." "Precisely," Hubert affirmed. "Thus, for the time being, I will continue working at a law firm, while one of you writes in your armchair, and the other pursues bounties as a hunter." Forth looked at Hubert. "Were you implying that I lounge idly in my armchair?" "Not all," Hubert chuckled. "I am fully aware that you are engaged in the creative process." Hugh turned to gaze out the window, stifling a laugh. After devising their strategy, they proceeded as planned, transporting the 2 corpses to Hugh and Forth's former rented apartment. As for the information regarding Count Vincent that surfaced during the divination, Hubert chose not to disclose it to Hugh and Forth. He harbored suspicions that the recent burglary at Count Vincent's residence was likely orchestrated by the Phenibot ambassador. The motive seemed straightforward: to test Count Vincent, who, it appeared, was serving the king and might be assisting in the construction of one of King George III's tombs. As a member of the extraordinary family of arbitrators, the Phenibot royal family likely sensed that Count Vincent's recent activities were somewhat unusual. Hubert mused. They are perhaps the ones most opposed to seeing George III ascend as the Black Emperor. Chapter 155, Dividing the Spoils. Upon arriving at Hugh and Forth's rented apartment, the extraordinary properties of the 2 cultists had already been extracted. The extraordinary trait of the cultivator manifested as a thick, greenish liquid, reminiscent of an algae bloom in water. The extraordinary trait of the prisoner resembled a gray stone interspersed with crystals, reflecting light under the illumination. Hubert had prepared wooden boxes to contain these extraordinary traits, and the three of them began to take turns resting. The following day, just as dawn broke, the carriage hired by Hugh reappeared at the door. This time, Hubert discerned that the driver was a scruffy, disheveled old man with an unkempt beard and hair. The three of them boarded the carriage, transporting the corpses to the entrance of the mercenary guild. Hubert entered alone, finding the attendant in the room with the information wall on the third floor, requesting assistance in notifying the issuer of the bounty on the cultists. After enjoying a couple of cups of red tea in the reception hall and waiting for over half an hour, several individuals clad in black suits arrived, guided by the attendant, and took their seats across from Hubert. After exchanging pleasantries, the leader stated, "We need to confirm that you haven't apprehended the wrong individuals. We faced fierce resistance during the capture, and they even attempted to flee." Hubert replied with a smile, "The bodies are in the carriage outside." The leader nodded, seemingly unconcerned. Hubert led them outside, allowing Hugh and Forth to disembark while two men in black suits boarded the carriage to examine the corpses. The thoroughfare was devoid of pedestrians, save for the occasional passing carriage. Whether it was the nobles within or their drivers, none paid heed to the trio of carriages parked along the expansive street. The officer in black conversed with Hubert beneath the carriage. "So, it was indeed you who stormed the Lobedo textile factory and committed murder last night?" Hugh and Forth felt a flicker of anxiety, surprised that their actions had become known so swiftly. "You might say that," Hubert smiled, leaving no room for further inquiry. "A merchant from the Phenobot Kingdom was also killed at the scene," the officer casually remarked, lighting a cigarette as if indifferent. "He was in the company of the cultists," Hubert explained, "but since he was T on the bounty list, we treated him as an ordinary cultist." At that moment, the examiner opened the carriage door, nodding to the officer while removing his gloves. "Well done." The officer smiled. "I've long found him unlikable." Taking a puff of his cigarette, he asked, "After the body has been stored for a while, has anything unusual occurred?" Hubert replied with a smile, "Are you referring to the extraordinary traits?" The officer nodded. "Since you are aware, it saves me the trouble of explaining. Trust me, you will find it difficult to offload those two extraordinary traits. Sell them to me." Coincidentally, I once sold extraordinary traits of cultists at a gathering of the mercenary club, Hubert indicated, making it clear that he was familiar with the pricing of extraordinary traits. "Name your price." "How about 280 pounds for each?" "Too low. The prisoner is worth 300. The cultivator 350. The officer paused, clearly taken aback by Hubert's knowledge of the pricing. "Your offer is slightly high." After a friendly negotiation, the extraordinary trait of the prisoner was ultimately sold for 290 pounds, while that of the cultivator fetched 330 pounds. Once the terms were agreed upon, Hubert retrieved the wooden box from Forth, boarding the officer's carriage to finalize the transaction. Hubert counted and secured the money, while the officer accepted the extraordinary traits and corpses. And with a simple exchange of pleasantries, they parted ways. Within the carriage, Hugh and Forsyth observed Hubert extracting a substantial sum of gold pounds, causing both ladies to hold their breath in astonishment. They were not strangers to large sums of money, but it was rare for them to witness over 1,000 pounds in banknotes at once. Hugh chuckled. "This undoubtedly ranks as the most lucrative assignment I have ever undertaken. The earnings from this task equate to my annual income." Hubert smiled and remarked, "We have now arrived at the most thrilling moment of profit division." He continued, "The bounty for each of the two cultists stands at 200 pounds, totaling 400 pounds. The extraordinary traits we sold fetched 620 pounds, bringing our total earnings to 1,020 pounds. Since I introduced this task to you, I trust you won't mind my taking a 5 commission?" "Not at all," Hugh replied immediately. "Your fee is quite reasonable. For assignments of such high yield, a commission of 8 or even 10% is entirely normal." Hubert extracted 51 pounds from the total, and they proceeded to divide the remaining 969 pounds. Hugh took half, 484 pounds and 10 shillings, while Hubert and Forsyth each received a quarter, amounting to 242 pounds and 5 shillings. Thus, the task concluded successfully as the carriage made its way to Blanca Street. Forsyth inquired of Hubert, "Earlier, you mentioned having clues regarding the materials for the illusionist." Hubert smiled. "I have acquired the principal materials. If you wish to ascend in rank soon, you merely need to procure the supplementary materials." Forsyth smiled in agreement. "Very well." The earnings from this task, combined with her savings, were sufficient to cover the cost of the illusionist's primary materials. Hubert added, "In light of the potential repercussions from last night's task, I propose we reside together for a while, until the surveillance from the Phenobot embassy concludes, or we ascertain that we're not being watched." Forsyth nodded. "That is a sound plan. We can take turns resting at night to guard against any potential ambush." Hugh concurred, thus postponing their planned move for a few days. Upon returning to 192 Blanca Street, they found that due to their lack of rest the previous night, Hubert and Forsyth opted to take a nap while Hugh remained in the living room, perusing magazines and keeping an eye out for any signs of being followed. Around noon, after sleeping for a couple of hours, Hubert arose feeling rejuvenated, and as he descended the stairs, he found Hugh preparing lunch. "Apologies, Hubert, but I can only make pasta," she said while serving him a bowl of noodles. The pasta popular in the Kingdom of Rune resembled the Italian pasta Hubert remembered. The noodles were boiled, seasoned with salt and olive oil, then combined with pre-cooked mushrooms and either meat sauce or tomato sauce. Hubert smiled. When one is famished, indulging in a bowl of noodles is immensely satisfying. I cannot consume that much." Hugh, a bit embarrassed, replied, "That portion is for me." Hubert finally understood the source of Hugh's strength. She could eat. After satisfying his hunger, Hubert glanced at the wall clock. It was around 1 in the afternoon. "Forsyth has yet to awaken. Let her sleep a bit longer," Hugh suggested while clearing the table. "You should head to work. I will take a nap once Forsyth is awake." Hubert, not one to be impolite, assisted in wiping down the dining table before gathering his briefcase and departing for the law firm. Upon arriving at the office, Hubert was greeted with a formal notification that took him by surprise. The court date had been moved up. Chapter 156, Protest. Generally, formal court cases may be delayed, but it is exceedingly rare for them to be advanced. Bob's case, originally scheduled for the following Thursday, was now set for this Friday, merely 2 days away. Hubert had intended to secure a few witnesses, but now he had no time to do so. Something was amiss. Hubert immediately sensed that something was very wrong. Just then, the receptionist approached his office. "Attorney Hubert, someone is here to see you." "Oh." Hubert snapped back to attention, stowing away the notification as he pondered how to respond, and made his way to the reception area. In the reception room stood a well-dressed butler, who greeted him with a smile. "Mr. Hubert, my master, Mr. Arnold, requests your presence at a dinner this evening. Here is the invitation." Hubert looked at the butler and, suddenly realizing the significance, replied with a smile, "Very well, I shall certainly attend." The butler bowed slightly and politely took his leave. Hubert tossed the invitation onto his desk and glanced once more at the notification. This was clearly a demonstration. He settled into his chair, crossing his arms as he began to contemplate his next move. Minutes later, he abruptly sprang from his seat, donned his overcoat, grabbed his briefcase and cane, and hurriedly exited the office. As he stepped outside, Hubert noticed 2 individuals tailing him rather brazenly. This too was a form of protest. Hubert chuckled and shook his head. Had this been an earlier era, when threats loomed over his loved ones and his very life, he might have yielded in a most cowardly manner. Yet now, he would not acquiesce so easily. If pushed to the brink, he would storm into Arnold's residence and hang him from a lamppost. However, it was not yet time to turn the tables. Upon returning to his lodgings, he found Forsyth dining while Hugh, yawning, prepared to take a brief nap. Forsyth looked at Hubert. "What time is it? You're finished already?" "I have urgent matters," Hubert replied. "Hugh, may I take a moment of your rest to assign you an urgent task?" He produced a neatly organized note and handed it to her. "Do you recall my client Bob S. employer, Arnold?" Hugh set aside her magazine. "I remember." Hubert continued. "The names on this note are individuals who have worked at Arnold's factory. Please locate them as swiftly as possible. It's acceptable if you cannot find them all. 4 or 5 will suffice. Then, please ask them to testify on Friday. You may offer them some compensation, but be sure to clarify that it is for their lost time and not a bribe for their testimony." As he spoke, he produced £30 in cash. "This is the fee for this assignment." Hugh took £20. "This will be sufficient." With that, she donned her hat and hurried out. Hubert then turned to Forsyth, who was still savoring her meal. "I have an assignment for you as well. Please visit the estate of the Viscount of Glayland and inform him and Miss Audrey that I will be convening an urgent meeting of the League of Justice tomorrow morning." As he said this, he withdrew £2 from his wallet. Forsyth only took £1, just delivering a message. £1 is enough. She hastened her dining pace. Hubert bid her farewell before swiftly departing, only to find the 2 tailing individuals loitering at his doorstep, brazenly smoking as they watched him. Hubert walked past them as if nothing were amiss, but as he approached, he suddenly drew near and lifted his foot, delivering a resounding stomp. The audible crack of a bone echoed as one of the stalkers yelped in pain, hopping around clutching his foot. The other, still bewildered, had no time to react before Hubert raised his foot again, delivering another forceful stomp. Thus, the street bore witness to 2 individuals hopping around, nursing their injured feet. Hubert smiled. "My apologies, I seem to have stepped on your toes. Do be careful while walking. I might inadvertently step on your heads next time." With that, Hubert summoned a cab and departed, leaving the two men wailing in agony. Passers-by looked on, puzzled. Was it truly necessary to react so dramatically over a mere stomp? Hubert's cab first took him to the Obsidian Tavern, where he tipped the bartender before requesting that he summon Lady Dolly. A short while later, a dark-haired woman in her 30s followed the bartender back, introducing herself. "Allow me to introduce myself. Lorette, your new contact." She possessed an appealing appearance, dressed in a manner leaning towards masculinity, which lent her a unique androgynous beauty. Hubert blinked in surprise. "Where is Lady Dolly? Surely, it cannot be that the inability to save Dunn has led you to abandon your role as our liaison," murmured Lorota. "She has joined the Red Gloves and has just departed today. From now on, I shall take over your communications." Hubert nodded slowly. "I understand. Greetings, Miss Lorota. I am Hubert. I trust a detailed introduction is unnecessary?" "Indeed not," Lorota smiled. "You are quite the exception among the night watch teams throughout the Kingdom of Ruin." She inquired, "Is there something amiss before payday?" Hubert chuckled. "Who told you I am so eager to receive my wages?" He retorted, "Are you aware of Bob's case?" "I have heard of it. Recently, the defendant Arnold has resorted to some unscrupulous tactics to sway the trial," Hubert remarked. "I would like to request that you ensure Mr. Bob's safety in the coming days. Should he perish, the case will falter. The church is also placing significant emphasis on this matter. I believe the captain will dispatch someone to safeguard Mr. Bob upon receiving your message," Lorota replied. Hubert grasped his cane, preparing to rise. "Then I shall leave it in your capable hands." Suddenly, he recalled, "By the way, when I chanced upon Chillingers, I had asked Captain Thomas to retrieve my cane, which I left at the scene. I neglected to inquire during my last visit to the security company. Is it in your possession?" Lorota hesitated. "There was no cane at the scene. It was a black ebony staff," Hubert clarified. "There was no black ebony staff either," Lorota stated. "I was present at the scene, and the captain mentioned it. We found nothing resembling the cane you described." A foreboding sensation washed over Hubert. It must have been taken. The scene at Darkholme had been utterly horrific, and any onlookers would likely have recoiled in shock, leaving little chance of the staff being taken away by them. The greater likelihood is that someone had deliberately appropriated the cane. This marked the second instance of an order of wood not being reclaimed. Had it not possessed such high status and sufficient counter-divination properties, Hubert would have considered fully joining the Night Watch. Lorota asked, "Is that staff particularly special?" "Not at all." Hubert smiled. "I merely recalled this matter." Chapter 157, A Rebuttal to the Theory of Elite Society. After bidding farewell to Lorota, Hubert boarded a carriage to the poorhouse to inform Bob that the court date had been moved forward, urging him to prepare. Next, he proceeded to the Leverage Church to seek support from a cancer. Hubert requested a church servant to pass on his message, and after a brief wait, the mechanical-hearted captain of cancer emerged from a door within the church. His hair appeared somewhat more voluminous, likely having recently utilized the Irad's magic mirror. Hubert mused inwardly, "What a sin." The two exchanged pleasantries and took seats beside one another. Hubert stated, "The court date for Bob's case has been unexpectedly moved forward." Captain of Cancer paused in surprise, then expressed his annoyance. "How can the legal system of the Kingdom of Ruin permit such maneuvers? That system is not designed to protect the rights of workers." Hubert smiled. "I find myself rather vulnerable at present and require your assistance." Yet, the Cancer appeared somewhat disheartened. "If it's a matter of ensuring your personal safety or assisting in gathering information, that is manageable. However, should it involve opposing the influential and powerful within the Kingdom of Ruin, we may risk expulsion from Ruin." Hubert discerned the limits of the steam and machinery church. "Do not frame conflicts too sharply. We are not opposing anyone. We merely seek reasonable rights." He remarked, "I do not expect you to engage in actions that would provoke the Kingdom of Ruin. I only hope your church can advocate for this matter based on facts. Regardless of the trial's outcome, I anticipate Arnold and his associates will undoubtedly exploit newspapers and other media to vilify us, rendering all my efforts futile. However, if this case is publicized with respect to the facts, it will serve as a precedent, guiding workers on how to defend their rights in similar situations." The Cancer nodded. "That is agreeable. I shall consult the Archbishop regarding this matter shortly. I believe he will not object." Hubert gazed at the church's emblem, composed of gears and triangles. "Captain of Cancer, what manner of era do we inhabit? Is it one of civilization or one of barbarity?" Captain of Cancer was taken aback, and before he could respond, he saw Hubert had already risen to take his leave. After watching Hubert depart, the Cancer remained in the church for a considerable time, reflecting that while the Kingdom of Ruin seemed to have reached unprecedented levels of civilization, such remarkable civilization appeared alarmingly fragile and savage. Around 5:30 in the evening, Hubert attended the banquet as agreed. This gathering was not held at Arnold's residence, but rather at the Hotel of Ruin, which boasted the title of the most luxurious hotel in the world. The carriages arriving here were predominantly adorned with noble crests, with the least impressive being exquisite private carriages. Hubert's hired carriage stood out conspicuously, even causing the doorman to question his own eyes. Upon disembarking, Hubert observed the hotel's expansive front courtyard, complete with fountains, statues, landscape trees, and vast lawns. Entering the hotel felt akin to stepping into a museum, as the lobby's decor consisted of artworks, with exquisite murals adorning the walls and ceilings. Hubert regarded everything before him with a cold demeanor. It was all a display of ostentation directed at him. The butler who had previously invited Hubert awaited him in the lobby. "Mr. Hubert, this way, please." Under the butler's guidance, Hubert entered a grand dining room featuring an elongated table that could seat dozens. Over 20 individuals were already seated at the window side, some portly, others calculating in their gazes, some coldly scrutinizing Hubert, and others sporting smiles. Meanwhile, only one chair was prepared for Hubert near the entrance, as if to convey a psychological message. "You are alone." Hubert smiled. There exists a tradition in the kingdom of Rune. The more esteemed the guest, the later they arrive. Yet you all have arrived early. How overly courteous of you. With that, he nonchalantly hung his cloak on a rack, pulled out his designated chair, and seated himself with poise opposite the 20 or so attendees. Hubert's display of confidence left Arnold and the others, who had meticulously prepared for this occasion, feeling somewhat at a loss. A middle-aged man seated opposite Hubert smiled and introduced himself. "I am Gustav, the president of the B-Clan Trading Company." "Hello," Hubert replied. "I have heard of such a theory posited by the great Russell." Gustav continued. "Nature adheres to the principle of survival of the fittest. All weak and ill-suited creatures are destined for extinction, while the strong thrive and adapt, leading to the strengthening of their species." "Mr. Hubert, the human world follows the same principle. Some individuals are weak and thus should be eliminated, while others are strong and should be afforded better opportunities. Ultimately, the human world will be populated solely by the strong, resulting in a civilization that is more prosperous and robust, as all its constituents are formidable individuals." Undeniably, the great Russell's theory can elucidate much of biological evolution. Hubert smiled and retorted, "But are those present here beasts? Are we amidst the jungle?" Hubert spread his hands. "The reason humanity has established civilization, while the curly baboon has not, lies entirely in our possession of humanitarian concern. We understand the importance of caring for our brethren, assisting one another, and growing stronger together. That is what defines civilization. A law of the jungle, devoid of moral boundaries, can only lead humanity to the brink of collapse. A society composed solely of select few so-called elites is inevitably a facade of prosperity and strength. Under this theory, without the contrasting presence of the so-called weaker individuals, the struggles among these alleged elites would persist. Each of them believes themselves to be the true embodiment of strength. Mr. Gusta, your recent theory has granted them a legal justification for mercilessly undermining their rivals. Do you dare to call a society riddled with internal discord and devoid of morality a civilized society?" The smile on Gusta's face vanished. His gaze fixated on Hubert with the intensity of a venomous serpent eyeing its prey. Hubert met his gaze, amusement gleaming in his eyes, which only further unsettled Gusta. Yet he restrained himself from erupting in anger to maintain his composure. At that moment, a gaunt middle-aged man beside Gusta interjected, "Mr. Hubert, are you aware of the latest medical discoveries?" "Not extensively," Hubert replied. "Have you heard of a significant recent discovery in anatomy?" The lean middle-aged man inquired. "Which discovery do you refer to?" Hubert asked. With a smile, the man continued, "Of course, it pertains to new findings on the anatomy of the human head. A university professor has conducted dissections on the heads of individuals from the southern continent, the Rothstein Islands, and the Rune people, revealing that the brain capacity of the southern continent individuals is significantly smaller than that of the Rune people. Furthermore, it was discovered that the cranial structure of the Rothstein Islanders possesses an additional feature compared to the Rune people. The professor posits that this additional brain structure accounts for the Rothstein Islanders' proclivity for obedience. Humans are physiologically different, otherwise. Why does the Eastern District of Beckland frequently experience theft and various crimes, while the residents of the Queen's District and the Western District never resort to thievery? Hubert smiled, responding, "Sir, your theory is cloaked in a veneer of science, yet it is fundamentally a set of idealistic assertions. Or rather, it is a theory concocted by the Rune people to justify their subjugation of the Southern Continent individuals and the Rothstein Islanders." Chapter 158, Never Compromise. Hubert contended, all humanity shares a common ancestry, a consensus upheld by society and all religions. This implies that long ago, the peoples of the Southern Continent, northern continent, and central islands had a common forebear. Yet now, while some thrive, others are enslaved. If we are all kin, is such enslavement justifiable? Does it align with the moral imperatives of humanity? Without resorting to theories akin to racial distinctions to gloss over invasion and subjugation, the aggressors and those who enslave others would endure immense psychological strain. The idealistic theory you espoused earlier conveniently rationalizes this reality, providing a legal basis for the immorality of certain individuals. Disregarding the hostile expressions of those before him, he continued, as for why the people of the Rothstein Islands appear to favor obedience, is entirely due to the cultural dynamics of island life. Those inhabiting islands often face storms, torrential rains, and tsunamis, necessitating the sacrifice of individual interests and a high degree of organization to withstand such calamities. Do you comprehend? For survival, they are compelled to choose obedience. Those who defy it have long since perished. For a man of the current era, Hubert's knowledge of anthropology far surpasses that of the so-called elites of the Rune Kingdom. Regarding the prevalence of crime in the Eastern District, Hubert asserted, no one is born a criminal. They must survive and endure. However, the space you afford them for survival is far too constricted, leaving them no choice but to breach moral constraints and take risks to survive. If they were to be granted everything they desired from birth and fulfill all societal expectations, who would willingly forsake a good life to embark on a perilous path? Enough, Gusta interjected, his demeanor suddenly cold. Continuing this debate is futile. Hubert shrugged, noting that they had initially intended to mock and admonish him with their theories of evolution and racial distinction, underscoring how absurd it was for him to assist the weak. Now, having rendered them speechless, he had somehow become the inconsequential one. Gusta reiterated, you are but one individual. On the contrary, Hubert smiled. Behind me stands hundreds of thousands of the working class. Are you relying on those coarse workers? Gusta scoffed. Do not be foolish, young man. Your current actions do not align with the interests of the Rune gentlemen and will lead to your downfall. Merely asserting one's rights is a legitimate and reasonable demand. I see no fault in that, Hubert replied. Moreover, the currents of time are not dictated by so-called gentlemen, nor can you impose your will upon them. Your actions have sparked a thought within me. In a not-so-distant future, there will emerge a nation bold enough to acknowledge the equality of personhood and willing to uphold the rights of the weak. Gusta laughed. That is the most amusing jest I have heard this year. Hubert continued, this nation will certainly not be the Rune Kingdom, for here the streetlights are too low to accommodate anyone. Gusta and the others were momentarily taken aback, failing to grasp Hubert's implication. Rising from his seat, Hubert declared, I believe there is no necessity for us to dine together. It would only exacerbate our differences. Arnold, who had remained silent thus far, suddenly chimed in with a teasing tone. You should stay and sample the cuisine here. If you miss this opportunity, you may never again dine in such a place. Hubert shook his head, smiling. I understand that you wish to intimidate me with the opulence and sophistication of this place. But I must inform you that I sensed your trepidation from the moment I stepped inside. Indeed, you fear me, which is why you seek to impose psychological pressure. In truth, you are more afraid than any one of the workers opposing you. Draped in his overcoat and grasping his cane, Hubert concluded, allow me to impart a common truth. Contempt is the most potent form of attack. With that, he waved a brief farewell and exited the dining hall. The atmosphere within the restaurant grew heavy for an entire minute before Gusta sneered. Since he is so ungrateful, let us not concern ourselves with the dignity of a brigadier. Arnold nodded. Rest assured, leave it to me. Tonight, I shall make him aware of our might. After walking a considerable distance, Hubert finally found a hired carriage. Inside the carriage, he felt a profound alignment between the ethereal and the potion, as if something had shattered in the void. The events of earlier had allowed him to fully assimilate the barbarian's potion. In his elation, Hubert chuckled to himself. The peril posed by the barbarian is no less than that of the provoker's sequence. One must oppose the entirety of mainstream culture and vested interests to swiftly digest the potion. Alternatively, confronting a level 0 sealed object or challenging a being of this caliber can also lead to rapid assimilation of the potion. Such methods, however, are tantamount to courting death or teetering on the brink of it. Absent these challenges, it might take a year or two to assimilate the potion through mundane roleplay. Although Hubert had now digested the potion, he resolved to conclude Bob's case before consuming the Sequence 7 potion. Transitioning from Sequence 8 to Sequence 7 is a formidable hurdle for any extraordinary individual. It is best to fully assimilate the potion before engaging in roleplay to achieve a higher synergy between spirituality and the potion. thus attaining the optimal state for consuming the bribery potion. Bob's case presents an excellent opportunity for role play, as he would again face immense pressure, challenging the existing order and unspoken rules. Furthermore, consuming the potion in the next day or two would impose a substantial burden on his spirit due to the overflow of spirituality, hindering his focus on the current case. As his thoughts swirled, Hubert arrived at Blanca Street in the Jewett district. Although the attire of the passers-by was not ostentatious, it was evident that they maintained a basic level of dignity. The shops lining the streets appeared bustling and prosperous, compared to the previously mentioned Royal Hotel of Rouen. This street exudes a certain vibrancy, yet the two locales seem to inhabit entirely different realms, one resplendent and regal, akin to a royal palace, while the other embodies the essence of everyday life. Returning to number 192, Forsyth is engaged in culinary endeavors, while Hugh has just returned. Seated at the dining table, in anticipation of a meal, Hubert inhales deeply, detecting the aroma of fried fish. How splendid it is that I have not missed dinner. Hugh swallows hard, striving to avert his gaze from the kitchen. I have dispatched the tasks. News should arrive by tomorrow. Hubert nods in acknowledgement. Forsyth approaches, carrying a sizzling frying pan. Today, I purchased 3 large yellowfish with the reward Hubert provided. It has been ages since I savored this delectable dish. Hubert takes a deep breath, as if re-entering the realm of humanity. Chapter 159, The Door of Gold. Forsyth's culinary skills far exceed Hubert's expectations. At the very least, her fried yellowfish is both tender and flavorful, comparable to the level of the chef in Hubert's household. The only slight drawback is the bread served alongside, which does not quite complement the dish. Rice or flatbread would surely enhance the flavors. Nevertheless, Hubert indulges until his belly is pleasantly round. After the meal, the three engage in light conversation, confirming their respective night watch schedules. Forsyth will take the first shift from 8 in the evening until midnight. Hubert will follow from midnight until 3 in the morning. And Hugh will conclude from 3 until 6. At 6, Forsyth will rise to prepare breakfast, allowing Hugh a brief respite. As Hubert retreats to his chamber, still before 8, he lies on his bed staring at the ceiling, his mind rehearsing his defense strategy for the trial set for the day after tomorrow. At 9 o'clock, just as he is about to drift into slumber, he is startled by the sound of Forsyth, stationed in the upstairs hall, suddenly blowing her whistle. Hubert springs from his bed, grabbing his cane and psychological spoon before rushing outside. As he runs, he finds it peculiar that his instincts failed to sense any danger. Upon exiting his bedroom, he discovers Forsyth engaged in a struggle with 2 assailants, while Hugh, clad in his nightclothes, joins the fray. The 3 of them easily overpower the 2 assailants, dispatching them with swift punches and kicks. Hubert pokes one of the fallen criminals with his cane. "Who sent you here?" The man convulses on the ground, and Hubert realizes something is amiss. He swiftly flips him over, only to find the assailant foaming at the mouth. He is dead. Turning to the other thug, he finds the same fate awaits him. The 3 exchange glances, bewildered, as they had not intended to kill. Hugh scratches his head. They were far too fragile. Forsyth inquires, did the Phenobot embassy truly dispatch these 2 to eliminate us? If their intent was to express contempt, they have succeeded. Hubert rises. Perhaps they were sent by Arnold? Forsyth nods in agreement. That is quite plausible. He likely does not know we are extraordinary beings, merely perceiving us as 3 young individuals, 1 male, 2 females, hence sending such lackluster foes to intimidate us. Hugh asks, what shall we do now? Dispose of the bodies or call the authorities? Let us call the authorities. Hubert smiles. After all, he pauses abruptly. No, we cannot alert them. These scoundrels are indeed treacherous. Before Forsyth and Hugh can grasp the implications of his words, a voice from downstairs calls out, "Room police, open the door." As the voice continues, a series of loud knocks resound. Hubert turns to Forsyth and Hugh. Buy me half a minute, and act as if nothing has transpired. Without waiting for their agreement, he hoists the 2 corpses and retreats to his room. Forsyth and Hugh wait a few moments longer until the intruders threaten to break down the door. Forsyth finally calls out, "Who's there? Why are you knocking so late?" "Room police. Someone reported hearing fighting from your residence." Forsyth and Hugh immediately sense something is amiss. The Rouen police have arrived far too swiftly. Forsyth descends the stairs slowly. They must have misheard. It was the neighboring room that experienced the disturbance. Bang! Bang! The wooden door cannot withstand the force and is easily breached, allowing 5 Rouen officers to storm in. Forsyth, unperturbed, states, "I shall take you to court for trespassing." The leading officer retorts, "We are executing our duties." Hugh interjects, "My ruling is that you are trespassing." The diminutive Hugh suddenly appears formidable, instilling a sense of insecurity in the officers who step back. The ruling is invalid. A middle-aged man in a trench coat and hat strides in. You have no authority to adjudicate the actions of public servants. The officers feel the immediate pressure dissipate. Hugh furrows his brow. This man seems to be a fellow adjudicator. The man smiles. You may call me Captain Rotal. The two individuals who entered your home may very well be criminals. We must apprehend them immediately to ensure your safety. He then instructs his subordinates. Search. Wait. Hugh asks, do you possess a search warrant? Captain Rotal replies, this is merely a routine search. A warrant is unnecessary. Does searching an inspector's residence not require a warrant? Hubert inquires coldly as he descends. Hugh and Forsyth simultaneously exhale in relief, clearing the way for Hubert. Rotal smiles. Perhaps an inspector once resided here, but now it is merely an ordinary dwelling. Hubert, unruffled, produces his credentials. Rotal stands momentarily dumbfounded. Why was he not informed that the person to be apprehended today was an inspector? Is he not a lawyer? How could a lawyer possess inspector credentials? After thoroughly examining the documents and confirming their authenticity, Rotal begrudgingly states, Officer Hubert, for your safety, we must still search those two criminals. Very well. Hubert smiles. I permit you to search. The ease with which he acquiesces momentarily stuns Rotal. However, you barged into my home so rudely. If you find nothing, you owe me an explanation, do you not? Rotal asks, what are your demands? Hubert gestures towards the doorway. Compensate for my door. No problem. Rotal thinks to himself. Once we discover the bodies, you will have no more room for arrogance. His subordinates immediately begin their search, scouring every hiding place on the first floor, yet finding nothing. On the second floor, they rummage through drawers and cabinets, still uncovering nothing. Rotal, now somewhat disbelieving, personally ascends to the second floor to search, only to inquire of his waiting subordinates outside, receiving the same lack of results. How curious. Where have those two corpses vanished to? Hubert lounges on the sofa in the living room, asking, how goes the search? Have you found what you were seeking? Rotal, smiling ruefully from the second floor, descends to reply. It seems we misheard. The commotion likely occurred next door. Hubert smiles, his expression a mix of praise and sarcasm. Your dedication to your work is truly commendable. He points toward the doorway. Now, compensate for my door. Very well. Rotal hastily retrieves his wallet. However, Hubert interjects. These two doors were custom-made to the standards of the Royal Hotel of Rouen, costing me over £100. I shall not make it difficult for you. Simply compensate me with £100. Rotal's hand freezes as he processes the implication. A door made of gold? Worth £100? He knows full well that Hubert is extorting him, yet he cannot voice his thoughts. Any misstep could worsen the situation. Reluctantly, he extracts over £70 from his wallet and has his subordinate contribute a few more, ultimately writing a promissory note for £12 before Hubert allows them to leave. Chapter 160, Dirty Tricks. After shutting the door, now damaged from the force of the intrusion, Hubert turns to Hugh and Forsyth. Gather your belongings. We shall find a new place to stay for a couple of days. Forsyth inquires. Where to? The Blackthorn Security Company. Hurry, before they realize what's happening. The three individuals hastily packed a change of clothes and secured the door with some wire before departing in a hired carriage. Once aboard, Hugh inquired. What were they so eager to search for at the door? Certainly, they were after the two corpses, Hubert replied with a smile. I nearly fell into their trap. But it was the bandits who intruded upon our home, Hugh protested. We are the victims here. While that may be true, the practicalities involved left considerable room for maneuvering. Hubert explained, in accordance with legal protocol, a death in the home must be reported to the authorities. If the investigators classify the two deceased as victims of a home invasion, we would be acting in self-defense and could be released on bail by tomorrow. Yet herein lies the conundrum. According to the relevant statutes, the classification of self-defense cannot exceed 5 working days. If deemed self-defense, immediate bail could be granted, provided the victim's family does not pursue litigation within a month, and the bail money would be refunded. However, should the investigators harbor doubts about the circumstances, they may initiate a prosecution, necessitating a defense from a lawyer. Hubert chuckled. They intend to exploit that 5-day window. They understand that as a lawyer. It will be difficult to prove I committed murder with intent during questioning. In my experience, the determination of self-defense is typically prompt. Since I possess this understanding, they can manipulate my insights to delay the investigation. For instance, if they wish to vex me, they could declare my actions as self-defense at the conclusion of Bob's trial. But by then, even if I secure bail, what would it matter? Therefore, I cannot report the incident, nor can I allow them to discover the bodies. After finishing his explanation, Hubert couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of playing such a game against a lawyer who relishes exploiting loopholes. The carriage fell silent for a moment before Forsyth suddenly declared, "I must include this event in my new book. The intellectual duel outside the courtroom is simply too thrilling." Hugh nodded slightly, in agreement with his friend's sentiment, before belatedly pondering, "But what about the bodies? Where have they gone?" "I employed a touch of mysticism to conceal the bodies," Hubert replied. "Once the trial concludes, I shall attend to them." In fact, he had performed a self-sacrificial rite, sending the corpses to the realm of disorder. To Hugh and Forsyth, Hubert's extensive knowledge of mysticism suggested that hiding the two bodies was hardly a formidable task for him. Upon arriving at the Blackthorn Security Company, the trio disembarked and glanced back at the two carriages that had been following them. They had long been aware of the surveillance, but had not deemed it significant. Hubert approached the door and rapped on it while observing the 6 or 7 individuals who disembarked from the trailing carriages. Should those individuals attempt to act here, it would be sheer folly. After a minute of knocking, Loretta, whom they had seen at the Obsidian Bar, opened the door while yawning. Upon recognizing Hubert, she paused momentarily. "Did I not mention? Today is not a pay day. I am not here for my wages." Hubert replied with exasperation. "Let's discuss this inside." Seeing the others standing outside, Loretta ushered Hubert and the others inside. With a resounding thud, the door closed behind them. "Is Captain Thomas here?" Hubert inquired. "He just received a report of an attack on Bob. He and Borges have gone to investigate." Hubert's expression shifted. "What of Bob? Is he injured?" "Not at all. After our meeting this afternoon, 2 colleagues remained to protect Bob. Although an attack occurred, it was thwarted promptly," Loretta assured. Hubert scrutinized the woman. "Does she always speak with such heavy breathing?" He sank into a sofa, testing its firmness. "We shall be resting here tonight and tomorrow." Loretta glanced outside. "Are you also under attack?" "These individuals are becoming increasingly brazen. Fortuitously, I am not obstructing their means of income." Hubert replied with a smile. "If you believe you lack sufficient manpower to protect us, I suggest you notify the heart of mechanism. Captain Cancer has promised to ensure my safety. I shall report to the captain upon his return." "I will fetch you some blankets," Loretta said. Hugh and Forsyth exchanged glances. Having gleaned from Hubert and Loretta's conversation that they were now within the territory of the official extraordinary. To them, it felt almost surreal. 2 wild extraordinary beings were now under the protection of the official contingent. Once blankets were procured, Hubert gestured towards another sofa, addressing the visibly uncomfortable Hugh and Forsyth. "Rest now. Here we are assured safety. Should anyone attempt to storm the headquarters of the Night Watch, it would serve Hubert well. For the accused, Arnold might be unable to appear in court the day after tomorrow." The night passed without incident. The following day, Thomas returned. A spiritual sorcerer of Sequence 5, he could go 3 days and nights without sleep without feeling fatigued. His hairline, however, was significantly better than Dunn's. Having spent the night on the sofa, Hubert stretched his limbs, realizing that the bed was far more comfortable than the couch. He exchanged a few words with Thomas, who expressed the church's support for Hubert, echoing Captain Cancer's assurances regarding his safety. After a brief wash in the restroom, Hubert donned his trench coat and set out with the already prepared Hugh and Forsyth, this time accompanied by Borges, who was tasked with ensuring their safety. Borges, being a Sequence 8, possessed less combat prowess than Hubert, yet his presence alongside Hubert signified a statement from the Church of the Night Goddess. It was believed that as long as Arnold retained his sanity, he would refrain from attacking Hubert at this juncture. The 4 of them rode in the Night Goddess Church's carriage to the residence of the Viscount of Greylint, where Borges was invited to the parlor for tea, while Hugh, and Forsyth proceeded to the study for an emergency meeting of the Justice Alliance. Upon entering the study, Hubert noted a young man seated behind the Viscount of Greylint, surprised at how swiftly the Viscount had recruited a new member. The Viscount introduced them. "This is Hubert, Hugh, and Forsyth, 3 other founders of the Justice Alliance. This is Calvin Vincent, the youngest son of Count Vincent." Chapter 161. The Induction Ceremony of a New Member. In the spacious living room of Arnold's home in the West District of Beckland, a gathering of over a dozen individuals was either seated or standing, some smoking or puffing on cigars. The night prior, they had convened to await news of Hubert's arrest, but the situation had far exceeded their expectations, as no bodies had been found at Hubert's residence. Those were the 2 corpses Arnold had hired for £600. Moreover, Arnold's subordinates had witnessed them break into Hubert's home. How could they have vanished into thin air? While Arnold and his associates were still grappling with this conundrum, Hubert had taken refuge in a security company, one that bore little notoriety. Just as they intended to force their way in, they were intercepted by Mr. Kenneth. By the time the sun rose, fatigue and weariness had set in, and no one had devised a better plan. At that moment, a subordinate of Arnold reported, Hubert has gone to the Viscount of Graylant's residence. Gusta, visibly displeased, remarked, Arnold, why did you not inform us sooner that Hubert is acquainted with nobility? In the current kingdom of ruin, the most powerful individuals are still the aristocrats. Arnold was nearly sweating bullets. Chairman, I genuinely had no knowledge of this. A friend of Arnold interjected, Mr. President, it is crucial to note that the Viscount Graylant only inherited his title last year, and due to the untimely demise of his father, he has not fully acquired the connections of the late Viscount Graylant. As such, he has not held any significant appointments and can only be regarded as a fallen noble. Today, as aristocracy divides into two categories, the powerful nobles, who are the objects of flattery for those present, and the fallen nobles, who are not as unattainable for this group of merchants. Gustav glanced at the two who had just spoken and remarked, Do you not perceive that our handling of the Hubert situation has been rather unfortunate? Initially, we intended to intimidate him with threats and our financial prowess, yet Hubert was not deterred. Instead, he turned the tables on us. They then attempted underhanded tactics, which also resulted in failure, as neither Hubert nor Bob suffered any harm. Arnold, still reluctant, inquired Mr. Kenneth, Is there truly no way for us to invade the Blackthorn Security Company and apprehend Hubert? Kenneth, a man in his 30s with a long face, clarified further. Let me put it this way. Breaking into the Blackthorn Security Company to capture someone is akin to barging into the Church of the Night Goddess to arrest a clergy member. Arnold understood. So this security company is a subsidiary of the Church of the Night Goddess. Kenneth, weary of further explanations, concluded, In any case, should you attempt to invade the Blackthorn Security Company, His Grace the Duke will not offer you any assistance in this matter. The group exchanged glances. Finally, comprehending the gravity of the situation, they then began to curse Hubert for being so cunning in finding places to hide. Kenneth stated, It is unnecessary to resort to such disreputable tactics. Now that we have engaged the esteemed barrister Hugo, I believe that even in a court of law, he would prevail against a relatively obscure junior lawyer. The surrounding individuals immediately began to flatter. Mr. Kenneth is indeed correct, even if he is acquainted with the Viscount. He is merely a minor lawyer. Kenneth's reminder illuminated their folly. They could triumph in court. So why expend so much effort attempting to resolve matters outside the courtroom with that junior lawyer? Arnold remained silent, having witnessed Hubert's defense firsthand. He was uncertain of the outcome. Calvin politely shook hands with Hubert, complimenting the beauty of Forsyth and noting that the young Hugh had managed to join such a gathering steeped in mysticism. Hugh smiled helplessly, refraining from elaboration due to their unfamiliarity. Forsyth stifled a laugh, while Hubert cast a glance at Graylant, as if to say, You are rather too direct, aren't you? Previously, during a serendipitous mercenary assignment, Hubert had stumbled upon the ring that Graylant sought, currently in the possession of Count Vincent. At the last Justice League gathering, the Viscount Graylant had not announced the task of retrieving the ruby ring, indicating his reluctance to disclose this mission and the hidden aspects of his character. Graylant smiled slightly. Speaking in a double entendre, my father was a close friend of Count Vincent. Naturally, our generation maintains that camaraderie. Hubert nodded and turned to Calvin, stating, Are you certain of your desire to join the Justice League? I must warn you that should you disclose any secrets of the League, you will face immediate consequences. If you choose to withdraw, we will erase all memories related to the Justice League. Calvin replied, I'm certain of my decision to join the Justice League. With a clear affirmation, Hubert addressed Graylant, Please prepare an undisturbed room for me. Graylant led them to a modest parlor adjacent to the study. Once Hubert dismissed Graylant, he began to draw mystical symbols on the table, lighting candles in the process. After a series of low mutterings resembling incantations, he solemnly instructed Calvin, Come forth to the altar. Calvin was completely taken aback by Hubert's actions, revealing his lack of knowledge regarding mysticism. When Calvin approached, Hubert instructed, Empty your spirit. As he spoke, he dripped Amanda's pure essence onto the candles, and under the influence of the potion, Calvin soon felt drowsy. At that moment, Hubert utilized the power of the spoon of psychology. In the years to come, should you even contemplate revealing any information about the Justice League, you will find yourself weeping uncontrollably while slapping your own face until that thought dissipates. If, under external coercion, you must speak, you will only recount your most sordid and shameful memories, and you will forget everything concerning the Justice League. Thanks to the assistance of Amanda's pure essence, the psychological suggestion proved remarkably effective. Unless confronted by a demigod with audience-like abilities, acquiring information about the Justice League would be exceedingly difficult. Hubert first twisted the negative effects of the spoon of psychology, then patted Calvin's shoulder, awakened. Calvin trembled slightly, as if suddenly regaining his senses. Is it over? Indeed. Is over, Hubert cautioned. Remember, should you attempt to leak information, you will face immediate punishment. Calvin nodded repeatedly, having already shed any prior nonchalance. Upon exiting, Graylant inquired of Calvin, "How do you feel now?" "Not much," Calvin replied, "but the ritual was quite magical. I felt as though I soared into the sky, witnessing a series of islands formed from clouds." "You were right. Mr. Hubert is indeed a master of mysticism." Following behind, Hubert chuckled and shook his head, for what Calvin had seen may well have been his own inner landscapes. Chapter 162. The Shock of a New Member. Upon returning to the study, Audrey had also arrived. After greeting Graylant and the others with a smile, she inquired, "Mr. Hubert, was the initiation ceremony successful?" Hubert nodded. "Quite successful." "That is splendid." Once everyone was seated, Hubert began, "Let us commence. New members, please introduce yourselves." Calvin stated, "Beautiful Audrey and the enchanting ladies, I am Calvin. I have been enamored with mysticism since childhood, and particularly in recent times, I have learned some family matters. I hope to become an arbitrator through the gatherings of the Justice League." Hugh and Forsyth were momentarily taken aback, then realized Count Vincent's family is indeed one of the extraordinary families along the path of arbitrators. Hubert, seated at the head of the table, declared, "That is easily arranged. Hugh possesses the potion formula for arbitrators. Would you be willing to sell it?" Hugh was slightly taken aback, but replied, "Certainly. Why let the potion formula gather dust when it could be exchanged for some pounds?" Calvin's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated that this young maiden possessed the formula for the arbitrator's potion. Hubert continued, "The formulas for arbitrator potions are controlled by the Rune royal family, the Phenobot royal family, and the nobility of both nations, with few formulas ever circulating, making them exceedingly rare. However, since a member of the Justice League requires it, we can offer it at market price, 300 pounds. What does that sound, Calvin? Can you accept?" Calvin nodded vigorously. Yes, absolutely. Recently, he had learned that only by becoming an arbitrator could he gain a certain status at home, thus creating opportunities for competing as an heir. Yet, for reasons unknown, his three brothers had already become extraordinary, while his father, old Vincent, had never granted him the opportunity to become extraordinary. Although Calvin was not highly regarded within his family, 300 pounds was not an insurmountable challenge for him. Hubert then asked Hugh, "Do you find this acceptable?" Hugh smiled. "Yes, it is." She had not expected to earn 300 pounds right at the start of the gathering. Hubert then proclaimed, "I possess the primary materials for the potion of the arbiter, and I am prepared to sell them to you for 320 pounds, which is in accordance with market value." He had previously explained to Graylant that, to prevent the disclosure of the apothecary's potion formula, he required an additional 2 grams of the crown jellyfish venom crystal, resulting in a slight increase in the overall cost of the potion's primary ingredients. The surplus 2 grams of the crown jellyfish venom crystal would, of course, not be included in the potion itself, but will be kept by Graylant for potential future use. Thus, Hubert's asking price of 320 pounds did not raise any concerns of scrutiny from Graylant. Carl stood there, utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that the dilemma that had plagued him for months could be resolved with such simplicity at what appeared to be an unpretentious gathering of the Justice League. Observing Carl's expression, Hubert mistakenly assumed he lacked sufficient funds, leaving him somewhat speechless. He could hardly believe that a member of the nobility could not produce even 600 pounds. "If you have no intention of purchasing now, we shall discuss it again at the next gathering," he suggested. I'll buy, Carl exclaimed, rising excitedly. "I apologize. I was taken aback. I never expected it would be so easy to acquire the arbiter's potion formula and primary materials. I shall return to fetch the money." "Today will suffice," Hubert replied. "Come back the day after tomorrow morning, and I shall hand over the potion formula and primary materials to you." Carl nodded repeatedly. Yes. Nearby, Audrey smiled softly. She had not anticipated that the Justice League wielded such immense power, facilitating a transaction involving a sequence 9 potion formula and its primary materials so swiftly. This realization filled her with pride, for the Justice League was undeniably growing at a remarkable pace. Hubert continued, "Next, let me elucidate the purpose of convening this gathering. Allow me to briefly recount my experiences from yesterday." He began to narrate the pre-trial proceedings, the brazen surveillance, the intimidation at the ruined Kingdom Hotel, and the near accusation he faced that evening. As he spoke, Hubert noticed that the 3 noble youths appeared somewhat exhilarated. They could only read about such thrilling tales in storybooks, and Hubert's repeated countermeasures delighted them, inciting a longing to partake in the action themselves. Upon reaching the conclusion of his tale, the 3 noble youths expressed indignation. Audrey furrowed her brow. I never imagined that B-Clan harbored such a dark side. Where there is light, darkness inevitably follows. Hubert smiled. The purpose of this gathering is to rally the strength of the Justice League to assist me in winning this lawsuit. You should all understand that this is a righteous endeavor and carries certain risks. Thus, participation is not compulsory, and there are no rewards. However, I believe that upholding B-Clan's justice is the finest reward, for we are the Justice League. Audrey clenched her fists ever since I attended your defense. I have been striving in this regard, yet I find that those previously amiable gentlemen and ladies become indignant at the mere mention of this matter. It has made it exceedingly difficult for me to steer the conversation in the direction I had hoped. Hubert remarked, their amiability stems solely from the fact that you have not encroached upon their interests. Once you do, you will discover the depths of their malice. Graylin added, I too have attempted to persuade those wealthy individuals and nobles aligned with Arnold, but he shook his head. Our power is far too insubstantial. You are misdirected in your approach, Hubert asserted. Firstly, do not rush to take sides, and secondly, do not exacerbate the conflict. The reason so many are aiding Arnold is that he has escalated this matter into a class struggle. However, given our limited power, we cannot frame this case as a class conflict. We must endeavor to portray it as Arnold's individual misconduct. His stinginess in refusing to compensate his employee for losses has ignited this case. We must also employ moral coercion to depict our actions as just and Arnold. Remember, to characterize Arnold as a despicable and shameless individual. By transforming class conflict into personal conflict, you will encounter far less resistance. Audrey's eyes brightened. This is indeed an excellent strategy. Why did I not think of it sooner? Hubert thought to himself, that is because you have not perused the selected works of Mao Zedong. He continued, the trial is tomorrow, and I hope you will share your insights regarding Arnold's ignoble nature within the noble circles in the coming days. Regardless of whether I triumph in court tomorrow, this campaign should not cease, for I anticipate that Arnold will launch a smear campaign against both myself and my client following the trial. The wave of discourse you create within noble circles will serve as a tremendous boon for me. Chapter 163, the first unified action of the Justice League. Upon hearing Hubert's words, Audrey immediately declared, there's a ball this evening, which I initially intended to decline. However, I have now changed my mind. Graylin also affirmed, I shall do everything within my power to assist. Hubert smiled. In addition to your support, Hugh and Forth are also aiding in the search for witnesses. This marks our Justice League's inaugural united endeavor. A mysterious light sparkled in Audrey's eyes. Although the Tarot Society was prestigious, it felt ethereal to her. While the experiences of the Justice League and its members unfolded right before her, enhancing her sense of involvement, the other members also felt an exhilarating closeness among them. Hubert declared, well, now that the main business is concluded, let us proceed to open dialogue and free trade. Audrey stated, Miss Hugh and Miss Forth have completed the tasks I assigned to you. They once traced the whereabouts of Zalingos, compelling him to act prematurely, thus increasing the likelihood of exposure. You both have also undertaken considerable risks. Here is the compensation I owe you. Carl appeared astonished. Zalingos? The Hurricane General Zalingos? Just a few days ago, there were reports of him missing, stating that he had disguised himself to attend a ball and was subsequently discovered and killed following a fierce battle. As for which ball he attended and the purpose of his attendance, the public remains unaware. However, the three noble youths present were privy to the answers to those questions. While Carl remained oblivious to the fact that Zalingos' demise was intertwined with B-Clan's most illustrious gem, Audrey, and the two ladies before him. Carl's astonishment delighted Audrey, who nearly divulged her role in the incident. Ultimately, she restrained herself, stating, we did play a certain role in this matter. Upon seeing the compensation awarded to Hugh and Forth, smiles involuntarily graced their faces, as the risks they had previously undertaken now felt worthwhile. They soon realized that since joining the Justice League, their earnings had doubled. Finally, they recognized that without Hubert's intervention, their escape would have been exceedingly challenging. Thus, Hugh turned to Hubert. We owe you our gratitude for having thwarted Zalingos' assault and diverting him. I believe our compensation should be. Hubert waved his hand. That incident was purely coincidental, and I believe that even without my intervention, you would have found alternative means of escape. You need not thank me, nor should you feel compelled to share your rewards with me. Carl scrutinized Hubert once more. This young lawyer had once again reshaped his understanding. As he had managed to withstand the onslaught of the Hurricane General, that was a pirate general, a universally acknowledged powerhouse. Excitement coursed through him as he felt he had indeed arrived at the right place. He seemed to glimpse a bright future unfolding before him. Hearing Hubert's words, Hugh and Forth no longer pressed the issue and proceeded to reach a verbal agreement, with Hubert regarding the primary materials for the sheriff and the illusionist. Carl had fallen utterly silent, astonished that a single gathering had facilitated 3 significant transactions involving primary materials. The other members, equally taken aback, were incredulous that such fruitful outcomes could arise from merely the second meeting. Subsequently, Audrey broached a new subject. She expressed her desire to acquire clues regarding the Psychological Alchemy Society or the potion recipes for the audience. Forsyth remarked, "Recently, I came across a lead concerning the Psychological Alchemy Society. It pertains to a mystical gathering held at a medical school. When a next meeting convenes, I shall extend an invitation for you to accompany me." Previously, in a bid to rescue the incarcerated Hugh, Forsyth had pledged to assist Audrey and Glint with their search for leads on the audience and potion masters. As fate would have it, during Mr. A's gathering, they stumbled upon a lead regarding the potion master, and later, Hubert successfully completed a transaction for the potion recipe and primary materials with Glint. However, a lead regarding the audience remains elusive to this day. "Very well," Audrey declared, producing a painting she had meticulously prepared. "Hubert, this is a piece I created specifically for you, wishing you triumph in your case." She unveiled a depiction of a young lawyer in fits of laughter, a resigned judge, and a glum middle-aged attorney. "Thank you," Hubert said, examining the artwork. "I shall hang it in my sitting room." He inquired, "Does this painting have a title?" Audrey shook her head. "Not yet," she replied. Hubert pondered for a moment and suggested, "Let us name it Shadows of the Court." As night descended, the social gatherings of the aristocracy in Beckland commenced. Their mode of socialization was through grand balls, hosted under various pretenses. Within these circles, they exchanged political and commercial intelligence, while the ladies busied themselves in aiding their husbands to procure information and garner favor from others in their social strata. Amidst their conversations, the ladies began to deliberate on the recently spotlighted workers' compensation case. They had momentarily forgotten who had initiated the topic, but it emerged quite naturally. Through information gleaned from their peers, the ladies speculated that Arnold had previously deceived them. He was, in fact, a mercenary businessman who had caused numerous workplace injuries, yet was unwilling to provide compensation. Thus, he had orchestrated an incident portraying the workers as overly demanding in their claims. The workers seeking reasonable compensation found herself voiceless, leading them to be misled by Arnold. The credibility of this information was notably high, derived from their analysis of inadvertent disclosures made by others. Observing the ladies seemingly privy to insider knowledge, Audrey finally allowed a smile to grace her lips. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the ball, a group of young nobles were also engaged in discussions about the case. Viscount Glint embellished his account of Arnold's unscrupulous tactics, conveniently omitting the fact that the Beckland Chamber of Commerce had explicitly supported Arnold. The young nobles began to realize that Arnold was indeed questionable, and the case might not be as clear-cut as commonly believed. As the ball neared its conclusion, Audrey and Glint serendipitously crossed paths, both illuminating the room with brilliant smiles. With the festivities concluded, Audrey, having battled for 3 to 4 hours, finally exhaled in relief. As they boarded the carriage for home, Count Hall praised her with a smile. "My dear, your reasoning is truly remarkable. Our daughter has grown, adept at navigating the principal contradictions." Audrey replied with a smile, "Wise Count Hall, nothing escapes your keen perception. You may not be aware of who inspired me." Count Hall paused, pondering if this was indeed a strategy conceived by Audrey herself, or if someone had guided her. Glint? Unlikely. Chapter 164. The workers' compensation case goes to trial. The reception hall of the Blackthorn Security Company was more crowded than usual that evening. In addition to Hubert, Hugh, and Forsyth, Thomas had even brought Bob along for added protection. Besides the night watch squad, Captain Acancer of the Mechanical Heart had personally brought 3 team members to ensure the safety of Hubert and his companions. Hubert was making final preparations. Earlier in the afternoon, he had secured several witnesses willing to testify, and his current focus was on strategizing responses to the opposing counsel's arguments. Indeed, Hubert had formulated numerous scenarios and considered multiple defense strategies. However, he understood that despite thorough preparation, the efficacy of spontaneous performance was equally paramount. It was not until midnight that Hubert finally endeavored to find rest, needing to be well rested for the challenges that awaited him the next day. Meanwhile, in the captain's office, Thomas and Acancer were engaged in discussion regarding Hubert's prospects for success. Currently, it appeared to be a daunting task. Thomas remarked, "After all, his opponent is a prominent barrister." Acancer nodded in agreement. In truth, the situation has progressed to this point. Even if tomorrow does not yield a favorable verdict, the issue of workers' compensation has garnered widespread attention. Thomas chuckled. Indeed, Hubert's earlier remark was astute. Arnold has been striving to amplify the incident's impact, a rather foolish endeavor. The cancer mused. Let us hope this incident catalyzes relevant legislative progress. Precisely, Thomas concurred. If it can indeed spur legislative action, then Hubert's efforts will not have been in vain. The cancer, sensing the moment was ripe, stated, Bishop Hobert hopes that following this incident, we can collectively pressure the Rune Parliament to amend pertinent legislation, adding provisions that safeguard the interests of the working populace. Thomas replied, I shall relay Bishop Hobert's proposal. On Friday morning, under the protection of the Night Watch Squad and the Mechanical Heart Team, Hobert and his companions arrived at the Beckland Court. Upon entering, they were greeted by a packed audience in the spectator section. Among them were Bob's fellow workers, all members of the Justice League, and their accompanying noble youths, as well as Hubert's family, including Christine and their bodyguard from the Mercenary Club. Additionally, Hubert's close friends, Bishap and Yulia, along with their teachers and students, were present. Numerous clergy, concerned gentlemen and ladies regarding the case, and reporters from various newspapers were also in attendance, alongside prominent members of the Beckland Chamber of Commerce and their invited journalists. As Hobert and Bob entered, they were met with cheers and applause. Hobert greeted them warmly, engaging in light banter with those who called out to him, seemingly unfazed by the pressure. Once seated at the plaintiff's bench alongside Bob, Hobert shifted his focus and made final preparations for his defense. When Arnold and his lawyer entered, they were met with a chorus of disdainful glares. And even those who had no seats and were listening from outside the windows loudly questioned, Arnold, is it really so difficult to part with a mere compensation? Immediately, others chimed in, indeed. We've heard you've even threatened the plaintiff and their lawyer. You've brought shame upon the gentlemen of Beckland. A ruckus ensued as the crowd began to chant, Arnold, defeat! Arnold, defeat! The clamor grew, and the entire courtroom became a cacophony of unrest. Confronted with this uproar, Arnold was taken aback. Prior to entering the courtroom, he had been brimming with confidence, buoyed by public opinion that had favored him. But why did the reality diverge so greatly from the reports he had received from his subordinates? Even the seasoned barrister Hugo felt a degree of pressure. As an experienced lawyer, he understood that a trial with such a large audience resembled a public performance, and the emotions of those present could easily sway the judge toward a verdict aligned with the prevailing sentiments. At that moment, it was apparent that the atmosphere favored the plaintiff. The president of the Beckland Chamber of Commerce, Gustav, was somewhat taken aback upon arriving at the courthouse. He had just received news that a faction of the nobility seemed discontented with Arnold's exacerbation of the situation. This sudden realization struck Gustav, making him aware that they had indeed escalated the matter excessively. The atmosphere in the courtroom today intensified his apprehension. Initially, it was a handful of individuals hired by Hobert to incite the crowd. When it comes to rallying support, a group of affluent from the kingdom of Rune pales in comparison to a young man from the Common Era. Hobert had witnessed the art of turning falsehoods into truths, convincing everyone in the process. Once discussions commenced in the courtroom, they became uncontainable. Attendees began to scrutinize Arnold's hypocrisy and miserly nature. While the class conflicts ignited by the case were scarcely mentioned, Gustav and his associates realized their oversight. They had been preoccupied with promoting the matter in newspapers among the wealthy and nobility while neglecting to manage the public opinion of the courtroom spectators. However, recognizing this now was too late. At 8:30, with the appearance of the judge, the case was officially opened. The plaintiff's attorney, Hobert, was the first to articulate his demands, continuing to frame Arnold's actions from the perspective of intentional harm. As he concluded, he stated, I trust everyone has observed the emblem behind the judge, which depicts a scale with equal heights on both sides. For ages, the law has symbolized fairness and justice. Yet, the current situation in Beckland reveals that a profit-driven merchant like Arnold is wielding the law as a weapon to mask his unethical conduct. Meanwhile, individuals like Bob, who genuinely require legal assistance, are denied help due to their impoverished circumstances. Since when did law equate to wealth? Is the law a measure of equitable scales, or merely a reflection of monetary advantage? I conclude my statement. Applause erupted in the courtroom, and Hobert offered a slight bow in gratitude. Next, it was Hugo's turn to speak. I trust the plaintiff's attorney understands that this is a courtroom, not a venue for moral judgments. He began to elucidate the grounds for Arnold's innocence, presenting a defense strategy far superior to that of previous attorneys. Arnold had not directly managed the factory. Rather, he had entrusted the management to the factory director and workshop supervisors, thus rendering the charge of negligence against Arnold unfounded. Finally, he called upon 3 factory employees to provide testimony, asserting that production within the workshop was safe. Hobert sought to cross-examine the witnesses, and upon receiving permission, he inquired of one worker, are there safety reminders or alerts in your factory? The worker replied, "We have an employee handbook that outlines the hazards encountered at work." Hubert pressed on, "Can you recite the employee handbook?" The worker chuckled, "Sir, we are here to work, not to attend school." "Then surely you can enumerate some of the hazards listed in the employee handbook?" The worker glanced at Arnold and stumbled to mention a few. Hubert rifled through his folder, producing a document. "I have here the employee handbook as referenced by the witness. It contains 12 clauses, 9 of which elaborate on theft and damage to property consequences, and 2 pertain to quality requirements rather than safety protocols. The final clause addresses the leave policy. I see not a single mention of safety reminders. May I ask this witness, are the items you just listed truly part of your factory's employee handbook?" Objection. Hugo, the barrister, interjected. The opposing counsel is employing leading questions. The judge ruled. Objection overruled. The plaintiff's attorney may continue. Chapter 165, a case elevated to ideological discourse. After a series of inquiries, Hubert summarized. "Have you all heard? There are no safety reminders within Arnold's factory. Not even a few phrases written on the workshop walls would suffice. As for the opposing attorney's claim that Arnold did not partake in management, the legal entity of this factory is Arnold himself. He bears undeniable responsibility for all incidents occurring within." Following his closing remarks, Hubert introduced the witnesses he had procured, and after each swore an oath to their respective deities, they attested that Arnold's factory lacked safety production reminders. Hugo commenced his cross-examination of the witnesses, asking but a single question. "Do you know how to write the phrase safety production? If so, please inscribe it." Only one worker managed to scrawl the words safety production in a crooked manner, while the other 4 produced phrases riddled with grammatical and spelling errors. This was commendable, given their status as laborers, as they recognized a few letters and phrases. Hugo shrugged. "You see, how many among you can comprehend such safety reminders? What practical utility do such slogans hold?" His summary elicited laughter from Gustav and others, akin to derision or mockery. "I understand, sir," one witness suddenly interjected. "Though I cannot write it, I would recognize it if I saw it." Hugo was taken aback. The other 3 witnesses chimed in. "I would recognize it too. If I saw the phrase, I would know it." Hugo promptly shifted the direction of his questioning, inquiring, "In coming here to testify, did you receive any compensation from the plaintiff's attorney?" The witness replied, "Yes, but that was for lost wages," as he continued to question. Hugo increasingly found the witnesses' responses to be impeccable, leading him to suspect that Hubert had perhaps trained these individuals. Thus, he set aside all condescension, regarding Hubert as the most formidable adversary he had encountered thus far. This was not to imply that Hugo's defense strategy was flawed or that his reactions were sluggish. Rather, he had never before handled a case involving workers, and he lacked a true understanding of them, viewing them merely as a concept. In Hugo's perception, workers were coarse, ignorant, unversed in the law, and devoid of reason, merely a bunch of sparse-haired, curly-tailed baboons. Yet, he underestimated the resolve of human survival. Even the most ignorant individual would exhibit a shrewdness when it came to matters of existence. As described by Hubert the previous afternoon, these 5 witnesses understood that the outcome of this trial would significantly impact their future living conditions. Hence, they approached today's proceedings with utmost seriousness. To Hugo, this was merely a lucrative case. Even the tasks of gathering defense materials and locating witnesses were handled by his assistants, as per routine. However, following customary procedures would make victory difficult. In the first round of witness testimonies, the plaintiff's side secured a slight victory. During the second round of defense, Hugo endeavored to steer the discourse into areas where he excelled. The Kingdom of Rune prides itself on liberty and democracy. Although these concepts were invented by the Republic of Intis, they have flourished magnificently here. I firmly believe that Mr. Arnold's choice of whom to employ is his freedom, just as Bob's decision to work for Mr. Arnold is his freedom. All of this is achieved under the premise of voluntary choice. And now that Bob has been injured, to lay all blame upon Mr. Arnold is evidently an unreasonable demand. Hubert countered, "Indeed, freedom is a commendable concept, but it must be constrained. The freedom espoused by the defendant's attorney includes the liberty to treat local people as cattle for sale in the southern continent, as well as the unbridled exploitation of locals in the RHYSD Isles. Often, such freedoms manifest the darkest facets of humanity. Law is the foundation of freedom. Yet Arnold's exhibited behavior is one of boundless liberty. My client, upon entering Mr. Arnold's factory, had already established an employment relationship. In such circumstances, my client bears the burden of the workplace injury, and Mr. Arnold must be held accountable." The judge did not inhibit them from engaging in ideological arguments, as this lawsuit has garnered a certain societal significance. Hugo glanced at the judge's expression before continuing. As a citizen of ruin, I am endowed with ample democratic rights. My client should only be held responsible for fixed liabilities. However, if all responsibilities within the factory are to be placed upon my client, how can the democracy of the kingdom of ruin be manifested? Bob possesses his rights and responsibilities. Yet this does not extend to the authority to excessively claim from his employer. If this claim succeeds, Bob's interests are safeguarded. But what are my client's rights? As a citizen of a democratic nation, my client's rights should not be overlooked. Otherwise, the economic principles of Beckland will face severe repercussions. Hobert interjected. The democracy espoused by the defendant's lawyer is merely a monetary interpretation of democracy. Ladies and gentlemen, the House of Commons has numerous representatives. Can anyone here claim to be a worker? Is there a single representative who is a farmer? Can a democracy that fails to represent all classes truly be called democratic? At this juncture, Bob's fellow workers erupted in applause. Yet Hobert noted that the reactions of others were rather subdued. Observing the smile on Hugo's face, Hobert suddenly realized that Hugo had intentionally stirred this topic to elevate the conflict between Bob and Arnold to a class struggle. Truly, what a formidable barrister. Hobert mused inwardly, recognizing the crux of the matter with such alacrity. He promptly recalibrated his strategy. The defendant belongs to a rare breed in Beckland, one who neither comprehends freedom nor understands what true democracy entails. Such a person has been inciting discord throughout Beckland based on personal grievances. Ladies and gentlemen, are you willing to bear the consequences of Arnold's inaction? Hugo's mirth evaporated immediately. He had not anticipated such a swift reaction from an otherwise unassuming lawyer like Hobert. Hubert's discourse continued. May I ask you all, why has a workplace injury compensation case attracted the attention of all Beckland? Does this not strike you as peculiar? Why such widespread scrutiny? It is simply because the defendant desires to escalate the situation to evade compensation. Otherwise, why would anyone care about a mundane workplace injury case? Hubert's words resonated with the audience, particularly among the young aristocrats, many of whom were hearing about workplace injury compensation cases for the first time. Chapter 166. A defense worthy of textbooks. Hugo perceived the audience's response and internally lamented. This is dire. Hobert adroitly exploited Arnold's prior grandstanding, solidifying the notion that Arnold's efforts to escalate the situation were driven by ulterior motives, thus complicating any attempt to redirect the issue towards class conflict. In the second round of arguments, Hobert achieved another modest victory, and after 2 consecutive minor triumphs, the plaintiffs had gained substantial leverage. The third round of debate commenced, and Hugo decisively adjusted his defense strategy once more, again basing it on Arnold's non-involvement in specific management, attempting to extricate him from responsibility in this matter. Hubert's defense was straightforward. If Arnold bears no responsibility, why has he allowed this incident to become widely known throughout Beckland? This is clearly an attempt to dilute his accountability, deliberately evading it. At this moment, Arnold deeply regretted making this case public. He could not fathom why what should have been an advantage had transformed, in Hubert's hands, into his incrimination. During the fourth round of debate, Hugo abandoned the defense of exoneration altogether and began to negotiate with Hobert regarding the compensation amount, fervently striving to absolve Arnold of criminal liability. Typically, workplace injury compensation falls under civil disputes, and only in cases of adverse impact or severe incidents is legal liability pursued. Therefore, Hugo's advocacy for Arnold's exemption from criminal responsibility yielded some success. Around 11 o'clock in the morning, following a protracted defense, the judge pronounced, Bob suffered injury and disability due to Arnold's inaction. The defendant, Arnold, is required to pay a one-time compensation of £860 to Bob, along with legal fees of £52 and 6 shillings to Hobert, totaling £912 and 6 shillings. Arnold did not commit a crime of intentional harm and thus bears no criminal liability. He is ordered to post safety slogans in his factory and conduct safety training for employees. This highly publicized workplace injury compensation case concluded with a victory for the plaintiff. A professor from the Beckland Law School, attending the proceedings, remarked to his students, "This is undoubtedly a defense that could be incorporated into textbooks. From its inception as a civil case to its evolution into a criminal one, and subsequently into a societal case, and finally into one requiring Arnold's personal accountability. Each transition reveals Hubert's sagacity and the intense rivalry between the defendant and plaintiff. Students, this is an exceptionally vivid lesson in defense. Hubert's argument teaches us that often the advantages of our adversaries can be transformed into tools for our benefit." Meanwhile, a reporter from the Daily Observer, Mike Joseph, diligently recorded the professor's words in his notebook. In the audience, more individuals cheered. "Justice in Beckland has prevailed. Long live justice." The light of justice shines once again upon Beckland. Those leading the chance were, of course, individuals hired by Hubert. This was his reward for Audrey and Greeland. For them, nothing was more gratifying than witnessing their efforts yield public acknowledgement. Hubert glanced at Audrey and Greeland, observing that Audrey's cheeks were flushed with excitement, while Greeland wore a contented smile. They would not feel such satisfaction from monetary compensation or magical items. After finalizing the specifics of the compensation with Hugo, Hubert departed the plaintiff's seat with Bob. Reporters immediately surrounded him. Mr. Hubert, what are your thoughts at this moment? Mr. Hubert, what efforts did you undertake for today's victory? Mr. Hubert. Hubert, feeling somewhat fatigued, raised his hand. I apologize, everyone. The recent defense has left me somewhat weary. If you wish to conduct interviews, please visit the Yaslambaten law firm this afternoon. I'll be available then. The reporters promptly shifted their focus. Mr. Bob, how do you intend to spend this compensation? Are you satisfied with the amount? Hubert raised his hand again. I apologize, my client is not prepared for an interview. No, Mr. Lawyer. Bob suddenly interjected. I must tell everyone, yes, I must share that I have encountered a wonderful lawyer. As he spoke, tears streamed down Bob's face before meeting Mr. Hubert. No attorney would take my case. In my darkest hour, when I was poised to accept Arnold's meager compensation as a form of charity, it was Mr. Hubert who appeared. He restored my dignity as a human being. Bob wept fervently. As long as we have lawyers like Hubert, Beckland holds hope. The reporters hastily noted his words, and the sketch artists fervently recorded the scene. Given the limitations of contemporary photography, which require subjects to remain motionless for extended periods to capture images, newspapers typically employed sketch artists to document iconic moments alongside their written accounts. After maneuvering Bob through the crowd to the carriage, Hubert smiled and waved at the onlookers as he boarded, prompting another flurry of activity from the sketch artists. In their eyes, this was a salute of victory. As the carriage began to move, Hubert finally relaxed, feeling a profound alignment between his spirit and body. The victory in today's case allowed him to flawlessly play his role once more, and he intended to consume the briber's potion that very night. Inside the carriage, Thomas and a cancer, the two captains, congratulated Hubert on his triumph. With this case as a precedent, future workers who suffered debilitating injuries will be able to demand more reasonable compensation. Hubert first expressed his gratitude for their kind words, then turned to a cancer and said, You must find a way to give Bob a new identity and a different place to live. Otherwise, he may easily become a target for robbers or thieves. The cancer nodded. Leave it to me. We will ensure Bob's safety. Hubert smiled at Bob, saying, You will accompany Captain Acancer shortly and prepare to welcome your new life. Bob grasped Hubert's hand, exclaiming, Mr. Lawyer, I don't know how to thank you. Hubert, with a meaningful expression, replied, I must also thank you, for I have gained much from this case. Upon returning to the law firm, after resting for an hour or two, the reporters arrived as scheduled. Hubert was well aware of the power of public opinion and patiently answered each reporter's questions, even those that were particularly challenging. No matter how tricky the inquiries became, they were no match for Hubert. It was only after 4 in the afternoon that he bid farewell to the last reporter, stretching his limbs as the day's work finally came to an end. However, due to the enhanced alignment with the potion, he did not feel overly fatigued. After chatting briefly with Barton, he returned to his rented room, leaving a note for Hester and Forth, who had gone to the bar to celebrate the day's victory. In his room, Hubert, through his own method of supplication, acquired the extraordinary characteristics of the briber's potion and proceeded to purchase the necessary auxiliary materials from Gal's apothecary. With all the potion's components in hand, he returned home to Queens, preparing to discuss matters with Christine before consuming the potion, as agreed. Chapter 167. Descendants of the Emperor. The atmosphere at home was lively, as everyone had attended Hubert's defense and were aware of his significant victory. Donna mentioned that several of her female classmates had expressed their admiration for Hubert, even encouraging her mother to propose. Tyrone also hoped to enroll in law school, aspiring to defend justice in the future. After a boisterous dinner, at Hubert's subtle prompting, Christine led him to the study. Sitting across from each other at the desk, Hubert stated, Father, I have thoroughly digested the barbarian's potion. Today's victory has made me acutely aware of the potion's profound connection with my spirit. I believe I am ready to consume the briber's potion. Christine blinked in surprise. Handling cases can indeed expedite the digestion of the barbarian's potion. Hubert corrected him. Yes, dealing with social cases has such an effect. This time, Christine did not seek confirmation as he had before. He trusted Hubert's intuition. Perhaps you are the hope of your family. He gazed at Hubert with a look of satisfaction for a few seconds before continuing. After you digest the barbarian's potion, Your father left you with two options. One option is to remain at sequence 8. I will provide you with a sealing artifact. With this artifact, you can transfer the maddening whispers in your ear to others. However, each transfer lasts only 12 hours, and once used, you must rest for 14 hours before employing it again. Although you will still hear the maddening whispers, the ample rest will alleviate the mental strain. And as long as the barbarian's potion is fully digested, there should be no signs of losing control. That artifact was painstakingly obtained by Rex and is only suitable for sequence 8. Once you consume the Briber's potion, there will be no turning back. Hearing this, Hubert suddenly inquired, "Father, Mr. Rex, my biological father, why does he always provide me with such negative options?" "My child, you are still too young to understand a father's concerns," Christine replied. "Gaining power comes at a cost. The greater the power obtained, the greater the price to be paid. Only when you have children will you understand such worries." Hubert nodded, acknowledging that he had yet to experience the feeling of parenthood. "And what is the other option?" "I will share with you all known information regarding the Heller family curse. You will use this information to continue your quest for answers," Christine explained. "Furthermore, you have passed your father's test. According to your father's last words, if you do not find the Briber's potion formula before fully digesting the barbarian's potion, you will only have the previous option. If you succeed in the test, I will do my utmost to assist you in advancing your sequence." Hubert suddenly realized that Rex's test served as a selection mechanism. He had previously thought it was merely a trap for his son. After a brief contemplation, he made his decision. "I will stick to my previous choice, ascending to become a Briber and investigating the family curse." Christine took a deep breath. "Very well. I respect your choice." He paused before continuing. "Let me first share with you the history of your family." Hubert sat upright in his chair, attentively listening to Christine's words. Christine looked at Hubert and said, "You are not actually a Heller. Your true surname is Trencist." Hubert was taken aback. That surname sounded eerily familiar. After a moment's reflection, he suddenly exclaimed, "The Trencist of the Night Emperor?" Christine nodded. It took Hubert a second or two to digest this information, and then he realized that the family curse might stem from this surname. "Rex spent his entire life trying to uncover the source of your family's curse," Christine continued. "According to your ancestors' records, this curse appeared suddenly, around the time of the Night Emperor's fall. However, your ancestors only knew the general time frame of the Night Emperor's demise and were uncertain whether the curse manifested before or after his downfall." Christine rose to pour a glass of wine for both himself and Hubert, then sat down to elaborate. "The Night Emperor's fall remains a great mystery. Logically, he was one of the victors in the early stages of the War of the Four Emperors. The Black Emperor Solomon was the enemy of the gods, and his subsequent downfall was anticipated. The Blood Emperor Tudu, being half-mad, found it exceedingly difficult to achieve ultimate victory. Yet the Night Emperor, who had received the support of the gods and gained significant advantages in the early battles, suddenly fell. Why? Moreover, the Church of the True God has pursued the Trencist family with extraordinary fervor. The Solomon and Tudu families were merely hunted for a time by the Church of the True God. Once those two families concealed themselves, the Church ceased its active pursuit of them. However, the Trencist family is different. The Church has persistently sought out the remnants of this family. Consequently, most of your family members have had to hide in the southern continent, where the Church's influence is weaker, living under assumed identities." Hubert was taken aback. "Could it be the Balky family?" He inquired, "Are there other members of my family?" "Indeed," Christine confirmed. "After reaching the southern continent, they changed their surname to Balky. Rex even visited them and, with the Patriarch's permission, brought back an extraordinary characteristic of Sequence 4. Over 20 years have passed. I wonder how they are faring now." Hubert mused. "They are likely doing quite well. The family is mine now." Christine continued, "Your father speculated that the curse upon your family is likely connected to the fall of the Night Emperor. Upon returning to Beakland, he began an extensive search for ancient relics. Unfortunately, he only uncovered a few faint traces and failed to find any substantial evidence to support his theory." He sighed. "The origins of the family curse must be sought by you, alongside a means to lift it. Your father once expressed that becoming the angel of the legal path, specifically Sequence 2, would unravel the family's curse. Regrettably, he failed in his ascension to angel." At this point, Christine shook his head. "I cannot fathom why he failed. He seemed destined for success." He sighed once more, as if lost in distant memories. Hubert suddenly inquired, "Father, what about you? Is your surname truly Geoffrey?" "No, Christine replied. My surname is Tudor. Yes, the tutor of the Blood Emperor." Chapter 168, Becoming the Briberer. Christine continued, "The Tudor family has 3 surviving bloodlines. We are one of them. Before the War of the Four Emperors, our branch had long consumed the potions of the Arbitrator's Path. Thus, when we re-emerged after a period of concealment, no one doubted our connection to the Blood Emperor. The pairing of Christine and Rex struck Hubert as peculiar. I have heard that the Transoster family does not maintain a cordial relationship with the Tudor family. During the joint governance, Tudor and Transoster, both sequence one of the two Black Emperor paths, faced the looming threat of Solomon's resurrection. Transoster garnered the support of the six gods, ascending to the status of true god judge of the adjacent path. This led to the immediate collapse of the joint government, forcing Tudor into a desperate position, ultimately compelling him to ascend to the non-adjacent path of the Red Sacrificer. Theoretically, they should be adversaries. That was a long time ago. Christine chuckled wryly. Both emperors have been fallen for over a millennium. Our primary objective now is survival. In the face of survival, past grievances can be wholly disregarded. Just as in the past, where two sequence one from the same path could unite for the sake of survival and familial interests. Hubert chose not to pursue this topic further. My current dilemma is the search for the source of the family curse and a remedy for it. Mr. Rex's methods may not prove useful. Christine nodded, indeed. Hubert pondered for a moment before asking, what about the extraordinary traits left behind by Mr. Rex? From Christine's implication, Rex had been sequence 3 in life, and possessing his extraordinary traits would significantly ease Hubert's ascent to demigod status. They're nowhere to be found. Nowhere to be found. Indeed, Christine confirmed, Rex attempted to resolve the family curse alone, and when we found him, he had already perished. His extraordinary traits vanished as well. Could it be that someone murdered Mr. X? Hubert speculated. Unlikely, Christine asserted. Though there were signs of struggle at the scene, no traces of an adversary were left behind. This is a conclusion I have verified repeatedly. It is as if Rex had been battling himself. Hubert furrowed his brow. That is indeed strange. Where could the extraordinary traits have gone? According to our ancestors' records, Christine explained, previous sequence 3 who sought to resolve the family curse invariably lost their extraordinary traits. Hubert scratched his head, finding this quite peculiar. Christine lamented. Now you comprehend your father's earnest intentions, do you not? The mysteries surrounding your family's curse are far too many. Hubert nodded, though he did not take it too much to heart. Currently, he held dominion over the realm of disorder and believed that, without his proactive engagement in unraveling these enigmas, they might very well come seeking him directly. I shall remain steadfast in my decision. Hubert produced the extraordinary trait of the briber and the auxiliary materials. Father, do you have any red wine? The auxiliary materials required 80 milliliters of red wine. Yes, Christine replied, rummaging through the wine cabinet until he found a bottle of red wine, which he handed to Hubert. He then produced a measuring cylinder, a balance, and a beaker, overseeing Hubert as he prepared the potion. Hubert followed the potion's recipe, first adding 5 drops each of golden and black mandrake juice, followed by 4 drops of colorful psychedelic grass essential oil, and pouring in the 80 milliliters of red wine. The presence of the psychedelic grass essential oil caused a faint, magical mist to emanate from the beaker as soon as the auxiliary materials were added. Next, Hubert introduced the extraordinary trait of the briber, and the mist expanded dramatically, dissipating in mere seconds, leaving behind a thick, jelly-like potion. Hubert poured the potion into a cup without a drop wasted, and he seemed to faintly hear a voice within the potion, alluring and enticing. Gathering his courage, he drank it in one swift motion. The moment the potion reached his stomach, Hubert felt his consciousness detach from his physical form. He envisioned the vast night sky, with stars twinkling like they were winking. Hubert hastily focused his mind. The extensive role-playing he had engaged in previously now bore fruit. His spiritual and astral bodies harmonized exquisitely with his ethereal form, allowing him to swiftly regain control over his body. Subsequently, he sensed the potion's transformative effects on his astral and spiritual bodies. The experience was not particularly painful, merely burdensome on his psyche. Had he not adequately processed the potion prior, ascending to sequence 7 would have posed significant peril, potentially overwhelming his spiritual and astral forms. This extraordinary process lasted approximately a minute, and Hubert gradually regained his awareness, immediately sensing notable changes in both his spiritual and physical forms. This is even smoother than anticipated, Christine remarked with a smile. Now, feel the new capabilities bestowed by the briber. Hubert expanded his spiritual senses and quickly discerned that he now possessed the extraordinary ability of bribery. The process of bribery involved offering something to an opponent, irrespective of their willingness to accept it. The item need not even come into physical contact with the opponent for the bribery to take effect. Once bribed, Hubert could continuously utilize extraordinary abilities against the opponent. If the opponent willingly accepted the bribe, the effects would be enhanced. Sequence 7's bribery encompasses 4 applications: weaken, enchant, arrogance, and connection. Weaken is the most versatile application, significantly diminishing physical attacks, extraordinary ability attacks, mental assaults, as well as the opponent's defenses and speed. It can be considered a universal skill. Enchanting induces strong affection in the target towards Hobert, making hostile intentions difficult to manifest under suitable conditions. There exists a minuscule chance that the enchanted target may even attack their allies. Against unfamiliar foes, this ability yields unexpected results, while it proves challenging to affect adversaries with whom one has a prior relationship. Furthermore, Hubert's personal charm has been considerably enhanced, making his words more persuasive and garnering greater support from others. Arrogance instills pride and hubris in the enemy, diminishing their mental acuity and leading to misjudgments. Connection allows Hobert to establish ties and associations between himself and others or his opponents. When employed in adversarial contexts, its effects parallel those of enchantment. When used in ordinary circumstances, it fosters a sense of kinship, making it easier to discover common ground and facilitating the formation of friendships. Chapter 169, The Aid of the Realm of Disorder. Beyond bribery, distortion has been augmented, enabling Hobert to warp the language and actions of his enemies, effectively transforming it into an offensive, extraordinary ability. His physical attributes have also seen improvement, with the berserk state now capable of lasting over an hour. Most importantly, there has been a significant enhancement in spirituality. Hobert is now capable of fully harnessing the powers of the mental spoon. Moreover, the use of the spirit-linking necklace no longer necessitates restraint. It is estimated that even after invoking it 10 or 8 times in succession, his spirituality will not be depleted. This indicates a qualitative leap in spirituality from sequence 8 to sequence 7. However, his ability to identify vulnerabilities and summarize patterns has not seen a marked improvement. With a clear understanding of his newfound abilities, Hobert departed from his study and returned to his room. As it was still early, he did not succumb to sleep immediately. Instead, he sat in a chair pondering the role of the briber. The emergence of these new abilities provided considerable insight. The essence of bribery is to augment the number of friends while diminishing enemies. Yet, given the lack of a significant enhancement in his capacity to identify vulnerabilities and summarize patterns, does this imply that the process of bribery inherently involves the active creation of vulnerabilities and the alteration of rules? Does this suggest that the role of the briber should be more proactive and assertive? Hobert recalled his previous reflections on embodying a barbarian, which had proven remarkably successful due to his adherence to the tenets of disregarding civilized order. This was the guiding principle of the barbarian's portrayal, allowing his potions to be absorbed with great swiftness. Furthermore, Hobert had come to realize that the core elements of the entire legal pathway are inseparable from order and rules. Through this contemplation, Hobert recognized that the key element of the briber's role likely involves actively manifesting advantageous loopholes within the rules. He resolved to embody this principle whenever the opportunity arose, to observe whether his potions might show signs of loosening. He then locked his door and entered the realm of disorder, eager to discern any changes that might have occurred in this domain following his ascension to sequence 7. As he seated himself upon the Iron Throne, Hobert first beheld the blurred figure he had ensnared in the murky waters, now rendered more distinct. He could clearly discern the facial features of a handsome young man. Hobert fortified the seal of the murky waters upon this figure, which indeed had grown in strength. Yet the realm of disorder remained Hubert's domain, allowing him to easily maintain the seal. Hobert then began to ponder the nature of this matter seriously. Whose projection is this blurred figure? Could it possibly be the projection of the Night Sovereign? Shaking his head at this thought, Hobert deemed it unlikely, for the logic did not hold. If it were the Night Sovereign, why would he torment his own descendants through curses? Hobert cautioned against such hasty conclusions, recognizing that there might be intricate operations at play that he did not fully comprehend. Could this perhaps be a contingency for the Night Sovereign's resurrection? Upon becoming a true deity, he would become exceedingly difficult to eliminate, as they embody a certain aspect of order or exist beyond it. Life and death are concepts unique to humanity, and such notions may not encompass deities that already possess abstract significance. Upon entering the realm of disorder, Hobert discovered that he had gained additional memories regarding the Night Sovereign. These recollections aligned closely with Christine's descriptions. However, Christine's portrayal lacked details concerning the transformation into an ancient entity. Following the fall of the resurrected Solomon, the Night Sovereign likely acquired the uniqueness of the Black Emperor pathway and at least one extraordinary trait of Sequence 1. The Night Sovereign was already a judge, and with the uniqueness of the Black Emperor and a trait of Sequence 1, He was merely lacking the source essence to ascend to an ancient being. Thus, might the Knight Sovereign's fall be directly linked to his ambition to become an ancient entity? For instance, the six gods may have been unwilling to witness the emergence of a being more powerful than themselves, and perhaps the Knight Sovereign faced some form of corruption while seeking the realm of disorder. A sudden realization struck Hubert. His immediate connection to the realm of disorder upon his arrival might be attributed to the original host's surname, Transmigrated. He recalled the uniqueness of the Transmigrated copper book within the Judge's pathway, which had been contaminated by the realm of disorder. Yet, herein lies the conundrum. If the Transmigrated copper book had been tainted by an outer god, or perhaps by the source fortress or the sea of chaos, that would be entirely plausible. Why then would it be said to be contaminated by the realm of disorder? The realm of disorder itself is a source essence of the Judge's pathway. What sort of pollution could it inflict upon the uniqueness of the Judge's pathway? Or is there a deeper secret at play? For instance, had the Knight Sovereign fallen into a trap set by the indeterminate mist? If it were a direct confrontation, the indeterminate mist may not have been a match for the Knight Sovereign. However, given the Knight Sovereign's ancient status, it would be exceedingly simple to orchestrate a covert scheme against him, a maneuver from which the Knight Sovereign would find it difficult to defend. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Hubert tapped his forehead. These issues were beyond the comprehension of a mere sequence 7. He resolved to postpone further contemplation until new clues presented themselves. Sitting upon the Iron Throne, Hubert extended his spirituality, first sensing an augmented ability to distort within the realm of disorder. This ability bore a high rank, capable of distorting certain natural laws, such as transmuting a small area of summer into the depths of winter. As for distorting the intentions and desires of foes, that was trivial in comparison. Like the other two abilities, order and chaos, distortion is time-limited. It does not mean that once a summer is transformed into winter, it remains so indefinitely. After a few minutes, the power of distortion will gradually dissipate. However, the consequences wrought by the distortion are irreversible. For instance, if plants perish from the cold of winter, they are truly dead. Hubert then immediately sensed that his control over the area had significantly expanded. The lakes, woods, and meadows below the mountain now fell within his dominion. Moreover, he discovered peculiar black stones within his realm of control, resembling the composition of the teleportation statues. Rising from the Iron Throne, Hubert stepped forward, arriving at the location of the black stones at the foot of the mountain. Upon picking one up, he immediately perceived its ability, distortion. Furthermore, this was a distortion of exceptionally high rank, capable of even distorting extraordinary traits. The effective range of attack extended 3 meters, allowing him to distort the temperature and mechanical laws within that vicinity, and even to twist the extraordinary traits of enemies, instigating signs of their loss of control. Chapter 170, The Fork with Healing Magic. Hubert resolved to name these black stones of disorder, for he sensed that their most advantageous ability lay in distorting the extraordinary traits of foes, inducing varying degrees of loss of control. The potency of the stones of disorder is directly correlated to Hubert's sequence. For instance, now that he is sequence 7, using it against sequence 8 adversaries yields a 30 probability of immediate loss of control. Even if immediate loss of control does not occur, the enemy will effectively be rendered combat ineffective. Against sequence 9 opponents, the probability rises to 40. Should Hubert ascend to sequence 6, then using it against sequence 7 foes would result in a 30 probability of immediate loss of control, while sequence 8 would yield a 40 probability, and so forth. When employed against foes of the same sequence, unless they are from the easily destabilized mystic prayer pathway, the chances of inducing loss of control are minimal. Its primary function is to amplify the pressure upon the enemy's spiritual and stellar bodies, rendering them exceedingly feeble and potentially having the potency of their extraordinary abilities. Against enemies of a higher sequence than Hubert, it can still exert considerable pressure, if the opponent is in a less than optimal state. There exists a high probability of misjudgment or mental disorientation, thereby creating greater opportunities for Hubert. Utilizing the stones of disorder is straightforward, akin to employing a talisman. One merely needs to preset the incantation, infuse it with spirituality, and then cast the stone of disorder within a 3-meter radius of the enemy to immediately distort their extraordinary traits. If multiple foes are within a 3-meter radius, Hubert can simultaneously strike various targets, marking the inception of his first area of effect skill. Furthermore, Hubert possesses the ability to regulate the usage frequency of each uncontrolled stone, ranging from 1 to 8 times. For Hubert, this serves as a remarkably practical weapon, endowing him with an extraordinary capability that is difficult for adversaries to anticipate. Nevertheless, he believes the appearance of the uncontrolled stone warrants alteration. Hurling stones at enemies during battle seems more fitting for children than for a formidable combatant. He envisions transforming it into a concealed weapon, one that appears far more sophisticated. Hubert's initial thought was to model it after tarot cards. However, he deems square-shaped weapons less effective than circular ones, bricks notwithstanding. Yet, should he truly fashion the uncontrolled stone to resemble a brick, he would find himself limited in quantity, and such an item would befit only ruffians and skirmishes. Once he ascends to the rank of baron or count, utilizing bricks would be wholly inappropriate. Consequently, Hubert ultimately determines the shape of the uncontrolled stone to be circular, roughly the size of a palm. Initially, he contemplated engraving the symbol of the creator upon it, but he hesitated, fearing it might reveal his connection to the creator. However, a plain circular stone seems rather tasteless. After some deliberation, Hubert resolves to carve the image of the emperor from the tarot card in relief upon the stone, ensuring that if it is ever discovered, it will merely evoke thoughts of the enigmatic tarot society, thereby leaving Mr. Fool to bear the blame. Regarding the usage frequency, considering the issue of retrieval, Hubert concludes that treating it as a talisman would be the most convenient, allowing him to carry several with ease. Upon returning to the Iron Throne, Hubert suddenly recalls that the next time he enters the realm of disorder, it would be prudent to bring the spoon of the mind along, providing himself with ample psychological suggestion, as information pertaining to the eldritch can only be recalled within the realm of disorder. Likewise, details regarding Adam must undergo similar treatment. The realm of disorder's protection for Hubert resembles a mechanical safeguard. Information concerning the eldritch could potentially taint Hubert, prompting the realm of disorder to automatically obscure it. However, Adam currently holds the title of King of Angels, and the realm of disorder has only shielded certain aspects of information regarding him. Logically, the more Hubert understands Adam, the more Adam will comprehend Hubert. Any information not obscured by the realm of disorder could potentially reveal Hubert's existence to Adam. However, given Hubert's previous standing as a sequence aid, it is unlikely that Adam would regard him with much significance. For safety's sake, it is prudent to retain most memories concerning Adam within the realm of disorder, especially as Hubert's sequence ascends, which will inevitably draw Adam's attention. However, this operation cannot be conducted at home to avoid arousing Christine's suspicions. Ultimately, Hubert completes the grand hall he had previously commenced, which unmistakably showcases the architectural style of the Qin and Han dynasties, exuding an aura of dignified majesty. Back in the material world, feeling somewhat fatigued, Hubert employs meditation to consolidate his spiritual essence, gradually drifting into slumber. The following morning, after breakfast, as Hubert grasped his cane and stepped outside, he was immediately struck by a realization. Having ascended to sequence 7, the power of the Tree of Order had increased by 50%. Originally capable of growing into a tree with a crown diameter of several meters, it could now reach over 20 meters. And all of the Tree of Order's extraordinary abilities had been enhanced. "Hubert, we shall take a carriage to work," Christine remarked from behind. Hubert snapped back to attention. "Very well." Once seated in the carriage, Christine retrieved a fork from her bag, one that bore an exact resemblance to an ordinary dining fork. "Your biological mother left you 2 items in total. That spoon and this fork," she explained. "Previously, your spiritual essence was insufficient to utilize 2 mid-sequence extraordinary items simultaneously. So I only provided you with the spoon. Now that you are sequence 7 and your spiritual essence has significantly augmented, I'm giving you the fork today." Hubert eagerly accepted it, internally grumbling about it being merely a dining utensil, and infused the fork with his spiritual essence, immediately sensing its capabilities, healing and suturing. Both of these abilities proved exceedingly practical, leading Hubert to deduce that the fork's extraordinary qualities likely stemmed from a druid of the cultivator's path. As healing is a signature skill of druids, while suturing is the hallmark skill of cultivator path medics. Suturing can mend severed limbs and extensive injuries, restoring mobility to severed limbs and facilitating rapid healing of significant wounds. The application of healing is even broader, capable of addressing external injuries, internal ailments, diseases, and even psychological traumas and star spirit injuries. "The downside of this wondrous item," Christine continued, "is that your nails and hair will grow at an accelerated rate." Hubert marveled once more. Is that truly a negative effect? The 2 remarkable gifts left by his biological mother were undoubtedly treasures, in comparison to those perilous negative effects. This minor inconvenience was nearly negligible. Christine went on. Your biological mother mentioned that she intended to create a magical item with travel capabilities for you. But capturing a traveler proved too challenging. Hubert nearly exclaimed in awe. Ah, how well she understood me. He yearned for an item imbued with the ability to traverse distances. Nevertheless, the fork appeared to be quite advantageous, serving a life-preserving function as well. With its healing ability, Hubert decided to christen it the Fork of Healing. It was only then that he recalled, "What about Mr. X, I mean my biological father? Did he leave me anything?" "He did," Christine replied with a smile. "But according to his last wishes, I cannot present it to you now." Chapter 171. A Return to Tingen City. Hubert, after spending a brief time at the law firm, sought leave from Barton, intending to return to work the following Tuesday. Barton assumed Hubert was fatigued from handling prior cases and duly approved his leave request. Departing from the firm, Hubert first returned to 192 Blanca Street to fulfill the agreement reached during the Justice League gathering. Both Hugh and Forth were present. Upon entering, Hugh informed Hubert that Sheriff Rotal, who had previously caused a ruckus, had sent £12 in cash. Hubert chose not to hold any grudge against the sheriff and tossed the promissory note into the fireplace. Hugh had already arranged for the door to be repaired, costing only 3 souls. Consequently, Hubert divided the compensation received from Rotal into 4 shares, with 3 portions of £30 each distributed to Hubert, Hugh, and Forth. The remaining £9 and 17 souls were given to Forth to enhance the group's meals. Hubert then ascended to his room under the pretense of retrieving extraordinary traits, using his own sacrificial method to transport the spoon of the mind into the realm of disorder, sealing away most memories regarding Adam. He then utilized a method of invocation to bring the extraordinary traits of the sheriff, trickster, and arbitrator from the realm of disorder back into the material world. Upon returning downstairs, Hubert offered both Hugh and Forth significant discounts, selling each extraordinary trait to them for £550, ultimately earning £1,100. Hugh and Forth had already prepared the necessary auxiliary materials, and they each successfully concocted and consumed their potions. Hugh's potion consumption proceeded smoothly, but Forth encountered some peril. As soon as she ingested the potion, it felt as though serpents were writhing beneath her skin, rendering her unrecognizable. Forth took 3 to 4 minutes to regain control over the chaotic symptoms. She seldom played the role of an apprentice, which resulted in her not fully assimilating the apprentice's potion. This was an oversight on Hubert's part, as he had not anticipated this outcome, nor had he the opportunity to forewarn her. Fortunately, it was merely a Sequence 8 potion. Even if she had not completely digested the Sequence 9 potion, it would only exacerbate her mental strain or potentially sow the seeds for future turmoil. If one could properly harness techniques such as meditation, it might gradually enable the mastery of the potion's power. However, should the mind endure a sudden and severe blow, or sustain grave injuries, the risk of losing control remains substantial. Hubert poured a glass of wine for the visibly shaken Forth. Do not attempt to advance further until you have fully grasped the powers of a master conjurer. Wiping the fine sweat from her brow, Forth took a couple of gulps of wine before, still somewhat unsettled, inquiring, "Why is it still so perilous to consume higher-tier potions after having been an apprentice for so long?" "No," Hobert replied pointedly. "You have not truly served as an apprentice for even a day." Seated in contemplation, Forth seemed to grasp Hubert's implication, yet simultaneously appeared perplexed. Hubert elucidated further. "I recommend you seek a restaurant to apprentice in culinary arts, or to learn some other skill. In essence, you must genuinely experience the life of an apprentice." The typically slow-witted Hugh comprehended before Forth. "Hubert, you imply that the names of potions are the key to mastering extraordinary abilities?" She immediately connected the dots, realizing that her role as an arbitrator had allowed her to consume a Tier 8 potion without any resistance. Hubert nodded affirmatively. "To be precise, it is the crux of avoiding loss of control," he stated gravely. "This is highly advanced knowledge of the extraordinary. You may share it amongst yourselves, and should any confusion arise, feel free to consult me, but it must not be disseminated outside this circle." Both Hugh and Forth nodded in acknowledgement. Once Forth regained her composure, the trio took a cab to the estate of Viscount Greylint, delivering the potion formula and the primary materials for the arbitrator to Carl, thereby concluding the final transaction at the Justice League gathering. This transaction earned Hubert 320 and Hugh 300. Hubert informed Hugh and Forth that he would be away on business and would return the following day, before departing in a cab. Watching Hubert's carriage recede into the distance, Forth sighed. "What shall we do? We owe Hubert increasingly more." Hugh chuckled resignedly. "Perhaps Hubert does not mind these debts too much. While he may not care, we cannot feign ignorance." Forth resolved inwardly that if Hubert ever sought her assistance, she would do her utmost to aid him. instead of heading directly to the train station. Hubert first visited the bank, where his savings had reached an impressive 28.34. He felt uneasy carrying such sums on his person or storing them elsewhere. It would be far safer in the bank. After depositing 2,800, Hubert retained 34.7 in cash, sufficient for his expenses in the near term unless significant transactions like purchasing a house or a vehicle arose. Boarding the train to Tianjin, Hubert reflected on the arduous nature of earning money. His goal was to amass 12,000, as this amount would afford him the opportunity to purchase items possessing travel capabilities when he encountered them. He also recalled the debts owed to him by Audrey and Algie, reminding himself to collect when next they met at the tarot gathering. His journey to Tianjin was primarily to assist Mr. Fool, who had rested long enough and needed a rise. On the train bound for Winter County, a young man with black hair and green eyes, exuding an aura of a poet, was intently reading the headlines of the day's newspaper. After a moment, he set the paper down and gazed out at the increasingly clear, snow-capped mountains, as if speaking to himself or perhaps addressing the mountains. No wonder you could not attend both the captain's and Klein's funerals. It seems you had more pressing matters to attend to. The headline he had read reported Hubert's victory in a workers' compensation case. This young man, Leonard, was en route to the sanctuary for training, and he looked towards the horizon, seemingly recalling the time he faced the spawn of the eldritch god alongside Hubert. Then, his gaze shifted back to the distant mountains, as if for the first time truly feeling the long journey ahead. Around 2 in the afternoon, Hubert arrived in Tianjin. Noticing he still had ample time, he decided to pay a visit to Ulysses. Their conversation was casual, exchanging pleasantries and small gifts. Hubert had fully acclimated to the social customs of this world and was actively building his network. Ulysses was pleased by Hubert's visit and proposed another dinner in his honor, to which Hubert quickly replied that he was merely passing through and would soon depart. As they parted, Ulysses remarked, "Elizabeth has been eager to correspond with you, though she hesitated, fearing it might be too forward. When you have the chance, do write her a letter. Her friend recently lost a family member, which has left her somewhat sorrowful. Please provide her some comfort." Hubert paused slightly, of course. He requested Elizabeth's correspondence address before leaving and headed straight to the cemetery. Previously, he had gleaned the approximate location of Dunn and Klein's graves from his correspondence with Leonard. Upon locating Klein's tombstone, Hubert waited quietly for night to fall. As dusk descended, cloaking the cemetery in twilight, Hubert placed 2 bouquets of flowers before the graves of Dunn and Klein, the flowers serving as a mere pretense. Without them, one might question why a young man would visit a cemetery. Hubert certainly could not claim, "I am waiting for a friend who will emerge after dark." What kind of absurdity would that be in a graveyard? Though he gazed at Klein's tombstone, his thoughts were elsewhere. After tonight, he and Klein would become friends who knew each other's deepest secrets. Klein was aware of Hubert's allegiance to the Creator, while Hubert had uncovered the secret of Klein's resurrection. Hubert was diligently preparing for subsequent plans. Once Mr. Fool flourished, Hubert would need Klein to first acknowledge and support the new Black Emperor. Though that moment lay far in the future, some preparations needed to be made in advance. Just as he was contemplating this, Hubert suddenly sensed an unknown change in his surroundings. Turning to investigate, he noticed a middle-aged man appearing on the road not far behind him. The man wore a silk top hat, a black suit, and had a medium build with sun-kissed skin and gentle features. Hubert's first instinct was to question when he had appeared, for he had felt no spiritual presence. Hubert's second thought was, could this be Mr. Ask? Upon closer inspection, the bronze skin, the world-weary gaze, and the distinctive birthmark beneath his right ear confirmed it. Hubert gave a slight nod to Mr. Ask. Rushing forward to call out his name could complicate matters. Mr. Ask gently removed his hat in greeting, placing the flowers he carried at Klein's grave, and then inquired of Hubert, "Are you also a friend of Klein?" Hubert replied, "A colleague." Mr. Ask seemed to grasp the situation. He was a fine young man, a commendable colleague as well. Hubert sighed. He has yet to marry, to enjoy the beauty of life. Once Klein emerged from the grave, he entirely bid farewell to the ordinary life of man. What lay buried here was Klein's existence as a common individual. Mr. Ask sighed in return. Death is the most unavoidable of magics. It looms before us from the moment we are born, yet we possess no choice but to approach it step by step. To touch it, he glanced at Klein's gravestone. If only I had been in Tianjin a moment sooner, a vibrant life would not have turned into a cold tombstone. After a moment of silence before the headstone, Mr. Ask added, "I must depart Tianjin. I shall return to visit you when time allows." He reminded Hubert, "Young man, it is getting late." Hubert nodded. "I am aware. I shall linger a while longer before departing." Ask grunted in acknowledgement and swiftly left, soon vanishing into the twilight. Hubert hesitated to establish contact with Ask, for he was still only at sequence 7. Possessing too much knowledge could be problematic. It was prudent to become familiar first, and when the opportunity arose, he could forge a more robust connection. The waiting period always felt interminable. The dusk gradually faded, and the stars began to twinkle in the sky. The cemetery was devoid of mourners, leaving only the faint calls of a few night insects. Hubert felt no trepidation about encountering zombies or ghosts here, for those interred had already received their last rites from the priest. However, a chill lingered in the air. As autumn had arrived, Tingen, situated north of Beekland, was notably cooler after nightfall. Hubert checked his pocket watch repeatedly, and at last, the time approached 10 o'clock. Thump! There was a noise from behind a tombstone. Suddenly, a pallid hand emerged from the earth. Hubert disregarded the dirt on Klein's hand and grasped it, pulling Klein from his coffin. Fortunately, the customs of the Kingdom of Luan did not involve a burial mound, or else Klein would have had quite a struggle to crawl out. Klein sat in the coffin, momentarily dazed, and the first sight that met his eyes was Hubert under the starlight, the offspring of an eldritch god. His memory was still locked in the moment he had slain the progeny of the abyss. "I am dead," Hubert stated. Klein suddenly recalled. "I too am dead, in the dead of night, especially in a graveyard. Such sentiments should not be uttered." Klein hastily opened his shirt to find that the wound on his chest had healed, and only then did he realize he had been resurrected once more. Albeit this time, it had taken longer than the previous revival. Abruptly, Klein gazed at Hubert in shock. "There is no need for such a look. I too believed you were dead at that time," Hubert replied. "Then why are you here? Take a guess." Klein quickly comprehended. It must have been the Creator who informed Hubert of his ability to return to life. Seeing Klein deduce correctly, Hubert continued, "Rise, bid farewell to Dunn. We must embark on a new journey." Captain Klein turned his gaze toward the nearby gravestone, a surge of profound sorrow flooding his heart. He emerged from the coffin and stood before Dunn's gravestone, speaking as if to himself yet addressing Dunn's memorial. "Captain, you mentioned that day bringing Cohen into the dream, expressing your reluctance to sacrifice your comrades, hoping to see them often in the dream." Klein paused, shaking his head with a sigh. "I do not even know what I am now. Perhaps merely a vengeful spirit clawing its way from the depths of hell." As he spoke, his voice faltered, tears cascading down his face, and at last he choked out, "Captain, we miss you dearly as well." Hubert placed a reassuring hand on Klein's shoulder, cryptically stating, "This world is imbued with mystery. Anything is possible." Klein did not fully grasp Hubert's words, but he understood that now was not the time for lamentation. "Let us depart," Hubert suggested. "We should move several streets away before hailing a cab. Otherwise, we might startle the driver." The two left the cemetery in silence, walking until they finally encountered a cab a couple of streets away. Upon arriving at a nearby hotel, Hubert requested 2 rooms. After ascending the stairs, he first entered Klein's room, locked the door behind him, and they sat facing each other. Hubert retrieved 2 5-pound notes from his wallet, saying, "I shall return to Beekland early tomorrow. I believe you could use some cash?" "No need," Klein immediately declined. "I have an unmarked deposit of 300 pounds at the bank, which I can withdraw tomorrow morning. I believe I owe you enough already and do not wish to incur further debts." Hubert did not press the matter, reclaiming the notes and instead jotting down the address of a law firm. "If you require assistance, write to this address." Klein accepted the address with gratitude, replying, "Thank you for your help tonight. Otherwise, I might have had to sleep on the street." Chapter 173, Hubert's Rumored Girlfriend. The following morning, Hubert bid farewell to Klein and boarded the first train back to Beekland, leaving Tingen. Upon his return to Beekland, it was already 10:30. After taking a cab back to Blanca Street, which took over half an hour, he found that Rue and Forsyth were not at home. A note on the table indicated that they would return by noon. After waiting for a few minutes, Forsyth was the first to arrive, having secured an apprenticeship as a cook at a restaurant down the street. To be candid, this aspiring writer exhibited some initiative, provided she could resist the allure of the armchair. That afternoon, Forsyth prepared fried calamari using her newly acquired skills, slicing the squid, cleaning it, mixing it with seasonings, and frying it in hot oil, the aroma wafting through the street. Rue returned, clutching bread, just as the calamari neared completion. She deftly tidied the dining area before sitting patiently, like a well-behaved child, awaiting the meal. After a few more minutes, Forsyth brought the calamari to the table. None of the three held the habit of praying and immediately began to eat. Hubert took a bite and was pleasantly surprised. The squid's freshness was enhanced by the hot oil, while the seasonings eliminated any fishy taste, leaving only its delightful flavor. However, he pondered, why bread again? Hubert resolved that he must make some pancakes for dinner or perhaps venture out to purchase rice for a proper meal. As he contemplated, Hubert found it curious that, given the presence of cultivators in this world, hybrid rice had yet to be developed. This scarcity kept the price of rice significantly higher than that of flour and beans, making it unfeasible for even the middle class to indulge in rice daily. Lost in thought, Hubert quickly speared another piece of calamari with his fork, fearing Rue would devour it all if he hesitated. This girl seemed to maintain a youthful figure, as her appetite appeared to match that of a growing girl. Once they had feasted, Hubert rose, saying, "I stayed up rather late last night, and now feel fatigued. I shall take a nap. No need to buy bread this evening. I will prepare something. I shall make a different kind of staple." Rue and Forsyth acknowledged him, engaging in light conversation as they cleared the table. Once Forsyth had washed the dishes, Rue had brewed tea, and one recounted experiences from their apprenticeship while the other shared details of a task received that day. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Rue glanced through the window and spotted a girl with golden, slightly curly hair and a boy with short golden hair outside. The girl wore a dress adorned with blue lace, secured with a blue ribbon, while the boy donned a finely tailored shirt and jacket. The youthful vitality radiating from them was palpable even through the door. "Whom do you seek?" Not opening the door immediately, the girl and boy exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback, before the girl shyly replied, "Apologies, we seem to have come to the wrong place." "No matter," Rue smiled, observing their appearance. They resembled siblings, which reminded her of her own brother, prompting her to gaze at them a moment longer. The girl and boy returned to the door, scrutinizing the address, their faces reflecting disbelief. Rue understood and opened the door, asking, "Are you here to see Hubert?" Yes, we are," the girl and boy replied in unison. They were Donna and Tyran, siblings who had mentioned during dinner that they would come to visit Hubert. Hubert had simply forgotten amidst a busy week. Donna regarded Rue with astonishment, noting that her attire did not suggest a maid. Could she be Hubert's girlfriend? But she appeared to be of an age still attending grammar school. He should be about 6 or 7 years younger than Hubert. "Who has arrived?" Force inquired at the door. Donna nodded. This lady was of a similar age to Hubert and possessed both beauty and charm. If Hubert's taste in aesthetics could be deemed reasonable, she must be his girlfriend. A smile spread across Donna's face. It was no wonder Hubert had moved out. He had found himself a girlfriend. Meanwhile, Tyran was dutifully introducing himself and Donna. Upon learning that they were Hubert's siblings, Force and Hugh warmly welcomed them inside. Donna asked, "Where's Hubert?" Hugh, pouring tea for them, casually replied, "He's resting upstairs." Donna paused. "He doesn't usually take afternoon naps." As Hugh rummaged through the cupboards for snacks, he remarked he was a bit tired last night, so he decided to rest at noon. Donna seemed to realize something. "How do you know he was tired last night?" "He mentioned it." Hugh sighed with relief, finally finding a box of snacks that she hadn't devoured. Donna scrutinized Hugh. "So you are with Hubert already?" "Already his sister-in-law." Hugh was taken aback. "Huh? Who's here?" Hubert descended the stairs, yawning. Donna rushed over. "Hubert, what did you say before? Not to date at school. Yet here you are, finding a girlfriend so quickly. Moreover, she is still in grammar school. How can you?" Hubert looked at his incredulous sister. "Donna, did you leave your brain at home when you stepped out today?" A few moments later, amidst Hubert's laughter, Donna was blushing and repeatedly apologizing to Hugh. "I'm so sorry. Miss Hugh, I misunderstood you." Hugh waved her hand dismissively. "It's nothing. However, I must clarify, I graduated from grammar school a long time ago." Force turned his face away, stifling a laugh. Hubert laughed even louder. "Donna, you should take a page from Force's book. Your internal monologue is simply too excessive. I can see defeat." "Stop laughing," Donna finally exclaimed in a mix of embarrassment and anger. "How could you forget we were coming over today? What kind of brother are you?" Hubert indeed ceased his laughter. "That is true. I was in the wrong. But tell me honestly, do you think every beautiful lady I associate with is your sister-in-law?" After saying this, Hubert burst into laughter again. "Brother, I must thank you. You have more ideas than your brother. In the next life, I'll let you take the reins." As Hubert was on the verge of making Donna cry from frustration, he finally managed to compose himself, introducing everyone properly before asking Tyran to assist him in the kitchen with making pancakes. Donna, being a cheerful girl, quickly brushed off the earlier incident, asking Hugh about bounty hunters and inquiring with Force about the inspiration behind Storm Mountain Manor. As evening approached, Tyran brought steaming scallion pancakes to the dining table, while Hubert sliced some wind pickles and Force prepared salad. Everyone praised Hubert's invention of the scallion pancakes, marveling at how something so simple, made only with scallions and oil, could be so delectable. The Wen people predominantly consumed pastries and pizzas, although each had its own flavor. The preparation of both was rather cumbersome and greasy. Hubert mused inwardly, thankful that Roselle had left a lifeline for future generations in terms of culinary inventions. He had not contributed much. After they were well fed, Hubert escorted Donna and Tyrone to the family carriage. Inside, Tyrone suddenly remarked, "Hubert is very happy now." Indeed, Donna involuntarily smiled. He seems much happier than before. Perhaps he has found the life he desires. Chapter 174, A Shortcut to Digesting Potions. Upon returning to his bedroom, Hubert rubbed his slightly sore stomach. Donna, that lively spirit, always knew how to make him laugh. And tonight he had laughed so hard that his belly ached. Just as he was preparing to rest, he suddenly heard the prayers from the disorderly realm. After becoming sequence 7, the prayers were clearer, and he could discern the source of the voice. It was Elliot. After all, only 3 individuals knew the Creator's respected name, and of those, only Elliot was a devout believer. The other 2 were a traitorous king and one who had simply vanished. Shaking his head with a wry smile, Hubert locked his door and entered the disorderly realm. Sitting upon the Iron Throne, he indeed saw the star, representing Elliot, flickering incessantly. Hubert extended his consciousness, hearing Elliot's voice. "Great Creator, Elder Calvin informed me that from sequence 7 onwards, the digestion rate of potions slows down gradually. And he taught me a shortcut to digest the briber's potion, allowing me to peruse some valuable family records. In the ancient documents left by his family, he discovered a shocking secret. They were not of the Balk family, but rather the Trencist family, allegedly descendants of the Night Emperor. Who is the Night Emperor? Is he connected to the family curse? We have lingered too long in a non-existent town, and much extraordinary historical information has been lost. Additionally, my ancestor mentioned in the documents that the god of bribery is the shortcut for digesting the briber's potion." Elliot's tones suddenly turned mournful. "Over a decade ago, my sister bequeathed the family's extraordinary traits to me, and under the torment of the family curse, she completely lost her sanity. May I beseech you to restore my sister's sanity and offer a sacrifice, hoping you will grant my request?" Hubert's first reaction was, "Is that even possible?" This certainly was a way to exploit a loophole. He then began to contemplate whether he could fulfill Elliot's request. Previously, he might have lacked confidence, but now, with the healing fork, Elliot's request did not seem insurmountable. After mentally rehearsing the process, Hubert spoke in an exalted tone. "The Night Emperor is one of the 4 emperors of the 4th era and is indeed connected to your family's curse." He paused before continuing. "Prepare the altar, the offerings, the auxiliary materials for the lawyer potion by tomorrow morning, and bring your sister to the altar. Then you may proceed with your prayer." He was eager to verify whether this method would be effective. If it proved to be so, he could perhaps attempt to bribe Mr. Fool. Hubert's situation was somewhat akin to Klein's. If Elliot's bribe to this empty vessel of a creator was successful, then theoretically, bribing the empty vessel of Mr. Fool should also yield results. If Elliot's attempt to bribe the creator failed, it would not matter. Even if the creator healed Elliot's sister and demonstrated the creator's power, any lack of signs of potion digestion could simply be attributed to Elliot's insufficient piety or inadequate offerings. It certainly would not be the creator's fault. Without needing to be reminded by the creator, Elliot would likely be left to ponder his actions in solitude. With that thought, Hubert prepared to leave the disorderly realm. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of the star, representing Raft, still entwined with a red thread. Recalling that it had been a while since he had observed Raft, Hubert extended his consciousness. Like Christine, Raft was also a descendant of Tudor. Raft was seated across from 2 young women, yet judging by their attire, the 2 did not appear to be streetwalkers. Particularly the short-haired woman on the left, gripping a weapon resembling a war hammer. Who wields a war hammer while engaging in such activities? The woman seated opposite Raft had golden, slightly naturally curly hair, a slender figure, and striking features, though at the moment she was furrowing her thick brows. "Do not come looking for me again." Hubert was taken aback. He seemed to sense the aroma of melodrama. The golden-haired woman stated, "I am merely the daughter of an illegitimate child. I have no interest in the thoughts of you nobles." Raft replied, "The Pound family once." A woman with silver short hair, wielding a war hammer, gently tapped the table, interrupting Raft's speech. "Hasn't Jessica made herself clear enough?" Raft responded, "Listen to me, Jessica. I have discovered the hope for the revival of the Pound family. We only need to collaborate, and the Pound family will reclaim its former glory. I won't ask for your assistance without offering something in return. How about the formula for the barbarian's potion? Assist me, and I shall provide you with the formula." Jessica appeared visibly tempted, but the silver-haired woman cautioned, "Are you really that generous? I suspect your intentions are far from noble." Jessica regained her composure. "Indeed, I will not accept your formula, nor do I wish to see you again." As their tempers flared, Raft had no choice but to withdraw momentarily. "Hubert, sensing the tension, shrugged, unexpectedly witnessing a family drama unfold. In the southern continent, where no town existed, Elliot paced excitedly after receiving a response from the creator, circling the room several times before gradually calming down to savor the creator's words. It turned out that the Night Emperor was one of the 4 monarchs. He had heard of the 4 monarchs, but was uncertain of their identities. They must be powerful figures from the 4th era. It seemed there were many more inquiries to be posed to the creator. Subsequently, Elliot stepped outside, intent on discussing with Calvin what offerings would be suitable for the creator. In a single apartment in the northern district of Beckland, Dolly sat by the window, gazing at the overcast nightscape. On the table beside her lay a newspaper delivered the previous day. She had been exceedingly busy lately, devoting all her energy to work to avoid overthinking. Thus, she only glanced at the newspaper today, where the most prominent article reported Hubert's victory in court. Dolly scrutinized the article once more. And you claim to lack a sense of justice? In Tingen City, Elizabeth and Selena, after watching Melissa return home, took a carriage back together. To alleviate their friend's sorrow, they had frequently accompanied Melissa on late-night shopping excursions. Selena inquired, "Did you read yesterday's newspaper?" Elizabeth paused. Shaking her head, Selena produced a copy of the Rune Daily from her bag. "I knew you hadn't seen it." Lawyer Hubert achieved a widely publicized victory in Beckland, and its implications are said to be far-reaching. Elizabeth immediately seized the newspaper, examining it under the streetlight. Selena continued, "Lawyer Hubert is the most remarkable person I've ever encountered. Handsome, just, and knowledgeable in so many esoteric subjects. Do you think he would agree to be my mentor in the mystic arts?" Chapter 175, Bribing the Creator. On the subway in Beckland, Klein opened the freshly purchased local newspaper, quickly captivated by an article. After reading about Hubert's court victory, he remained silent for a long while, surprised to discover this facet of Hubert. This revelation deepened Klein's trust in him. The creator's followers often embody the creator's intentions. Since Hubert was willing to advocate for the disadvantaged workers, it suggested that the creator was not akin to the malevolent deities of true creation. Nevertheless, Klein did not intend to contact Hubert, also in Beckland, just yet. He needed time to reflect on his next steps. Upon awakening, Hubert noticed the gentle patter of rain against the window, seemingly the season's first autumn shower, as people in the streets donned their coats and outerwear. After enjoying breakfast left by Furs and tidying up the dishes, Hubert returned to his bedroom, only to hear Elliot's voice in prayer. He smiled wryly. While Hubert could rest today, the creator would continue to operate as usual. Upon arriving in the land of disorder, he indeed found Elliot engaged in prayer, fully prepared for the ritual. Hubert extended his consciousness and observed the altar Elliot had prepared, along with a disheveled young woman seated before it. Her wild hair and erratic demeanor suggesting she was Elliot's sister. After Elliot completed his prayer, he soothed his sister, urging her to sit still. Hubert initiated the sacrificial offering for himself, bringing forth the spoon of psychology and the fork of healing into the land of disorder, then addressed Elliot. "Let us begin." Elliot, hearing Hubert's command, reassured his sister briefly before focusing intently at the altar. "O creator of mortal order." Upon uttering the title, he continued, "Your loyal servant beseeches your favor. I implore you to assist my sister, Moira, seated before the altar, in overcoming her madness." After hearing the plea, Hubert took a document from the side stone pedestal, initially crushed and then reconstituted, a lawyer's file and a barbarian's extraordinary trait, and cast it into the crevice of the bronze door. He then instructed Elliot, "Prepare the lawyer's potion. You have 10 minutes." In the realm of reality, Elliot hesitated, given Moira's current state. She would be unable to control the potion's power, likely losing control upon ingesting it. However, trusting in the creator, he immediately set about concocting the potion. While Elliot prepared the potion, Hubert first used the spoon of psychology to provide Moira with a mental suggestion. Disregard the maddening whispers at your ear. Although this suggestion might only hold for a few minutes, it was entirely sufficient. Next, Hubert hypnotized Moira to alleviate her mental and spiritual turmoil. If he had the ability to soothe, the effect would have been even better, but the hypnosis was somewhat misaligned, its efficacy only temporary. Fortunately, armed with the fork of healing, Hubert laid the groundwork and cast a healing spell, initiating the restoration of Moira's mental state. With a second healing spell, Moira's psyche returned to normalcy. Theoretically, the cursed whispers would immediately resurface in her ears, but due to the prior hypnosis and mental suggestion, Moira would remain lucid for several minutes. Utilizing this interval, she could consume the lawyer's potion, ensuring she would be free from the curse's torment for half a year. Moreover, Hubert generously granted Elliot the barbarian's extraordinary trait, allowing Moira to remain untouched by the whispers of the curse for an entire year. This year would be ample time for her psyche and spirit to completely relax and heal. Finally, Hubert collected the offerings from the altar, returning them to the land of disorder and continuing to observe the potion's assimilation process. As Elliot prepared the potion, he felt waves of power descending upon him, bringing relief. He knew the Creator would not allow Moira to consume the potion in such a state. Little Eli. The potion was finally ready, and just as Elliot intended to check on his sister's condition, this voice echoed in his ears. Little Eli was a nickname he had not heard since his father's passing. Surprised, Elliot glanced at Moira, who smiled back at him, her eyes clear. "Is that really you, little Eli?" The potion nearly slipped from his hands as Elliot steadied himself. Responding, "Yes, it is I, Moira. Little Eli has grown up." Moira reached out toward Elliot. Realizing the moment, he hurried to her side. "Why are you crying?" Moira gently stroked her brother's cheek. I'm not crying." Elliot, oblivious, felt tears streaming down his face. "You're still the same as before. So quick to weep, and so prone to fibs. Quickly, drink the potion, Moira." Elliot finally remembered the matter at hand. "While you are clear-headed, control the potion's power." Although Moira was perplexed by the current situation, she swiftly resolved to heed her brother's counsel and consumed the potion in one gulp. Within a minute or two, Moira managed to harness the potion's power. Elliot finally breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that at least Moira would remain lucid for half a year, if not an entire year. He once again beheld the savage potion, as dark as cherries, knowing that after a year, Moira would be able to wield extraordinary powers to resist the family curse. Setting the cup down, Moira inquired, "Little Elliot, why have I suddenly awakened?" She continued, "It feels as though I have traversed an interminable dream, one where I could never glimpse its end. Thankfully, upon awakening, I beheld you, which assured me that the dream had concluded. A great being has come to save our family." Elliot's initial elation and incredulity began to fade, gradually replaced by excitement. His sister was no longer mad. Her affliction had been cured. With urgency, Elliot took Moira by the hand and led her to the altar, offering heartfelt gratitude to the Creator. At that moment, Elliot heard the supreme voice once more. "You may spread my name, but only within your family." Tears of joy streamed down Elliot's face. The Creator had finally accepted the Bulk family. Though Elliot felt an overwhelming urge to converse with Moira, now was not the time for idle chatter, as several elders awaited them in the living room. The Bulk family placed great importance on Elliot's recent bribe. Chapter 176, Two Offerings. As Calvin and the other 6 elders heard the sound of the door opening, they immediately gathered around. They recognized from Moira's expression that Elliot's bribe had succeeded. Elder Bowen exclaimed, "Incredible," when Elliot intended to restore Moira's normal state through bribery. Bowen had deemed his request too difficult, believing the Creator might not acquiesce. Last night, upon learning that the Creator had granted Elliot's plea, Bowen had maintained a wait-and-see attitude. In truth, Bowen had always harbored some skepticism towards the Creator, but witnessing Moira's recovery transformed his perspective entirely. In a town devoid of sanity, which family did not harbor a mad relative? Moira's awakening instilled hope for the lifting of the curse in all the elders. After everyone congratulated Elliot, Calvin finally asked, "Is there any sign of the briber's potion being digested?" Elliot, still reeling from the emotional upheaval, recalled this matter only when Calvin reminded him. He extended his spiritual essence to assess the potion's state and soon exclaimed with delight, "Half of it has been digested in one go." Envy filled the room, as they all had experienced Sequence 7 and understood that the digestion of the briber's potion typically required considerable time and performance. Yet Elliot had effortlessly digested half of it. Hobert scrutinized Elliot carefully. Judging by his reaction, this shortcut seemed feasible. Moreover, if one bribed the deity twice, they could essentially digest the potion, and with some performance in between, achieve a high degree of synergy between the potion, the astral body, and the etheric body, thus completing the digestion process. Next, Hobert turned his gaze to the offerings before him, one extraordinary trait of a werewolf, and one sealing artifact of the path of the Reaper. Hobert's cost was an extraordinary trait from a barbarian and one from a lawyer, making this transaction quite profitable. He clutched the werewolf's extraordinary trait in his palm, recalling that using the extraordinary trait from the prisoner path for divination would attract the attention of the mother tree of desire, resulting in contamination without awareness. He pondered whether shattering the werewolf's extraordinary trait would elicit the mother tree's gaze. After a moment's contemplation, Hobert concluded it would not. Firstly, the realm of disarray could shield against most scrutiny. Secondly, he was employing chaotic power to shatter the extraordinary trait, a force theoretically capable of blocking all mystical energies. With 2 layers of protection in place, the mother tree of desire should remain oblivious to the destruction of the werewolf's extraordinary trait. Even if the mother tree did perceive it, Hobert would possess a significant home field advantage in the realm of disarray. Thus, Hobert proceeded with his attempt, enveloping the werewolf's extraordinary trait in chaotic energy before attempting to shatter it. Suddenly, a colossal tree appeared before Hobert, vibrant and continuously growing, blossoming and bearing fruit. This magnificent tree floated in the pitch-black cosmos, nurturing life on various planets. On many of these worlds, stones, magma, and even entire planets teemed with life. They intertwined and collided, incessantly birthing new life while old life met its demise. Hobert was taken aback. This must be the true form of the mother tree of desire. Just as he intended to conclude his operation, the vision abruptly vanished. The werewolf's extraordinary trait had been divided into 3 parts and began the process of reconsolidation. It dawned on Hobert that what he had witnessed was not the gaze of the mother tree, but rather its influence on the extraordinary trait, establishing a connection with him before its destruction, allowing him a glimpse of the mother tree's past or present form. It was likely a vision of the past, as Hobert felt no reciprocal glance from the entity. It was very probable that he had witnessed the state of the mother tree while it exerted its influence on this extraordinary trait. Observing the extraordinary trait now split into 3, Hobert envisioned 3 gilded stacks of gold. He then summoned the sealing artifact into his hand. Quickly discerning its capabilities through the privileges of the realm of disarray, it could allow the bearer to hide in the spiritual realm for 60 seconds, temporarily avoiding enemy attacks. It could render the holder exceedingly agile, and wearing this artifact would increase the likelihood of encountering ancient relics or tombs. However, the negative effects included: one must remain utterly still while hidden in the spiritual realm, for any movement would lead to being irrevocably lost. It would attract animosity from undead beings, and the bearer would develop an increasing penchant for telling ghost stories, with the events of those tales likely occurring in their vicinity. Hobert initially surmised that this sealing artifact corresponded to a level 3 artifact. He cast it onto the stone platform, as it held little utility for him, its primary benefit being the likelihood of encountering ancient relics or tombs. Moreover, it carried considerable risk, so he decided to store it in the realm of disarray, retrieving it when needed. Returning to the real world, Hobert stretched languidly, gazing at the fine rain pattering against the window, quietly reveling in the tranquility of his mind and body. After lunch with Forth, Hobert retreated to his bedroom to rest for a while. At around 2:50 p.m., he locked the door and drew the curtains, preparing for the tarot meeting. At precisely 3:00 p.m., a haze enveloped Hobert's vision, and the giant palace materialized before him, signaling the commencement of a new round of the tarot meeting. Klein, who had activated his spiritual sight, immediately noticed a transformation in the Emperor, which astonished him. Had the Emperor truly reached Sequence 7? Justice Audrey, the hangman Alge, and the son Derek did not immediately perceive the changes in Hobert. Just as Audrey was about to greet him cheerfully, Alge interjected, "Mr. Fool, I have collected a total of 19 pages from Roselle's diary this time. I must express my gratitude for your dispatching a seeker to assist us in eliminating Xylingers. These diaries are the reward I owe you." Klein replied with a faint smile, "This aligns with the principle of equivalent exchange." Alge's demeanor turned somewhat humble. "Currently, my memory extends to 6 pages. Please allow me to deliver them to you in several installments." Surrounded by dense gray mist, Klein nodded gently, "No problem." The process of expression ensued, followed by Klein commencing to peruse the diary. Seated opposite Alge, Audrey was already brimming with excitement. The revelation that Kinglings had indeed been vanquished by the Fool's acolytes was staggering, and it was likely that the hangman would adopt a more humble demeanor, perhaps due to his familiarity with the formidable followers of the Fool. She then turned her gaze to the Sun. It was hardly surprising that Mr. Sun displayed no astonishment, for he resided in a forsaken land. Mr. Emperor, on the other hand, seemed somewhat taken aback, though the authenticity of his surprise appeared questionable. Wait a moment, something felt amiss with the Emperor. Could it be that he had ascended once more? Chapter 177, Mutual Interception. Audrey recalled when the Emperor had joined the Tarot Society as a mere ordinary individual, and now he had astonishingly reached Sequence 7. At that time, Audrey was already at Sequence 9, and she remained at that level now. Clenching her fist, she resolved, "I must hasten my own advancement. I yearn to inquire of the hangman whether he possesses the complete pituitary gland of an adult rainbow lizard. No, I must wait. It is the Fool's reading time, and patience is essential." In contrast to Audrey's inner turmoil, Alge and Derek had also discerned the peculiarities in Hubert's demeanor. While they marveled at Hubert's rapid ascension, they found it somewhat acceptable. Considering the Emperor's vast reservoir of knowledge, perhaps he was privy to methods for expedited advancement. Hubert, absorbed in his thoughts, was pondering. I wonder if Klein has arrived in Beckland? Logically, he must come to Beckland, as it is here that he harbors the hope of gaining strength, especially with the true creator's arrival in Larnus also taking place in Beckland. After a period of waiting, filled with various emotions, Klein tapped the edge of the bronze table with his right index finger a few times. Roselle mentioned some obscured history in his journal and referenced some basic knowledge, the latter of which reminded me that I seem to have neglected to inform you. Audrey looked up eagerly at the ancient bronze table's head. Did the fool voluntarily mention the contents of Roselle's diary? What could it possibly contain? Compared to him, Algy maintained a more composed demeanor, yet the involuntary straightening of his back betrayed his excitement. Derek, unfamiliar with the name Roselle, remained curious but did not exhibit any overt signs of unusual behavior. Only Hubert remained indifferent, for he knew all too well that the fool intended to capitalize on this tidbit. Audrey, unable to contain her impatience, inquired, "Mr. Fool, what basic knowledge did Emperor Roselle mention? I am willing to offer compensation for this information." Klein chuckled lightly. "There is no need. This knowledge is rather elementary. Upon reading this part of the diary, as the convener of the Tarot Society, I deemed it necessary for all of you to be informed, though I am well aware that some among you have already grasped it." He primarily referred to the Emperor and the Sun. The former possessed a terrifying expanse of knowledge, while the latter existed in a city where almost everyone was extraordinary. Audrey responded, "Thank you ever so much. You are truly generous, Mr. Fool." Hubert, however, offered a slight smile. "My dear lady, you are still quite young. You may not realize that there is an old saying in the age of the gods. The most expensive things are often those that are free. It is merely a marketing tactic." Klein continued in a calm tone. "The first piece of knowledge is that most high sequences enjoy considerably lengthy lifespans. For instance, the Knight Emperor, one of the 4 sovereigns of the quaternary, is in fact a single individual, not a collective term for multiple emperors." Algy first expressed surprise. Then excitement surged within him. He had long harbored similar suspicions, and the fool's words reaffirmed his previous conjectures. Indeed, only with an extraordinarily long lifespan can one accumulate power and savor the pleasures it brings for an extended period. Audrey gasped, covering her mouth. With her extensive knowledge of history and the occult, she was aware of the 4 sovereigns, yet only today did she learn that one of them was the Knight Emperor, a high-sequence, extraordinary being from over 1,000 years ago, who also possessed remarkable longevity. While this revelation shattered Audrey's previous understanding, it deepened her awareness that she existed in a world brimming with extraordinary forces. As an observer, she instinctively glanced at the Sun and the Emperor. Surprisingly, neither of them appeared astonished. It was understandable. The textbooks of the Sun contained information on avatars, and who knows what other knowledge might be found in the textbooks of Silver City. Audrey asked Hubert, "Mr. Emperor, are you also familiar with the Knight Emperor?" Hubert thought to himself, "Oh, how well I know." He smiled and replied, "Yes, the Knight Emperor is the ruler of the Trencist Empire." Audrey nodded, feeling a profound connection between her knowledge of mysticism and history. As for Derek, his lack of surprise stemmed from the simple depictions of angels found in their textbooks. Klein continued, "The discord among the deities is indeed rooted in intrinsic causes, leading us to the second piece of knowledge, the conservation of extraordinary traits within adjacent sequences." Audrey and Algy paused, turning to Hubert in unison. They certainly recalled Hubert's earlier mention of the conservation law, yet why had the fool introduced the phrase within adjacent sequences? Hubert grimaced slightly, realizing the fool had interrupted him. He had initially intended to sell knowledge about the interchange of neighboring pathways for £1,000. Derek also became serious, knowing the conservation law, but unclear on the meaning of adjacent sequences. This time, Algy could no longer contain himself. "Why is it referred to as adjacent sequences?" Klein smiled and replied, "What will you offer to obtain the answer?" "What did I say?" Hubert mused. "Knowledge is free, but explanations come at cost. How profitable this exchange is, one could learn from the fool. Had the fool merely mentioned some simple knowledge recorded in Roselle's diary, Algy would never have committed to paying for it. However, with the preceding description of the Knight Emperor, Algy felt a compelling interest, yet struggled to comprehend part of the description. "Mr. Fool, what do you wish for in return?" Audrey and Derek also expressed their desire to partake in this transaction, prompting the dear fool to orchestrate a splendid performance that achieved 3 objectives with 1 action. He first negotiated with Algy and Audrey regarding information about the secret assembly, though they currently did not possess that information. The fool would explain first, and they would compensate afterward. Derek, utilizing his previously accumulated recompense, joined the trade. during an earlier three-way transaction. He had exchanged a Sequence 8 mind reader formula for a Sequence 9 Bard formula. Klein promised to reimburse him, and his earlier choices had prepared him for subsequent potion formulas and principal materials. However, he unhesitatingly utilized the accumulated recompense during this gathering. Only Hubert refrained from participating in the transaction. Mr. Fool, you may shield my hearing. Klein, adhering to a responsible attitude toward his clients, shielded Hubert's hearing and then explained to the others what adjacent sequences entailed. Upon hearing this, Algie immediately understood why the Storm Church and the Eternal Sun Church were bitter enemies. They were, after all, adjacent sequences. He even grasped the underlying principles behind many matters concerning the church hierarchy. Once their transaction concluded, Hubert stated, "I possess some information about the secret assembly. Who among you wishes to trade with me?" He then promptly paid the fool his due. This time it was Klein, hidden behind the haze, who couldn't help but smirk. Chapter 178, Bribing the Fool. Audrey and Algie turned their gazes toward Hubert, though their expressions differed. Audrey's was one of excitement. Excellent, excellent. She had been lamenting her lack of channels to investigate the information about the secret assembly. Algie, though somewhat tempted, remained rational. No need. I have my own sources to investigate the secret assembly. Thus, Hubert asked Audrey, "Do you prefer a private transaction or a public one?" To which Audrey cheerfully replied, "A public transaction. That way the hangman will know which information is already known." In other words, the hangman must gather information that Hubert has not mentioned in order to complete the transaction with Mr. Fool. Hubert nearly covered his face. Truly a considerate girl, thinking of others. Klein also sighed inwardly. She truly embodies Miss Justice. Algie, however, felt somewhat helpless, unsure of when he had offended Justice. Yet, recalling how he had previously deceived her with information of little value and managed to trade for £1,000, he couldn't help but think that Justice might be feeling a bit cheated after Mr. Fool generously revealed some valuable information today. He suspected that Justice felt a sense of indignation for having spent her money unwisely. Even if she did not regard the £1,000 as significant, the feeling of being deceived would still leave her somewhat displeased, which is why Algie did not argue against her words. Hubert turned to Audrey, saying, "Let us discuss the matter of remuneration. How does £500 sound? It is still a profit for you, as the information Mr. Fool just traded with you is worth at least £1,000. In truth, this information was only worth about £300. But Hubert believed that by framing it this way, Audrey would not refuse. Indeed, Audrey nodded happily. "All right, £500 it is. Adding to the previous amount you owe me, that makes a total of £2,000, which you can settle with me after the gathering." "No problem," Hubert replied, organizing his words. The secret order possesses the potion formulas renowned for their esoteric nature, and its members rarely appear in public, typically only emerging to search for the relics of the Antigonus family. Klein, shrouded in mist, immediately thought of the Antigonus notes, as they represented the beginning of everything for him. Hubert continued, "According to the law of conservation of extraordinary properties, we can speculate that they are actually searching for seals or extraordinary properties related to the divination path. Reliable intelligence suggests that the secret order is a clandestine organization established by the Sharada family, who, during the Quaternary period, encountered angels and were archenemies of the Antigonus. Although the Church of a Night Goddess has controlled their advancement channels through the capture and domestication of mermaids, it is believed that the current strength of the secret order is not to be underestimated. It is said that the order once collaborated with Emperor Roselle and remains a vital component of the extraordinary powers in the Indus Republic. Their members are spread throughout the intelligence departments of the Indus Republic, and one should be able to find traces of the secret order within the embassy in Beakland." "Miss Justice, are you satisfied with this information?" Hubert inquired. Whether Audrey was satisfied or not was unknown to him, but he knew that Mr. Fool would undoubtedly be pleased with this answer. After all, Mr. Fool's sudden desire to disseminate knowledge was likely a means to acquire information beneficial for ascending to Sequence 7. Hubert directly indicated where members of the secret order could be found in Beakland, precisely the information Mr. Fool sought. "I am quite satisfied," Audrey smiled, before suddenly recalling something and turned to the head of the bronze long table, asking Mr. Fool, "Are you satisfied?" Klein, who was internally quite satisfied, replied nonchalantly, "Yes." Mr. Fool's response delighted Audrey. She had not only acquired invaluable information regarding adjacent paths from him, but also intelligence concerning the secret order from Mr. Emperor, all for the mere sum of £500. If Mr. Fool were to discover that Audrey considered it merely £500, one could only wonder what his thoughts would be. After the transaction with the secret order concluded, Hubert addressed Klein. "Esteemed Mr. Fool, my next request is not meant to show any disrespect toward you. After all, we are in the Tarot Club, Klein's territory. One must maintain the appropriate demeanor. Sighing internally, Hubert lamented that only those pretending to be evil gods truly grasped the difficulties of such deception. Everyone turned their gaze towards the Emperor, speculating what he might say next. Klein realized that the Emperor was about to pose a challenge to him, yet the latter's demeanor prevented him from interrupting. Hubert continued, I have just become a briber and obtained a crucial piece of information. The potion of the briber can be rapidly digested through bribing a deity. Mr. Fool, if possible, I wish to bribe you to facilitate the digestion of the potion. Klein's initial reaction mirrored his first encounter with this operation. Internally exclaiming, I had not expected such a method to exist. Algy was first taken aback. Bribing a deity? How dare he speak so casually of such a thing? Gradually regaining some composure, he remained astonished. What secret or extraordinary organization would possess records of such blasphemous acts against the divine? Ultimately, Algy found himself sighing in relief. Initially, the Emperor's astonishing breadth of knowledge led me to speculate that he, like Mr. Fool, was an awakening hidden entity. However, it now appeared that he was merely a newly promoted Sequence 7. Yet, this relief was only partial, for Algy remained shocked by the proposal to bribe a deity. Simultaneously, he marveled at another realization. The Emperor spoke with such certainty, clearly indicating that his organization had indeed bribed deities before, and not just once successfully. Audrey and Derek were equally astonished, albeit for different reasons. Audrey was fascinated by the novelty of the mysterious world. Feeling a sense of validation, the Emperor indeed possessed numerous shortcuts for digesting potions. Derek was astounded by the Emperor's rank. How could one dare to blaspheme the divine without facing divine retribution? Hubert continued, Mr. Fool, this is not meant as an act of blasphemy. You may regard it as a prayer. I shall offer a tribute that satisfies you, and in return, you will agree to my request. Nothing more. Algy chuckled inwardly. It sounds so simple. Audrey felt a sense of familiarity in the Emperor's attempt to shift concepts. Only the inexperienced Derek had yet to fully grasp the cleverness of Hubert's words. This brings to mind some past events, Klein remarked, shrouded in mist. He indeed recalled fragments of descriptions concerning the briber, and this statement served as a prelude to what followed. I can agree to your request, but you must offer a tribute that satisfies me. Chapter 179, Hubert's Tribute. Klein was also curious whether he could genuinely assist the Emperor in digesting the potion. In regarding himself as a feigned deity, he shared Hubert's realization. If it proves ineffective, that is your issue, not one concerning the great Mr. Fool. Hubert inquired, what type of tribute would you desire, Mr. Fool? Everything concerning 008, Klein proclaimed with an air of supremacy, even if it pertains only to what I know. For him, the greatest obstacle in avenging himself and the captain was the possibility that Inzong Vale had already ascended to demigod status, along with 008 in his possession. Information regarding Insang's movements might be attainable in the future, but 008 was a high-level secret of the Church, and, after leaving the Night Watch squad, he had no means to acquire such intelligence. Algy's gaze sharpened. He certainly understood what a level 0 sealed object represented. He mused to himself. Indeed, only an item of this caliber could capture Mr. Fool's attention. Audrey noticed the hanged man's unusual reaction, but did not comprehend the source of his astonishment. Is 008 a particularly special designation? She yearned to inquire further, but recognized that it was not the opportune moment for such questions. Derek, however, was not surprised. The Forsaken Land also possessed a concept of grading sealed objects, and he was well aware of the significance of a level 0 sealed object. Yet, was it not normal for a deity like Mr. Fool to concern himself with items of this tier? Hubert then stated, I happen to possess the tribute you require. Shall we commence at once? I sought your wisdom in the arcane arts, and offered a sacrifice regarding the information on 008. You may freely impart unto us some esoteric knowledge, thus completing the process of bribery. Klein nodded gently. Very well. The other three individuals, aflame with excitement, fixated their gaze upon Hubert, wary of missing any of his actions. Hubert rose, addressing Klein with reverence in the language of Hermes. Great fool, I, your devoted admirer, beseech you to enlighten us with some mystic knowledge, and in return, I shall present a tribute that piques your interest. Klein solemnly replied, agreed. In an instant, the gray mist within the grand hall seemed to be stirred by some unseen force, swirling between Klein and Hubert. Hubert immediately sensed a spiritual presence observing and tugging at him. He continued, the tribute I offer is all that I know regarding 008. Also known as the pen of Elisa Hod, It is said to embody the extraordinary traits coalesced after the demise of the nightmare dragon Elisahad, taking the form of an ordinary feather quill. The stories it inscribes are destined to become reality. Once you are aware of it, it becomes aware of you. Klein was somewhat astonished. Stories inscribed by it would indeed transform into fact, and the notion that once you comprehend it, it comprehends you in return. Such a bizarre ability. This indeed qualifies as a Class 0 sealed object. Fortuitously, the veil of mist obscured their view of the fool's momentary lapse. Alger understood that Class 0 sealed objects were high-level secrets within the church. Hence, he listened intently, though he felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing of 008's capabilities. Subsequently, a wave of joy washed over him for possessing such advanced intelligence. Derek, however, remained largely unfazed, as the dragon had once been the mortal enemy of Silver City, leading to a plethora of legends and information regarding dragons circulating within its confines. He was somewhat familiar with this high sequence. Audrey could no longer restrain her curiosity. "Pardon me, Your Imperial Excellency, but may I interrupt? What do you mean by the stories it writes must become reality? And what does it signify that when you know it, it knows you in return?" Quite literally, Hubert elucidated. For instance, if it writes that a certain individual will drown on a particular day, then on that day, a series of fortuitous coincidences will transpire, ensuring the drowning event materializes. Audrey gasped. How can that be? Does that mean that the person who drowns remains entirely unaware that their fate lies in the hands of Quill? Others would merely perceive it as an accident. Justice, miss, Hubert remarked with an air of amusement. In the realm of the mysterious, anything is possible. Furthermore, the nightmare dragon Elisahad is classified as sequence one of the audience pathway. Justice, miss, she exclaimed with excitement. Could I potentially possess such abilities in the future? Hubert smiled. In theory, yes. Both you and Susie may have that potential. Hubert continued to explain. As for the notion that when you know it, it knows you, it is indeed as straightforward as it sounds. Once you become aware of 008, it will weave you into its narrative. Audrey was taken aback. But I already know of 008. What should I do? Hubert smiled reassuringly. Do not fret. With the protection of the Fool, 008 remains blissfully unaware of our discourse. As long as we refrain from discussing it after leaving the Tarot Society, you may think of it at will. Furthermore, should you become a psychologist, you could hypnotize yourself to temporarily forget all information regarding 008, restoring your memory when certain conditions are met. Hubert added a note of caution. Additionally, the range of 008's influence is confined to a single city. Unless you are within the same city, even if you are aware of its existence, it cannot inscribe you into its tale. Audrey breathed a sigh of relief. Yet Hubert's subsequent words filled her with trepidation. According to information I stumbled upon, 008, originally belonging to the Church of the Night Goddess, has been stolen, and its current possessor is likely to journey to Beakland in the near future. What should I do? Audrey implored urgently, feeling for the first time the palpable danger emanating from the extraordinary world. Thus, you must hasten your ascension to the rank of psychologist, Hubert smiled. Or perhaps rent a marvelous item with hypnotic capabilities from me and hypnotize yourself. I would like to rent, Audrey declared promptly. That is acceptable, but first, allow me to complete the process of bribery. My apologies, she said, having received answers to her queries and solutions to her concerns, settling into her chair in silence. Klein too sighed with relief. He had been contemplating his departure from Beakland, but with Justice Mrs. Rental, he could conveniently utilize the Emperor's magical item to mitigate any potential hazards. Hubert returned to the earlier discussion. The known negative effects of 008 are that it will incessantly attempt to write the death of its holder. This concludes my offering to the Fool. Klein nodded slightly. In response to the Emperor's plea, I shall impart to you further knowledge. For example, the four sovereigns refer to the Black Emperor, the Blood Emperor, the Night Emperor, and the Underworld Emperor. After a series of battles, they ultimately fell one after another. The Underworld Emperor was the last to perish. He amassed immense benefits from the preceding wars, but ultimately succumbed to madness, becoming even more powerful. Chapter 180, The Advanced Tarot Society. Upon hearing the Fool's words, Alger was taken aback. Madness, yet greater strength? What does this imply? It is said that the Blood Emperor also dwelled in a semi-mad state. Could this be a method by which high sequences gain strength? No. Could it be related to the extraordinary traits within them? Audrey, exhilarated, absorbed the revelation of the four sovereigns, noting significant discrepancies with her history textbooks. Most crucially, that they seemingly hailed from the same era rather than being depicted as successive emperors in separate empires, as some textbooks suggested. Derek, albeit unaware of the four sovereigns, recalled the former chief who had constructed a tomb for himself and had been increasingly reclusive, growing concern for his current state. Klein continued. Moreover, the benefits seized by the underworld emperor enabled him to exceed the powers of the divine. Alger's gaze sharpened, yet he remained mad. Alger turned to the fool. Indeed, this is precisely the implication the fool wishes to convey. Even deities can descend into madness. Audrey focused on the notion of surpassing the divine. How could there be power greater than that of the divine? Such a statement is a profound desecration of the divine. Oh, but of course, the fool may very well be a deity himself. Thus, his words do not constitute blasphemy. Derek frowned, still skeptical of the existence of power capable of surpassing that of the divine. Hubert reverently stated, "Fool, I am grateful for your gifts. The information you have provided far exceeds my humble offering." Klein smiled faintly, neither affirming nor denying, as if the matter were of little significance. Shortly thereafter, Hubert sensed a shift in his spirituality, yet due to the absence of the sequence 7 potion's ethereal body in this realm, he was uncertain whether his potion had been digested. Hubert smiled. "I yearn to return to the real world immediately to ascertain whether my potion has been digested, but I have yet to fulfill my transaction." At this moment, Alger, Audrey, and Derek regained their awareness. This was Hubert's process of bribing the divine to seek the digestion of his potion. Was it this sacrilegious thought that prompted the fool to impart such blasphemous knowledge? In truth, they were unaware that the fool possessed no such elaborate thoughts. He had merely encountered these concepts in Roselle's diary moments prior. Regardless, they remained in awe of all they had just heard, and almost simultaneously, they exclaimed, "Only in the Tarot Society could such high-level exchanges of information occur." Alger suddenly recalled, "Your Majesty, we spoke long ago about the Anagonid family, and you mentioned that Antigonus had close ties with 2 prominent figures. You also warned that knowing their names would invite calamity. Are they, or rather, is he, of a similar caliber to 008? Are they also high-ranking, extraordinary beings accessible through the audience pathway?" Klein and Audrey also reminisced about that gathering, each fostering their own associations. Hobert nodded thoughtfully. "One of them is indeed of a higher status than 008. Alger expressed his astonishment. "Higher than 008's status?" Audrey chimed in, equally astonished. "Is he still alive?" "Yes, he is still alive," Hobert replied. "Did not the fool just mention that many high-ranking, extraordinary beings enjoy prolonged lifespans?" As for the question regarding the hangman, Hobert continued, "It bears significant value and requires a transaction." Alger, utilizing his knowledge, speculated, "I do not currently require such a transaction." Hobert nodded and turned to Audrey. "Then let us discuss the leasing of extraordinary items." He smiled, adding, "With the fool's witness, only the Tarot Society can facilitate such leasing transactions. This item is approximately equivalent to a Sequence 6 extraordinary object, which I have named the Spoon of Psyche. How does 60 pounds for a single use sound? After all, I must also bear some risk." The conversation had shifted from matters of Sequence 1 and deities to Sequence 6, allowing everyone to regain a sense of reality. Klein immediately recognized this as an excellent opportunity for experimentation. He gently tapped the edge of the long table, smiling as he asked, "Would you be willing to assist me in a trial regarding this matter?" Hobert paused in surprise. "Could it be?" Audrey elegantly nodded. "I would be delighted to cooperate." She clearly remembered that the fool had only attempted 2 things, pulling her and the hanged man into that mysterious space and granting a title, allowing the 2 of them to attempt a prayer. Both attempts had yielded successful results, revealing aspects of his nature. Hobert responded, "I'm also willing to cooperate." Klein smiled. "This trial will simplify and secure your transaction while maintaining confidentiality." Hobert mused. It seems the Fool's Express is indeed about to be initiated. He had long anticipated such a development. "Do you recall the sacrificial ritual described by the sun?" Klein deliberately mentioned this to display his openness. "I remember. I have encountered such matters in my usual dealings," Alger replied candidly. "But since orthodox deities seldom respond to such rituals, the term sacrifice has often been equated with evil gods and demons since the 5th epoch." Klein addressed Hobert. "My proposal is that you perform a ritual to offer the extraordinary item to me, and I shall then bestow it upon Miss Justice. This transactional format would be advantageous for both parties. Is that even possible?" Audrey was momentarily taken aback, feeling this exceeded her imagination. Yet, she soon grasped the advantages of this method and the divine essence hidden beneath its seemingly simple operation. This led her to exclaim, "The Tarot Society is truly an advanced secret organization. We not only discuss deities, but can also conduct transactions using divine methods." The subsequent proceedings were straightforward for Hobert, who frequently performed rituals of sacrifice and bestowal to the great creator. However, it felt akin to child's play, merely entertaining himself. Klein primarily instructed on how to conduct the justice ritual and presented the symbols of the fool to justice and the emperor, a mysterious design comprised of a sightless eye symbolizing secrecy and a distorted line representing change. Lastly, Klein added, "If you find yourselves forgetting any details, you may beseech me, and you shall remember." Gratefully acknowledging the fool, Audrey smiled. "I wish we could conclude this gathering and proceed with the ritual right now." Unconcerned, Alger subtly shook his head, inwardly lamenting Justice's naivety. This is the ritual imparted by an evil god. A moment's carelessness could plunge you into an abyss of endless despair. Meanwhile, Hobert initiated a new transaction. "Please assist me in keeping an eye out for extraordinary items with travel capabilities." Chapter 181. The Fool's Express is initiated. "I have heard of this ability," Alger remarked. "It seems to be a capability possessed only by Sequence 5 travelers of the apprentice pathway." Klein, Audrey, and even Derek, who possessed a wealth of esoteric knowledge yet remained somewhat uninformed in certain areas, had never heard of it. However, Derek was no stranger to gatherings. He understood that at his current level and insight, he should listen more and speak less, which led him to contribute little to the discussion. Klein was almost overwhelmed with the urge to cover his face. In a mysterious organization where the big boss is merely Sequence 8, and the highest-ranking member is only Sequence 7, with 40 members at Sequence 9, this organization dares to initiate transactions for Sequence 5 extraordinary items. Audrey once again marveled at the increasingly high-caliber transactions of the Tarot Society. Alger continued, "Setting aside the level of such extraordinary items, the prices will also be quite objective, and there will be a premium. Extraordinary traits of Sequence 5 generally value around 5 to 6,000 pounds. Yet everyone knows that such traits are often priced without a market, making an 8,000 pound premium quite normal. Furthermore, if it pertains to an extraordinary item, the premium could rise by an additional 1,000 pounds. Such rare abilities will naturally command a premium. To finalize this transaction, you would need to prepare at least 10,000 pounds." Klein immediately reflected on his 10,000 pounds, leading to a series of associations. For him, this still felt like an unattainable price. Audrey, who had rarely worried about finances, also lamented, "The prices of extraordinary items are indeed exorbitant." Perhaps even more so, Hobert sighed, "I am aware of the approximate price, which is why I am diligently saving." Alger subtly shook his head, thinking of the daunting amount of funds. "I will keep an eye out for you." Audrey made a similar promise, although she was uncertain of how she would monitor it. She then inquired, "Your Majesty, what exactly is the ability to travel?" Hobert briefly explained, "It allows one to traverse the spirit world to reach desired destinations. For instance, traveling by ship from the northern continent to the southern continent may take over half a month, subject to storms and adverse weather. However, with this travel capability, you may only need to rest a few times along the way and could arrive in mere minutes." Audrey exclaimed, "What a marvelous ability!" She too yearned to possess such an extraordinary item. Following this, the conversation shifted to Audrey's and Alger's transaction regarding the complete pituitary gland of the colorful lizard dragon. Since Audrey had once again located the whereabouts of Kalingus, Alger would provide this extraordinary material to her free of charge. At Audrey's suggestion, this transaction would also be conducted through the methods of sacrifice and bestowal. This left Alger feeling both alarmed and unable to refuse. Ultimately, Audrey inquired of the Fool regarding the standards for new members of the Tarot Society, to which the Fool assigned her a task to assess prospective members. Hobert was momentarily taken aback as the evaluation of furs commenced. The gathering, which had once again altered everyone's perspectives, concluded. Yet the transactions established during the meeting were only just beginning. Upon returning to the real world, Hobert immediately felt the changes between his spirituality, potions, and physical body. The pleasant sensation of potion digestion resurfaced, and for the first time, he experienced the comfort of having digested half of a potion in one go. Indeed, it was effective. Theoretically, if he were to bribe the Fool once more, he could completely digest the potion of the briber. This suggested that the digestion speed of the briber's potion might surpass even that of the barbarian and the lawyer. However, one must also pay attention to the performance in everyday life, for it is through this that the potion and its wielder can achieve a profound harmony. After calming his emotions, Hubert arranged the altar, with a symbol representing the Fool at its center. He then proceeded to conduct the ritual with practiced skill. Unlike the imposing bronze gates that appear during offerings to the Creator, a candle symbolizing the Fool ignited. its flames swelling rapidly and tearing open an illusory door within the spiritual wall. The symbols inscribed upon the door mirrored that of the altar's central representation of the Fool. Upon the door's opening, a myriad of indescribable shadows emerged, illuminated by a radiant light imbued with vast knowledge, above which loomed an ancient palace, shrouded in thick gray mist, overseeing the realm of reality. When Klein retrieved the psychological spoon from the altar, Hubert sighed, noting the absence of the grandiosity associated with the Creator's sacrificial door. It was filled with an air of mystery and illusion. At that moment, the voice of the Fool resonated in his ears. Well done. Hubert bowed before the altar, proclaiming, "Praise the Fool." Amidst the tumultuous waves of the turbulent sea, the cerulean ship, the Avenger, resembled a mere leaf, occasionally tossed high and then swept low, yet showing no signs of capsizing. Inside the captain's quarters, Alger paced back and forth, his back turned to shelves laden with red and white wines. Finally, with a determined clenched jaw, he returned to his desk, cleared away the brass sextant, and rummaged for paper and pen, bending over to sketch the complex and enigmatic symbol bestowed upon him by the Fool. After lighting the candle, arranging the altar, and constructing the spiritual wall, Alger instinctively inhaled deeply, bowing his head to recite in the language of Hermes, "O Fool, who does not belong to this era." Upon completing the incantation, Alger beheld the illusory door, immediately bowing his head further, cradling the colorful brain of the rainbow lizard above him, presenting the offering in his hands. A mysterious force emanated from the altar, drawing away the entire brain of the rainbow lizard. Alger felt his hands grow lighter, yet he dared not lift his gaze until he heard the voice of the Fool. "Well done. It is my honor." Alger responded without hesitation. Following the customary procedure, he extinguished the candle, concluding the ritual, and sat down with a complex expression, pondering the state of the Fool. Initially, he could only draw people into the fog-laden world. After some time, he could listen to prayers and respond. Now, he was capable of accepting sacrifices and bestowing gifts. The Fool was gradually liberating himself. This conjecture and conclusion filled Alger with a mix of fear, anxiety, and a tinge of hopeful anticipation. "At least I am a member of the Tarot Society, one of its earliest members." Taking a deep breath, Alger rose to examine the sea charts. Regardless of the circumstances, he must swiftly enhance his own prowess. Strength is always the foundation of one's confidence. The Cerulean Avenger was now approaching the first marked location within the Elven ruins, within the grand palace above the mist. Klein gazed at the psychological spoon and the brain of the rainbow lizard before him. Grasping the psychological spoon, he once again marveled at the benefits of the platform. Infusing the spoon with spiritual energy, which it immediately perceived, granting him the extraordinary abilities of hypnosis, frenzy, and psychological suggestion. The only adverse effects manifested as either laughter or tears. What a remarkable item. Chapter 182. The newcomer Jessica. Klein had encountered various sealing items within the Night Watchers team, which could spell death for their wielders, and rarely engaged with wondrous artifacts that bore negative effects within acceptable limits. Nonetheless, this did not cloud his judgment regarding the psychological spoon. After employing hypnosis to modify the memory of 008, setting it so that it would be forgotten in the real world only to be recalled within the fog, Klein signaled to Audrey to commence the bestowal ceremony. "The trial has succeeded," he proclaimed with an exalted voice. "When do you intend to conduct the bestowal ceremony? Provided there are no other extraordinary beings nearby." Upon receiving the Fool's notice, Audrey initially felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, it has succeeded. Then, a flicker of doubt crossed her mind. Does an extraordinary dog count? With this thought, she once more requested Susie to keep watch at the door, then recited the Fool's honored name. "O Fool, I am ready now." During her first bestowal ceremony, Audrey could not help but proceed with caution, meticulously cross-referencing her actions. The moment the illusory gateway of bestowal appeared, Audrey exhaled in relief, curiously scrutinizing the door brimming with mystery. It was only when the brain of the rainbow lizard and the psychological spoon materialized upon the altar that Audrey snapped back to reality. After once again praising the Fool, she concluded the ceremony, secretly pleased with the thought, "Our Tarot Society surpasses all other secret organizations in prestige." She first seized the psychological spoon, employing the method previously taught by the Emperor to extend her spirit into the seemingly ordinary dining spoon. Through her spiritual perception, she instantly realized that she could wield three extraordinary abilities: hypnosis, frenzy, and psychological suggestion. Is this what a wondrous artifact is? Truly marvelous. I long to possess it. I wonder if the Emperor would be willing to sell it. Asking outright seems a bit impolite. Perhaps I could inquire indirectly at the next gathering. Audrey first completed her own hypnosis, similar to Klein's operation, erasing all memories of 008 in the real world, so that when she returned to the fog, her recollection of 008 would be restored. Theoretically, as a sequence 9, she should struggle to harness the full potential of the psychological spoon. However, as an observer, her compatibility with the spoon was exceptionally high, and the hypnosis effect turned out to be quite impressive. Reluctantly, Audrey set down the psychological spoon and, together with the prepared 2,000 pounds, offered it as a sacrifice to the fool, requesting his assistance on behalf of the emperor. This month as pocket money has been entirely spent, Audrey reflected. For her, parting with over 2,000 pounds was not overly difficult. After completing the sacrifice, Audrey picked up the soft, pliable substance that constantly shifted in hue and was riddled with valleys. Due to their shared sequence, there was no need for verification. Audrey's spirit recognized it as the brain of the rainbow lizard. Having prepared the necessary materials, she soon found herself holding a vial of liquid that shimmered with ever-changing colors. After consuming the potion, Audrey successfully navigated the integration phase of her extraordinary traits, achieving her advancement. After meditating to consolidate her dispersed spirit, Audrey opened the door to let Susie in. "Audrey, it seems you have undergone some transformation," Susie remarked, her mouth moving in surprise. "Have I?" Audrey smiled, finally surpassing Susie by a sequence, as she sometimes found it challenging to face Susie. If she encountered other extraordinary beings, how would she introduce herself and Susie? "I am an observer, and my dog is also an observer." The very thought filled her with embarrassment. Audrey settled onto a soft seat and shifted the topic. "Susie, how do you suggest I discreetly inform Shio and Furs that something has occurred without exposing my identity, while also piquing their interest?" As she spoke, Audrey earnestly contemplated the task assigned by the fool. She glanced at Susie, who in turn looked back at her, until Susie finally broke the silence. "Audrey, I am just a dog." Hubert, upon seeing the gold pounds and psychological spoon appear upon the altar, praised the fool and began counting the money. A total of 2,060 pounds, neither more nor less. Gazing out at the overcast sky, Hubert finally overcame his laziness and deposited 2,000 pounds into the bank. Hubert's savings now amounted to 4,800 pounds, in addition to 91 pounds and 7 shillings in cash within his wallet. Exiting the bank, Hubert reflected, despite his wealth, he still lived in poverty. Truly, once one enters the extraordinary realm, it is as if one has plunged into a deep sea, transforming the wealthy into the impoverished. Nonetheless, Hubert ventured out to procure some roasted meat as a reward for himself, intending also to share his joy with Hugh and Forsyth. The atmosphere during dinner was delightful. Forsyth regaled them with tales from her recent apprenticeship and amusing anecdotes from the kitchen. Previously, her impression of chefs had been that of irritable and uncouth individuals. But through her experiences, she had come to appreciate their meticulousness and dedication. Having immersed herself in her apprenticeship, Forsyth felt a sense of mental relaxation that she had not experienced in a while. Meanwhile, Hugh had set his sights on 2 notorious robbers with bounties on their heads, planning to apprehend them once he assessed their capabilities. The meager bounty of 20 pounds suggested they were unlikely to be extraordinary individuals. That night, Hubert enjoyed a restful slumber, and the following morning, after breakfast, he made his way to the law firm, ready to immerse himself back into the rhythm of work. Upon entering the office, he was momentarily taken aback. His desk was inundated with letters, easily 30 or 40 of them. A colleague nearby chuckled, "Hubert, you've become quite the esteemed lawyer." Hubert stacked the letters together, remarking, "Whether esteemed or not, I cannot say. However, it seems I have ample work ahead of me." He swiftly transitioned into work mode, initially sorting through the correspondence. Most were inquiries or requests for representation, alongside letters from newspapers and magazines seeking interviews or features on Hubert. Among them was a letter from Captain Icarus of the Mechanical Heart and another from Loretta, a member of the Night Watch, inviting him to meet at the Obsidian Bar the following afternoon. The letter had been sent the previous day, which meant their meeting was indeed scheduled for that very afternoon. As Hubert was organizing and perusing the letters, a formal lawyer from the adjacent office entered, accompanied by a woman in her 20s. "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce our new colleague, Miss Jessica." Hubert was momentarily taken aback. He looked up to see a woman with golden, slightly curly hair, the very same individual he had encountered previously at the Star of Laughter. Chapter 183, The Personal Attorney Team. Observing Jessica, who appeared slightly anxious yet composed, Hubert mused, "She must be a lawyer. Otherwise, Raft would not have compensated her with the barbarian S potion formula." Yet, He wondered whether her friend, wielding a warhammer, was also an extraordinary individual within the legal realm. He greeted Jessica politely as thoughts swirled in his mind. Jessica warmly addressed Hubert. "Good day, Attorney Hubert. I had the pleasure of attending your defense. It was truly remarkable. I hope to learn much from you in the future." Hubert smiled in response. Mutual learning, indeed. Jessica seemed eager to engage in further conversation, but under the watchful eyes of their colleagues. She felt it prudent to limit her remarks, and thus regretfully moved on to greet others. A few minutes later, she departed to meet her new colleagues in other offices. The male colleagues surrounding Hubert immediately launched into discussions about the new female recruit. Judging solely by her appearance, Jessica was undeniably a beauty, dressed sharply and sporting a ponytail that exuded vibrancy. Just as the conversation reached a crescendo, a colleague remarked, "What purpose does our discussion of a new colleague serve?" It's apparent she has a fondness for the esteemed lawyer Hubert. Suddenly, the enthusiasm for the topic waned. Hubert, engrossed in his letters, caught the hint of bitterness in the comment, but chose not to respond, keeping his gaze fixed on the task at hand. Regardless of the industry, excellence often breeds envy. Hubert refocused on the letter before him, which was from Captain Icarus. The letter conveyed Bob's gratitude for receiving compensation and briefly outlined their arrangements for him, relocating him to Constant under a new identity and residency. The industrial city of Constant housed a significant workforce, and the clergy of the Steam and Machinery Church were numerous there, frequently monitoring Bob's well-being. In the closing remarks, Captain Icarus mentioned the Russell Memorial Exhibition, set to commence this Wednesday, and enclosed 15 VIP tickets. Hubert scratched his head, having completely forgotten about the event amidst his recent busyness. Since it was now imminent, he realized he needed to prioritize matters related to the Black Emperor's card. As an extraordinary individual traversing the path of the Black Emperor, he was certainly entitled to receive this desecrated card. He placed the tickets and letter into his drawer, retrieving a sheet of stationery to compose a response to Icarus. However, before he had written more than a few words, Barton appeared at the door. "Hubert, could you come here for a moment?" Hubert capped his pen and followed. Upon entering Barton's office, he noticed a middle-aged man seated in the meeting area, the esteemed lawyer Aslan. Since joining the firm, Hubert had only encountered the brown-haired, bespectacled attorney twice. Renowned for his expertise in commercial disputes, Aslan was well known across the country, often traveling extensively. The presence of both distinguished lawyers signaled that a significant matter was at hand. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Barton initiated a discussion regarding the recently concluded workers' compensation case and its implications. Aslan occasionally interjected, acknowledging Hubert's accomplishments. Barton then revealed the firm's intention to establish a legal team under Hubert's leadership, specifically to handle such workers' compensation cases. Barton candidly explained, "This decision stems from two reasons. First, your defense had a substantial impact, as evidenced by the letters on your desk. I foresee our firm receiving many similar cases in the future. Second, your handling of this case has offended the gentlemen of Bakerland. Beyond such cases, securing other types of cases may prove challenging." The compensation offered by the two distinguished lawyers was indeed generous. Hubert would become the firm's third partner, entitled to 50% of the fees from the cases he handled, along with a 10% share of the year-end profits. Given that Hubert was not yet a fully recognized attorney and had joined the firm relatively recently, he would initially receive only 10% of the profits. Hubert fully understood that this arrangement was a choice and compromise made by Barton and Aslan. Their decision was to retain Hubert while ensuring that the firm's other operations would not be adversely affected, creating a pragmatic compromise. Naturally, Hubert would not decline such a favorable offer. His current caseload was insufficient to establish his own law firm, and crucially, his legal potion had already been thoroughly processed, leaving him disinterested in navigating the complexities of starting anew. Barton concluded, "I will arrange for 3 independent offices for you, and you may bring 3 colleagues to assist you." After expressing his gratitude, Hubert promptly named 2 familiar colleagues, Lasker and Dyko, who were known for their goodwill towards him. However, he hesitated over the third choice, as he had spent little time in the office and was not well acquainted with his colleagues. Suddenly, Jessica's name flashed through Hubert's mind. She was a lawyer, potentially beneficial for future cases, and they barely knew each other. With his colleagues decided, Lancer rose to take his leave. After bidding farewell to the esteemed lawyer, Barton escorted Hubert to view the offices. The 3 offices comprised 2 smaller ones and 1 larger, with a spacious office situated opposite the smaller ones. The logistics team was already in the midst of cleaning, and Hubert requested additional office supplies, such as filing cabinets. He then engaged in discussions with his 3 colleagues, not shying away from the presence of others while conversing with Lasker and Dyko. Several colleagues in the office cast their gazes towards the recently vocal yet sardonic coworker, who appeared oblivious to their scrutiny, remaining seated and engrossed in his documents. Minutes passed without him turning a single page, revealing his feigned composure. Both Raskar and Daiko were eager to join Hubert's team, viewing it as an opportunity. Typically, being part of a specialized group would afford them greater chances to appear in court, dealing with similar types of cases. Unlike their current situation where they were obliged to handle a diverse array of cases. That morning, the four of them relocated to their new office space. The new office was situated on the ground floor, conveniently close to a side entrance for easy access. Hubert partitioned the 3 offices, one for himself, another for his assistant, which also served as a resource room, while the remaining larger office was shared by the other 2 colleagues, doubling as a meeting room. Once the offices were delineated, Hubert inquired, "Who wishes to be my assistant?" The assistant's role entailed not only managing cases, but also organizing documents, handling correspondence, and more, with a weekly salary increase of £1 to £2. Jessica responded with remarkable alacrity and proactively sought to persuade her 2 colleagues, in addition to organizing documents. The assistant must also attend to visitors, making it a role more suited for a woman. Raskar and Daiko found her argument quite compelling, leading to Jessica's appointment as Hubert's assistant. Chapter 184, Payday. After lunch, Hubert convened a meeting with his 3 subordinates. Their immediate task involved reviewing the incoming correspondence, with Jessica primarily responsible for reading and responding to letters from newspapers and magazines, as well as formulating interview schedules, requesting journalists to come by for interviews. Raskar and Daiko would sift through the consultation and commission letters, with the former being subject to their discretionary responses, while the latter required Hubert's approval before any acceptance could be communicated. At the conclusion of the meeting, Hubert announced an evening gathering at a restaurant to celebrate the formation of their team. After organizing the work, Hubert retreated to his office to compose a reply to a cancer. During this writing process, Hubert suddenly recalled Ulysses' instructions, prompting him to pen another letter to Elizabeth. In this correspondence, Hubert imparted some rather cynical wisdom, advising Elizabeth that death occurs daily, urging her not to dwell solely on sorrow and reverence for life, but to also look forward. Upon completing these letters, Hubert entrusted them to Jessica with instructions to dispatch them that afternoon. He then donned his coat and, gripping his cane, set out to visit a client. He first walked back to his lodging to leave a note for Hugh and Forsyth, informing them he would not be returning for dinner. Hubert then took a cab to the Obsidian Bar in the North District. He arrived several minutes ahead of schedule, but Loretta was already seated at the bar, nursing a beer she had yet to sip. Arrived early? Hubert set down his cane and ordered a beer as well. "I had nothing on my agenda today, so I came in early," Loretta replied, producing an envelope. "This is your salary from last week. We distribute wages every Saturday afternoon. You can collect it directly from the Blackthorn Security Company or opt for it to be mailed to you, although for mail delivery, you need to submit a written request." Naturally, Hubert chose the mailing option, promptly drafting a request and asking Loretta to submit it on his behalf. The document's format and verbiage were largely similar, and Loretta glanced at it before stowing it away. Hubert asked, "Is there something specific you wish to discuss today?" This was the first instance of a member of the Night Watch actively seeking him out. "It's merely about your salary, which you have unfortunately received 2 days late." "Is that all?" "That is indeed all." Hubert recalled their previous encounters, noting Loretta's seemingly obsessive fixation on salary matters. Had the Night Watch ever defaulted on wages? Surely not. If the official extraordinary organization faced financial turmoil, dissolution would not be far behind. "Well, this is indeed significant," Hubert conceded, then inquired further. "I previously reported an individual named Kate. What progress has been made on your investigation?" He added, "Ms. Daly assured me she would inform me of the findings. We have located the individual you mentioned, Hyman." Loretta glanced around to ensure they were alone before continuing. "It appears he still maintains contact with 2 members of the Aurora Society. We plan to close in this week or next. Oh, by the way, the captain mentioned that you may need to participate in the operation, so prepare yourself in the coming days." So this is indeed the more pressing reason for our meeting." Hubert couldn't help but mentally scoff. Could it be that the Night Watch has truly owed you wages? Taking a deep breath to compose himself, he nodded, "I will not be lenient with this group of lunatics. Once the operation is scheduled, feel free to write to me or notify me directly." "No problem." As Hubert made his way back to the law firm, he pondered whether Loretta possessed some enchanted artifact that made her so preoccupied with wages. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became otherwise. Why would the Night Watch fear her pursuit of payment? Upon returning to the firm, as Hubert hung up his coat, Jessica entered his office. "Mr. Hubert, I have reviewed all the correspondence from newspapers and magazines and drafted an interview plan. If you find it satisfactory, I will proceed to respond accordingly. Impressive efficiency, Hubert remarked as he took a glance at the plan. It looks good. Jessica appeared somewhat bashful as she stammered. Mr. Hubert, do you have any extra tickets? Hubert paused, realizing she was referring to tickets for the Roselle Memorial Exhibition. Jessica continued, hesitantly, I have a friend who greatly admires Roselle, but we lack the means to obtain VIP tickets for close-up visits, so, during the afternoon meeting, Jessica had noticed Hubert taking a stack of VIP tickets while sorting through the letters. At the time, with two other colleagues present, she hesitated to make a request. This afternoon, she had deliberated for quite some time, feeling it inappropriate to ask for such a favor on her first day, but ultimately, the thought of her friend's delighted expression spurred her to seek a ticket. I have some. Hubert generously offered 2 tickets. These are a token of gratitude from the Church of Steam and Machinery. Jessica's face lit up with joy as she expressed her gratitude profusely. Returning to his desk, Hubert spent over an hour attending to various duties before the end of the workday. The Hubert team convened at a nearby restaurant for dinner, and this gathering significantly bridged the gaps among them. However, Hubert's freshly received salary had already diminished by £3 and 3 shillings, leaving him to suddenly understand Loretta's fixation on wages and the significance of paydays. If one could exhaust a week's salary in merely 2 days, the remaining 5 days until the next payday would surely feel like an eternity. On Wednesday, the day of the Roselle Memorial Exhibition's opening, Hubert, now the head of his department, no longer needed to request leave and could directly visit clients without being present at the firm. Upon arriving at the exhibition venue, he was taken aback by the throngs of people queuing. He had not anticipated such a turnout for an event honoring Roselle, who had passed over a century ago. However, considering the era's lack of entertainment options, it was understandable that such a memorial exhibition would attract widespread interest across social strata. Thanks to his VIP ticket, Hubert bypassed the long line, entering through a side door and gaining close access to the artifacts once used by Roselle. Upon entering the door, Hubert immediately spotted a member of the Mechanical Heart, someone who had once offered him protection. Aware of the individual's busy schedule that day, he merely smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from initiating conversation. Upon entering the exhibition hall, Hubert, as a person of the common era, found little interest in the showcased items, apart from expressing admiration for Russell's opulent golden toilet, while questioning whether one could truly relieve oneself upon such a lavish throne. He endeavored to maintain a casual pace as he made his way to the study area, where a brief glance at the towering bookshelves revealed Jessica and a silver-haired woman standing before them. Jessica, noticing Hubert, quickly waved her hand, exclaiming, "Lawyer Hubert, I have not been absent without leave. I merely took a day off." Hubert chuckled, replying, "Neither have I been absent without leave." Jessica paused, seemingly grasping the implication. "Greetings, Lawyer Hubert," the silver-haired woman said with a gracious smile. "I had the pleasure of attending your defense of Mr. Bob. It was truly magnificent." Hubert returned her smile. "I had no idea I had gained such notoriety." At this point, Jessica made the introductions. The silver-haired woman was named Kelly, with short hair and dressed in knightly attire. Her tall, sun-kissed figure giving her a robust appearance, almost boyish from a distance. Kelly expressed her gratitude for the complimentary ticket Hubert provided, as he engaged in light conversation, reminiscing about Kelly's weapon of choice, a war hammer, a tool rarely wielded, demanding extraordinary strength and reflexes. Her sturdy physique certainly attested to her capability. After exchanging pleasantries, they each dispersed to explore the exhibition. Hubert began diligently searching for the Black Emperor card, when he overheard Kelly whispering to Jessica, "At first, I thought your superior must have some interest in you for gifting you such a precious ticket, but it seems I was mistaken. His gaze harbors no ulterior motives." Hubert was taken aback, thinking, "Do I truly appear so deaf, or is this a deliberate attempt to speak within my hearing?" "Lower your voice, Kelly," Jessica cautioned. Kelly, while perusing the high-quality replicas provided by the exhibition, casually remarked, "It matters not if he overhears. I am merely extolling his virtues." "Well, I hope that puts your mind at ease," Jessica replied. "No, Jessica, for a woman, this is where you falter." It seemed these two shared a camaraderie akin to that of Hugh and Forth, allowing for such informal banter. Hubert shook his head in amusement and resumed his observation of the bookmarks in the exhibition area. Although the VIP ticket afforded him a closer look at the exhibits, a certain distance remained. Nevertheless, Hubert's keen instincts soon identified the Black Emperor card. For reasons unknown, he was certain that bookmark was indeed the coveted card. After pondering for a moment, he began to scrutinize the layout of the exhibition hall, leaving only after the clock struck 10. Upon returning to the office, Lascar and Deco had already reviewed all the entrusted and inquiry letters, totaling 10 entrusted cases. Hubert glanced through them briefly, confirming they all fell within his team's purview. He selected the most challenging case for himself, delegating the relatively simpler 9 cases to his colleagues. He also assigned the inquiry letters requiring responses and then returned to his office with the work that necessitated his attention. While he appeared to be perusing the letters, in truth, he was contemplating how to pilfer the Black Emperor card. This question had occupied his thoughts throughout his journey back, and he had begun formulating ideas. Hubert's first notion was to hypnotize a staff member, compelling the hypnotized individual to procure the Black Emperor card or to perform the act of sacrifice within the exhibition hall. However, considering the exhibition's affiliation with the Steam and Mechanical Church, such hypnotic maneuvers would likely be easily detected, leading straight back to him. His second idea involved enlisting Fourth S assistance in the theft. She possessed the ability to open doors and was currently a master of misdirection. However, executing the theft during the exhibition with a magician's techniques, followed by discreetly passing the item out, would be fraught with risk. Even if the anti-theft constructs detected Fourth S door-opening ability, the swift transfer of the sacrilegious card would necessitate her immediate departure from the scene. Yet, this plan could only be enacted during daylight, when the crowds were dense and observant, increasing the risk of detection. Should they be discovered, it would be easy for the Mechanical Heart Squad to focus their attention on him. Taking a deep breath, Hubert recalled how Cly had successfully acquired the Black Emperor card by summoning himself, in spectral form, to enter the exhibition hall. This approach was not replicable. The Source Fortress was situated above the spirit realm, allowing for relatively easy access to its powers, whereas the realm of disorder lacked such a profound connection. After reflection, Hubert resolved to attempt the summoning. He locked the office door, recognizing that this summoning did not necessarily require an altar. However, to enhance the likelihood of success, he arranged a makeshift altar on his desk and solemnly recited in Hermetic language, "I, in my name, summon the creator of earthly order." Upon completing the summoning incantation, he immediately entered the realm of disorder, where he beheld the grand bronze doors of the hall he had established slightly ajar, allowing him to hear his own summons. As he extended his spirit, a tremendous force drew Hubert's entire ethereal form inward. He beheld his own still figure before the altar, eyes glazed in a trance. In this spectral state, he could effortlessly traverse all barriers. Unless an extraordinary individual activated spiritual sight, he would remain unseen. Hubert began to experiment with penetrating walls, reaching greater distances until he glimpsed Lascar and Cody deliberating over response letters. Further penetrating the walls, he found himself on the street, but soon encountered an invisible barrier, hindering his progress. As he had anticipated, the Source Fortress, being situated above the spirit realm, benefited from its assistance, allowing Cly's spirit to traverse vast distances, while the realm of disorder lacked such deep ties, restricting Hubert to a mere 20 meters of movement from his corporeal form. Concluding his self-summoning, Hubert exited the realm of disorder and returned to the physical world, tidying up the altar. Resuming his seat, he sighed, realizing Cly's method was not applicable to him. Suddenly, he recalled the malevolent spirits of Medici. Perhaps he could enlist the help of another spirit. Yet he would rather forego the Black Emperor card than seek Medici's assistance. For one, Medici was currently unable to leave his territory, and secondly, such an endeavor would only complicate matters further. So, whom could he enlist for aid? A being from the spirit realm? Perhaps a messenger of Cly's caliber. Surely, even if the messenger boldly entered the exhibition hall, severed the card from its display, the Cants would dare not object. However, such spirit beings were elusive, and Hubert decided to first contemplate other alternatives. The teleportation statue. Hubert suddenly recalled the capabilities of this sealing artifact. It was perfectly suited to utilize its teleportation ability to secure the Black Emperor card. Even a simple switch should pose no issue. Yet, the dilemma remained. Once the teleportation statue's power was employed, it would undoubtedly be detected by the Mechanical Heart, prompting an immediate investigation. How could he evade such scrutiny? Moreover, the Night Watch team had records indicating the teleportation statue was in his possession, making it easy for the Mechanical Heart to unearth his methods and expose him. Hubert leaned back in his chair, wishing for Amon's abilities, where thievery would be as effortless as a game. He rubbed his temples, intending to shift his focus to work before returning to the matter of the card. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Raph should be utilized here. Chapter 186. The optimal candidate for stealing the sacrilegious card. Hubert's thoughts immediately became clear. As soon as he seized control of the realm of disorder, The star representing Laft appeared in the pool before the Iron Throne. Until this moment, Hubert had not perceived any utility in this fallen former baron. Today, he realized that this fellow was indeed meant for use here. With his pawn in hand, Hubert swiftly devised a feasible plan, mentally rehearsing it several times and finding no apparent flaws. Once he had made up his mind, Hubert rose, grasped his cane, and returned to 192 Blanca Street. This matter needed to be expedited. Otherwise, in a few days, he might encounter Huang Bei at the exhibition commemorating his father, complicating the situation considerably. Fortunately, both Sue and Furs were absent, allowing Hubert to return to his room, lock the door, draw the curtains, and enter the realm of disorder. He also brought with him the spoon of psychology and the spirit-calling necklace as part of his self-sacrificial ritual. The star representing Laft was still entwined with a slender red thread. Hubert extended his consciousness to the star and beheld Laft struggling at the gambling table, while the ghost entwined around him also observed the game, evidently reveling in the pleasures of gambling. Upon careful observation, Hubert confirmed that the ghostly power surrounding Laft was still quite feeble, merely a manifestation of the Medici's malevolent spirit. He waved his hand, grasping the spirit-calling necklace, and the Medici's ghost became significantly more corporeal within his vision. Once Hubert was prepared, he commenced his actions. Through Laft's star, he descended his own power, pulling the Medici's malevolent spirit from Laft's form. Soon after, a surging wave of twisting power enveloped the malevolent spirit. With a clenched fist, Hubert tightened the twisting force, distorting the order within a minuscule area into a realm utterly inhospitable to spirits. With a soft pop, the Medici's ghostly manifestation disintegrated, as if it had never possessed Laft at all. Hubert's maneuver had been rehearsed countless times in his mind, which accounted for the speed of its execution. The Medici had not even had a moment to react. In the underground ruins of Beakland, the Medici was bewildered. What had just transpired? The spirit within the malevolent entity. Sauron remarked, "It was the power of distortion. I have only witnessed such pure distortion in one individual before. The Black Emperor has returned." Einhorn rejected. "Have we truly been under the Black Emperor's gaze recently? Why would he focus on us? Our plans may have been discovered by the Black Emperor." Medici replied, "Einhorn, your earlier skepticism was well-founded. Those we possess seem so foolish that this plan surely cannot succeed." Sauron added, "Medici, your choices have left us exposed to extreme peril." "Let them bicker," Medici retorted. "It would be best if we were still quarreling when the Black Emperor finds us. We can simply pledge allegiance to the new Black Emperor once again." Sauron replied, "After all, it is not the first time we have done so." Einhorn coldly remarked, "Does the Black Emperor require the servitude of a malevolent spirit? What purpose do we serve? To guard his treasures with the loyalty of hounds? The very thought is repulsive." The argument was far from over. At the gambling table, Laft sensed a sudden vibrancy in his spirit, and his mental state improved considerably. He was uncertain about the previous days, feeling persistently fatigued despite his attempts to rest. This sudden shift in spirit and consciousness led Laft to realize he might be encountering something significant. He glanced around, activating his spiritual sight, yet saw nothing. Meanwhile, Hubert in the realm of disorder was preparing to initiate his second operation. He could harness the extraordinary power from the star in the pool, but could not directly seize anything through the star. This was where Laft's role became apparent. Having efficiently dealt with the Medici's possession, Hubert began to channel the power of the spoon of psychology into Laft. In the cacophony of the casino, Hubert subtly hypnotized Laft using the star. "You suddenly have no desire to gamble. You are now eager to attend the Roselle commemoration exhibition." Laft promptly pushed aside the cards before him, frowning in irritation. I'm done. What is the point of this when I could be at the Roselle commemoration exhibition?" The casino fell silent for a moment before erupting in laughter. A gambler called out, "My lord, don't forget to bring us souvenirs." Another shouted, "Seems like the Lord's luck isn't great today. He's off to the exhibition instead." Ordinarily, Laft would have put on a show of baronial authority in response to the gambler's jibes, but today he was in a hurry and merely waved his hand, unwilling to engage further. It was only when Laft boarded the carriage that Hubert began to employ his powers of psychological suggestion. "When you behold the creative manuscript left by Roselle, you will summon a mysterious presence." The incantation was, "I, in my name, summon the creator of earthly order." Finally, Hubert instructed, upon reciting this incantation, "You will immediately forget its content." On the first day of the Roselle commemoration exhibition, which was not a holiday, the number of attendees exceeded the expectations of the Steam and Machinery Church. By around 9 o'clock, a long line had formed at the ticket booth, and by 10, another queue had formed at the entrance. Even by 1 in the afternoon, the congestion showed no signs of abating. This prompted a cancer, responsible for security, to marvel at the legendary figure of Roselle's drawing power. Amidst the throngs, a cancer spotted Archbishop Hobert descending from a carriage with 2 friends, evidently also there to attend the exhibition. Hobert was not only the Archbishop of the Steam and Machinery Church in Beekland, but also a renowned scientist and an honorary professor in the physics department at Beekland University. They possessed VIP tickets, allowing them to enter through a side door. A cancer hurried over, "Your Grace." Hobert nodded and, noticing the large crowd behind each guide, instructed, "Ensure the safety measures are in place to prevent any stampedes and maintain a safe distance between visitors and the exhibits. Yes, we have conducted relevant rehearsals. Please, this way." A cancer personally led them through the exhibition. When they arrived at the display case of Roselle's notes, a cancer explained, "As you are aware, these feature Roselle's unique mysterious symbols, which remain unbroken to this day. Numerous historians and archaeologists believe these notes contain the undisclosed secrets of the great Roselle." One of Archbishop Hormick's friends was examining the notes when a visitor interjected, "Could this be a curse left by Roselle? After all, he had so many regrets at the time of his death." A cancer glanced back at the speaker, an elderly man with graying hair and puffy eyes. Yet his attire suggested he belonged to high society. "Are you intrigued by these notes as well?" A cancer inquired. "No," the middle-aged man replied. "I'm more interested in Roselle's study. There are so many people here." A non-VIP shouted, make way for Lord Laughpound," having kept a watchful eye on Laughed. Hubert chuckled inwardly at the scene. Lord Laughed was eager to assume the role of the pawn. Chapter 187. Seizing the Black Emperor card. When Hubert spotted a cancer, he felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that he might be discovered observing. However, he soon realized that the elderly man beside a cancer, wearing a soft hat and possessing a kindly demeanor, posed a greater threat. Hubert could not help but think, "Surely I'm not so unfortunate as to encounter the Archbishop of the Steam and Machinery Church." Fortunately, the elderly man seemed merely to sense something amiss, casting a few more glances in Laugh's direction. This was the reason Hubert employed psychological suggestion rather than hypnosis. While hypnosis proved more effective, those who had undergone it often displayed subtle signs of abnormality in their behavior. Utilizing psychological suggestion proved to be immensely effective, making it exceedingly difficult for security personnel to detect. Upon hearing Laughter's sudden shout, the crowd swiftly parted to grant him passage. Icon smiled and continued his explanations to the Archbishop and his 2 companions. The elderly Bishop Hobert gently shook his head, choosing not to further observe Laughter. Hubert exhaled in relief as he followed Laughter into the study area. The study was situated a considerable distance from the note section, and Hubert mentally rehearsed the plan once more, confident that with Icons and the old man present, he could still secure the Black Emperor card. Thus, the plan proceeded. Hubert was acutely aware that once such a scheme commenced, it must continue unabated unless it met with complete failure. Restarting could introduce unforeseen complications. Jessica and Kelly, possessing VIP tickets, were not to be disturbed. Consequently, Kelly decided to forego lunch, instead perusing the high-quality creative manuscripts provided by the exhibition while vigorously jotting down notes in her notebook. Jessica assisted her friend in organizing her notes and inadvertently caught sight of Laughter. Jessica quickly tugged at Kelly's sleeve and pointed towards him. Kelly replied coldly, "If he dares to linger here, I shall kick him out." The 2 women regarded Laughter with cold disdain, yet curiously, despite clearly seeing them, Laughter averted his gaze immediately. Jessica noted this peculiar behavior. It seemed as if he were searching for something. When Kelly observed Laughter's gaze fixate on the original creative manuscript, she scoffed. What a scoundrel. Does he even comprehend the essence of creativity? However, the 2 ladies soon perceived something amiss with Laughter. He bowed his head as if in prayer. But soon a tremendous force surged forth, tearing open a space above him, and 2 magnificent bronze doors materialized within the lady's sight. A terrifying power then swept up the original creative manuscript. The crowd erupted into chaos. Although ordinary individuals could not see the colossal bronze doors, they sensed the overwhelming oppressive force emanating from them, instilling a primal fear that sent them scrambling in panic, clutching their heads. The previously serene exhibition atmosphere was suddenly filled with screams and wails. Kelly's expression sharpened. Some hidden presence seeks to steal Roselle's creative manuscript. This could hardly be termed theft. Jessica thought wryly. It was outright robbery. In another exhibition hall, Hobert seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation and promptly made his way towards the study area. However, the throng was too dense, and the ensuing panic rendered entry impossible. Hobert extended his right index finger, revealing a concealed spike. He pointed upward, and the spike, along with a fine steel cable, shot forth, anchoring itself to the ceiling. Clenching his fist, Hobert utilized the tension of the rope to soar above the crowd. Upon entering the study area, he first beheld the towering bronze doors, and then a shadowy, indistinct figure resembling a spirit, which deftly caught the spiraling creative manuscript. Hobert opened his left palm, revealing a small caliber cannon, but the overwhelming number of people and the multitude of exhibits caused him to hesitate momentarily. This very hesitation afforded the shadow the opportunity to bow slightly to Hobert before vanishing from sight. Simultaneously, the bronze doors disappeared, along with the oppressive force that had instilled terror in the crowd. Hobert's pupils shifted from black to blue, yet he still could not locate the shadow. They then turned red, but the shadow remained elusive. Descending to the ground, Hobert surveyed his surroundings, hoping to uncover some trace. Ultimately, his gaze landed on Laughter, whose bewildered expression stood out amidst a sea of panicked faces as others displayed sheer terror. Hobert commanded the security personnel to apprehend Laughter. "What did you just do?" "I don't know," Laughter replied, confusion etched across his face. "Wasn't I at the casino? How'd I end up here?" Hobert seized Laughter's wrist, unwaveringly scrutinizing him, as if attempting to penetrate his very soul. Laughter immediately manifested a pained expression. 3 seconds later, Hobert released Laughter's wrist. He has been hypnotized. How Laughter extricated himself from this predicament was entirely beyond Hobert's contemplation. The existence of the disorderly kingdom would also sever divination. No one could ascertain the connection between the hidden force that had taken the creative manuscript at the Roselle Memorial Exhibition and Hobert. Seated upon the Iron Throne, Hobert opened the creative manuscript, riffling through the bookmarks. "This one is quite hideous. What on earth is depicted here? Why are the doodles on these bookmarks so unattractive?" Only 2 were adequately rendered, one of which depicted the Black Emperor card, illustrating Roselle seated upon a throne. Even within the disorderly kingdom, the uniqueness of the Black Emperor card was imperceptible, yet Hobert's intuition sensed that this particular bookmark bore some significance. "Bernadette." Hobert intoned the incantation in Hermetic, and the bookmark in his hand suddenly felt heavier, emanating a brilliant radiance. On the card, the image of Emperor Roselle became more three-dimensional and lifelike. Seated upon an ancient stone throne, adorned with a black crown encrusted with various jewels, clad in ebony armor, draped in a dark cloak, and wielding a scepter. His gaze coldly fixed ahead. The once flat card now appeared as though it possessed the thickness of a notebook, with starry script coalescing in the upper left corner. Sequence 0, the Black Emperor. At last, it was within his grasp. Hobert smiled and immediately turned his attention to the profane card, skipping over sequences 9 through 6 and directly examining the higher sequences. Sequence 5, the Chaotic Mentor. Order and chaos are both opposing forces yet encompass each other. Within order lies the cipher of chaos. When humanity grows weary of chaos, order inevitably arises. This sequence's extraordinary being has the ability to plunge a designated area into turmoil, exuding an air of authority that compels involuntary submission. They possess a unique understanding of order, distortion, and chaos, often mentoring several students to disseminate their insights regarding order and distortion, validating their philosophies. Potion formula. Main materials: complete crystal of the crown tree, heart of a phasing chameleon. Auxiliary materials: 10 milliliters of crown tree sap, 1 black giant golden flower, 10 grams of dragon pattern tree bark, 80 milliliters of white wine aged for over 3 years. Ritual. A personal territory is required, wherein the populace consumes the potion amidst heartfelt support and recognition. Chapter 188. The Consequences of Card Theft. Upon reading the contents of the profane card, Hobert was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that the profane card would also provide descriptions of each sequence. The preceding segment offered guidance on how to perform, while the latter segment described the primary abilities of the sequence and the impressions it left on people regarding its extraordinary beings. Truly a remarkable value. Absolutely a remarkable value. For Hobert, it was merely a minor sacrifice, yet he had acquired a complete sequence potion formula and a wealth of invaluable information. He hastily continued to peruse the subsequent content. Sequence 4, the Fallen Count. Main materials: essence of the Black Mist Lord tree, complete brain of a 6-legged creature. Auxiliary materials: 20 milliliters of Black Mist Lord tree sap, 12 grams of 6-legged creature marrow, 15 grams of Atlantis flower powder, 70 milliliters of white wine stored for over 10 years. Ritual: devise a conspiracy centered around power, wherein the victim of the plot must possess strength equal to or surpassing that of the conspirator. The objective of this intrigue is to usurp all authority and wealth from the victim, consuming a potion amidst their despair and suffering, all while basking in the support of the victim's populace. Hubert paused, puzzled as to why there was no relevant description for Sequence 4. He glanced back and noted that Sequence 3, the frenzied mage, also lacked a description. It appeared that the relevant descriptions only extended up to Sequence 5. Subsequently, Hubert revisited the promotion rituals for Sequence 5 and Sequence 4. Sequence 6 represented the corrupted baron, implying that the populace within the territory must be corrupted. Yet the promotion required them to genuinely pledge their allegiance. This seemed contradictory. Hubert suddenly realized that corruption typically did not affect the masses. Rather, it was directed towards peers or superiors. An idea began to form in Hubert's mind regarding how to portray a baron. Corrupt the superiors while favoring the populace? However, merely granting them favors did not guarantee their support. Hubert mused, the core of the role is established, yet I still lack the title and territory of a baron. As if I could step into a baroness domain at any moment. Concerning the promotion ritual for Sequence 4, Hubert vaguely recalled that the ancient title of Sequence 5's chaotic mentor might be something akin to a viscount. This suggested that one must incite a viscount to seize another viscount's territory and authority to fulfill the ritual. Indeed, this path resembled rebellion, prompting Hubert to ponder whether he should take the time to recall the contents of the selected works of Mao. After some reflection, Hubert recognized that rather than fixating on these rituals, he should concentrate on how to become a baron. He then perused the description for Sequence 7. The order is immutable, yet it can be manipulated through bribing the agents of order, creating loopholes that favor oneself. Order exists not for adherence, but rather as a reminder to those whose strength is insufficient. Learn to submit to the arrangements of the powerful. This Sequence's extraordinary individuals might not be malevolent, yet they invariably exhibit traits of sycophancy and obsequiousness. Anything they offer could very well be a form of bribery. A true briber understands the essence of loopholes. The essence of loopholes. Hubert keenly seized upon this key phrase. The necessity to comprehend the essence of loopholes explained why the extraordinary ability to seek out such loopholes, present from Sequence 9, had not significantly strengthened. He immediately recognized this as a crucial aspect to consider in his future role. As for the manifestations of sycophancy and obsequiousness, Hubert surmised that they might be occupational hazards when portraying a briber, yet he believed he could avoid such traits, having discovered a shortcut to his role, bribing the divine. The portrayal core described by the blasphemous card could be summarized as finding ways to make order and rules advantageous to oneself, aligning closely with Hubert's previous notions. Having grasped the pertinent information requiring his current attention, Hubert once again grasped the blasphemous card. Its elevated status and connection to the realm of disorder empowered Hubert's manipulation of its forces. Although the spatial dimensions he could control within the realm of disorder had not undergone significant change, his operational capacity had diversified. For instance, beneath the Iron Throne, if he so wished, Hubert could alter the terrain of the mountains, transforming them into a plain at will, an operation previously deemed impossible. Of course, the greater function of the Black Emperor card was to considerably augment the powers he could summon, especially enhancing his control over these forces. Previously, Hubert had merely possessed a hollow framework in the realm of disorder. Now, he felt himself approaching the might of a dark god. The Black Emperor card's influence within the realm of disorder was undoubtedly greater than within the Source Fortress, where Hubert, now wielding the Black Emperor card. To encounter a scion of a dark god, he would require no assistance from the Black Eye. His own strength would suffice to crush that little brat. Moreover, the blasphemous card had significantly altered Hubert's status. To the outside world, the figure seated upon the Iron Throne now bore an uncanny resemblance to the Black Emperor himself. At this juncture, any attempts to flaunt or intimidate adversaries would yield a higher probability of success. Even the scions of dark gods would now dare not meet his gaze. Reluctantly setting aside the Black Emperor card, Hubert began to contemplate the ramifications of his actions today. Initially, he had wielded the spirit communication necklace with its potent ethereal force, and thus brazenly seized the entire volume of the creative manuscript. To this day, it was likely that a Cancer and the others remained oblivious to his true intentions. This meant they would find it difficult to recognize the existence of the blasphemous card, both now and for a considerable time to come. The repercussions from the steam and machinery church could be disregarded. The most significant impact would stem from General Ku. In the future, General Ku would utilize the Black Emperor card to rescue the little son and to masquerade as the thief Black Emperor. consuming the potion of the magician and liberating the maidens imprisoned in the basement. Presently, Hubert had no intention of assuming the role of the thief Black Emperor, nor could he rescue the little son, which might introduce considerable variables into the future. It was entirely possible that the one with the monocle would seize the opportunity, while the fool remained weak, to infiltrate the source fortress through the connection with the little son. The loss of the godforsaken land instance or a change of ownership of the source fortress were outcomes Hubert was unwilling to accept. However, relinquishing the Black Emperor card to General Ku was out of the question, while he might part with other cards. The Black Emperor card and the Card of Judgment were exceptions. How, then, could he steer the course of events to align with his expectations? Amidst this tumult of thoughts, Hubert resolved to postpone contemplation of this issue, and instead to rejoice in the acquisition of the blasphemous card today. Problems that could not be resolved today could be left for tomorrow, and if tomorrow proved unfruitful, there would always be more tomorrows. Outside the venue of the Roselle Memorial Exhibition, Jessica and Kelly awaited the resumption of proceedings. The areas surrounding the venue had already become crowded, with some attendees having fled from the chaos in the exhibition hall, while others had been escorted out. Many remained oblivious to what had transpired and were preparing to enter the exhibition hall, while others simply sought to witness the commotion. Amidst the cacophony, Kelly quietly inquired of Jessica, "Is your family connected to any secret entities?" Jessica shook her head. "Perhaps, but I am unaware." The recent actions of Laugh provided evidence for Kelly's suspicions. However, as the daughter of an illegitimate child within her family, Jessica had never heard her father mention such matters. Just as the crowd speculated on the cause of the disturbance within the exhibition hall, a voice suddenly rang out, "Clear the way for the king. Pay homage to the king." The crowd looked incredulously towards the periphery, and indeed, they beheld a lavish carriage adorned with the royal crest come to a halt. It was truly the king. Chapter 189. Investigation into the thief yields no results. Within the Roselle Memorial Exhibition Hall, security personnel had completed the urgent evacuation. In the study exhibition area, Laugh sat despondently on the ground, appearing as though his soul had been lost, his gaze blankly fixed ahead. Hobert furrowed his brow and remarked, "The adversary was exceedingly cautious, leaving no information behind. He had just invaded Laugh's mind in a relatively brutal manner, yet had found no clues whatsoever. As a result of this intrusion, Laugh's astral and spiritual bodies had suffered varying degrees of damage. For the next 3 to 4 days, he would appear dazed, resembling a living corpse. It might take a week or 2 for him to fully recover. The cancer could only retrieve an ancient silver mirror adorned with peculiar patterns from the special pouch at his waist, the mirror's edges embellished with black gemstone eyes. A cancer gently brushed the mirror's surface 3 times. "Esteemed Arads, my question is, who instigated Laugh to disrupt the order of the venue and steal the creative manuscript?" The surrounding light grew profound, reminiscent of oil paints being mixed. The mirror revealed an exceedingly vague image, and only after a prolonged scrutiny did a cancer ascertain that it depicted a grand bronze door. Such a bronze door had previously manifested in the office exhibition area. As the image faded, the mirror's surface displayed blood-red words. "According to the principle of reciprocity, it is now my turn to pose a question. Should you lie or fail to respond, you shall face the tasks and penalties I will impose." Moments later, these sentences vanished, replaced by a new query composed of crimson letters. "Do you prefer to resolve issues through violence?" The cancer exhaled in relief. "I do not." The sanguine words dissipated, and the cancer faced no repercussions. He then turned to Hobert and inquired, "My lord, does the bronze door hold any particular significance?" "It represents certain abilities of the realm of death," Hobert replied, hands clasped behind his back. "It also symbolizes the sacrificial gates of various divine realms. As far as I know, not only the domain of death, but also the Sailor's Passage and the True Creator sacrificial doors are all of a bronze hue." The cancer glanced at the silver mirror in his hand. This is the first time the Arad's magic mirror has provided such an obscure answer. This suggests that the individual who absconded with the creative manuscript possesses considerable stature. Hobert suggested, "Alter your line of questioning and seek a breakthrough through Raft." "Very well." The cancer chuckled wryly, once more lifting the Arad's magic mirror. "Esteemed Arads, when did Raft decide to attend the Roselle Memorial Exhibition?" The surface of the mirror rippled like water, revealing an image. Raft was sweating profusely at a gaming table, suddenly becoming somewhat stiff, glancing around nervously. Before long, Raft stood up, his expression noticeably altered, declaring, "I'm done. This is far less interesting than attending the Roselle Memorial Exhibition." The Arad's magic mirror annotated Raft's words in text. As the vision within the silver mirror concluded, Those present discerned that Raff's demeanor upon making his decision was rather peculiar. Blood red, letters reappeared on the mirror. It is now my turn to inquire. Have you ever wished to hang a certain colleague nearby and torment them? The Cancer's face darkened. I have not. A silver-white bolt of lightning materialized out of nowhere, striking a Cancer's head. Zzz. The Cancer's hair stood on end, and wisps of black smoke emanated from him. Had he not braced himself against the wall, he would have collapsed to the ground. The members of the Mechanical Heart team recalled the earlier question, pondering why their leader, who professed to dislike resolving issues through violence, would still contemplate tormenting someone. Or perhaps, the term torment here did not imply physical assault. While they wished to feign ignorance, they instinctively took a step back from a Cancer, betraying their inner thoughts. After a few moments, a Cancer exhaled a plume of black smoke and stated, My lord, it appears that Arads is unaware of who influenced Raft. As for the earlier probing question posed by the mirror and its consequences, a Cancer had long since grown accustomed to it. Hobert remained with his hands behind his back. We must locate the casino swiftly to see if we can uncover any clues. The demigod frowned, as he rarely encountered situations devoid of leads. Not only had the Arad's magic mirror failed to provide insight, but his own abilities had yielded no results either. Previous cases he had encountered invariably had ties to true deities. Could it be? Impossible. Hobert immediately dismissed his thoughts. The shadow in the office exhibition area was weak, devoid of any divine connection, merely linked to those two bronze doors. Just as he pondered this, a security personnel hurried over. My lord, the king has arrived. Viscount Stafford wishes to see you. Hobert was taken aback. What brought the king here? Could he be attending the exhibition? There was no need for such overt displays of approachability. Before Hobert could utter a word, Stafford entered with a hearty laugh. Archbishop Hobert, with your presence, I'm assured we shall uncover the perpetrator behind this chaos. Viscount Stafford, the captain of the Royal Guards, approached and performed a noble bow. Continuing, the king sent me to inquire about the individual responsible for the turmoil. Do you require assistance? Hobert smiled. We are currently conducting an investigation. He then seemed to recall something. Is the king here to visit the Roselle Memorial Exhibition? Certainly not. Viscount Stafford replied. No leader is as sagacious as King George, and Roselle is no exception. Indeed, Hobert responded casually. Then, what brings the king here today? The king suddenly recalled having passed through this area long ago and felt compelled to revisit this street today. Hobert smiled. I see. After bidding farewell to Viscount Stafford, Hobert turned to a Cancer. The recent chaos was likely instigated by a high-ranking, extraordinary individual from the Rune or Phenobot royal families. He paused before adding, the likelihood of it being the Phenobot royal family is greater, considering that King George was drawn here. A Cancer immediately grasped the basis for Hobert's deduction, the law of extraordinary traits convergence. Given that a king born of the arbitrator family was attracted, it must indicate that other high-ranking individuals from that pathway were involved in the incident. The other members of the Mechanical Heart team, lacking pertinent knowledge, could not comprehend why the Archbishop was making such a decisive judgment. The Cancer cast a glance at Raft. How should we handle him? He is merely a pawn. Hobert replied. Send someone to monitor him for 2 weeks. If no anomalies are detected, withdraw the surveillance team. As he spoke, he contemplated the methods to investigate the Phenobot royal family, for this was the only lead concerning the theft incident. Chapter 190. The Return Gift from Kelly and Jessica. Throughout the afternoon, Hobert was in splendid spirits. His enthusiasm for work at an all-time high as he engaged in interviews with a magazine and a newspaper. During the interviews, he delivered striking remarks that prompted the reporters to scribble furiously, leaving them thoroughly satisfied with the encounter. Additionally, Hobert delved into the case he had recently taken on, formulating an appropriate defense strategy. He also began processing the second batch of letters received, exhibiting astonishing efficiency. As the workday concluded, Hobert stretched contentedly, picking up his cane and briefcase to leave. Upon returning to his rented room, he found only furs. Upon inquiring, he learned that Hugh had received a signal from the masked man and had gone to the designated meeting spot. Hobert nodded, straining to recall that he thought Hugh would not receive the masked man's commission for quite some time. The dense fog of Beckland had long obscured the sun, casting a shadow over the not-so-wide street. Hugh arrived merely seconds ahead of schedule, and as the masked man had yet to appear, she crossed her arms and cautiously surveyed her surroundings. After more than a minute, the masked man finally made his entrance. Hugh remarked, "You're late." "No, I arrived even earlier than you," the masked man replied. "It seems you have already become a constable." Hugh understood the implication. The masked man had taken the opportunity to observe her. "Yes," she admitted candidly. "I am curious. What is your relationship with General Christine's eldest son?" Does this question pertain to the task you wish to assign me? It has no relation, the masked man replied with a gentle tone. You may not be aware, but 3 months ago, General Christine's eldest son was quite ordinary. In the past 3 months, he has seemingly transformed and become very active. Hugh pressed. Does this have anything to do with the task you intend to assign me? Still unrelated, the masked man stated. Very well. Let me outline the task for you today. Track Rampont. Here is the information regarding him. Hugh accepted the dossier from the masked man, but did not immediately peruse it. How long should I track him? What is the level of danger involved? For the time being, the task is to track for 2 weeks, with a remuneration of 20 pounds. The masked man stated, there may be no danger, but the level of risk could also be quite high. Nevertheless, your sole responsibility is to follow the subject, should you detect any peril. You may terminate the task immediately and contact me through the emergency communication method. Rest nodded in agreement. All right, I accept this assignment. The masked man produced 10 pounds in cash, saying, this serves as your deposit. Upon your report of the tracking results in 2 weeks, you shall receive the remaining 10 pounds. If any anomalies arise during the task, the assignment will conclude and compensation will still be granted. Oh, and it would be best if the tracking results were compiled into a written report. Hubert was seated on the sofa, perusing the Bakerland Evening News he had just purchased, and indeed found a brief report in the second edition about the chaos at the Russell Memorial Exhibition this afternoon. Staff members referred to the turmoil as a farce instigated by a baron who could not secure a VIP ticket. It was noted that the exhibition area did not suffer significant disruption and soon restored order to continue. Some attendees claimed to have seen an old man soar overhead, while others seemed to glimpse the outlines of 2 grand doors in midair, an occurrence replete with the mysterious aura of Russell, whose memorial exhibition was saturated with enigma. Given the recency of the incident, the coverage was quite succinct. Hubert couldn't help but smile. It appeared that the Society of Steam and Mechanics intended to downplay the event, even neglecting to disclose the theft of the creative manuscript. Holding the newspaper vertically, Hubert contemplated that, in an effort to demonstrate his openness, and recalling his prior expressions of interest in the great Emperor Russell before a cancer. He resolved to attend the exhibition in the coming days. Forsyth had prepared dinner, yet Hugh had not returned. Thus, she passed the time by reading a magazine. It was not until around 7:30 that Hugh returned, carrying a document bag. Thank goodness, such a delicious dinner awaits me. My stomach is almost empty. She set down the document bag and assisted Forsyth in serving the food, adding, you needn't wait for me. Hubert lowered the newspaper, remarking, if you are not back by 8, we shall dine without you. The three, now quite hungry, swiftly consumed their meal, subsequently gathering around the table to sip tea and engage in light conversation. Hugh recounted her recent assignment, indicating that she would be surveilling a baron named Laughter, suggesting she might not return home for meals often. Through Hugh's description, Hubert learned that Laughter had been released. This was a more favorable outcome than he had anticipated. He had thought Laughter might succumb to madness under interrogation. He surmised that the Society of Steam and Mechanics would also dispatch personnel to monitor Laughter, and for Hubert, the baron had lost all value. For safety's sake, he had no intention of observing him through the stars in the future. The following morning, Jessica resumed her usual work schedule, while Hubert convened a brief meeting to remind everyone of the precautions regarding their ongoing cases. Shortly after returning to his office, Jessica knocked and entered. Mr. Hubert, thank you once again for the VIP tickets you provided. My friend has prepared a small token of appreciation for you. As she spoke, she opened a small box revealing a keychain adorned with a golden emblem featuring the symbol of the eternal sun. This is a little something my friend made, a modest token of gratitude. Hubert did not decline, replying, please extend my thanks to your friend. Holding the keychain, he immediately felt the warmth of the emblem. Hubert quickly deduced that during its creation, a trace of extraordinary material associated with the sun's path had been infused, endowing the keychain with some of its remarkable properties. While it lacked active capabilities, certain spectral beings would instinctively avoid it upon sensing its presence. This is handcrafted, Hubert mused, recalling a woman connected with a wild craftsman he had encountered at the Eye of Wisdom gathering while seeking barbarian potions. Could it be that Jessica and Kelly were that duo? Hubert kept this to himself, engaging in small talk with Jessica, during which he learned that King George III had also been present at the scene the previous day. Hubert immediately recognized that George III had been drawn there by himself, or rather, by the disordered realm. It was precisely because George III had become aware of the incident that surveillance on Laughter had resumed. He speculated that the masked man was merely one faction among many monitoring Laughter. Reflecting on this, Hubert offered a brief moment of silence for Laughter. No, perhaps just a second. After managing to deceive his watchers by feigning madness, he now faced renewed scrutiny. However, this surveillance likely wouldn't last long, as Laughter's role as a pawn was too evident. Hubert then considered that he must exercise restraint in utilizing the powers of the disordered realm in Bakerland. Although George III's ascension was somewhat rushed, and his state was likely precarious, having seemingly jumped from Sequence 5 directly to Sequence 1 via a loophole under Adam's influence, George III's current condition might be quite delicate, perhaps even more susceptible to the allure of the disordered realm's powers than the King of Angels. After chatting for a while, Jessica took her leave. Gazing at the keychain in his hand, Hubert chose not to dwell on it further, placing it in his briefcase. Though these two extraordinary women had demonstrated ample goodwill, they were still not intimately acquainted. After a fulfilling day of work, Hubert exited the office with his briefcase, pondering what to have for dinner that evening when he spotted a carriage bearing the emblem of the Knight Saints blocking the entrance. Loretta opened the carriage door with a smile. Let us get to work. Chapter 191, Participating in the Night Watcher's Operation. Inside the carriage, Hubert, patting his stomach, inquired, "Is there food?" "Our salary does not include meal allowances," Loretta replied, "but we can grab a couple of light meals at the restaurant ahead." "All right," Hubert agreed. "I need to return home briefly to collect a few items and finalize my preparations." "Not a problem." Upon returning to his rented room, he found that Hugh and Forsyth had yet to arrive. Hubert left them a note, then retreated to his bedroom, utilizing his own methods to bring the teleportation statue, the spirit communication necklace, and the psychological spoon into the physical realm. He then inspected his tree of order and the stone of chaos, particularly the latter, which should prove effective against the members of the Aurora Society. Once he donned the spirit communication necklace, Hubert immediately sensed a gentle warmth in his pocket. It was the keychain Jessica had gifted him. Holding the keychain, he felt it radiating an unusual warmth, indicating that it should not be carried alongside the spirit communication necklace. He placed the keychain in a drawer and performed a final check of his belongings before joining Loretta in the carriage en route to the operation site. At that moment, Loretta remarked, "Following our surveillance of Hyman, we identified 6 members of the Aurora Society, including the one you previously mentioned, Hillman." Hubert was taken aback. The Night Watchers have been quite active lately. However, something felt off. This seemed almost too fortuitous. Are those individuals truly members of the Aurora Society? "I understand your skepticism." Loretta smiled. "The Aurora Society has endured for so long. Their members are certainly not fools. However, based on our observations, Hyman appears to be deliberately leading us to discover these members." Hubert quickly grasped the implication. Did he wish to free himself from the Aurora Society's grasp? He recalled that Lanrelis had executed a similar maneuver. "Indeed, that is our assessment," Loretta continued. "If we persist in monitoring, we may uncover additional members of the Aurora Society. However, we believe that continued surveillance might alert them, so we have decided to act and apprehend the 6 members we have identified." Hobert nodded, acknowledging that this was indeed the wisest decision. Should the members of the Auroral Society become aware of the Watcher surveillance, it was highly probable that not even 6 individuals could be apprehended. Loretta continued, "Our team consists of 3 members, you, me, and Borja. Borja has already arrived at the scene and has been monitoring the target. The objective is a Sequence 7 Hermit, given your experience in combating this sequence. I need not elaborate on his abilities. It is precisely your combat experience against this sequence that positions you as our primary force, with Borja and me providing support. The captain has mandated that we must not harm any innocents and must subdue the target. Life or death is immaterial." She smiled, adding, "I trust that our trio of Sequence 8s will manage to handle the situation with relative ease." "You are mistaken," Hobert replied. "It is 1 Sequence 7 and 2 Sequence 8s. "Oh, then you should hasten to draft a request. This way, you can earn at least 6 extra pounds next week." Loretta mused. 12 pounds a week is quite a respectable income among the middle class. Hobert chuckled wryly. "Your focus is indeed a topic of conversation." As they spoke, the carriage halted in front of a restaurant, where Hobert and Loretta procured a light meal, with Loretta also remembering to bring a portion for Borja. The carriage then proceeded towards the southern district of the bridge, with the apprehension site located at 107 Jasper Street in that area. Upon entering Jasper Street, the carriage stopped, and Hobert and Loretta disembarked, walking for a few minutes until they reached their observation point. The surveillance location was a storeroom opposite number 107. Upon entering, Hobert immediately detected a damp odor. The 3 of them watched intently across the street while consuming their light meal. Number 107 was an apartment building with 3 stories, featuring only 1 entrance. The target resided on the 2nd floor, although they could not see him directly from their position. He could be observed either entering or exiting through the door or window. It was the end of the workday, and many residents were returning home, dragging their weary bodies along. Hobert and his companions scrutinized each person exiting the apartment to prevent the target from escaping in disguise. Upon learning that Hobert had now attained Sequence 7, Borgia finally provided a more measured response. Our team's combat capacity is excessive. We could complete this apprehension and then proceed to support other teams. From Borgia, Hobert gleaned further details about the plan. This operation had nearly all of the Watchers from Bakeland deployed, split into 6 teams to simultaneously apprehend the targets at midnight. There were a total of 6 targets, including one Sequence 6, the aforementioned Hillman, who was personally led by Thomas. The Sequence 7 was their intended target, while 2 Sequence 8s were included, one of whom was Hyman. There were also 2 Sequence 9s, including the Kate that Hobert had identified. Initially, Thomas sought an opportunity for all 6 members of the Auroral Society to gather in one place, or for 2 or 3 to congregate. However, these cultists had long since devised methods to evade official extraordinary individuals. They did not convene, but instead communicated in isolation, meeting briefly without any opportunity for a concentrated capture. Hence, they could only act in teams to capture their targets. After finishing their meal, the trio confirmed their operational plan. Thomas had confidence in this team and did not elaborate on the capture strategy to Loretta and Borgia, who then turned their attention to Hobert. Since I'm the primary operative here, I kindly ask you both to follow my lead for the time being, Hobert asserted decisively. The plan need not be overly complex. You will ambush from the street while I attack from the door. If my assault is successful, drive him out, and you must fire immediately to incapacitate him. If my attack fails, you will storm in through the window for a pincer maneuver. Hobert had employed this tactic in previous operations against cultists with considerable success. Borgia expressed his agreement. The simpler the plan, the higher the probability of success. Loretta nodded in assent, indicating her support for Hobert's strategy. They resumed their watch, preparing for action. As evening approached, the tantalizing aromas of home-cooked meals wafted through the street. By around 9 o'clock, the gas lamps began to extinguish, and by 10, the streets were nearly deserted. Hobert and the others made their final preparations, and around 11:50, Hobert initiated the assault. He pried open the windows' security bars in the stairwell, climbed to the second floor, holding the teleportation statue in one hand and a gun in the other, before forcefully kicking the door open. Hobert marveled at how significantly his strength had increased since reaching Sequence 7. In the pitch-dark room, a sinister laughter echoed, as if haunted shadows flitted about. Chapter 192, Hobert's Current Strength. Upon perceiving the shadows, Hobert refrained from firing immediately. For the information returned from the teleportation statue indicated that there was only one person within the room. The rest were mere illusions. Yet, the atmosphere felt as though it belonged to the realm of death, and Hobert felt an unexpected wave of fear wash over him. Nevertheless, he stepped inside, sensing an unsettling awareness of being watched from all directions. Even the teleportation statue struggled to discern the true enemy among the phantoms. The feeling of being observed by malevolent spirits was disconcerting, and Hobert surmised that this eerie domain was likely a special ability acquired by the opponent during their listening phase. Individuals of that sequence could typically glean many strange abilities from the information they could hear, which were further enhanced in hermits, rendering them perplexing, extraordinary powers. Hobert holstered his weapon, taking another step forward while retrieving several unstable stones from his pocket. A chorus of ominous voices echoed, "Arrogant fool. Do you truly believe you can contend with me?" From the shadows, the figures reached out to grasp Hobert, who recognized that being caught by them would inflict damage upon his stellar spirit. The room was suffused with a chilling, terrifying atmosphere. Although Hobert perceived nothing particularly frightening before him, his spiritual essence trembled nonetheless. However, due to the presence of his spirit-linking necklace, this fear remained within acceptable bounds. As the dark figures extended their grasp towards Hobert, he finally struck, hurling 3 unstable stones toward the direction of the voice, executing a saturation strike while chanting the incantation, "Twist, twist, twist." In the room, an overwhelming force of distortion erupted, as if order itself had suddenly unraveled, and everything around seemed to weaken under this power. The movements of the surrounding shadows froze, as if the strings of puppets had been severed, leaving them in a fixed pose. While throwing the 3 unstable stones, Hobert also completed the bribery process, and then continued his assault with "Weaken." The shadows surrounding him diminished significantly, and the room was no longer shrouded in impenetrable darkness, as a sliver of light began to filter in. clearly indicating that the opponent's strength had been considerably diminished. This was the primary reason Hobert felt emboldened to act so recklessly during this operation. His strength was undeniable. He was now Sequence 7, equipped with numerous extraordinary items, some of which effectively countered the abilities of hermit practitioners, allowing Hobert to opt for a direct confrontation with the enemy. Having been an extraordinary individual for so long, Hobert had developed a general understanding that the various sequences of the Black Emperor were, overall, engaged in a challenge against order and rules. Such sequences often required a certain audacity to confront enemies head-on, which starkly contrasted with the approach of diviners. Hobert even contemplated whether Klein's choice of the diviner path had indeed led him to become timid. After all, each path possesses its own distinctive characteristics. The temperament of Sequence 9 diviners can sometimes be insufferable, and lacking any means of self-defense, they are often compelled to heed the call of their own instincts. One notable trait of Sequence 9 lawyers is their penchant for engaging in debates. However, due to their relatively modest abilities, they frequently choose to exercise restraint. Upon reaching the stage of the barbarian, such restraint becomes untenable. This phase is marked by a habitual inclination to argue, and should their opponent become sufficiently provoked, the barbarian is capable of resorting to physical persuasion. The disparities in their abilities often lead to corresponding shifts in the nature of extraordinary individuals. Indeed, after each reckless act, Hubert feels an exhilarating rush, even experiencing a newfound vibrancy in his spirit. Naturally, one must act boldly when the situation calls for it. Should the adversary be of Sequence 6, Hubert bears no psychological burden in employing underhanded tactics. For instance, he might utilize a teleportation statue to place a piece of twisted stone beneath the enemy's feet, thereby seizing the initiative. When confronted with foes of a higher sequence, retreat remains a prudent option. Recklessness does not equate to foolishness. These reflections flitted through Hubert's mind as he returned to the scene of the capture operation. Initially, this was the stronghold of the hidden monk, yet the moment Hubert took action, he gained a decisive advantage. "I've got you," Hubert chuckled. The teleportation statue had finally located the hidden monk, who was struggling against his loss of control. The opponent now moved sluggishly and appeared exceedingly weakened, akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. In an instant, the hidden monk materialized before Hubert. While brandishing his firearm, Hubert chuckled. Who is the fool now? With that, he fired a shot. In that fleeting moment, the hidden monk, his face contorted in agony, activated his powers to become ethereal, narrowly avoiding Hubert's bullet. Suddenly, the monk's left shoulder swelled ominously, as if a new head were about to sprout, indicating that he had once again employed his extraordinary abilities, drawing closer to total loss of control. Unperturbed, Hubert fired again. Shadows in the room converged, channeling their spectral energies to shield the hidden monk from the oncoming shot. The oppressive atmosphere of fear emanating from the ghostly domain dissipated instantly, as Hubert's onslaught effectively dismantled the monk's bizarre abilities. Seizing the opportunity presented by the shadow's intervention, the monk hastily leapt through the window. However, just as he reached the threshold, Hubert utilized the teleportation statue to bring him back. Dazed, the monk questioned how he had not truly escaped to the window. Was he experiencing the early signs of losing control, succumbing to hallucinations? Hubert, however, showed no mercy. Bang! He fired a third shot. The hidden monk, now too terrified to employ his extraordinary abilities, desperately dodged and absorbed the impact with his shoulder before leaping out of the window. Crash! The window shattered as the hidden monk crashed through, yet somehow, he found himself back before Hubert. His mouth agape, he exclaimed, "Wait, wasn't I jumping out the window?" Under normal circumstances, the monk would have surmised that this was the effect of one of the enemy's sealed items. But now, his mind was engulfed by maddening whispers, rendering his rationality a mere specter of itself. Bang! Another shot rang out, striking the hidden monk squarely in the head. Acting almost instinctively, he rendered his head ethereal, narrowly evading the bullet. Yet his descent into chaos deepened. Recognizing the opportune moment, Hubert infused his psyche into the spoon of madness. Frenzy. The hidden monk lost the last vestiges of his reason. Just as he was on the brink of complete disarray, Hubert unleashed his remaining 2 bullets, penetrating the monk's skull. Observing that the monk's unraveling continued unabated, Hubert decided to holster his weapon, using the teleportation statue to transport the hidden monk to the street. Bang, 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 bang. Outside, Loretta and Borges opened fire, expending every last round. The hidden monk collapsed to the ground, the signs of his loss of control ceasing, leaving only instinctual convulsions. Loretta blew on the muzzle of her gun, declaring, "After expending all the bullets, I can finally collect my salary with a clear conscience." Chapter 193. The Encirclement of the Aurora Society Members. From the moment Hubert kicked down the door to the instant the hidden monk was reduced to a sieve, barely a minute had elapsed, and the capture operation concluded successfully. Borges inquired of Hubert, "Can we assist the other teams? Should Loretta handle the aftermath on her own?" The first time he encountered Hubert, he was merely Sequence 9, an untamed extraordinary with a short temperament. Now, Hubert had proven capable of single-handedly dealing with a Sequence 7 adversary. Borges, possessing a discerning eye, recognized that even without their assistance in the final shots, Hubert was entirely capable of neutralizing the threat. Borges' courtesy towards Hubert was, in truth, an acknowledgement of his burgeoning prowess. Hubert nodded. "Very well. Which team are we closest to?" "The team capturing Hyman," Borges replied. Upon hearing Hyman's name, Hubert turned to Loretta. "This is in your hands. We must depart." As Hubert and Borges mounted the carriage, many awakened by the gunfire began to peer out cautiously. Loretta raised her credentials, declaring, "Police at work." The startled citizens promptly withdrew. Meanwhile, inside the carriage, Borges was outlining the plan for capturing Hyman. "According to our analysis, Hyman is a con artist, a cunning and agile individual of Sequence 8. Therefore, we have deployed 1 Sequence 8 agent, 2 Sequence 9 agents, and brought along a Level 3 sealed item." Hubert nodded. Thomas indeed proved to be an experienced night watchman, aware of where to position heavy forces. While con artists may not possess particularly peculiar extraordinary abilities, underestimating them would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. The carriage sped through the desolate streets, with pedestrians hastily stepping aside. The southern district of the Great Bridge was primarily residential, lacking bustling commercial areas, rendering the nighttime streets eerily quiet. While Hubert and Borges engaged in casual conversation within the carriage, their spiritual awareness suddenly sensed an imminent danger. Before they could react, a colossal shadow collided with the horses pulling the carriage, violently tossing them aside. The shadow then raised its elongated claws, cleaving one of the horses in two, spilling blood, entrails, and innards across the ground. The out-of-control carriage careened toward a nearby building, but thanks to Hubert's quick reflexes, he teleported himself, Borges, and the driver to safety on the street. Thud! The wooden carriage crashed against the wall, sustaining significant damage. Illuminated by the gaslight, Hubert and the others beheld a towering, pitch-black humanoid creature, standing at least 3.5 meters tall, with elongated limbs and razor-sharp claws. Its head was peculiar, composed of numerous eyeballs bound together by tufts of hair, devoid of any other features. Any gaze that met one of those eyes felt as though the very depths of one's soul were being unleashed in a madness, gradually eroding one's sanity. Both Hubert and Borges averted their eyes. Simultaneously, they found it strange that such an aggressively lethal creature would appear in Beckland. The creature seemed to revel in slaughter, slashing down another horse with a single swipe. It then turned its attention to the carriage driver, an employee of the Blackthorn Security Company, whose professionalism kept him composed as he swiftly fled in the opposite direction. The creature appeared to completely disregard Hubert and Borges, pursuing the driver instead. As Hubert teleported a cane from within the carriage into his grasp, he assessed the creature's behavior. Bloodthirsty, it preyed upon the weak. Its intelligence seemed rather limited. While contemplating, he and Borges drew their canes, positioning themselves on either side. Crack! The cane struck the monster's thigh with a resounding force. Yet it felt as though it had collided with a solid iron pillar. Borges's cane shattered upon impact, the other half slipping from his grasp and sending his hand reeling, blood oozing from the gash in his palm. On the other hand, Hubert's cane, crafted from a unique material, merely rendered his hand numb without breaking. Their strikes were not entirely futile. The monster's long, slender legs were severed, causing it to collapse onto the ground, its eyeballs scattering in every direction. Hubert pondered, perplexed. Had they truly vanquished their foe? The creature did not appear to be so easily subdued. At that moment, 2 night watchmen rushed over, shouting, "Do not allow the eyeballs to come into contact with any flesh." However, their warning came too late, for several eyeballs had already rolled toward the corpses of 2 horses. Upon touching the blood of the horses, the corpses morphed as if molded by some unseen force, transforming almost instantaneously into 2 elongated, hairy humanoid monsters. The heads of the new creatures were composed of long tufts of hair and eyes, with 4 enormous horse-like eyes joining the ranks of the others. The eyeballs on the ground began to converge toward the first monster that had appeared. As they reunited with the creature's slender, 3-meter-tall body, The monster's severed legs underwent a miraculous transformation, sprouting an additional joint at the broken ends. And such grievous injuries were seemingly healed by its own will. While this spectacle unfolded, Hubert refrained from taking rash actions. Instead, he observed the monster's transformations with keen interest. The coachman had already retreated to a safe distance. As the three monsters charged toward one of the night watchmen, a rank 9, Hubert intervened, utilizing his teleportation abilities to shift the positions of the three monsters, ensuring they could not reach the rank 9. Seizing the moment, the pursuing night watchman hurriedly informed him. This is a creature summoned by Hyman through some unknown means. It has already claimed many lives. Among them, 2 eyeballs had transformed the corpses of the 2 horses, ensnaring a victim's body and allowing the monster to escape the night watchman's control. The 3 night watchmen managed to eliminate the transformed creature only after one of their companions was gravely injured, and then they hastened to catch up. Hubert maintained control over the 3 monsters within a radius of several meters using his teleportation. Just as they were about to breach the limits of his control, he teleported them back to their original positions, ensuring they could never escape if they continued to run. Hubert directed Borges, who was quite adept with a firearm, aim for those eyeballs. Clearly, they are the key. Borges raised his gun, but his hand trembled violently. I cannot bring myself to meet their gaze. At that moment, the monsters seemed to sense the existence of the teleportation statue, realizing they were trapped by the stone. Consequently, they altered their behavior, charging toward Hubert, the most formidable among them. Hubert did not evade. Instead, he hurled his steel pen at the creature, completing the bribery process. Weakened, he had discovered a method to contend with this monster. Chapter 194. The Art of Restoration by Hubert. This multi-eyed creature possessed immense offensive power and extraordinary abilities akin to flesh magic, making it remarkably resilient. Subduing it would prove quite challenging. Its sole weakness, however, lay in its lack of intelligence. Hubert's teleportation statue was particularly effective against such adversaries, allowing him to gain a significant advantage while Borges and the other night watchmen found themselves at a loss against the multi-eyed beast. Given Hubert's current level of attack power, he had no direct means to eliminate the creature before him, so he began to meticulously observe its every movement, striving to devise a solution. As a multi-eyed monster lunged at Hubert, inspiration struck. After weakening the creature, Hubert infused his mental spoon with psychic energy. Hypnosis. Close your eyes. Indeed, closing the eyes was key. Since the monster's eyeballs were pivotal, he would compel them to shut. Despite the creature's formidable strength, its power level did not exceed rank 6. After Hubert had weakened it, the mental spoon became capable of inducing hypnosis. The eyeballs, lacking eyelids, could not close, yet all of them appeared to lose their vitality, allowing Hubert and his allies to gaze directly at them. The movements of the 3 monstrous bodies slowed, their actions losing any sense of purpose. Fire, Hubert commanded. Drawing his handgun, target those eyeballs. Eliminate the 2 smaller monsters first. With a series of gunshots, the 4 of them fired in unison, shattering the eyeballs and releasing a foul-smelling gray liquid. The multi-eyed monsters, born of the 2 horses, were the first to fall, their flesh collapsing into writhing masses of horse meat. Meanwhile, the core of the multi-eyed monster began to awaken, having suffered damage to its own eyeballs. As the sound of shell casings hitting the ground resonated, everyone began to swiftly reload their revolvers. Hubert was the quickest, merely needing to eject the spent cartridges and teleport new bullets into the chambers of his revolver. Were it not for the structure of the revolving cylinder, which required the shells to be ejected before refiring, his speed would have been even greater. Yet time was of the essence. Hubert, holding the mental spoon, sensed that the multi-eyed monster was regaining consciousness and instinctively attacking him and his companions. Charm. Taking advantage of the creature's weakened state, Hubert unleashed another signature skill of the briberer. In an instant, he radiated an irresistible allure. The multi-eyed monster, with its low intelligence, became reluctant to attack Hubert and his allies under the effects of weakening and hypnosis. During the monster's moment of hesitation, they completed their reloading and commenced a new round of firing. With synchronized precision, the 4 of them took turns firing, and after a rapid succession of shots, the majority of the multi-eyed monster's eyeballs were obliterated. However, the core of the creature showed no signs of collapse. Hubert noted the tuft of hair nestled among the eyeballs, and, seizing the opportunity while the multi-eyed monster had not fully awakened, he intended to grasp the tuft. Yet, upon closer inspection, he found the shattered eyeball's hair repulsive, prompting him to instruct Borges, while the creature's movements are sluggish, retrieve that tuft of hair. Hubert then employed hypnosis once more. As he had anticipated, This attempt was not as effective as the last, merely rendering the creature disinclined to move. Just as Borges finished reloading, he sheathed his gun and skillfully evaded the multi-eyed monster's instinctual attack, leaping to seize the tuft of hair. As he yanked it outward, 2 eyeballs clung to the hair, which Borges completely tore away. Upon losing the hair and the 2 eyeballs, the core of the multi-eyed monster collapsed with a resounding thud, swiftly transforming into putrid, decaying flesh. The moment Borges grasped the tuft of hair, a maddening whisper echoed in his ears, compelling him to hurl the hair away to the distant street. Once they confirmed that the 3 monsters had lost their aggressiveness, they turned their attention to the tuft of hair and the eyeballs. The 2 eyeballs appeared to be embedded within the hair, still connected even after Borges flung them far away, continuing to rotate as if fixated on Hubert and his companions. Meeting their gaze would lead to immediate influence, inducing chaos within. Moreover, the hair that had been pulled by Borges reformed into a shape resembling a brain, seemingly composed entirely of hair. Hubert remarked, "This bears a striking resemblance to a sealing artifact. It likely originates from an uncontrolled rose bishop. It is possible that Hyman did not summon this creature at all, but rather fashioned it using the sealing object." As he spoke, he removed his trench coat, draping it over the hair and eyeball, then using it as a net to ensnare the sealing object within its folds. As long as he did not make eye contact with the eyeball, the inner turmoil would not overwhelm him. Hubert handed the trench coat to Borgia, cautioning, "Do not hold the coat too closely, lest the hair extend and brush against your skin. To the sealing object, you are merely a healthy mass of flesh." Borgia nodded and placed Hubert's coat in a corner by the street. Hubert then addressed the other 2 night watchmen. "Take me to your capture site. I wish to see if I can uncover any clues regarding Hyman." Hubert glanced at Borgia, who understood. "I will remain here to guard the scene." Quite astute. Hubert followed the 2 night watchmen as they hastened to the location, and even from a distance, they could hear the sound of weeping. The houses lining the street had shattered windows, and some doors had vanished entirely. The multi-eyed creature had invaded many homes in the vicinity, wreaking havoc and resulting in the demise of numerous residents' families. The 2 night watchmen exchanged rueful glances. Captain Thomas had instructed them that one of their primary objectives was to avoid harming innocents, yet they had failed to uphold this principle. Upon arriving at the capture site, they found a grievously injured night watchman lying on the street, while a doctor from the neighborhood, clad in pajamas, struggled to staunch the bleeding from the watchman's abdomen. Upon seeing the companions of the injured man arrive, the doctor sighed. He is not long for this world. Brian, the squad leader of the operation to capture Hyman, managed a faint smile. "Thank you, doctor. We will have a final word with him. You should attend to the others." This was a precautionary measure to prevent the team member from losing control before passing away. After the doctor departed, Brian grasped the hand of his fallen comrade. "Will, do you have any last words?" "Tell Mary the first love her," the dying night watchman, Will replied. Brian nodded earnestly. "I will convey that to her." "Brian, I seek your forgiveness. It was I who accidentally tore your tailcoat, causing you embarrassment during your engagement ceremony." Brian was initially taken aback. Then a flicker of annoyance crossed his face, but seeing his comrade in such a state, he sighed. "Rest easy. I forgive you." Hubert suddenly interjected. "Are your last words complete?" Will slowly nodded. "I will stitch up his wounds." "It is futile," Will murmured. "I can feel my life ebbing away." Hubert did not engage in further conversation. He retrieved a needle and thread for suturing wounds, procured from the doctor, and swiftly pushed Will's protruding intestines back into place before expertly stitching the wound closed. Brian immediately observed, "The bleeding has stopped." Following this, Hubert cast a healing spell, and Will's near-death state dissipated at once. A moment of joy flickered across Will's face as he exchanged a complex glance with Brian. Chapter 195, The Fruits of the Operation. Now is not the time for lingering glances. Hubert broke the eye contact between the 2 night watchmen. Will has just lost a considerable amount of blood. Although he is not in immediate danger, he remains weak. "You will rest here, while the others accompany me to search for Hyman's residence." Brian nodded and immediately led the way for Hubert. Once the team had departed, Will began to appreciate the wonders of the mysterious world. He had inexplicably returned from the brink of death. At that moment, the doctor who had just assisted him passed by. You are not dead?" Will hastily rose, swaying slightly. "Doctor, thank you for your care. Indeed, I have a highly skilled surgeon among my teammates." "By the Stormlord, I must be dreaming," the doctor exclaimed incredulously. "Only in dreams do we encounter surgeons capable of instantaneous wound healing." Hubert and the 3 others arrived at Hyman's abode, a 2-room apartment on the 2nd floor. The interior was in disarray, and the air was thick with the stench of decay. Hubert noted several shattered large ceramic jars scattered across the floor, the foul smell emanating from their fragments. On a nearby table, there sat a smaller ceramic jar, its lid secured with a metal clasp, fastening it tightly. Hubert remarked, "That small jar must be what Hyman used to contain the sealing object, while the broken larger jars likely held a multitude of decaying flesh. The creature's form must be an amalgamation of this corrupted matter." He suddenly realized, though his ability to identify flaws and deduce patterns had not improved, his observational skills had sharpened significantly, allowing him to swiftly locate the clues he sought. For instance, the pipe on the ground must have been left behind by Hyman. However, Hubert chose not to immediately inform the other night watchman. He instructed one of the Sequence 9 members, "Take this jar to Borja and let him use it to contain the sealing object. Wait, there should be something else. Found it. Bring this as well to Borja." What Hubert discovered was a wooden clamp lying on the ground. It could be used to grasp the sealing object without succumbing to its influence. After the Sequence 9 member departed, Hubert turned to Brian. "Search the inner room for any of Hyman's hair or discarded personal items." Having witnessed Hubert's prowess in the recent battle, Brian was willing to follow his orders. Once the room was left to Hubert alone, he picked up the pipe, half buried under debris, and tucked it into his pocket. In the past, he would have shared this clue with the night watchman, as he had no means of divination. Having a lead would have been futile. However, with the arrival of Clive and Beakland, he now had access to divination methods. So he resolved to keep this clue for himself. Perhaps he could uncover a few more of Hyman's hideouts? The last one yielded over 3,000 pounds in cash and valuables. If he could unearth even one or two more, it would lead to a windfall. Previously, Hubert had acquired a pipe belonging to Hyman, but at that time he was only Sequence 9 and, due to his involvement with the Aurora Society, he dare not keep such a clue. Now, however, the situation had changed. Hubert had ascended to Sequence 7, and he was of the caliber that could stand toe-to-toe with other Sequence 7 individuals. He also understood Hyman's singular desire to extricate himself from the Aurora Society. The former allowed Hubert to disregard the fear of Hyman tracing the lead back to him, while the latter alleviated concerns about the Aurora Society's lunatics following this trail back to him. Minutes later, Brian returned, reporting, "I searched thoroughly. Hyman was cautious and left no traces." Hubert nodded. "Let us wait for further support on the street. You inquire around for anyone with severed limbs or significant wounds. Bring them to me, and I shall stitch them up." Brian hurried downstairs, grateful to Hubert. Saving a life would lighten the burden of their squad's reprimand. Hubert took a seat beside Will, resting as he reflected on the insights gleaned from the recent battle. In the moment of vanquishing the multi-eyed creature, Hubert sensed a vibrant awakening of his spirit and a loosening of the potion's hold. At that moment, he realized that the process of defeating the multi-eyed creature must yield insights regarding the digestion of bribery potions or essential information concerning his own sequence. Hubert initially conducted a brief review of the battle. He had identified the multi-eyed creature's weaknesses and dealt with them adeptly. After a moment's contemplation, he quickly grasped that this combat experience aligned with the characteristics of bribery. Bribery, after all, involves identifying the opponent's vulnerabilities and leveraging them to accomplish one's aims. For instance, if the chief executive of a certain county is lascivious, this becomes his Achilles heel, and bribery is merely an extension of actions targeting the vulnerabilities of others. In other words, whether in battle, in court, or on the field, as long as one identifies the weaknesses of the adversary and exploits them to achieve personal objectives, one is, in essence, playing the role of the briber. As Hubert's thoughts expanded, he ultimately grasped the profound essence encapsulated on the Black Emperor card regarding the briber. The true briber comprehends the very nature of the loophole. The weaknesses in an opponent are, indeed, their vulnerabilities, and the potion known as the Briber of Sequence 7 emphasizes the initial phase of the bribery process, the search for channels of bribery. This is a quest for weaknesses and vulnerabilities. Hubert finally understood why the term loophole was placed in quotation marks in the description. It signifies the concept of a loophole, rather than merely referring to a deficiency in order or rules. With this epiphany, Hubert felt a surge of inspiration, having comprehensively grasped the significance embedded in the name of the bribery potion. At that moment, Brian arrived with several severely injured civilians, and Hubert snapped back to reality, commencing the treatment of the wounded with stitches. After a span of 30 minutes, police reinforcements arrived, taking over the subsequent operations, while Hubert and several night watchmen returned to the Blackthorn Security Company. As the other teams had not yet returned, apart from the insomniacs, the rest were assigned to the lounge for rest. Hubert reclined on the sofa, sleeping for 2 to 3 hours until Borges awakened him. All the night watchmen had returned. A dozen team members convened in the second-floor conference room, reporting on their respective achievements. The operations of the 6 teams to apprehend Hillman and Hyman had not gone smoothly. Hillman had foreseen the capture plan, employing mysticism to summon a Sequence 5 ally, and even with the use of the 2365, the black gloves confiscated from the Tamara family, Hillman still managed to escape. However, Hillman had sustained significant injuries, which may require a long period for recovery, and he might never regain his peak condition, forever losing the hope of advancement. Upon learning of the outcomes from the other teams, Thomas remarked, "Undoubtedly, Hubert played a pivotal role in this operation." The fact that Hubert had almost single-handedly eliminated the Hermit was sufficient to demonstrate that he had exceeded the expectations set by Thomas. Hubert's subsequent support and ambush were the primary reasons for Thomas's commendation. Chapter 196. The True Face of the Frenzied Sea. During the meeting, Thomas informed everyone that the police would initiate a series of actions to apprehend the cultists involved. During the previous surveillance, the night watchmen had discovered numerous ordinary individuals who worshipped malevolent deities. However, this fell outside their jurisdiction. After the conclusion of the night watchmen's meeting, Thomas summoned Hubert to his office. Thomas stated, "Had it not been for your timely support, many more lives would have been lost in the South District of the Great Bridge tonight. Such a contribution warrants the application for a reward. Considering that we do not need to provide you with the primary materials for promotion or the corresponding professional training, you have 2 options regarding the reward. The first option is 500 in cash, and the second is 1/5 of the extraordinary traits of a judge. Generally, it is challenging to secure a Sequence 7 participant for a battle of such perilous magnitude for 500. However, Hubert, as a member of the Night Watchman S team, is a salaried individual and can undertake certain tasks under the banner of the Night Watchman, also protected by the Goddess of Night. Therefore, this 500 serves as a reward for him, rather than a fee for his participation in the battle. Hubert, of course, opted for the latter. I choose the extraordinary trait of the judge. With his prior accumulation of merits, and this 1/5, he now possessed 4/5 of the extraordinary traits of a judge. In the eyes of official extraordinary individuals, this merely represented a Sequence 6 extraordinary trait, valued at approximately 2,500, which could command a premium of 203, 500 at gatherings of wild extraordinary beings. However, to Hubert, this would translate into a fortune of 4-fold gold pounds. Thomas nodded. "Very well, I will report your merits and record your accumulation." Hubert inquired, "Captain, may I utilize my channels to issue a bounty for Hyman and Hillman, as well as to announce the task of capturing them?" Thomas paused, yes. He pondered for a moment before continuing. "The bounty on Hyman can be set at 600, while Hillman's can be established at 500, regardless of life or death. If the Night Watchman's team captures either of these individuals beforehand, remember to rescind the bounty and the task." Typically, bounties for Sequence 8 range from 400 to 500. However, due to Hyman's treacherous nature as a fraudster, the bounty was exceptionally set at 600. A bounty for a Sequence 6 generally falls between 1,800 and 2,000, with exceptions like Chillingers commanding bounties as high as 10,000. However, due to Hillman's severe injuries, the bounty was only set at 1,500. Thomas had the authority to make such decisions, requiring only to submit a report to the Archbishop later. Hubert particularly appreciated the phrase, "regardless of life or death," meaning that bringing Hyman's corpse would still entitle him to collect the 600 bounty from the Night Watchman, in addition to obtaining his extraordinary traits, potentially selling for 600, no, 900. After settling his merits, Hubert proceeded to draft a written report on the operation. In the reception hall, Borges, on night watch, informed Hubert, "I will have the coachman take you home." Hubert was initially taken aback, then realized something upon glancing at his attire. Having aided numerous ordinary individuals wounded by the multi-eyed monsters, his shirt and trousers were stained with blood. If he were to board the cab in such a state, the coachman might very well deliver him directly to the police station. As he departed the Blackthorn Security Company, the dawn was breaking. The fog in Beckland was at its densest, and although the coachman lit the lamps, he dared not drive too swiftly. Inside the carriage, Hubert glimpsed the figures awakening to their morning routines through the thick fog, and he suddenly felt a sense of accomplishment in having protected the city. Perhaps this was the very reason many official extraordinary beings were willing to risk their lives for the sake of the city, Hubert mused. Upon returning to 192 Blanca Street, Hubert changed his clothes and took a shower before attempting to catch up on sleep. By noon, he arose just in time for lunch prepared by Firth. During casual conversation, Hubert learned that this afternoon, Firth intended to take Audrey to attend an extraordinary gathering suspected of being linked to the Psychological Alchemy Society. Hubert recalled that Audrey had indeed established a connection with the Psychological Alchemy Society through this gathering. After lunch, rejuvenated, Hubert walked to work, suddenly realizing, oh no, I forgot to ask Thomas to reimburse me for the coat. However, he quickly shook his head, recognizing that he now possessed several £1,000s. Why would he still concern himself with such trifles? Soon, he realized it might be due to the influence of the god of poverty after attending the tarot gathering. On the frenzied sea, Alger commanded the Azure Avenger to sail into the waters beyond the shipping lanes, preparing to take advantage of the opportunity to shake off the two three-masted ships that had been pursuing them for 2 days and 2 nights. Theoretically, the speed of the pursuers was far inferior to that of the Azure Avenger. Yet these pursuers were devotees of the sea god, Kavitua, and Alger firmly believed that among the 2 vessels, there were certainly adherents of the sea god. The sea breeze perpetually filled their sails, and the waves ceaselessly propelled them forward. As they ventured into uncharted waters, the sky was clear, the sea breeze gentle, appearing much like the waters within the shipping lanes. Minutes later, a solitary cloud drifted in from the horizon. At first glance, it appeared to be an ordinary white cloud. However, as it approached, it began to darken ominously, and within a mere couple of minutes, the sky was enveloped in thick, black clouds. A fierce wind whipped across the surface of the sea, causing waves to rise several meters high. This was the treacherous expanse of the wild sea, where such drastic transformations occurred in the blink of an eye. Alger, gripping his crystal scepter, kept a vigilant eye on the foreboding clouds ahead. The crew of the ghost ship struggled to steer the vessel while desperately attempting to lower the sails. They were bewildered as to how they had incurred the wrath of their pursuers, or why the captain had seemingly lost his wits, ordering them into uncharted waters. Plop! A pea-sized ice shard fell near Alger, followed by an incessant cacophony of similar sounds, as hail began to pour down, some pieces as small as peas, most as large as apples, and a few even the size of watermelons. The sailors were now in a state of despair. Hail the size of an apple could easily kill a man, while watermelon-sized hail could sink an entire ship. Alger tightened his grip on the scepter as a tempest surged forth, sweeping away the hailstones that plagued the ghostly vessel, the Azure Avenger. This gale proved relentless, safeguarding the ship from harm. Alger breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for the crystal blue sapphire scepter he had acquired during his earlier explorations. Without it, he would have been unable to evade his pursuers and would eventually have been caught. In truth, Alger could have sought refuge on a nearby island and sought the aid of a sanctioned avenger. But doing so would have meant revealing the first marked location within the ruins. Above the 2 pursuing sailing ships, storms began to brew. Yet they were mere acolytes of the sea god, vastly overshadowed by Alger, a true master of the tempest. Soon, both vessels were overwhelmed and sunk by the hail, their crews mercilessly devoured by the cold, unyielding waves. Alger smiled faintly, commanding the Azure Avenger to steer away from the treacherous waters. Once they were safe, the crew regarded him with admiration, though some cast skeptical glances. Did they truly believe he would lead them to their demise? Alger had long prepared an excuse. While they had been frolicking on the island, he had procured a high-grade storm talisman. The skeptical looks dissipated. I require some time to rest. I implore you not to disturb me for the foreseeable future, Alger declared as he entered the captain's quarters, casting a final glance at the 6 pages of his diary and the imprints from the ruins. As the clock struck 3, a shroud of gray mist enveloped his vision. The weekly tarot gathering was about to commence. Chapter 197, The Assassination of the Ambassador's Commission. He beheld the enigmatic Mr. Fool and the erudite Mr. Emperor, and Alger finally felt a semblance of ease. He smiled subtly, knowing that regardless of the perils faced at sea, the tarot gathering remained his greatest ally. Justice Audrey noted the expression of the hangman, Alger, but she chose first to greet him warmly before inquiring, Hangman, it seems you have encountered some significant upheaval. Indeed, but now is not the time for such discussions, Alger replied with a smile. I shall first submit my 6 pages of diary entries for this week. Upon presenting the diary, he added graciously, Mr. Fool, I have also learned of some news regarding the secret order. In the vast expanse of the sea, information was not scarce. It simply arrived at a slower pace, as even the most notorious pirates valued intelligence. Excellent. Mr. Fool Klein nodded gently, gesturing for the hangman to continue. Alger elaborated. Numerous pirates have claimed to have killed members of the secret order. All of these members were invariably sequence 6, and they planned to hire pirate ships to venture deep into the Sunya Sea, with some even seeking the whereabouts of mermaids. At this juncture, Alger glanced at the Emperor. According to Mr. Emperor's description from the previous week, It can be inferred that mermaids are an essential component of the initiation rites for members of the secret order, and deep within the Sea, they should indeed reside. This was critical intelligence for Klein, who had also heard that members transitioning from Sequence 6 to Sequence 5 required such rites. Alja's information contained two significant pieces, the mermaids and the Sea. Very well, you have also repaid your debt, Klein proclaimed with an air of authority. Thank you for your generosity, Alja acknowledged, fully aware that his insights paled in comparison to the Emperor's extensive knowledge. This time, Klein did not hasten to examine the diary, but instead tapped his fingers lightly on the edge of the ancient long table. I am about to announce a task. Here it comes, Hubert thought. The 5-pound commission for the assassination of the ambassador has arrived. Little did Ian, the employer, realize that his 5-pound commission would lead to the demise of an ambassador. This was indeed a genuine spectacle. A task? Audrey's ears perked up, her eyes widening with a mix of surprise, anticipation, and anxiety. She clearly recalled that this was Mr. Fool's first formal announcement of a task. At the same time, she keenly observed that the hanged man, though seemingly unchanged, was in fact unusually tense. Even the Emperor, who had always maintained his composure, appeared somewhat exhilarated. Wait, why did the Emperor's body language and demeanor resemble that of someone witnessing a riveting scene in a play or opera? Time was of the essence. So Audrey refrained from probing further into this matter, and instead looked towards the sun, which, throughout the gathering, seemed blissfully unaware, treating the entire affair as perfectly ordinary. You may choose to accept or decline, Klein remarked casually, as my other acolyte has arrived in Beakland and wishes to accomplish a task, but cannot intervene directly. Another acolyte? Alja nodded thoughtfully, showing no sign of surprise. In his view, it was a given that a being of Mr. Fool's divine caliber would possess multiple acolytes. Audrey, however, felt a twinge of guilt. She still believed she owed Mr. Fool's acolyte a substantial reward, considering she had secured bounties from 3 nations amounting to around 30,000 pounds. Logically, she ought to share at least half with Mr. Fool's acolyte. Hubert inwardly scoffed. Another acolyte, I wonder if that one goes by the name Sherlock Moriarty? Moreover, this acolyte bears a striking resemblance to Klein Moretti. They could very well be long-lost twin brothers. Seeing that no one spoke up, Klein proceeded to announce the task. The objective was to assassinate the ambassador of the Intis Republic to the Kingdom of Ruin, Belgrand Lamadan. Assassinate the ambassador of the Intis Republic? Audrey could not contain her shock, her expression betraying her disbelief. This would ignite conflict between the two nations and could even lead to war. As a noblewoman, her first thoughts revolved around international relations. As for Mr. Fool's reluctance to act personally, she found it entirely reasonable. After all, who was there to constantly do the bidding of their subordinates? Alja was only mildly taken aback by the assignment. His focus lay elsewhere. Mr. Fool still lacked the ability to intervene directly in the realm of reality. My suspicions were correct. Derek, the son, appeared utterly bewildered. What is the Intis Republic? And what is an ambassador? This jumbled language is quite strange. Hubert, meanwhile, suddenly expanded his thoughts. Given my current capabilities, I have a fair chance of completing this commission in a one-on-one confrontation. After all, the ambassador is not a military officer. His focus will primarily lie in diplomacy and politics, and he will likely lack extensive combat experience. However, such an opportunity would be unlikely, as an ambassador is always surrounded by extraordinary protectors. To assassinate him, one would first need to infiltrate or breach the embassy, a task achievable by those of Sequence 6 with peculiar abilities or formidable sealing items. Only Sequence 5 would possess a solid guarantee. Klein surveyed the room, maintaining the same relaxed demeanor he had moments before. Who among you is willing to accept this task? What rewards do you seek? Audrey, who wished to raise her hand, hesitated. To slay an innocent without justification, I cannot bring myself to agree. Hubert smiled. I suspect that the ambassador also serves as the head of intelligence for the Republic of Intis. He spread his hands. I have not interacted with him, so I cannot speak to the specifics. But I am aware that the ambassador from the Kingdom of Phenobot has previously supported a cult in the South Wales region of the Kingdom of Ruin. These cults dehumanize their followers, even demanding the sacrifice of infants. Yet, the Phenobot ambassador has consistently provided them with funding, and after that organization collapsed, he sheltered many of its leaders as they fled to the southern continent and the Kingdom of Phenobot. Audrey was taken aback, surprised that the seemingly gentle and soft-spoken Ambassador Tim possessed such a dark facet. Your Excellency, how do you know this so well? Because I have had the fortune of participating in the operation to eliminate those cult leaders. Had we not encircled 2 of them that very night, they would have been sent to the southern continent by the Phenobot ambassador. Hubert felt confident in his assertions. knowing that inquiries would only lead back to the mercenary team that breached the cult's headquarters. He had not divulged to anyone the arrangements concerning the two cult leaders destined for the southern continent. Thus, even with such revelations, he harbored no fear of being implicated. "I salute you, Your Excellency. Your actions epitomize justice," Audrey remarked. Chapter 198, Encountering Elven Cultural Elements Again. Hearing Audrey's commendation, Hubert smiled slightly. "I merely used what I know as an example. I reckon that the ambassador from the Republic of Intis is not much better." Alger seemed to perceive Audrey's hesitation. Whether war will break out between the two nations solely depends on the desires of their respective elites, not the fate of any one diplomat. He added, "I am uncertain whether this ambassador is an extraordinary being, but many clues suggest he very well might be. Moreover, he is likely surrounded by numerous extraordinary individuals affiliated with the intelligence agency of Intis, which has long been under the influence of the former royal family, the Soren clan, and possesses knowledge of certain sequences within the Hunter's Path." Upon hearing the information provided by the Emperor and the Hanged Man, Audrey's uncertainty vanished. After a brief pause, she looked somewhat sheepishly towards the head of the bronze long table. "Mr. Fool, I can attempt to accomplish this task, though success is not guaranteed. I shall accept this task." Alger smiled and explained, "Though I'm not in Beakland, it does not mean I cannot assassinate the ambassador of Beaklong." Hubert, wishing to downplay his uniqueness, added, "I too shall participate, but like Miss Justice, I cannot assure success." Only Derek remained disengaged from the conversation. Klein, not expecting that two Sequence 7s and Sequence 8 would assuredly succeed, inquired, "What reward do you seek?" Both Alger and Hubert suggested discussing it after the task was assigned, while Audrey impulsively declared, "The formula for a psychologist." Then, somewhat hesitantly, she added, "This can be discussed after the task is completed. If successful, I shall bear the costs, and I owe your follower a bounty." "A bounty?" Klein replied nonchalantly, realizing that the bounty from Kylinger's had gone to Miss Justice. "That is agreeable." Subsequently, Klein commenced reading Russell's diary. Audrey sighed with relief. She had finally voiced her thoughts. Though it might render her somewhat awkward in the near future, her conscience felt unburdened. Once Klein finished reading the diary, all eyes turned to the Hanged Man. Alger hesitated but eventually said, "I am being pursued by a follower of the sea god, Kavitwa." He smiled. "Fortunately, I have the protection of Mr. Fool. If the situation becomes dire, may I beseech your assistance, sir? I am willing to compensate you." Klein felt a chill run down his spine. Even though he was unaware of the nature of the sea god, he understood what a genuine divine follower represented. His own dark god was but a hollow shell, capable at most of receiving sacrifices and bestowing gifts. He mused, "Would you consider offering the sea god as a sacrifice to me? If that were the case, perhaps the one convening the tarot meetings would be the sea god." Nevertheless, he could not show fear at this moment. Klein replied, "That is acceptable. However, the decision to assist rests with Mr. Fool." After receiving Mr. Fool's response, Alger continued, "Upon returning to the sea from Beakland, I resumed my previous explorations and arrived at the first location marked by the Elven Ruins. This location is in the northwest of Blue Mountain Island, near a small island called Mbeat. I first rested there for a night before commencing my exploration of the first site. That morning, taking advantage of the calm seas, I found an excuse to anchor in the designated waters, and, while the crew rested, I submerged myself underwater. As soon as I entered the water, I discovered numerous sea monsters roaming the area. You may not understand what this implies. A region frequently visited by a certain sea monster often sees ships mysteriously vanish. Strangely, despite the presence of so many sea monsters in this area, there were no reports of missing ships near Mbeat Island." Alger paused, casting a glance at the Emperor. He suspected that these sea monsters might have been attracted by some high-sequence extraordinary trait, yet he lacked sufficient advanced knowledge of the extraordinary to confirm his suspicion. Hubert noticed Alger's gaze, but had no intention of answering immediately. "And then, I cautiously utilized one of my magical artifacts to evade those sea monsters," Alger continued. "As I descended further, I saw a glimmering light at the bottom. Once I carefully observed and confirmed that the light was indeed my destination, I proceeded onward and soon arrived before a structure resembling a gigantic bubble. Beneath the sea lay a dry expanse. The source of the light was a type of coral I had never encountered before." Audrey listened, entranced. She had always yearned for such an adventure in uncharted waters or territories, and as she followed the Hanged Man's narrative, she envisioned herself exploring the depths of the sea alongside Susie. "Wait, why Susie?" Derek attentively absorbed the Hanged Man's descriptions of the ocean. He had only seen depictions of the sea in textbooks, which were exceedingly brief. Hubert was also fully engaged, as this was an entirely new experience under his guidance. Alger's account continued. I entered that area, where there was oxygen, and the air was quite fresh. Amidst the hazy light, I saw a grand hall whose architectural style starkly contrasted with that of the current southern and northern continents, resembling the elven structures depicted in previous murals. As I approached the hall, to my astonishment, I discovered that it was inhabited. Their attire resembled that of clergy. I observed for a while, deeming it too risky to sneak into the hall, so I circled around it, uncovering some collapsed ruins and debris, in which I found several patterns. Mr. Fool, could you manifest those patterns for me? After receiving Mr. Fool's consent, Alger conjured the patterns he had seen. Hubert immediately recognized them. The designs bore resemblance to the patterns of the Tao-Tai, and he surmised that Mr. Fool, as a keyboard warrior, would not recognize them since they were rarely encountered in his life before his transmigration. Hubert had only come to know of these patterns through his work in the Common Era. Otherwise, he would have remained oblivious. The Tao-Tai pattern was delineated with ancient and elegant lines, depicting a majestic beast's face, also referred to as the beast face pattern. Alternatively, it somewhat resembled a bird's face and a lizard's body. It should have been a human face with a goat's body. Yet the linear depiction made it appear more akin to a bird's face and beast's body. The patterns presented by Alge were evidently transformed by magical means. Yet the essence of the beastly visage, or, more specifically, the Tao-Tai motif remained intact. Hubert remarked, these designs also resonate with the cultural characteristics of the elven race. It is said that they depict an ancient, insatiably gluttonous beast, commonly seen in sacrificial contexts or engraved upon ceremonial vessels. Alge frowned. I had thought this might represent the image of the sea deity, as similar motifs adorn the garments of its devotees. Chapter 199. Hubert initiates a group purchase. Hearing Hubert's description, Alge speculated, could it be that the devotees of the sea deity borrowed from the elven insignia? Or perhaps Alge suddenly conceived a bold hypothesis, yet hesitated to voice it due to its potentially blasphemous nature, especially in the presence of the fool. Hubert seemed to grasp the situation and encouraged, please continue. We shall deliberate on this matter later. Nodding, Alge continued, initially, I intended to gather some intelligence before embarking on further exploration. However, upon departing that maritime region, I sensed that I had attracted the attention of the sea deity's followers. Previously, I had encountered some of these devotees. While their actions were somewhat fanatical, they were generally amenable to communication and trade, provided I did not provoke them. Yet, the followers on Bet Island directed hostile glares my way. Realizing the gravity of the situation, I left immediately, but soon found myself pursued by the deity's devotees. No matter how I attempted to evade them, they invariably tracked me down. It took me 2 days and nights of evasion before I finally found an opportunity to deal with them. Nevertheless, I am certain that new devotees will soon be on my trail. Thus, I sought assistance from the Tarot Society regarding how to address my current predicament. Audrey raised her hand. Mr. Hangman, may I first inquire, what deity is the sea god? I have not heard of such a being. Alge explained. The sea god is a deity worshipped on certain colonial islands. It is said that he is capricious and enjoys blood sacrifices. Some devotees pray for calm seas and receive an accurate response from the sea god. Others beseech him for tranquility, only to find the storms intensifying. I have heard on numerous occasions that the followers of the sea god have pleased their deity with blood offerings, gaining many charms of the storm domain, though oftentimes all participants in the sacrifice are transformed into monstrosities. Audrey expressed her astonishment. Is there truly such a deity? That ought to be, she was about to assert that this must be an evil god, but paused, recalling that Mr. Fool was not a conventional deity either. Such entities were also referred to as evil gods within Orthodox churches. Thus, she found herself unable to finish her thought. Just as Audrey hesitated on whether to apologize to Mr. Fool, Hubert interjected, diffusing the awkwardness. To liken Mr. Fool to such a wild god is a profound disrespect. Audrey then gracefully apologized to Mr. Fool. My apologies, Mr. Fool. I should not have spoken thus. At the same time, she felt grateful to the Emperor for rescuing her from embarrassment. Klein smiled slightly, offering no further response, as if the matter were of little concern to him. However, beneath his calm exterior, he felt a twinge of unease, for he had no knowledge of what the sea god truly was. He was somewhat apprehensive that the hangman or justice might inquire about the sea deity, but Hubert's comment had somewhat alleviated his worry. After all, the sea god was of a lower tier. The more he pondered, the more anxious he became. Hubert smiled and said, let's first address the issue facing Mr. Hangman. Alge asked, what compensation do you seek? Hubert replied, I believe that as a member of the Tarot Society, assisting fellow members in overcoming difficulties ought not to require recompense. However, I have gathered some understanding of your plight and am willing to attempt to assist you. Should you require me to elucidate further, a fee will be necessary, as it involves certain advanced knowledge. Alge nodded. I appreciate your generosity. Hubert inquired, did you retrieve anything from the ruins? Alge responded, I brought back a small section of luminous coral and a piece of jade inscribed with elven motifs. However, upon realizing that the sea deity's devotees seemed to know my whereabouts, I disposed of these items into the sea. Hubert further asked, did anything unusual appear on your ship, or did any crew members behave strangely? I conducted a thorough inspection and found no such occurrences, Alge asserted, being a seasoned sailor with sufficient vigilance. Having ruled out these possibilities, Hubert then queried, have you inspected the hull of your ship? Alge admitted, I have not checked. After the gathering, I shall promptly investigate the hull. This was not due to Alge's lack of caution, but rather a blind spot. A vulnerability that those well-versed in the sea often overlook. Hubert was particularly adept at identifying such vulnerabilities and remarked, commanding the creatures of the seabed to serve one S will is one of the sea god's abilities. If the issue lies in the hull, it should not be too difficult to uncover. Should the problem not reside there, you may pray to the fool, and I shall ponder other possibilities. Alge increasingly felt that the issue must lie in the hull. Thank you for your assistance, he expressed. Hubert smiled. As for why you are experiencing such circumstances, allow me to pose a few questions. Are the followers of the sea god Kavituva found only in certain maritime regions? Alge paused, then nodded yes. Hubert continued. Do the sea god's followers propagate certain elven designs or cultural elements? Alge recollected, indeed. Hubert pressed on. Do you suspect that the sea god may, in fact, be a surviving powerful figure of the elves, yet you cannot grasp how he possesses abilities befitting a deity? Alge shuddered at the thought, yes. Wait, Audrey suddenly interjected, Mr. Emperor, are you suggesting that the sea god is merely an ordinary individual, or rather, an extraordinary being masquerading as such, or perhaps a member of the elven race? Such notions felt irreverent towards the divine. Behind the mist, Klein finally comprehended the implications. No wonder the emperor referred to the sea god as a wild god. It turned out he was merely a high-ranking, extraordinary being. This was the content for which payment would be required. Hubert addressed the group. Do you wish to understand the principles underlying this? Desperately, Audrey clenched her fist. Yet she was aware that she might find herself financially constrained and uncertain if she could afford the fee for this information. Derek, who had remained silent thus far, also exhibited considerable interest. Alge boldly inquired, what compensation do you desire? Hubert's earlier 3 questions had ignited all his curiosity, and if the fee were not exorbitant, he would be eager to obtain the answers. 800 pounds, Hubert declared. Upon completing the transaction, you will find it to be an extraordinary value. Alge nodded, deeming it acceptable. Just as he was about to initiate the transaction, Hubert added, you all appear eager to learn. Therefore, as members of the Tarot Society, I shall extend you a discount. If only one individual wishes to know the answer, the fee is 800 pounds. If 2 wish to inquire, it will be merely 500 pounds each. Should all 3 of you wish to engage in this transaction, the fee will drop to 400 pounds each. Behind the mist, Klein suppressed the urge to facepalm. Do you take me for a bargain side? Why are we resorting to group purchases? Chapter 200, The True Face of the Sea God. As the daughter of a banker, Audrey immediately recognized the Emperor's transactional strategy. It appeared to favor the buyer. Yet, both the seller and the buyer ultimately reaped the benefits. She marveled inwardly at the Emperor's remarkable acumen in commerce. A transaction of 800 pounds had been transformed into a staggering 1,200 pounds. Alge would certainly relish the opportunity to spend half the amount, should it be offered. Only Dicree interjected, Your Majesty, but what shall I do if I lack the gold pounds you possess? You may settle the account with extraordinary materials. Hubert had already devised a solution for him. Allow me to provide a rough conversion. A primary material of sequenceate is valued at approximately 300 pounds. You may consult Mr. Fool or Mr. Hangman. My offer is a bargain, albeit there may be a premium attached. Yet there exists a possibility that it may not fetch 300 pounds. Thus, we shall proceed at this lower price. Ideally, the value of the materials you present should exceed 400 pounds slightly, as I need to find channels for sale. No need for inquiries. Dicree replied, Your Majesty, I place my trust in you. Hubert sighed. The little son is still too youthful. This reflection evoked memories of his university days, when, despite having been wounded by society and its people, he remained filled with trust for those around him. As his thoughts swirled, Hubert inquired, So, all of you are engaging in trade with me, correct? Audrey affirmed, Indeed, as long as we are frugal, Producing 400 pounds should not pose a challenge. Olge and Dicree nodded in agreement. Hubert remarked, "Very well, Mr. Hangman, you now owe me a total of 1,400 pounds, Miss Justice and Mr. Son made a further payments to me for a few days." Olge nodded. "I too shall require a few days to settle with you, with Mr. Fool as witness. I assure you I shall not default." He currently lacked sufficient cash and needed to handle some items on the island to clear his debts. Hubert nodded, "No problem." Thus, under the witness of Mr. Fool, let the transaction commence. He continued, "Mr. Hangman's conjecture is indeed correct. The grand hall he encountered beneath the sea is none other than the temple of the sea god Kavichua. Furthermore, Kavichua is not a survivor of the elven race. My deduction stems from two clues. The first clue lies in Mr. Hangman's previous discoveries in the ruins. The mixed blood depicted there was quite explicit, and the 3 locations he marked are all where powerful beings have fallen. They must have sent people to these 3 sites more than once. Had there been surviving elven powers, they would surely have sought refuge with this strong entity. The second clue is that once the sea god gained followers, the Storm Church would have begun to take notice of him. If he were a remnant of the elven race, the sea god would have existed for at least a millennium. In such an extended period, the Storm Church could not have failed to locate the sea god's position. Hence, the followers of the sea god must have emerged only in the last 1 or 2 centuries, or perhaps even more recently. Based on these clues, I arrive at my conjecture. Olge nodded. Indeed, the faith in the sea god has only emerged in recent decades. Hubert continued, "Thus, I speculate that the sea god may be a person, or even a sea monster that has absorbed the advanced extraordinary traits left by the elven race." "A sea monster?" Olge exclaimed in surprise. Klein, who was currently enjoying a free ride behind the mist, found this notion plausible. If it were a sea monster endowed with extraordinary traits through sailors, then its colossal size could potentially dilute the burden of those traits and offer a slim chance of successfully consuming potions of a higher sequence, thereby ascending to a higher rank. Audrey was struggling to keep pace with Hubert's line of thought and decided to listen attentively, intending to reflect on it after the transaction concluded. Dicree also found Hubert's assertion novel and pondered whether the monsters we encountered on patrol could ascend by devouring other creatures. Olge's knowledge of the extraordinary was sufficient for him to grasp this concept. Although he was initially startled by Hubert's proposition, he soon accepted his conjecture. "Indeed, it is a sea monster," Hubert articulated. "It is precisely because the sea god is a sea monster that he exhibits a penchant for slaughter and a fervent preference for blood sacrifices. Another reason supporting my conjecture is that if a human were to successfully ascend to Sequence 3, the most likely scenario would involve 5 kings currently at sea. He would never simply wait for the Storm Church to locate him. From this, I can further deduce that the sea god's condition is rather precarious. When he absorbed that extraordinary trait, he certainly lacked the assistance of a ritual. Thus, the fervor of the sea god's followers stems from their deity's semi-mad state. Indeed, the sea god himself may be incapable of departing from that elven ruin." Olge nodded, sensing that the Emperor's speculation was likely accurate. Audrey and Dicree admired the Emperor's ability to extrapolate so much from limited clues after listening to the hangman's description. Klein couldn't help but exclaim, "The Emperor's analysis is well-reasoned and logically sound, as if he already knows the answer to the problem." Klein had indeed guessed correctly. Hubert was well aware of the answer. Akin to solving a mathematical equation, knowing both the conditions and the outcome, all that remained was to articulate the process. Another crucial piece of information is that, to my knowledge, upon ascending to Sequence 3, one can design a title that points to oneself. Hubert continued, "However, a Sequence 3 title can only respond to the prayers of followers within a certain range. Common Sequence 3 titles often contain a structure, such as so-and-so something. For instance, the Fool's Attendant or the Fool's Favored. Since the sea god is not a saint of any particular church, he may lack such structural segments, yet there will certainly be descriptions pertaining to regions, such as the protector of the ROSD Islands or the something of a certain sea area." Olge immediately understood why the Emperor could deduce that the sea god's followers could only be responded to within a limited range, as the sea god could only answer prayers within a specific vicinity. He also recalled some titles he had heard, which, like the Emperor's description, included segments like the something of the Lord of Storms. One of the segments of the sea god Kavichua's title is indeed the protector of the ROSD Islands. Excitedly, Olge envisioned a scenario where he, upon becoming Sequence 3, could design his own title and respond to his followers. Audrey remarked that the 400 pounds spent was indeed worthwhile, as she had gained such profound knowledge. Dicree felt a tinge of sorrow, lamenting that Silver City lacked a Sequence 3, hence they were unaware of such knowledge. Or perhaps it was documented in some ancient tomes within the library, now long forgotten by them. Finally, Hubert smiled and declared, "Gentlemen, this is the sea god.